Rorschach stood before this group of savages wearing animal skin skirts, still finding it hard to believe the environment he was in. A month ago, she was just a person who was on the verge of death in a car accident. She originally thought that her life was about to end. However, when she opened her eyes again, she found that she had traveled back to ancient times. The woman who originally belonged to this body died of a strange disease a month ago. The strange disease almost destroyed the entire tribe. In order to survive, the remaining members decided to seek refuge with other tribes. However, there was an inherent hostility between tribes, so those tribes would keep the women of marriageable age, while the others would be driven away. At this moment, Luo Xia is the only young woman left in the tribe. The reason she was left behind is simple, because no other tribe is willing to accept her. According to the original owner's vague memory, Rorschach fainted at that important tribal marriage meeting. Such women were naturally eliminated, and it was obvious that they could not do anything, let alone give birth to children. Therefore, Luo Xia became the oldest leftover woman in the tribe. At this time, Rorschach followed the other women into the dense forest. They needed to pick some fruits as soon as possible and take them back to satisfy their hunger. The serious disease took away most of the people in the tribe, including the leader, the witch doctor, many young and strong men and women, and many weak children. Now, the tribe's only hope of survival is for these old and weak women and children to go to the forest to look for wild fruits. Hey, hurry up! A fierce mother turned her head and roared at Rorschach, who was at the back. Coming! Rorschach responded quickly, picking up his pace. He was a little scared of this ferocious mother. The mother was so fierce that she looked like she wanted to eat people, but Rorschach did not hate her. After all, it was because of the mother's help that the original owner barely survived. Soon they arrived at the place where they often went to collect wild fruits, which was one of the main sources of food for the tribe. But it was already late autumn, and the fruit harvest season had long passed. Most of the fruits had fallen, rotted, or been eaten by birds. This was Rorschach's second time here. The first time, the trees were full of fruits, but now there were only a few left. Luo Xia was filled with worry. Since she traveled through time, she found that she had a golden finger, which was a small space with nothing in it except spring water. Rorschach quickly calculated in his mind that according to the current situation, the tribe would most likely starve to death this winter. Suddenly, a yellow fruit the size of a ping-pong ball hit her on the forehead. Pick the fruit, her mother yelled. Rorschach rubbed his forehead and picked up the fruit. Normal fruit shouldn't be yellow, so this one was obviously bad. Mom, I'll go pick it up over there, Rorschach said, then turned and walked in another direction. The female leader ignored her and continued to climb the tree. Seeing her daughter walk away, she was annoyed and stopped paying attention. Rorschach found a place where no one was paying attention and quickly picked up the fruits on the ground, putting each one into his own space. Since traveling through time, Rorschach has spent a month trying to figure out the rules here, which is the law of the jungle. The original owner relied on her mother's strength to barely survive. But every time she ate, the food she was given was always very little, which made her body increasingly thin. Now, there are only a few tribesmen left who can go hunting, and no one can predict whether there will be enough prey. When food is scarce, the first to be abandoned are probably the weak like her. Therefore, she must store some food as soon as possible in case of emergency. In the evening, the women returned with the fruit, and Rorschach also returned with the fruit he had picked. The scene at the cave entrance looked rather bleak. The fire had not yet been lit. The man in charge of the fire stared intently at the ashes, rummaging through them unwillingly, trying to find a spark. The man in charge of collecting firewood came back, dragging a thick dead log, and the men in charge of hunting also returned dejectedly. The women piled the fruit into a pile. Rorschach's mother walked over and asked the man who had lit the fire, "Is the fire out?" "That's all. That's it for tonight. We'll go borrow some fire from other tribes tomorrow," the man replied. Rorschach shuddered. It was already late autumn, and she had long been feeling the cold. She had originally planned to go back and warm herself by the fire, but she heard there was no fire. Do we need to go to other tribes to ask for fire? Even the nearest tribe would take a whole day to walk, and whether we can bring back fire is still uncertain. Seeing that there was no fire tonight, everyone's mood was obviously a little low. Mom began to distribute the fruit for the night, and everyone gathered around. Eating was the most important thing. "Let's make a fire ourselves," Rorschach's voice suddenly rang out. Though faint, it was filled with determination, a voice that struck everyone as unfamiliar. Everyone turned to look at her, and when they saw it was Rorschach, they frowned and turned back to do their own things, as if her voice had not caused any ripples. They looked down upon the incompetent Rorschach. Seeing that no one took his words seriously, Rorschach was too lazy to argue. These people's thinking is simple and direct. Instead of laboriously explaining, it is better to show them the results. She turned around to prepare the fire, intending to make a fire by drilling wood together. Making fire by rubbing two sticks together is not complicated. The principle is that friction generates heat. When the temperature reaches a certain level, the fire will naturally ignite. Before it was completely dark, Rorschach quickly went to look for some fire starters. After a while, she hurried back with a handful of fire starters. She took the fire starter and dry leaves, came to the dead tree dragged back by the men, looked at it, and started to act. As she picked up a sharp piece of dry wood, her mother came over, stuffed 3 fruits into her hands, and shouted angrily, "Eat!" These fruits were saved by the mother from the food allocated to her. It was with these foods saved from her teeth that the mother raised this useless daughter. Luo Xia took the fruit, understood what was going on, and couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Mom." She looked at the fruit in her hand. Although it was wrinkled and obviously not tasty, she had no choice at the moment and stuffed the fruit into her mouth in a few seconds. Then she picked up the sharp piece of wood and began to rub it against the groove of the dead wood. She carefully placed the fire starter around the groove. The sound of friction echoed in the quiet evening. Rorschach didn't know how long he had been grinding until his arms became numb, but the wood in front of him still didn't respond. Rorschach thought about it briefly. Although she was not sure about the flammability of the wood, she knew that she lacked sufficient strength and speed, and that might be the problem. After all, the original owner's body was weak from illness and had heart problems, so it was no wonder he was so weak. At this moment, Rorschach turned his gaze to his mother, who hadn't left yet. "Mom," she whispered. Seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, the strong mother was stunned for a moment, then walked over angrily and roared, "What do you want to do?" Rorschach quickly jumped up from where he was standing, ignoring his mother's ferocious look, and pulled her to sit down. "That's it, Mom. You just hold the wood and do it like I did just now." Mom tried to move the wood. "That's it. Hurry up, use more force," Rorschach urged anxiously. Soon, a sharp, scraping sound could be heard, and Rorschach was filled with anticipation. After all, his mother was the strongest woman in the tribe, and it was indeed much easier for her to do this than it was for him. "Don't stop. There will be a fire soon," Rorschach encouraged him. Sure enough, after a while, smoke rose from the wood. Seeing this, Rorschach immediately stopped talking, quickly put on the fire starter, blew gently, and the flames suddenly jumped up. At this moment, the men not far away finally reacted, and one of them shouted, "Fire! There's a fire!" Rorschach ignored the excited noises around him and concentrated on piling dry leaves onto the flames. She added some small sticks to ensure the flames were not extinguished before she exhaled loudly. Finally, she succeeded. Her first attempt at making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together was a success. Of course, the most important credit behind this was her strong mother. Cheers erupted from all around the tribe, and the atmosphere became more lively than ever. Ever since the serious illness, the tribe had been stagnant, but today's burst of energy was unexpectedly fueled by the appearance of a fire. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Rorschach. No one had expected that Rorschach, who was originally considered useless, could actually start a fire. After dinner, everyone sat around the fire. After days of running around, they finally had a short rest. As Rorschach warmed himself by the fire, he carefully observed the tribesmen around him. By the standards of that era, almost all the people here were old, weak, and sick. The tribe, which once numbered nearly 100, now only had these 16. For a tribe that relied on hunting as its main means of survival, having such a small group was truly despairing. Rorschach looked away. A month had passed, and she no longer held out hope of miraculously returning to the present. Her only wish was to survive this winter. Soon, it was completely dark, and the tribesmen gradually went into the cave to rest. Rorschach consciously leaned against her mother, knowing that her mother would protect her. A man was arranged to guard the cave entrance at night. If any wild beast attacked, he would wake everyone up in time. Soon, shouts were heard all around. Everyone was extremely tired today, and even the man on night watch couldn't help dozing off. Rorschach sat and waited for a while. Seeing that the night watchman did not respond, she quietly summoned her own space and entered it. The space is like a small square room with no sun or moon. It is bright during the day and dark at night. It is very magical. Luo Xia first picked up the fruit he had thrown into the space before, took a big bite, and found that it was better than any delicacy in the world. She quietly came to the center of the space again. The spring was right there, like a small puddle, very down to earth. Luo Xia, regardless of her image, knelt down and drank a large gulp of wine, then lay down contentedly and fell asleep peacefully. This space was her great treasure and her only hope. The next day, Rorschach discovered that the tribesmen's attitude towards her had changed significantly, and there was more respect in their eyes when they looked at her. Even her mother, who always yelled at her, seemed to have softened her voice. This was a sequel to last night's fire-making exercise. However, this was just a minor incident, and most of the tribesmen were still focused on food. Surviving the winter became the most important thing. Whenever the weather turned cold, the elders of the tribe would gather together to discuss food storage. Hunting is possible in winter, but it is more difficult than in other seasons. The best way is to store as much food and firewood as possible before winter actually arrives. However, the situation heading into winter this time was even more challenging. The majority of the tribe was elderly, weak, and sick, and no one could predict how many would be left next spring. The tribesmen now have no time to think about other issues. There is only one thought in their minds: to store food as soon as possible, without delay. After a brief discussion, Rorschach's mother took two relatively young women to collect fruit from a farther place, while Rorschach went with another older woman and her child to the place they had visited last night. Meanwhile, the men set out to hunt, but they were all worried because there were not enough men, and if they encountered a large beast, they might all die. Soon, everyone split up. The woman who stayed behind picked up the child who couldn't walk and said expressionlessly, "Let's go pick some fruit." Luo Xia looked at the child in her arms and felt nervous. "Mom, there's something wrong with this child." This child was only a little over 1 year old. He was still nursing in his mother's arms before the plague broke out. Somehow he survived, but his current condition looked similar to those who had been sick before, weak and showing almost no signs of recovery. The woman looked down, her eyes numb but unable to hide the pain in them. She said calmly, "This child can't survive. I'll take him to the top of the mountain later." Send them to the top of the mountain. Rorschach understood that this custom was the same one she had experienced herself. The tribe has no tradition of burying the dead. The dead are dragged to the top of the mountain. They believe that this will allow the souls of the dead to return home. Therefore, sending the child to the mountaintop meant giving up. Rorschach's heart swelled, and he whispered, "Is there no other way?" The woman didn't answer, but continued walking. Death, especially of children, was a common occurrence in the tribe. Children were fragile, and many died young for various reasons. Rorschach hurried to catch up, following closely behind her, the feeling of depression in her heart becoming even stronger. Although she had never held this child before, holding him now, her heart felt like being pressed down by a huge rock, the pain unbearable. She considered herself part of the tribe. "Mom, let me hold him," Rorschach said softly. The woman looked back and finally handed the child to her, urging her, "We have to hurry and pick fruit. It's getting cold." "I understand. I'll hold the child first and give him to you later." Luo Xia's heart moved, and he thought that the spring water in his space might come in handy. The woman sighed and said calmly, "He can't survive. When he dies, we'll send him to the top of the mountain. He won't have to suffer the winter anymore." She quickened her pace, calling out to the two skinny children, aged 5 or 6, to keep up. Rorschach followed at the end, her heart growing heavier. Tears streamed silently, but she made no sound. She felt an endless pain for this fragile, helpless life. The woman turned her head and saw her crying. She frowned, a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes, and looked at her with disgust. When adults cry, it's like a child throwing a tantrum, causing annoyance. What's the point of crying? It only makes you lose strength and attracts wild animals, putting everyone in danger. So, she walked back quickly, snatched the child from Rorschach's hands, and shouted coldly, "You are still so useless. If he dies, he dies. Why are you crying? It's not you who will die. Go pick some fruit." The woman lowered her head and touched the child's breath. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her voice was calm. "He's gone. I sent him to the top of the mountain." Rorschach looked at her back, his heart heavy beyond words. Rorschach gathered his composure and rushed to the orchard near the tribe with 2 other frail children, quickly gathering the fruit. The 2 children diligently buried themselves in their work. She secretly found a bush to hide herself in, and then slipped into the space. The space was still a square room with a small pit in the center. At the entrance to the space was a small pile of fruit, which she had hidden yesterday. She touched the walls and the floor of the space, and it didn't feel like soil, but rather like a space carved out of a huge stone. For the first time, Rorschach felt disappointed with this space inside. Not daring to stay any longer, she quickly left, worried that the 2 children outside would be snatched away by wild animals. When they returned, the woman saw Rorschach's red eyes and comforted him, saying, "He's back. The song god will take care of him. He won't be hungry or cold anymore. It's a good thing." Luo Xia nodded, and if he really thought so, he felt a lot more relaxed. Song Shun was the deity believed by the tribe, and also their totem. The 2 adults and 2 children were fully devoted to the collection work. No matter whether it was fruit on the trees or on the ground, even if most of them were rotten, they were reluctant to throw them away and pick them all up. They had no containers, so they could only use huge leaves to hold the fruits and carry away all the less good fruits. Before reaching the cave, Rorschach heard some lively noises coming from there, mixed with a hint of joy and excitement. She was delighted, thinking it was the voices of men, which meant they had made a great harvest today. The woman and the 2 skinny children ran forward quickly, and Rorschach hurried to catch up. As expected, everyone had returned, and those who had gone out hunting or to further places to collect fruit were all gathered in front of the cave. She had no idea what they had caught, and everyone gathered around, discussing it. Rorschach's stomach suddenly growled, and like everyone else, she dropped the fruit and leaves in her hands on the ground and hurried into the circle. She was stunned when she saw the prey that everyone was surrounding, and her stomach stopped growling. It turned out that it was not prey. Let's keep it for now. It won't be long before the weather gets cold, and the meat won't go bad no matter how long we keep it, a young man said with a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 6. No. Rorschach was a little confused, trying to listen to the discussions around him. The tribesmen were discussing how to preserve the prey, planning to raise them first and then kill them. Everyone excitedly gestured with their fingers, pointing at their prey like knives. Rorschach lowered her head and looked at the prey in front of her, a young and strong man she had never seen before lying on the ground. He was injured, but it didn't look serious. However, his eyes were cold, as if he didn't care about the discussion, as if he had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, Rorschach understood. Her heart sank suddenly, and she was terrified. She almost fell down. She was so scared that she squatted beside the man, patted his chest, and said nervously, "He is very strong. Let's heal him and let him hunt for us." The surrounding discussion stopped instantly. Everyone was shocked by her sudden sharp voice and turned to look at her. Rorschach continued, "He's not enough to eat, but he can hunt enough for us to survive the winter. You can't eat him, he's too scary." Her legs were already weak, but she still insisted on speaking. Her mother Ahe frowned and roared angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Go away, you have nothing to do here." Ahe was so angry that she almost exploded. She understood the importance of food and would not allow these insignificant discussions to affect everyone's decision. The others also frowned. Rorschach's voice did not resonate with them. Instead, they found her even more annoying. Rorschach quickly dodged her mother's attempt to grab her, grabbed the arm of the man she'd preyed upon, squeezed his muscular muscles, and continued. "Look, he's definitely a good hunter. Look at his arms. And his legs. Are you going to eat him? Wouldn't that be a waste? Keeping him is more useful than eating him. His little meat is not enough for us to eat until next spring." She spoke more and more urgently. Her mouth kept chattering, patting the man's muscles. But in her heart, she was praying anxiously. In this primitive society, food was scarce, and survival was the most important thing. The rules of this tribe are simple and cruel. Aside from their own people, anyone from another tribe can be considered an enemy, or even food. Although they normally wouldn't capture or eat people from other tribes, the current situation is indeed extremely urgent. There was no choice. Not eating was impossible. Everyone had to find a way to survive. But Rorschach couldn't accept it. Suddenly, the injured man gritted his teeth and roared in anger. His roar was so loud and shocking that Rorschach was taken aback. Although his hands were bound, it did not prevent him from erupting with a beast-like rage. His anger made Rorschach's heart tighten, and he felt a surge of fear. Her mother Ahe stepped on the man's chest without hesitation, suppressing his resistance. Although he struggled violently, and the rope was almost torn apart by him, Ahe remained unmoved. She stared at the furious man as if he were a captured beast, calmly holding him down until he finally stopped struggling. "We'll eat you up soon," Ahe said in a low, cold voice. Rorschach recovered from her shock and felt a mixture of emotions. It was the first time she had seen someone struggling so hard after losing so much blood. Her mother was truly so strong. She couldn't help but sigh sincerely. "Mom, look, isn't he very strong? He will surely be able to catch a lot of prey." Rorschach did not give up and continued to persuade everyone. She did not want to accept the fate of cannibalism. Ahe's eyes became more severe. She had never seen her daughter say so many words before, and it seemed a little incredible. However, she still felt that these words were meaningless. "Ahe, are you attracted to this man?" someone in the crowd whispered. Ahe's eyes froze for a moment, clearly a little shocked, but she quickly turned to a complex expression, looking at Rorschach with a hint of sympathy. "My daughter has grown up," she thought to herself, "and up to now, no man has ever been interested in her." At this time, an old man in the tribe said, "No, This man is dying. Rorschach was stunned. She lowered her head and thought about how to convince everyone to give up the idea of eating this man. But she was suddenly shocked by the old man's words. "No," she shouted, "no." She looked at her prey on the ground, feeling a mixture of emotions. It wasn't that she didn't accept him, but she couldn't accept a human of this era as her husband. "Now's not the time to think about this. Let's just survive this winter," said another member of the tribe. Rorschach hurriedly followed up. "That's right, nothing else matters. The most important thing is to survive the winter first." Everyone looked at her with a strange look, as if they were laughing at her. Although what she said was correct, it didn't sound right coming from her, the most useless person. Chapter 7. Luo Xia Ahei's large feet moved away from the man at some point. She looked at her only daughter, and a glimmer of unknown hope rose in her heart. Although this daughter was her only child, she always felt that she was a stain on her body. She was so weak and powerless, like a broken stone kicked around in the tribe, and she dared not resist at all. But now, seeing her raise her head slightly, Ahei felt that it wasn't so bad after all. But he still felt a little angry inside, and broke the oppressive silence. "What are you thinking? This person is so badly injured, he won't live long." Ahei's eyes were filled with disgust as he continued. "There's no witch doctor in the tribe. This man is already dead. We picked him up just to slow his death." She glanced at her daughter helplessly and thought, if this man wasn't dying, Rorschach might not even go to see him. "Yeah, why did you suddenly come out to cause trouble and interrupt our conversation?" "Ahei, let her go aside," one of them said dissatisfiedly. The emotions on everyone's faces were no longer as excited as before. Being reminded by the most useless piece of shit in the tribe made everyone feel a little uncomfortable, not knowing how to respond. Rorschach looked down at the man's wounds. There were scrapes and puncture wounds of varying degrees on his arms, thighs, and abdomen. He was bleeding profusely, and his entire body was covered in blood. She gritted her teeth and said, "I can cure him. After he is cured, he can hunt for our tribe." As soon as she said this, everyone immediately quieted down and their eyes were focused on her. In this tribe, witch doctors hold supreme power, controlling life and death and guided by the gods. Rorschach's actions left everyone somewhat unconvinced. After all, Ahei's daughter had been a worthless member of the tribe, and now she was suddenly claiming to be able to heal. Someone finally couldn't help but ask, "Can you heal before the plague?" No one had seen Ahei's daughter near a witch doctor, so how could she possibly heal? Rorschach's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth and replied, "This is the will of the song god." She knew that her words had to be backed up by the pine god. Only then would everyone be convinced. Everyone's eyes changed instantly, as if they understood something. So it was the pine god who appeared. "Are you telling the truth?" Ahei asked cautiously. Rorschach took a deep breath and straightened up. "It's true. You'll know once I try it." She was not completely confident that she could cure this man, but she knew that she could only give it a try. If he couldn't be cured, the worst that could happen was that she would have to leave the poor man to them and deal with him as they had planned. As for herself, the worst outcome would be to leave the tribe and live alone, even though it would be difficult. After a moment's silence, the tribesmen suddenly put down their prey and turned to kneel on the side of the cave. A tree pattern was carved into the cliff face. Although crude, it was a sacred symbol in their hearts. Everyone knelt and chanted something. The oldest member of the tribe stood up and pulled Luo Xia to the totem of the green pine tree, letting her stand there. Then, the tribe members knelt down, bowed their heads and chanted 3 or 4 times until the whole ceremony was completed. Rorschach stood straight, her back as strong as steel. She knew the tribe wasn't kneeling to her, but to the pine god they believed stood behind her. Even so, the pressure still fell on her shoulders. After the worship, everyone's gaze changed, and they clearly had a different opinion of her. "Does the pine god have any other instructions?" someone asked. "No." Rorschach shook his head slightly. "The pine god hopes that we will unite and overcome this difficult time." The tribesmen nodded one after another, their eyes flashing with anticipation and surprise. Clearly, they had already believed the story of the pine god's appearance and felt that this was the hope of the tribe. "So what should we do now?" Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what to do next. Although it was a treatment, they were unfamiliar with the herbs, and even the most common ones had withered. Where could they find them now? "I'm going to check out the medicine the witch doctor left behind," Ahei said, turning and heading towards a corner where the witch doctor had processed herbs, hoping to find some leftovers. The others were also lost in thought. Rorschach looked at the situation, her mind a bit confused. She subconsciously instructed everyone, "Go find some clean straw mats and get some water from the river." The tribesmen started to move, and Rorschach finally got a moment of solitude. She breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These primitive people are too gullible. Just by mentioning the word song spirit, they all believed it. I had planned to argue with them, but in the end, everyone just cooperated. She didn't know that the primitive tribes lived in hardship and that the gods were their hope for survival. They didn't doubt Rorschach's words because they believed in the appearance of the pine god. The messengers of the gods could not be questioned. In their eyes, the instructions of the gods were true and brought hope for life. At this time, Ahe came over with a thin piece of stone covered with some dried green paste. "Look, can this be used?" Ahe asked cautiously. Rorschach was stunned for a moment, feeling a little amused and helpless. "Mom, call me Rorschach." Originally, few people in the tribe had names. Only the most important members had them. Luo Xia was the most insignificant person in the tribe. No one remembered her, and no one wanted to give her a name. Even her mother, Ahe, would only address her as you. Ahe hesitated for a moment and pronounced the name with difficulty. Rorschach. This was a strange and special name, unlike that of other people in the tribe. Obviously, it was a gift from the gods. Chapter 8. Live well for me. The man seemed out of tune with his surroundings. Despite being seriously injured, he still appeared unusually calm. Lying on the straw mat that the tribesman had carelessly laid, he let the woman wipe his body. There was no expression of pain on his face, his eyes were closed, and he didn't even try to escape. Perhaps he was injured too badly and didn't even have the strength to escape. Rorschach took the hard animal fur and carefully wiped away the blood from the wound, avoiding obvious wounds. She was not a professional doctor, and the only treatment she knew was to rinse with water, disinfect with alcohol, and finally apply a bandage. After cleaning the wounds, she discovered that the injuries to her limbs were not serious, but the stab wound to her abdomen was very deep. Although the wound was small, it was difficult to determine whether it had damaged her internal organs. She frowned, feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. If only she had more medical knowledge. "Rorschach, what else do you need us to do?" the only young man in the tribe asked in a low voice. Calling her name made him feel sacred. Rorschach threw the animal skin aside, looked at his bloody hands, and then looked at the tribesmen crowded in the cave. "You all go out, don't come in. I need more water," she ordered. Lacking any water containers, the tribesmen used broad leaves to scoop water from the river. Rorschach took some of it and poured the rest into the stone pit outside the cave. Upon hearing her request, everyone immediately left to complete their mission. The man still had his eyes closed, and despite his injuries, his muscles couldn't help but tremble, and a soft groan escaped him. Rorschach felt his pain, but he seemed to have completely given up resisting and let her tend to his wounds. She got up and walked deep into the cave, bringing back a large leaf filled with clear water. She began to carefully clean the man's wound with the water, and then she gently passed the remaining water to his lips. The man opened his mouth and drank it. Although he tried his best to hold back, his extreme thirst made him accept the water involuntarily. Then, Rorschach picked up the black paste scraped from the slate. These were the medicines his mother, Ahe, had mentioned. Although she didn't know what the medicine was, she had no other choice at this time and could only pin her hopes on this unknown medicine. She gritted her teeth and sprinkled the powder on the man's wound. She vowed to herself that if she survived the winter, she would bring back the witch doctor. She whispered a prayer, "Please don't die." The man lying on the straw mat suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp eyes softened, and he said, "No, your god can't save me." He came from another tribe, where there was a powerful eagle god, and even seriously injured tribesmen could not escape death. He didn't believe the tribal gods could save him. Hearing this, Rorschach was furious and immediately shouted, "Shut up and stay alive." She couldn't tolerate the man dying because she didn't want to face all the failures, especially since this man was dead and all her hopes were shattered. The man was stunned, looked at her deeply, and then closed his eyes, as if ready to die. In the next few days, Rorschach was treated specially. The tribesmen distributed food to her, especially 6 plump fruits, which were the best. She did not refuse and took them. Later, she arranged for the tribesmen to carry the injured out of the cave and put them next to the fire to warm them. Obviously, everyone's eyes were filled with new hope. Rorschach's status rose unnoticed, and the tribesmen looked at her with respect and expectation. She asked for the deepest corner of the cave as her private space, and the tribesmen had no objection and were even very happy. To make her sleep more comfortable, they spread a thick straw mat on the ground and also covered it with animal fur, which originally belonged to the tribe leader. When Rorschach lay down, it was the first time she felt such a comfortable sleep. She didn't care about the origin of the furs, she just relaxed her whole body, feeling a little emotional, thinking that the fur on the cushion might have belonged to a dead clan leader. Although the tribe had no specific clothing regulations, she still felt that having clothes would make her more comfortable. Living conditions in primitive tribes were extremely simple, and even the way they dressed was very casual. Although neither men nor women had clothes, she still felt that she should have some, especially for winter. Rorschach rolled over, intending to rest for a bit, but then realized she still had to heal the man quickly and stock up on food for the winter. She got up quietly and walked outside the cave, where she saw her tribesmen were fast asleep, their breathing steady. She walked over to the injured man, touched his face, and gently felt his breath. He was still breathing. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this man won't die easily. She patted his head and returned to her bed with a happy heart. The next day, the tribesmen looked at her with even more reverence, because the man was still alive and looked much better than yesterday, proving that Rorschach was indeed sent by the gods. Everyone was busy with their own things. The woman who had picked fruit with her yesterday went out with her 2 children to look for more food, while Rorschach stayed here to continue caring for the injured. She checked the man's wound. Although it was still black, it had dried up and there was no sign of inflammation. The man had a slight fever, but remained silent. She fed him water and 2 fruits. Now all she could do was pray for the spiritual spring of space to bless him. Hopefully, God will bless this man to survive, not just survive, but also recover quickly and be able to hunt for the tribe. Rorschach could do nothing but pray silently. Chapter 9. What are you doing? Rorschach had tried knitting gloves with her cat's fur before, and it worked pretty well. However, not all hair is suitable for knitting, like this hard and coarse hair. She needed the kind of soft fur that could be kneaded into thread with just a little water. She found a dry branch with branches and brushed it carefully on the hide. She only got a small handful of hair, which was not enough. She thought to herself that she had to find a way to catch some prey recently so that she could have more hair. Rorschach then walked around the area, looking at the trees scattered throughout the forest. She selected 2 slender branches, removed the twigs and leaves, and then found a stone and began to grind it next to the wound, thinking of turning the branches into knitting needles. Although the grinding sound was not loud, it continued. The man with his eyes closed finally couldn't help it and opened his eyes to glare at her. It was obvious that the sound was too much for him. What are you doing? He asked angrily. Rorschach was immersed in his work when he suddenly heard the question and realized that the sound of grinding might have made him uncomfortable. How are you feeling? Better than yesterday? No, the man replied briefly. Rorschach felt helpless, unsure if he was being sullen or if he truly hadn't felt any better. What he said was of little use. Oh, then just stay lying there. I'll go outside. She said nothing more and walked out of the cave, still feeling a little uneasy. Autumn had arrived in the forest. Although the sun was high in the sky during the day, it was still not hot. At night, there was almost no heat at all. Although the temperature was low, Rorschach was not worried about the cold because she knew how to make a fire. There was an abundance of wood in the forest, and the possibility of freezing to death was much lower than starving to death. Although the forest was rich in resources, she knew that food was not as readily available as she had imagined, and hunting was dangerous and difficult. She hadn't gained much yesterday, and it was hard to predict whether today would be any better. Rorschach knew that even though she had promised to heal the injured man and allow him to hunt for the tribe, such words could only deceive those simple-minded primitive people. The man's injuries were so severe that even if he could survive, it would take a long time to recover, and no one could say when he would be able to go hunting again. She knew it was unrealistic to expect him to survive the winter. As for how to store enough food, Rorschach already had a plan in mind. Her space had special functions. The spiritual spring water inside was extraordinary and could heal illnesses and strengthen the body. She had originally been in poor physical condition and had experienced several heart palpitations, but now her body had adapted to the high-intensity activities and cold nights. The water in the space had a significant effect on her health. She suspected that perhaps her body's recovery was not entirely due to the water in the space, or perhaps the original owner's body was stronger than she imagined. Despite this, the space still could not grow food, and there was no way to solve the food problem. Rorschach could store food in the space, but it wouldn't last forever. If she could gather enough fruit and store it in the space, perhaps she could survive the winter. However, gathering enough food was no easy task, especially since she knew nothing about the food in the forest. She walked for a long time, but could not find any plants she knew, and growing crops like wheat and rice was almost impossible. She tried to sample hundreds of herbs like shinnom, picking a few leaves and putting them in her mouth, but she couldn't taste anything except bitterness. She wasn't sure if the plants were poisonous. She couldn't help but regret that she should have watched more wilderness survival programs. She didn't expect to end up in such a situation. As she was concentrating on selecting shrubs, she heard a noise behind her. Turning around, she saw the woman who had been picking fruit with her yesterday. She was holding a large black snake, her expression filled with excitement and pride. The woman was strong and held the snake's body skillfully. She showed her trophy while looking at Rorschach, showing her white teeth. Rorschach, the woman tried hard to pronounce the name clearly to show respect for her. She was obviously very happy because Rorschach had brought food, a snake. Rorschach's body went limp, his heartbeat quickened, and he almost lost his balance. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been nearly entangled by the snake's mouth without even noticing it. The woman seemed unaware of the fear in her heart and continued to hold the snake excitedly. She slammed the snake's waist against the tree trunk several times and finally made it soften. At night, the tribesmen who went out to forage brought back some fruit, a few ugly big toads, and a gray little rabbit. Everyone checked on the injured man and learned about Rorschach's contribution, especially that she brought back a snake, and everyone cheered. Rorschach accepted the tribe's admiration with an awkward smile and specifically requested the rabbit's fur. The tribesman immediately peeled the rabbit's skin and carefully handed it to her. She took the fur, feeling a little proud. Although it was only a small reward, it meant a better chance of survival for her. Chapter 10. She can have whatever she wants. In the evening, Luo Xia got more food than other tribe members, 2 fruits and a piece of meat the size of a fist. She still did not refuse and kept it all. She even took the 2 large toads the tribe had stored for the winter and piled the remaining fruit in the innermost corner of the cave, saying she would keep it. Everyone looked at each other and finally handed the food to her without reservation, their eyes full of joy and trust. Luo Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, and his eyes moistened. The primitive people were so naive, they had no suspicion at all and handed the food to her without any precautions. If she really had evil intentions, she would have stored all this food in the space and never taken it out. She quickly shook her head, facing these simple, primitive people and feeling their trust. Even her previous thoughts seemed like a sin. She ate 2 fruits and half of the meat. This is the meat of a big toad. The tribesmen roasted it over the fire. The skin was roasted and gave off an attractive aroma, but the inside was still bloody. Rorschach took a bite and couldn't help but complain inwardly, thinking the meat was too fishy and tasted too rough, but she swallowed it involuntarily, unable to stop eating. She realized that she hadn't thought of roasting the meat thoroughly before eating it, because cooked meat would shrink, and the people in the tribe would never accept such a loss. For them, simple roasting was more about adding flavor to the food rather than cooking it completely. Originally, Rorschach planned to store the remaining half of the meat into the space. This small piece of meat might help her live a few more days. However, looking at the foreign man lying on the ground, she finally reluctantly gave him half a piece of meat. The tribesmen had different attitudes towards their own people and outsiders, and they would never give meat to outsiders. Rorschach thought for a long time, and finally gave him the half piece of meat. Everyone gathered in the cave. The bonfire was still burning, and Rorschach's actions were seen by everyone. Although they were shocked, they did not say anything, and their attitude towards the man seemed to have changed. The man was also surprised, but did not show much emotion. After taking the meat, he began to eat it with big mouthfuls. The sweet taste of blood moistened his parched throat. Clearly, hunger had left him no time to think about anything else. Rorschach couldn't help but feel distressed as he watched the man devour the meat. She muttered to herself, "Get well soon. You have to go hunting for me." The man glanced at her, then looked at the other people in the tribe, lowered his head silently, and continued to eat meat. Rorschach was touched by his gaze, and although he said nothing, she knew what he was thinking. Perhaps he thought the tribe was too weak to be self-sufficient, and no matter how hard they tried, the ultimate outcome would be destruction. Although she felt uncomfortable, she did not express it in front of the tribe members to avoid making them more pessimistic. So, she reached out and pressed hard on the man's wound. The man glared in pain, and Rorschach suddenly felt happy in his heart, with a smile on his lips. "If you eat my meat, you have to go hunting for me. We have a deal." The firelight outside was getting weaker and weaker, and the tribesmen began to yawn and find a corner to rest. Rorschach sat cross-legged in her own corner, holding a branch full of branches, and began to comb the blood-stained rabbit skin. This rabbit skin was much better than the animal skin under her, and it was easy to comb out a lot of soft hair. She waited until everyone was asleep, then secretly placed the remaining food into the space. The sound of combing the rabbit's fur was very faint, but in the quiet night, it could still be heard in the cave. Rorschach realized it herself, so she put the branch aside and pulled the rabbit's fur with her fingers. When the sound of snoring came from outside the cave, Luo Xia stood up gently and prepared to open his own space. At this moment, a low voice called from the corner, "Luo Xia." It was the voice of his mother Ahe. Ever since Luo Xia became the daughter of Song Shun, her relationship with her mother has become somewhat distant, especially at night. She no longer sleeps with her mother. She used to always sleep next to her mother. Mom. Rorschach hurriedly followed the sound, grabbed Ahei's hand, and pulled her back to her own territory. This was the first time she felt her mother's strong and hard hands, the thick callous shells obliterating the softness her palms should have felt. It wasn't just Ahei, the rest of the tribe felt the same way. Even the 5- and 6-year-old children had calluses on their palms and thick calluses on the soles of their feet. Because people here didn't wear shoes, their hands and feet were hardened by labor. Rorschach felt a pang of sadness. She had lived in this harsh world for a month and understood the hardships of survival. She also understood even more clearly how much her mother had worked to keep her fragile daughter alive. The two men sat on animal hide mats. They could not see each other's faces in the darkness, but they could only feel each other's presence. When they reached out and touched each other, they already knew what the other person looked like in their hearts. Ahei struggled to lower her voice. Her strong frame made her voice unusually loud, and whispering was particularly strenuous. Rorschach, we'll give him a share tomorrow. He'll be your man from now on, one of our own. When Luoxia heard this, she was so scared that she quickly whispered back, Mom, what are you talking about? I don't want him. She thought to herself that this was not good. She couldn't say such things casually. What if the tribe really forced her to accept it? Then she would be finished, right? Ahei whispered, this man is not simple. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't want you. Ahei paused, her tone a little uncomfortable, but she continued, look at his injuries. He lost the battle for the position of chief with other tribesmen and left because he was injured. Even though he didn't succeed, he's still a remarkable man. And now, since you've taken a fancy to him, even if he doesn't want to, he's yours. Ahei said happily, you're now Songshin's child. You can have whatever you want. Chapter 11 I Never Want You. Ahei was not used to gossiping, and left in the dark as soon as he finished speaking his mind. His daughter now had a more important identity, and she didn't need to stay by his side all the time. Luoxia felt a little flustered when he heard his mother's words. No matter how much she denied it, her mother still believed she had a crush on that man and refused to listen to her explanation. Rorschach lay on the hide, thinking for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Since she was already the daughter of the god of pine, her mother said she could have anything she wanted, so why was she still panicking? She could have anything she wanted, and she could have anything she didn't want. Her heart suddenly calmed. If she didn't want that man, who would force her to accept him, such unnecessary worry? After waiting for a while, there was nothing but snoring. Rorschach stood up, put the food in his space, and then fell asleep. The next day, no one disturbed Rorschach, and they all went about their own business. Only she and the injured man were left in the cave. Rorschach checked his injuries and found nothing serious, just a slight fever. He was in good spirits, and there was still light in his eyes. She filled him with interstellar water and fed him some fruit, which he drank and ate without hesitation. Luoxia looked at him and suddenly remembered what his mother had said last night. He felt a little curious. Is this injury from your failed bid for the position of patriarch? The man glanced at her coldly, his eyes cold, but he didn't answer. He simply ate the fruit and closed his eyes. It seems my mother was right. You just can't win the battle for the clan leader. Rorschach thought to himself, wanting to tease him a little. She thought this man should be strong-willed and would definitely refute her, but the man opened his eyes, looked at her with some confusion, as if he were a fool. Yes, he was indeed forced to leave the tribe because he failed in his bid for the position of chief. Isn't this the conclusion everyone can come to? Otherwise, why would he be injured and wandering alone? The man silently sensed her boredom, and Rorschach couldn't help but want to tease him, secretly increasing his strength. However, the man clearly didn't want to say anything more to her. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to eat the fruit. Rorschach felt somewhat bored. Since he didn't want to talk, forget it. She stood up and prepared to leave the cave, deciding to wait until his injuries stabilized before doing anything else. In the meantime, she would quickly sharpen the knitting needles. However, just as she stood up, the man suddenly said, I won't have you. Rorschach was stunned for a moment, unable to react, her mind full of question marks. Soon, she realized that he was responding to what her mother had said last night. It turned out that he couldn't sleep and heard it. She smiled inwardly and walked closer to him. What did you say? The man glared at her. I said, I don't want you. His face was full of disgust, and he continued, people like you will run away at the slightest breeze. What do I need you for? I don't want you anyway. Rorschach was stunned by what she heard, but then she couldn't help laughing. She felt that these primitive people were really straightforward. She was in such a bad situation, but she was still being despised. She chuckled and pinched his injured arm. Say it again. The man's eyes instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and looked at her. Rorschach deliberately pinched harder, causing the man's veins to bulge. He glared at her, but said nothing. Rorschach found teasing him amusing, but she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, this man had a bad temper, and the force he had just used was enough to kill her. She suddenly became alert and decided not to underestimate him anymore. After all, this was a time when even wild wolves were not afraid. She put away her smirk and thought to herself that she would keep her distance from him and not provoke him easily. Then, she turned and walked out of the cave. The man watched her leave, seeming a little confused. Rorschach found a corner and noticed a number of polishing marks on the stone. She remembered that the pointed wooden clubs the men used for hunting were probably polished here. Both stone and wood could be polished, making them perfect for making knitting needles. She was not good at polishing wood. Although she was impatient, she still spent some time and finally polished the knitting needles. Although there were still some burrs on the surface, it was usable. Next, Rorschach went to examine the large handful of wet animal hair, which had been soaked but not yet dried, and was tangled together like a pancake. She needed to find a tool to comb out the clumps of hair before she could continue to twist them into thread. Suddenly, Rorschach hesitated. She had felt timid the previous day when she encountered a snake. Going into the forest alone was too dangerous. She should wait for the mother with the children to return. She recalled the scene yesterday when her mother easily caught the snake and smashed it to death against the tree trunk. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. Her body was indeed not as strong as those strong people, so it was normal that she couldn't beat the snake. Just as she was about to return to investigate the injured man's condition, she noticed the natural rock pit outside the cave. Some of the water had already been used up, leaving only a small amount at the bottom. She examined the man's injuries and found them to be minor, though there was a difference in his eyes, perhaps because he was concerned about what his mother had said the night before. The two men didn't speak. Rorschach didn't stay any longer. He stood up and walked to the stone pit. He used a large leaf to take some water from the space and put it into the stone pit, intending to let everyone drink some to replenish their strength. Today's harvest was much worse than yesterday's. Luo Xia and his tribesmen caught a few small fish and 2 large frogs by the stream. Although the meat was tender, it was not enough to satisfy hunger. More than a dozen people could only eat a few bites each. The wild fruit harvest wasn't as good as yesterday's. We only managed to pick up a few, barely enough to get us through the day. Everyone was in a low mood, each eating their own food around the fire. Even the children were silent. It was clear that finding food was becoming increasingly difficult. We must try to hunt bigger prey, Ahe said. As long as we can hunt a deer or a wild boar. Even if it means sacrificing 1 or 2 lives, it will be worth it. She lowered her head, knowing her tribe's strength wasn't up to par. Lately, they'd been avoiding ferocious beasts, and as a result, the food they brought back was dwindling. We went further today, but there were fewer fruits, Ahe said, looking disappointedly at the 2 young men. The men didn't reply. Everyone knew it was nearly impossible to find more fruit. Ahe suggested he go collect more tomorrow, and no one objected. One more strong man was better than no one at all. The tribe's eyes unconsciously turned to Rorschach. She was diligently gnawing on a hard fruit, wondering how to get more food. Suddenly, she felt a wave of gazes coming at her. She looked up, surrounded by innocent and expectant eyes. Everyone immediately averted their gazes and returned to looking at the campfire. Rorschach wanted to comfort her people, but found she couldn't say anything. Only enough food could alleviate the panic at this moment. But she didn't say anything, because she didn't want to deceive everyone with false hope and end up disappointed. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the cave. The tribesmen turned to look and saw the young man from the foreign tribe climbed up from the straw mat, walked out of the cave, and headed towards a dark corner where the firelight could not reach. Everyone turned back tacitly, but they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. He survived, Ahe exclaimed. This meant that Luo Xia was indeed the daughter of the god of pine, and she had saved the life of that foreigner. It looks like he'll be able to go hunting with us soon. The men seemed very happy. After all, the foreign men were indeed strong and brought a glimmer of hope to the tribe. The man went to the corner and lay down quietly on the straw mat. Rorschach said, "Tomorrow I will go to gather fruit with the women." Her conversation turned to gathering, and the tribesmen didn't object. They had long considered her a messenger of God, and her actions were guided by the gods. She looked frail, but they were confident she would bring back more food, just like the snake had done the day before. Luo Xia felt everyone's anticipation, but she knew in her heart that the man's survival wasn't just due to the effects of the spatial water, but also because he was inherently strong. Although he was being stubborn and pretending to be fine, his wounds still hurt, and it would take time to heal. Just then, rustling noises echoed from the cave again. The man stood up again, walked to the fire, and glanced around, finally locking eyes with Rorschach. "Can I survive?" His voice was questioning, but his tone was firm, as if questioning the gap between himself and the tribe. Rorschach's heart skipped a beat, and she replied, "What do you think?" She wasn't a doctor, and she was actually worried he was just recovering. The man narrowed his eyes, as if his wound hadn't worsened. The feeling of his body recovering gave him a glimmer of hope for survival. "I feel much better," he said in a deep voice. Although the wound still hurt, his body seemed to be able to withstand this ordeal. Rorschach looked at him and said seriously, "Then keep working hard." The man glanced at her with a somewhat suspicious look, thinking her words were a little strange. He still didn't fully trust the messenger of the Pine God, but he felt certain he could survive. Who knew? He had once prepared himself for death, but now, it seemed there was still a glimmer of hope. "Will I be well before the snow starts?" the man whispered. He knew that based on the current condition of the tribe, they might not even survive until the snow fell, but if he could recover as soon as possible, perhaps he could buy the tribe a few more days of life. Luo Xia looked troubled, but in fact she was even more anxious than him. She didn't know when it would snow, nor did she know if this man could fully recover. She was not like the other tribesmen who blindly believed in themselves. But since she had already accepted the identity of Song Shin's daughter, she could only continue to stick with this role. "Well, I'll help you get better soon." She tried her best to act like a trustworthy person, despite feeling guilty. The man didn't completely believe her, but he had a glimmer of hope. At least he felt he could get through this. "When I get better, I want to be the clan leader," the man suddenly said, his tone firm. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the cave. The two young men immediately jumped up and said, "What did you say?" They were so angry that they almost exploded. They couldn't stand the fact that a foreigner wanted to be their leader. They quickly picked up their weapons, their muscles tensed, ready to respond to any emergency. Rorschach saw the long sticks they raised, their swords drawn, and instantly understood how the man had received the wound in his abdomen. Chapter 13. When you see two young men from the Song tribe preparing to clash, the bloodiness in the foreign man's body is immediately aroused, and he almost subconsciously takes a fighting posture. However, bending over caused the wound in his abdomen to flare, causing him to grimace in pain. Rorschach felt the pain for him and couldn't help but frown. This tough-talking man showed no sign of weakness, his eyes blazing, as if he really wanted to fight. But Rorschach knew that if he opened the wound again, he would probably become everyone's food. "Stop it!" Rorschach suddenly shouted, got up from the ground, and looked at the foreign man sternly. "Are you trying to kill yourself? You still want to fight in your current physical condition? You might as well jump into the fire and roast yourself." The man was stunned for a moment, frowning. This woman's words were always confusing. They made people feel uncomfortable, but they also seemed to make some sense. Rorschach turned to the two older brothers of his tribe and added, "Ignore him. His wounds haven't healed yet." So the two men put away their weapons, glared at the foreign man fiercely, and sat down again. The tribe now had no leader, so Rorschach's words were the most authoritative. She felt a little relieved. Although she couldn't fully understand why the tribe trusted her so much, it felt really good to be able to give orders at critical moments. Turning around, she said seriously to the foreign man standing next to her, "Go back and lie down." Obviously, the foreign man was not used to this commanding tone. He glanced at her contemptuously, turned around, and walked into the cave. Luo Xia breathed a sigh of relief. She was secretly glad that he hadn't contradicted her in front of everyone. As soon as she sat down, she received the admiring gazes of the tribesmen. She smiled awkwardly, wondering if these naive members of the tribe would think that the foreign man was afraid of them and only listened to her. "We need a leader," the oldest man said, looking at Rorschach lovingly, his eyes full of respect. He was in his 50s or 60s, but looked older than he actually was, for the harsh life had worn down his body early on. Although he had survived to this day, he had endured countless difficult years to be considered to have lived past 40. After the plague, his health had deteriorated significantly, yet he still had to go out to forage for food. He looked at Rorschach, and a sudden intuition welled up in his heart. Although she had been despised by the tribe, she now seemed to possess some potential power. Compared to young men, Rorschach had an innate temperament, as if it was destined by fate. Although Ahei was a strong woman, her age had diminished her energy. The young men in the tribe, while physically strong, lacked the leadership needed to lead like a patriarch. At this moment, the old man suddenly realized that Luo Xia was not only Ahei's daughter, but also had a special ability to communicate with the gods. Since there was no suitable candidate, he could not help but entrust this responsibility to the faith of the tribe. As expected, the old man's words drew everyone's attention to Rorschach. "We need a leader," Ahei agreed. The two young men nodded, their eyes filled with trust. No one else in the tribe objected. Everyone seemed to have tacitly accepted the decision. Rorschach was stunned, thinking to herself, she didn't want to be the clan leader. A clan leader wasn't just a person of power. It also carried immense responsibility. In this society, survival depended on hunting, and she was too weak to fight in the battlefield. How could she possibly be qualified for such a position? But she knew that without a leader, the group would struggle to unite. For the survival of the tribe, she decided to take on this responsibility. So, under everyone's expectant gaze, Rorschach stood up and said, "We'll talk about the clan leader's affairs later. The most important thing now is to unite and store as much food as possible." She glanced at the older man and said, "Father, you have experience. You can lead the others in the hunt. It's up to you to decide how to arrange it." Then she turned to Ahe and said, "Mom, you are responsible for collecting wild fruits. You don't have to go hunting with the men tomorrow. You should do something else. I will wait a few days and see how things go." Everyone nodded, agreeing with her arrangement. Rorschach didn't discuss the clan leader anymore. After all, she herself was still figuring out how to lead them through the winter. This identity was no longer the focus. With everyone's attention focused on her, she naturally became the clan leader. Although the responsibility of a leader is not light, Luo Xia has long known that being a leader is stressful, especially at the moment of life and death. She can feel this pressure even more. At night, Luo Xia was busy processing the rabbit hair while thinking about the next plan, and she fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, as everyone was preparing to leave, she quickly woke up. Before leaving with her mother, she checked the foreign man's wound and found that it had scabbed over. Apart from the fever, his mental state seemed to have improved, with no signs of deterioration. She scooped some water from the trough outside the cave and fed it to the man, and asked everyone to drink some to replenish their energy. Although everyone was a little confused, after all, there was a water source outside, but seeing Rorschach do this, they still obediently drank the water. Before leaving, Rorschach said to the foreign man seriously, "If you don't want to die, just lie here quietly and don't move. Your injuries are still very serious. If you leave here, you will definitely die." She said this not because she understood the extent of his injuries, but to deter him from harboring any ill thoughts. Finally, she quietly told her mother, "Mom, your most important task is to take good care of the 2 children and stay away from that man as much as possible." Chapter 14, Sweetroot. The forest is full of towering ancient trees. Although it is autumn, it still looks prosperous. The fruits and vegetables needed by humans are scattered in the vast forest and become like pearls scattered in the sea. They are very rare, at least in Rorschach's eyes. Not all trees bear fruits, and not all fruits are edible. Before, she was like an invisible person in the tribe, and no one noticed her until she fell behind. Now that her identity has changed, everyone is taking good care of her along the way. Luo Xia tried very hard to speed up her pace, and even if she was tired, she would not say it easily, but she obviously still slowed down everyone's progress. The area nearby was one that Ahe and the women had explored, and there was nothing left to collect. Rorschach was so tired that he could not move a step and could not pretend any longer, so he sat down on a raised old tree root. "I can't walk anymore." She felt a little embarrassed. Ahe stopped everyone else, and everyone sat down to rest. "We walked slowly today, but the others were still full of energy." Everyone was anxious but couldn't say it. They were not good at hiding their anxiety and felt a little restless. One of the women plucked a blade of grass from the ground beside her and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it. Her eyebrows twitched as she plucked another handful and stood up to hand it to Rorschach. "It's very sweet. Chew it for fun." Ahe and the other 2 aunties also grabbed some of the grass and put it in their mouths, chewing it absent-mindedly. It was obvious that everyone agreed that the grass was edible. Rorschach looked at the handful of red-stemmed weeds in his hand. They didn't look like edible vegetables. The tough stalks were too tough for his teeth to chew. She was a little disappointed and followed the others' example to peel off the outer leaves, revealing the tender bluish-white roots inside. She put them in her mouth and bit them. When the hard roots were bitten, they were filled with sweet juice. This reminded Rorschach of sugarcane, except that the weed was no taller than his calf. Its juice wasn't sweet enough to compare to sugarcane, and it wasn't much in quantity, so it was more like something to chew and play with. Rorschach tasted sweetness for the first time in more than a month and was overjoyed. He chewed the first piece of weed hard into crumbs and couldn't wait to start chewing the second one. This can be used as food. She bit a grass root and mumbled something. After she finished speaking, she felt that saying such words was not in line with her status, but then she thought, forget it. It would be so uncomfortable to keep everything in her heart. Ahe said gently, "No, this thing can't go down my throat, so I'll just take a sip of sweet water. It's just to kill time when they are bored, so they never bring this kind of thing back when they go out to find food. It's meaningless. Luo Xia was thoughtful. He swallowed the sweet juice in his mouth and spat out the residue. This thing was really hard to swallow. Mom, you take the other grannies out to look around, and I'll stay here. Come find me when you come back. There were a lot of sweet grasses like this growing around here, and she wanted to put them all into the space. To these primitive people, it was just a taste and would not fill their stomachs. But Rorschach knew that sweet things were high in calories. Even if they did not make people feel full, the energy they contained could not be underestimated. It's just right that I don't have to hold everyone back. Ahe said nervously. There may be wild animals here. It's safer for you to follow us. Although they do not hunt, they know which areas contain wild animals, and sometimes they can smell the scent of wild animals and avoid them. At worst, if there are more people, the chances of surviving if encountering wild beasts will be greater. But Luo Xia is different. She has been staying in the tribe since she was born due to physical reasons. She collects fruits near the tribe and has basically not learned any survival skills. It is too dangerous for her to be left alone in such a far place. Ahe was worried about her to begin with, and now he is even more worried. Luo Xia said seriously, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely be waiting here when you come back. But you must pay attention to your safety. Ahe stared at his daughter blankly, and suddenly felt that she seemed to have become a stranger, and it was difficult for him to remember what she looked like before. It was also because his daughter always hung her head in the past, and as a mother, he really had never looked at her face carefully. Now that she raised her head, she looked like this. She actually felt that such a thin daughter was reliable, and her words carried weight. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. We will be back as soon as possible. After making the decision, Ahe immediately led the others to look for fruit without stopping. Luo Xia saw them walking away and stood up. There was a lot of sweet root grass growing nearby. If he collected all of it, it might help the tribe survive for 2 more days in a crisis. 2 more days meant 2 more days of possibility. He couldn't be lazy. She first changed into a new dry and prickly leaf top, silently praying that the men could bring back a rabbit today, so that she would have enough rabbit fur to weave a top, and the remaining 2 rabbit skins could be used to sew a cool leather jacket for her mother Ahe. My mother has no idea that a top can cover one's body, but it can keep one warm. She opened her own space, flung open the stone door. Without her companions, the forest suddenly became dark and oppressive, like the night. Who knew what might pop up from nowhere? If she opened her space, she could always jump into it if she ran into danger. That's why she had the guts to swear to her mother that she would be fine. The next step was to collect sweetgrass. Luo Xia was weak, but pulling grass was no problem at all. In a short while, she pulled a large bundle of grass and put it all into the space. In a short time, she pulled out all the sweetgrass she could see nearby and put it into the space. There were a total of 10 bundles. It seemed like quite an accomplishment, but when she thought that this thing could not really be used as food to fill her stomach, the sense of accomplishment was halved, and she felt a little disappointed. Rorschach rested against the huge tree trunk. The grass in front of him occasionally shook rapidly. He didn't know whether it was a mouse or a snake running under the grass. If this happened a month ago, she would have jumped up and screamed in fear. Now she is used to it, as long as it doesn't suddenly appear from behind her. There were monkeys and birds chirping in the lush tree trunks above her head. If it weren't for the starving situation now, she would have been delighted by this close contact with nature. I don't know what they eat during the winter. Rorschach muttered to himself, then stood up with his exhausted body. He had to admire the tenacity of life. In order to survive, even such a malnourished body could still survive. She touched her hairy arms. When she first came here, she disliked the thick hair that had not evolved away, but now she felt a little regretful that it was not thick enough. People who are not in good health are afraid of cold. After sitting under the big tree for a while, she felt the cold air penetrating into her bones. This made her feel that keeping warm and eating were equally important to her. He went to a vine covered with thorns and broke off half of it with great effort to use it as a steel comb. While everyone was still here, he quickly combed out the hair that had dried and become hardened yesterday. Unfortunately, this thing is not very strong or practical. It is not as convenient as pulling it out with her hands. Chapter 15. The men didn't come back. Rorschach carefully protects the secrets of her own space. She doesn't understand this world yet, nor does she know her own people well enough. When Ahe came back with the other 2, Luo Xiayun was sitting under the big tree where they had parted, pulling out a bunch of hair with all his might, while vigilantly tightening his neck and looking around, so he saw Ahe and the others at a glance. Seeing people of the same race and tribe as himself appear before him, Rorschach felt genuinely happy and relieved, and jumped up suddenly. Mother, walk quickly forward. Ahe and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Rorschach was still waiting here. After relaxing, their eyes became listless again. I didn't find much fruit today. Ahe shook his head with difficulty. They tried to go as far away as possible, but because they were unfamiliar with the place, they were just trying their luck. Today's luck was not good at all, even worse than yesterday. One woman held 20 or 30 fruits, each no bigger than a fist, in a large leaf, while another held a bunch of weeds. This was all the harvest for the day. With so many fruits, each person can't even get two. Luo Xia felt heavy in his heart, and his eyes turned to the other woman's arms. Mom, are these also for eating? Ahe answered on behalf of the old woman. There aren't that many fruits, so I had to pick some edible weeds along the way. If the fruits are too sour, these weeds can help to suppress them. Edible grass is just wild vegetables. Luo Xia smiled happily. So many wild vegetables. This is enough for us to eat. Enough for today? Are there more wild vegetables? Wild vegetables. Ahe had never heard this word before, and repeated it a little strangely, and she thought it might be her daughter's own accent. Yes, that's it. Rorschach pointed at the wild vegetables in his mother's hand, his eyes shining. There were so many wild vegetables in one pick, which meant there were still a lot of them, more than wild fruits. If he couldn't find wild fruits, wild vegetables could also fill his stomach. There are still a lot of edible wild vegetables if you look around. Ahe still felt confused and didn't know why his daughter was so happy. Wild grass can be eaten, but only when one is desperate or has a bloated stomach. It tastes terrible. Alas, now their Song tribe is really desperate and can only eat grass. Ahe lamented in his heart, but heard his daughter's cheerful tone. Then let's pick more wild vegetables tomorrow. If we can find any fruit, that's fine. Luo Xia stuffed the hair she had been tearing for a long time into the leather rope around her waist, picked up a bundle of sweet root grass that she had left outside, and urged everyone to go back. As the sun set, the light in the forest quickly dimmed. She felt very nervous and just wanted to get back to her own territory as soon as possible. Ahe stepped forward and took the sweet root grass into his hand. On the way back, they pulled out a lot of edible weeds. Rorschach tried hard to write down these edible weed-like wild vegetables. In her own time, she was still a little life expert, but when she came here, she was like an idiot in life. She didn't recognize any of these wild vegetables. During the trip, they also encountered wood ear mushrooms growing on dead trees, as well as various mushrooms. Luo Xia was so excited that she wanted to pick them, but after thinking about it, she gave up. She didn't know which ones were poisonous. It would be bad if she picked poisonous mushrooms and took her people away with them. Ahe and the others were confused. The tribe had always relied on meat and fruit as their main food. They also ate wild grass, but very little. In their perception, mushrooms were not edible and could kill people. In the past, a child had died from eating one for fun because he thought it looked good. So the tribe classified all things that looked like this as poisonous weeds. Rorschach felt extremely sorry that he had finally seen mushrooms that he was familiar with, but they turned out to be inedible. So he took them back without even a pot, so he decided not to eat them. When they returned, it was already dark. There was nothing going on in the tribe. The foreign man was lying quietly in the cave. The old woman who was left to look after the children and the two naked children had already lit a bonfire. It was not until it was completely dark that the men who had gone out hunting returned. Everyone started to panic. Even the bright firelight could not dispel the fear in everyone's hearts. Even the two ignorant children were nervous, but no one spoke. After waiting for a long time, Ahe stood up and shared the food he had found today with everyone, and kept a small portion for Rorschach. The bonfire burned until very late, and everyone went into the cave to rest. Ahe took on the responsibility of keeping watch and stayed outside the cave without coming in. Rorschach was lying in the innermost cave. It was particularly cold inside the cave tonight. She held the rabbit skin and pulled it from time to time, her heart in a state of panic. No one mentioned the fact that the men had not returned. It was not because they did not care, but because they cared too much that they did not dare to mention it. All night long, pairs of eyes almost stared holes in the dark forest, but there was no sign of the men returning. The forest was eerily silent, with the occasional roar of tigers and wolves coming from far and near. Rorschach's thoughts followed the instructions, and she couldn't help but think about what had happened to the men. She wanted to think positively, but her mind couldn't help but run to the bloody side. It's too difficult. Humans are a vulnerable group in this vast forest, which is why our ancestors lived in groups and cooperated with each other. A few old and weak men could easily become prey to other beasts. She shook her head, forcing herself not to think about it. Think of something else. If the men don't come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, how can the remaining women and children survive? Ever since she stood up and spoke in front of everyone, responsibility naturally fell on her shoulders. In the evening, everyone ate some wild vegetables. Everyone had a blank expression on their face, but it was obvious that wild vegetables were not everyone's favorite food. She ate one raw, and it was bitter and astringent, with a mouth full of green juice. Humans are indeed omnivores, but it seems that they cannot eat all wild grasses to taste fresh, tender, and sweet. She strung the weeds on branches and roasted them in the fire. They were roasted until they were wilted, but now they feel much better. Others followed her example, but it seemed that their stomachs couldn't handle the watery and soft texture after roasting. After trying it once, they stopped roasting it. Rorschach thought about it. Although everyone didn't like eating grass, the weather was getting worse day by day, so this was the only way to survive. Tomorrow, he asked everyone to focus on wild vegetables. As for wild fruits, they would just leave it to fate and try to save as many edible wild vegetables as possible. Oh, by the way, there is also the issue of firewood. The father in front directly dragged back a piece of dead wood, which made her feel that the issue of firewood was not urgent. It would be time to consider the issue of firewood after storing enough food. But all the firewood was burned tonight, and firewood must be stored from tomorrow. She already had a premonition that this winter would be very cold, a colder cold than she had ever experienced before. Chapter 16, I Have My Way. Perhaps it was because of too much pressure. Rorschach, who was always weak and the last to wake up, was the first to wake up the next day. When he woke up, the sky outside was still gray, and everyone in the cave was fast asleep. Ah-Hey, who was outside the cave, had been replaced to sleep, and another Ama took his place to guard the cave entrance. At this time, she was also so sleepy that she nodded repeatedly. Rorschach tiptoed in, not wanting to disturb everyone. The women and children all huddled together on one side of the cave to sleep, leaving the foreigner alone. When Rorschach walked past him, the foreigner's eyes suddenly opened, startling him. Their eyes met in the dim light, and then they looked away as if nothing had happened. Rorschach came out of the cave, with his back against the mountain wall and forests on three sides. He could not see the sunrise at all, but the sky was already bluer than the gray, so it was probably sunrise. She sat down beside the ashes and poked inside with the wooden stick beside her. It was so early in the morning, and it was even colder outside than inside the cave. Her teeth were already chattering. The mother at the entrance of the cave suddenly woke up and saw that Rorschach had come out. She hurried over to help. She buried the fire under the ashes. It was a piece of rough wood that had not been completely burned to ashes. She covered it tightly with ashes and took it out when it was needed. She put some flammable grass leaves on it and blew it to light it again. However, the fire could not be buried for too long. One night or one day was the limit, and it needed to be reburned. The bonfire lit up, bringing immediate warmth. Rorschach wanted to put his hands into the fire to roast them, and the hairs on the back of his hands were roasted and smelled burnt. She stared at her hairy hands and found them so interesting. In more than a month, she completely accepted her current savage image. Other people in the cave also came out one after another. It was particularly quiet this morning. Everyone went to the fire to warm themselves. Half of the tribe members were gone, and the remaining ones were all women and children. No one knew what to do, so they could only gather around the leader of the tribe. Rorschach temporarily took on the role of leader. Luoxia looked at each person carefully. When she was still a little-known person, she always hid in the corner and observed, not paying attention to these tribesmen. Now she sat down and looked at everyone carefully. Everyone has a furry appearance, some black, some brown, some reddish, and if you don't look closely, you can't tell the difference. Compared to other animals, their hair is not dense at all, but rather a bit too bald. This is probably the result of humans learning to use fire and slowly evolving. Everyone's appearance was very different from that of Rorschach's time. So far, Rorschach could only accurately identify a few of them. She couldn't quite tell the others apart. Fortunately, in the tribe, adult men were called Aba, and married women were called Ama. Only one's own biological parents were called Dad and Mom to distinguish them. Children in the tribe, regardless of whether they were related by blood, were called brothers and sisters. Everyone is not necessarily related by blood, but as long as they are from the same tribe, they are all equal, eat the food they find together, and raise their children together. In this way, there is nothing wrong with children calling their elders Dad and Mom. Their eyes were clear and simple, and their anxiety and panic were visible at a glance. Luoxia cleared her throat and glanced towards the forest again. She was also extremely looking forward to the men of the tribe miraculously appearing under a big tree, carrying back a big wild boar and happily explaining to them. They didn't come back last night because they were busy catching this wild boar. In the end, it was because my imagination was too rich, there was not even a shadow. Ahem. Luoxia cleared his throat, straightened his small, bony body, and said calmly, Mom, take the two mothers to collect edible wild vegetables. We don't have to go far, Just go somewhere nearby. If you come across any fruit, pick it up. If not, forget it. Just pick as many wild vegetables as possible. We'll save them for the winter. Wild vegetables. Ahe muttered in confusion when he heard this unfamiliar word, and immediately remembered what his daughter had said. It was strange. Why did she call it weeds like that? But it didn't matter. She nodded, feeling heavy-hearted. If they only collected wild grass, they would not be able to bear it in the future. Eating only wild grass every day would soon make them feel weak all over. But there was no other way. They could only rely on this to survive the winter. Rorschach turned to the elderly mother and said, "Mom, you should take your 2 younger brothers and sisters with you. You can take them to collect wild vegetables around the tribe. If you can't find any, forget it. Safety is the most important thing." After she finished speaking, she looked at her 2 younger siblings with great pity. They were small, with big heads and small bodies like malnourished little monkeys, and only 2 pairs of big, round eyes were adorable. Seeing them made people feel a sense of strength rising in their hearts. They were the seeds of this tribe and had to be well protected. "Well, let me go get some firewood." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stared at her in disbelief. Finding wood is not something that Rorschach, with his small body, can do. Primitive people were wild and unruly. They would look for large dead trees even when looking for firewood. They would drag one tree at a time and burn it for many days. In their minds, small branches that fell on the ground were not firewood, but just ingredients for kindling that would burn up in the blink of an eye. So when Rorschach said this, everyone was a little confused. Rorschach's brain was quick, and he immediately understood what everyone was thinking. He said, "I have my own way, don't worry." Ahe opened his mouth and was about to say that he would go find firewood on behalf of his daughter, but then he heard Luo Xia say that. After thinking about it, he realized that this was Luo Xia now, so naturally she had abilities that others didn't have. Besides, he really couldn't leave, and the other 2 women depended on him a lot. After everything was arranged, the sky suddenly became bright, and everyone got up and left. Luo Xia watched everyone leave and was thinking about giving some instructions to the wild foreign man. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she saw the man sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, staring at her, but his eyes were not as sharp as before like a beast. "Are you not in pain anymore? Your tribe is finished." The man didn't answer Rorschach, but uttered this in a cold tone. Luo Xia was so angry that he was a little crazy. At this time, he was most afraid of hearing discouraging words. After all, these discouraging words were the truth that the people of the Song tribe dared not say out loud. Everyone thought so in their hearts, but because of the instinct of survival, they tried hard to stay alive. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you say another word, I'll let everyone eat you today." Seeing him like this, there is nothing to tell him, so why bother with him so much? The man frowned and touched his mouth, bewildered. This was the first time someone had said he had a big mouth. Was he being complimented? It didn't look like it. Then what did this woman mean by that? Did she want to eat him or not? Chapter 17, Not Cautious Enough. Luo Xia walked into the forest alone. She was not as calm as she appeared. She was scared to death. It's a big forest, and it's easy to get lost if you're not careful, so she made marks as she walked. Then, there are all kinds of jackals, tigers, leopards, giant pythons, black bears in the big forest. Any wild boar that runs out can bite her to death, right? Although she was afraid, she rationally felt that she had an 80% chance of returning alive, and she had room. The reason she took on the burden of finding firewood was because she had the space. Indeed, how could her malnourished little bones have the strength to drag a dead tree back? But if she uses all her strength, it is not impossible to get the dead wood into the space, and then go back to get the wood out of the space. If her physical strength allows, logically she can bring back as much wood as she wants. This saves a lot of manpower and time. The plan was good, but Rorschach was like a headless fly in the primeval forest. Not only was he trembling with fear, he also didn't know which direction to look. Who knew how the tribesmen could easily find those dead wood? Instead, there were dry branches as thick as fingers and wrists everywhere. These were probably the metabolism of trees, just like people lose hair. She had no idea of time. She had no watch, and the sky was obscured by the vast treetops, so she couldn't see the sun's position. She could only rely on her senses, and it felt like an eternity had passed. She walked so far that her legs and heart began to tremble. She had to look back at the marks she'd made to feel at ease. The further she got from the tribe's territory, the lonelier and more terrified she felt, as if she were all alone in the world. She cannot retreat. The threat to her life has made her braver, and the responsibility on her shoulders has also given her a lot of courage. A few days ago, she was only concerned about her own life and death, but now she has taken everyone's life and death to heart. If possible, she hopes that everyone in the tribe can survive, and she will do her best to keep everyone alive. Thinking of this, the fear in her heart subsided, and she walked forward firmly. What was there to be afraid of? She had space. I walked like this for a long time and finally saw a fallen dead tree in front of me. I didn't know how long it had been dead, but moss had grown on the trunk. Rorschach's heart suddenly relaxed. He knew he wouldn't return empty-handed today. This tree is not big. Compared with other towering trees around it, it looks like it died young. Maybe it is too short and cannot compete with other trees. It just so happened that she was also worried that the dead tree she found was too big for her to move. She didn't expect that she had overestimated herself. The wood in front of her was obviously not thick, with a diameter of only 30 centimeters. She tried her best, but couldn't drag it even 1 centimeter. Rorschach walked around the dead tree and thought to himself, if only she had a saw. She couldn't move the whole tree, so why not saw it into sections? No matter how you think about it, the tools our ancestors used at that time were still stones and sticks, so where would they get a saw for her to use? In the end, there was no other choice but to break off the large branches of the dead tree and put them into the space to get through tonight. She was busy and sweating all over, when suddenly she felt a chill on her back and a bad feeling. She slowly turned around and saw a large spotted leopard only 10 meters away from her. Its eyes were staring at her like a knife scraping flesh. Rorschach broke out in a sweat. Perhaps the leopard was curious about why she was jumping up and down, or perhaps she, Rorschach, was just so lucky that the leopard didn't pounce on her and bite her throat without her noticing. But the moment their eyes met, the leopard immediately remembered its mission and pounced towards him. Fortunately, Luo Xia's space was always open. At the critical moment of life and death, her strength burst out in an instant, and she rolled and crawled into the space. Knock, 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 she screamed. The stone door in the space disappeared in an instant. Still alive, Rorschach collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Having survived the disaster, his mind was blank and his body and limbs were completely out of control. Especially his heart. It was beating so violently that he seemed about to faint. Oh, by the way, the original owner of this body had some heart problems. Although it hasn't happened for a long time, he hasn't fully recovered. Rorschach was panicking, fearing that he would not die at the hands of the beast, but from his own heart disease. He quickly raised his hand to press his chest, trying to remain calm and taking deep breaths. When the symptoms eased, she ignored her paralysis and crawled to the small pool of water in the center of the space, stuck her head in like a small animal, and drank the water greedily. After a while, Rorschach didn't know whether her heart had calmed down on its own or the spring water in the space had taken effect, but she got up and sat down, rubbing her chest. In just a short while, she almost died twice. This primitive life is really exciting. No one knew whether the big leopard was still outside. Thinking of its speed that was almost impossible for people to react to, Rorschach's little heart couldn't help but beat irregularly twice. She now regretted her decision a little. She was too arrogant. She had not encountered any ferocious beasts or even a snake along the way. Her cautiousness had been numb without her realizing it. Of course, it is also possible that she is useless, and even if she is always cautious, she may not notice the natural hunter approaching quietly. If she could return to the tribe alive, she vowed never to step into the dense forest alone again. She was the only living thing in the quiet space. After her initial sense of security wore off, she began to feel a little panicked again. Unfortunately, there were no windows in the space, so she couldn't see what was happening outside. But she didn't dare to go out for the time being, so she stood up and piled the messy branches that she had thrown into the space along the stone wall. After walking around in the space again, she sat down and continued to pull at her ball of rabbit fur. She had wanted to knit herself a beautiful sweater, but looking at this lumpy ball of fur, it seemed impossible. Only when she felt she could not wait any longer did she muster up the courage to open the space door. The light outside didn't seem to have changed much, and in front of me was still the dead tree that I had stripped bare. Rorschach cautiously stuck his head out, then gritted his teeth and stepped out of the space. The leopard had disappeared. She didn't dare to stop and quickly walked back along the mark she had made. When she went to look for wood, she hesitated and spent a lot of time. When she came back, she did not stop for a moment and came back very quickly. When she saw the open space, her mood suddenly brightened. It was still early, and there was no one else in the tribe except the foreigners sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. Having not seen her own kind for a long time, Rorschach felt happy even if they were strangers. She greeted them with a smile on her face. "I'm back." The man's eyes, which had been staring at her indifferently, became a little confused. Chapter 18 Hesitation. Dahu has been considering whether to stay since last night. His health has improved a lot. He stretched his muscles as soon as he got up this morning. He is not as brave as before for the time being, but he will definitely get better after a while. He was not optimistic about the Song tribe from the beginning. There were only 15 or 16 people in the tribe, most of whom were just mouths to feed and could not do any work. The fact that none of the men came back last night further confirmed his thoughts. It was not surprising that they did not come back. There were too few of them, and they were old and weak. It was difficult for them to catch prey in the big forest, and it was normal for them to be eaten by wild beasts. He knew he should leave. Now that he was sure he could survive, he could go find a tribe that would take him in. Since he was young, strong, and alone, he could be of great help to their tribe if he stayed. But when I got up and prepared to leave, I hesitated. He felt a little reluctant to see the people of this tribe die one after another. They had given him food to keep him alive in the past 2 days, but he had no choice. Even in his own big tribe, the old, weak, and sick all died. This was normal. What's more, what about a tribe like this with only the old, weak, and sick left? But he pressed the wound on his abdomen. It still hurt, but it was no longer the sharp pain it had been at the beginning. The pain was not as severe now, but the itching was more obvious. He knew that the wound was growing flesh and healing. He couldn't help but be shocked again that he had survived. His life was saved by that skinny woman. She allowed him to live so that he could hunt for their tribe, and she also applied something unknown to him on his wounds, and his wounds healed just like that. It was more effective than the witch doctor in his original tribe. This small tribe actually has such an amazing person. Maybe she really is the biological daughter of their tribal god. That thin body carried the responsibility of survival for an entire tribe. When he saw the other tall and strong men in the tribe obeying the orders of this weak body, he just thought it was ridiculous, and a little shocked, because he had never seen such a scene before. He couldn't help but think that maybe she really had many differences. She could say a lot of things, and even dared to be mean to him. He had never been mean to anyone weaker than him, let alone someone as weak as her, even if he was injured. So after a moment of hesitation, he stayed. He could never calm down in his heart if he left like this. Although their death was inevitable, they tried so hard to survive. He sat at the entrance of the cave to bask in the sun, and couldn't help wondering what he could do. If he could do something to repay them for saving his life, perhaps he could leave with peace of mind. Then he saw the woman named Rorschach walking out of the forest. He was a little surprised that this woman could wander around in the forest alone for most of the day and still come back safely. What surprised him even more was the smile on the woman's face. It was so bright that it made his gloomy heart seem to be illuminated by light. However, that was only a moment. She is indeed a weirdo. What is so funny about the tribe's current situation? She even greeted me, ran up to me excitedly, and said, "I'm back." And her familiar tone made it seem like they had a very good relationship. I'm not that familiar with her. Although he was thinking about it in his heart, he couldn't help but nodded. Such an attitude was still quite cold to Rorschach, but she didn't care and sat down on the other side of the cave entrance, feeling at peace and warm in the sunshine. But the feeling of happiness soon faded away. She looked at the layers of forest in front of her. No one had returned yet. She hoped that nothing would happen today. After resting for a while, she stood up and drove the man sitting on the other side away. "You, go in and lie down. You will get better faster if you lie down." Who knows whether it would heal faster by lying down or by moving around a little and basking in the sun. She just wanted to drive him into the cave. She wanted to take out the firewood she would need tonight from the space. She couldn't let an outsider see her secret. On the way back, she made a decision to tell her people about her space. That's right, it's my own people. She could no longer continue to think of herself as an outsider. If she wanted to survive, everyone had to give their all without reservation. The man was obviously not happy with her commanding tone. He gave her a sharp look, held on to the mountain wall beside him, stood up, and walked into the cave. He also wanted to get better quickly. Walking into the shadow of the cave, he turned around and said proudly, "Everyone in my tribe calls me Dahu." His eyes were bright, his back seemed to be straighter, and his figure seemed to be taller. The origin of this name is that once their tribe captured a big tiger, and he was the bravest one. Since then, everyone pointed at him and called him Big Tiger, or it may be Tiger Fighting. Luo Xian nodded repeatedly. She understood the man's pride at the moment. He still had some common sense. In the tribe, only important and brave people had names. His name proved his strength. "Okay, go in and lie down to rest, and get well first." Rorschach tried to speak to him respectfully to avoid a conflict, but what he said seemed more like coaxing a child. In fact, according to her judgment, this man might just be a child. In her era, although he would not be so exaggerated as to go to pediatrics, he must still be under strict supervision of teachers in school. Well, it's kind of cute to be proud of having a name. The man was very satisfied with Rorschach's attitude. Rorschach watched the man lie down, then retreated to an invisible corner, opened up the space, and in one go carried out the neatly stacked firewood. He then used leaves to scoop water from the space and fill the water tank outside the cave. After finishing all this, she called out to the cave, "Would you like some water?" The water tank was already dry when she first filled it. The man was probably thirsty, and drinking more would be good for him and for the Song tribe as well. Dahu was indeed thirsty, and he climbed up from the straw mat when he heard her shouting. He looked at the sink filled with clean water, then stared at Rorschach. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He reached out to scoop up the water and drink it. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and asked his question, "Where did you get the water?" He was neither deaf nor stupid, and his ears were particularly sharp. When he was lying in the cave, he could hear the sounds outside very clearly. The woman had never left the open space outside the cave. So, where does this water come from? Chapter 19, called Rorschach. Where does this water come from? This question left Rorschach speechless. She admitted that she did not take the intelligence of her ancestors from 10,000 years ago seriously, so she did not expect that they would raise questions. She said seriously again, "I can't tell you this. It's my privacy." Dahu. Here she goes again. She's saying some weird things that no one can understand. He had observed over the past 2 days that the way other people in this tribe spoke was not much different from his own tribe. They all spoke the same familiar words. However, this woman would say a lot of words at any time, many of which he had never heard of and were not easy to understand. For example, what is privacy? Occasionally he envied her for being able to spit out so many words at once without any stuttering, but most of the time he felt that she talked a lot of nonsense. Although he didn't know what privacy was at this time, looking at her eyes and expression, she was unwilling to tell him where the water came from. That's fine. He knew his own limitations, and it was a bit presumptuous for a foreigner like him to ask about other people's water sources. Turning around, she saw the firewood piled up in the open space. Was this pile of broken firewood the firewood she told her tribesmen to find? Rorschach knew what he was thinking and about to say just by looking at his expression. His thoughts were all written on his face. I hurriedly tried to speak up to stop him, but was a little too slow. These won't work. This original straight man spoke bluntly with a look of disgust, and even glanced at Rorschach with a bit of surprise, almost having the words "that's it" written on his face. He heard Luo Xia's arrangements clearly last night, and was still expecting something different from her. But this was the result? So it seems that the daughter of God is not that powerful. If we rely on this firewood to survive the winter, we will freeze to death. Then again, maybe they don't need to prepare firewood for the winter. Winter is still some time away, and they may not even survive that time. Rorschach also has to have some dignity. Doesn't she know that these firewood will not last through the winter? She doesn't want an outsider to look at her like an idiot. You don't understand. I have my own plans. You should go back and recuperate. Dahu struggled for a few seconds, as if he wanted to say something, but he held it back. This time he didn't look at Rorschach with his straightforward eyes, but just nodded weakly and went in. Rorschach was stunned for a moment. The man had a complicated expression, one of shame and helplessness, but he finally compromised. Such emotions were a bit advanced for primitive people. At least it was the first time Rorschach saw it on a person's face. Actually, this man is quite thoughtful, isn't he? At least it can be seen that he is a good person with a conscience. The time waiting for the other members of the tribe to come back became very long. Although we agreed not to go far today and stay near the tribe, nearby is also a very large place, especially with countless vegetation covering it, making this nearby become tortuously near and far. Rorschach sat at the entrance of the cave from the time the sun was still visible until it set behind the treetops. There were some gains, and she began to spin the thread. The hair was not loose enough and the quality was uneven, so it was difficult to spin it into thread. However, she did not use a spindle, but just used her fingers to pinch and spin it slowly. While rubbing the hair, I thought to myself that I would never wash the hair I plucked out again, no matter if there was blood or something on it. I would wait until it was rubbed into a thread before washing it, which would save time and effort. The first ones to come back were the mother with the children and the little kid. They were holding green wild vegetables in their arms. When they saw Luo Xia, the 2 children ran over and put today's harvest next to her, staring at this sister with some shyness and curiosity in their eyes. In the past, no one would approach this sister, thinking that she was ugly and useless. But it was not like that anymore. This sister had become the most powerful person in the tribe. Rorschach smiled at them, and the 2 children ran away as if frightened, then looked back shyly. Gentleness is a rare thing for them, so much so that they feel strange when they come into contact with it. Grandma put the wild vegetables in her arms together with the children's. "Rorschach, you're back." Rorschach was a little embarrassed when he heard this. I'm back." His eyes were not only looking at his spoils of war today, but it was not bad at all, not too little, right? Grandma also looked at the firewood, but instead of pointing it out like Dehu did, she talked about her own harvest today. These are what the children and I dug up nearby today. Do you think they are okay? The two children who had run away also quietly gathered around her, looking up, waiting for her answer whether it was okay or not. Rorschach looked at the pile of wild vegetables, some old and some young, and even pulled back the ones that bore fruit. She nodded, as long as it's edible. After thinking for a moment, he said, put the same ones together and divide them all out. Alma's eyes were confused for a moment, not knowing why she did this. But she felt that Rorschach must have her reasons, so she just did as she was told. They lit a fire, and the two adults and two children worked around it, waiting for the others to come back. A child looked over. He had long been curious about what Rorschach was doing. Sister, what are you doing? Alma corrected him sharply. You should call me Rorschach. Rorschach laughed awkwardly in her heart. Her mother felt that calling her by her name was more respectful to her. As for the reason, the tribesman might not have realized that Rorschach was her name, not the name of a god. She hurriedly said, just call me sister. Sister sounds more intimate. Alma didn't know what the word kind meant, but since Rorschach said so, then so be it. Rorschach showed the thread wrapped around the stick to his two younger siblings. This is wool. We can make clothes with it. Wool clothes. The two children were still confused. They only knew how to make clothes with grass leaves and animal skins, but they didn't know how to make clothes with wool. Besides, wool was a very strange thing. It was the first time they had heard of it and seen it. Even the mature grandma couldn't help but lean over and mutter to herself, what the hell? She had never heard of this thing in her life. Rorschach continued to spin the thread, and after a while she wound it up. She glanced secretly at the two children. Both children were naked because they were not big to begin with, and because of the disaster they were starving and looked even thinner. It was not a big problem for the children to be naked, as long as they were not allowed to catch cold. They could stay in the cave when the weather got colder. But now that they are sitting so close to me, it seems like the relationship has become closer. These two children are a boy and a girl. Well, actually, children of this age still need a piece of clothing, even if it is just the smallest one. Then he said, if you have extra yarn, I'll make one for each of you. Chapter 20 is back. Children of this age in the tribe are all naked. Children are naughty, and their clothes may not fit them. When they grow up a little, they will gradually use grass leaves as clothes to wrap around their waists. When they are even older, the tribe will give them a leather skirt, which means that the children have grown up. So when Rorschach heard what she said, her mother glanced at the two children and said, it's too early. Wait a few more winters. It is hard to say whether a child of this age will die before the coming spring. Animal skins are rare, and if the child dies, the animal skins given to him cannot be taken back. Rorschach smiled and said, it depends. I don't know how much yarn I can make from the little hair I have on hand, and I don't know if it's enough to weave my own shirt. Suddenly, a sound came from the dark forest in the north. The four people immediately stood up, with their limbs tensed, ready to go forward to greet the sound or escape into the cave. There's fire. A child called softly. There was also a look of surprise in my mother's eyes, and she walked over there involuntarily. The thing coming with the fire was definitely not a beast. Rorschach was not as happy as they were and fell behind. He saw the fire coming out from behind the tree trunk. Because it was not dark yet, the fire was not bright at all. As soon as Rorschach saw a group of figures behind the fire, his mother and the children shouted, they're back. Then Rorschach heard his mother Ahe's heart-shaking loud voice. Rorschach, someone is hurt. Rorschach was not a doctor after all, and even with the magical spatial spiritual spring to protect him, he still felt a little insecure. When he heard someone shouting that someone was injured, his heart began to beat fast, but he had already started running. Not only the women returned, but also the men who had disappeared all day. The injured man was carried back. A simple stretcher was made by tying vines between two branches. Although it was very uncomfortable, they finally carried the man back. It was a young man. Everyone worked together to carry the man to the fire and put him down. Rorschach hurried forward to check on him. An indescribable stench hit him in the face. He looked again and saw that the man was covered in dirt. The stench seemed to be coming from the dirt. For a moment, Rorschach was confused about what the man's injuries were, and he shouted, bring me some water. Someone immediately handed me water. Scatter! Scatter! Rorschach shouted, and everyone gathered around, blocking out the firelight. Everyone immediately took a few steps back. The man lying on the ground was unconscious, and even in this light, it was clear that his face looked extremely bad. The elders of the tribe hurried forward to point out the wound to her. Here, Rorschach, pry his mouth open. I'll give him some water first. This water was taken out from the space. It's like a miracle drug. Let him drink some first to keep him alive. I hope it works. The old man quickly lifted up the man's upper body and called the remaining young man to help. The injured man was unconscious and managed to drink some of the liquid with difficulty. After rinsing, we confirmed that he was indeed injured. The wound was very serious and a large piece of flesh on his chest was missing. Rorschach was surprised, thinking that his ancestors had used some strange folk remedy to stop the bleeding, but it was so smelly and dirty that it smelled like shit. Whatever it is, rinse it clean first. Ahe rushed forward and said, "We're going to pick weeds today, and vegetables, so let's pick some herbs as well. Do you want some?" Luo Xia was overjoyed. His mother was indeed reliable. No wonder she was the capable woman in the clan. "Yes, bring me all the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs." She was worried because she had to use all the herbs that the witch doctor had ground and dried on that foreigner. "It just so happens that I don't know those herbs, so it's great that my mother knows them." Anti-inflammatory. Ahe's mind was buzzing. This was another unfamiliar word. Rorschach said hurriedly, "These are the herbs that witch doctors use to treat injuries. Just bring them over." The women rummaged around for a while and brought over a large pile of herbs. "Ahe, all these herbs are needed by witch doctors, but we don't know which ones are useful." Rorschach's nerves tensed again. Which ones are commonly used? Ahe knew that when people went out to find food and got injured and bled, they could just find some herbs nearby to stop the bleeding. People who went out often knew this, but they didn't know what happened after the bleeding stopped. Most of the time, if the injury was serious, the person would still die even if the bleeding stopped, so the witch doctor was so important. Ahe quickly dug out 2 more herbs. "These 2 are what we usually use to stop bleeding and relieve pain. Wash it, smash it with a stone, and bring it to me." Luo Xia used more water to rinse the wound, partly to clean away the dirt. But more importantly, she wanted the wound to be exposed to the water from the space as much as possible. The consequences of wound inflammation were very serious. She didn't know how to disinfect it, and neither did the others in the tribe. She could only hope that the water from the space would be effective. She roared in her heart, "I must go and get a witch doctor back. If I can't find one, I'll have to snatch one back from you." He actually said what was in his heart. The tribesmen looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone thought that Rorschach was the witch doctor, so why did she want to snatch a witch doctor back? This time was much more chaotic than the last time we treated Dahu's wound. Finally, we applied the herbs and tied it up with straw ropes wrapped with leaves. The young man let everyone do whatever they wanted without making a sound from beginning to end. This was the most frightening thing, so Rorschach used his fingers to check his breathing more than once. After the treatment was completed, everyone carried the injured person in, placed him on animal skins, and covered him with another layer of animal skins. After finishing all this, everyone finally calmed down and sat outside to roast fire and eat wild vegetables. The old man in the tribe took a breath and talked about what happened yesterday. According to Rorschach's arrangement, they did not intend to hunt large prey and still tried to avoid the activity range of wild beasts as much as possible. But they were unlucky yesterday and encountered a lone wolf. Fortunately, they only encountered a lone wolf. Although the lone wolf was old, it still tore a large piece of the chest of the young man in the tribe with one bite. The tribesmen used all their strength to kill the wolf. After killing the wolf, it was already late. No one dared to act rashly and quickly found a safe place to spend the night. They spent the night in fear. In order to avoid the wild beasts, they covered their bodies with mud and wild animal feces to cover up the smell of blood. As for the wolf, it was inconvenient to bring it back whole, so they skinned it and cut it into pieces on the way. They ate part of it and brought the rest back. Because there was an injured person, they walked very slowly along the way. They finally returned before dark and met some women who were walking back with wild vegetables in their arms. Rorschach rubbed his hands on the ground. It turned out to be the feces of wild animals. No wonder the stench was so unbearable. Fortunately, I rinsed the wound very cleanly. If some medicine had remained in the wound, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today's gains and losses were great. We brought back a wolf at the cost of a precious young man in the tribe being seriously injured. Luo Xia thought about it and felt relieved. Last night she thought she was going to lose all the men in the tribe, so today's result was actually much easier to accept. Chapter 21: The Secret of Relationship Survival. Knowing that everyone had more or less wounds on their bodies, but all of them were covered with feces and dirt, especially the wounds, and they applied more to cover up the smell of blood, Rorschach asked everyone to take a shower before going to bed. However, the water in the trough was almost used up, and the river was still some distance away, so it was unwise to walk into the forest so late at night. Luo Xia was silent for a moment, then stood up and asked Ahe to take a few women and carry leaves filled with water to follow him. It's not that I want to hide it from the men in the tribe, but there is an outsider in the cave, so I have to be on guard. Rorschach, where are we going? Walking into a place where the firelight could not reach, Ahe couldn't help but ask. Get some water. Rorschach was drafting in his mind how to tell everyone his secret, but when his mother interrupted him, she suddenly changed her mind. Clichés were not suitable for this period. People's thoughts were not that complicated, and they might not be able to listen to long speeches. In that case, I might as well just say nothing and give no explanation. The more mysterious I am, the easier it will be for people to believe me. Ahe was still puzzled because the tribe did not fetch water from this direction. Rorschach said to everyone, "It's right here." She summoned the space with a thought in her mind. The door of the space was on the mountain wall, and it opened with a push. Ahe took a breath, and the mountain wall was pushed away by Rorschach. "Wait for me outside." After Rorschach finished speaking, he disappeared into the mountain wall, and the four women fell silent. They looked at each other, but no one made a sound, and finally waited silently. Soon Rorschach came out of the space again, gave a leaf of water to a woman, and took a leaf from another woman. This process was repeated many times, and the men finally washed the wound clean. As for bathing, they would go to the river tomorrow. The herbs applied to the wounds were wrapped in leaves. Rorschach also asked everyone to drink more water. The whole process was extremely quiet. Everyone did whatever Rorschach said, as if they were performing some mysterious ritual. Rorschach put the wolf meat into the space and hung the wolf skin out to dry. It was cold in winter, and the skin would be useful for bedding. In the past, when the tribe got animal skins, they would first spread them under their bodies as beds until the hair on the skin became less and less, and the skin became softer as they slept on it. Then they would distribute them to the tribesmen to make leather skirts to cover their bodies. Anyway, even though a tribe was almost wiped out, there weren't many animal skins left. In the past, there were many people, and we could barely survive the winter by huddling together in the freezing cold. Now there are fewer people, so it is safer to try to collect more supplies for the winter. There was no conversation that night. No one asked about the water, and the women did not mention that Rorschach pushed the cliff wall away with one hand, as if no one was curious about it at all. Their silence and calmness made Rorschach, a modern man with a sensitive and thoughtful mind, unable to sleep well all night. The first thing Rorschach did when he woke up the next day was to check the breath of the unfortunate prince. And it was even more obvious than last night. Dahu sat cross-legged on the other side of the cave wall, staring silently. In his opinion, the man's injuries were fatal. But he survived. Now he didn't dare to make any rash conclusions. What if he survived like himself? He can survive? The elder of the tribe asked in a trembling voice. If an old man was injured like this, everyone would be so nervous. In fact, in an emergency like the one 2 days ago, it was a routine operation to leave the seriously injured person in the forest. However, the person who was injured was a young man. There is still hope for the young man. Maybe he can find a woman to give birth to a child in the future. Maybe there is still hope for this tribe. But this hope was shattered in half in an instant. How could anyone feel better? They went through untold hardships and took great risks to carry the person back, just because they thought that if the foreigner survived, perhaps this young man from their own tribe could also survive. They placed all their hopes on Rorschach and prayed to the god of song countless times in their hearts. Others also gathered around one after another, looking at Rorschach with pleading eyes. Rorschach wanted to say that he didn't know either, but seeing everyone's expressions, he couldn't say it anyway, so he said cunningly, "May the pine god bless you." Pine god bless you. Everyone followed suit. After eating wild vegetables in the morning, everyone naturally waited for Rorschach to make arrangements for the day. Rorschach said, "Today I will take everyone to find firewood for the winter. Mom, you stay with the 2 children today." Ahe was surprised for a moment. This was the first time that he stayed at home to look after the house. The strong and powerful members of the tribe were always arranged to go out to collect food. This was their responsibility and honor. But she had no objection to Rorschach's arrangement and nodded in agreement. Rorschach stood up. "Everyone follow me. I exposed my space in front of the women last night, and today I decided to expose it in front of all the tribesmen. But I won't let the children know for now. Children are easy to deceive. What if they are tricked by outsiders?" Luo Xia left his mother Ahe to look after the house because he trusted her enough and they were close enough, so there would be plenty of opportunities to tell her in private later. Rorschach led the way. Her sense of direction was average, and she had just arrived, so everything looked the same to her once she entered the forest. Fortunately, the marks left yesterday were still recognizable, so she led everyone to the dead tree they found yesterday without any problems. Everyone looked a little strange when they saw the dead tree in front of them. They thought Rorschach had found a very large dead tree, so they called everyone over. However, the dead tree was not big at all, and 3 or 4 people were enough to drag it. Immediately take the lead and drag the tree. Rorschach calmly summoned the space, and a stone door suddenly appeared before their eyes, scaring everyone so much that they screamed and stepped back. They had never seen such a thing before. Don't be nervous, everyone. Luoxia remained calm and stretched out his hand to push open the space. Everyone moved and squeezed together to look inside the door. Inside was an open space that they had never seen before. The open space was not big, and a small pool of water could be seen in the middle. Oh, I also saw a pile of food, including wild grass, fruits, and meat. This place is mine. It will follow me wherever I go. Everyone, hurry up and drag the wood into this space. We'll prepare the firewood for the winter today. Everyone was still in shock and wanted to go into this strange place to take a look, but didn't dare. Rorschach added, "This secret is best kept to you. Don't mention it in private, and certainly don't tell it to outsiders. No, this concerns the survival of our tribe. I absolutely cannot tell anyone about this." The elder of the tribe said piously. After all, the old man had lived longer than the others, had more experience, and was more mature in his thinking. He was the first to understand Rorschach's ideas and to express them out loud. Everyone seemed to be enlightened all of a sudden, and their expressions were pious. We'll remember it and never mention it again. Chapter 22. God is caring for them. When it comes to finding firewood, the tribesmen are more experienced than Rorschach. They go out every day and visit many places. They will note down where there are dead trees and drag them back when they are needed. With Rorschach's magical space, everyone was in high spirits and seemed to have endless energy. This time they truly saw the hope of survival and even the hope of the tribe's resurgence. God is really caring for them. When there was no more space to hold firewood, everyone headed back. The sun was still high, so they started collecting food earlier than usual. When they were almost at the tribe, Luoxia stopped. There was only one outsider in the tribe, but he was still an outsider. Although they wanted to use him for their tribe, the trust had not been established yet. Maybe he would run away after the winter, so they had to be on guard. Everyone dragged the firewood out of the space and brought it back to the open space of their own tribe to stack it up. This kind of work was not considered work in everyone's eyes. So 3 dead trees were dragged back at once, and the small one that Rorschach found himself was temporarily stored in the space. This was a huge harvest, and Ahi was stunned. The foreigner was not lying in the cave today, perhaps because there was a more seriously injured person lying inside, and he felt embarrassed. When Rorschach and the others came back, he was sitting at the entrance of the cave again. When he saw the Song tribe's harvest today, there was shock in his eyes. Everyone piled up the broken dead wood together, and the elder brother from the tribe immediately picked out some from among them, dragged out a piece of wood from a pile of trunks and branches, and presented it to Rorschach like a treasure. Luoxia was sitting down to rest at the moment. Her health was really not that good. Although other people did all the work, it seemed like she was the only one who was tired in the end. "Rorschach, do you think this is what you want?" On the way back, Rorschach said he wanted to choose a suitable piece of wood from these to make a water scoop. No one knew what a ladle was, so Rorschach gave a brief description. The brother memorized it and figured the piece of wood would be okay. Rorschach got up from the ground and took the wood. The dead wood was not very smooth and was corroded with pits. It might not be very strong, but it also had its advantages. In the absence of tools, the wood was soft and easier to handle. She took it to the sink and tried it, and it was almost there. "It's just too long." After hearing this, the elder brother took the wood, put one end on the ground, and stomped on it with his foot, and the wood broke with a sound. "How about this?" Rorschach grimaced, feeling the pain on the soles of his feet, and said, "That's enough. Then I gave you instructions on how to do it specifically. It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just hollow out one end of the wood a little bit at a time with a hard stone. It will be usable, and you don't need to worry about the appearance for now, as it's not necessary to worry about it." This brother seemed to have accepted a huge task. He held the wood and went to the side to think about it attentively. The others were not idle either. While there was still light outside, they hurried to the vicinity of the tribe to collect wild grass to fill their stomachs tonight. Luoxia went to check the condition of the injured. It seemed that Dahu did not need to be taken care of, so she asked him to drink more water. As for her other brother, she could not do much. She could only feel his breath and then touch his carotid artery to confirm. She replaced the medicine on the wound. The wound had stopped bleeding, but it was still bloody, and the green medicine made it look even more terrifying. Rorschach asked the 2 children to help lift the man up, but the 2 children were too weak. Dahu stood up and walked over, reached out to pick the man up from the ground, and leaned him against himself. "He's seriously injured. Such an injury. Don't say any more." Rorschach interrupted without any hesitation. He knew what the man wanted to say. He had also said that his own injury was incurable. Seeing that the injury was even more serious, it was definitely even more hopeless. Daha glanced at her and didn't say anything. After feeding him water, Rorschach went to get a fruit, scraped it into puree with a piece of wood, and fed it to his brother's mouth. But he didn't move and didn't swallow at all. He could only help him up and pour the puree down his throat with water, but in the end not much was swallowed. Put the man down again and cover him with animal skin. This won't work. She knows that the water in the space is working, but because she knows nothing about medicine, this blind and lucky state makes her anxious. She needed to go to another tribe to invite a witch doctor. Even if she couldn't find a witch doctor, she could ask them for some herbs. She felt that although the herbs left on the stone slab by the former witch doctor of the Song tribe were strange, they were indeed effective when combined with her own space water. The bonfire was very bright in the evening, and everyone gathered around it, silently stuffing wild vegetables into their mouths. Rorschach called these weeds wild vegetables, so they reminded themselves to use the word wild vegetables in the future, although they didn't know why they suddenly changed to wild vegetables, nor did they know what was special about the word wild vegetables. Dahu didn't lie down in the cave by himself like he had the previous 2 days. Instead, he sat behind everyone else, leaning against the mountain wall, like a despised member of the tribe. His wounds might still hurt, but Rorschach couldn't tell. He hadn't heard him cry out in pain. Tomorrow, go to the neighboring tribe and ask for a witch doctor. We need to rescue my brother, and I can't do it alone. Everyone's expression was obviously panicked. They were afraid that Rorschach would say that they were not capable of it. They regarded Rorschach as a god, so how could a god not be capable of it? Rorschach could see everyone's panic, but trying to be a hero at this time would only hurt everyone and would not do him any good. Forget it. All the men should go. Saving people is the most important thing, and leave the food to the women. Crossing the forest is dangerous, so it's better to be cautious when there are more people. If they don't want the witch doctor to come with you, ask them for some prepared herbs. I'll prepare some fruits for you to exchange with them. Rorschach prepared some fruits for them to exchange. These fruits were from her space, and she took out half of them at once, about 30 or 40 in number, divided them into 2 parts, wrapped them in large leaves, and tied them with straw ropes. The wolf meat was divided among everyone. Excluding the fur, internal organs, and bones, there were only a few pounds of wolf meat. If each person got a little, there would be nothing left. If there was not enough to eat on the road, they could pick some wild fruits along the way. If there were no wild fruits, they could pick some wild vegetables to eat. The men left early in the morning. Luo Xia and Ah He went together to collect edible wild vegetables. There were only 2 children and an old woman left in the tribe, a Song tribe man who was still unconscious in the cave, and a foreign tiger. Dahu's health had visibly improved. If there was a conflict, the old lady might not be able to beat him. Luo Xia didn't know whether to sigh at the power of space or at his amazing physical foundation. In just a few days, he was full of energy again, or at least he looked full of energy. Rorschach chose to believe him. After spending the past few days together, he found that this man had a blunt and foul mouth and liked to glare at people, but he didn't feel that he had any evil intentions. Even so, just in case, Luo Xia still asked his mother to take the child away from Dahu as far as possible. Chapter 23, He Doesn't Understand. Luo Xia showed his space to his mother Ah He and told her that he used this space to bring back so much firewood yesterday. The women entered the space cautiously. Except for Ah He, they had all been in there yesterday, but they still felt it was so magical today that they wanted to kneel down on the spot and thank the god of pine. Rorschach looked at the few fruits left in the corner and the almost negligible amount of meat. Of course, there were still a lot of weeds, forming a small pile, but the wild vegetables were really. After eating them, they went from the intestines to the stomach, and there was an indescribable discomfort and another feeling of hunger, which was just a bloating in the stomach. Everyone, drink more water. Let's find as much food as possible today. Please leave the food with me. Rorschach interrupted everyone's curiosity and urged everyone to get back to work. Several women laid down beside the small pond and drank the water. The water tasted much better than the wild grass and was sweet. They found a meadow where there was more edible grass than inedible grass. The women scattered and searched everywhere. Rorschach slowly parted the grass of varying heights to look for the only 2 or 3 edible wild vegetables he knew, and his mind started working again. Relying on wild vegetables to survive the winter is somewhat unreliable. The physical constitution of our ancestors was quite different from that of later generations. They needed enough energy to maintain the large amount of energy consumption every day, especially men who went out hunting, so meat was very important. Nowadays, everyone is actually overdrawing their energy to survive, and they don't know when they will give up. In addition, the winter weather is cold, and if they don't have enough energy to replenish their energy, They will not know whether they died of starvation or freezing when they die. So I have to think of a way myself. It won't work without meat. She was distracted when she was thinking about something, and it was not until she heard a noise behind her that she suddenly remembered her current situation. If she was not careful, she would die in the mouth of the beast. There's a snake. Ahe was calm. She had just seen some grass swaying gently behind Luo Xia, and guessed it was a snake, so she threw a stone over, and the swaying grass changed direction. Luo Xia patted his chest and looked at Ahe with admiration and gratitude. It was so good to have his mother around. Everyone left without knowing when, but Ahe stayed nearby. It was clear that the original owner did not live with this sick body for no reason. Ahe's mind was definitely not as rough as her appearance. However, in the past, when Ahe drove away the things in the grass, he would scold his daughter. But now he doesn't do that. Whatever Songshin's daughter does is right. However, Ahe was a little flattered by Rorschach's current look. It's okay. I'm next to you. Nothing dares to get close. Ahe Dao? Rorschach's eyes brightened. Looking at Ahe, he felt that this primitive female savage had become beautiful, strong, and charming. Ahe became even more nervous when she looked at him like that. He didn't know where to put his hands and stammered. What's wrong? Mom, I love you the most. Ahe's mind went blank. Love? What is it? She didn't ask, but she seemed to vaguely know what love was. Rorschach stopped what she was doing. She felt that there were more important things to think about than picking wild vegetables. She sat under a tree, poking the mud with a stick, and watched her mother's skillful movements. The tribe was short of manpower, and relying on the old method to hunt prey was not enough. If the prey could not be caught, the tribe members were more likely to die. So make a trap. How to do this trap? She was not a hunter. At most, she had seen others trap mice by putting some food in the cage. Once the mouse went in, it would trigger the switch and close the door, and it would not be able to get out. Cage. Well, it's right in front of me. She jumped up from the ground in excitement. Ahe quickly scratched the grass, but he still kept his eyes on his daughter who rarely went out. Seeing her suddenly stand up, he also hurriedly stood up and looked over with a sharp gaze. It's okay, it's okay. Rorschach waved to his mother. After sitting down again, I felt a lot more relaxed after having a clear idea in my mind. However, I still had to think about how to proceed. Those wild beasts would not go into a strange place for no reason. Although animals did not have high IQs, their survival instincts were much stronger than mine. The nearest tribe is a day's journey away from the Song tribe, so even if the men rush, they will not be able to get back until tomorrow night. Firelight flickered in the open space of the tribe. Dahu and his tribesmen sat together and ate wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. The two children vomited several times. Rorschach was better than them. She liked to roast wild vegetables over fire until they were moist and juicy before eating them. At least they were cooked, and the sourness and astringency were much less. Unfortunately, other people couldn't get used to this taste, and they would rather eat them raw. After dinner, the two children came up to Rorschach mysteriously and proudly took out a small bag of leaves. Sister, we made this for you. Open the leaves, and you'll see hair inside. Rorschach, we plucked it from the hides of animals and made it into yarn for you. Rorschach, thank you. These cannot be used. The fur is too hard and coarse. She cannot twist it into a thread. Even if she twists it into a thread, it may not be able to be worn on the body and will hurt people. But these hairs are not good enough to be made into yarn. The children had good intentions, but Rorschach had to pour cold water on them. The two children immediately became depressed. They both pulled their fingers so hard for these hairs that they were hurt. Wait for me. Rorschach went into the cave and took out the rabbit skin, which had been plucked until the hair was sparse, and asked the two children to touch it. Feel it. Is this fur soft and warm? Yeah, it's really different. This is what you need to make yarn. Please help me pluck the remaining hair off it. The lost child regained his spirits and pulled the rabbit skin to pull out the fur happily. There are more wild vegetables piled up in Rorschach's space. Yesterday's harvest was a bit beyond expectations. So the next day, Luo Xia did not go out with them. She let Ahe lead everyone to continue collecting wild vegetables, and she stayed in the tribe. Because she stayed, the old lady handed the two children to her and went out with the others. This was the first time. Because of the original owner's status in the tribe, no tasks were given to her because she was not trusted. It just so happened that Rorschach asked the two children to continue plucking the hair from the rabbit skin while he sped up the thread. Daha checked the injured young man and found that he was still alive. During this period, he really didn't see Rorschach do anything special. He just crushed several common herbs into a paste and applied it to the wound, and then fed him water and some fruit paste. He didn't understand how this young man, who didn't look strong at all, had managed to survive until now. He was even more confused as to why this tribe, whose fate was hanging by a thread, would use its precious resources on a dying man. Chapter 24, Water. Dahu came out of the cave and saw two children playing around Rorschach, pulling the hair off the skin with their hands. Rorschach herself was also playing. Her fingers were extremely flexible, and with a quick movement, the ball of rabbit hair turned into thin, long strips. He happened to hear her telling the others in the tribe that the long, thin strip was called wool. He also heard Rorschach say he wanted to use the yarn to make clothes. What a weird statement. I've never heard of it before. He handed a piece of wood to Rorschach. You asked for it. Rorschach took the wood, which was very light, and discovered that it was a water scoop. However, this scoop was a bit too crude. The half-meter long would have been hollowed out in every place that could be hollowed out, leaving no handle. It would be more accurate to call it a sink. She held the sink and looked at Dahu stupidly. Regardless of why he made this water scoop, the key point was that this thing was far from what she had imagined and could not be used. Dahu was about to lose the smugness on his face and turned away and said, "Is that so? I knew it the moment I heard it." He heard it the night before yesterday, and yesterday, while everyone was out, he found this piece of wood by comparing the size and length of the wood that the young man from the Pine tribe had. Then, according to what Rorschach said, he hollowed it out and filled it with water and spent a whole day to make this thing. He thought there was something wrong with Rorschach and that he shouldn't be looking for such a long piece of wood. "Rorschach, what is this?" "The one you want, filled with water." She was a little relieved that she had not misjudged him. This man had already begun to care about the Song tribe, but this thing, she blamed herself for not explaining it clearly, so he misjudged it when he eavesdropped. "This counts as well. Since I've done it, maybe it will be useful in the future. Can you make me another one?" Luo Xia put down the sink, stood up, and rummaged through the pile of wood. He found a branch as thick as a bowl and gestured to Dahu. "I just want it to be this long, nothing else, and then I want to hollow it out, you know?" She wanted to make a bowl-like container. He had to wait for his elder brother from the tribe to come back and make the water scoop. He was in such high spirits that day that if he hadn't gone to ask the witch doctor, he would have probably made it by now. It would be so frustrating if he came back and found that his work had been taken away by someone else. A ladle and bowl are both necessary. Dahu listened very carefully and understood what Rorschach meant. Although he still didn't know why she was making these useless things, he nodded. He really wanted to go out hunting, but he knew that his body couldn't do it. He was just sitting around doing nothing, so he might as well do something. He glanced at Rorschach with contempt again, somewhat dissatisfied with Rorschach's lack of confidence in him. What was the big deal about understanding such a simple thing? After the brief communication, everything became quiet again, but soon the sound of a branch breaking was heard. The branch was very long, but Rorschach only needed a short piece. In the absence of effective tools, he could only rely on brute force, such as stomping with his feet or hitting with stones. Primitive people were indeed very strong, which also meant that they needed more food to replenish their physical strength. Let's discuss the matter of trapping prey when we all come back tonight. The men returned first at night. Their journey was relatively smooth, and they encountered no ferocious beasts. However, the witch doctor was not invited back. Fortunately, Rorschach had already anticipated this result. There was only one witch doctor in a tribe, and it was not easy to invite one. Especially for a tribe like their Song tribe that had reached its end, no one would let their tribe's precious witch doctor take risks with them. The herbs were to be returned, and the fruits were exchanged for a small packet of black-green powder wrapped in grass leaves. For the other tribe, this is a good deal. They have no shortage of herbs, but food is always in short supply. Rorschach quickly took out the homemade herbs and sprinkled powder on the wound. Since the injured person would not move, he did not wrap it with grass leaves. In just 2 or 3 days, this injured brother from the clan has become even thinner, with bright eyes and prominent cheekbones. He didn't have much flesh on his body to begin with, and now his ribs are all exposed. He looks so thin that he is almost thinner than even Rorschach. He helped the man up and poured some water into him. The big tiger next to him finally couldn't help it and said, "Water is useless. We need to pour some fresh animal blood into him, otherwise he will starve to death." Everyone suddenly turned around and stared at him. "What are you saying as an outsider? Do you think we don't want to feed him some animal blood?" Dahu was not afraid and remained calm under the gaze of everyone. He also knew that this tribe was in trouble, but he had gone through so much trouble for this person, and he didn't want everything to be in vain at the last moment. Luo Xia's mind moved. Drinking beast blood is useful? The tribe members in front tried to feed the young child with animal blood. She was shocked at that time because according to the little-known knowledge she learned in modern civilization, blood is very dirty, very dirty. But at this time, the idea that blood is dirty faded from her mind. The environment is different. Thousands and tens of thousands of years later, The human body will not be as strong as the primitive savages today. Eating raw meat in later generations will cause diarrhea, but eating raw meat is the most common practice now. It's different. Blood is the best tonic for primitive people. So she asked a nonsense question, and as expected, she was despised by Dahu, the primitive savage, who was too lazy to answer her. Luo Xia didn't have time to dwell on Dahu's attitude, and said to the tribe members, "We will hunt tomorrow. This hunt must be done, and quickly." When she said this, everyone was shocked. Even Dahu's expression changed a little. When the women came back from collecting a lot of wild vegetables, they first distributed today's rations to everyone, and the rest were kept by Luo Xia. She took them all to her hidden side cave. Except for Dahu and the two children, everyone else knew that Luo Xia took them to her place that appeared and disappeared in a flash. They had seen the meat, fruits, and wild vegetables that Luo Xia had collected before in there. The weather is cold again today. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, it is going to rain tonight. Everyone swallowed the unpalatable wild vegetables in the light and warmth of the campfire. Luo Xia found that today Dahu had squeezed into the circle of Song people as if nothing had happened, as if he had always been a part of it. People of the same tribe are xenophobic by nature, but because their tribe is small and hungry, they don't have much energy to spend on xenophobia. What's more, this man is strong and healthy. Rorschach also said that he was kept to hunt for their tribe, so it was natural for him to sit next to his own people. Tomorrow we won't be gathering wild vegetables and fruits. Let's go hunting. Rorschach brought up the topic that the women had discussed before they returned. Chapter 25, Ensnaring. Rorschach not only wanted to hunt, but he wanted to hunt big game. After some discussion, they decided to go deer hunting. Deer are large in size, and catching an adult deer can sustain them for a while. Moreover, deer are herbivores and relatively less dangerous than carnivores. What is entrapment? The outsider Dahu was not like the tribe members who obeyed Luo Xia's words and followed his arrangements completely. Even though they did not understand the word entrapment, they did not ask. Dahu would ask even if he did not understand. He had the confidence because he used to be a capable hunter in the tribe. Rorschach explained, "We are few in number, so it's difficult to hunt by brute force. So we have to use some clever methods, such as digging a pit and waiting for the prey to fall into it and starve to death. Then we can pick it up." "Oh!" everyone exclaimed loudly, as if a new door had opened in their minds. They had always hunted in groups, so such tricks had never occurred to them. But they couldn't help but wonder, would the beasts fall into the pit? How long would it take for them to fall into the pit? If they fell into the pit and didn't find it in time and climb out, wouldn't their efforts be wasted? Since someone started asking questions, everyone followed suit and asked their own questions. The entrapment method was really too new and they were unsure about it. As a planner with no actual combat experience, Rorschach was just as unsure as everyone else, but he still acted confident and waved his hand calmly. "No matter how much I say, it's useless. Everyone will understand after experiencing it once." Seeing her like this, everyone felt relieved and looked forward to tomorrow. It rained last night, and Rorschach felt a chill when he woke up in the morning. He shivered and became even more determined to get the prey back no matter what. She threw away her leaf top, pierced holes in the rabbit skin, and tied it around her body with a rope. The rabbit skin wasn't big enough to cover the front, but not the back, but that was fine. As long as she protected the important parts, it was quite fashionable and warm. Except for the fact that the skin was a bit stiff, it was much better than tying grass and leaves around her body. Luo Xia kept his old father and mother and asked them to stay in the tribe today to take care of the injured and the children, and to feed them more water. All the remaining people headed towards the forest together. The wild beasts also have their own regular activity areas, just like people have their own tribes. Men who often go out hunting are more clear about which animals will appear in which areas, so they go directly to where the deer gather. The road was difficult to walk on, as the terrain was originally tangled and wet. Fortunately, everyone was in a good mood and was determined to trap wild animals. Poor Rorschach stumbled all the way and finally came to an open area after walking for half a day. There was a green meadow and a group of huge brown and black creatures in the meadow. The horns on their heads were like spectacular tree branches, sharp and hard. Among them were female deer without horns on their heads, but they were smaller in size and very strong. Rorschach was stunned. Is this their prey today? Before she saw this group, she had always thought they were beautiful deer like Bambi. She silently compared the size of the space door and the size of the giant deer. If these deer had no problems with their brains, they would not try to get into the narrow door and get their antlers stuck accidentally. So, her original trap was ruined from the start. This group of herbivorous deer were not afraid of the presence of this group of people and continued to eat their own grass. Rorschach led everyone into the space and observed through the door. How did you hunt these deer in the past? Rorschach asked. The experienced father replied. In the past, when there were more people, they would drive the deer away and then round up the slowest one until it could no longer run. It seems that the hunting methods of primitive people were the same as those of other carnivores, except that our ancestors knew how to use tools. However, they also had weaknesses, namely that they did not have the physical strength to keep up and needed the cooperation of many people. The tribesmen who were still looking around in shock regained their attention. This place was magical. They had walked such a long way, but it actually followed them. It was as if it had grown legs. It was incomprehensible. However, now is not the time to be shocked by this. How can we catch a deer and bring it back? They had been hungry for too long. Their hands and feet were weak, and they were becoming less and less strong than before. It would be great if they could have a bite of meat today. For a moment, everyone fell silent, quietly waiting for Rorschach to begin her entrapment plan. Rorschach's original plan was to observe what kind of grass the deer liked to eat, and then try to collect the grass they liked as bait to lure them into the space and catch them in a trap. But the reality is that plans really can't keep up with changes. She didn't expect the deer to be so big, and she also underestimated the abundance of resources in the forest. They might not squeeze into the unfamiliar small space just to eat a few bites of grass. So, now I have to make other plans. Are you really going to dig a hole? Maybe it would actually work. Those deer, driven into a panic and losing their way, might actually fall into the pit. But what would my people use to dig the pit? Their hands. How long would it take to dig? Don't worry, I'll think of a solution. First, calm people down. They are staring at me and making me a little nervous. The tribesmen nodded in trust after hearing this, and looked out of the cave at the herd of deer. They were itching to catch one. The last time they had hunted such a beast was a long time ago. At that time, there were still many people in the tribe, and it was very lively. Rorschach thought for a while, then stood up and walked around his own space. There were some fruits and a lot of wild vegetables in the space. They were of no use now. There is also a water trough that Dahu carved out of stone. Because it was originally made of dead wood, Luo Xia was afraid that it would rot if left outside for a long time, so he put it in the space to preserve it. There's nothing else. No, there's water. She suddenly stopped in front of the small pond, her heart pounding with joy. There is no water source in this open area, and these deer also need to drink water. Well, there is also the sink made by Dahu. I was a little disliked of it at first, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Everyone come and help. Luo Xia spoke excitedly, and all the tribesmen who had been waiting for a long time came forward. Rorschach's plan now is this. The trough was placed outside to attract the giant deer to drink water. The tribesmen stood guard at the door with weapons, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Rorschach was responsible for opening the door of the space to catch the giant deer off guard, and the tribesmen took the opportunity to give the giant deer a fatal blow. Everyone stared at her in amazement. Ahe opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped himself. Rorschach noticed something was wrong and asked, "Is there something that's not working?" The elder brother from the clan said, "The deer hide is very tough. I can't penetrate it immediately." As the strongest man here, the brother's face was filled with guilt. Chapter 26. Let's all give each other a name. Is deerskin so hard? Rorschach, a modern man who traveled through time, did not have the common sense in this area. His original body's memories were sparse and vague, and most of the time he had to figure out things about this period on his own. She glanced at the tools in the hands of the tribesmen. They went to the forest to find hard and straight wooden sticks, which were sharpened to become spears. Some were not sharpened, and sharp stones or animal bone spurs were tied to one end of the sticks, which were improved versions of the weapons. These seemingly simple weapons were actually the tribesmen's treasures, and they had put a lot of effort and hard work into them. Rorschach was stunned, then understood. No wonder men couldn't walk when they saw a straight stick. It turned out that this gene was engraved in their ancestors. However, this wooden stick is just a wooden stick after all. Without a steel tip, it is not really a powerful weapon. It is normal that it cannot penetrate the animal's skin. Therefore, the idea of hitting the vital point with one blow is too idealistic. She thought about it and decided to use a noose. However, since the deer was tall and strong, she couldn't use a noose around its neck, so she could only use a noose around its hooves. Everyone came out of the space and collected a bunch of tough wild grass that could be rubbed into ropes. They weaved them into long, strong ropes, made a loop at one end, and left a long tail at the other. The deer's hooves stepped into the loop, and the tribesmen pulled the rope hard at the other end. Even if the bighorn deer was as strong as an ox, it would fall because of a sudden loss of balance. At this time, everyone had to go together. The deer must not be allowed to stand up. With its hard horns and powerful hooves, once it stood up, It would be no big deal if it ran away. It might even hurt people. After controlling the prey, they must drag it into the space as quickly as possible. If the deer herd reacts and counterattacks them, it would be fatal. It was Rorschach's first time participating in hunting, so he was very cautious. He repeatedly checked the strength of the rope, explained his intentions to the tribesmen, and asked them to practice many times. He was determined to succeed on the first try, otherwise it would be more difficult if the deer behind him became alert, and the waiting time would become longer. They could afford to wait, but the dying young people in the tribe could not. After making sure that everyone knew what they were supposed to do, Rorschach gave the order and officially began today's hunting operation. She had 2 men carry the full trough out of the space and as close to the deer as possible, then placed 3 nooses on the ground. They stepped back 3 meters and entered the space. The next step was to wait, waiting for the deer to discover the water here, and then aim for the moment when the deer's hooves stepped into the noose. Because one end of the rope was outside and the other end was held in the hands of the tribesmen, Rorschach tried several times to close the space door, but failed. This was a good thing, because after closing it, no one could see outside from inside the space. Although it is a bit strange that a door appeared out of nowhere, fortunately the deer cannot think and will not understand what is strange about it. Once they get used to the door appearing out of nowhere, it will become reasonable. They will probably come closer if they don't feel any danger. The waiting process was very long, but except for Rorschach, everyone else seemed to be accustomed to such a wait. They were concentrating, their eyes looking outside, and their hands tightly holding the rope. Luo Xia stared for a while, accepted her fate, and admitted that she really could not be a lurking hunter. She was tired, so she went back to the corner to spin her yarn. She had done what she could, and the rest depended on her tribesmen. She would not make trouble. The gray rabbit fur gradually turned into a gray ball of yarn. Although it looked very ugly, it was fine as long as it could be used. As soon as Rorschach made a mistake in threading, he forgot about hunting and was thinking about using the thread to weave a shirt. The rabbit was not big, and there was even less rabbit hair to pluck, so he could only make a belly band-style suspender. Whether it was a sweater or suspenders, Luo Xia couldn't wait to own them, not only to cover up her shame, but also because these things were too difficult and too rare to obtain. Although the tribesmen didn't say it, they were secretly paying attention to what she was doing. She really wanted to make it quickly and show off to them. It was a little fun in the midst of all the hardships. Suddenly, she heard a man shouting. She was so scared that her whole body shuddered. The moment she looked up, she saw the men squeezing out, and the women followed them out. There was chaos outside. Rorschach quickly dropped the yarn and tried to go to the door to see what was going on. Her heart was in her throat, and she desperately hoped that what she saw was a scene of people crushing a large deer. But before she could reach the door, she bumped into Ahe, who was walking in. No. Ahe looked at her sadly and shook his head. Luo Xia turned his head to look outside and saw that the tribesmen outside were also dejected. They still underestimated the alertness of the giant deer. Although they saw the deer's hoof step into one of the traps at the first time and pulled the rope immediately, the giant deer reacted quickly and pulled its hoof out of the trap before it tripped and ran away with all 4 hoofs. The other giant deer were frightened and followed it, and the herd ran away in a moment. Everyone returned to the space to discuss again. Drills are just drills, and they are all based on their own imagination. Only after this practice did everyone gain experience. The snare needs to be made smaller to trap the deer. When you pull the rope, you have to shake it upwards. Just now, the deer just lifted its foot and ran away. We need to get closer. The rope is too long and hard to pull. Rorschach sat beside them silently. She didn't participate and of course didn't know where the problem lay. She could only listen to them quietly. After everyone finished yelling, they let the deer run away once, so they had to try again. But now it is getting late, and the deer have left here and gone to the water source. They will not come back here to graze until tomorrow. They have to wait until tomorrow to take action. Everyone's safety is not a problem. In this space, it doesn't matter how bloody the fighting is outside. There are ready-made wild vegetables to fill your stomach and cool spring water in the small pond to drink. Today's work came to an end and everyone relaxed. The light in the space became dim along with the light outside, but it could not stop everyone's curiosity about this place. They did not dare to walk around in Rorschach's territory, so they sat where they were, touching the stone wall under their buttocks with their hands. Those sitting against the wall touched the stone wall behind them, which was all stone. This was the first time they had seen such a strange cave. It had such a regular shape, with clear edges and corners, and the top, back and buttocks were all extremely flat. The elder brother from the clan stood up stiffly and walked to the small pond to scoop up some water to drink. He seized the opportunity to look around the pond. There was nothing in it except a stone. It was very clean. The taste of the water was like it had been soaked in sweet root grass. Then he returned to his original seat, and the others also stood up to drink water and returned to their seats. Rorschach broke everyone's restraint and said, "It doesn't matter anyway. Why don't you all give yourselves a name?" She had long objected to the fact that everyone had no names, as it was too inconvenient. Chapter 27 Surname. Now, she and her mother Ahe are the only ones with names in the clan. The rest, even the oldest old man, have no name. They themselves are also very good at communicating without names, as if just a glance can tell who they are talking about, and another glance will let the other party know that they want to pass. But Rorschach was not used to it. It didn't matter when she pretended to be invisible at the beginning. She didn't need to greet anyone, and no one greeted her. But now it's different. She has become the core of this tribe. Sometimes she doesn't know how to mention another person to one person. It's too difficult without a name. Everyone was confused by her proposal, but no one objected, and they just waited for Rorschach to continue. Rorschach said, "It's inconvenient for everyone to not have a name. You can give yourselves a name you like, just like I named myself Rorschach. Then we can exchange names and call each other by our names when we meet in the future." In this way, everyone looked at each other and saw their confused selves in each other's eyes. Of course, they also need to have a name of their own, so that everyone in the tribe will know that they are talking about themselves. However, that name is not something they can give themselves. It is given by the tribe members. It is recognition, honor, and proof of their status. Now, is it because the tribe has declined, so none of that matters anymore, and I can give myself a name? They were not happy about having a name, as they felt it had no particular significance. But since Rorschach said so, everyone still racked their brains to think about it. Ahe said, "I have a name." Rorschach, It seems a bit perfunctory to call her mother's name a name. She can guess why her mother was called this name. Maybe it was because everyone called her he too much at the beginning, and then her status in the clan became important, so everyone added an a before her hey to distinguish it from the he used by others. "Well, Mom, you have a name." At that moment, she wanted to give the mother of this body a nicer name, but she immediately gave up the idea. The name is the pride of the tribe, and she should not deprive others of their pride at will. Besides, in this era where the belly is everything, it doesn't matter whether the name is nice or not. Let's add a surname before our names, so that when we go out, everyone will know that we are from the same tribe. Everyone who was thinking about their own name looked at her blankly. "What's your last name?" "What is this?" "The last name is..." "How should I explain this to you all?" "Forget it, no explanation." Luo Xia said, "Our tribe believes in the god of pine, so our surname is Song. Mom, you will be called Song He from now on." Song He, Luo Xia was delighted. Although the name was a bit strange, it still felt great. It sounded powerful, didn't it? "Oh," everyone exclaimed, and a spark seemed to flash in their minds. So this is what it means. Adding the tribal god in front of your own name means telling others that our tribe believes in the pine god. So that's it. Everyone suddenly felt that surname was a sacred existence. Ahe also spoke each word seriously, trying to make his pronunciation clear. Song, He. She felt as if a new strength had been injected into her body, and both she and her name had become more important. Song He. Rorschach said. Song He. Rorschach. She wanted to give her tribe a surname that sounds like Song, but her mother didn't know that she only had Song in her mind. Never mind, this is not important at all. Rorschach looked at the others. Have you decided on your names? Everyone looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. After all, they named themselves, and it felt like they were praising themselves. The youngest man in the tribe spoke up. Then I will be called Hard Bone. Is that okay? He was very ashamed. When the other members of the tribe were still alive, he was nothing. Now he had the nerve to name himself Hard Bones. He didn't know what the tribesmen would think of him if they were alive, but he really hoped that his bones were harder and stronger. Rorschach. Well, let's hear what other people call us first. This is a name, not a nickname. Then I'm called a fast runner, said another man, adding guiltily. I was a pretty fast runner when I was younger. Later there are also those called Big Feet, Many Children, and Smart Nose. Rorschach was at a loss for words. It seemed that everyone really didn't know how to choose a name, so he quickly waved his hand to ask everyone to be quiet. Let me get it for you. They are so embarrassed to call out the names they gave themselves. They are too frivolous. She looked at the people in front of her. In addition to her mother Ahe, who had a name, there were 6 men and 3 women. There weren't many people, so it wasn't that difficult to give them names. Just a quick glance and my mind went blank for a moment. These primitive ancestors in front of him had thick hair on their bodies and looked like savages. None of the names Rorschach knew seemed to fit their images. Even if they were to be named with individual characters, they would have to think carefully. After all, the name should suit the person. Calling them June, or Xian, seemed difficult for him to do. After some thought, the one with hard bones is called Song Gang. The one who runs fast is called Song Kuai. The one with big feet is called Song De Jiao. The one who gives many children is called Song Duozi, and the one with smart nose is called Song Yuanxiu. Each name is very earthy and down-to-earth. Fortunately, it is related to the names they gave themselves, which respects their own wishes and is easier to remember. Although Rorschach felt that he had given them simple names as much as possible, they still found it difficult to remember their own names, and even more difficult to remember other people's names. Although Rorschach explained that gang means hard and duozi means to have many children, these words were too unfamiliar to them. All of a sudden, the space was filled with the sounds of clansmen chanting their own names, and without exception, they all pronounced song as song. Luo Xia was too lazy to correct them. In fact, if you think about it, isn't the surname Song a good one? It is reasonable and easy to remember. Who said that the surname must be Song? Song Rorschach. Luo Xia was startled and looked over, and saw his mother Ahe staring at him with smiling eyes, and repeated it again. Song Rorschach, your name is Song Rorschach. Rorschach, She was also given the tribal surname. Well, that makes sense. The tribesmen who were given the tribal surname were delighted, and their cohesion and sense of belonging were unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 28, I don't know where it went. Hunting the giant deer was not as smooth as Rorschach had expected, as they spent most of the time waiting. However, for the other tribesmen who were used to hunting, this hunt was successful because they finally caught the prey unharmed. When they caught the prey, they had been out for the third day and had stayed outside for 2 nights. This kind of thing had not happened since the Song tribe suffered a devastating disaster. With fewer people in the tribe, they did not dare to catch large prey, so they had to return to the tribe every day. Moreover, although the tribe was relatively safe, it was not absolutely safe, so it was better for everyone to stay together. This time was an exception. We were worried during the process, but it would not be good to give up halfway when the arrow is on the string. The injured, the elderly, and the children in the tribe were waiting for them to bring back food. So after catching the prey, the first thing they did was to rush back. Because of Rorschach's space, they could defend against danger at any time. So they also traveled at night, and finally stepped out of the dense forest. The autumn moonlight shone everywhere, and they returned to the familiar tribe. The pitch-black cave entrance didn't feel scary at all, only warm and exciting. Because they brought back prey, everyone was in high spirits and wanted to share this good news with the tribesmen who stayed behind. Rorschach hurriedly called them to retreat back into the forest, opened up a space under the shade of the tree trunks, and asked everyone to drag out the tightly tied giant deer. The dragged-out giant deer let out a very penetrating cry, which immediately broke the silence of the night. The group quickly dragged the deer back. Although it was their territory, what if a wild beast attacked in the middle of the night? A woman ran quickly to the cave to inform the tribesmen who stayed behind. After running a few steps, she saw a ball of red flame suddenly appear at the entrance of the cave, and a figure could not be seen clearly behind the flame. Rorschach squinted his eyes, and although he couldn't see the face clearly, he could guess who it was because of the tall figure. His eyes were sore, and he almost cried. She didn't say anything during these 3 days, but in fact she was extremely worried. There was an outsider left in the tribe, and this person could eat people openly. What if this outsider was hungry and ungrateful? The only people left in the tribe were the elderly, children, and the injured, and none of them could be his match. Now that he still has the courage to stay, he probably still has a conscience. Then, 2 large and 2 small figures flashed from the firelight and ran towards this side. They did not make any sound. They had to keep quiet at night. It was the way to survive, but the cheerful figures could already show their inner excitement and happiness. Rorschach, the old man's voice was shaking with excitement. He glanced around and found that no one was missing. The huge elk on the ground struggled in vain. He felt relieved and was glad that he and the others had gritted their teeth and endured the past 3 days. A dozen people easily dragged the deer to the entrance of the cave. Rorschach hurried into the cave to check on the injured person. He was breathing and still alive, but he was thin, very thin, much thinner than he was 3 days ago. When I came out, I noticed that Dahu had been standing by the fire without moving, watching the Song people busying themselves around the deer. It seemed that this strong man was actually skinny. Song Gang ran over to ask Luo Xia for instructions. We are going to bleed now, Luo Xia. You will do it. Rorschach waved her hands hurriedly. This was an honorable thing, but she couldn't do it. Brother Song Gang, just take care of it. Dahu glanced at her suddenly, paused, and said, I've made the thing you wanted for you. While Luo Xia was still thinking about something, Dahu took out 2 wooden blocks from the cave and stuffed them into her hands. Rorschach looked at it in the firelight and laughed. It was bowls, 2 of them. Perhaps there was enough time. The bowl was emptied cleanly enough, and the inside was polished into a round shape by stone, but the outside was not polished. It was the original shape of the tree trunk. In order to make the bottom flat, it was first burned with fire and finally polished on the stone. The whole thing is not exquisite, but it is practical. Is this what you want? Dahu held his breath, but his attitude became more and more arrogant. Rorschach nodded. That's it. Dahu said, as if he had let out a breath. Luo Xia immediately took a bowl and asked them to collect the deer blood in it, but the tribesmen said that it was too small to hold it. In the end, they directly collected the blood in the stone trough outside the cave, where it mixed with the water inside and became a large stone trough of blood water. Song Gang and Song Kwai hurriedly borrowed the thing called a bowl from Rorschach's hand, scooped a large bowl, and fed it to the injured in the cave. The injured man couldn't drink anymore, but was forced to drink 2 large bowls of water by having his mouth pried open. The others just watched quietly and prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that he would come back to life soon. After taking care of the injured, everyone left the cave and threw half a piece of wood into the fire to make it burn more vigorously. The deer blood cannot be kept forever. It must be drunk fresh to absorb the power of the bighorn deer. So everyone gathered around the fire and drank a bowl each. Luo Xia didn't want to drink it at first, as she was psychologically opposed to it, and the taste was too fishy, but she pinched her wrist, which was as thin as a child's, so she held her breath and drank it in one breath, determined to heal her body first. Rorschach put the remaining deer blood into 2 wooden bowls and placed them in his own space, intending to keep it for his injured brother and to preserve the freshness of the space. They worked until midnight and finally cleaned up the deer. Everyone got a piece of venison. Even the 2 young children stayed up all night waiting for the meat. They knew that with the big harvest today, they would have something good to eat, and they got what they waited for. All the remaining venison and deerskin were given to Rorschach. Dahu watched thoughtfully as the men of the Song tribe dragged those things into the innermost part of the cave. At first, he thought there was a very large cave inside, so that was enough space to hold all the weeds these people brought in. Later, when most people had gone out, he went to the innermost part to take a look. As a result, it was not big at all, with only 2 animal skins spread out and nothing else. He was confused and couldn't figure it out. He wondered if the deerskins and venison they had dragged in might also be missing. This was a rare night of satisfaction for the Song tribe since they had suffered a great disaster. Each member of the tribe was given a piece of meat. Although it was not much, it was very satisfying. After eating some wild vegetables, they felt a comfortable sense of fullness in their stomachs. I slept very late, but it was a very sound sleep. Rorschach never worried about keeping watch at night and just focused on sleeping. The other members of the tribe also put aside their anxieties about food and woke up from a full sleep at noon. Luo Xia got up, and everyone sat together to eat some food to fill their stomachs. They didn't eat meat, but only ate wild vegetables. However, after just one night, everyone's spirits were lifted. Perhaps the deer blood and deer meat were indeed very nutritious. Even the young man who had been in a coma seemed to be in much better condition. Chapter 29 Recognition. Rorschach had the injured man lifted up, pried open his mouth, found a leaf and folded it to use as a spoon, then fed the deer blood into his mouth little by little. He watched carefully until he swallowed it before feeding him the next mouthful. He was too excited last night, and seeing that there was a lot of deer blood in the stone trough, he allowed his tribesmen to roughly force 2 bowls into his mouth. He drank far less than he vomited out, and now there are only 2 bowls left, and conditions do not allow any more to be wasted. After taking care of the injured, everyone was able to sit together and look at each other. They all felt a little uncomfortable, as they should have gone out to collect food at this time. Rorschach was not in a hurry. Having a deer gave him enough confidence. I asked about the situation in the tribe in the previous 3 days. The old men who stayed behind had limited narrative ability, so they told the story in a disjointed and intermittent manner, adding some additions and omissions to complete the story, both important and unimportant. They had stayed in the tribe to look after the young people for 3 days, and when they had free time, they would go around the tribe to pick some wild vegetables. They had never expected that Luo Xia and his tribe would leave and not return for 3 days. They were so scared that they had not slept much for 3 days and did not even speak a word. They ate wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, and the few fruits left by Rorschach were scraped into paste with wood chips according to Rorschach's method and fed to the young people. As soon as there was nothing to do, he would help the young man up and pour the water from the stone trough outside into his mouth. That was what Rorschach had instructed, to give him more water. These 3 days were difficult. They ate and drank the same as before, but the time seemed much longer than before. Every moment was torture. They were afraid that Rorschach and the others would never come back. This foreigner named Dahu was not worried at all. Why should he worry? This was not his tribe, and the people were not his people. He just did what he was supposed to do every day, made a fire when he was supposed to, and ate when he was supposed to. The two old men had to admit that they were lucky to have this young man from another tribe with them for the past 3 days. When he ate and drank, he also asked his own tribesmen to eat and drink. He helped the injured with their appetites and took care of the children. If it weren't for this calm young man, the two old guys would have really collapsed. But this feeling was a bit complicated, and the old man didn't know how to express it, so he could only repeat what Dahu had done for him twice. Everyone's eyes looking at Dahu changed, filled with gratitude, and more like they were looking at one of their own. Luo Xia wanted to thank Dahu, but he felt that it would be too formal. His original intention was to bring the other party into his tribe. After all, thanking him would still treat him as an outsider. I was stunned when I remembered that he had injuries on his body. I hadn't seen him for 3 days, and he looked like a normal person, so I accidentally overlooked this matter. I glanced at his wound. At the beginning, the wound was deep but not big. Now the wound has shrunk, and only a small scar can be seen. People who don't know would think that he had scratched it with his hands. Don't you feel any pain? Previously, Rorschach had always thought this man was a master of feigning and bearing pain, acting as if nothing had happened. But now, seeing him moving so effortlessly, he couldn't help but wonder. Could this man really not feel any pain at all? He couldn't help but ask. Dahu glanced at her, then looked away and said, "It doesn't hurt." Well, it seems it still hurts. Luo Xia entered the cave and then entered his own space. He used a stone slab to cut off a palm-sized piece of meat and handed it to Dahu. "You are injured. Eat more, and you will get better quickly." Dahu was slightly stunned, then took it without hesitation and started eating it without any hesitation. The others looked at it with drooling eyes, but they had no complaints. They were so happy that such a young and capable young man was willing to join their tribe. The number of young people in the tribe increased from 2 to 3. Rorschach added, "Dad and Mom, everyone got their own names yesterday. Let me pick one for you today." The old father and mother already knew that the tribesmen all had names after they went out and came back. Although they were envious, they did not think about having one themselves. After all, they were old and of no use to them. So what was the point of giving themselves a name? So Rorschach confused them both as soon as he opened his mouth. Dahu raised his eyelids. He had been puzzled about this matter since last night. How come there were so many people with names in the tribe after 2 nights? What did they go out for? Now when he heard Luo Xia wanted to name the 2 old men in the tribe, he was even more puzzled in his heart. Is this tribe crazy? Forget it. No one knows how long this tribe can survive, so it doesn't matter what kind of nonsense they want to do. He licked the blood off his hands and felt satisfied. It had been a long time since he had eaten venison. 3 days ago, he had thought about leaving. These old, weak, and sick people going deer hunting? He had thought it was not very reliable from the beginning. He also thought that Rorschach's talk of trapping was nonsense. Hunting was not that easy. If it was that easy, so many strong men would not have lost their lives. Even if they are deer, they don't eat people, but they are fast and strong. If you are hit by their antlers or kicked by their hooves, you will be crippled if not killed. If they don't come back for 3 days, something must have happened to them. They may have been attacked by a herd of deer, or they may have encountered other ferocious beasts on the way. But despite thinking this, he still stayed for some unknown reason. He still had expectations in his heart, expectations for that strange woman named Rorschach. She was different from other women he had met. She was weak and spoke strange nonsense. No one knew what was in her head. Unexpectedly, she really brought them back. Rorschach held his chin with his fingertips. It was not easy to come up with a down-to-earth name. He said, "Father, you can call me Song Changsho, and Mother, you can call me Song Haofu." The 2 elders looked bewildered. "Longevity? Good fortune?" Rorschach said, "Longevity means living in good health for many, many years, and good fortune means good luck, good food and drink, and no illness or disaster in the future." Then he named the 2 children. "Give the younger brother and sister a name as well. The younger brother will be named Zhuang, which means he is strong and sturdy, and the younger sister will be named Huanqi, which means she will live happily every day in the future. They are Song Zhuang and Song Huanqi." Rorschach was very satisfied with the names he chose, each of which had its own beautiful meaning. But everyone seemed a little confused. Dahu finally couldn't help but said, "Can you do what you should do?" He gave them names out of nowhere, like they were playing house. Even this young child had his own name. What kind of thing was that? Did names become meaningless? This made his own name. Dahu seemed cheap. Luo Xia said, "Oh, and the injured brother doesn't have a name, so let's call him Song Kong. I hope he recovers soon." As a result, all the tribesmen had names. although they had not yet fully adapted to the new system and could not even remember their own names, let alone the names of other members of the tribe. Then he, Song Dahu. Halfu Amma spoke and looked at Dahu. She recognized Dahu as one of her tribesmen and specifically reminded Luo Xia not to forget him. Chapter 30, Unwilling. Dahu, who was given the surname Song, twitched his brows. Rorschach asked, "What do you think?" As long as he agrees, it proves that his heart truly belongs to this tribe. Dahu replied, "What is Pine? Is there such a thing as a name for your tribe?" There is the same character in everyone's name. He didn't realize it at first, but then he thought it through and understood that Song represents Song tribe. He was surprised that this tribe had such a tradition, which made people feel indescribably shocked. He couldn't help but think that if he had not left his tribe, if his tribe also had such a tradition, his name would be Eagle Tiger. Eagle Tiger, what a majestic name. He suddenly felt lost. Song is the surname of our tribe. Everyone in our tribe has this surname before their name. When others hear our name, they know which tribe we are from. Rorschach explained, "No, that's not my name." To be honest, he had no interest in joining this inexplicable tribe. The Song people became disappointed, and Changsho Aba asked, "Are you leaving then?" The young man is now in a good condition to join any tribe, and other tribes will not treat him as food. Because he has recovered from his injuries and is strong and young, other tribes will be willing to accept him and let him go hunting with their people. "No," Dahu said simply. "I'll stay and hunt with you guys later." He knew that his injury had not healed yet. Besides, he really had no intention of leaving. He was not interested in joining this weak tribe, but he was curious about the woman Rorschach and what would happen to this tribe in the future. Anyway, his health is getting better, so he can leave any time. Rorschach was secretly disappointed, but then he thought, never mind, the name is just a mark, he doesn't need to call it if he doesn't like it. Does Dahu have a surname? Song Gang felt a little proud of having his own surname. Thinking that Dahu was such a powerful person, he couldn't help but be curious about his surname and the surname of his tribe. Dahu said expressionlessly, "I don't have a tribe or a surname now." "Then your surname should be Bai, and you should be called Baihu." Rorschach said quickly. Dahu glared at her out of habit again. "What is Bai?" "White. Look, white clouds." White also means nothing. You don't have a tribe, so this surname is very suitable. Dahu thought to himself, why do I have to have a surname? But having a surname does make a difference. White Tiger is a sick tiger. I am not called White Tiger. Baihu is a name and has nothing to do with the white tiger. Don't you think this name is beautiful and elegant, yet subtly majestic and imposing? Luo Xia thinks Baihu is good. Compared with Dahu, he looks more fashionable. Well, to be honest, his image does not live up to the name Baihu at all. He is neither beautiful nor elegant. He just looks like a messy savage. "I don't know what you are talking about," Dahu said. "What beautiful, elegant, and compelling, I don't know what she is talking about, but then I'll be called White Tiger." "No, Big White Tiger. The bigger the tiger, the more ferocious it is." Rorschach was puzzled. Why did you suddenly agree, White Tiger? White Tiger. He just thought that the white tiger was also alone and had no tiger pack of its own, and was so similar to himself. The name fit him so well, so he agreed. It had been a while since he had talked so much. Rorschach was in a good mood. He looked at the sky again and arranged for everyone to collect wild vegetables. The food in his own space was far from enough to survive the winter. Normally, he had to go out to collect food in winter, but Rorschach felt cold when he thought about going out to work in the freezing cold. It was better for him to prepare enough food and stay in the cave to spend the winter. After the tribesmen left, Luo Xia dragged the deerskin out of her own space and hung it outside to dry. Everyone wanted to give her all the good things and ask her to keep them, but she decided to give the deerskin to everyone for use. There was no business at that time, and it would not make any money if it was sold. Exchange is possible. Animal skins are hard currency in any tribe and can be exchanged for food or other needs. Rorschach spread the deerskin on the open ground, smoothed out the edges and corners, and found the deer hair prickly, which was completely different from the soft feeling he had imagined. The leather was also thick and hard, and even steel weapons might not be able to penetrate it at once. It could only be attributed to natural selection. The deerskin was strong enough, and the strength of our primitive ancestors was correspondingly strong enough. One deer was far from enough. Even if they were few in number and frugal enough, they would find it difficult to survive the entire long winter. I'll go again in 2 days and prepare a few more in my space. While she was sorting the deerskin, 2 children came over and stroked the deer hair, saying in their broken language, "Sister, do you want to pluck the hair? I'll make some yarn for you." They still remember this incident, but unfortunately Rorschach wore the rabbit skin on his body, and they had no place to pluck the fur. Huanqi shook her head again, denying her own question. "It's prickly. I can't have it." Dahu stood nearby. The more he looked at Luo Xia, the more strange it seemed to him. Look, she had dragged out such a large deerskin from the part of her, but that was a bit bigger. After Rorschach finished sorting the deerskin, he returned to the cave and brought out the ball of yarn he had rolled out. Today he could proceed to the next step of knitting. The two children stood by her and watched her holding two wooden sticks, her fingers moving nimbly, and they followed her in admiration, imitating her with their own hands. Dahu helped Song Kong up and fed him water in a familiar manner. He was bored because he had nothing to do, so he went to the firewood pile to look for suitable wood. It was amazing that he made something called a water scoop and a water bowl. Although they were not very useful, he enjoyed making them and helped to kill time. After turning over the firewood pile, he came over with a large piece of wood. Give me a bone. Do what? Dahu pushed the wood forward. What are you going to do with this wood? Bowls, big bowls. The two you asked for before were too small and useless. Big things are better, the bigger the better. Rorschach looked at the wooden stake in his arms speechlessly. You are not making a bowl, you want to make a pot. Having said that, it would be great if it could really be cooked. She has had enough of grilled meat and vegetables. But that was unlikely, there was no iron. She knew nothing about iron ore, so she didn't even expect to find it herself. She is definitely the most useless time traveler, and she didn't bring any skills with her. But she was not in a hurry. After all, she had no great ambitions and was content to live a comfortable life every day. Now, just live your life as it should. Dahu wants bones because he wants to use them as tools. Those bones were still in the deer's body and had not been removed. Luo Xia entered the space and took great pains to pull out a rib, but it seemed that it was not what Dahu wanted, so he was despised again. Fortunately, Dahu didn't continue to meddle in other people's business. He took the ribs and went to do his own thing. Chapter 31, Feelings. It didn't take Rorschach long to knit the rabbit fur top she wanted. She was very good at it. There was just too little yarn, so I could barely knit a tube top and added straps on top to prevent it from slipping and exposing myself. The finished product was rough because the yarn was uneven in thickness. In Rorschach's opinion, this work was at the same level as when he first learned to knit. But in the eyes of the Song tribe, it was not so. This was simply, it's a great thing. How on earth did she turn a mess of fur into such a soft, warm, and beautiful-looking piece of clothing? It looks really nice in clothes. Both men and women couldn't help but look down at their own bare upper bodies, feeling a little envious. However, this envy is only temporary. Their main focus is still on eating, and everything else is not so important. A miracle happened that night. Song Kong, the brother who had been in a coma for several days and was as thin as a skeleton, actually opened his eyes. The tribesmen immediately went to the mountain wall carved with the green pine totem and knelt down to worship, crying with joy. It was the first time they had experienced such a thing. A person who looked dead just sat up, opened his eyes and asked for water, and actually came back to life. Even when they knelt down to thank Songshan, they were still a little unsure. Did that person really come back to life? Luo Xia was relieved, and specially took out a piece of meat from the space to prepare a special meal for brother Song Kong. He didn't dare to give it to him directly to let him gnaw on it. He didn't have the strength, so he asked someone to put the meat into the bowl made by Dahu, and slowly smash it with stones until it became meat paste. He also scooped some water from the stone trough at the entrance of the cave with the water ladle that brother Song Gang had hurriedly made, and asked Song Kong to drink it together with the water and meat paste. The tribesmen had never treated a person so carefully before. They took care of him carefully every day, and his diet was different from others. No one was jealous. At this time, they hoped that they had as many tribesmen as possible. Because of Rorschach, they almost believed that this person would get better, just like by Dahu, who almost died, but it didn't take long before he got better. 3 days later, Song Kong felt much better. His face and body gradually became fuller, his voice became stronger, and he no longer needed any additional processing when eating. He could even eat raw meat by himself. Luo Xia felt relieved about Song Kong, so she took her people out hunting again. She wanted to finish the work quickly while it was still warm. She knew that if hunting was still needed in winter, she could not stand idly by. She must have her own place in the hunting area, otherwise, the Song tribe would be wiped out. She didn't dare to think about walking barefoot in the snow for most of the day to go hunting in the middle of winter. She couldn't help shivering at the mere thought. Dahu stepped forward and wanted to go with them. The Song tribe members were silent and looked at Luo Xia. They knew that Luo Xia's secret had been kept from Dahu because Dahu was an outsider. But it was not easy to refuse the other party who took the initiative to go hunting. He had such a good body that he couldn't stay in the tribe and be eaten forever, right? Rorschach also remained silent, then poked him hard in the abdomen with his finger. Dahu cried out in pain, staggered back a step, and stared at Luo Xia in disbelief. This woman was trying so hard, as if she was afraid that she couldn't pierce him. Rorschach smiled seriously and said, "Look, your injury hasn't healed yet. Why are you trying so hard? Take good care of yourself. There will be places where you can contribute in the future." After saying that, Xiaosha turned around and left with his people. Because he refused the surname Song, Rorschach was still hesitant about him. He didn't know whether he could trust this man or not. He would let him know about the space matter later. Besides, he is not well yet and is of no use. Wait a little longer and observe. This hunting trip still followed the same routine as last time, but the process was not so smooth. It took 2 days to catch the prey, but Song Kuai was injured. He was kicked by the deer's hoof on the shin bone, and his leg was broken on the spot. Rorschach immediately had his leg restored, and then found a straight wooden stick to tie it up. It turns out that not only Bai Dahu could bear it, but all the primitive ancestors were also able to bear it. Even though he was sweating all over from the pain, the middle-aged man did not even cry out. Rorschach also broke out in a sweat, as if the pain was in himself. "Relax, Daddy, are you okay?" Rorschach couldn't help but ask a nonsense question, even though he was clearly shaking in pain. Song Kuai gritted his teeth and smiled with difficulty, then sighed. "I'm old now. I can't compare to my youth, it's okay. A broken bone is no small matter. It means the end of one's hunting career. A man who cannot hunt has no value in living." In the past, such tribesmen would leave the tribe and fend for themselves without anyone saying anything. Song Kuai said he would not go back. Rorschach, of course, disagreed. "I have the final say in this tribe. Don't tell me about traditions. It's too cruel to abandon people when they are no longer useful." Luo Xia's attitude was firm. Everyone thought about Song Kong and Bai Dahu, and they felt that it was not difficult to understand why Song Kuai stayed. Maybe things would get better in the end. Looking at the newly captured deer, they felt more at ease. As long as there was food, everything else was not a big deal. Song Kuai also put aside his fearless mood. He thought it was adding insult to injury. There were no people left in the tribe, and he was injured at an inopportune time. But it seemed that things were not that bad. With Rorschach around, everything will get better and better. Song Kuai stayed in the space, and 2 people took turns to look after him. Poor Rorschach couldn't get in, so he had to keep walking. However, the tribesmen also knew that she was in poor health. If she had not strongly refused, they would have taken turns carrying her forward. The rejected tribesmen subconsciously slowed down their pace to prevent Rorschach from getting tired, and quietly surrounded Rorschach to protect her in case of a wild beast attack. Because everyone found a way last time, the tribe kept 2 more people the second time. They were surprised to find that their fellow tribesmen came back earlier this time than last time. Then they found that Song Kuai was injured. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Bai Dahu looked at the cave speechlessly as he saw another person lying in the cave. The people in this tribe were getting injured too frequently. That's not the case. In fact, it was common for people to get injured in my previous large tribe, but because there were so many people, it didn't seem particularly conspicuous. This tribe has too few people. But just these few people actually hunted back a bighorn deer. Bai Dahu couldn't hide his surprise. "Will you go hunting next time?" Seeing that Luo Xia was free, Bai Dahu walked over and seemed to want to chat casually. Rorschach hummed, her voice a little listless. She knew that 2 deer were not enough, but Uncle Song Kuai's injury had left her with a psychological trauma. She was a little worried that the next time she went hunting, someone would get hurt again, or even die. She has feelings for all of these people. Chapter 32, I'll go to next time. "I'll go next time too," Bai Dahu said, and pushed his injured part closer to Luo Xia, waiting for her to verify. This time he was prepared. No matter how hard this woman hit him, he would never say a word. Rorschach didn't poke his wound, but hugged his elbows and looked up at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to hunt?" Bai Dahu was stunned, as if she had asked a very strange question, and repeated, "What's the point of hunting? What kind of question is this? Hunting is for food. What else can you do?" Rorschach continued, "You're not even willing to join our tribe, yet you're so eager to go hunting. Aren't you going to use the prey you catch to curry favor with other tribes?" Bai Dahu's eyes widened. What was this strange woman thinking? Did he need to bring food to curry favor with another tribe when he joined? What kind of strange rule was this? Seeing his expression, Rorschach knew he was overthinking it, and it didn't seem to be because of this. Why is he so active? His wounds haven't healed yet. Does he think hunting is fun? He will get hurt and die. Rorschach didn't understand. Bai Dahu frowned slightly and thrust his abdomen forward again. "My injury is healed. I will go with you next time." After the notification, Bai Dahu turned and left. Rorschach quickly caught up with him. "What are your plans for the future? If this person stays in his own tribe, it doesn't matter whether his surname is Bai or Song. He will be considered one of his own. But if he goes to another tribe after a while, he cannot be told about the things in his own space. Arrange. What does it mean? Just asking where you're going from now on. Baidahu stopped and thought. He was a little conflicted. No matter how he looked at it, this tribe was not worth his stay, but he just didn't want to leave. You saved me, and I'll hunt for you. Wasn't this what Rorschach was planning when he stopped them from eating him? No matter what, the life-saving grace must be repaid. So this is why he was in a hurry to go hunting. Did he want to find his next target after hunting? Although he looks young and strong and is a good hunter, his tribe now has a secret that cannot be known to outsiders, and he can hunt himself, so he is no longer needed for hunting. It would be better to send him away sooner. As Luo Xia was thinking about this, he suddenly felt reluctant to leave. Even though he was an outsider and was still injured, looking around his tribe, he really couldn't find anyone more agile and powerful than him. He felt at ease with him staying in the tribe. So the words that were about to drive him away changed as they came to his lips. You have nowhere else to go anyway, so why don't you stay? Don't forget that your life was given to you by our people. Since we saved you, you are now a member of our tribe. Would you be worthy of us if you went to another tribe? Not only was he subjected to moral kidnapping, but he was also subjected to the concept of substitution. Who knew that Baidahu didn't buy her trick at all? I didn't ask you to save him. You insisted on saving him. What does it have to do with me? Rorschach. That's right. This guy wasn't very interested in staying alive from the start, and he kept saying that he couldn't be saved. Looking at it this way, I was really meddling in other people's business by insisting on saving him. Of course, the main reason was that if I didn't save him, I might be forced to eat people. Baidahu said, even though you insisted on saving me, I am still very grateful. As long as you survive, I will stay here and hunt for you until the weather warms up. Rorschach. She understood what Baidahu meant, but it didn't sound pleasant at all. What did he mean by she wouldn't die? It turns out that this guy was waiting to see him off to the end. Don't you want to stay? Baidahu didn't say anything. He didn't know what he was thinking. Rorschach thought he was agreeing not to stay and was disappointed. In that case, let him go, lest he discover the secret. If he brings it to other tribes, I will be in danger. Since you don't want to be a member of our tribe, you should find a tribe as soon as possible. We can do it on our own and hunt. Baidahu stared at her in disbelief again. What was wrong with this woman? When the tribe was short of people, she drove him away. Could it be? He secretly clenched his fists, and his fists seemed not as strong as before. Could it be that after surviving the injury, he was not as strong as before? I was actually despised by such a weak woman. I will repay you for saving my life before I leave, don't worry. After saying this, Baidahu walked away quickly, leaving Luo Xia speechless. How could she feel at ease? This gentleman's character and the pride in his bones will not make him do what others tell him to do. Try asking him to leave again, and if that doesn't work, just kick him out. As soon as Baidahu left, his mother, Ahe, came over. He's leaving? A cruel look appeared on Ahe's face, and Rorschach was startled. Mom, what's wrong? We kept him here to save his life and feed him because you liked him, and he wanted to leave? Impossible. Either stay or... There was murderous intent in her eyes, and Rorschach felt a chill down his spine. He quickly grabbed his mother's arm. Or what? Kill it and eat the meat. It happened to be winter, and there was a shortage of food. Rorschach's mind buzzed. Our primitive ancestors were truly barbaric. Don't. You're reluctant? It's okay. No matter how strong he is, we have more people. He will have to obey us even if he doesn't want to. Luo Xia smiled bitterly. Mom, we can talk about this later. He won't leave now even if I tell him to. Ahe's murderous intent faded, and he stroked his daughter's messy hair with a smile. Don't worry, nothing you want will get away. This is a big misunderstanding. Rorschach had no interest in this man from the beginning, nor in any man in primitive society. Although she now looks like a savage, her inner aesthetic is still thousands of years ahead. Looking at these people now is like looking at another race. How could she have any special feelings for them? But the rest of the tribe didn't know. Rorschach didn't know how to explain to them his horror at cannibalism. For his tribesmen, it was probably like modern people being advised not to kill or eat meat. Ordinary people still had to eat meat in order to survive. Similarly, their ancestors also did so to survive. All she could think of was to prepare more food. As long as there was enough food, they would not target their own kind. In just a few days, she encountered 3 different injured people in succession. Everyone thought that Rorschach was calm and composed, but in fact, she was very panicked and just wanted to steal a witch doctor from a tribe. She had no medical skills and seemed like a liar with a guilty conscience. All she did was give the injured people water and more meat. What you eat is what you need. I hope they will get better health if they eat more meat. Chapter 33, Where is Baidahu? The second giant deer was packed up and stored in the space. Coincidentally, The huge bowl, made by Dahu, which was as big as a pot, came in handy in time. Luo Xia used it to hold deer blood and placed it in the space to keep it fresh. Although they didn't know what the effect of deer blood was, the tribe members believed that this thing was excellent. Song Kong and Song Kwai seemed to recover faster after drinking the deer blood. Regardless of whether it was a psychological illusion or not, Rorschach had to leave some as a backup. It was unknown when Song Kong and Song Kwai's injuries would be fully healed, so these were left for them. There is no guarantee that someone will get hurt in the future. 2 deerskins were taken out to dry and laid out in the cave for the tribesmen to lie down and sleep on. No one was used to such treatment. The good things were used by the important people in the clan, and the unimportant people used the unimportant ones. Everyone asked Luo Xia to replace the old animal skin she was using with a new one, but Luo Xia refused. She was used to the old animal skin. The hair was long and soft, and it was more comfortable than deerskin. The last 2 deerskins fell into the hands of Song He and Song Chongshou, 1 for each. Rorschach checked the tribe supplies and found that there were enough animal skins to survive the winter. If not, they could spread hay on the ground as a mat and use the animal skins to cover themselves to keep warm. Even if they couldn't have a warm winter, they wouldn't freeze to death. We need to prepare some more firewood. It's not a big deal if we have too much, but we're afraid if we don't have enough. Hunting still had to continue. 16 people had to spend the winter without staple food, so they could only eat meat and wild vegetables. Fortunately, the giant deer are very large, with a male deer weighing about 400 or 500 pounds. After removing the bones, there is a considerable amount of meat. Combined with wild vegetables, 1 deer is enough for them to eat for nearly a month. If they catch 2 more, they should have no problem this winter. Song Kwai's father's leg bone was broken. Apart from resetting and fixing it, and drinking water, eating deer blood and meat, there were no other measures. Luo Xia didn't know what medicine to give him. Although Song Kwai Abba kept his teeth clenched tightly to prevent any sound, Rorschach knew he was in pain. Rorschach felt very uncomfortable. There is no witch doctor in the tribe, but the necessary medicines must be available. Before going to bed, she made plans for the next day. She took her mother Ahe and Song De Jiao to other tribes, exchanged some venison for some medicine. The elderly who stayed in the tribe took care of the injured, while the others went to the nearby areas to continue collecting edible plants, fruits, or wild vegetables. The more the better. How about you 3 go? Song Gang asked worriedly. Song He is strong and Song De Jiao is experienced, but the combination of the 3 of them is very weak. They will be easily bullied by other tribes and may have to exchange a lot of meat for very little. Rorschach said, "It's okay, let's go and give it a try." The tribesmen no longer raised any objections. Rorschach was their leader, and the leader's words could not be questioned. The next day, Rorschach left 3 days' worth of meat for his people. If that was not enough, they could eat wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Old man Chongshou hung the meat in a ventilated place, ready to watch over it at all times. The weather is just right now. It has turned cold, so the meat will not rot so easily. The 3 men waved to their tribesmen and were about to leave. Dahu couldn't help but speak again. "Aren't you afraid of being fed to the wolves?" 2 women, one of whom was still very weak, and a middle-aged man who was no longer strong, they walked in the forest like 3 pieces of walking fresh meat. Even if you don't encounter any ferocious beasts on the way there, you'll definitely encounter one on the way back. He found it hard to understand, but he could understand how Rorschach could become the highest-ranking leader despite being the weakest in the tribe. These people thought she was the manifestation of the tribal god, but he couldn't understand the arrangement she was making. It took 2 days to go to the nearest tribe and back. Why did she think she could go there and back? According to him, it is better to send as many people as possible. The Song tribe members weren't worried because they knew Rorschach's secret. They didn't want to explain to this outsider who knew nothing, so they just said, "You should take good care of your injuries, White Tiger. I'll see if I can get you some medicine." White Tiger. The man corrected himself, saying that he attached great importance to his name. One missing character would make the name look different, which was a very serious matter. Rorschach nodded and turned to leave. Although Dahu looks fierce, she is not afraid of him at all. This may be because for such a long time, he has only been a little aggressive in words and expressions, but he has no intention of hurting her or the tribe members, whether everyone is there or only 1 or 2 people are left. He is not a bad person at heart. Moreover, Rorschach felt that talking to him was more interesting than talking to his tribesmen. The tribesmen regarded him as a god and respected him very much. They regarded his words as holy words and listened to him even if they didn't understand. It was like water flowing from high ground to low ground. Although it was smooth, it was inevitable that he would feel a little lonely. But Dahu was different. No matter what his attitude or expression was every time he spoke to him, He did not think that he was inferior to Rorschach. Communicating on the same level was indeed not smooth, but with the give and take, he felt a little more lively inside. Luo Xia, who suddenly realized this, felt a little regretful that he would have to drive by Dahu away in the future. No one would argue with him anymore, which was boring. When I looked back, I met by Dahu's eyes. Unlike the worry and expectation of the tribesman, this man's eyes shot straight at me, and I didn't know what he was thinking. No matter what he thinks, as long as he doesn't hurt his own people. Ahe beside him couldn't help but murmur worriedly. Will this guy run away while we're away? He should be tied up and fed to keep him alive every day. He will naturally surrender over time. Ahe was about to go back when Luo Xia stopped him. Mom, what's wrong? I'll go tie him up and we can go. Song Dajiao's father beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, this guy is about to run away. I don't know where to catch him. It's better to tie him up and be safe. After saying this, he was about to go back proudly. Rorschach quickly reached out his other hand and grabbed Song Dajiao, saying with an awkward smile, let's go quickly. Business is important. He won't run away. It's okay to run away. Although she was not strong, the two men followed her strength as soon as she pulled them. She was Rorschach and her wishes could not be disobeyed. You really won't run? Ahe was worried. Such a strong man was not easy to find. Moreover, his daughter was so small that even if she was the daughter of the tribal god, the strong men from other tribes might not choose her. It would be great if he could catch this one. After Rorschach and the other two left, the other members of the tribe immediately started their work. Two old men, Song Changsho and Song Haofu, stayed in the tribe to take care of the two injured people, while the two children were playing in the open space. Song Changsho scooped water from the sink and handed it to Song Kuai and Song Kong. At first, he thought these two things called bowls were strange, but now the more he uses them, the more he likes them. They are better than leaves and better than palms. That by Dahu is really from a big tribe. He can make this thing. That's great. He exclaimed in praise. Song Kai frowned and raised his head from the bowl in a hurry. Where is Bai Dahu? I hadn't noticed it before I mentioned it, but now I suddenly realized I haven't seen him for a while. Chapter 34. He came from the Eagle tribe. The Song people were looking for Bai Dahu everywhere. At first they were panicked because that bad boy had actually sneaked away when they weren't paying attention. How can I explain this to Rorschach? At this time, Bai Dahu was already walking in the forest with his weapon. When he left the tribe, he carried his weapons with him. Later, he was captured by the Song people, and his weapons became their trophies. However, he was valued by Rorschach later, so they did not dare to use his weapons anymore and put them in the corner of the cave. When he was able to move freely, he found his weapon again and was delighted. This weapon was his treasure. He had found the hardest ironwood in the depths of the forest. He had broken the branches with great difficulty and then polished it for a long time before it had its current shape. The stone in front of the wood was also selected by him with great difficulty. It was extremely hard and had a long and thin spike. Because the weapon was not used casually by the Song people, his favorable impression of the Song people increased. As soon as Rorschach and the other two left, he felt a little uneasy. A big part of the reason why he was so determined to stay in this small tribe on the brink of death was because of Rorschach. His life was saved by her. More importantly, he found this strange woman interesting and was curious about how she could lead her people to survive with her frail body. If she took the risk now, she would probably die on the way. If she died, Bai Dahu could no longer sit still, so he picked up his weapon and followed him into the forest. If she died, there would be no point in me staying in this tribe. I haven't repaid her for the kindness I have shown to this tribe. Rorschach and the other two discussed which tribe to go to as they walked. At first, he planned to go to the deer tribe which was closest to his own tribe, but Luo Xia suddenly realized that he should not go. The people there used the deer as the totem of their tribe, so of course they had a different feeling towards the deer. His own tribe also used venison to exchange for medicinal materials from them. Even if they accepted venison for survival, would they not care about the medicinal herbs given to them, and would they do something to them? Ahe shared this concern. Indeed, going to the deer tribe was not a good choice. The only option is to move to another place. A little further away from the deer tribe is a small tribe, about the same size as the previous Song tribe. There are less than 100 people in the tribe, and they believe in the snake god. Rorschach thought about it, and became a little worried that the snake tribe was too small, and their herbal reserves were insufficient. Further away is the tiger tribe. Ahe said. His expression and tone suddenly became unhappy, and Rorschach felt a little strange. What's wrong? Our tribe has a grudge against them. Hatred. Song Dajiao, who was standing next to him, said, Of course you don't know, Luo Xia. That happened before you were born. Your mother and I were still young at that time. We only heard about these things from my parents later. Our tribe didn't originally believe in the song god. Song Dajao felt a little embarrassed when he said this. Our tribe was originally a tiger tribe, and we shared a common animal god. But they found out and brought their entire tribe to us, demanding a showdown to see which tribe was truly worthy of worshipping the tiger god. Our tribe was too small to defeat them, so we had no choice but to withdraw. Our tribe lost its god. Later, our father's father saw the tall, strong green pines, which always lived well and could not be killed by the cold. He led the entire tribe to worship the pine god, and that's why we still worship the pine god. But from then on, there had been grudges between them and the tiger tribe for generations, and even the Song tribe, who wanted to join other tribes, avoided the tiger tribe. Rorschach, oh, it turns out there was such a past. There is no need to go to the tiger tribe. Although our ancestors were simple, they were also simple in good and evil. If there is a grudge against our ancestors, it is hard to say whether they will just take them away and eat them. Which tribe is Dahu from? Rorschach asked. Although she had been to several tribes with her tribesmen, she did not know the names of those tribes. When she first arrived, she was not able to adapt physically and mentally, and she did not speak the language. She was completely confused. Now she feels like she has integrated into this place, and everything is slowly making sense. As for which tribe Dahu came from, only Luo Xia didn't know. She didn't care much about it, but the others had already found ways to find out as soon as possible. Song Dajao said solemnly, he comes from the Eagle tribe. Rorschach didn't quite understand Bigfoot's father's seriousness and was puzzled. Oh. Ahe looked at his daughter. It was normal that she didn't know. She was confused before and was just beginning to wake up. The Eagle tribe is a large tribe, several times larger than ours. She gestured with her hands and stared at Rorschach intently, as if she wanted to tell her with her eyes what words could not express. A young man who has a name in such a huge tribe. A young man who dares to stand up and compete for the position of the chief in such a huge tribe. His ability is unquestionable. Because of this, Ahe and other tribesmen wanted to keep this strong man. But Rorschach obviously didn't understand what the two elders wanted to convey and went straight to the point. Why don't we go directly to the Eagle tribe? Since it's a big tribe, they must have everything they need, right? There must be enough herbs, right? Because the young man Dahu has a good character, she also has some halo in the Eagle tribe. Rorschach even wondered if their tribe was large enough. Wouldn't they have 2 more medicine men than other tribes? Could she take their tribe's despised medicine man with her? Isn't that how society works? The strong prey on the weak and natural selection. Uncle Bigfoot was surprised and asked in a daze, we have to go that far? Is it far? Didn't Dahu come running to our side, even though he was injured? If a wounded person can reach a place, there is no reason why they can't reach it, right? Bigfoot's father said. Who knows how that young man got so far? Perhaps he was defeated and humiliated and wanted to die far away. So he came to our side and was caught by us. It would take at least 3 or 4 days for us to get there. It takes 3 or 4 days to go there and 7 or 8 days to come back. This is too long. If there were more people in the tribe, it would be fine, but the key is that there is no one. I feel anxious when I go out for a day. Luo Xia is a very important figure in the tribe. If she had been away for so many days, the tribe members might have been scared to death. Rorschach had no choice but to retreat, as his feet and legs were aching dully. Then he would go to the snake tribe to check out the situation. Although this tribe was small, his own tribe was even smaller and could be ignored, so it would not require many herbs. Let's get through the winter first, and as for the witch doctor's matter, we'll put it on the agenda next spring. Once the goal is clear, the direction of progress will also be clear, and the pace will be faster. Ahe and Bigfoot have a clear division of labor. Bigfoot walks in front to control the direction, while Ahe walks at the end to pay attention to the movements around. Once there is any disturbance, they must protect Rorschach first. Chapter 35 Catch the Little Mouse. The 3 of them walked in the forest in a small column, and Rorschach was sandwiched in the middle. Realizing that he was indeed not alert, Rorschach gave up and no longer paid attention to the movements around him. Instead, he looked around at the trees, flowers, and grass. If she had taken 2 months earlier, she would have taken out her phone and taken a lot of pictures, at least posting a few grids on her WeChat moments. The primeval forest, such a breathtaking natural scene. But now, all she could think about was, is this edible? Is that edible? There are so many species, and she doesn't recognize 99% of them, but she is very excited. The advantage of not knowing them is that the probability of being edible and not being edible is almost the same, so she hopes there will be great success. Today's journey was different from the previous ones. Although there were 2 injured people in the tribe, it was not a big deal. Luo Xia filled the stone trough with space water and specifically instructed that it be given to the injured people and the 2 children to drink. The wooden trough carved by Baidahu was also left behind, and it was filled with water. If it was still not enough, the tribesmen would go to the river to fetch water to drink. Everything in the tribe was arranged properly, so no one was in a hurry, and Rorschach also had the time to look around this new world. When she looked around, her steps slowed down, so Bigfoot and Ah-Hey just let her go. Who knows if what she was thinking about was something important that concerned the survival of the entire clan. Suddenly, something ran across his instep. Rorschach, who was looking up, shuddered and screamed, "Ah! What? It's furry." Bigfoot and Ah-Hey were frightened by her shouting, but they were not angry at all. They just stood there in a daze, not knowing why a little furry mouse could make Rorschach so frightened. The little mouse was also frightened and ran over and looked back. At this glance, Rorschach saw its cheeks bulging. Its mouth moved faster than its brain, and it pointed with its finger. "Catch it." Ah-Hey and Dejiao's hands and feet were quicker than their brains. Without even thinking about what to do with the little mouse, they pounced on it. Unfortunately, the little mouse was very fast and small, so it disappeared into the grass. "Hurry, hurry." Rorschach stamped his feet in frustration, but it was no use. Ah-Hey got up from the ground and wiped off the broken grass leaves on his body. "I didn't catch it." Seeing Rorschach's disappointed face, Ah-Hey felt nervous and tried to persuade him. "It's okay. The little mouse only had 1 bite of meat. It won't be full." She thought Rorschach was there to eat. Rorschach noticed the nervous expressions of the 2 elders, and then he realized that he was no longer the one who could feed the whole family with just 1 meal. Now, his every move would affect other people's emotions and be overinterpreted by others. He quickly put away his regretful expression and said with a smile, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if I didn't catch it. I just wanted to see what's in its mouth." Bigfoot and Ah-Hey stared at her blankly, not knowing what to think or how to respond. "Look what's in its mouth." Rorschach, seeing their expressions, guessed they thought she was trying to steal food from rats, and suddenly felt nauseous. She despised rats, but luckily she had no other choice now that she was here. In the past, just the thought of it would give her goosebumps, so how could she possibly think of stealing food from a strange rat? She quickly explained, "I just want to see what kind of food these rats have in their mouths so we can plan it later." Rats eat plant seeds. What they can eat, humans can also eat. It is even said that during famines, people dug rat holes and took out food from them. So Rorschach wanted to see what these rats ate in ancient times. The plant seeds they liked to eat might be the ancestors of the crops that humans depended on for survival millions of years later. She wants to eat rice. However, after her explanation, Bigfoot and Ah-Hey became even more confused and murmured, "Kind. What does that mean?" Rorschach said, "We collect seeds and plant them ourselves. Planting means burying the seeds in the soil, and then they take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. Then, there's no need to plant it. It will grow naturally in this forest." Ah-Hey still didn't understand the meaning of planting, so he said this. Bigfoot's father suddenly had an idea and said, "You want us to lure the little mice to eat those things, and then catch them to eat, right? That's fine too. Little mice don't have much meat, but they are tender." He tried hard to rationalize everything. Yes, the baby mice were delicious, but they were too small, not enough for 1 person to eat at a time. If he could catch a large group of baby mice at once, that would be fine too. It's impractical to catch a large group of little mice at once, but Rorschach is here. Rorschach, "No, I want us to eat it ourselves." Grain crops, such as rice and flour, are staple foods and hold a very important position in Rorschach's mind. But that was not the case in the minds of the primitive ancestors. Bigfoot and Ah-Hey were shocked. They never expected that Rorschach really wanted to snatch food from the little mouse. Ah-Hey pointed at himself, then at the ground, and said, "The rats don't eat much, not enough for us." She could understand eating a hairy mouse, but she couldn't understand what the hairy mouse ate. Such a big man and such a small rat. Although the Song tribe is miserable, they eat the same food as the rat. It's a bit humiliating. Rorschach called them as they walked and talked, but after talking for a long time, the 2 still did not believe that humans could eat the food of rats. Although that thing also grew in the soil, it was similar to wild vegetables. Wild vegetables were already bad enough. They had to use that so-called food as their main daily food. Just thinking about it made their mouths tasteless and their limbs weak. So none of them responded actively. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Rorschach knew that it was useless to just talk. They had never eaten steamed white rice or cooked noodles. They had only eaten wild vegetables that were so bitter that they were oozing green juice. Naturally, they had no way of empathizing with him. He stopped talking and said, "Let's go exchange the herbs first and talk about those things later." When night fell, The three people hid in Rorschach's space and started a small fire. At first, Rorschach was worried that the smoke from the campfire would choke them to death. After trying it, he found that he was worrying too much. The smoke went straight up, and no one knew where it left the space. Anyway, the small space was not choking at all. There was water, meat, and vegetables in the space, so they had nothing to worry about. After eating and drinking their fill, and going outside the space to relieve themselves, the three of them slept peacefully in the space. Little did they know that someone had been chasing them all the way through the forest but couldn't find them. The white tiger rested on a tall tree trunk. It was very dangerous to be alone in the forest, so it was relatively safe to hide in a tree. He felt some indescribable emotions in his heart, regretting that he did not follow the three people at the first time, so that he had no idea where they went. He leaned against a tree trunk, closed his eyes, and cradled his weapon in his arms, planning to go to the snake tribe tomorrow. Today, he'd gone to the deer tribe to inquire, but none of the three he'd mentioned had been there. Disappointed, he hurried on. He thought he could catch up. That Rorschach woman couldn't match his speed. But he hadn't, and he was irritated. Chapter 36 Exchange. Baidahu set out at dawn, hoping to find Luo Xia and the other two as soon as possible. Those three looked like they were going to die. So he arrived at the snake tribe before Rorschach. It was a small tribe, and after asking around, he found out that no three outsiders had ever been there. Baidahu pondered for a moment and glanced at the snake tribe. It was too small. That woman, Luo Xia, was strange and stupid, but sometimes seemed to have some unique intelligence. Maybe she never wanted to come to this small tribe from the beginning. She wanted enough medicinal herbs, so maybe she was heading for the big tribe from the beginning. The deer tribe is not small in size, but they did not go there. Perhaps they had already found out the situation clearly when they went there to ask for herbs last time, and felt that there were not enough herbs there, so they did not go this time. They are likely to go directly to the larger tiger tribe. Thinking of this, Baidahu didn't even bother to rest, and continued to chase forward. He forgot that Rorschach was weak and never imagined that Rorschach and the other two had been left behind by him. When he got up and started on his journey, Rorschach was still sleeping soundly in the space. He was tired from traveling during the day, and he felt so safe sleeping in the space that Rorschach slept soundly. Ahei and Bigfoot got up very early. This small place had the same daylight as the outside world, so they woke up naturally when the light appeared. But seeing that Luo Xia was sleeping soundly, they kept quiet and waited for her to wake up naturally. In the end, because they were in a desperate need and couldn't hold it any longer, the two men embarrassedly pushed Rorschach up. Rorschach had repeatedly emphasized that they absolutely could not poop or pee in such a small place. Reorganize and move on. Although the journey was slow, it was very safe. Once there was any bad sign, we would immediately hide in the space and wait until the danger was over before continuing to move forward. So when they arrived at the snake tribe, Baidahu had already left there for a long time. The snake tribe is in the forest with no open space. It looks even smaller than the pine tribe. Rorschach saw traces of carving on a large tree with a piece of bark peeled off, a large twisted scar, which must be the totem of the tribal god. The area in front of the tree is relatively open and flat, and there are no weeds, probably because the tribesmen often kneel here to worship. The living conditions of the snake tribe are also quite interesting. They live in trees and use branches to build simple spaces like birds so that they can move more freely in the trees. However, their building skills are far inferior to those of birds. Luo Xia watched with great interest, while Ahei shouted loudly to inform the tribesmen that outsiders had arrived. "What are you doing here?" A cold voice came from the tree behind him, sharp and unfriendly. Rorschach looked back and saw a middle-aged man standing on a big tree behind him, holding a weapon in his hand. Because the other person was unkind, Ahei and Dejiao immediately became unkind as well as a conditioned reflex, and both sides had ice-cold eyes. "We're here to find your tribe's medicine man. Let's exchange things." Ahei raised the large piece of venison in his hand stingily, as if he was not particularly happy to be seen by others. The man on the tree was silent for a moment, then slid down along a vine. Now he could see clearly that the piece of meat was not small and very fresh. "Whatever you want, I'm the witch doctor." Rorschach guessed it. As soon as the man landed, he smelled a scent that sounded like he hadn't taken a shower for a long time, mixed with a mixture of messy plant scents. Ahei and Bigfoot looked at Rorschach, and it was her turn to speak the rest. The witch doctor of the snake tribe was a little puzzled. Why did these two people suddenly push a woman who was so thin that she was almost dying to the front to talk to her? These three people are strange. There is not even a young and strong man among them. Where did they come from? "You are from the Song tribe, right?" The witch doctor was so sure Rorschach was about to speak when he was stunned. "Do our ancestors have the ability to predict the future?" he asked. How could they tell at a glance that they were from the Song tribe? Oh, they came to this tribe 2 months ago and wanted to join them, but were rejected. Maybe they remembered what they looked like. What's wrong? Are you looking down on the Song tribe? Well, we're from the Song tribe. Would you like to trade with your tribe for some herbs? Rorschach's voice was also cold. He had wanted to be polite, but suddenly remembered that he was exchanging food for something, not begging for help, so he didn't need to be humble. Change. Of course. He had plenty of herbs in his hands. What kind of meat is that? Venison. Venison is good. It warms you up. The witch doctor couldn't help but glance at the 3 men. He knew about the Song tribe's troubles. Hadn't they come to his tribe long ago to join them? Unfortunately, the remaining men were not very capable and couldn't do much, so the tribe leader didn't agree. If they were all young and strong, they could expand the snake tribe. I didn't expect that those people could catch deer, and they even exchanged extra for herbs with him. Herbs were nothing compared to venison. Have you found a tribe that took you in? The witch doctor's tone slowed down a bit. He asked questions and climbed up the tree without waiting for their answers. Rorschach was stunned. She thought her people were very good at climbing trees, but they were still far from being as professional as the others. They climbed up without any effort. Then the witch doctor quickly slid down again, holding the vine, with several things wrapped in leaves in his arms. I squatted on the ground and unfolded the leaves, which were filled with bags of powder. The powder was not very fine and was clumping together. You keep the meat, and I'll give you some of each medicine. The witch doctor was quite straightforward. As he spoke, he went to find some large leaves nearby, then began to distribute the powder and asked Rorschach if it was enough. Rorschach was a little stunned. He didn't expect the other party not to bargain at all. Maybe this herb is really not valuable to him. As expected, food is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Rorschach felt sorry that his tribe did not have its own witch doctor. This is for the wound to stop the bleeding. This medicine can be used if the wound is bleeding. If you're feeling hot all over and can't get up, give you a couple of sips of this. If it doesn't work, give you more. If it still doesn't work, it's useless. This is an insect repellent. If you encounter a place with a lot of poisonous insects, sprinkle some on your body. It works. These are the types of medicine in total. He packed 4 bags neatly and handed them to them, his eyes fixed on the meat in Ahei's hand. His gaze passed over the strong middle-aged woman and the strong middle-aged man, and found that they really seemed to be indifferent, so the gaze fell on Rorschach. You have the final say? You. The uncle had never encountered such a strange thing. Not only did they raise this girl to this age, but they also listened to her. Well, I keep my word. Give him the meat. Luo Xia picked up 4 packets of herbs. She didn't know if they would be useful, but the quantity was not small. She was very satisfied. It was enough for this winter. When Ahei heard her speak, he gritted his teeth and handed over the venison. The snake-foot witch doctor had a hard time prying her fingers open before he could take the meat. It was indeed not light in weight. Chapter 37. Someone is looking for you. The witch doctor was so happy that he almost forgot the doubts in his heart. When the 3 of them were about to leave, he suddenly remembered. Which tribe are you going to now? Ahei was a little unhappy. Joining someone else's tribe was not something to be proud of. It was something he had to do. We are still the Song tribe. We won't go to any other tribe. She now has the confidence to say so. The witch doctor was a little shocked. Since they didn't join other tribes, it was hard for the remaining members of their tribe to survive. So why would they exchange meat so easily? There were no wild beasts in this forest that were easy to catch. Even the herbivorous deer, when angry, could be even more dangerous than the carnivorous beasts. A kick of its hoof could break the spine of a strong young man, making it impossible to save him. The witch doctor had never gone out hunting, but he knew that it was not easy to hunt a deer. This creature ate grass, but its strength was no less than that of a meat eater, and it ran very fast. If there were not so many people, it would be impossible to catch it. It would be so tired that it would kill people. It's a bit unbelievable that there are only a few people left in the Song tribe who can still catch deer. I don't know how they do it. Just as the 3 of them walked a little further, the witch doctor in the tree suddenly remembered something and shouted, I almost forgot. A young man was looking for you earlier today. The young man said that there were 3 people from the Song tribe, 2 women and 1 man, so it must be the 3 of them. Rorschach looked at Ahei and Bigfoot. Looking for us? Bigfoot and Ahei were even more confused than she was. They had no idea who would come to see them, and it was a young man. Speaking of young men, the only ones who can come out to look for them are Song Gang. When they thought of this, the 3 of them were shocked. If it was really Song Gang, could it be that something big had happened in the tribe? But Rorschach really couldn't think of what could have happened in the tribe, unless someone was injured again. She got a headache when she thought about it. She hoped that wasn't the case. She had told them not to go hunting, and just to dig wild vegetables nearby. There shouldn't be any big danger. Rorschach quickly retreated, looking up and calling out to the witch doctor. Uncle, uncle. The witch doctor crawled out of the cage on the tree. Do you want to change it? He wished they would bring more meat in exchange, so that he could keep enough for his own use and have some left over. Rorschach, what did the young man look like? Did he tell us what he wanted from us? The witch doctor was a little amused. How can I tell you what he looks like? He's just a very strong young man. He asked if you had been here before. I said no, and he left without saying a word. Does he look anxious? Rorschach thought that primitive people were simply so simple-minded that they didn't even leave a message for others to convey. It was a waste of effort to make a wasted trip. The witch doctor said, I can't tell. Luo Xia didn't get any information from his question and felt a little discouraged. He returned to Ah and to Jiao and asked, Is Brother Song Gang considered strong? I don't mean to belittle Song Gang. It's just that the only two young men in the tribe, Song Gang and Song Kong, were not considered outstanding young people in the tribe. The definition of outstanding is very simple. That is, whether they are strong and healthy, and whether they are good hunters. The two of them are so ordinary that they don't even have names. It's only now that there are no people in the Song tribe that they appear to be strong. However, being evaluated as strong in other tribes seems not to suit the two of them. Ah and Jiao were a little embarrassed, but they still said objectively, not really. Luo Xia also felt that the person the witch doctor was talking about was not from her tribe, but she was still worried. Her tribe was the most important to her, so just in case, she decided to go back and check the situation. She was originally planning to go to the Tiger tribe. Although I heard that there was a grudge between the Tiger tribe and the Pine tribe, I was afraid that they would be harassed or even suffer worse. But now when we arrived at the Snake tribe, we saw that the human family members were busy going out to collect food, and there were only a few people left in the tribe. This way she wouldn't be afraid. She could just choose a broad daylight day when no one was in the tribe to go find their witch doctor. The main thing was that she had already come out, so it would be okay to walk a little further away. Who knew if the herbs from the Snake tribe would work? Doctors were all good and bad, and they were all ranked different. She wanted to ask the larger tribe for some herbs as a backup. Maybe their witch doctors were more powerful. At worst, she could just lie and not tell them that she was from the Pine tribe. But now I have to give up this idea and go back quickly. After walking less than a mile in a hurry, Bigfoot ABA, who was walking in front, stopped, and Ah, who was behind, immediately grabbed Luo Xia. Rorschach didn't look around this time, so he was the first to see a group of women walking out from behind the tree trunk in front of him. They were dressed no differently from the women of the Song tribe, holding wild vegetables and fruits in their arms. It was almost dusk in the afternoon, the time when they returned from collecting fruits outside. The group of more than 20 women obviously noticed them. Their eyes fell sharply on them, and they slowly approached. Where are you from? The woman who was speaking was very strong and had a rough voice. It was obvious that she was the leader of the group. Ah immediately stood in front of Rorschach and looked back without fear. We came to the Snake tribe to exchange things. This is not far from the Snake tribe, so these women must be from the Snake tribe. What an exchange. The woman's attitude softened slightly, her eyes examining the three men's empty hands. Luo Xia was used to seeing the 3 or 5 women in his tribe, but now, facing a group of strong women, he felt a different kind of pressure. He couldn't help but regret that he shouldn't have been so anxious to put the medicine bag into the space. Now he had empty hands, as if he was lying. Ah pursed his lips and looked at Luo Xia, afraid that he would say something he shouldn't say. That space cannot be exposed. Rorschach walked out from behind his mother and faced these strong female savages. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. But there is no expression on his face, no ripples in his eyes, and only by not showing any fear can the other party not dare to act rashly. We exchanged a piece of meat for herbs from your tribe's witch doctor, and now we are going back. The other party's female leader frowned and her face turned ugly, as if she was insulted by this weak woman talking to her. Rorschach knew that no distinct classes had emerged during this period, but humanity's worship of the powerful had already led to the emergence of hierarchies of superiority and inferiority, just as his own weak existence was disgusting and unworthy of talking to the strong. Even though she knew she couldn't retreat at this time, she looked straight into the other leader's eyes and saw the disgust in his eyes. The meat has been given to your witch doctor, and we have hidden the herbs. We have urgent matters to attend to and need to return to the tribe. Please make way for us. You are welcome to come to our tribe to exchange in the future. Although talking too much can easily reveal one's timidity, these are primitive savages with not that developed brains. If Rorschach keeps silent, they may not understand the principle of silence is golden. It is better for him to take the initiative to explain so that they can understand the situation and quickly give way. There was some surprise in the woman's eyes. Although the woman in front of her was weak, her fluency in speaking was rare. Which tribe are you from? Tiger tribe. Rorschach lied without hesitation. Chapter 38. Could it be him? There were many loopholes in Rorschach's words, but maybe because she spoke so fluently and said she was from the tiger tribe, the other party was confused and didn't think much about it. The snake tribe is still afraid of the tiger tribe. The woman's expression softened, but she didn't move her gaze from Rorschach's chest. Rorschach noticed her gaze, looked down, and saw the woolen belly band he had knitted. Among a group of naked women, her only top stood out. Of course, others don't feel ashamed. It is women's natural pursuit of beauty that makes them think that this weak woman's outfit is very special and beautiful, and they can't help but want it. The other leader suddenly stretched out his hand, and before Luo Xia could react, his hand was grabbed by Ah. The two leading women did not speak, but their eyes met, with turbulent waves in their eyes, as if they were having a duel in their minds. The women of the snake tribe sensed the atmosphere and moved closer to their leader. Although they did not make any moves, their eyes had become murderous, as if they were ready to fight at any time. Rorschach knew that the three of them were no match for the other party. Besides, these primitive people were not good at thinking and were not willing to talk about so many roundabout reasons. They were used to barbaric actions. She hurriedly shouted, "I'm willing to give you this dress in exchange." Rather than letting them snatch it away, it is better to take the initiative to avoid fighting and damage to your own interests. After hearing her say this, the two leaders' locked gazes finally separated. The other party asked, "What do you want?" "This is considered as agreement." Rorschach pointed and said, "Your fruit today belongs to me. Half of it is mine, no bargaining." It took her a lot of time and energy to make this woolen belly band. If it weren't for the current situation, she wouldn't be willing to exchange it for any amount of fruit. He who knows the times is a hero. No matter how sad you are, there is nothing you can do. Rorschach didn't dare take all the fruits they had today, because he was afraid that they would become desperate. After all, the fruits were picked for a race, not for this woman. She must know this. The woman frowned again. It was obvious that Rorschach's request was still too high for her. The fruit was much more important than a nice-looking thing to wear. Before she could frown any further, Rorschach immediately came up with a new plan. "If that's not a good deal for you, I'll take 2 rabbit skins. New ones. The new ones have more hair and are more fluffy." Without even thinking about it, the other leader agreed immediately. "Sure. Just 2 rabbit skins, not comparable to food." So Rorschach found a large grass leaf and took off the clothes he had made with great difficulty and gave them to the other party. In return, she received 2 gray rabbit skins. Although they were neither new nor old, she was generally very satisfied. The other party was also very satisfied. She was surprised at how soft, light, and warm the clothes were. The only regret was that it was a little small. After she tried it on herself, it didn't fit as well as it did on Rorschach, but it was also very good. Luo Xia didn't bother to comment on the effects of the upper body on others. She pulled Ah into Jiao and left quickly. She felt that she had got the upper hand and didn't want to wait for them to come to their senses and regret it. The 3 of them found a place where there was no one around and hid in the space. Ah's face didn't look very good. She watched Rorschach pulling 2 rabbit skins and turning them over and over, and he didn't seem unhappy. Only then did her expression relax. "You've been doing that for a long time." She spoke, unconsciously feeling a little guilty. It was they who failed to protect the important person of their tribe and almost let her be robbed. "It's okay, it's a good deal." Rorschach looked at the rabbit skins carefully and became more satisfied. She plucked all the fur from the 2 rabbit skins, enough for her to make a longer and larger piece of clothing. Then he had 3 rabbit skins in his hands. He made a small top with one for his mother, and the other 2 were for Zhuang and Huanqi. Although they were not yet old enough to wear clothes according to the tribal tradition, Rorschach didn't care. He just gave them the skins when he had them. Although it takes time to do it again, she has plenty of time now. After staying for a while, they came out of the space. There were no human figures or voices around, so the 3 of them continued on their way. The return journey took much less time than the outward journey. They had no psychological burden when they left the tribe, but they came back with a heavy heart, so much so that Rorschach dragged his weak body and suggested continuing the journey at night. In the evening of the 2nd day, they returned to the tribe almost at the same time as the tribesmen who went out to collect wild vegetables. The tribesmen were extremely surprised. They did not expect them to come back so quickly and safely. Luo Xia saw Song Gang for the first time and felt relieved. He said that the person who was looking for someone did not sound like Song Gang. The 3 parties had poor communication and made a mistake. Just in case, she went to see Song Kong and said it couldn't be him, as he looked so sick that it was difficult for him to stand up. "Okay, It was a false alarm. Nothing happened. The bonfire was lit, and the heat from the firewood drove away the chill of the autumn nights. But no one cared about the chill, because Rorschach and the others had returned safely, and the few dozen people in the tribe actually had a festive atmosphere. The meat that Rorschach had left for them had not been eaten yet, so they shared it with everyone together with the meat that Rorschach had taken out again. Everyone grabbed the fresh meat and started eating it, while Rorschach skewered the meat on wooden sticks and slowly roasted it over the fire. While grilling, I looked around and always felt that something was wrong, as if a big piece was missing. The number of people came and went, and except for the little child who was lost at that time, all the others, whether they were injured in the legs or the upper body, were here. Not one was missing. Suddenly, the warm atmosphere inexplicably stagnated, and the old man Changsho coughed embarrassedly. Rorschach, we were useless. We couldn't keep an eye on Bai Dao. Rorschach's eyes suddenly widened, and he slapped his leg. They said there was a big piece missing, and I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried. It turned out to be Bai Dao. Well, my brain is really not enough. Seeing her reaction like this, everyone's expression became awkward. Sure enough, Rorschach cared about that kid very much. If he had known earlier. I should have tied up that kid earlier. Ahe said bitterly. I knew that boy was going to run away. I clearly thought of it. Thinking of this, the female leader was heartbroken. Rorschach finally knew what he was missing, and he felt relieved, although he was a little disappointed that the bastard had slipped away without saying goodbye. He laughed and said, just run away. He's just an outsider anyway. There are also advantages to running away secretly. For example, you don't have to worry about him discovering your secret. There is no need to worry about the mother and the clan members randomly matching the two of them together. There is no need to worry about the horrific scene where the man disobeys and his mother slaughters him and eats his meat. In short, apart from a little bit of loss, there are still many benefits. She suddenly remembered that the witch doctor from the snake tribe used the word robust when describing the young man. Songgang doesn't use that word, but Bai Dao? She opened her eyes wide. Can it be him? Chapter 39, I don't have a tribe. The more Rorschach thought about it, the more he felt that someone was indeed looking for him and his group, and that person was Bai Dao. Tribes don't visit each other often, and even exchanging supplies is rare. It is a relatively important matter in the tribe, and the supplies exchanged are also very important. Generally, a large group of people will go, so Rorschach's team of 3 is an exception, and such an exception cannot be so coincidental. The man happened to be looking for 2 women and 1 man, and he might have even said that they were from the Song tribe. That's why the witch doctor asked them if they were from the Song tribe. It wasn't because he remembered their faces, but because someone had asked them that day. They also learned from their own tribesmen that they had only been walking for half a day when they discovered that Bai Dao had disappeared, so the timing matched. It was also reasonable that Bai Dao, with the advantage of his long legs, accidentally walked ahead of them. The secret is revealed. That's what it is. The only thing I can't understand is why Bai Dao didn't run away, but went to find them. Luo Xia's analysis was so clear and logical that the tribesmen were stunned and stared at her blankly. They knew that after the catastrophe, Rorschach was no longer the silly girl she used to be. She had become very talkative, but they didn't expect her to be so talkative. She said so much in one breath without stuttering. They had never seen anyone so talkative before. What do you think? Rorschach asked, confident in her analysis. Everyone nodded. In fact, they just listened to Rorschach say a lot of words, but they didn't hear clearly what was said. Their brains were not strong enough to remember so many words, and there was no way to analyze them. But they still grasped the key point. The escaped Bai Dao didn't actually run away. He went to find Rorschach and others. Without a single doubt. Rorschach was stunned for a moment, feeling a little lost and powerless. Although everyone agreed with her. But, well, there was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. That is, there was no way to communicate effectively. They all thought that whatever she said was right, as if it was a decree from the gods. They didn't need to think or overthink it. They didn't care why Bai Dao went to find Rorschach and the other 2. Their thoughts completely followed Rorschach. Well, at this moment I really missed that bickering Bai Dao. She turned to look at Ahe. Mom, why do you think he came to find us? Ahe had no idea why the man went to find them. He looked at Luo Xia blankly, but he had an idea in his mind. If I had known it was that guy, I wouldn't have rushed back and tied him up with me. How hateful. Rorschach looked at everyone again. Everyone was staring at her with sparkling eyes, as if waiting for her to reveal the answer to why Bai Dao went to find them. But Rorschach didn't know either. She waved her hand and said, let's not talk about him anymore. It's better for him to leave. It will be easier to do anything without outsiders in the tribe. We only have 2 deer now, which is not enough to survive the winter. We will go the day after tomorrow. Everyone agreed loudly. She couldn't give the rabbit skin she had previously given to her mother Ahe for the time being, and now it was worn by Luo Xia. She really couldn't accept the state of being topless. He quickened his pace to pull the fur off the 2 rabbit skins he had obtained today. Perhaps it was because he had eaten venison and drunk the water from the space. He felt that his hands had a lot more strength. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep, but Rorschach was still plucking the rabbit's fur in the dark, his mind full of thoughts. By Dao, I really can't figure out why he went to find the 3 of us, and I don't know if he will come back in the future. I probably won't. Don't think about his affairs anymore. What Luo Xia was more concerned about was how the Song clan would survive in the future. Although she had visited many tribes before, she had been in a daze since she first crossed over, hiding in a corner like an invisible person and not even paying a second glance at other tribes. This time, she encountered the group of women from the Snake tribe, which had a great impact on her heart. The Snake tribe is a very small tribe, but they also have such strong women. If the women are so strong, you can imagine that the men in their tribe must be even stronger. After comparing them, and then looking back at the members of my own tribe, I realized that Bai Dahu's view of his own tribe was realistic and objective. Their tribe was weak, very weak, and had almost no capital to survive in this cruel period of human development. Rorschach's space was indeed a great help. Otherwise, they would never have dared to think about getting those 2 deer. At least it was not a reward that could be obtained by just one person suffering a leg injury. After this winter, will I still have to rely on my own space to hunt? Will I have to go hunting with my tribe every day or every few days? It is definitely more convenient than hunting before. For example, it is much safer, but it is not a long-term thing, and injuries are inevitable. Besides, your tribe cannot always be composed of these people. It must always grow and let more people enter your space. I always feel that there will be many hidden dangers. Well, we also have to consider how to expand our tribe. The current dozen or so people are either old or weak. Without fresh blood, it will be over if we delay any longer. She thought of the hairy rat she met on the way and shivered involuntarily because of nausea. There must be a lot of food hidden in its bulging mouth. Primitive humans feed on meat, and after eating it for a long time, they will know which meat is delicious and which meat is fishy and tough. Similarly, hairy rats feed on seeds, and after eating it for a long time, they also know which one is delicious and which one is not. Well, I really want to see what kind of food the primitive rats have carefully selected so that I don't have to look for it everywhere. Yes, she wanted to engage in planting. Although she didn't know how to do it, she could slowly explore it. Sooner or later, humans would embark on this path. Compared to hunting, planting is basically not life-threatening. Having made up her mind, she put the rabbit skin aside and went to sleep. The next day, she made arrangements, asking the women to continue collecting edible wild vegetables and the men to catch rats. Everyone agreed while feeling puzzled and hurried out. Someone asked, "Why does Rorschach want us to catch hairy mice? If you eat that thing, you'll get a mouthful of hair." Song Dajiao seemed to be lost in thought. He didn't repeat what Luo Xia had said to him in Ahe. He said, "Just catch it. Don't ask so many questions." He couldn't tell his tribe members that Rorschach wanted to snatch food from the hairy rat, for he was afraid that the tribe members would ask him more questions and he wouldn't know how to answer. On the tiger tribe side, Baidahu had just finished inquiring, but the 3 people from the pine tribe did not come. He was confused and panicked. He carefully recalled his route and felt that there was nothing wrong. If he came from the pine tribe, he should have gone that way. Why didn't he meet the 3 of them? Could it be that they had already been killed by the ferocious beasts? He stood there, his mind blank for a moment, not knowing what to do. "Where do you come from?" A woman left behind from the tiger tribe looked at the man's broad shoulders and strong thighs, and finally met his eagle-like sharp eyes. Baidahu opened his mouth and hesitated again. "I don't have a tribe." Now, he is no longer qualified to say that he is a member of the eagle tribe. Chapter 40. Are you back? The woman from the tiger tribe had great joy in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Are you alone?" Baidahu nodded slowly. Wasn't he just a human being? A defeated, homeless dog. "Come to our tribe." The woman spoke loudly and anxiously, as if she was afraid that Baidahu would run away if she didn't hurry up. Baidahu whispered to himself, "Maybe later." Then he turned around and walked away quickly. The woman behind him chased him for 2 steps, but did not continue to catch up. She knew that she was no match for him and could not stop him, so she roared and called out to the tribesmen who remained in the tribe. Baidahu immediately quickened his pace and pressed his hand on his aching abdomen. The wound had not healed completely. It might be because he had been sleeping in the open air, had poor eating and sleeping, and had been overactive since he came out. The wound was much more painful than when he was in the Song tribe. He found a place to hide for a while before daring to come out. If he were caught by the Hu people, there would be two choices waiting for him: stay and become a member of the tiger tribe, or not stay and become their food. Generally speaking, people will not eat each other easily, unless in extreme situations where they cannot survive, such as the situation where the Song tribe cannot obtain food, or like the situation that just happened. It is dangerous for people from other tribes to refuse the invitation of the tribe. It is a provocation to the other party's strength. No tribe likes to be provoked, and no tribe is willing to let a strong man refuse his own tribe and join another tribe to make the other tribe stronger. Instead of doing that, it's better to eat it. Fortunately, the people who stayed in the tribe were not in particularly good physical condition and did not catch up. Baidahu came out from his hiding place, made sure to put it down, but didn't know where to go. It was impossible for Rorschach to get ahead of him. If he moved forward, he would only get further away from them. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. At worst, they have already been eaten. After standing there and analyzing the current situation, Baidahu couldn't help but question whether he had rejected the tiger tribe too quickly. The tiger tribe was a large tribe, and if he were to choose a new tribe, the tiger tribe would definitely be his first choice. He thought for a moment, turned around, and headed towards the Song tribe. Since he had not yet repaid the debt of gratitude for saving his life, there was no need to rush to join other tribes. He would go back and wait for a few days. If that woman Luo Xia really didn't want to go back, he would talk about it later. Thinking about the question of whether Rorschach could go back, Baidahu felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. He was not expecting whether Rorschach could go back or not, but what would be the final outcome of Rorschach, the daughter of the tribal god, in this matter? Of course, this feeling of anticipation is somewhat complicated. It is difficult for Baidahu to describe and sort out his emotions and thoughts. He only knows that he must go back and must wait for the final result before he can be satisfied. Rorschach sneezed and rubbed his nose with his hand. The sneeze made his nose run. He hoped he didn't catch a cold. She did not go out with the tribe. Everyone seemed to think it was normal for an adult woman like her to stay in the tribe and do nothing, because she was Rorschach. Zhuang and Huanqi knelt on either side of her, each holding a rabbit skin, and were trying their best to pull out the long hair. Because of their help, Rorschach's workload was greatly reduced, and he started to spin the thread directly. She was anxious to make her own shirt, and also anxious to make clothes for her mother Ahe and her two naked children. Rorschach was bored and at first tried to talk to the two children. Zhuang, do you know how old you are? How old? What? The little child didn't understand at all. Rorschach then remembered that everyone had no concept of years, and no one knew how old they were. All their thoughts were focused on eating and living every day, so they had no time to care about anything else. However, they were still sensitive to the changes of the 4 seasons. How many winters have you been through? The child still shook his head. How could he know how many winters he had gone through? There was nothing more to talk about, so Rorschach asked the two people what they liked. Huanqi became happy and said, I like to dig in the mud the most. There are worms in the mud. They are delicious. Zhuang wasn't to be outdone and pointed upwards with his little arm. I don't like bugs in the ground. I like bugs on trees. They taste great when roasted. Rorschach's hair stood on end. Her spine felt like it was electrified, and she was terrified of insects. After talking about other things, Rorschach discovered that even the children were only thinking about what to eat every day, rather than where to go for fun. The pressure of survival did not even spare the children, and their hearts were filled with fear of hunger. Rorschach felt distressed and reached out to touch the two children's heads, vowing to let them taste rice. At noon, Luo Xia took some meat and wild vegetables from the space, peeled off the fire, and threw some firewood into it, scorched the meat for the two wounded, and then took it in and handed it to them. Although Song Kong and Song Kuai could not move much, they had no problem taking care of themselves. She came out to make her own food. She couldn't eat the wild vegetables raw because they were too bitter. The same went for the meat, which was already fishy. If it wasn't roasted, it would taste even worse. Although she had to eat it anyway, she still hoped to eat it in a more comfortable way. Seeing Rorschach stringing wild vegetables on branches and roasting them over the fire, the two children followed suit. In fact, they had learned this before, but after trying it, they found it even more unpalatable, so they didn't follow suit. However, since there were no other adults around today, they found it interesting and wondered if they hadn't roasted it well the last time they did. It would be nice if there were some seasoning. Luo Xia sighed and sprinkled the seasoning on it. The tasteless roasted wild vegetables should become much more delicious. The fishy and smelly meat can also be decorated with the taste of the seasoning. You know, she didn't have the money to eat venison before, but now she has venison to eat, and it tastes like this. It must not be the venison's fault, but it is not cooked well. What a waste of all that venison. What is seasoning? The child looked at her with two pairs of innocent big eyes. The word seasoning was really difficult to say, and she almost couldn't say it. Rorschach patiently explained, seasonings are used to add flavor to food, such as salt, peppercorns, star anise, onions, ginger, garlic, etc. Adding them to meat can enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell. As Rorschach spoke, his consciousness seemed to have returned to the small kitchen in his small house, where he opened the pressure cooker and started stewing meat. The more he thought about it, the more real it became. His mouth was watering, and he quickly took a deep breath. Hiss. It was as if I could already smell the aroma of meat, the aroma of soft and rotten meat. The two children were still looking at her, their minds blank. They didn't remember anything. Can I eat the dressing? Can we have enough to eat? Judging from Rorschach's appearance, that thing called seasoning must be able to make people full. You can eat it, but you won't be full. Just a little bit each time will be enough. You'll know if I find it later. Rorschach was quite looking forward to it, and his stomach was churning with the urge to eat. But the two children looked disappointed. It turned out that they couldn't eat enough. A little bit was not enough. They didn't want that thing very much anymore. The vegetables were roasted and the meat was roasted to medium rare. There weren't so many people around, so there was no pressure to eat. She tore the meat into pieces and wrapped it with roasted wild vegetables. It tasted much better. The two children also followed her example. This time, they felt that the roasted wild vegetables did not seem so strange. There was meat stuffed inside, which was delicious. You're back. A sudden voice sounded behind him. Chapter 41 What Conditions Will Make You Stay? The sudden sound scared Luo Xia, because she knew that all the people in the tribe, except those lying in the cave and the three useless ones, had gone out. He hurriedly got up from the ground and turned around to see that it was Bai Dao. You. Rorschach covered his chest with his hands. It was so frightening. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it was about to explode. Without bothering to talk to Bai Dao, he stumbled to the stone trough to drink water. What's wrong? Song Kong, a skinny man, heard the noise and staggered out to check, holding on to the mountain wall. When he saw the big white tiger outside the cave, he was also stunned. Everyone felt ashamed of Bai Dao's escape and felt that they were partly to blame. It was incredible to see this man appear before them as if he had not gone anywhere. Song Kong even wanted to ask someone to bring a rope at the first moment, but his little bit of rationality made him swallow his words. With their injuries being minor, how could they control such a big man? Luo Xia drank the water. The stone trough still had a strange smell because it had contained deer blood. He wiped his mouth and covered his chest, as if he had calmed down. With a surge of anger still surging in his heart, he turned around and scolded. Are you crazy? Do you know that suddenly talking behind someone's back can scare them to death? Bai Dao didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for her reaction, only a look of bewilderment on his face. God. What? What do you mean? Psycho. It means there's something wrong with your brain. Brain? I mean your head. Bai Dao looked at her with disdain. Just say what you mean. Why do you have to say such weird things? I scared you with just one word. I don't know how you survived until now. Rorschach was speechless. It was clearly his lack of knowledge that made it difficult for him to explain things to him. But in the end, he became the one with the problem. He said angrily, Didn't you run away? Why are you running back? I didn't run away. I was afraid you'd die on the way, so I went to look for you. You came back alive, that's great. Bai Dao felt that the whole incident was a bit strange, but it also seemed normal. The forest was too big, and he just got lost on the road. He was still surprised that they came back safe and sound, but he was also relieved and even a little happy, thinking that the trip was not in vain. Bai Dao sat down with his hands on his stomach and took the food that Luo Xia had placed by the fire without any hesitation and started to eat it. He frowned after taking the first bite. The good grass was messed up like this. Is this something that humans can eat? Throw the roasted wild vegetables into the fire, pick up a small piece of meat, and put it in your mouth. The roasted meat is delicious. Luo Xia looked at this big-headed foreigner and complained in his heart. The entire Song tribe wants to eat you, but you are the calmest one. Although she was very dissatisfied with him for disdaining her grilled vegetables and eating her meat without permission, she was still touched. This man did not run away, but actually went to look for them. He even ran back when he couldn't find them. Did he really not know that he was in danger? She was silent for 2 seconds, then turned and went back into the cave. When she came out, she was holding a piece of venison bigger than her fist. She also scooped a bowl of water from the stone trough and handed it to Bai Dao. Seeing that he was holding his stomach with his hands when he sat down just now, I knew that his injuries had not healed and had even worsened. A few days ago, he was still able to get up and lie down like a normal person, but just now he was holding his stomach with his hands. With your body like this, you still wanted to find us, but you didn't get taken away by the wolves. Rorschach also went back in disgust. Unlike the others who were, as if they were facing a great enemy, she sat down opposite the man. She hadn't seen him for several days, and the man who suddenly appeared seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Even his exaggerated hair didn't look so strange anymore. She could vaguely tell that the man seemed a little handsome. Well, being handsome is a feeling. Why did you come looking for us? I'm afraid you'll die on the way. That's not what I meant. I meant why are you afraid that we'll die? Bai Dahu then turned his attention away from the food and looked at Luo Xia seriously. You saved my life. At least eat a bite of the meat I hunted before you die. Rorschach took 2 seconds to sort out the primitive man's train of thought. Although his words sounded corny, they were actually very simple. He just wanted to repay the favor of saving his life. This guy is really crazy. No, she took back what she said above. She was not stubborn, but kind and grateful. This quality of his made Rorschach want to recruit him into his gang. Talented people are always in high demand. Why don't you want to stay in our tribe? Rorschach strung the wild vegetables onto a stick and roasted them over the fire. Bai Dahu glanced at her with an expression of, is that even possible? Rorschach understood that people tend to go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Bai Dahu, with such excellent conditions, of course wanted to go to a better place. She smiled and said, don't underestimate our tribe. Although it may seem a little down and out now, it has unlimited potential. Tell me, what conditions would allow you to stay? Rorschach felt that he was now a bit like a classmate. Bai Dahu had gradually gotten used to the strange language of the woman in front of him and replied casually, I don't know what you are talking about. Rorschach, how about this? How about the same treatment you received in your tribe? We'll give you the same amount of fruit and meat every day, just like your old tribe. Of course, it's a little difficult right now, but within a year or so, our tribe's situation will have improved significantly. Maybe it'll be even better than your old tribe's. How do you say that? Bai Dahu stared at the woman's mouth silently. Every time she spoke so many words, he was surprised at how she could make so many sounds. Seeing that he remained silent, Rorschach continued his earnest persuasion. You said your injuries haven't healed yet? If you go to another tribe with your injured body, what if they immediately ask you to go hunting? Your wounds will definitely worsen, and then it will be difficult to deal with. What tribe would be willing to let a newcomer like you lie down and eat for free? Not all tribes treat you as a treasure like we do. Think about it, right? Bai Dahu didn't understand the whole long speech, but he did hear a few key words. Shut up, you're making noise. Rorschach. It makes sense, why are you arguing? But I understand, because he can't say so much, so of course he finds it noisy. Song Kong, who was listening nervously with his ears perked up, also breathed a sigh of relief. Rorschach couldn't continue talking. Song Kong listened to most of what she said and could not remember anything. However, he did hear a few key words. Luo Xia seemed to say that other tribes did not want the injured white tiger, but his own tribe was willing to feed and nourish him. That's not possible, right? Although I know that Rorschach has a crush on this man, isn't it too much to say? What if he eats all the food by himself? Chapter 42. Want to leave? Can't. Bai Dahu swallowed the last piece of meat and thought for a while without moving. I can't hunt now. A few days ago he felt fine, thinking it was just a little sore and he was almost healed. But now I feel that it's not enough. I am really no different from a waste after being injured. Rorschach was right. If he went to someone else's tribe, he would probably be disliked. Even now, despite his appearance, he was actually filled with shame towards the Song tribe. They were a dying tribe, yet they still had to support an outsider. My injury hasn't healed in a while, and I don't know how long it will take. I can't do anything if I stay here. If I can survive, I will come back and repay your kindness. He stood up and decided to come back next year when the weather got hot to see if the woman was still alive. He hoped that he would still be alive by then. Rorschach thought, you think your wound isn't healing fast enough? This is ridiculously fast. Who in modern times would trek through the forest day and night with a hole in their stomach? Where are you going? Bai Dahu narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark forest. I don't know. If I don't die, I will come again. After saying that, he was about to leave. Before Luo Xia could say anything, she heard Song Kong roar and staggered towards Bai Dahu. She was shocked and hurried forward to support him. Brother Song Kong, what are you doing? Song Kong yelled, get a rope. Tie him up. Want to leave? No. The two children were also smart and ran into the cave in a flash. Song Kong, who was supported by Luo Xia, was still trying to pounce on Bai Dahu, but he was seriously injured and his life was just saved with great difficulty. How much strength could he have? Bai Dahu left in no hurry. He looked at the man who had been lying like a dead man a few days ago and was now going crazy at him with confusion. The two children came out dragging the rope, bent their waists, and made a hunting posture, baring their teeth at the white tiger. Luo Xia was convinced. His ancestor really didn't take his life seriously. Anyway, he didn't dare to confront Baidahu head-on with his physique. He was afraid of death. She shouted, "It's okay, they didn't say they were leaving." "Baidahu, I want to leave." Rorschach gritted his teeth and said, "Pay me back what you owe me before you leave." "Baidahu, I told you, if I'm still alive when the weather gets hot next year, I'll definitely send you some meat." Luo Xia let go of Song Kong, went over and pushed Baidahu hard, glaring at him. "Sit down. I don't trust you at all. Who knows who will eat you if you leave? How can you be our tribe's turn?" Baidahu was slightly stunned, then actually sat down. Song Kong staggered to take the rope from the child's hand. "Rorschach, let's tie him up. Otherwise he will run away like this time, and you will have saved him in vain." Baidahu frowned. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life, not even when he lost the fight for the position of chieftain in the tribe. Luo Xia glanced at Baidahu and felt even more that this man had excellent character. Keeping him was just a matter of having one more pair of chopsticks. No, it was a matter of having one more person to eat meat. In the end, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. What his tribe lacked most now was people. He now dislikes the Song tribe for being small and dilapidated, but that is because he does not know the strength of the Song tribe yet. Once he finds out, he may not want to leave. However, as long as he doesn't agree to become a member of the Pine tribe, Rorschach plans to keep his trump card hidden for another day. Ahem. Luo Xia cleared his throat, put his hands on his hips, and said to Song Kong, "Brother, put away the rope and go back to lie down and rest. You need to rest. Without my permission, don't think about tying up Baidahu anymore. He is my guest." Song Kong paused, not knowing what guest meant, but it didn't matter. It would be the same if he automatically filtered out the word guest. "I was careless. The man that Rorschach values is indeed difficult to tie up. Rorschach needs to give the order first." He threw the rope in his hand to the ground, and then he felt pain all over his body and dizziness. He looked at Baidahu and saw that there was no danger, so he followed Rorschach's instructions and went back to lie down. Luo Xia, Zhuang, and Huanxi also sat down opposite Baidahu again. He said seriously, "It doesn't matter if you think our tribe is small and has no people. Since we saved you, we will save you to the end. It's not too late to leave after you have healed your wounds. Leaving now will definitely lead to death." Rorschach planned to adopt a roundabout strategy. This man had such a strong sense of responsibility that she was not afraid that he would run away after he recovered. In this case, she would use despicable modern methods to grasp the psychology of an old ancestor who had not yet awakened, so that he would unconsciously develop feelings for this tribe, and then he would be willing to stay. It's a very simple thing. The first thing is to give him enough respect. Therefore, the matter of binding must be secretly told to the tribe members, and they should be asked not to mention it again in the future to avoid damaging the relationship. The second priority was to heal his wounds. A small tribe of only a dozen people, and 3 wounded alone. That ratio was far too high. With winter approaching, who knew what would happen? His recovery was crucial to the entire tribe. As for the third thing, I'll wait and see. I can't think of it at the moment. "Do you want me to stay with you?" Baidahu repeated, letting the woman hear what he was saying. Rorschach, "Yes. But I can't hunt now, so I'm of no use to you. The most difficult times are over. Don't worry, we won't starve to death just because of you." Baidahu thought about the 2 deer that had been captured. Indeed, it was too rich for such a small tribe. "Okay, when I get better, I will return everything to you." The plan was initially successful, and Rorschach stretched out his palm. "Baidahu, what to do?" "We swear by high five. That means what I say is true and what you say is true." Baidahu thought it was a ritual of the Song tribe, so he also stretched out his hands like Luo Xia, palm to palm, and then stared at Luo Xia, waiting for her next step. Rorschach extended his hands forward and clapped them palm to palm. "Okay, our agreement is now concluded." Baidahu stared at his palm. The woman's hand opposite him was small and a little soft, as if she had really left some invisible mark on his palm, which made him feel sacred in his heart. The agreement cannot be broken. There seemed to be some pressure on his shoulders, but this pressure made him feel good. His previously confused heart returned to normal, and he found his direction again. "You can let me do things while I stay." Baidahu became more cooperative. Chapter 43, There's no rush for this. Luo Xia urged Baidahu to drink more water. He put the medicine powder he brought back from the snake tribe into a bowl, mixed it with water, and asked him to drink it all. Baidahu rarely spoke tough and drank the black potion without hesitation. He knew his own body better than anyone else. If he really left the Song tribe, he might die from the wound. Although this woman looks unreliable, she is very capable in treating injuries. After drinking the potion, Baidahu wiped his mouth and stared at her, as if waiting for her next instruction. "Rest." You are injured and you should rest. Rorschach didn't know what else to do. Baidahu nodded and entered the cave. Zhuang tugged at the rope and said childishly, "Aren't we going to tie him up anymore?" Rorschach, "No, put the rope back." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Baidahu come out again. "What are you doing out here?" Baidahu, "I think I can rest even if I don't lie down." As he spoke, he went to turn over the firewood pile. Rorschach ignored him because Zhuang and Huanqi had messed up the rope, so Rorschach took over, neatly coiled the rope into a loop, and took it into the cave. As soon as I entered the cave, I guessed why the white tiger came in and out. Song Kong and Song Kwai, two grown men, sat cross-legged in the cave, staring at Baidahu with a fierce look. Baidahu must have been annoyed by the stares and ran out. Rorschach he. Song Kang's nerves were tense, as if he could get up and rush out at the command of Rorschach. The same goes for the guy with a broken leg next to him. Luo Xia put the rope in the corner and waved his hand. "You guys take a break, don't be nervous. Baidahu is now a member of our tribe, don't treat him as an outsider." Song Kang's eyes lit up and he asked, "Did he agree?" Rorschach said vaguely, "He'll agree sooner or later. Just don't scare him. Treat him as one of your own." Her eyes fell on the mat, where Baidahu slept at night. Because he was an outsider, the tribe naturally treated him differently. The tribe members slept on animal skins with hay under them, but Baidahu only had hay. After counting the number of animal skins in the cave, it was found that one skin was more than enough for Baidahu, not to mention that he had recently acquired 2 large deer skins, which meant that one skin was equivalent to 2. She pulled up a new deer skin, thought about it, put it down, and returned the old one. Although she wanted to do her best to keep him, giving him a brand new animal skin would be too much of a licking and would be unfair to her own people. Besides, old animal skins are also good. They are so comfortable to sleep on when they are soft. He is getting a good deal. Song Kwai and Song Kong watched Luo Xia cover Baidahu's sleeping mat with animal skins without saying a word. They looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they slowly lay down. Rorschach came out and saw Baidahu sitting by the extinguished fire, scraping wood with a stone, and 2 children staring at him as if they were facing a great enemy. She sat down next to the child and said, "Come back to your senses and continue working." When everyone came back in the evening, there was indeed another uproar. The tribesmen, led by Ah-He, did the same thing as Song Kong did. Quickly take a rope and tie the man up. Fortunately, Rorschach now kept his word. Although everyone was full of doubts, since Rorschach said he would not tie Baidahu up, and not only did he not tie him up, he also wanted everyone to treat Baidahu as one of their own. Everyone controlled the urge to grab the rope. After sitting around the fire and listening to Luo Xia's chatter, they confirmed that Baidahu ran out not to escape, but to find Luo Xia and the others, and everyone looked at Baidahu with friendly eyes. Not only was he friendly, but his eyes would occasionally wander between him and Rorschach. Rorschach got goosebumps and pretended to know nothing. Baidahu also noticed it. His brows furrowed like a hill, and finally he couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "I won't have her." As soon as he said this, those friendly looks immediately turned cold. Rorschach secretly rolled his eyes and cursed. "You are so impatient. Do you think I want to? I don't want to either." He quickly interjected, "Who cares what you think? Anyway, if you stay in our tribe, you'll have to hunt a lot of prey for us in the future, right?" "That's right," Baidahu nodded. Everyone's attention was immediately diverted. To them, as long as this man stayed in the tribe, he would be Rorschach's man. Moreover, he agreed to hunt for their tribe, which was a guarantee. The atmosphere immediately became harmonious. The next day, Rorschach also stayed and worked on his sweater, planning to start his 3rd hunt after the sweater was finished. With the help of the 2 children and the experience from last time, all the procedures went smoothly this time. In addition, there was a big guy opposite who was concentrating on scraping the wood with a stone, which also strengthened Rorschach's concentration. By the time she went to bed that night, her 2nd little sweater was done. It uses more wool than the first one, covers a larger area, and has better warmth retention. The tribesmen were amazed again. They moved their fingers and found that their hands, which they were proud of, seemed to have become disobedient. Compared with Rorschach's hands, they were like wooden sticks. Lost in the amazement of his people, Rorschach made a rabbit skin skirt for each of the 2 children by firelight and put them on immediately. The 2 children were happy and cautious. They looked at the elders of the tribe with their big eyes. They also knew that they were too young and not qualified to wear animal skins. Song Changsho pondered for a long time and thought that these were the only 2 precious treasures in his tribe, so he might as well wear them. Even if it didn't matter. Their resources were so scarce that these 2 rabbit skins didn't matter much. The old man said slowly, "You 2 little ones must live well." Rorschach made these animal skin skirts for you personally. May the gods bless you. Yes, it would be great if both children could survive. The tribesmen looked at the two little guys lovingly. They were blurry in the firelight, but they seemed to be fatter and more energetic than before. Oh well. After receiving the approval of all the elders, the two children finally jumped up with joy and touched their clothes again and again. They actually had their own clothes now. After the commotion, Rorschach announced that he would go hunting tomorrow. This time, Baidahu did not stand up and say that he wanted to follow. Luo Xia thought to himself that one winter was enough to establish a deep relationship with Baidahu. Even the most cruel person would develop feelings for a group after sharing joys and sorrows with them. Not to mention that Baidahu was a man with a conscience. By then, when he feels a sense of belonging to the Song tribe, I can tell him the secret of the space. At night, when everyone was snoring, Ahe sneaked into her little territory again. Rorschach, Ahe said, caressing his daughter's hair lovingly. My daughter, you've finally grown up. After we catch prey tomorrow, you and Baidahu should have a baby quickly. We have plenty of food, so we can afford to raise this child this winter. Luo Xia's face was frozen in the darkness, and he smiled awkwardly. Mom, this matter is not urgent. Chapter 44. Are you going to say something? Anxious. Very anxious. Ahe didn't want to wake up others, so he spoke in a whisper in the dark, but because it was quiet it sounded very loud. Fortunately, some of the tribesmen were also snoring loudly. She tried to look at her daughter in the darkness and said, Don't believe what he said. He said he wants to stay now, but he won't think so after the cold weather passes. Our tribe is too small to keep him here. Alas. Ahe sighed. If it were earlier, even if his tribe was not as good as others, it would still be possible to keep this person. Now, looking around, this tribe is no longer a tribe. Why should such a good man stay? He won't stay. Hurry up and have a baby with her. His child will definitely be as strong as he is. When it came to business, Ahe's tone became serious again. Rorschach was helpless. She had never thought about having children with primitive savages. Isn't this just a random matchmaking? He muttered. Even if I give birth to a child, I won't necessarily keep him, right? Why keep him? It's enough for us to have a child. When the time comes, we can just leave the child for you. When we see that he is leaving, we dash. Ah well, Mom, I'm sleepy. Let's talk about this another day. Rorschach interrupted quickly, fearing that those two terrible words would come out of his mother's mouth again. Good. Ahe was also very straightforward. He touched her hair lovingly, and then quietly went out. Rorschach lay back down, his heart pounding again. Just now she wanted to tell the truth that she had no interest in Baidahu, and she kept him in the hope of strengthening her tribe and adding more capable people to it. Fortunately, I didn't have time to say it. Now her mind came around. Even though Mother Ahe is a primitive savage, she knows very well what her tribe is like, so she never thought of letting Baidahu join her tribe from the beginning. Her purpose was very simple, which was to let Baidahu and herself have a child. She was attracted by Baidahu's good physique and thought that he could provide better genes. Of course, she didn't know anything about genes, but she just intuitively felt that strong parents could give birth to strong children. Because Rorschach is not strong enough, the strong white tiger is particularly precious, so that his strength can make up for the deficiency of the other. In this primitive society, there is no love, only biological instinct and reproduction. If my mother knew my true thoughts, I might see a white tiger being roasted on the fire early tomorrow morning. Rorschach exhaled and decided to play dumb. I hope that one day Baidahu will regard this place as his irreplaceable home. Alas, this feeling is probably the same as when a small company finds a big shot and wants to keep him, but you don't have the conditions, so you are worried. The next morning we were ready to set off, using the rope and the water tank, and repeating the same old tricks. Everyone was in a relaxed mood. After all, this was the safest and easiest hunt they had ever had in their lives, and it was very fruitful. But for Rorschach, it was a completely different matter. This was the most dangerous thing she had ever done in her life. Although the danger would not be directly fall her, the injuries or even deaths of her tribesmen, the pain, fear, and greater pressure would all weigh on her shoulders and heart. Despite this, modern people who are good at disguise still try hard to appear confident so as not to affect everyone's mood and undermine everyone's fighting spirit. At the same time, she noticed that the primitive man Baidahu, who was not good at disguising himself, seemed to have something to say, and he looked like he couldn't hold it back, staring at her straight in the eyes. What could he say to himself? Rorschach couldn't figure it out. Her curiosity couldn't be appeased, and once it was appeased, it couldn't be suppressed. Knowing that this guy was not giving them face, they called him to the corner. Everyone glanced at him and laughed in their hearts. They liked this kind of scene and tacitly gave him space. Rorschach, are you going to say something? Baidahu had a strange look on his face, a little angry and hesitant. He didn't speak at first, but stared at her with a frown. Luo Xia remembered that Bai Dahu had a habit of staying up at night after being injured. He thought that he must have overheard his private conversation with his mother last night. His scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but smirk. You didn't sleep well last night again? When this was mentioned, Bai Dahu nodded and said indifferently, You can eat it if you want. My life is yours. I accept it. Rorschach, I don't want you to have my child. Rorschach was stunned. She had been trying to mediate out of guilt, but the man's words immediately irritated her, and she blurted out, Get lost. Another self-righteous one. Even if it's a joke, it's not funny at all. Roll. Bai Dahu said. This woman started talking in a strange way again. Rorschach took a breath. I'm just saying I don't like this topic. Don't bring it up again. I don't think highly of you at all. Don't dwell on these meaningless things all day long. This sentence made Bai Dahu a little confused. Not only were there a few new words in the sentence that he couldn't understand, but also because the woman said she didn't like him, which was undoubtedly throwing mud at his pride. You. He stepped back so he could get a better look at the woman. She said she looked down on me. This is a great shame and humiliation. Rorschach felt the aura around the man in front of him suddenly change. He didn't bother to blame him for his impolite behavior of looking at him. Now was not the time to conflict with him, so he quickly changed the subject. I have the final say in your affairs. No one dares to eat you without my permission. If I wanted to eat you, I would have eaten you long ago. We have an agreement. You just need to return me enough prey. Bai Dahu was silent, with disbelief in his eyes. Why did he think that what this woman's mother said was what she was planning? However, he lowered his eyes. I have nowhere to go now, and only this strange tribe is willing to take me in. I'll just recuperate first and wait for the weather to warm up before I get the chance to leave. As for repaying their kindness, I'll just send the prey back later. As for the people of this tribe, now that I already know their true thoughts, I will just have to be as careful as possible in the future. You'd better take back that animal hide. Bai Dahu's voice was cold. Sleeping on that animal skin last night was indeed much warmer, and he even had a little more trust in Rorschach, but unexpectedly. In that case, why do all these fake things, so that you don't feel like you owe them more in the future? Luo Xia was speechless. He would remind his mother not to whisper to him at night. Nothing he said could escape her ears. It would only make things more difficult for him. Go to sleep first, and talk to me when I come back. After Rorschach finished speaking, he hurriedly called out to his tribesmen to set off. Chapter 45. Another one. Hunting not only depends on skills, luck is equally important. This time it took more time. The first thing they caught was a pregnant doe. Our primitive ancestors had their own rules. Such prey should not be caught and should be released immediately. Things didn't go so smoothly afterwards. Rorschach couldn't help but suspect that the success of the previous 2 times was due to the existence of a novice protection period. However, because of the existence of space, they can completely hold on. They just hope that the tribesmen who stay in the tribe can remain calm and not think that they have encountered any accidents. Rorschach's role is to carry the space. She does not participate in the specific hunting matters. Participation will only cause trouble, so she just stays in the corner and does her own thing. First, she used the last piece of rabbit skin to make a small top for her mother Ahe. She measured the size with her eyes. The rabbit skin was a little small, so she cut it into 2 parts in the middle and connected them with a rope. She also added ropes for the neck and back, and a simple old-fashioned bra was completed. Ahe liked it very much and put it on in front of his tribe members, happily showing it to everyone. Everyone praised it. Only Rorschach, with his feudal thinking, felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable, and sighed that his ancestors were really kind-hearted. After making the clothes, she rummaged through the pile of wild vegetables, found those with long and flexible leaf stems, and used branches as the skeleton to weave baskets and baskets to hold things. She is also good at this. She has always liked making these small handicrafts. Although the materials are rough, it doesn't matter. The tribesmen watched in amazement as her incredibly nimble fingers slowly formed a shadow of something they didn't know the name of. Although it was the first time they had seen it, they all had the same idea of what this thing could do. In the future, when collecting wild fruits and vegetables, he no longer needs to hold the big leaf. The thing in Rorschach's hand can obviously hold more things and is more convenient. They waited another 3 days for the second prey to be trapped. After all, the prey just happened to step into their small trap and did not escape in time when they pulled it. The fact that it did not escape in time and did not shake off the humans and break the rope was also a lot of luck. Everyone finally let out the anger that had been pinned up for days and started stomping their feet in a circle in the space. Only in this way could they release their excitement. After the excitement, we prepared to go to the tribe overnight. When she turned around, she saw that Rorschach was not celebrating with them. She hugged her elbows, pinched her chin with one hand, and looked thoughtfully at the venison piled like a mountain in the space. The noisy tribesmen immediately fell silent. They looked at Rorschach as if they were looking at the deity of their tribe, waiting for her to speak and give the next instructions. Rorschach turned around and looked at his people. Since we're here, we might as well hunt another one. The more food you store, the safer it is. Just now, she calculated and thought that she would feel at ease only if she had another deer this winter. After all, everyone's main source of energy was meat. Since they had the ability and conditions, there was no need to make do this winter. Looking at the physical condition of the tribesmen, they should fatten themselves up to resist the cold. There are more things to do after the winter, and you can't do them without good health. Everyone looked at each other, and then at the pile of deer. The venison had been there for so many days without emitting any strange smell, so they knew that this was indeed God's territory. The food that should have rotted and grown maggots was still as fresh as when it was first slaughtered. Good. Hey Dao? No one doesn't want to stock up on food. The others also agreed. The only thing that made them hesitate was that they had been away from the tribe for a long time. Rorschach had to admit that her desire to hunt one more giant deer at a time was somewhat selfish. The distance she had to walk back and forth each time she went hunting frightened her. Modern people, who are lazy and gluttonous, are used to taking the car when going out. Walking 3 kilometers at a time is a big deal, and it only happens once every few years. Poor thing, her body was already weak, and every time she reached the end, she had to use all her strength. She couldn't really ask anyone to carry her, could she? She really didn't want to run again. Food is a necessity, and the tribesmen in the tribe also need to be taken care of. Someone must go back and tell them that everything is fine, so that they don't get wild thoughts and lose their composure. Including Rorschach, there were 9 people who came out to hunt together, 4 women and 5 men. Rorschach picked out a young and strong woman and 3 men. Go back tomorrow and tell everyone we're fine, then come back here to find us. Bring some meat back with you too. The meat left for the tribe when they left must have been eaten. The next day, the 4 of them ate something, carried the meat that Rorschach had asked them to take back, and quickly headed towards the tribe. They had to come back as soon as possible. The remaining 5 people, except Ahe, are not strong, so they cannot be relied upon for hunting. Rorschach taught them how to weave baskets and cages, but their fingers were used to simple grasping, and their brains were still a little too primitive to understand anything more complicated, so progress was very slow. In the afternoon, Rorschach went out of the space to look at the wind. Although the light in the space was the same as outside, the temperature was completely different. The temperature inside the space was always as suitable as spring, but as soon as he came out of the space, he shivered in the cold wind. At this temperature, modern people would have put on coats long ago, but primitive people were still shirtless. Even though Rorschach was weak, he could still endure it, probably because of the thick body hair and the adaptation he had learned since childhood. In the distance, the giant deer were not idly grazing, but gathered together and roared. Luoxia was wondering when his mother Ahe said, "The deer herd is moving to another place." Rorschach, Ahe explained, "It's getting cold, and there's not enough grass here to eat. They need to move to another place. They probably won't come back until the weather warms up." Rorschach suddenly became anxious. When will they leave? They also needed a deer for food. But it is not a good idea to leave with the deer herd. It will be very troublesome if the tribe members cannot find them in this place. At this time, Rorschach thought it would be great if the tribesmen could read so that he could leave them a note to convey information. Ahe looked up at the sky. The sky was gray all day. The deer don't move at night. Even if we start now, we won't get far. We just follow them. Rorschach, if Song Gang and the others catch us, we leave marks for them so they know which way the deer are going and can find us. In the eyes of orthodox primitive people like Ahe, walking a little further is nothing. Food is the most important thing. Luoxia was relieved. Since the tribesmen had their own way to point the way, that was enough. Between eating and being tired, she knew which was more important. Chapter 46, Digging a Trap. Sure enough, not long after the meeting, the deer gathered and headed in one direction. Rorschach guessed that that direction was probably the south. The animals had their own experience and knew that there was grass to eat in that direction in winter. Seeing the deer moving, Ahe immediately took a few other people to collect stones, wood, branches, and the like. They piled up the stones to make them as conspicuous as possible, and then inserted branches in the direction of the deer's advance. A clear sign of instruction completes it. Rorschach couldn't help but praise the wisdom of his ancestors in his heart. They were not as stupid as he thought. Everyone followed the herd of deer from a distance. The deer herd was not moving very fast, but because of their large size and long strides, they moved faster than humans normally do, which made it a bit difficult for the useless Rorschach to keep up with them. Finally, it was dark and the deer stopped. Luo Xia was too tired to talk after entering the space, but her mind was working fast. The 4 tribesmen would catch up with them in 2 days at the earliest, and she couldn't follow the deer herd for 2 more days. No, the hunting must take place tonight. Ahe scooped some water in a bowl and brought it to Luo Xia. She couldn't hide the pain in her eyes. Tracking deer was not a difficult task for them, but it was different for their daughter, as she was weak. Look how tired she is. Her whole body is shriveled. But for the sake of food, what else can we do? Except for ourselves, everyone here is too weak. If we try to capture them by force, I'm afraid someone will get hurt or die. She was unable to comfort her daughter and could only reach out her rough, dry hands to gently touch her daughter's hair. Rorschach drank all the water in the bowl in one breath, his eyes sparkling. Mom, let's dig a trap tonight. Digging a trap. Ahe was no stranger to the word trap. They spent the whole day setting up rope loops and waiting for the deer to step into them. Wasn't that the trap that Rorschach was talking about? What does dig mean? Rorschach put the bowl aside, stood up, and went to pick and choose next to the dead tree in the space. Ahe also hurriedly followed, wanting to know what digging a trap meant. Rorschach picked out a piece of wood that was handy for digging the soil, then looked back at the basket he had already woven and nodded with satisfaction. One night was enough. What's wrong? Ahe really wanted to figure out what his daughter was thinking, but it was obviously impossible. Who could have guessed what she was planning to do with the pieces of wood in her hands, and what did it have to do with hunting? It's okay. Everyone hurry up and eat. We have to continue working after eating. She no longer looked too tired to move, and went to the fire to actively redistribute the meat to everyone. Eat more, everyone. We still have work to do tonight. Everyone doesn't mind working more, but being able to eat more meat is something they feel is the happiest thing of all. What are you going to do tonight? Song Dajiao was chewing a piece of venison comfortably. The strong smell of the venison when it was close to his nose made him feel extremely happy. Let's dig a trap. If everything goes well, we won't have to follow the deer herd tomorrow. A lazy and greedy girl like her would of course try her best to make things simpler and save effort. Digging a trap? Everyone's reaction was the same as Ahe's. Isn't a trap just a circle of straw ropes? Why dig? There are many kinds of traps, but generally speaking, they're all about using clever tricks to catch prey. Now that we know the direction the deer are heading, we'll dig a pit in front of them tonight. When the deer pass by, 1 or 2 will accidentally fall into it. That way, we won't have to follow the herd any further and can return home earlier. What if the deer doesn't go into the pit? The person who spoke was Song Yuanxiu, a skinny and short middle-aged man. Because of his sensitive nose, he seemed to be more perceptive in all aspects. Digging a hole was not the same as putting a few rope circles in the place. How could the deer, who were not blind, step into such a big hole? Then we'll drive the deer into the pit. Ahe spoke in a low voice, squinted his eyes, and broke the small branch in his hand into 2 pieces, as if he had made some kind of decision. Rorschach's decision is a decision, and it has to go on no matter what. Rorschach briefly explained to everyone what he had to do, which was to dig a pit in the path of the deer that was large enough to accommodate a deer. The pit had to be deep enough and the walls had to be straight so that a deer that fell in would not be able to climb out. As a trap, the most important thing is the surface camouflage. After the pit is dug, cover it with branches and fill it with grass or fallen leaves so that the deer cannot see it. This way, they will not be alert and will of course step on it. This trap is very simple, but primitive people's imagination is very limited. This is something they have never seen before, so they find it a little difficult to understand. The pit has been dug, so how can it be disguised as if there is no pit? Rorschach stuffed a bunch of roasted wild vegetables into his mouth to suppress the meaty smell in his mouth, clapped his hands, and stood up. We've got some gas tonight. If we're lucky, we can save a lot of energy and time tomorrow. He opened the space door and went out first, and everyone followed him out with the tools prepared by Rorschach, wooden baskets. The experienced elder Song Dajiao led everyone to bypass the resting deer and come to the deer's migration route, about 200 or 300 meters away from where the deer rested. There is no moon tonight, and a cold, gloomy wind is blowing. Rorschach estimated the size of the stag and drew a circle on the ground with a branch. It's just this big. The walls of the pit must be straight up and down, and 2 meters deep is enough. Rorschach gestured very hard while she was talking. No one could fully understand what she said, such as the pit wall and 2 meters, but with her gestures, they could understand about 70% of it. It didn't matter if they didn't have the right tools. 3 people used sturdy wood to loosen the soil, and 1 person put the loose soil into a basket and went to the side. As for Rorschach, she also wanted to help, but her mother Ahe pulled her aside and told her to just watch. So she sat at the door of her own space to help everyone keep watch. Under Ahe's leadership, everyone worked very quickly. Based on everyone's working speed, Rorschach expanded the pit a little bit, so that the probability of success would be greater. By midnight, a pit with a diameter of nearly 3 meters and a depth of about 2 meters had been dug. The numbers alone don't sound particularly large, but only when you stand in front of the pit can you feel its power. Because the light is very dim, the pit looks like the huge mouth of a wild beast, pitch black, sucking people in. Yes, if a deer falls in, it won't be able to escape. Ahei's face was serious. They needed someone to help them out. It would be strange if those bighorn deer with only 4 hooves could get out without help from others. Chapter 47. Now I have a choice. The big problem is how to disguise this big trap. When Rorschach made this plan, he thought digging the hole was the most difficult part. But at this step, he found that digging the hole was just a matter of effort and not difficult at all. This trap is a bit too big, and it is not easy to disguise it. First, find 2 branches that are long enough and place them on the surface of the pit as beams. Then, densely lay short and thin branches on top, and finally sprinkle the collected hay and leaves on top. That's amazing. The light was dim, and all I could see was a pitch-black area in front of me, which was no different from anywhere else. Just as Rorschach had said, after all this trouble, I couldn't even tell there was a pit. Luoxia herself was not as optimistic as her tribesmen. She blinked hard, trying to see if there was anything wrong with her trap, but the light was too dim, and she could not see anything. Despite this, she knew in her heart that this trap was not perfect at all. There was grass everywhere else, but this place was suddenly uneven and covered with fallen leaves. If the deer were more cautious, they might avoid it. Although deer's IQ is not high, they have the instinct to avoid danger. What if they don't fall for it? Ahei is indeed worthy of being Luoxia's biological mother. While other tribesmen were still excited about the fruits of their labor, she noticed that her daughter was a little worried. She leaned over and asked, "What's wrong?" "We'll bring out some wild vegetables and spread them on top." Okay. Ahei called 2 people to follow him and go into the space to get wild vegetables. The people don't like to eat these wild vegetables, but they still spend time and effort to collect them. They can be used to survive. It's a pity to see the fruits of many days' harvest scattered here all of a sudden. However, Luoxia felt more at ease. Animals have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, but the instinct to pursue food is even stronger. Now the weeds everywhere are old and dry, and there is no way they can be as fresh as the wild vegetables in their space. How can those giant deer resist such temptation? Rorschach went back to sleep without worry, and everyone took turns to rest. The door of the space was left open so that they could discover the situation in time. After an unknown amount of time, she was awakened by a loud noise. When she got up and looked around, she was the only one in the space. Through the open door, she could see some of the situation outside. Her own people were holding branches in their hands and making sounds of expulsion. Luoxia hurried out of the space to see what was going on. When Ahei saw her, he grinned, revealing his strong teeth. He laughed loudly and shouted, "I caught them. I caught both." The tribesmen picked up branches to drive away the deer, and after a while, they finally calmed down. Something cold fell on Rorschach's face. "Is it raining?" She reached out her hand and caught it, but it was not rain, but fine snow and sand. "It's snowing." Rorschach was surprised. He had always felt that winter was coming, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. "Rorschach, come and see." The 4 tribesmen shouted, waving their arms without caring whether it was raining or snowing. Rorschach hurried over to take a look. And sure enough, there were 2 deer trapped in the huge trap they had dug, circling the pit helplessly. Originally, 3 of them fell in, but our pit was too small, so the 3rd one stepped on the backs of the other 2 and jumped out and escaped. Song Dajiao, who had been unable to suppress the corners of his mouth a moment ago, now almost bit his teeth off, and was so angry that he punched the ground with his fists. The other tribesmen also thought of this incident and became angry. Rorschach didn't care much. Perhaps because she hadn't seen the 3rd deer escape from under her nose. She comforted everyone. "That's enough. We have enough food for this winter." She originally wanted to hunt 1 more, but now she has 2 more, which far exceeded her expectations, and she is very satisfied. "I'll get the deer out quickly and go back quickly. It's snowing." Only then did everyone notice the snow and sand drifting down from the sky. In the past, when they saw snow falling, they would feel as if a huge rock the same color as the sky was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. But today is different. I feel particularly relaxed and even want to light a fire and dance around it immediately. Ahei gave an order. "Let's drag the deer out." However, the process was not very smooth. The 5 people who stayed behind had no way to deal with the 2 powerful male deer in the pit. They had to wait until the 4 people who went back to the tribe to report the news came and found them. It happened that the 2 deer had been hungry for a long time, so they were able to drag them out with difficulty. On the way back, we passed by a river and processed the venison by the river. The deer's skin and bones were separated and neatly piled in the space. Now it was really piled up like a mountain. There's no need to go hunting in the winter. Ahe looked at the mountain of flesh, muttered to himself, and couldn't help pinching himself hard. It was not a dream, it was real. She had never seen so many food reserves in her life. She felt at ease and satisfied, and wanted to show off to all the tribes. You were unwilling to take us in at that time. You didn't know that we can live such a good life. Rorschach, she suddenly shouted. Luoxia was standing next to the pile of wild vegetables, feeling sad that there was only a basket left of the originally piled up wild vegetables. Although these unpicked wild vegetables were not tasty, they were still vegetables after all. If they were not eaten, the nutrition would be unbalanced. He wondered if he could pick some nearby after he returned. Suddenly, I heard my mother's extremely serious voice, and I hurriedly agreed. When I turned around, I saw my mother standing not far away staring at me. Mom, what's wrong? Can our Song tribe still grow stronger? Okay. Feeling his mother's seriousness, Rorschach couldn't help but become serious as well. Before this, everyone was concerned about whether the remaining people in Song tribe could survive until the next warm weather. Now that they saw such abundant food, their desires inevitably grew a little bit. Not only do they want to live longer, they also want the tribe to return to its former bustling state. As if they had heard their conversation, the others stopped what they were doing and looked over. I hadn't dared to think about this before, thinking it was pointless, but now the thought had truly taken root in my mind, becoming incredibly clear. Song Yuanxiu put down the half-woven basket in his hand and walked a few steps towards Luoxia. Next year, the tribes will be reunited. By then, we can contribute more meat and find more women to bring back to the tribe so they can have more children. That's all we need. Our Song tribe can still rise. Song Yuanxiu stared at Luoxia, his tone uncertain, seeking Luoxia's opinion, and added, I don't want to join another tribe. I don't want to join another tribe. I just want to be a member of the Song tribe for the rest of my life. Speaking of this topic, the others were also touched. The experiences of being picked on by other tribes and being rejected by them all came back to their minds. At that time, they had no choice, but now, they have one. Chapter 48, A Bit Desolate. Ahe sighed and glanced at everyone rudely. Even if we want to join another tribe, they won't let us. Do you think you are the white tiger? Everyone choked and laughed awkwardly. That's true. No tribe wants us, Luoxia. We'll live on our own and rebuild the Song tribe. Yes, let's make our Song tribe stronger again. Everyone clenched their fists, and there seemed to be fire burning in their eyes. Rorschach was also infected by their emotions, his blood boiling, and some memories that did not belong to him emerged in his mind. Those were the original owner's memories of the Song tribe in the past. Many men, women, and children, even though they could not eat a full stomach every day, could feel a kind of vitality of life. She also hopes that the tribe can grow stronger again, even if it's not that easy. She nodded. Yes, if we work together, our tribe can return to its former state. After she finished speaking, everyone stopped talking. Only the fire in their eyes burned even more brightly. After a while, Ahe said, Rorschach, let us do something. Yeah, let's do something. At this time, the tribesmen were full of energy, but they didn't know what to do with it. Let's hurry up and get back to the tribe. Song Gang raised his fist. Luoxia hurried to stop her. She also felt the power filling her whole body, but she had just stopped, and her body could not bear it if she continued on her way. Besides, it was the first snow that fell the day before yesterday. It wasn't heavy, but there was a layer of snow on the ground. She didn't have shoes, and her feet would be frozen and painful if she stepped on the snow for a long time. Especially at night, the temperature outside is even lower. Everyone, don't get too excited. Go get some sleep and continue your journey tomorrow morning. Rorschach's words were like divine command. Even though everyone was about to explode with all their strength, they immediately began to carry them out. Song Gang shouted, Go to sleep now. The others responded with an oh, and immediately found a place to fall asleep. In less than a minute, someone's snoring was heard. Rorschach was impressed by everyone's ability to fall asleep in under a minute. Ahe Gang Luoxia spread out the animal skin. Luoxia was different from others in that she was thick-skinned and didn't care about anything. He didn't have time to pay attention to her before, but now he gradually discovered that his daughter had many habits. For example, she likes to smooth out her sleeping area until it is flat and clean, even turning the direction of the animal skins around. Another thing is that she likes to wash her hands. I can't remember how many times she washes her hands every day. I often see her using a small wooden stick to pick out the dirt from between her nails. The pool in her space is not for washing hands or feet. People have to use a scoop to scoop water into the sink and put it outside the space for everyone to use. Now that we have water bowls, we are no longer allowed to drink water directly by the pool. We have to use bowls to scoop it out and drink it. There are quite a lot of rules anyway. No one quite understood why, but everyone accepted Rorschach's instructions with great pleasure, as if they were performing a ritual. After laying out the animal skin, Rorschach placed a bundle of hay on one end of the skin, which was her pillow. Ahe said with a smile, "Song Gang is looking a bit good now. Maybe I can find him a woman next year." Ahe was very satisfied with Song Gang's current performance. This kid was unknown in the tribe before, and he didn't pay much attention to him. But now he is becoming more and more like a man. His body is getting stronger, and his every move seems to be responsible. The two remaining young men in the tribe are still quite promising and are not cowards. Luo Xia didn't dare to continue his mother's topic. He hummed vaguely, lay down and closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep, for fear that his mother would involve him in the topic again and urge him to have a baby quickly. Seeing this, Ahe didn't dare to disturb her and lay down on the ground beside her. After a good sleep until the next morning, no one was in the mood to eat. They just wanted to get back to the tribe and reunite with everyone. Luo Xia also wanted to return to the tribe as soon as possible. She wanted to stay in the cave for the whole winter. Many leaves outside have fallen, leaving only bare tree trunks. The huge tree trunks are covered with white snow, truly a blanket of silver. Several people are walking in the snowy forest, as small as a few bugs on the ground. Fortunately, everyone was very familiar with this road, and the primitive people's animal instincts were very strong. Before Rorschach could tell the directions, he was brought back to the tribe by his tribesmen. The two elders who stayed in the tribe had brought a few people to cover the cave with thick hay. They also poked holes in the edges of the animal skins that were originally used as mats and sewed them together with ropes to form a large sheet. The winter is cold, and this is how we spent the winter in previous years. Everyone huddled together, covered themselves with animal skins, and kept each other warm. If they did not store enough prey before the cold came, men would have to go out hunting in winter. Hunting in winter was more difficult than in other seasons, and sometimes they would freeze to death outside if they could not catch any prey. The people of the Song tribe had never been as calm as they were this time before the coming of winter. Not only were they calm, but the sense of happiness in their hearts lingered. This winter, they don't need to go out hunting, and they have enough food to keep them alive until the weather warms up. Although the conditions of Songkwai and Songkong did not improve significantly, they definitely did not worsen. The tribesmen knew that they survived. As for the foreigner by Dahu, no one could tell how well his injuries had healed. This man was very good at disguising himself and deliberately made everyone unsure of his physical condition. However, during the time when the tribesmen were away, Baidahu helped a lot. He rushed to do all the heavy work inside and outside the tribe. This made the elders of the tribe very jealous and regretful. Why didn't such a good man come from their own tribe? This time, Rorschach and his men pretended to do something. When they were almost at the tribe, each of them came back with a piece of meat on his shoulder. This confuses Baidahu. Luo Xian naturally did not think that Baidahu was blind. He thought that Baidahu must have noticed that the venison he brought back had disappeared. After all, the size of the giant deer was so amazing that it was not easy to hide. Baidahu must be very curious. Rorschach just didn't want him to know that the secret space was on his body, so he let him think that the secret was in this tribe. After all, a weak woman like him was too easy to target. This time, I didn't put the meat I brought back into my own space. The temperature outside was low enough, so putting some of it outside would make it more convenient for the tribesmen to take it. As soon as Rorschach and the others returned to the tribe, they immediately lit a bonfire. The dozen or so tribesmen gathered around the bonfire, jumping and shouting, finally able to vent their excitement. Rorschach had no interest in this strange dance. He sat by the fire wrapped in animal skins, watching everyone's happy faces with a smile. How can these remaining dozen or so members of the tribe become stronger again? Suddenly a gust of wind blew around me, and a figure sat down next to me. Baidahu squinted his eyes and looked at the celebrating members of the Pine tribe. It was the same when he was still a member of the Eagle tribe. Once they hunted large prey, the tribesmen would celebrate like this around the campfire. The tribesmen formed circles, one circle within another, and the campfire was full of people. Now it feels a bit sad to see that the circle of Song tribe is so loose. Chapter 49. Dad and Mom said, "Aren't you going to dance with them?" "Oh, forget it. You're injured. You'd better rest more." Rorschach looked enviously at the man who was shirtless like his tribesmen. He stood straight, as if he didn't know the cold. He had really good physical fitness. Unlike himself, he had to wrap himself in animal skins and curl up into a ball to feel a little warm. "My injury is fine. Real." When Luo Xiam moved forward, Baidahu reflexively shrank back, fearing that the woman would poke the hole with her finger again. Although the surface had healed, it was impossible to say that he had no feeling at all. Real. Baidaho emphasized this and moved a little further away from Luoxia. If her tribesmen saw the two of them sitting together, they might start to speculate about something. He half turned his head and looked at her reluctantly. Your tribe is very good at hunting. Even he would have to admit defeat. He could hunt back a bighorn deer every time he went out. The eagle tribe did not have such a powerful ability. So, even though he was very reluctant, he was still driven by his curiosity and took the initiative to come over and talk to Rorschach. It's okay, mainly because of good luck. But hunting is not a long-term solution. A long-term plan? It's just that our tribe is not suited to living by hunting for a long time. Baidaho was speechless. What the woman said was a bit confusing and he couldn't repeat it, but it seemed that she said that their tribe didn't want to hunt anymore. But how can you survive without hunting? What is she talking in her sleep? Achoo. Rorschach sneezed, his nose running, and moved a little closer to the fire. Aren't you cold? She asked enviously. It's not cold. She wasn't surprised by such an answer. Just like when she asked her tribesmen if they were cold, they would puff out their chests and shout, "No, the pine god will protect us." My own people are obsessed with their faith, so it is difficult to judge whether they are cold or not. The person in front of me is probably used to showing off and doesn't allow himself to show weakness in front of outsiders. Anyway, she couldn't figure out whether these primitive ancestors were really resistant to cold or not. She herself was very cold. It's pointless to ask, so I won't ask. Rorschach watched his dancing tribesmen with their minds empty. It was great that everyone was only focused on the present, enjoying the happiness of the moment, and not at all anxious about the future without a voice. This could be considered an advantage. It's a pity that I don't have it. After my brain was developed, I couldn't help but think about all kinds of things. Yes, what should we do next year? Baidaho next to him frowned, feeling anxious and sorry for the fate of these poor members of the tribe. He admired and appreciated their hunting skills. If he were still a member of the eagle tribe, he could take them back and let them stay with his status in the tribe. Unfortunately, he no longer had a tribe. It is unlikely for these people to join other tribes, so they can only survive on their own. However, there are so few young people in the tribe, and there may not be women willing to come. Without women and children, this tribe will eventually disappear. He looked at Rorschach with pity. This useless woman was trying so hard to keep her tribe alive. The harder she tried, the more pitiful she seemed. Unfortunately, with her conditions, even as a young woman, no tribe would be interested in her, and her fate was to disappear quietly along with the tribe. Baidaho originally came closer because he was curious about how this group of old, weak and sick people could kill so many preys, but now he felt that this question did not seem important. He glanced at the white forest, which was gloomy and cold. He was sitting by the fire, feeling warm and safe. He had just eaten some meat, so his stomach was full and satisfied. A warm feeling flowed through his heart, and he couldn't help but glance at Rorschach again. He picked up a small branch and stirred the fire. I'll give the food back to you next year. Those two children. Bring them to me in the future and I'll raise them. He will leave here next year and go to a new tribe. It is his duty to repay their life-saving grace with food, but he can't help but want to do more. After thinking about it, the only thing he can do is to help feed the two young children. They still have hope. He spoke very cryptically and didn't know whether this stupid woman could understand him or not, but it didn't matter. The more he told her, the harder it would be for him to get out of this situation. Anyway, telling her was just a promise he made to her. Wrapped in animal skins, Rorschach glanced back at him with difficulty. Who are you looking down on? These two children and this tribe will live well, and this tribe will grow stronger. Child. A child suddenly rushed downstairs and asked in surprise, Sister, are you really going to have a baby? Huan and Zhuang, who were almost inseparable, appeared soon after and tried to look at Luoxia's belly, but Luoxia's whole body was wrapped up. When will it be born? The child opened his eyes wide and tried to see through the animal skin. The elder sister was about to give birth. It was so magical. Rorschach looked helpless and quickly wrapped the animal skin tighter. What are you talking about? There are no children. You're lying. We heard it all. Mom and Dad also said they wanted to keep this person to bear your children. These two little brats are only about 5 or 6 years old, and they don't know anything about giving birth. However, primitive people have no taboos about this topic and tell their children everything. They pointed their little fingers at Baidaho. This man was not from their tribe and was very fierce. They were usually afraid of him, but because he was a Jai's man, they didn't hate him. Baidaho gave them a disdainful look, stood up, and went back into the cave. It seemed that he had no intention of talking to them about this topic. Luoxia was quite distressed. Baidaho despised him very much. and the entire tribe was trying to get the two of them together. He wanted to avoid pushing this man into a corner and making him run away immediately. It was her first winter here, and she felt at ease having more able-bodied men. What's more, this man had a really good character. She was even thinking of arranging her funeral affairs and helping to take care of the young children in the tribe. But Rorschach didn't want to end it like this. He's angry. Huan scratched her little hands. Will he have children? Zhuang was confused. His parents said they wanted to keep him to have a baby for his sister, but his belly didn't get bigger. Rorschach quickly reached out from inside the hide and pulled the two children to his side. Men can't give birth to children. Women give birth to children. That's not right. That's not what my parents said. Luo Xia was afraid that the two children would say something embarrassing again, so she hurriedly said, "Don't ask about this, kids. You'll understand when you grow up. Oh, and don't tell Baidahu about the children anymore. Will you listen to my sister?" Listen. Of course the two children listened to her, and their parents also listened to their elder sister. Chapter 50. Make a door. As soon as the tribe's celebration ended, Rorschach hurried into the cave. Her little territory was also covered with thick hay, and on top of the hay was the animal skin she was used to sleeping on, and on top of it was another large deerskin. This was her privilege, for animal skins were scarce, and in the winter they were used to cover her body, and hay was substituted beneath her, so that it would be sufficient. But in fact, Rorschach was planning to spend the winter in her own space. She was afraid of the cold, and the temperature of the space was just right. After what happened with the two little guys just now, she became even more determined to spend the night in her own space. These persistent tribesmen of hers probably only had three things in mind: eating well and sleeping well, and arranging for her and Baidahu to have children. In order to prevent them from forcing Baidahu on her, she had better hide where they couldn't reach her. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of someone stepping on hay outside. It was probably his mother Ahe. No one else dared to come in here casually, especially at night. She was afraid that her mother would talk to her about having children again, so she quickly opened the space door and went in. She built a small fire in the space, and the flames illuminated every corner of the space. Unlike the empty space at the beginning, the space is now full of things. One side is piled with venison, and the other side is piled with firewood. They dragged it into the space on the way back from hunting, so that there would be no shortage of firewood in the winter. There was also a corner where she had piled up the baskets and baskets she had woven in the past few days. Now there is a small vacant space near the pond. Although she had already told her tribesmen about her private territory, it was because she had no choice. She did not intend to treat it as a public area of the tribe and let everyone enter at any time. It would be inappropriate. Let's talk about it after we get through the current difficulties. After waiting for a while, she thought that her mother couldn't find her outside and must have guessed where she had been, so she should go back to sleep. She sneakily opened the door and crawled out. She wanted to drag the animal skin into the space and spread it on the ground. Who knew that as soon as she crawled out, she was grabbed by a big, hard hand in the pitch black. Rorschach was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he opened his mouth wide, almost screaming. "Rorschach! It's my mother, Ahe." Rorschach took 2 deep breaths, and his heart beat violently again. However, this fragile heart was strong. After being frightened like this so many times, he still survived safely. "Mom, I'm scared you can't do this. I have to set up a rule and install a door for this small place of mine. You must knock on the door before entering. You can't enter if she doesn't agree." Ahe didn't know what was wrong with him and asked doubtfully, "Why are you afraid? You are in the innermost part of the cave. If any wild animals come in from outside, they will eat us first. After they have eaten us, they will be full and won't come in. You don't have to be afraid." Rorschach was speechless. Primitive people were so accustomed to death and being eaten by wild beasts that his mother could say these words without any psychological burden. But she didn't know that she was scaring her fake daughter so much that cold sweats broke out on her back. What an appalling statement. Luo Xia coughed twice and said, "Mom, I'm not feeling well. Can we talk tomorrow if you have something to say?" "What's wrong?" "My heart is beating very fast." "Is your heart beating fast?" "So what if my heart beats fast?" Ahe knew that his daughter was weak, but she didn't know the concept of heart disease. She reached out and touched her daughter's forehead and found that she was indeed covered in cold sweat. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart why her daughter was still so timid even though she was chosen by God. "Okay, then let's do it tomorrow. You go to sleep and I'll be out." "What are you doing tomorrow?" Rorschach really wanted to slap himself. What could possibly be the cause of his damned curiosity? It was just Baidahu's little fuss. Why was he talking so much? "I'll move Baidahu's position in tomorrow, so don't delay any longer and hurry up." "Rorschach, I want to slap myself even more. I'm so sleepy, Mom. I'm going to sleep. We can talk about it later." You should go to sleep too. Rorschach tricked his mother into leaving and quickly dragged the animal skin into the space. The sun rises late in winter, but Luo Xia, who likes to sleep in, is the first to get up. She gestures at her corner. Since this corner belongs to her, she must build a door. The cave is not big, but if you really calculate it, it is not small either. It is at least 3 meters high, and the width of the corner is more than 2 meters. The mountain wall is irregular and uneven, and it is all rock. I don't know how to fix it if it is a door. She lowered her requirements for the door again and again. In fact, it didn't need to be a proper door, just an obstacle to prevent people from entering and exiting as they pleased. After some gestures, she already had a rough outline in her mind and went back to the space to pick out some wooden sticks. She also took out the straw ropes used to trap the deer and started tinkering with them by herself. What are you up to? When Luo Xia looked up, he saw Bai Dahu standing there with his elbows folded. It seemed that he had been watching for a long time. Shadash. Luo Xia put his finger to his lips and said in a low voice, "Don't talk to me. It makes my people think that we have a very good relationship." Bai Dahu then shut up. He heard what the mother and daughter said last night again. After arriving at the Song tribe, he only dared to sleep 40% and wake up 60%. Although the people of the Song tribe were friendly and saved his life, he still had to be on guard against them. Originally, he had reached the age, and if he had not lost the fight for the chieftainship, he should be looking forward to next year's tribal meeting, when he could choose a strong woman as his spouse. He had thought about his future spouse countless times, and she might look like this or that, but he had never thought she would look like Rorschach. It is undoubtedly a shame to marry such a weak woman. Only useless men can only choose equally weak women. So Bai Dahu is extremely resistant to Rorschach. So much so that I wanted to escape in the dark last night, but in the end, I felt that my life was more important. Thinking of the conversation he heard last night, Bai Dahu hugged his elbows tighter and his expression became more serious. Rorschach was so focused on her own affairs that she didn't even think about observing what this man was thinking. She was a mess herself, so who would want a wild man as a husband? However, this slight movement also woke up the rest of the tribe. Everyone came out from the hides and came over to watch their Rorschach curiously as he worked. This is Song Changsho, as the oldest and most experienced elder in the tribe, had no idea what Luo Xia was going to do. Rorschach said, "I'm going to make a door and put it here. My room is behind the door. If you want to see me, just knock on the door." Chapter 51. Wait until you recover. The tribesmen were completely unaware of Rorschach's true intentions. They just thought it seemed like an interesting and sacred thing, and they all rushed to help. Rorschach then ordered everyone to find stones and live mud. The recovered stones were piled on each side of the mountain wall, and wooden sticks were inserted between the stones as support pillars to secure them. Then the gaps were filled with mud to further secure them. A long stick is fixed on the top of the 2 pillars with straw ropes, and the whole frame is like this. Then wooden sticks are added to the frame as a subframe, and bundles of hay are tied inside the frame to fill the gaps, leaving half a meter of space for entry and exit, and straw ropes are hung as door curtains. In the middle of the morning, a door that was rough yet a little exquisite appeared in front of everyone. Ahe curiously moved the rope curtain and struggled to integrate it in her mind. It turned out that this was also called a door. She thought that doors were all like those in Rorschach's space. You know what? Once this thing appeared, the cave became different. It looked more like a place where gods lived. There was obviously nothing behind the grass, but when it was blocked by this, it felt like there was something extraordinary behind it, as if something extraordinary was happening. Ahe stood in the middle of the curtained door, poked his head in and out, and thought this door was really great. He turned around and said, "Move Bai Dahu's seat inside." Luo Xia had just finished directing everyone to work. At this time, she was holding her own bowl, drinking water and admiring today's achievements. When she heard her mother's words, she spit out the water and kept coughing. Ahe rushed forward and nervously supported her, patting her on the back. "Why are you choking?" Luo Xia was dazed by his mother's big and powerful slap. He was about to say that he was fine, but the moment he raised his eyes, he saw the lonely Bai Dahu behind the tribe staring at him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he sat down on the ground. This made everyone's hair stand on end in fear, and they all gathered around and made anxious noises. Rorschach simply closed his eyes and pretended to faint. The fact that she closed her eyes frightened the tribesmen so much that they almost lost their souls. They screamed and tried to pull at her, trying to wake her up. Luo Xia was determined to pretend to the end, otherwise she would be forced to get married. However, she underestimated her importance in the hearts of her tribesmen. The tribesmen were terrified and lost their minds. Seeing that she could not wake up no matter how they shook her, They did not use enough force on her hands. Luo Xia was in so much pain that she felt like her arms were about to be cut off. Just when I was wondering how this would end, I heard a roar from the back of the crowd. Roar! The anxious Song tribe members finally calmed down. Bai Dahu stepped forward and rudely pushed away the crowd of people who were huddled together. He couldn't stand it anymore. Rorschach was still lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He felt that the space in front of his eyelids suddenly became brighter, his breathing became smoother, the thunder in his ears stopped, and his arms and legs seemed to be no longer in danger of being torn off. Only then did he feel at ease. Suddenly, there was darkness in front of my eyelids, as if someone was blocking the light. A finger was thrust under her nose. "Are you dead?" Bai Dahu's voice, with its calm and distant tone, made Luo Xia feel much safer than the panicked voices of his own people. "That's almost enough." Luo Xia pretended to open his eyes with difficulty and heard a cry of wow. His own people rushed towards him like crazy again. Bai Dahu stood up and stretched out his arms to push them. The tribesmen felt lost in their hearts. Several of them were pushed back by just one person. Luo Xia felt a pang in his heart. He really scared everyone. He said hurriedly, "I'm fine, don't worry Dash. Are you okay?" Ahe pushed Bai Dahu's arm away and knelt carefully beside his daughter. He touched her forehead with his hand. It seemed a little hot, but not sweating. He held her face with both hands and looked at her carefully. Tears welled up in his eyes and his fingers trembled. "Rorschach, my daughter." Luo Xia couldn't help but feel guilty. "Mom, I'm fine, I just feel a little uncomfortable. I'll be fine after a while after resting." "Good." Ahe picked her up and her heart ached. She felt so light. Her daughter was indeed too weak. With such a body, she was afraid that she would not be able to bear the burden of giving birth. Rorschach finally laid down behind his door. All the hay inside had been pulled out to fill the gap in the door. Fortunately, there were animal skins. Her mother carefully wrapped her in animal skin and said softly, "Don't worry about giving birth. Take care of your body and wait until you're well." Rorschach was overjoyed. This was what he had been waiting for. But my mother is really something. She makes it seem like she is anxious to have a baby with that wild man, even though she has been forced into a desperate situation. Even so, she didn't dare to refute and nodded. "Well, I will die if I give birth to a child like this now." Ahe's face visibly lost its color. He immediately covered Rorschach's mouth and said anxiously, "No, God won't die." But she knew that Rorschach was immortal and would die, so she was so nervous, and all the tribe members were so nervous. If Rorschach died, there would be no hope for the tribe. Luo Xia held his mother's hand and smiled comfortingly. "Mom, I won't die that easily. As long as I don't get seriously injured and don't give birth to a child, there will be no problem." "Well, don't worry, you'll have your own children when you get better." Rorschach thought about it and realized that his mother really didn't know that she was resisting the idea of having children. She naturally thought that she desperately wanted a man and wanted to have children. Yes, primitive people's animal instincts dominate, and reproduction is one of the most important animal instincts, which is engraved in their genes. Of course, they want to have children as long as they have the opportunity. Rorschach agreed. "Well, maybe I'll feel better by spring." He had to keep the mother on suspense. If she confirmed that her daughter was not going to recover, she might turn around and ask everyone to tie Bai Dahu up and put him on the fire. Anyway, he was no longer needed to have children. Let's put it off for now. Today started with excitement and ended with silence. The next morning, Rorschach got up early because his back and waist ached from lying down all day and he could no longer lie down. With the door, her little territory became more private. She could even find time to enter the space during the day, but she didn't dare to do so. She was afraid that her tribesmen would break in, especially the children, who didn't understand the meaning of knocking on the door. The sun came out today, and the snow scene outside was shining everywhere under the sun, as if the world was covered with silver. Luo Xia wrapped himself in animal skins and admired the snow scene for a while, then told his mother Ahe that he was going to go in and rest, and asked everyone not to go in and disturb her. She was going to the space, but Ahe believed her and immediately put on a stern face and demanded of everyone in the tribe, "You are not allowed to go there." She had barely finished speaking when a suppressed, urgent warning came from the cave entrance. The cave suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked serious. Rorschach also stopped and followed the nervous tribesmen to the cave entrance. Chapter 52, Let's Change Places. Everyone stood at the entrance of the cave, looking out with grim expressions. Rorschach followed their gaze and scanned twice before he saw someone in the forest on the other side of the clearing in front of him. Those people were some distance away from the cave, about 6 or 7 of them, half hiding their bodies behind dark tree trunks. A modern man like Rorschach, who had no hunting experience, might not be able to spot them at a glance. What do those people want to do? Rorschach's expression also became serious. Song Gang took the lead, picked up his weapons, and walked out. Behind him, Song Dejiao, Song Yuanxiu, and others followed, holding their weapons and walking towards those people through the white snow on the open ground. Those men retreated, holding weapons in their hands. They were all young and strong, and did not look like they had nowhere to go. When Song Gang and his group stopped, those people also stopped. When Song Gang and his group moved forward again, those people retreated in the forest again, always keeping a distance from them. Be careful. Rorschach was just trying to figure out what was going on when the man above his head spoke in a low voice. She looked up and saw Bai Dahu's equally stern face. Just pray that those tribes can survive the winter safely. Luo Xia paused for only a second before she immediately realized what Bai Dahu was saying. After all, she had seen her own people surrounding Bai Dahu and cheering to celebrate catching food. But she still didn't want to believe it, and argued. Maybe they are just lost, or maybe they saw that there are tribes here and came to seek help. Bai Dahu said firmly, no. Luo Xia closed her mouth and stopped talking because she knew in her heart that what Bai Dahu said was true. If those people really wanted to seek help, they would not just observe from a distance, nor would they retreat at the same time when their own people approached. They always kept their distance because they had no intention of communicating at all. Song Gang and several tribesmen retreated with their weapons. Luo Xia saw those people approaching again and continued to stare at this side from behind the big tree on the other side of the open space. The tribesmen exchanged glances, and the cave was silent. Only two children were confused by the sudden situation. They raised their little heads and looked at the elders again and again. Song Changsho pointed to two men and told them to watch at the cave entrance, then raised his hand to drive the others deeper into the cave. Although the cave was not deep, the light inside was dim and outsiders could not see clearly from a distance. Everyone sat down cross-legged on the thick hay, silent for a while, and then suddenly everyone looked at Rorschach as if they had been given an order. Rorschach knew what everyone was thinking. They all knew about the existence of that space, and they used that space to pick up dead wood and hunt prey. As long as Rorschach opened the door out of thin air and let everyone hide in, even if all the tribes in the forest came together to look for them, they would not be able to find them. She nodded and said, "Don't be nervous, we'll act according to circumstances." "See act?" Yuanxiu's father asked. He didn't understand the word and didn't know what they were asked to do, so he wanted to ask clearly. Rorschach said, "We'll just do what we need to do when the time comes." Everyone nodded and turned their eyes away from Rorschach, but they all looked at Bai Dahu standing beside them. Bai Dahu was feeling anxious. Although he was not from this tribe, they were all on the same side now. No matter what happened to them, he would not have any other consequences. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of the Song tribe members and was surprised. Their eyes looked a little strange, and he couldn't figure out what they were thinking at all. It didn't look like they wanted to eat him either. "Dad, what are those people going to do?" Seeing that everyone finally spoke, Zhuang hurriedly asked the questions in his mind. Song Changsho stretched out his big hand and touched the poor child's head. "Those people are waiting to eat us." Rorschach almost bit his tongue. It turned out that the primitive ancestors did not hide anything from their children and dared to tell them everything. Aren't they afraid of scaring them? She looked at the two children. There was no panic on their faces as she thought. It seemed that in the children's cognition, this kind of thing was not horrifying, and it was even very normal. Although they were not as panicked as they thought, they still looked scared and confused, and they were stunned and stopped talking. However, Song Changsho said in a soothing tone, "If their tribe is lucky this year, and there's no major food shortage, they won't think of us." Everyone seemed to feel a little better, but also seemed not to feel any better. No tribe would have no shortage of food in winter. As long as it was winter, there would always be people who starved to death. I don't know which tribe these people outside come from, as each tribe is different. Can you tell which tribe it is? The old man asked. Several men shook their heads. There was nothing special about those people. They could have come from any tribe. Song Changsho sighed slightly, and his heart was at ease when he saw Luo Xia. May the Song God bless them, and he will not let them disappear this winter. Luo Xia felt like a huge stone was pressing on his heart at this moment. It was really terrible that his entire tribe had become the reserve food of another tribe. Even though my space can help my people escape this disaster, it still feels uncomfortable. This won't be the only time this happens. The foreigners stayed outside the cave for a long time, probably observing the specific situation of their tribe. They disappeared from the forest in the afternoon. Rorschach followed his tribesmen to check the places where those people had stayed. Apart from some footprints, nothing else could be seen. There were several tribes in the direction where the footprints disappeared. But what does it matter if they know which tribe it is? When they went to various tribes for refuge earlier, The situation of the Song tribe had already been leaked. Many tribes knew that the Song tribe now only had some useless old people, children, and women left, and if a conflict really broke out, none of their tribes could deal with it. The bonfire at night didn't seem very warm. The tribesmen were not good at talking, and tonight they were even more silent. Baidahu sat with them around the fire and ate his share of the venison, then took the bone he used to scrape wood and scratch the ground in front of him. They will come back. If you want to survive, change places. Hide somewhere else, and if you're lucky you can survive until next spring. He thought about it, and there was no other way. Being targeted by a human was more dangerous than being targeted by a wild beast. Wild beasts are afraid of fire, and they dare not approach places where there is fire. But humans are different. They are not afraid of fire and are much smarter than beasts. They don't even need to use their brains. Just a few more young and strong men can wipe out this dilapidated tribe. Can only escape. Chapter 53, Can't Die. After Baidahu finished speaking, no one responded to him, but it wasn't that they didn't care about what he said. Everyone just stared at Luoxia. He didn't know that Baidahu, an outsider, had a safer way than escaping. But they had to admit that if there were no Rorschach, the path proposed by Baidahu was the only path they could take, unless they accepted death and waited for other tribes to come and reap their heads. As for how to decide, of course it was Rorschach who had the final say. Rorschach also put it succinctly. If you don't leave, we'll stay here. Baidahu's eyebrows suddenly stood up, and his voice rumbled like thunder. You don't want to live anymore. Rorschach raised his eyelids and glanced at him. The man was serious, anxious, and a little angry at the moment, which made him look even more terrifying. Fortunately, he was isolated and had no one to help him. He was the only outsider here. Don't yell at her. Not only Luo Xia thought Baidahu was scary, but his mother Ahe also thought so and immediately roared to protect her daughter. Baidahu looked at her sideways and said, You guys don't want to live anymore? We can survive. Ahe stared at him. If anyone here cannot survive, it will be this outsider. Although Luo Xia likes him, he has been hiding the matter of the space from him until now and does not trust him. Ahe's expression and tone were firm, which surprised Baidahu a little. He admired Ahe and regarded him as the most reliable one in the tribe. He didn't expect her to say that. Can you survive? How? Relying on Rorschach, this unreliable god. As for Luo Xia, Baidahu never thought that she was a god. She was just a weird and unreliable woman who almost died once when drinking water. But unfortunately, he glanced at the other people in the Song tribe. Everyone's eyes were the same as Ahe's, determined and persistent, without any hesitation. This tribe is beyond help. He looked at Rorschach. I don't know how a tribe of people could be bewitched by such a small woman. She clearly looks very stupid. Baidahu stopped talking. Luo Xia sneezed and secretly glanced at Baidahu. Seeing that his face was not very good, he was a little worried that this guy wanted to change jobs and run away. His own people are confident, but Baidahu is different. If he stays here, he will inevitably feel like he is waiting to die. Who can withstand such pressure? Don't worry, you won't die. You'll know later. She comforted him. Know what? Knowing we can't die. Rorschach was vague and said, Let it drag on. Our relationship is not good enough now for me to tell him about the existence of space, but if I really have to, I will have to tell him when the time comes. Well, if he had stayed to face it together with his people at that time, it wouldn't matter if I told him. Baidahu just felt that this woman was indeed unreliable. After quietly roasting the fire for a while, everyone huddled together to sleep again. Baidahu did not join them and slept alone. Rorschach entered his own door, then entered his own space, and rekindled a small fire in his space. She counted the supplies in the space, meat, negligible wild vegetables, and firewood that looked extremely abundant, and her anxiety was relieved a lot. With these, everyone can survive even if they are trapped in space for the entire winter. Besides, she didn't believe that those foreigners would stay here for the entire winter waiting to eat them. 3 days at most. Maybe they'll come over to take a look and leave when they find no one here. So there is nothing to worry about this winter. What we need to worry about is that the days of being harassed and treated as spare food will not end so easily in the future. They were afraid of being targeted by thieves and being caught off guard. No matter how cautious one is, there will be times when they are careless. Their small tribe cannot withstand any major setbacks. So, is the best solution to move away and hide. Hiding away and relying on your own space can indeed lead to a good life. Wrong. Hiding is indeed relatively safe, but what about the continuation of the tribe? Although primitive tribes seem to have very little communication, the little communication that does exist is necessary, such as intermarriage between tribes, which is the most important one. Our primitive ancestors were not stupid and were realistic. Women looked down upon weak men and weak women were also despised. Everyone flocked to the powerful tribes, while no one dared to go to the weak tribes. It's all for survival. Who doesn't want to live? Today's Song tribe. Our own people know that they have a trump card, but as for outsiders, any woman who is willing to come is probably mentally ill. Hiding is not a long-term solution anyway. Moreover, this place of settlement was not chosen casually by our ancestors. This open space, this cave, and the distance to the water source, etc., are all rare and not easy to find. Therefore, if your tribe wants to survive, it must stand up and have the strength to confront other tribes head-on. Head-on confrontation. Rorschach exhaled, racking his brains, but having no idea. In the next few days, no one behaved unusually. Even Dahu, who Rorschach had been worried would run away, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to do his usual business. It is now dull and boring in the cave, with nothing to do except sleeping. However, Rorschach's weirdness also brought everyone new ways to pass the time. Dahu is obsessed with making bowls, and he makes bowls of all sizes one after another. Song Kong, who was recovering from his injury, would grind a piece of hard stone whenever he had time. Now it has been ground into a round shape, but the sharp end is still sharp. Others were weaving straw ropes and baskets. As for the two children, they would pluck the fur from their rabbit fur skirts when they had free time. Sometimes when they were really bored, Song Gang and several other dads would go for a walk nearby. If they were lucky, they could catch a couple of rabbits to change everyone's taste. The rabbit skin was given to Rorschach. She liked it. In the past, they didn't care about rabbit skin at all. It was just a small piece and of no use. Now it's a pity to think about it. Rorschach spent most of his time in his own space, where it was warm. Sometimes she would come out and sit with everyone to make her presence felt, letting everyone know that she was still alive. Every time she was wrapped in animal skins, looking stupid and dumb, Dahu couldn't stand her and always glared at her. The Kasung people were the opposite. They were more pious. Every time Luo Sha came out, they would fan the fire more vigorously, for fear that she would be cold. Their god must be carefully protected. Nothing happened for a long time after being harassed by those foreigners, but there was some good news. With sufficient nutritional supplements every day, the tribesmen are in good spirits. The two children have grown flesher, and they have not coughed even in the cold weather. The two patients can now stand up and eat with everyone. As for the old, injured Dahu, no one considers him a patient anymore. Chapter 54 Shoes. Rorschach made himself a pair of shoes. The animal skin she used as a sleeping mat was a whole piece. She used a bone knife to cut off the jagged edges, wrapped them around her feet, and then tied them up with ropes. The animal skin was thick and not soft enough. When tied to the feet, it formed a large lump, just like two hammers growing on the feet. It has nothing to do with shoes. Rorschach didn't intend to do it so crudely at first, but he had no tools, and it took a lot of effort just to cut the scraps from the whole animal skin. It was impossible to handle the details more carefully. Without a sharp knife or a needle that could penetrate the hide, we could only make do with this. When she came out without animal skins and only wearing shoes, everyone looked at her at the same time. The tribesmen's reactions were innocent and confused. They didn't know why Rorschach had made himself like this, unable to even walk steadily. Dahu shifted his gaze from the wood in his hand and looked over, disgust evident on his face. But as an outsider he said nothing, only turned away rudely. Ahe stood up immediately. She knew her daughter's pattern. She was afraid of the cold. If she just came out to eat or warm herself by the fire, she would definitely come wrapped in animal skins. But if she wasn't wrapped in animal skin, she must have gone outside to relieve herself. She guessed correctly. There are 3 urgent needs that people cannot avoid. Going to the toilet outside in the snow and ice was Rorschach's most distressing thing because it was cold. The reason why she didn't wrap herself in animal skins was a decision she made after weighing the pros and cons. Wrapping yourself in animal skins is certainly warmer, but it is very tiring and inconvenient, so it is better to fight quickly. What was amazing was that she found herself naked for most of the time, and it didn't seem as cold as she thought. There was a reason why primitive people were able to survive, and their physical fitness was indeed strong. Every time she went to the toilet, her mother would follow her and watch from a distance, giving her a sense of security. After going to the toilet outside, Luo Xia ran back to his own little territory and soon came out wrapped in animal skins. He sat by the campfire where no fire could be seen. Song Gang hurriedly fiddled with the fire. The two children also hurriedly crawled out from the animal skin blanket and ran over to her. Rorschach tore open his own animal skin and wrapped them in it. "Sister, why are you wrapping animal skins around your feet?" The two children touched the shoes on her feet, very curious. "These are shoes. Wearing them will protect your feet and keep you warm even when you step on the snow." Yes, not cold at all, because her feet were not cold. She felt warmer than before when she went out just now. She held out her shoes to show off to her tribesmen. Although they were ugly, they were really warm. Everyone can try it. Wrapping your feet will keep them warm. Rorschach strongly recommended that the emergence of shoes was a major step for civilization and was bound to appear sooner or later. Everyone looked at her stupidly, with confusion in their eyes. Rorschach noticed that this attitude was completely different from when he had put on the coat before. He thought it was a bit hard to accept because it was something new, but he couldn't suppress his desire to share and recommended it to others. It's really warm. You won't have to worry about hurting your feet after wearing this. Just cut off the extra skin from the animal hide, and it will be enough. Try it now, and your feet won't be cold at all when you step on the snow. Really? I want it too. Can I? Children are curious about everything. After hearing what Rorschach said, they moved around excitedly in the animal skin and wanted it immediately. The elders in the clan hesitated and acted hesitantly, as if they had something to say but couldn't open their mouths. Embarrassment and guilt were written all over their faces. Rorschach, just try it. You'll know if something new is good after you try it. As he said this, he got up and started cutting the animal skins himself, starting with the two children's. Let your own people try such a warm thing. Dahu over there finally couldn't help it, growled, and glared at him. You fool. Rorschach Dahu gnashed his teeth and said, how can you hunt like this? How can you pick fruit from a tree? You fool. Luo Xia's excitement cooled down a bit. She really didn't think about these things. She was just enjoying the warmth under her feet when she stepped on the snow. She couldn't wait to let her tribe members feel it too. After all, it was due to lack of experience. The original body had never hunted or climbed a tree. She stood up and took a few steps, feeling it carefully, imagining hunting and picking fruits. Yes, she was really a fool. Through the thick and warm animal skin, the soles of her feet with thick calluses could not touch the ground, and she felt unstable, as if her feet were slipping inside the shoes. No wonder the people from her tribe, who always obey her, are hesitant. I really don't dare to mess around with her about things like this. Ahe angrily scolded Dahu. Shut up. Although Dahu said the truth that his tribesmen wanted to say, but dared not, she really disliked his attitude and tone towards her daughter. This was disrespectful to the god of their tribe. If he was not the man her daughter liked, he would not have survived until now with his attitude. Dahu didn't look afraid. He looked away with disdain and continued to scrape his bowl. With enough time, he polished the inside and outside of the bowl more and more smooth. Ahe stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, the muscles in his arms tensed, and the other tribesmen also stood up, ready to fight. Rorschach quickly tried to smooth things over. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone sit down. Don't get excited. We are all family. This was her own stupidity. No wonder Dahu yelled at her. This man usually didn't even look at her twice. She tried hard to draw a clear line between them. Maybe she couldn't stand it anymore. Hearing his daughter say this, Ahe glared at Dahu, then sat down with his tribesmen. This really won't work. I'd better wear this thing myself. Rorschach said shamelessly, she is afraid of the cold, so if it is inconvenient for her to walk, then so be it. She doesn't go hunting or picking fruit, so the impact is not significant. Ahe smiled lovingly and respectfully. Of course. Just don't ask their tribesmen to wear it. They need to find food and protect the tribe and the gods. As for Rorschach, she can have whatever she wants, and everyone will be happy to help her do anything. Rorschach sat down again, patted his shoes, and sighed. Not all civilizations are suitable for the present. There are civilizations at present, and they all exist in response to the environment. Zhuang also touched her shoes out of curiosity and was very disappointed. Can I have this shoes? Cannot. Song Changsho said seriously. Rorschach didn't object. She knew Zhuang needed to actually touch the ground with his soles, and wearing shoes would harm him. Environment. This living environment needs to change. Our tribe can no longer continue its previous survival model and will disappear. Chapter 55 Bring back some soil. In fact, the direction is very clear, which is to create more food. The specific operation is not as simple as one sentence. Rorschach suddenly walked back into his room and soon came out dragging a basket of wild vegetables. The women from the tribe hurried forward to help and moved the basket of wild vegetables to the fire. The lush green wild vegetables form a sharp contrast with the white snow outside the cave. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. They didn't like to eat this thing, but when they saw it, they felt very wonderful in their hearts and were full of love for these wild vegetables, just like seeing the forest growing new green shoots again in spring. Rorschach picked up the bottom of the basket and poured out all the wild vegetables. Ahe said, Rorschach, we can't finish all this in one go. The thought of eating so many wild vegetables at once made everyone's stomach start to feel bitter, and everyone's faces turned bitter. Rorschach picked apart these fresh wild vegetables that looked as if they had just been pulled out of the soil. Said, "No, let's classify these wild vegetables and choose the ones we like to eat." After she said that, everyone's sad faces suddenly brightened up. If you only eat your favorite wild vegetables, then there is absolutely no problem. Although most wild vegetables are not tasty, a small number of them taste really good, especially those with a sweet taste, which can be eaten by them all day long. But this kind of wild vegetable is rare, and people usually eat it sparingly. The two children immediately climbed onto the pile of wild vegetables, pulled out 2 pieces of sweetroot grass, stuffed them into their mouths, and started chewing. The sweet taste made them so excited that they danced with joy. Rorschach patted their heads and said, "You can't eat them. You need to sort them out, but you can't eat them." The adults were also surprised. They thought Rorschach wanted them to pick out what they liked and eat it. Oh, they had to pick it out and distribute it before they could eat it. Understood. Rorschach was very serious. He cleared out a space and specifically reminded everyone to be gentle and not to damage the wild vegetables, and to put them neatly after picking them. The tribesmen could sense her seriousness and began to feel a little nervous. Haofu's mother had been taking care of the child for a long time, so she was more careful than others. She carefully held a wild vegetable and placed it on the open space, as if it were a sacred object. "Is this okay?" Luo Xia smiled and said, "Mom, there's no need to be so careful. I want to plant the wild vegetables I picked, so I'd better try not to hurt them." As she spoke, she picked out a few plants and placed them on the ground in different categories. Everyone nodded and wondered, kind? Ahe remembered that Rorschach had also mentioned this word when he went to other tribes to exchange herbs. She didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from picking out the mixed wild vegetables and arranging them according to Rorschach's instructions. When Luo Xia stood up, he found that Baidahu had been standing quietly behind him, his eyes fixed on the green ground. Since the heavy snow, only some trees that have not lost their leaves can be seen, still retaining their depressing dark green color. The bright and colorful green is no longer visible. It looked like they had just been pulled out of the soil, but he clearly saw Rorschach dragging them out from behind her door, and there was no soil behind that door. He was very shocked. "Baidahu, are you healed?" Baidahu then turned his eyes away from the weeds. Okay. This time it was really healed. He pressed the wound with his hand every day and no longer felt any pain. "Then please do me a favor." After saying that, Luo Xia went to the corner of the cave and got a basket and stuffed it into the hands of Baidahu and several Abba. "Can you bring back some soil?" She had originally planned to try planting next spring after the winter, but the arrival of those foreigners had been putting pressure on her. She was slightly touched just now and decided to start now since everyone was quite free. But now it is freezing and snowy, and it is really difficult for the men in the tribe to get some soil back. Song Gang smiled and said, "This is easy." The men excitedly selected bones and stones as tools and crawled out of the cave. The rest of the people quickly divided up the wild vegetables. After all, they had used up most of the wild vegetables when they were hunting deer before, and now there were only a few left. There are 12 types in total, some of which are so numerous that they can be piled into a small pile, while others are just a few. Rorschach asked everyone to point out their favorite wild vegetables, picked out a few popular types, and put them in a small basket, and put the rest into the basket, and asked her mother to help her carry it back. The men came back very slowly because the heavy snow buried the ground, and the soil underneath the snow was frozen hard. It took them a lot of effort to get the soil that Rorschach wanted. Relatively speaking, this is much easier than going out hunting. 3 baskets of frozen soil were also brought into Rorschach's door by the Pine tribe. Baidahu patted the dirt off his hands with no expression on his face. He was not very willing to do this job because he didn't know what the point of bringing back a few baskets of soil was. It was like he had eaten too much. In winter, you shouldn't do useless and strenuous things after eating, as you will get hungry easily. The reason why he did it was because he understood his situation. He was eating other people's food, living in other people's houses, and his life was also other people's. Whatever he did was what he should do. But I felt a sense of uncertainty and dissatisfaction in my heart. Then I saw several people from the Song tribe dragging out a long and thick piece of wood from the door. Baidahu's hand stopped moving. This strange scene happened in front of his eyes again. The door behind was not big at all. How did this piece of wood get dragged out from inside? Could it be that there is something wrong with my memory? What is behind that door? How many things are hidden there? And when were they hidden there? Rorschach happened to look over, and their eyes met. Rorschach said calmly, "This piece of wood is going to be made into a sink. Can you help me?" She no longer cared about fooling Baidahu. She didn't care what he thought. As an outsider, he couldn't influence the affairs of her tribe. Baidahu took a breath and nodded. It was nothing. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He couldn't figure it out, but he also seemed to understand. Although the tribe was small, It was indeed blessed by the gods. But he just wouldn't admit that Rorschach was that god. She didn't look like one at all. Sink? He asked. Rorschach pointed to the water trough in the cave. It was Baidahe's masterpiece. It was used to hold water to lure deer to drink when hunting. Now it was moved out and filled with water from the space for everyone to drink. Isn't that a bowl? Baidahe muttered to himself, not wanting to say more to Luoxia. A sink or a large bowl is fine. He just felt that this woman kept coming up with strange words that he had never heard of before. Then he watched helplessly as the Song people carried the large bowl of water into the Luoxia gate. Chapter 56. Testing. After the sink was moved into the space, Rorschach asked everyone to go out. She poured the 3 baskets of soil she had collected from the snow into the trough, and then planted the wild grasses that everyone liked, which she had just picked out from a pile of wild vegetables. The crops were planted fully. He used his hands to press the still cold soil firmly, then used a ladle to scoop water from the pond and watered the soil thoroughly. According to her own standards, although these wild vegetables are popular, they are actually not that good. Compared with the vegetables she ate in modern times, they taste much worse. I don't know if these wild vegetables will become more delicious if I cultivate them artificially. Wait until spring and then plant these wild vegetables artificially at your doorstep. When you want to eat them, you can just pick them. There is no need to go into the forest to look for them, which is too dangerous. Of course, she would like to grow food more, but so far she has not found any crop seeds that can be used as food. This is the most important thing. I must look for it next year. After admiring the green pod of wild vegetables, Rorschach wondered if they would continue to grow in the space. It would be great if they could produce seeds. Come out of your own space. Except for Song Changsho and the 2 injured men, the others surrounded the piece of wood picked out from Rorschach's space and hollowed out the wood with stones or bones. Again, without the right tools, this job is laborious, time-consuming, and takes patience. The only sounds left in the cave were these hammering and chiseling. Rorschach pointed to Baidahe's bowls on the cliffside and said, "Can I use these?" Baidahe nodded. These were made to be used, but because there were enough bowls for everyone to use, they were just sitting there idle. Rorschach stepped forward and picked up the bowls, then called Ah-Hei and the 2 women to go in with her. The 2 children immediately wanted to follow happily, but were stopped sternly by Haofu's mother. Primitive people may not be very smart, but they remember God's meaning very clearly. Rorschach said that the secret of space should be kept from children. After a while, the people who went in came out with bowls full of water and placed them in a row along the cliff. Rorschach said, "If you want water, drink from these bowls." The tribesmen nodded in agreement. Baidahe was not as used to it as the people of the Song tribe. Although he did not make a fuss, he was still shocked in his heart and felt that the god of the Song tribe was so generous. After remaining calmly shocked, he realized Rorschach was staring at him. He glanced back and turned his back. It is still impossible for him to get together with this woman. Before night fell, Rorschach took out a large piece of fresh venison from his space and buried it in the snow at the entrance of the cave. Ah-Hei reminded, "Rorschach, we still have some." Rorschach, "It's okay, just keep some extra." Ah-Hei said nothing, thinking that maybe Rorschach thought the frozen venison tasted better. After burying the venison, Rorschach looked at the snow outside. The snow was bright. No wonder the ancients had the story of studying in the snow. It was true. Will they come again? Ah-Hei stood beside her and looked deeply into the dark forest on the other side of the clearing. All kinds of dangers could emerge from there at any time. She knew her daughter was asking about outsiders. It had been a while, so their tribe probably hadn't hit hard times yet. I really hope they won't come, but Ah-Hei had a hunch that they would still come. These people from his tribe were too tempting. For other human tribes, catching them was much easier than catching other prey. She said, "Rorschach, let's take that piece of meat inside, just in case." The piece of meat was very big and looked very tempting. If we were unlucky enough to encounter a sneak attack from another tribe, it would be so sad if we didn't have time to put the meat away. "It's okay, just bury it in the snow." Rorschach shivered. Even though he was covered in animal skins, the biting cold still seeped into his legs. Turning back into the cave, I saw that the fire in the cave had burned out and was about to go out. The tribesmen also huddled into their beds. Song Yuanxiu was assigned to be on duty today. Like himself, he was wrapped in animal skin and sitting in a sheltered place at the entrance of the cave. Luoxia looked at Baidahe, who was tidying up his bunk, and said softly, "Baidahe, can you keep watch tonight?" The Song people, who were doing their own things, suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at Rorschach. Luoxia never interfered with the arrangements for night watch. They were all arranged by Ah-Hei and Song Changsho, and they never arranged for Baidahe to keep watch. Instinctively, they all felt that a man like Baidahe would leave. It would be understandable that he would be welcomed in any tribe, but it would be suspicious if he stayed in his own tribe. Baidahu also stopped what he was doing, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were particularly bright in the dim light. Keeping watch at night is an extremely difficult task, especially in winter, when the biting cold wind will scratch at the exposed skin like the claws of a wild beast. He had actually thought about helping with the night watch, but he knew that he was an outsider, and the Song people had always been wary of him, and they were right to be wary. He had been thinking in his mind which tribe to go to after spring came. However, he had no plans to leave this winter, even if other tribes really wanted to invade. This was his promise and also his way of repaying his gratitude. Good. He agreed indifferently, picked up the spread animal skin and wrapped it around himself, then strode to the cave entrance. Song Yuanxiu reacted quickly and said, "I can defend it." He thought of the big piece of meat that Rorschach had just buried in the snow and felt uneasy. Luo Xia also walked to the cave entrance and said, "Father Yuanxiu, you should go back and rest. You guys have been taking turns keeping watch these past few days, and you must be tired. Dahu is younger and stronger than us, so we can rest assured that he will be watching over us." She looked into the distance again and whispered, "I feel like they're definitely coming." Baidahu said coldly, "He will come." Rorschach turned his head to look at him. What he had just said was specifically for him to hear. "Then we'll go in and rest. Call us if you need anything." Baidahu said nothing, his beast-like eyes staring at the dark forest. Luo Xia urged the uneasy Song Yuanxiu to go inside and rest, and then he went into his own room, and Ah followed him in. Ah was about to speak when Luo Xia stopped him and pulled him into the space. Every time she talks to her mother at night, that person can always hear it, so she is very careful now. "Rorschach, don't believe him," Ah said anxiously. "I know," Rorschach replied. Chapter 57 is coming. Baidahu's indifference and the lack of news from the foreign tribes made Luo Xia feel uneasy. As a modern person, she has seen many different kinds of people, but she still feels that Baidahu is unfathomable. He is clearly a primitive man. Maybe this person is just too quiet. Maybe I'm thinking too complicatedly. This makes Luo Xia's feelings towards Baidahu very complicated. He trusts and distrusts him at the same time. You don't know whether he is a loyal ally or an enemy who may stab you in the back at any time. She really couldn't continue to wait in silence. Ah was thinking about the big piece of meat outside. You know, the temptation of such a big piece of meat could cause a fight and even cost several lives. "I'll go get the meat back. It would be bad if that kid stole the meat and ran away while we weren't paying attention at night." Luo Xia held her back. "Mom, no, go to sleep. I believe him." Ah looked at Rorschach's serious expression and could not say anything. She thought that maybe what God saw might be something she could not see. Ah went out. Rorschach spread out his bed and lay down, feeling a little conflicted. She had buried the meat outside on purpose, and she had also deliberately said that foreigners would definitely come. So, will Baidahu steal the piece of meat and run away? It doesn't matter if he runs away. It proves that his heart is not here, and he is not of the same kind as my tribe. The meat should be enough for him to eat until he finds a new tribe. It can be regarded as my last bit of friendship for him. We will be strangers when we meet again. Because she wanted to test Baidahu and was worried about the final outcome, she had some insomnia, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness in the end. When she was half asleep, she suddenly heard a commotion outside and someone calling her name. She suddenly got up and ran towards the space door, but bumped into someone. Because after she entered the space, it was completely closed. She could neither see the situation outside nor hear the outside sounds. She was afraid that she would not be able to notice if something happened, so she kept the door open when she was in the space. The person who came in was Ah the mother. She held her daughter's arms and said, "Here she comes." Rorschach's first reaction was that Baidahu had run away, but that didn't seem right. Coming? That means foreigners are coming. Her heart sank. When I came out of my room, I saw that all the tribesmen outside had stood up, each holding his own weapon. Baidahu was there too, even standing at the outermost position, holding his precious weapon in his hand. It was still dark outside, and the snow was still pure and bright. Rorschach looked out and saw only a peaceful snowfield. She came to the cave entrance and looked out along the mountain wall, into the dark forest. Baidahu raised his hand and pointed her in the direction. Luo Xia looked in the direction and stared for a long time before he saw a head poke out from behind the dark tree trunk and then retract. Seeing is believing, it really came. I really can't mention it. They didn't come before. I mentioned it last night, and they showed up in the middle of the night. Everyone retreated back into the cave. Baidahu lowered his head and rubbed the sharp stone on his stick with his thumb, while the others held their weapons and looked at Rorschach. Should I fight or hide in that secret place? Luo Xia looked at Baidahu. Baidahu, what do you think we should do now? Baidahu didn't even raise his eyelids and continued stroking his weapon. It's too late to leave this place now. Since you're staying, just die like a wild animal. Rorschach was speechless and moved. This man clearly knew that they would all die and had no confidence in his own tribe at all. But he said he wanted to die like a beast. You'll side with us, right? Baidahu then raised his eyelids and glanced at her, giving her a look that disdained answering, and continued. Don't touch the meat in the snow. Just bury it there. Leave the 2 children in the cave. They won't attack them. After everything is over, if the 2 children can survive until next spring, they can try their luck in other tribes. Perhaps there will be one willing to take them in. As he spoke, he thrust the weapon into the ground to test its sharpness, then pulled it out and blew off the dirt. The tribesmen looked at Baidahu with a little more respect in their eyes. They admired the brave man. Luo Xia also sighed in his heart. He was indeed a man who had fought for the position of patriarch. His courage, calmness, and fearlessness in the face of death made him look very domineering and reliable. Rorschach, Ahe asked. Although Baidahu spoke well, he did not understand the real situation of the Song tribe. Rorschach nodded. Everyone, grab your weapons. We'll wait for them to attack. Hiding in space is certainly the safest option at this moment. But the Song tribe cannot hide forever. In this case, even if we can't save their lives, at least we can let 1 or 2 of them get injured. At least this time we must let the tribes that have come here know that even if there are only a few of them left, they are not so easy to mess with. Of course, the most important thing is the safety of our own people, and we should escape into space in time. According to Baidahu's observation, there were more than a dozen people outside, all young and strong men, each holding a weapon. Baidahu's judgment that the Song people were beyond saving was well-founded. The group arrived at night, but did not take action immediately. Humans are not animals, and their night vision is not that good. Although there was the light of snow, they still felt that the light of day was more reassuring. Besides, for those outsiders, several people in this tribe are already in their pockets, so it doesn't matter if they take action later. Taking advantage of this time, Rorschach distributed some meat to everyone to replenish their energy, and repeatedly reminded them not to be too reckless, not to rush forward, and just to survive and teach them a lesson. The tribesmen nodded, believing that bullying them like this was to teach the invaders a lesson. Baidahu couldn't stand it any longer. He was thinking of retreating when death was imminent. It was not like him to be such a coward. He said with a dark face, "You didn't leave when I told you to, and now you want to live? They won't let you live." Rorschach suddenly asked, "Why don't you leave earlier?" She had clearly given him the chance, so if he wanted to leave, it was totally fine. Baidahu stared at her, then raised one palm and made a pushing forward gesture. The tribesman didn't understand, but Luo Xia was stunned. It turned out that he had always taken the promise she had made to Baidahu earlier in a high five to heart. She felt at ease and her trust in Baidahu was almost complete. Primitive people are really simple, but there are also those who are bent on eating people. She couldn't help but smile. With Baidahu's participation, it would probably be possible to injure 1 or 2 people on the other side. Chapter 58. Please keep it confidential. Rorschach asked 2 people to guard the cave entrance and keep him informed of any situation. He also asked the others to carry everyone's animal skins into the room in a roll, and the 2 young children followed in with Haofu's mother. Baidahu consciously did not move forward. He had always known that the Song people were hiding something from him. He understood very well that it was a secret of their tribe. He walked towards the cave entrance. It looked like dawn was approaching, and he wanted to keep an eye on every move of those foreigners who were planning to invade. "White Tiger," Rorschach called him, his expression serious. "Please come over here." Baidahu's heart suddenly became excited. He knew that Rorschach was inviting him to touch the secret of this tribe, which was something he had been curious and confused about for a long time. But at this moment, he felt a little pressured. That was a secret known only to their own tribe. If he knew it, would he have to become a member of this tribe? Then he thought that he was about to die, and it would be satisfying to see the gods of other tribes before he died. He had never really seen a god in his life. Then he strode forward. Rorschach asked his people to dismantle the door in front that they had spent half a day building. Once the cover of the door was removed, what was revealed was still the small square area that was familiar to everyone in their memory. It was even a little simple. There was not much hay left on the ground, and there were no bunks for sleeping. However, there is an extra door. There was a faint firelight inside the door. The Song people were not surprised at all. They carried the things in naturally, and then everyone stood on both sides of the door and stared at Baidahu. It felt like Baidahu was undergoing a solemn ritual, like one that would make him believe in a god again. When Baidahu left his original tribe, he was abandoned by his own god. Now he has no god, but he is not ready to accept another god. He ignored the looks of the Song people and only focused on the magical door in front of him. He didn't remember that there was another place here. Although he took a quick glance last time, he saw clearly that there was no such place here. So, this is the secret of the Song tribe. Their gods are hidden here. He couldn't help but walk forward and step into the box. It was a small, cramped place, but it was filled with firewood and a small mountain of meat, and the small pool in the middle. He also saw the big bowl he had made before, which was now filled with soil and planted with weeds. Baidahu looked at everything in front of him, and he suddenly realized how it was and how it should be. The two young children were as shocked as he was. Their eyes were fixed on the mountain of meat. Oh my God, how long would it take to finish eating so much meat? Ah sternly warned them. You must swear to the Song god that you will not tell anyone about what you saw today. Swear now. If you don't do this, the Song god will have you torn to pieces by wild beasts and your bones chewed up. Such horrible words, especially to such a young child. However, Rorschach silently did not participate. As a modern person, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the education of primitive people. She looked at Baidahu and stretched out her hand to him. For her, high five was just a simple promise, but for Baidahu, it was a gamble of his life. Please promise that you will never tell anyone the secrets of the Song clan. Baidahu solemnly raised his hand and high-fived her. He was grateful that they had told him the secret of their tribe. This was the highest honor and trust the tribe had given him. The oath was established. Luoxia turned around and picked up a large bundle of straw ropes, which she had made out of boredom these days. The hay used is from outside, which becomes flexible and strong after being soaked in water. She has been thinking about how to defeat the majority with the minority and the strong with the weak. Brute force is not enough, so she can only use cleverness. That's setting a trap. However, they did not make adequate preparations in the early stages, and now they have few tools at their disposal. After much thought, they returned to the original trap, using the deer trap method to deal with the invaders. They did not seek victory, but since they had upset their tribe, they had to be taught a lesson. Rorschach's plan was for 2 people to pull the rope and 3 people to throw the javelin. This is simpler than trapping a deer. You don't need to trap the person, you just need to make him lose his balance. Shoot him, and no matter what the result, immediately retreat into the cave. The others waited inside the space and made room at the door. After the discussion, everyone nodded. Baidahu said, what if they hide in there? No matter how strong this board is, they will. He swallowed the rest of his words because the door disappeared before his eyes. This time he looked at Rorschach deeply. So that's why the Song people were so convinced that they would not die and were so stubborn as to not want to leave. He simply thought this was the power of the Song clan spirits and didn't think there was anything unreasonable about it. So he nodded, I understand. This time, he also became determined. Luoxia asked Song Gang to take 2 old men from the tribe to go outside and dig out the meat buried in the snow. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it would give a psychological hint to the outsiders that this tribe was indeed full of old, weak, and sick people, and they should be less cautious if possible. The demolished door was placed in the hole outside. It was tattered and looked useless, giving a feeling of being in its last moments. Put noose behind the door. The other end of the rope extends to the end of the cave. Song Gang and Song Yuanxiu were responsible for pulling the rope. They were very good at pulling the rope when trapping deer, and they were very accurate and fast. Baidahu, Song Dajiao, and Ahe were responsible for finding the right moment to throw the spears in their hands. Everything was arranged, and the sky outside was already turning pale. Rorschach left 5 people behind to take action, and asked the others to enter the space. Those foreigners would rush in at any time, so all they had to do now was wait quietly. The wait is long. It was not known whether the people outside were truly unhurried or were being cautious, but they waited until the light in the space became brighter. Rorschach knew that it was already at least mid-morning. From the open door of the space, one can see that Baidahu and his 5 companions are still ready to go, without any slackness. I need to pee. Zhuangzhuang finally couldn't help but speak in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a noise outside and a spear flew in, but did not hurt anyone. Then there were 2 more shots, one of which was caught by Baidahu, and still no one was hurt. The space was completely silent. Everyone held their breath, stared with their eyes wide open, and dared not make a single movement. Then there was a series of sounds, which came from the grass and wood door at the entrance of the cave. Luoxia hurriedly waved his hand to signal everyone to squeeze back. At the same time, there was a commotion outside, and his own tribesmen rolled over here one after another and filed in. Baidahu was at the end, dragging a straw rope in his hand. His arm muscles bulged as he pulled the rope in handfuls. A man with his feet tied up howled, like a fish on the hook, and was dragged into the space. Chapter 59. It's really hard. The door to space is gone, and the world is quiet. It was a long time before the heavy breathing of the tribesmen and the painful groaning of the foreigner on the ground were heard. The space was very crowded, barely enough to stand. The foreigner on the ground seemed quite an eyesore. Baidahu stepped on his neck and asked coldly, "Tell me, which tribe are you from?" The foreigner on the ground was also a tough guy and actually closed his eyes. Baidahu raised his eyebrows and stepped hard, as if to crush his neck. Rorschach quickly pulled him back. "I know which tribe you are from. We will remember your attack today." The man on the ground twitched his eyebrows, opened his eyes and looked, and after confirming that it was a weak woman who was speaking, he closed his eyes again. "With your small tribe, you will never be a match for ours." There was even contempt in his tone. Rorschach chuckled. "I see your tribe isn't much bigger than ours, so you don't even dare to tell us which tribe you belong to. Besides, you can't catch enough food on your own, so you come to us." The man's eyelids were twitching, and he felt a little uneasy about what Rorschach said. Rorschach knew that he was right. It seemed that this was indeed a small tribe. Now we need to determine which small tribe it is. However, Luo Xia was not familiar with these things in the tribe, so she looked at the tribesmen and Baidahu and winked at them, but the primitive people had no idea what she meant by winking. Luo Xia looked at his mother, Ahe, helplessly. "What small tribes are there near our tribe?" Ahe recalled carefully and reported 3 tribes: the snake tribe, the big fish tribe, and the wolf tribe. When she talked about the big fish tribe, she saw the man's eyelids trembling nervously and his fingers curled up unconsciously. My heart skipped a beat. It was the big fish tribe. "It's the big fish tribe." It was Baidahu who spoke before her, and the others nodded slightly, indicating that they agreed with Baidahu's judgment. Rorschach was surprised. How did they know? The man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. "The big fish god will drag you into the water and drown you when you drink." No one paid any attention to him. The gods of other tribes did not seem so sacred. Baidahu turned his head slightly to look at Rorschach. The giant Rorschach knew his intention at the first moment, hesitated for half a second, and nodded. Baidahu looked around as if looking for a weapon, then squatted down and easily broke the man's neck with his bare hands. It happened so quickly that it was over before Rorschach could even prepare himself mentally. Song Changsho said, "We'll throw him out after the people outside leave." Rorschach, I felt relieved and was so glad that I didn't hear the words cannibalism again. She looked at the pile of meat, probably because her tribe had enough food. After all, wolves, tigers, and leopards generally do not eat their own kind. After a brief discussion, everyone felt that the foreigners would leave at the latest after dark. After all, it was a terrifying thing for someone to suddenly disappear in front of them, and the darkness would magnify the fear. No matter how brave or curious they would not dare to stay here overnight. So they just had to wait until dark before going out. The space became very quiet, and everyone found a place to sit on the firewood pile. Rorschach has always been talkative, but now he is in no mood to talk. He squats by the sink and stares at the wild vegetables he has planted. They seem to have straightened their backs and look more lively. Baidahu walked along the wall in the space and finally stopped behind Luo Xia. "Your god is not here?" He thought he would see the appearance of a god in this strange place, but after searching carefully, he couldn't find it. Rorschach, Baidahu looked around the small place again and asked, "Is this the abode of your god?" "This is Rorschach's territory." Ahe interrupted, and her attitude towards Baidahu became better because he faced life and death together with her own people this time. Even if he was not one of their own, he was still a close ally. It was also because during the previous action, this man hit the target with one shot and reacted extremely quickly to pull the trapped foreigner in. He is indeed a very strong man. Baidahu stared at Rorschach, who was squatting on the ground. He should have respected this woman. After all, she was different from ordinary people. She might really have a different relationship with God. But when he saw her figure in her eyes, he could not associate her with God at all. She did not show any sign of God's power. So he ignored the answer and looked away. Rorschach. She didn't know why, but she felt despised again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, she herself never dared to call herself a god, because she is not a god. She fiddled with her wild vegetables, mentally encouraging them to continue growing strong. When I stood up, I saw Baidahu standing by the wall, breathing and rubbing against it. That concentration made Rorschach believe that there were diamonds on his wall that he had not noticed before. She walked forward and found that there was only a wall in front of him. "What are you doing?" "This stone is very hard," Baidahu replied, banging his fists together in a somewhat obsessed manner. Rorschach, yeah. It is not surprising that the stones in space are harder. Things in space are inherently better than those outside. Then Baidahu looked around and saw a weapon belonging to someone standing by the wall not far away. He took a few steps over, took it, and came over. "Hey!" Song Gang shouted, jumping down from the pile of firewood, which was obviously his weapon. Weapons are a man's lifeblood. Baidahu said, "Let me use it." As he said this, he thrust the end of the weapon tied to the stone into the stone wall. At this moment, all the Song people stood up and let out a low roar. "What are you doing? This is Rorschach's territory." Ahe scolded angrily. "How can you be so disrespectful to God's things? What if it gets damaged?" But everyone saw that the stone in front of Song Gang's weapon shattered and fell to the ground. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should feel sorry that Song Gang's weapon was destroyed or be surprised at the hardness of the stone wall. Sure enough, it's really hard. Baidahu showed a rare expression of ecstasy and wiped away the dust left by the gravel on the wall with his hand, leaving no small dents. At this moment, Rorschach seemed to suddenly understand why his space was full of stones. Chapter 60 was taken away. Rorschach was so insensitive to men's weapons that she knew men would use stones as weapons, but she did not connect it with the square walls of her own space. His own people had entered his space and touched the walls of his space, but they had never thought of taking anything from the gods. Baidahu is a foreigner, so he seems a little different. Hearing that this was Rorschach's territory, Baidahu looked over politely. Rorschach wondered if this could be considered as his agreement. She herself didn't know much about stones, and she didn't know what kind of stones were best for men's weapons, so she decided to let Baidahu take a look. Seeing that Luo Xia didn't say anything, Baidahu became even more unscrupulous and looked for available tools everywhere to try to knock a piece of stone off the wall. Seeing that Luo Xia acquiesced, the other people in the tribe stopped trying to stop him, but their reverence for their tribal gods prevented them from taking action. They simply stepped forward and touched the stones. These stones seemed to contain infinite divine power, which made them cautious. There are limited tools available in the space: wood, bones, and the tribe's weapons. The tribesmen also wanted to see how incredible these stone walls were, so when Baidahu used their weapons, they offered them with both hands. It's a pity that it didn't shake the stone wall at all. Baidahu was excited and anxious, spinning around in place and asking Luo Xia several times when he could go out. When he gets outside, he can find some hard stones to continue hammering. If one stone doesn't work, he'll use a pile of stones. If it doesn't work once, he'll keep hammering. In order to make a weapon that satisfied him, he became obsessed with stones. Although they were all stones, there were huge differences between stones. Some stones were brittle, some were soft, some were too light, some were too heavy, and some were hard but had no edges or corners. In short, it is not easy to find a stone that you are satisfied with to use in weapons. The stone wall in front of him was something he had never seen before. It felt smooth and cold to the touch, and he could vaguely feel its incomparable hardness when he knocked on it with his hand. Baidahu was full of anticipation. As long as he could knock off a piece of the stone and hold it in his hand to look at it carefully and feel it, he would know whether it was a good stone or not. "Let's go out when the light gets darker." By then, the foreigners should have left. Luo Xia said, complaining in his heart. When everyone was discussing what to do just now, this person was still very calm, saying that everyone could go out after dark at the latest. Now he seemed to have forgotten what he said before. She stole a glance in the direction of the pond. When Rorschach saw Baidahu violently smashing the wall with all kinds of objects, but the wall remained motionless, he thought of the story of using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. A spear that can pierce any shield, and a shield that can block any spear when they come together. Fortunately, after entering the space, no one went to the pool of water or the pile of meat. Everyone probably had the same idea as her. In order to avoid the embarrassing situation of having to go to the bathroom, they stopped drinking water and eating. So everyone deliberately avoided puddles and food. No one would have thought that there was a stone in the pond. If you don't look carefully while standing by the pond, you won't find it, and it is easy to be overlooked. Rorschach never took it too seriously, thinking that there was a spring under the stone and it served as a shield. It seems that it can be used for a greater purpose. But she didn't plan to express this idea now, nor did she plan to take out the stone in front of everyone. Finally, the light in the space dimmed, and adults and children stood up and waited anxiously. They really couldn't stay in this small space for so long where they couldn't even leave. The women, the elderly, the children, and the injured stood at the back, and several strong men stood at a position designated by Rorschach. After Rorschach asked if they were ready, a wooden door suddenly appeared in front of the strong men. Most of the Song people have gotten used to it, but Baidahu hasn't. The sudden appearance of something made his heart beat wildly, and he couldn't help but look back at Luo Xia with complicated eyes. Wait a moment, because when this door appears in the space, it will also appear in the outside world at the same time. Everyone holds their breath, fearing that they will hear the sound of someone smashing the door outside. Fortunately, after a long time, there was no movement. Baidahu pushed the door open suddenly. It was pitch black outside, even darker than inside the space. Because it was at the end of the cave, there was almost no light. No one, no movement. The men tiptoed out, and after a while, a voice came from outside. "Come out, they're gone." Everyone was scrambling to get out, not even bothering to look at the situation in their caves. They rushed out of the caves one by one. They had been holding it in for most of the day, and they didn't want to pollute God's territory at all. As for the children, they could be forgiven by God. Everyone came back one after another, and the bonfire was rekindled in the cave, illuminating the surroundings with bright light. There was nothing in the cave except hay, which had been blown into a mess. Those foreigners probably thought that the disappeared Song people might be hiding under the hay. There was no body in sight, but if you looked closely, you could see blood stains on the ground. The foreigner who was shot by Baidahu was probably carried away by his own people. The alien in the space was also dragged out and thrown to the edge of the open space in the forest. By the time daybreak came, it could no longer be seen. There were many wild beasts hunting in the forest. "They've left. We haven't seen any of them anywhere nearby. They must have gone back to their tribe." Baidahu and a few men looked around and came back. Baidahu's brows were tightly furrowed, and he was looking around in the cave while speaking. "Rorschach, your weapon is not here. This man cherishes his weapon." Baidahu sighed and finally accepted the fact. They must have taken it away. That weapon was the one he was most satisfied with in all these years. It was obviously a good thing, and someone would pick it up no matter where he threw it. "Rorschach, I'm sorry, it's all to help our people." In his eyes, that thing was just a combination of a stick and a stone. That is, the stick was very straight, the stone was very sharp, and the overall weight was very heavy. But in Baidahu's eyes, it was probably as rare as the sword of the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber. Baidahu interrupted her, turned around on the spot, and it could be seen that he was still a little melancholy. Then he left the cave. Song Gang took a look and followed him out. Everyone laid the hay again, lifted the animal skins out of the space, and sat by the fire, still in shock, enjoying the happiness of surviving the disaster. Ahe placed the remains of the grass door along the mountain wall and sat down by the fire. "Rorschach, I'll make you a new door tomorrow." Then Baidahu and Song Gang came in with 2 arms full of stones, bringing with them the cold wind. Chapter 61 Stone. "I knew it was like this," Rorschach thought. Baidahu walked up to Luo Xia with an armful of stones covered in snowflakes. "Can you?" This man, who always spoke harshly to Rorschach, suddenly became polite. Rorschach quickly stood up from the ground and said, "Okay." He did feel a little guilty for giving up his weapons for his tribe. She opened the space and let 2 people in, while she watched from behind. Song Gang's attitude towards Baidahu changed day by day, and the admiration in his eyes could be seen at a glance. But he still refused to take action and just watched from the side. Baidahu took the stone he had dug out of the snow and hit the wall with it again, using all his strength. Whether it was out of cleverness or intuition, he attacked the same place. Luo Xia was worried behind him, fearing that a piece of stone in his space would be knocked down by Baidahu in the next moment. It wasn't that she was stingy and unwilling to give Baidahu a stone, but she was worried that the stones in her own space were not as good as the stones outside. Finally, all the stones that the 2 men brought back were smashed to pieces, but the walls of their own space remained intact. Rorschach was secretly delighted. It turned out to be no ordinary stone. Baidahu actually looked like he was getting more courageous after being frustrated. He wiped the dust off the wall, patted it, and said, "It really is a good stone." Looking back at Rorschach, "I want to try again. Rorschach, you 2 should go out for a while." The 2 men were stunned, nodded, and walked out of the door, and the door disappeared. Rorschach walked to the edge of the pool and knelt on the edge. He reached in and picked up the small stone at the bottom of the water. She already knew that the stones in her space were indeed strong enough, so they didn't need to waste energy looking for something to smash them. It depends on whether your ideas are really correct. She took the stone and went to the place where Baidahu had been smashing for a long time, and smashed it there too. The first time, it didn't move. That was normal. She didn't have enough strength. She took a breath and continued. Outside, Baidahu was unwilling to give up, so he went outside to look for stones. It was irrational to look for stones in the middle of winter, but he was really anxious. Fortunately, Song Gang was very familiar with the area near his tribe and knew which area had more stones. While digging the snow, I heard Rorschach's voice coming from the cave. "Baidahu, come back." Baidahu came back with the stone in his arms, and saw Rorschach with a big smile on his face, holding in his hand. He loosened his grip, took 2 steps forward, and took the stone in his hand. That's the feeling. The texture, the weight, the sharp edges. "How did you get it down?" He was shocked. Rorschach wiped his numb hands on his leather skirt and said with a rather smug smile, "I am the owner of that place." Although she was the owner, it took her a lot of effort to knock off such a small piece, but if it was used in front of the stick as a spearhead, it was enough and perfect. That's right. Don't be fooled by this woman's frail appearance. She is the owner of that place. Baidahu sat down and rubbed his treasure in the firelight. This stone is different from any I've seen before. The cross-section is smooth and it glows. He used his fingers to test the sharpness, but felt it was not sharp enough, so he simply lifted up his leather skirt and cut it, and it actually cut open. Wow! Everyone's eyes were fixed on it, and they all exclaimed in surprise when they saw this. It was so sharp. They had never seen anything so sharp before, whether it was stone or bone. Luosia's heart also moved. With such a sharpness, he could do many things in the future. He also wanted to get one for himself. Consider this as compensation for your lost weapon. Thank you so much this time. Baidahu's mind was on the stone. He couldn't wait until the weather got warmer so that he could go into the forest to find the best wood to match the stone. He nodded happily when he heard Rorschach's words. Everyone was excited for a while before calming down. Rorschach looked outside. Will those people come again? I'm not afraid, even if it comes. The tribesman said with full confidence. Rorschach, Although I'm not afraid, it's really annoying. Who likes their home to be trampled on by outsiders over and over again? Baidahu cut off a piece of his leather skirt, carefully wrapped the stone, and stuffed it around his waist. This shifted his attention away from the stone. If they don't come back in the next 2 days, we won't have to worry about them for the time being. But it's still better to be careful. The shortage of food will make people ignore the danger and downplay their fear. It is hard to say whether the big fish tribe will give up. It's okay, we have Rorschach. Song Gang said excitedly. Rorschach quickly said seriously. Everyone must not let their guard down. We can't be careless at all. Frustrated. Careless. Everyone was puzzled. Rorschach. It means we must be as cautious as ever. We can't let our guard down at all. The god of song doesn't like his subjects who are arrogant. Rorschach was afraid that his words were not forceful enough, and that everyone would become lax because of his special skills, so he had to bring out the god of relaxation. Everyone's expression was indeed stern. Song Changsho got up and said, "We are going to thank the song god." No one objected. Everyone got up and followed him out of the cave. On a cold winter night, they knelt down and worshipped the green pine totem on the mountain wall. They murmured in low voices, begging the pine god to continue to protect the tribe and to prevent its daughter from coming into any harm. Luoxia also followed the tribe into the snow. She knew that there was no pine god, nor any tiger god, deer god, or eagle god. It was just that humans were too small and helpless, with too many unsolvable problems, so they longed for a powerful force to help them. Perhaps infected by the piety of her people, she also clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently wished that her tribe would become stronger and stronger. After everyone knelt down, they returned to the cave. Luoxia looked at Baidahu and felt relieved that this person was still a good person in his tribe. He is strong, confident, and reliable. Moreover, unlike his people, he considered himself an ordinary person. He even despised himself for being weaker than ordinary people. It is of course good that the tribesmen care for and trust her, but they regard her as a god and do whatever she wants. Even if she is wrong, everyone will suspect that it is their own problem. This is not good, because she is not really a god. Not only is she not a god, she also doesn't understand this world very well. She really needs someone who can call her a fool without hesitation and point out her mistakes without hesitation. Baidahu, our tribe really needs you. Can you stay? This time she looked directly into Baidahu's eyes, without any tricks, simply and straightforwardly. Baidahu was stunned and lowered his eyes in hesitation. Your tribe is too small. This is another rejection. Rorschach was disappointed, but understood. It was like a very capable person with ample resources who would not go to a company no matter how good the conditions were if he knew it was going to go bankrupt. But, Baidahu said again. Chapter 62 I join. Let me think about it, and I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Baidahu's face was full of confusion. Before yesterday, he was 100% firm in his thoughts. This tribe was too small to attract even a woman. The number of people would decrease day by day. If he stayed, he would just perish with them. But this night made him vaguely feel something else, as if there was greater hope in the danger, that strange place, that stone that could not be found anywhere. He was unsure, so he was conflicted. Apart from these, there is also this woman, Rorschach. He can't stand her every move, but he just wants to stare at her to see how weird she can be. Rorschach was initially disappointed, but upon hearing that he wanted to consider it, he knew he was wavering and quickly smiled. Think about it. Go ahead and think about it. At this time, Zhuang suddenly appeared and shouted, Why did you leave? At that time you said you wanted to be our clan leader. Shut up, Song Changsho roared. You little kid, stop talking nonsense. How can we let a foreigner be the patriarch? Luo Xia suddenly remembered this incident and stared at Bai Dao. Yes, you did say that. Bai Dao was a little embarrassed. When he said that, he didn't think he could survive until now. For the next 2 days, everyone stayed in the cave and did not go out. They were always on guard against the outsiders coming back to bring more people. Perhaps they did not have more people, or they were frightened by the sudden disappearance of the living people, so they did not come. Everyone felt relieved. The sync that Bai Dao and his team had made earlier was also made exceptionally smoothly. After sharing life and death, the tribesmen's attitude towards Bai Dao changed 180 degrees, especially Song Gang, who could not hide the admiration in his eyes, so they worked together very harmoniously and quickly. The new sink was made much more delicately than the previous bowls and troughs, because Bai Dao had increasingly higher requirements for the craftsmanship and could no longer tolerate the obvious unevenness inside the container. Also, he had a new tool, the stone. He occasionally took it out to use when making the sink, and it was much more useful than the bone he had carefully selected before. When the finished product came out, everyone gathered around to look at it and touch it. They had never thought of spending time and energy on such things before, but now they think it is pretty good. It seems as if a new hole has been opened in their minds, and it seems that they can make other new things. This water tank of course replaces the previous one, and is used to store water in the cave for everyone to drink. Luo Xia was standing by the sink admiring Bai Dao's masterpiece, and he sighed in his heart that Bai Dao had a talent for carpentry. This thing was getting better and better. Suddenly, he felt that there was a shadow around him. Before she could even look back, the shadow said, I will join your tribe. Luo Xia was delighted, and the people next to her were even more excited than her. Song Gang shouted, Great. Then he pulled Bai Dao outside and said, Let's go to Bai Songshan now. Once you worship Songshan, you can't regret it. Luo Xia looked at Bai Dao who was being carried out of the cave by a group of people. It was too late for him to regret. She was happy and hurriedly followed behind to see Bai Dao and Bai Songshan. In fact, the ceremony is very simple. It is to kneel down and kowtow in front of the totem of the green pine, expressing one's willingness to join the pine tribe, regard the pine god as the only god one believes in, and be loyal and never betray. Bai Dao had made up his mind. Between stability and risk, he chose risk. Besides, the stone I got from Rorschach is really useful. It just so happened that he had lost the protection of the gods for too long, and he always had a feeling of unease in his heart. When he was pulled to the totem by the Song people, he knelt in the snow and kowtowed respectfully to the Song god. The ceremony was successful without even saying anything. He stood up from the ground, and Song Gang immediately went over to him and put his arm around his shoulder, but he immediately retracted his outstretched arm. He had seen Bai Dao's abilities. If he were really a member of his tribe, he might have become the chief even during the heyday of his tribe, while he would still be just a nameless person in the corner. So he didn't dare to put his arm around Bai Dao's shoulder, making the two of them seem to be on the same level. Bai Dao didn't mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had a sense of belonging and a mission. His heart was filled and warm again. Everyone escorted Bai Dao back into the cave. Song Gang said, Dao is now a member of our tribe. From now on, you will no longer be called Bai Dao, but Song Dao. As his excited voice faded, he heard an even louder voice shouting, No. The one who said no was Ahe. She had a serious expression on her face and walked out from behind the crowd. She looked at Bai Dao seriously, with a hint of relief in her eyes. You can't have the same surname as our people. Not only Bai Dao, but all the other Song people's faces froze. Song Gang was puzzled and anxious. Mom, why? Does this mean he doesn't recognize Bai Dao as one of his own? But he has already worshipped Songshan. Ahe glanced at Luo Xia, who was also a little puzzled, and said earnestly, We who have the surname Song all come from the same ancestor. Bai Dao is Luo Xia's man, so he can't have the surname Song. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. Rorschach was depressed. His mother was thinking about him all the time. When this topic was brought up, Rorschach wasn't the only one who felt unhappy. Bai Dao's expression also turned awkward. He said stiffly, I want the last name Song. Rorschach immediately agreed. Right. He must have the same last name as us. From now on we're brothers and sisters. Can't. Ahe's voice became louder and more determined. This time the other tribesmen also stood with her. Song Changsho said, Dahu, you believe in Song Shun with us. You are one of us. But you can't have the surname Song. You can't mess around. Luo Xia quickly controlled his expression and said seriously, Dad and Mom, it's okay. Dahu has joined our tribe and is a child of the Song tribe. He is our brother and sister. Dahu and I will call each other brother and sister from now on. I have no other relationship with him. No. Unexpectedly, the tribesmen who had always obeyed whatever he said would act differently this time, and all of them opposed it in unison. Rorschach has always been half-hearted in being the daughter of God, and has never used this title to ask anyone for anything. But now she couldn't help but want to ask everyone for once as the daughter of God. Otherwise, if this continued, she would really have a primitive husband. Before she could speak, Ahe came forward and pulled her. Rorschach, let's talk. Luo Xia thought about it and realized that if he could convince Ahe, there was no need to talk to the other people in the tribe. Chapter 63 Don't Want Him. In space, Ahe looked at his daughter lovingly. His daughter had a serious face which was unusual for her, making her look even more like the daughter of God. Rorschach, we can't let Dahu share our last name. He's your man, and it would be confusing if he shared a last name with us. Luo Xia gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to tell his mother directly that he would not have any relationship with Dahu before, because he was afraid that his mother would call on the tribesmen to roast Dahu and eat him. Now that Dahu voluntarily believed in the god of Pine, he was of one mind with his own tribe. He couldn't kill him just because he didn't want him, right? Just say it directly. Mom, I don't want him to be my man. Ahe was stunned for a while, then asked, You said? You don't want him? It's not that I don't want him to be a member of our tribe. It's that I don't want him to be my man. Ahe was even more confused. Why? Why? That's of course species differences. But she can't say that because you are primitive people and I am a modern person, I can't accept it. Because I don't think he's good looking. Fact. Ahe's eyes opened wide, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Rorschach wondered if this white tiger was a handsome man in the eyes of primitive people. He looked pretty much like the others, all hairy. Rorschach, you've met too few men. Mom has met so many men, and he's the best. Of course, the best man should be left to your daughter. I don't want it. Rorschach wanted to explain, but was afraid that explaining too much would only make things more difficult, so he just refused directly. Sure enough, seeing that she was determined, Ahe did not try to persuade her. She was silent for a moment, and suddenly she realized something. Dahu is naturally good, but his daughter is the daughter of God, and not just any man is worthy of her. The mist in her eyes dissipated, and she even nodded with a hint of joy. Okay, if you say you don't want him, then don't want him. We will find more men for you in the future, and you can choose from them. There must be better men than Dahu out there. My daughter deserves the best man. No, it's God's daughter who deserves the best man. Rorschach was speechless. After taking care of one man, there are still more men waiting for you to deal with? Mom, you said I was the daughter of Song Shun, but I don't need a man to bear children. You don't need a man to have a baby? No, I mean I don't need children. No need for children. Ahe's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had thought of something. His eyes were filled with fear. Is this what the song god meant? That's why our tribe. They are about to die out because the pine god no longer wants its children? No. Rorschach interrupted hurriedly, saying, What a lot of nonsense. What is my mother thinking about? She comforted him. Of course the pine god will always protect its children. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. I mean my body. Luo Xia is so helpless. She has a lot of truths and knowledge in her mind, but is it useful to tell Ahe? In our modern world with a highly developed civilization, how many people can understand the idea of not getting married and not having children? What's more, now is a time when animality outweighs human nature and survival and reproduction are everything. Yes, how could the song god abandon us? That's why it spoke to you and made you better. Ahe pulled up his daughter's arm and pinched the flesh. Before, his daughter's arm was like a branch in winter, but now it was different. The pine god appeared. It protected his daughter and made her strong. Rorschach. She wanted to say that her health was not good, but she didn't expect her mother to focus on the fact that her health was getting better and better. Indeed, I have gained weight and feel much better than before. Spanning tens of thousands of years, the gap between them is too deep, and everyone has their own set of ideas. Rorschach smiled slightly. Mom, if the man who is right for me appears, I will be the first to know. After the two finished talking, they came out of the space. Everyone is still waiting outside. Ahe stared at Dahu carefully, feeling it was a pity that this boy was not the one his daughter wanted. Ahe said, Dahu is not Luo Xia's man. Everyone was surprised, staring with their mouths open. Ahe, but Dahu is still surnamed Bai, and we will be one of them from now on. The tribesmen didn't understand, but they obeyed. Rorschach breathed a sigh of relief. No matter whether his surname was Bai or Song, as long as he didn't push it onto himself, it would be fine. Dahu also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not allowed to have a child with Luo Xia, Otherwise his child would be so weak. There is one new person in the tribe, and everyone is extremely excited. It is more exciting than before when there was one new child in the tribe. At that time, there were more people, and it was not as embarrassing as it is now. Rorschach entered the space and took out a large piece of meat, letting everyone eat as much as they wanted. Baidahu immediately stood up, took out his own stone, and volunteered to divide it among everyone. This stone is really useful. The tribesmen were very envious. Rorschach saw this, pulled out a ball of fur, and unfolded it. Mom, Brother Songgang, these 2 pieces are for you. The 2 of them hurried forward to take a look, and indeed it was the same stone as the one in Baidahu's hand, just in a different shape. As the leader, Ahe picked up a piece first, and Songgang took the remaining piece, and couldn't let it go in the envious eyes of everyone. Rorschach said, "These stones all look different. You can use them as you please. Don't worry, everyone else will have one." "Will I have it too, when I grow up?" Zhuang said anxiously. "It will happen. Everyone should cherish it. It's in my own space, I can't find it outside, so I had to smash it down with great effort." As a result, the atmosphere in the cave became even more tense. There was an illusion that their tribe had suddenly become much stronger, and everyone gnawed the meat with even greater enthusiasm. Luoxia slowly roasted her meat. Now that there was plenty of food, she would not think about eating less if the meat was roasted too small. She would roast as much as possible to get rid of the fishy smell. It would be nice if there was wine. Luoxia said that when she lived alone in the past, she always kept a bottle of red wine in her room. She would drink a glass when she was happy, a glass when she was unhappy, a glass when she had insomnia, and a glass even when she was not insomniac. It was very comfortable. The atmosphere is so good now, it's a pity not to have some wine. What is that? Someone had sharp ears and heard Rorschach muttering to himself amid the noise. You asking about wine? Rorschach was happy to share, since no one would suspect she was abnormal anyway. Wine is a liquid made from grains or fruits. Drinking it makes people feel happy. Baidahu liquid. Another word I've never heard before. And that brewing. But this time, what she said seemed interesting, something that would make people happy. Is it food? Rorschach, it's something like water. I'll make it for you to try later. Chapter 64 Fishing. The tribe was different with the addition of a capable leader. The next day, the tribesmen woke up earlier than usual and were full of energy. Before Rorschach came out, he heard a lively conversation outside. Her thatch door was put back in place. Everyone was outside, so she didn't come out, and no one came in to disturb her. She wrapped herself in the animal skin again, thinking that now that she had better tools and more animal skins next year, she would make herself a decent leather jacket. It was too sloppy to look like this, and it was not unfair for Baidahu to roll his eyes at her. As soon as she lifted the curtain, the 2 children let out shrill cheers and ran over, one on each side pulling her animal skin. Sister, Da said he wants to go fishing. Fishing? Okay. She was tired of eating venison. Rorschach's eyes lit up. Really? Great. You stay here, Songgang, and I will go. As Baidahu spoke, he cut a hole in the animal skin that he used as a quilt. With the force of his hands, the animal skin was torn into 2 pieces at the hole. He threw a piece to Songgang, threw the remaining half over his shoulder, and tied it under the other arm. Although the simple clothes in the early days were breathable on all sides, they were better than nothing. Rorschach, Baidahu, what's the problem? I want to go with you. The suggestion was a bit immature, but Rorschach was really bored in the cave and wanted to go somewhere farther. It wasn't just her, everyone had this idea. This small space in the cave was almost driving them crazy, but there were only a few people in the tribe now, and they didn't dare to run far. They just walked around in the open space in front of the cave, and hurried back to the cave at the first sign of trouble. Baidahu said, No, you can't go. If the Dayu people come, you will have to stay here. There are children in the tribe. Her space can protect her tribe members, so she cannot go out with them under any circumstances. You're right to be worried, then. Luoxia glanced at his tribesmen. There were only so many of them in total, pitifully few. Then let's all go together. It was easy for the whole tribe to go out together. There was not much belonging in the cave. They rolled up the animal skins and put them into the space. The only things left were the large water tank and the thick hay on the ground. Even if someone came, they would probably not think of stealing them. 2 injured people, 2 elderly people, and 2 children were left in the space, and Rorschach packed them up and took them away in an instant. The rest walked. Rorschach generously had the animal skin that she often used as a blanket wrapped around her divided up so that no one could carry it on their shoulders. As for herself, the skins of the few rabbits caught in the winter all belonged to her. The rabbit fur on them had been plucked off by the tribesmen. She had already twisted it into yarn and started to knit herself a proper sweater, not a belly band, and it would be finished soon. Besides, she wouldn't feel cold sleeping in the space at night. When leaving the cave, the tribesmen used hay as brooms and swept a large area of snow outside the cave so that they would know if anything broke in. The road to the river is not far, which is the original water source of the tribe. However, because of Rorschach, the Song tribe no longer goes there to drink water. The river is not wide and is now completely frozen and white. The tribesman went up first to test the firmness of the ice and waved to the people behind him, indicating that it was okay. Rorschach stepped on the ice and exclaimed, "A natural ice rink." But at this time she had no interest in skating. After distributing her animal skins to everyone, she wore the same little as everyone else. Fortunately, it was still bearable. If she couldn't bear it, she would go to the space to warm up. Her space door is right in the middle of the river, so everyone can come out to change the environment and take a breath. 2 children were rolling on the ice, and the adults didn't care. Primitive people are so strong. Baidahu and several other young and strong men are already preparing to catch fish. Rorschach was curious and followed to watch. They first used a sharp stone to forcefully carve a circle on the ice surface, repeating this several times to make the mark deeper. Then they used a large stone to hit the inside of the circle. After a few times, the ice inside the circle cracked, the broken ice sank into the water, and white steam actually came out of the round hole. It's just like what Rorschach saw on TV before. She went forward and touched the edge of the circle, but found no cracks. Primitive people were very smart. Then what? She looked at the steaming dark water in the cave. She didn't know how deep it was or what kind of fish were in it. Baidahu took out a vegetable leaf bag from his waist and opened it. Inside was meat paste smashed with stones. He grabbed a little and threw it into the cave. When there's movement down there, throw some more down to lure the fish up. After he said that, he stared at the cave entrance with a long spear in his hand. This weapon was used by Song Changsho before, so he borrowed it for use. Song Gang, like him, stared into the cave. Rorschach waited for a while, but there was no movement in the cave. It seemed that they had to wait like this until a fish passed by. She didn't have the patience of the fisherman. She looked at the 2 men's bare feet and thought it must be very cold standing on the ice. Even with a layer of animal skin wrapped around her feet, she could still vaguely feel the chill. She went back to the space and got 2 rabbit skins for them, placed them on the edge of the ice cave, and asked them to tiptoe. "If you're cold, come inside and warm up." Baidahu looked at her and nodded. Hunting seemed not so difficult anymore. Rorschach returned to the space to knit his own sweater. The quilt was torn to pieces, so he had to finish the sweater quickly. Haofu's mother came over to watch. She liked to see Rorschach's fingers moving so quickly, like a nimble butterfly. They have really clever hands. You should protect them from now on and let them do whatever they want. Haofu Ama exclaimed in admiration that such hands could do many things, just like the father in the tribe before, who also had skillful hands and who had drawn the green pine totem outside the cave. Rorschach's hands might also be able to paint a picture of God. Rorschach laughed. Her hands were okay. She just liked to do some handicrafts herself. Then I heard the kids outside screaming, "There's a rabbit!" Then there was the sound of it chasing a rabbit noisily, and the sound became farther away. A few people in the space smiled and ignored it. There were people watching the children outside, so nothing would happen. It's this feeling, very different, too leisurely, which makes people very uncomfortable. Although in the past, everyone spent most of the winter in the tribe sleeping and daydreaming, with nothing to do, that feeling can't be called leisurely. I feel suffocated and have no energy. I hope they catch the rabbit, Rorschach said. "Mom, can I make you all some little clothes?" "Why?" Haofu's mother suddenly became lively and took a look at the little belly band on Rorschach. "You mean this?" "Yeah. If possible, let everyone wear more clothes." "Can I have one too?" Haofu's mother became excited. She was already old and useless, so how could she have one? Chapter 65 The Seed She Wants. Rorschach guarantees that good fortune Amma has it too. Everyone has one. Song Kong, who was sitting by the firewood pile, couldn't help but ask, "Do I have one too?" Rorschach was stunned for a moment. She was only thinking about making tops for the women at the moment, but not for the men. After all, she didn't think it was a big deal for them to be shirtless. However, Song Kong is right. Why don't men have it? Yes, but yours will come later. If there's more material next year, no one will have it. Her hands were restless, and she did a lot of handicrafts herself, but she had never cut clothes before, as she would make them for the men out of animal skins. Is it also made of wool? Song Kong added. Even though everyone is silent, they all covet the woolen clothes very much, but they know that they are hard to come by and they can't own them, so they can only dream about it. This kind of clothing is easy to hang on branches, but I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to do it normally. I can make it for you using animal skins. The light in Song Kang's eyes disappeared. It's not completely impossible. You can wear it in winter, but you need enough fur. Good, Song Gang shouted, then leaned back on the firewood excitedly. He didn't know what was going on in his mind, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Grandma Haofu chuckled and said, "This kid hasn't been in high spirits for a long time." Rorschach nodded. Ever since they were injured, these two patients have been a little timid, feeling inferior. There was no movement outside for a long time. Haofu Alma went out to take a look. Bai Dahu and Song Gang were still staring at the ice cave, but no one knew where the others had gone. They're catching rabbits, so they better not run too far. Aunt Haofu was a little worried and looked downstream along the river. He returned to Rorschach and sat cross-legged. Just one day down the river is the Big Fish tribe. Now they're trying to bully us. The Song tribe wasn't big before, but it was still stronger than the Dayu tribe. I didn't expect it to become like this all of a sudden. Haofu Alma looked around and seemed to see a few remaining members of her tribe and sighed. That's all the people there are. Rorschach was a little curious. How many people are there in the Big Fish tribe? Not many. Before our tribe got sick and died, they only had a little more than half of our people. They mostly eat fish, and fish is cold, so eating it doesn't give you strength. Their people aren't as strong as those in other tribes. Haofu Alma felt a little contemptuous, and then lost, because the weaker tribe wanted to bully her own tribe. Rorschach thought, doesn't eating fish give you strength? Haofu Alma actually opened up and talked about the gossip of the Dayu tribe. The Big Fish tribe is said to have seen their gods with their own eyes. They live in the river, grow so large that their mouths can swallow a person. I heard they don't dare eat any fish that are too big, fearing they might be the offspring of their gods. So they let them go and only eat the smaller fish. My parents have also seen their gods in the river. It's really scary. Rorschach laughed and said that it must be just a big fish in the river, not a god. But primitive people believe these things. As he was speaking, Ahe and a few others came in carrying two children. Rorschach. Ahe smiled and put down his joy. We didn't catch the rabbit just now, but we saw a little mouse. Look at this. She held out her hand to Rorschach, a handful of seeds in her muddy palm. You wanted to see what was in the rat's mouth, didn't you? We didn't catch it earlier, so we followed its footprints and found its hole. When we opened the hole, we found these. Luo Xia threw away his sweater and climbed up, holding Ahe's hand tightly, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, seeds, the seeds she wanted." She used her hands to look around, but didn't recognize any of them. This was normal, because after coming to ancient times, all the things she was familiar with disappeared. Do you think it's helpful? Ahe's face was full of smiles. Looking at Luo Xia's expression, he knew that this was what she wanted. It works. I'll plant it now, and I need to get some soil. I got them for you. Bigfoot Dad walked up to her with a smile and showed her the pile of dirt under his animal skin skirt. Ahe and his friends brought back several kinds of seeds, some of which were as big as peanuts, and some were as big as rice. After Rorschach planted wild vegetables in the trough last time, they also knew what planting meant. So they brought back a lot, lest the Rorschachs wouldn't be too full of the new, larger tank. However, Luo Xia did not use the sink to plant this time. She found all the empty bowls in the space, filled them with soil, buried the seeds in them, and watered them thoroughly with space water. Is that all? Everyone gathered around to watch her plant the seeds, and the child asked innocently. All right. Oh, the two children said solemnly that they felt they had done something great, as if something was growing in their hearts. Luo Xia stood up, scooped a spoonful of water, and asked Ahe to help her wash her hands. Everyone gathered around the bowl full of dirt and looked at it for a while before coming out of the space because it was too crowded inside. As soon as they left, Rorschach squatted there and watched for a long time. Although he couldn't see anything, he had already thought about how to eat it when the harvest came. Let's cook some porridge first. I turned around and looked at the wild vegetables I had planted for several days. Apart from growing well, I couldn't see any other difference. You may feel the difference when you put it in your mouth. But Luo Xia was reluctant to do so. She firmly believed that the wild vegetables grown in the space were different. With only these few, she was still waiting for them to produce seeds, and then plant the seeds in the open space outside the cave. She would plant a large area and pick a handful when she wanted to eat them. Today ended with 3 big fish. Everyone hurried back and first observed the snow outside the cave, but there was nothing unusual. Then quickly light the bonfire, throw some small tree branches in, and the flames will shoot up high. So warm. The scales and internal organs of the 3 fish were quickly removed, and one was given to Rorschach, which she put into the space. Next time, everyone could take it out if they wanted to try something different. The soft and boneless fish belly was torn off by hand and given to the 2 children. The 2 children put it directly into their mouths and started chewing it, dancing with joy as if they had eaten something delicious. Rorschach, The remaining part was roasted on the fire. Luo Xia thought this was the right thing to do, but after roasting it for only a few times, he took it out again. Ahe suddenly tore the fish meat into pieces and gave each person a piece. Rorschach got the biggest and thickest piece. She looked at everyone. They put the thorns directly into their mouths like they would any other meat. They spit out the big ones and chewed up the small ones and swallowed them. Don't you want to pierce your throat? Everybody look at her. Rorschach knew he had asked another question that was beyond their common sense. Ahe said, "This is something only the big fish are used to eating. Chew it more carefully, or it might get stuck in your throat. Primitive people really have thick skin and flesh from the inside out." Luo Xia said, "This fish tastes better when it is grilled." By Dahu, the fish was overcooked. It's dry and not tasty. Rorschach, primitive people had their own taste habits. Chapter 66. What's the point of living? The days in winter were still dull and boring. The men would occasionally go out hunting, but they focused on the safety of the tribe and did not dare to leave too far. It did not matter whether they had any harvest or not, as there was still a lot of food stored in the space. The Dayu tribe was not as confident when they attacked for the second time. They chose a dark and windy night and launched a surprise attack. However, because the Song tribe had few people, they were always on guard. When a group of strong men and women from the Dayu tribe rushed into the cave with weapons in hand, there was no one inside, but the fire had not been completely extinguished. They were just, a man said as he touched the hot embers with scarlet sparks in them. The others looked at each other, confusion and fear on their faces. When they were lying in ambush at the edge of the forest, they clearly saw fire, human figures, and sounds inside. But once you cross that bare open space, you can see and hear nothing. Just as terrifying as last time. Let's go back, a man said. The others nodded hurriedly. They didn't want to stay here. The last time it happened was in broad daylight, and it happened so suddenly that they were more confused than frightened, yet they still had the courage to stay in the cave, waiting for the missing people to reappear. After returning to the tribe, they were still wondering if they were dazzled. After a period of confusion and the threat of hunger, they decided to try again. This time they brought more people, even a few strong women. But this time, they felt more fear in their hearts. The cold wind was howling in the snow, and the depths of the cave were pitch black. It seemed that a huge beast they had never seen before was lurking there quietly. Not daring to stay any longer, the group turned around and went back. What they didn't know was that on their way back, another team was on their way. The Song tribe escaped the disaster safely. After coming out of the space, they checked their cave. This time, nothing in the cave was damaged, including the thick weeds on the ground. Everything was the same as before they entered the space, as if those people were not here to invade them, but to say hello. They might come again, so we can't relax. Baidahu said in a low voice. This time the Dayu tribe is much more cunning than last time. Who knows what means they will use next time? However, this time they all guessed wrong. From then on until spring, the Big Fish tribe never came again, and no other tribes came either. The Song tribe spent the entire winter in fear, but also in peace. Spring has finally arrived. It seemed like it happened overnight. Suddenly, the sun became warm, the wind became soft, the thick snow outside melted, and everything was wet. The air was filled with a mixture of hundreds of smells, and it was full of joy. Rorschach stood at the entrance of the cave wrapped in her sweater, and the child was stepping barefoot in the mud and water, looking extremely happy. The same face now looked brand new. It is indeed spring when all things come back to life. In a few days, I'll take them to pick some tender grass and tender vegetables. Ahe smiled and said that although the snow had not completely disappeared, a lush green color could already be seen on the exposed ground. Spring is the best season. The wild vegetables in spring are delicious. Even if they don't like to eat wild vegetables, spring wild vegetables are an exception. They are fresh, tender, delicious, and slightly sweet. Mom, pull it out with the roots. Luo Xia reminded him that he used to call Ahe Mom, but now that they were familiar with each other, calling her Mom sounded pretentious, so he changed to calling her Mom. The wild vegetables planted in the water tank in her space did not live up to her expectations. They seemed to be still throughout the winter without any changes. They did not grow taller or fatter, their leaves did not wither, and they did not bear any fruit. The seeds buried in the bowl also quietly did not sprout. Despite this, Rorschach remained firmly convinced that something must be different. Her space has a preservation function similar to time stagnation. Perhaps because of this, the crops inside do not react. However, the water in the space has a significant effect on the injured. Rorschach also suspects that everyone's physical and mental health is getting better not only because they eat more meat, but also because they drink more water. This winter is so cold, but no one has caught a cold. The two children are full of energy. The whole family is happy to see this, because children are most likely to die in winter. In short, The water is not ordinary water, and the crops irrigated with it will also become extraordinary. Rorschach had already considered transplanting the weeds and seeds in the space outside, but there were too few of them. And those are picked in late autumn, and some plants in spring may not survive until then. So, she needed more wild vegetable seedlings. Ahe agreed, and looked at the open space in front of him. Luo Xia said that when the weather gets hot, he will plant edible wild vegetables and even wild fruits in this area, so that everyone will not have to travel far to pick them. Can those wild vegetables really grow here? Ahe asked uncertainly. Her parents had never told her about such things. It might be a little difficult, but it's okay, we can go somewhere else. Rorschach took a fancy to this vacant lot, but overlooked one thing. There were trees and grass everywhere, so why was this place bare? Because the soil here is of extremely poor quality, and because the Song people live here, the already poor quality soil on this vacant land has been trampled even more firmly. But living in a fertile and vast forest, this is not a problem at all. On the contrary, this open space can be used to build a house. Now that the tribe is small, they can still live in caves. But if the tribe grows in the future, most people will still need a place to shelter from the wind and rain. They can't use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed like before, as they will easily freeze to death. The men brought back a wild boar, their first medium-sized game in a winter. The first time Rorschach saw a live wild boar, it was beyond her imagination. This guy was covered in black hair and was as strong as a calf, especially the two yellow fangs sticking out of its mouth, which made the beast look ferocious. Can you catch him alive? Rorschach watched for a long time, first removing the internal organs, then skinning. These tasks seemed easy and effortless in the powerful hands of the primitive man. Rorschach, you want him alive? That's fine too. Catch him alive next time. Try not to get hurt. Song Gang paused for a moment, and without caring whether it was feasible or not, he agreed immediately. Okay. Then he asked, what do you want to live for? Keep. Chapter 67. I also want to live in a place like this. Raising the captured prey alive is not a new thing for the tribe members. Sometimes they are lucky enough to catch a lot of prey in a short period of time. If they cannot eat all of it in a short time, they will raise the live prey and let it live for a while. They do not eat carrion. Song Gang thought that Rorschach might have been tired of eating venison that had been slaughtered long ago all winter and wanted to eat the freshest one. It's just a small request, so of course I have to satisfy her. Dahu came over and said, this pig is enough to eat for several days. There were so few people. It was the first time he encountered a situation where he could not finish eating the prey after slaughtering it. There was never enough food. Rorschach, yeah. That way, she could give everyone something else to do. If I don't have to hunt for the next few days, I'd like to go deep into the forest. You mean? Rorschach looked at the tool in his hand. It was topped with the stone she had given him, and the wood was from a nearby tree. However, when he first made it, Dahu was not very satisfied. He felt that the wood was too light and not strong enough, and it was uncomfortable to hold in his hand. Upon hearing this, Song Gang immediately became happy. I'll go too. Not only Song Gang, but also Song Kong in the distance, and several Abba turned over here. They got a good material for making weapons and were eager to make the best weapons. Rorschach could understand their feelings. Moreover, now that we have abundant supplies, we don't have to worry about being invaded by other tribes. The next day, several men set out. Then let's make a circle today. Rorschach stretched hard, feeling refreshed and full of energy. What's a circle? The children chased after her and asked again. It's just a circle made of wood to raise wild boars. Oh, the child shouted, eager to try, running back and forth with clenched fists, wanting to help. Rorschach asked Ahe to take the others to find some thick and straight wood. She carefully measured the space in front of the cave with her feet, and then drew lines on the ground with a long branch. A large area was marked out for building houses, and another area was marked out where nothing would be done, leaving a place for children and tribesmen to play, and then a few circles were drawn at the edge of the open space. These are the pens where prey animals are kept. Domesticate livestock from scratch. Hunting is not a long-term solution. It is dangerous, time-consuming, and may not even be able to feed the entire tribe. This is the circle, right? Zhuang and Huanxi seemed to be lost in thought, and an image flashed through their minds of the prey being tied up with its 4 hooves and thrown into this circle. This circle was different from what their parents had done before, so it might have some magical effect. Rorschach looked at the 2 little guys and used a branch to draw 2 small circles on the big circle. Zhuang, Huanxi, I have a task for you two. Each of you should dig a hole as deep as you can. Good. The 2 of them perked up in a flash. It was really exciting to accept the mission for the first time. He squatted down and started working. Rorschach, go get your tools. You've broken your hand. Good. The two of them rushed to the edge of the cave. Ahe brought the mothers back a pile of wooden sticks from the forest and then dug a hole with the children. Soon 6 small holes were dug out, about half a meter deep. 6 thick wooden sticks were selected and planted in them. Then the soil was filled in and stomped on repeatedly with feet to make it firm. Between the supporting wood as thick as arms were tied horizontally, and soon a circle appeared in front of everyone. Is this the pin used to keep prey? Ahe likes this thing very much. In the past, when the tribe wanted to raise prey, they would tie the 4 hooves with ropes and leave it there to prevent it from running away. Well, now all we need is the wild boar. The others will be fine too. Where's the rabbit? The rabbit can't. The rabbit will escape through the gap. Zhuangzhuang pondered and nodded to himself. Rorschach laughed and said, I also raise rabbits. I'll make smaller cages for them. The men returned 3 days later, having taken great pleasure in finding suitable wood to make their own weapons. After finding suitable wood, they made their own weapons on the spot. On the way back, they tried their skills and caught a fawn to bring back. When they came back, they saw 4 strange objects in the open space in front of their tribe. They heard that they were used to raise prey. Several people regretted it very much. If they had known this, they would not have shot the deer to death. This is for prey to live in. Song Gang was so fond of these circles that he touched them for a long time and finally let go reluctantly after a while. Such a nice place, I wish I had one. He said with longing. I want one too. Me too. His words immediately resonated with the children, and the 2 children chattered in response and jumped up excitedly. The others watched with smiles on their faces. They had similar thoughts in their minds, but were too embarrassed to say them out loud. They were in charge of the prey, and the prey was to be eaten in the end. If they moved in, wouldn't they be the prey themselves? But that lap felt really good. Rorschach waited for everyone's excitement to subside a bit before saying, of course we can't live in there. People need to live in people's houses. House? What is that? Everyone stared at her, their confused eyes flashing with anticipation. Rorschach described it to everyone. The houses people live in are also made of wood, but they are much better than the pens where prey live. They have roofs and walls, which can block wind and rain, block the sun in summer, keep warm in winter, and keep wild animals out. As Rorschach described the situation, he imagined in his mind how to build the house with the existing resources. She had never built a house before, but primitive people who had never seen a house before did not have high requirements for it, so it was actually not difficult. She was a little fascinated when she spoke, and everyone was also a little fascinated when listening. Bai Daho murmured, house. His heart was churning, like the feeling of wanting a good weapon. It was a desire, and because he had never seen it before, he longed for it even more, and he was holding back all his strength. Tomorrow we'll go catch some live prey, he said, turning his head to look at the 4 circles. He had to catch all 4 back. He dismantled his weapon, used deer tendons to tie it up again, and it would be stronger by tomorrow morning. He couldn't wait to show off his skills with his new weapon. Yes, this deer is enough for us to eat for a few days. We will catch a live one tomorrow and raise it. Song Gang and the others had the same idea. They had already set up a circle, and they really wanted to see the prey being trapped in the circle. Try to catch wild boars, wild sheep, wild buffaloes, etc. These are the most commonly raised livestock by humans in later generations. There must be a reason for their popularity. Perhaps they are easy to raise and have a docile personality, so Rorschach simply went straight for the result. Chapter 68. This matter depends on you. The next day, the men set out early in the morning, carrying a lot of ropes, as it was much more difficult to tie up the living prey. It is not yet time for the fruits to ripen, so the women's task is to pick fresh wild vegetables nearby, because it doesn't take much time to pick and eat them right away. The rest of the time is not idle either, as Rorschach has a lot of plans waiting for everyone to implement together. The most important thing is the house. Having a comfortable place to live will make you feel at peace, and you will feel more at ease when doing other things. The first step in building a house is the same as building a livestock pen. First, draw a frame, and then dig holes on the frame line. The first plan was to build 2 large ones and 1 small one. Rorschach really wanted to have a house that belonged entirely to her. Coming from the modern era, she still attached great importance to private space, but there was really no other way. The smaller one belongs to her. There are 2 large houses left, one for men and one for women. The children live with the women, and more will be built later depending on the situation. While everyone was digging the hole, Rorschach looked at the edge of the forest and finally chose an area where the trees were not too dense. The trees are relatively sparse, but there must be trees within 3 meters, which basically blocks the sunlight. It is too narrow to grow vegetables and crops here. The only option is to clear a piece of land, and the cut trees can be used to build a house. She touched a big tree beside her that was as thick as an embrace. It must be very difficult to cut down such a big tree. Fortunately, she took out a lot of stones of different sizes and shapes from the space as materials for tools. The effect was 10 times better than the tools used by the tribe before. Although it was difficult, she could still give it a try. We also thought about changing the location. For example, the grassland where they went to catch the giant deer, which was very spacious, with fertile soil and beautiful water, making it very convenient for planting. But the disadvantage of that area is that it is too empty and not as safe as the mountain wall where our tribe is now. At least when wild beasts and foreign tribes invade, we won't feel a chill on our backs. Her space was also unable to transfer all the crops she planted and the prey she raised. In other words, the dozen or so people in their tribe currently have no ability to control a wider area. So she gave up the idea of migration and decided to stay in the old nest that her people were familiar with and relied on, and develop step by step. Rorschach, is this okay? Ahe was shouting over there. Rorschach walked over and they dug the pit a little deeper as she requested, making a square room with 3 pillars on each side and 2 on the side with the door. Yes, great. Then let's go find some wood. Ahe was overjoyed. Wait a minute, Mom. I want to use better wood. Better? Okay, let's find it. No need to go, I want to. She pointed toward the edge of the clearing. Ahe looked over there without saying anything, fearing that he had misunderstood Rorschach's meaning. Tree. Matsudoko's mother beside her asked tentatively. Rorschach nodded. Let's cut down a few trees. The men who went out to hunt live prey didn't get much on the first day, but they brought back a nest of pheasant eggs. When everyone heard that Rorschach was going to cut down trees, they were a little surprised. After following Rorschach around the forest and confirming which trees were to be cut down, everyone was even more surprised. They are all big trees. Although they often climbed up trees to break off branches, they never thought of breaking off an entire tree, nor did they think they could break off an entire tree. Baidahu slapped the tree trunk with his big palm, which made his hand hurt. He looked up and saw the branches and leaves moving slightly. It's such a difficult task, but it makes people want to give it a try. But he didn't understand. Use such a big tree to build a house? I can't imagine it. It's not necessary to use such a big tree to build a house. I use such a big tree to build a house. After the area is cleared, I will use it to plant other things. These trees block the sunlight. What does it matter? Plants need photosynthesis. Simply put, plants also need sunlight. They will grow well if they get sunlight. Baidahu looked bewildered, but nodded resignedly. Got it. Since becoming a member of the Song tribe, he no longer keeps himself out of things like before. After a winter of living together day and night, he and the tribe have begun to get used to Rorschach's various eccentricities. They have begun to find everything she does and says normal. At most, they don't understand her, but they are not as shocked as before. Baidahu didn't quite believe the idea that plants also liked to bask in the sun, and he thought it was a bit ridiculous to care about what plants liked, since didn't they grow everywhere, but it didn't matter. He was more interested in cutting down trees. In the evening, everyone happily prepared to eat pheasant eggs. This thing is very rare. Just crack a hole in it, put it to your mouth and suck it. With a sizzle, the delicious liquid will slide into your throat. The feeling is completely different from eating meat, and it makes people linger on it. But Rorschach gathered all the eggs together, touched them, and looked at them in the firelight. Is this a pheasant egg? Luo Xia had never seen a pheasant before, and it was also the first time she touched a pheasant egg. The eggshell was white and slightly larger than a quail egg, far smaller than the eggs she used to eat every day. I was a little excited. I didn't seem to ask them to catch pheasants yesterday, but I didn't expect them to bring back eggs today. It is very likely that there are chicks in these eggs. Ahe smiled and said, yes, pheasant eggs are a little bigger than other bird eggs. This is a pheasant egg. She felt a little uncomfortable, as her daughter had never eaten eggs. At that time, there were so many people in the tribe, and how could her daughter get such precious food even if it was saved for a few days? It would not be given to the weakest and most useless person in the tribe. But now it's okay. If she likes, she can eat all 5 eggs, and no one in the tribe will object. Great, we can't eat this egg. Oh, let's find a way to hatch chicks from these eggs, so we can have plenty of eggs to eat later. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Okay, great. The children danced. Adults are not as innocent as children, but their eyes are also bright. Baidahu thought that Luo Xia could really think of a lot of things in her mind. Maybe she really heard the voice of the tribal god. But to be honest, he began to accept it, and even looked forward to it, probably because he could have a full meal every day. But how do we hatch the eggs? Should we catch a live pheasant tomorrow? Is it easy to catch? It depends on luck. Rorschach didn't pin his hopes on this, because even if he caught the pheasant, it might not cooperate. She looked at the two old men. Long live Dad. Good fortune, Mom. This matter depends on you. Us. The two old men immediately perked up. Chapter 69. Rorschach used to watch all sorts of random videos, and he seemed to have seen one where someone hatched chicks and birds from eggs, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. Never mind, just give it a try. The next day, Rorschach began her egg hatching plan. Have the two old men hold the eggs in their arms, and then tie them around their waist with animal skins to secure them, so that the little pheasant eggs can feel the constant and stable body temperature. Dad and Mom, just keep it like this every day and be careful not to bump into anything. The two old men took the job very seriously and promised to get it done. The men went hunting during the day and returned early in the afternoon to start felling trees. Spring is a season when there is no worry about food, so the task of hunting is not difficult. There is also Rorschach space, and the leftover food can be placed in Rorschach space without worrying about it going bad. Hunger is not a threat to the Song tribe at the moment, so everyone can focus on other things. Without advanced tools, logging is an extremely difficult task. The men first tried a large stone axe left by the tribe. The previous owner of this stone axe was a famous strongman in the tribe. He always felt that ordinary weapons were light and airy, so he made this tool that looked like a hammer and an axe. This stone was also carefully selected. It had to be hard and not break easily when hit. Then, its shape had to be suitable for combining with wood. After all, it is not very convenient to go hunting with a stone in hand. This stone axe once made great contributions to the Song tribe, but unfortunately the plague took away its owner. Song Gang and his men found the weapon and gave it to Baidahu, the strongest man in the tribe. Unfortunately, trees are different from animals. The stone axe chopped the stone and wood into pieces. The big tree in front of me seemed to be fine except for shaking a few times. Baidahu removed the bark where the stone axe had chopped it, and the trunk inside was only slightly damaged. Rorschach was disappointed and had a headache. It seems difficult. Baidahu was not as disappointed as she was. He said, then we can only take it slowly. The men were more experienced in this matter. They slowly found the wood to make weapons. The method was very simple. They just found a suitable stone and kept cutting it in one position. As long as they did it long enough, they would succeed. Just like the totems on the mountain wall were carved out of stone bit by bit. It's a bit like dripping water wearing away stone. They did what they said and went to find stones to start working. Rorschach was watching from the side, and seeing the man's serious face, he was full of admiration. He looked up at the tree and thought that he had been too easygoing in the past. A tree this big could be cut down in about 10 minutes with an electric saw. The thought of everyone having to grind it slowly with their hands and stones makes my scalp tingle. Baidahu, come with me. Baidahu stopped and saw Luo Xia's magical door appear in front of him in confusion. He followed it in. Help me smash it. Rorschach made the door disappear, thinking it would be embarrassing if her tribesmen heard her clanging and banging stones in the space. She pointed at the wall. It was originally a flat wall, but now there was a hole. It was made by Rorschach. He distributed the stones to the tribesmen, and she also kept a few for herself as tools. Are you going to use this to chop down trees? Baidahu was surprised and heartbroken. If the stone was used to grind trees, it would be worn out very quickly. Yes, those ordinary stones are too slow. Let me get you some better tools. I just don't want to smash it. It's so difficult to smash it. Baidahu looked at the stone wall in this space and suppressed his reluctance. Luo Xia was right. If he used the stones in this space, he might be able to cut down the tree quickly. Thinking of this, he became a little excited. Rorschach gave him a large piece of stone of the same texture as the wall. Baidahu picked it up and started smashing it. He was very strong, and soon broken stones began to fall from the stone wall. Luo Xia admired his great strength in his heart. Looking at the falling rubble and the growing pit, he felt a little nervous. If he smashed too hard, wouldn't the space collapse under his smash? Baidahu selected the appropriate stones and took them out of the space, and asked Luo Xia to leave the rest in this place. No one could steal them, so he felt relieved. The stones in the space are indeed useful. Everyone felt the difference as soon as they started using them. They became very excited and motivated. But it was not easy to break down a tree. The women used stones to grind during the day, and the men took over the stones and continued grinding after returning from hunting. 3 days later, the edges of the tree were worn away, leaving only a little support in the middle. Baidahu took the newly made stone axe and hit the trunk hard. With a crack, the huge trunk fell to one side. The wind blew on everyone's face. The scene was simply spectacular, and Rorschach felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. But the tribesmen were even more excited than her. They stared blankly at the fallen tree, and then looked blankly at their own hands. They actually succeeded. They knocked down a big tree. At this moment, They felt that their bodies were full of strength, and they even had a greater sense of accomplishment than when they had captured large animals before. It turns out that they can do such things. They seem to have more control and can do more things. Oops. Everyone was silent, feeling the shock of the moment, when Haofu Amama suddenly screamed. Everyone quickly turned around and saw Haofu's mother hurriedly untying the animal skin around her waist, her mouth wide open with excitement. It's out. It's pecking my belly. This made everyone forget the shock of knocking down the tree for a moment, and they all gathered around, their hearts jumping out of their throats with excitement. Haofu Amma knelt down and put the animal skin on the ground. There were 2 small pheasant eggs in her arms, one of which had broken its shell, and a small head with sparse hair and wetness popped out from it. The other one also shook, and there was a slight click as the eggshell cracked. Then the crack got bigger and bigger, and a sharp beak pecked out. Haofu Annie took a deep breath and said, "I got 2 pheasants." Changshuo's father was anxious. "Why aren't I moving?" As he said that, he took it off and took a look. It was indeed motionless, and the eggshell was not broken at all, so he tied it back. "I don't believe they won't come out." Changshuo's father is even more competitive. Rorschach went to get a small basket and put some hay in it, fearing that the newborn baby would catch a cold. What do they eat? Do pheasants also feed on milk? Some people raised doubts, saying, "This is a difficult question for everyone. Humans grow up drinking milk, so what do newly born pheasants eat?" They had never thought about this question before. Fortunately, Rorschach, who had experience raising chickens, was very sure. No, chickens eat seeds and insects and things like that. "Let's catch them." Zhuang and Huanqi immediately shouted. Chapter 70, We Make Mud Bricks. These 2 things gave the tribe members great confidence and strength. In the following days, everyone worked as hard as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even the 2 children woke up early in the morning and kept talking about finding insects to feed the chicks. The light in their eyes was brighter than the stars at night. 2 days later, Song Changshuo finally hatched 3 fluffy little chicks as he wished. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Having chicks is like having 3 children. He let out a long sigh. During the day, Rorschach put the chicks in the basket outside, and at night, he put them in the space. They were too small, and he was afraid they couldn't stand the cool spring night air. The chicks grew very fast and began to molt in a few days. The fluffy down turned into feathers, and their appearance gradually became apparent. They did look somewhat different from chickens in later generations. These 5 chickens became the treasures of the tribe, and everyone would go and see them every day to feel at ease. Rorschach made a large cage specifically for these chickens so that they wouldn't need to be kept in his own space once their feathers had fully grown. It took less than half a month to finally cut down all the 5 trees she designated. The whole family took great pains to drag the fallen trees to the open space and arrange them neatly. Then it became a paradise for the 2 children. They loved to crawl into the branches and leaves, and the 2 of them could play forever without getting bored at all. The pit that had been planned long ago for burying the pillars was finally filled. The house is not built high. It is built according to Baida's height. He is the tallest one in the tribe now, so it is enough to ensure that he does not hit his head when entering the house. The middle pillar on both sides is high, and the ones on both sides are low, so that the roof can be made into a slope to prevent rain and snow. Indentations are carved at the joints where the pillars are tied with ropes to increase friction, allowing the ropes to be tied more firmly, preventing the house structure from deforming easily, and making the house as sturdy as possible. After the rough framework is out, the next step is to fill it in. Rorschach longed for the log cabins she saw on TV and in photos, but unfortunately, building one was nearly impossible. She initially wanted to build a thatched hut, but then realized it would be cold in the winter, so she decided to use mud walls. Mud houses are more civilized than straw huts and are better at sheltering from wind and rain and keeping warm. The materials are also readily available. Everyone dug up a pile of mud, mixed it with water, and began to paste the wall under Rorschach's command. But they soon discovered a problem. The mud could not stand up at all and would collapse. After working for a long time, the piled-up mud will fall over when it reaches a certain height, or the mud below will flow in all directions when it is under pressure, and finally, it will become a pile of mud. The same thing happens every time I repeat it. Did Song Shen really say that? Ahe looked at his daughter in confusion. Rorschach pondered why, and replied, Matsugad gave us a direction and let us figure it out on our own. She had only played with mud and plasticine, and had clearly seen mud houses, so why couldn't she build one herself? The mud is too soft and easily deformed, and dry mud is difficult to shape. Hey, why can't dry mud be shaped? Make mud bricks. I was so stupid. Of course bricks are used to build a house, just like bones. First make the mud into blocks, then dry it, and then stack them up one by one. Won't it take shape? Let's start over. Instead of plastering the walls, let's make bricks. Mix the mud again and work together to make what Rorschach called bricks. This is very simple. Anyone who can play with mud can make bricks. Just mix the mud evenly and then beat it into a square shape. When mixing the mud, Rorschach noticed that there was some grass in the mud, which was very annoying. It stuck the mud together and couldn't be pulled apart. She thought of when she was pasting the wall just now, and the mud wall broke directly as if it had no bones. Bones and muscles. The grass in the mud is like tendons and bones, connecting the mud together. Mom, come with me and pull some weeds. Dad, throw the bricks back into the mud pile, and we'll start over. Not all grass will do. Choose the thin and long or thread-like weeds. Soon, each person will bring back a bunch, pull them apart, and throw them into the mud pile. Why is that? Baidahu asked. Increase the adhesion of the mud. It's a difficult word, but I roughly know its meaning. To mix the mud again, the men wiped off the mud on their feet and legs, then jumped in again, stepping on it dozens or hundreds of times to make the mud and weeds thoroughly evenly distributed and adjust the hardness of the mud. Now, they can start making mud bricks seriously. The dozen or so people worked very quickly. Before the sunlight completely disappeared, the mixed mud had turned into bricks and was placed one by one on the open space outside the cave. Luo Xia reluctantly let everyone wash their hands and feet with the water in the space and looked at Baidao. Have you used space recently? Baidao, what? We need a few more buckets. Bucket. Baidao pondered, and the name seemed to be related to holding water, but he wondered what it was. He wiped his wet hands on his fur coat and asked, what does it look like? I knew he loved making these things. Luo Xia immediately pulled Baidahu to the pile of trees. We need to cut down a tree trunk this thick and long, then hollow it out from one end or the other. Then we can take it to the river to fetch water. The water in the space is for drinking and is very precious. Yeah, I understand. Baidahu understood it as soon as he heard it, but his mind was a little confused. He looked at the tree trunk. This job took more time than breaking down a tree. But this is a great idea, a tool that can be taken to the river to fetch water. In the past, they had to go to the river to drink water or take a bath. If they really wanted to bring water back to the tribe, they could only use huge leaves as containers. Although they were light, they were prone to leaking. They often took a large leaf of water from the river, but only had a few sips left when they returned to the tribe. Moreover, everyone was nervous when they used the water from that mysterious place to wash their hands and feet, because it was holy water. Although it takes time, he likes it, especially when he has nothing to do at night. Doing the woodworking makes him feel relaxed and comfortable. I tell everyone to ask them to join you and do as many as possible. When they were sitting together eating in the evening, Rorschach described the bucket to everyone again, and everyone immediately clamored to start tomorrow. That thing sounded so good. Our circle is still empty. Song Changsho looked at the livestock pen not far away and sighed. It had been empty for a long time, and it looked anxious. Baidahu nodded. He had always been the one taking the lead in hunting, and it was his responsibility if no prey was caught alive. Rorschach was gnawing on the fishy roe deer meat, bit by bit, with wild vegetables, imagining himself eating barbecued meat, brushed with oil, sprinkled with salt, chili, and cumin. I feel that the meat in my mouth has become a little more fragrant. It's hard to catch them alive, so we dug a few traps. Rorschach came back to his senses. Trap? You can set a trap? Baidahu looked at her. That's what you came up with. After trying many times, they found that there were too few people in their tribe, and it was too difficult to capture a prey alive. After hearing about Rorschach's method, he thought it was feasible, but the trap had been dug for some time, and no one had fallen into it. Chapter 71. This is salt. The next day, the men continued to hunt, and the women each carried a basket and went out to pick fresh wild vegetables. The housework was put aside for the time being, because mud bricks could not be made in one night. Rorschach did not go out with the women. She was tidying up her own piece of land. The grass grew wildly in spring, and it was even more amazing when it saw the sunlight. In just a few days, it grew tall and strong. 2 elderly people and 2 children were with her. The pulled grass is gathered and thrown into the pen. Livestock will be put into this pen one day. This is the preliminary preparation work. In one day, all the weeds in this area were pulled out completely. Rorschach sat on a wooden stake to rest, feeling pleased at today's achievements. He was also excited at the thought of planting the wild vegetables and seeds in his space in this land tomorrow. The men came back a little late because they checked the traps they had dug earlier one by one, and they actually got something, bringing back a living wild boar. This was a big event. Everyone gathered around the pen to watch Baidahu and Song Gang untie the wild boar. The pen finally had an owner. However, as soon as this adult wild boar with long tusks was freed from its restraints, it immediately went crazy, stood up, and rushed towards Rorschach. Ahe next to her suddenly pulled her, and the pig hit the wooden fence where she had just stood, and broke 2 of the wooden fences with a snap. Fortunately, the tribesmen reacted quickly. Bai Dahu and Song Gang immediately pounced on them, and Song Dajiao and others also jumped in to help. They quickly pressed the wild boar to the ground. This thing is wild, it's better to tie it up. This circle can't stop it. As Bai Dahu spoke, he asked someone to get a rope, and in no time he tied the wild boar's 4 hooves tightly in pairs. The big wild boar was still thrashing on the ground, grunting. Rorschach was frightened just now and put his hand on his chest. If the wild boar had rushed out just now and his mother hadn't helped him, he would probably have lost his life. This dark-skinned guy has amazing explosive power. It turns out that there are no weaklings in a world where the strong prey on the weak. She patted her pen. It was actually quite sturdy, but it was not easy to contain the beast. Then tie it up first, and let it get familiar with its new living environment. Domestication is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The wildness of livestock must be slowly worn away over time. The 2 men hurriedly went to get new wooden sticks and replaced the 2 broken ones. Although this little incident happened, it did not affect everyone's good mood. The tribesmen started stomping around the campfire as they did every time they celebrated. Luo Xia did not participate in it before. When she first came, she thought the tribesmen's dance was funny and had no aesthetic appeal. In addition, she felt weak and powerless all day long. It's different now. No matter how beautiful it is or whether it's funny or not, just jump up when you are happy, jump a few laps with your fellow tribesmen, work up a sweat, and feel relaxed all over. After the celebration, everyone sat down to have dinner. After chewing the meat, stuffing the wild vegetables, Ahe suddenly stood up and walked away from the fire circle, and soon came back with a basket containing some rock fragments. She looked happy and a little excited. It turned out that the largest piece of land was given to Rorschach. When Rorschach received the rock, the original owner's thin and vague memories flashed through his mind. This is... She looked around at the tribesmen. Everyone was holding a rock in their hands. Their expressions were happier than before, and they put the rocks to their mouths and licked them one by one. It seems like this rock is some rare delicacy. Rorschach also lowered his head, put the rock to his lips, and licked it with his tongue. Salty. That's right, salt. This magical smell brought her even more pleasure than sweet root grass. Like her tribesmen, she greedily sucked the salt from the rocks. She had not tasted salt for a long time. Rorschach reluctantly put the rock down only when it had completely lost its taste. Others were much more exaggerated than her. After sucking the rocks until they had no taste, they broke them into pieces and held them in their mouths. "Mom, where did you find these stones?" Rorschach asked excitedly. "These rocks contain salt, and salt is very precious." Ahe said, "We walked a long way today, specifically to collect these stones." Primitive people did not know the importance of salt, but they liked the taste very much. They especially wanted to taste it every once in a while, and they felt very comfortable after eating it. They treat it as a recreational drug, just like sweet root. But salt is not an optional pastime. It is a necessity. This is the first seasoning Rorschach has found in this world. She immediately stood up excitedly. "I'll go tomorrow too. Save more space, because you will feel satisfied only when you have enough good things in your hands." Everyone laughed, and Ahe handed her the basket of rock chips. "The rest are yours." Rorschach didn't lick it like he did before. He put half of the few remaining rocks in the basket into the sink and put the rest into his own space. "Because I ate the salt, I had a good dream last night. In the dream, I was thinking about going to mine salt-containing rocks with Ahe and the others. As a result, when I woke up the next morning, I realized that I had not planted anything on the land I had cleared." He pulled Ahe and the others who were going out to pick wild vegetables to stay together and quickly planted the wild vegetables and seeds in the space into the land. Then she left the 2 elderly people and 2 children to look after the house, and she was finally able to go with Ahe and the others to look for salt. In fact, Ahe and his friends had no plans to look for those rocks today. They were too far away from them, so they could just go there once in a while. Seeing that Rorschach was so interested, he was naturally happy to take her with him. The journey was indeed long, and I didn't dare to rest along the way, for fear that I would not be able to get back before dark. Fortunately, after a winter of recuperation, Luo Xia's body is no longer as weak as before. At least she has more strength and has gained some flesh. According to her mother Ahe, she is actually a good-looking woman. However, Luo Xia also knew that Ahe was very protective of his children. Now, he was not only her child, but also the child of the Song god in the eyes of the Song people. His protection of her was naturally becoming more and more uncontrollable. So whether he was considered a good-looking woman remained to be seen. Chapter 72, They Took Our Things. The destination is at the foot of a cliff. When the few people arrived, a bear was occupying the place, licking the rocks on the ground with its tongue. They were so scared that they quickly went into the space to hide. The rocks here are unusual, and many wild animals come here to eat them. Ahei and his friends were very calm about this. Every time they came here, they would encounter some animals. They were used to it and just avoided them carefully. So have the stones I licked last night been licked many times by other beasts? Rorschach thought. After waiting for a while, the big black bear finally staggered away. Several people quickly came out of the space and started putting the broken rocks on the ground into baskets. 3 of the largest baskets were filled to the brim, and one of the baskets could not bear the weight, and the bottom was exposed. Very nice. A few people did not dare to stay for long, and left the place quickly to avoid encountering dangerous wild beasts. There were many wild beasts fighting each other in order to occupy this place. After walking a long way from that place, a few people dared to enter the space to rest. Looking at the 3 big baskets of stones, the tension just now turned into a sense of full harvest. Every time I come here, I have to be very careful and dare not take too much. It's like robbing. I just take a little and run away. There were so many stones that it would be impossible to move them, not to mention there was no container to put them in. It's great that the pine god has appeared. Many things that I couldn't even imagine before can now be done. Rorschach also looked at the stones. My space is already small, and these 3 big baskets of stones take up a lot more space. The most important thing is that I don't know if the salt content extracted from these stones would be enough to make a piece the size of a fist. It's a bit of a waste of space. Therefore, if the salt is extracted, the remaining useless rocks that take up space can be thrown away. To extract the salt, soak the stone in water to allow the salt to fully dissolve. Then the water evaporates, and what remains is the salt. It is best to have a pot, so that you can heat it to promote full dissolution and speed up the evaporation of water, which will make it more convenient to cook. Speaking of pot, Luo Xia was a little excited. She could now naturally accept eating raw meat and leftovers, but if she had a choice, she would still try to roast the meat and vegetables before eating them. Her body was that of a primitive person, but her heart was that of a modern person, and she was full of nostalgia for modern delicacies. She had always kept the matter of the pot in her mind, but all the other messy things piled up, and she couldn't take care of them. Now the house was being built, and the vegetables and seeds were planted in the fields. Since she didn't have to hunt or pick wild fruits and vegetables, she had plenty of time to figure out how to make a pot. I drank the water from the sink this morning. It tasted much better than usual. It tasted like this stone. Duozi's mother said happily, looking at the 3 large baskets of rocks and looking at Rorschach expectantly. It would be great if we could put a few rocks in the sink every day. They had rarely done this before, and drinking the water directly felt much better than licking the rocks. Rorschach nodded and said, "Put a few stones in the water tank every day. Everyone can absorb some salt when drinking water. It's good for the body." Salt. Is this stone called salt? Rorschach smiled and said, "No, this stone is just a stone. There is salt in the stone. The salty taste we taste is salt. It tastes salty." Several people repeated this sentence. They used to call that taste the taste of stone, but it turned out that it should be called the salty taste. They were very happy to have learned a new word. They returned to the tribe later than the men because Rorschach slowed them down. She couldn't walk as fast as they did. As soon as they saw Rorschach, the 2 children shouted anxiously and came up to grab her hands. "Sister, someone is coming today." "What? Who's here?" The 2 children were too anxious to speak clearly, so Changsho's father waved his hand to ask them to stop and took over the right to speak. "The deer tribe came and took our baskets, saying they wanted to exchange them with us." Ahei's face was gloomy. What did they leave behind? This is the most uncomfortable thing for Changsho A's father, Haofu A's mother, and their 2 children. They left nothing behind. Zhuang shouted angrily. Changsho's father looked embarrassed. "We didn't want to exchange, but they took it away by force. They also said that the exchanged items should be given to us next time, but they didn't tell us what they would exchange them for." Most of those baskets were woven by Rorschach himself. Even if the 2 old men were given a large piece of meat, they would not be willing to take it, because their tribe had no worries about food anyway. But they couldn't stop them. At that time, there were only 2 old people and 2 young ones guarding the tribe. The other party was passing by here while chasing prey. A group of young and strong men easily pushed them aside. The men who came back first already knew about these things, and their faces looked very ugly. This was a naked humiliation to their tribe. The women were also very angry, their faces full of anger, but they couldn't make any sound for a while. The weak are always bullied and have to swallow their anger and endure the consequences. There is no way around it. Luoxia was not as angry as her tribesmen. She first checked the physical condition of her father, mother, and 2 children. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that they were not injured. Comfort the angry tribesman. There's no need to get so angry about this. It's just a few baskets. Once we become stronger, no one will dare to bully us. She suddenly remembered the 5 pheasants and asked anxiously, did they take away the 5 chickens too? No, they didn't like the 5 little chicks, so I put them in the cave. Good luck, Annie said. What about the pig? Rorschach looked over quickly and saw him still lying in the circle. That's good, Changsho's father said. They looked around twice, but didn't snatch it away. Maybe some of them were strong and felt it was shameful to snatch food from the old and weak. Rorschach couldn't help laughing. That's fine. We can just make a few more baskets ourselves. Seeing Rorschach's indifferent look, everyone's anger, which had been choking them to the point of wanting to rush to the deer tribe overnight and fight them, finally subsided a little. Today's harvest was good. The 3 large baskets of rocks made the tribesmen stare wide-eyed. Finally, they hurriedly asked Rorschach to put the rocks on her territory to prevent them from being stolen. The men carried back a wild sheep, but unfortunately it had already been killed. There was enough prey in the past 2 days, so the wild sheep had to be put into Rorschach's space for the time being. Luoxia said, let's wait a while. We are only catching the living ones now. We have enough to eat. If she keeps catching them like this, she won't have enough space to store them. Even if she wants to store food for the winter, there's no need to start so early. Baidahu said, its fur is very nice. Rorschach said, and suddenly thought of the very expensive wool sweaters and cashmere sweaters in modern times. She hurried forward to touch the peeled wool skin, which was soft and furry. Yes, wool is a very good material for clothes. It turns out that this is what Baidahu is focusing on. Chapter 73. Of course I have to try. Although Rorschach comforted his tribe, the visit of the deer tribe still left a knot in everyone's heart. When eating in the evening, no one spoke much. They all kept their heads down and frowned, gnawing on the meat fiercely, as if that piece of meat belonged to the people from the deer tribe who came to rob them today. Will they really deliver the exchanged items? Haofu Ama couldn't help but speak. She felt a strong sense of guilt in her heart. She felt embarrassed for not protecting her tribe well. Changsho Aba and his 2 young children felt the same way. If the people of the deer tribe really delivered the exchange items as they said, they would feel better, at least they would not feel so wronged. It's strange that they sent it here. Changsho's father lowered his head, chewing the fresh mutton in his mouth, and looked at the ground with anger in his eyes. That's not what we should worry about, Baidahu said with a serious look on his face. He knew that this period was the most peaceful time for all tribes. The abundant food made everyone more tolerant of their own kind, so they were too lazy to cause trouble for their own kind. Today, several strong men stole things from the Song tribe because they really thought those things were good. Just like what Changsho's father said, if it weren't for the inconvenience of carrying the big water grass and the fact that the people of the deer tribe were still busy hunting, they would have carried the water trough away. If your own tribe can make these good things, it will attract them to come more times. But now the Song tribe simply does not have enough power to protect their own things and their own people. Even if the other party exchanges things with their tribe, they will probably exchange some not-so-good things for their good things. They couldn't refuse. He expressed his thoughts, and the expressions of the tribesmen changed from anger to panic. Does this mean that today's losses are just the beginning? Can't they just do it themselves? Huanqi shouted angrily. Duozi's mother touched her head and said, those things can't be made by just anyone. They were made by Rorschach. It is something that was created with God's guidance. It is not easy for others to learn it. Besides, other tribes are different from theirs. Their tribe can eat for several days after hunting once, while other tribes may only be able to eat for 1 day after hunting. If it weren't for Rorschach, the members of his tribe would focus on hunting and eating every day, so how could they have time to think about other things? Rorschach was also in a dilemma. Living here, it was not the case that others would give you stability just because you wanted it. Baidahu is right. She looked around at her people. There were too few of them. Population size is crucial to every tribe, and a large population symbolizes strength. It is urgent to expand your own tribe. Obviously, it is not realistic to wait for the population of one's own tribe to grow slowly. Everyone's eyes were focused on her without her knowing when. Should we hide? Someone said this weakly. Everyone looked at each other, as if considering the feasibility of this statement, and finally looked at Rorschach. Rorschach shook his head slowly. He had rejected the idea of hiding it in the winter. Baidahu said, it's not a big deal to hide. With only a few of us left, there will be even fewer of us left in a few winters. The tribesmen had to admit that what Baidahu said made sense. Hiding their tribe would only result in it disappearing later. Rorschach pondered. We went to seek refuge with other tribes before. Everyone became nervous when they heard her say this. Ahe tightened his voice and said, Rorschach, are you saying that we should go and seek refuge again? She was not very willing to do this, as many things were done out of necessity. The key point was, would there be a tribe that would take them in this time? Rorschach shook his head. We probably won't be accepted. I'm wondering, if we can't seek refuge with others, can we get others to seek refuge with us? There was complete silence around the fire. Everyone looked at Rorschach's serious expression and wondered if they had heard it wrongly. Go to them? Just a few of them? Everyone looked at their own people carefully again. If there were a dozen young and strong men and women like Baidahu, there might be a little possibility that others would come to the Song tribe for refuge. But were they? Obviously not. What exactly did Rorschach mean by this? Everyone was confused. Baidahu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, staring at Luo Xia. He couldn't understand what the woman was saying again, but it seemed like there was something he didn't grasp. There are very few people like me who are stranded without a tribe. Even if there are some who are stranded, the lucky ones can survive for a while, but the unlucky ones will be gone in a day or two. He thought of a point. Rorschach nodded. I see. I was wondering if there are any tribes weaker than ours. Baidahu, no. Is this even necessary? Could there be a tribe weaker than the current Song tribe? Rorschach, what weak tribes are there near us? It was mentioned once in the winter. The snake tribe, the big fish tribe, and the wolf tribe. Ahe answered. Baidahu was shocked. You want to choose one of these 3 tribes to join us? How is that possible? Although these 3 are small tribes, they have survived for so many years and have never intended to join other large tribes. Rorschach, it's more likely than us giving birth to a tribe of dozens or hundreds of people, right? Baidahu choked. But neither of these is possible. What do you want to do? He was still curious about what Rorschach thought. I don't have any ideas right now. Let's see how the situation develops. She proposed this idea, but it was just an idea. It was still unclear whether it could be realized. After a brief understanding, I found out that the big fish tribe has about 100 people. The snake tribe is about the same as the former pine tribe, with nearly 200 people. As for the wolf tribe, this tribe used to be a very large tribe, but it also suffered a disaster like the pine tribe, but they are not as miserable as the pine tribe. There are still more than 200 people left, which is enough for them to survive on their own. It sounds like a fantasy to let their tribe of 100 or 200 people join the Song tribe. Rorschach had no better ideas for the time being. She thought that she might as well visit other people's tribes and maybe find some entry point. Although it seems like a fantasy, if you don't try it, are you just waiting to die? Chapter 74, Looking for Soil. It started raining in the middle of the night, and the night watchman woke everyone up and asked them to move the mud bricks that were lying on the open ground into the cave. I also broke off some branches and threw them into the pen outside to keep the wild boar away from the rain. It was raining heavily. There is also a reassuring aspect to this kind of weather. There is no need to worry about sudden attacks from foreign tribes or wild beasts. Everyone stays in their own nests and cannot leave. Everyone sat at the entrance of the cave and could see the nearby land turned into mud by raindrops. I looked back at the mud bricks in the hole worriedly, wondering if they would be washed away by the rain. Rorschach yawned. The mud house was proven to be able to withstand wind and rain, so she didn't worry too much. She just thought to herself that she must make the eaves wider when the time comes. It's okay. If the house we built can't hold up, we still have the cave. She comforted everyone. Everyone nodded, saying that was true. The rain stopped in the morning, and the sky was clear again. The mud bricks can still be dried out. They are not completely dry, but when we tried them, we found that they are indeed very hard and solid. Baidahu and Ahe had no intention of going out hunting or gathering. Although Luo Xia was the leader of the tribe, she hardly cared about these things. Everyone did what they were supposed to do every day unless there were other arrangements. But it's a bit strange that they don't go out and keep staring at me. Are you guys taking a day off today? She asked. I just went to check on the wild boar in the pen. It got wet last night, but it's fine today. It just can't groan after lying down for too long and looks a little weak. Throw some green grass in there, and it will eat it obediently. Rorschach thought that it would be appropriate to let it go, but it would not be good to keep it tied up. Didn't you say last night that you wanted to go to other tribes to check out the situation? Baidahu said. That's why they had no plans to go out today. Yeah, I plan to stay with each tribe for one night to see how they are doing. If you go there in broad daylight, the tribe is basically empty. Only at night, when the whole tribe gathers together, can you see the real situation, whether they are living well, whether there is any possibility of wanting to join another tribe, etc. That will take some time. All 3 tribes. Rorschach ruled out the big fish tribe, as he had a grudge against this tribe, and decided to go to the other 2 tribes first to see the situation. Luo Xia relied on the space and thought that he could just take 2 people with him, but was strongly opposed by Ah and by Dao. The 2 of them pointed out all the strong men in the tribe and asked them to go with her and ensure her personal safety. Compared to before winter, the situation in the tribe has changed dramatically. There is no atmosphere of despair, no daily hunger, and no dying wounded. Everyone's attention was focused more on Rorschach. As one of the weakest but most important figures in the tribe, she had unknowingly become relied upon by everyone in the tribe. Therefore, her safety is also the most important thing in the tribe. Rorschach felt that it was unnecessary, but he understood everyone's feelings. He, the fake messenger of God, had become everyone's spiritual pillar, so he should respect everyone's opinions and make a compromise. Ah originally planned to bring Song Gang, Song Yuanxiu and Song Duozi to go with him, and Bai Dahu would stay behind, so that he and the tribe would each have a leader-like person by their side, which would make him feel more at ease. But everyone else didn't think so. Bai Dahu must follow Luo Xia. He was the strongest man in the tribe, had great skills, and was more intelligent. Everyone would feel at ease if he went with them. As for Ah, she was so protective of him that she would definitely go with him. She would feel anxious if she couldn't see Luo Xia for a day. So in the end, Luo Xia, Ah and Bai Dahu went, and the others stayed. They were ready to set off at noon. Rorschach told everyone not to hunt for the next few days and just check the traps and harvest every 2 days. If someone comes again, try to avoid conflict with them. Protecting your own safety is the most important thing. If they want something from the tribe, you can offer them everything except people. Just as Rorschach had thought, having space made the journey and observation plan easy and safe. However, the results of his observations made Rorschach feel that there was no hope. It turned out that the tribes that could survive independently were by no means weak. Whether it was the wolf tribe or the snake tribe, when their members gathered together, one could feel their strong cohesion. Probably every tribe has this kind of cohesion, and this is also the key to the survival of every tribe. Asking them to join another tribe doesn't seem like a feasible idea. Maybe now is not the time. Ah said, during this season, every tribe can have enough to eat. It is the best time of the year. In difficult times, a tribe may be in a different state, and they may want to join a stronger tribe at that time. Rorschach sighed and said, I'll think about expanding the tribe. There was no rush to go back. Rorschach suddenly developed a great interest in the soil. Every time he walked a distance, he squatted on the ground to study the soil, look at it, pinch it, and even smell it. What's wrong with this soil? Bai Dahu asked, looking at her. It seemed that she would eat the soil as soon as she found it. Find a kind of soil, a special kind of soil. What special soil? Clay. I want to make a pot. What's a pot? A pot is just that, something you can hold water in, that doesn't burn when you put it on fire, and that you can use to cook food. As Rorschach described it, the 2 men imagined it, and it was something they had never heard of before. Why cook food? Bai Dahu didn't understand why good food had to be cooked. It tastes better when cooked. Is that so? Bai Dahu tried to imagine what cooked food tasted like, but he couldn't think of it. He thought it probably tasted similar to food soaked in water. Ah had already squatted down and picked up a handful of dirt from the ground. What does the dirt you were talking about look like? Rorschach is hard to describe because she doesn't know either. When she was in modern times, she attended a pottery salon because she had nothing to do. The pottery teacher briefly introduced the clay, its composition and characteristics, etc., and then took out the ready-made clay for them to get started. It was still a little difficult for her to describe what clay looks like in nature. But she had needed clay to make pottery, so she had a rough idea of what it felt like. That kind of soil is very fine, and it becomes very hard after being burned by fire. Ah was a little confused, and Bai Dahu said, Isn't all mud slippery when mixed with water? Isn't all mud hard after it dries? It's different. There's finer soil. Besides, the mud bricks we made these days have cracks after drying. I want the kind of soil that won't crack after drying. Bai Dahu nodded. It seemed that there was a difference between soil and earth. Go look for it near the water. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he knew what the fine soil Rorschach wanted looked like. Chapter 75. Which tribe are you from? Bai Dahu led the 2 of them to change direction and walk down the river. Under the impact of the water flow, the mud and sand at the water's edge are extremely fine. But Rorschach still felt something was wrong when he held it in his hand. There was too much sand, and its shaping ability was probably not good. He didn't know if the vessel made from it would leak water. Bai Dahu was very patient this time. When Luo Xia said no, he took the 2 of them and continued to walk down. The big fish tribe is just ahead. Ah mentioned this with a bad look in his eyes. Although his tribe suffered no losses in the winter, his resentment towards the big fish had not disappeared. Rorschach remembered that when they were fishing in the river in winter, Grandma Haofu had mentioned that if they walked down from there, They could reach the big fish tribe in one day. I didn't want to come, but since I'm here, I might as well go and take a look. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Maybe one day the Song tribe will come to me to seek justice. The territory of the Dayu tribe is at the lowest reaches of the river. The river forks here, forming a lake. The Dayu tribe is 1 or 2 miles away from the lake. Rorschach found the clay she wanted near the lake. The texture was very similar to the clay she had touched before. Although there were many impurities in it, Rorschach was overjoyed. The 3 people dug a pile of clay of the same texture and put it into the space. The task of finding soil was finally completed. Going back, Baidahu asked, "Let's go to the big fish tribe. I can't walk anymore today." Rorschach said. Ahe also had the same idea, nodded, and walked ahead to lead the way. Like the Song tribe, the Dayu tribe also chose a place with its back to a mountain wall as its gathering place, but they did not have a cave, so they built straw huts with wood in front of the mountain wall. This can be considered an early prototype of a house. Primitive people were indeed making progress bit by bit, creating the conditions they wanted based on the environment. The 3 people climbed up a nearby big tree and chose a branch. From this position, they could see the overall situation of the big fish tribe through the trunk. Rorschach opened the door to his space next to this branch and stepped into the space. Ahe also followed her into the space. Baidahu stood on the tree trunk and observed the situation of the big fish tribe. The sky darkened, and the fire from the Dayu tribe gradually became brighter. There are so few of them, Baidahu stated with some disbelief. As far as he knew, the Dayu tribe had at least about 100 people, but what he saw now were only 40 or 50 people. The crowd gathered around the fire and ate in silence. Luo Xia leaned on the door frame to look, but her view was blocked by the branches and leaves. She raised her foot and stepped onto the tree trunk. Baidahu gently supported her to make sure she stood firmly. From this angle, Rorschach could clearly see all the people in the Heavy Rain tribe. Most of them were women and children, and there were very few young and strong men. Could it be that the hunters haven't returned yet? She asked, isn't it her own tribe? At that time, the young and strong members were not in the tribe for several days. Maybe. Baidahu was not sure. He saw men and women returning to the tribe from outside, carrying prey and wild vegetables and fruits. Moreover, the remaining people in the tribe did not seem to be waiting for other members to come back. Just like before winter last year, Rorschach took a few people in the group to hunt, and the remaining people were worried all the time, so much so that when they sat by the campfire at night, they faced the direction Rorschach and the others went out. How could the remaining people in the tribe be so calm when so many of them didn't come back? It feels weird. Luo Xiaodao, when looking at the group of people, she felt a feeling that was once familiar, despair and depression. This is what the Song tribe used to look like. Maybe something happened. Let's go to the tribe tomorrow to see the situation. Rorschach said. There was no need for anyone to keep watch. The 3 of them rested well in the space all night. When the light in the space became brighter, they woke up. The light outside was just beginning to brighten. As soon as I opened the space door, I heard the people of the big fish tribe mumbling something indistinctly. Their voices were loud, sad and earnest. Luo Xia hurriedly came out of the space and looked over. All the men, women, young and old in their tribe had stood up, as if they were performing an important ceremony. They were all prostrating themselves before the big fish statue in front of the mountain wall and kowtowing. What are they going to do? Have no idea. Luo Xia knew that in his own tribe, only when there was a very important matter would all the tribesmen kneel down and kowtow before the statue. She thought the big fish tribe was going to do something, but they just kowtowed and muttered. After getting up, the men and women each took their tools and left the tribes separately as if nothing had happened, as if it were a daily routine. Rorschach and the other 2 returned to the space and ate something to fill their stomachs. Seeing that there was no one around, he slid down from the tall tree nimbly. Luo Xia patted the crumbs on her hands and felt gratified with her own growth. Although she was not very good at climbing trees now, she had at least gotten started. After walking about 500 meters, we arrived at the territory of the big fish tribe. What are you going to do? There was a sharp warning, and a spear was stuck in the ground in front of them. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man standing on a tree trunk staring at them. Baidahu lifted up the piece of meat in his hand. We're here to exchange with you. The middle-aged man stared at the 3 strange people below for a long time, as if trying to judge their true intentions. We have nothing to offer you in exchange. Let's go. It doesn't look like he is driving anyone away, because he seems a little weak and a little depressed. Rorschach shouted, I want to trade some fish with you. Fish. The man's gaze swept from Luo Xia's face to the piece of meat in Baidahu's hand. A few fish for a piece of meat. If these 3 people don't care about the size of the fish, This exchange is still a good deal. The man was a little tempted. The people in their tribe had been following the tribal technology for generations, and they were not very good at catching other prey. Especially now, it was more difficult to eat prey other than fish. He thought for a moment and slid down from the tree trunk. You said you would trade this piece of meat for a few fish? Rorschach nodded heavily. That's right. The man hesitated again, then turned and led the way. You'll have to wait a while. Our tribe's hunters haven't returned yet. We'll give you a few of the fish they catch, and the meat in your hand will belong to us. Rorschach. No problem at all. The man in front suddenly stopped, turned around to look at Rorschach, and then looked at Rorschach again. His thoughts were completely written in his eyes and expression. It was obvious that he was disgusted that the weakest woman among the three was talking to him. By the way, which tribe are you from? He asked. Chapter 76. Why listen to her? Which tribe are you from? The three of them exchanged glances silently behind the man. This cannot be told to him. Rorschach said, Deer tribe. I just had some intersection with the deer tribe recently, and I was most impressed by them, so I can talk about them right away. The man from the big fish tribe seemed relieved, nodded, and casually said something about family matters. Your tribe has changed a lot now. With this outfit, I thought it was from a tribe I had never seen before. There were not many people left in the tribe, about 10 or so, including young children, the elderly who were looking after them, and middle-aged men who were standing guard. The arrival of Rorschach and his two companions filled the big fish tribe with tension. The old people were holding their young children, and the older children had begun to become aggressive, staring at them with eager eyes. They are here to exchange with us. The man who brought them back explained. You're here really early. An old man with a stern face and a low voice. He was more cautious than the middle-aged man. Luo Xia signaled by Dahu to hand over the meat. Of course, they couldn't wait for the young men and women of the tribe to come back for the real exchange. They were outnumbered and were afraid that someone from the Dayu tribe would recognize them as being from the Song tribe. Bai Dahu hesitated for a moment. Exchanges have always been one hand giving and the other hand receiving. It is obviously unreasonable to hand over the meat before seeing the fish. But after hesitating, he handed it over and said coldly, We want to exchange this piece of meat for 5 big fish. 5 big fish. The old man picked up the meat. It was not a small piece of meat, but for a large tribe, carrying this piece of meat all the way to exchange it for 5 fish. He lifted his eyelids, which were beginning to sag, and continued to stare at the 3 people cautiously. Which tribe are you from? In fact, we are from a small tribe. Don't ask us, old man. Rorschach sensed the old man's suspicion and simply told him the truth, without telling him that he was from the Song tribe. How many people are there in your tribe? The old man continued to ask. Similar to your tribe. Rorschach continued to play Tai Chi with him, then began to take the initiative, saying, Our tribe likes to trade with tribes of similar size. We always get bullied when we trade with larger tribes. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he responded in a low voice. Who said it wasn't? He looked away from Rorschach and the other two, but when he looked back, he became a little friendlier and allowed them to find a place to sit down on his territory. Luo Xia sat cross-legged, thinking to himself. He felt relieved when he heard that he was from a small tribe, because small tribes posed less threat to their tribe. But if the 3 of them really came from a large tribe, what could they do? Would they drive the people from the large tribe away? Small tribes have no choice. After sitting down, the atmosphere was still awkward, but the children began to look at these 3 strange people boldly. What I mean by strange is that what they are wearing is very strange. I have never seen it before. One child was very brave. He crawled up to the 3 of them and finally spotted Rorschach, who was the least threatening. He walked up to her and pulled her leather coat. Rorschach took the opportunity to pull the child to her side, and the child boldly grabbed the corner of her clothes and played with it, unable to let go. An old woman on the other side also said, What you are wearing is quite rare. It is neat and tidy, not thick, and there is no animal hair. It is light and good-looking when worn, and is very suitable for the current weather. It is very different from the big lump of animal skin that others wear on their bodies. Rorschach laughed and said, We made it ourselves. It looks like animal skin to me. Right. Does your tribe have so many animal hides? All 3 of them were wearing this kind of jacket. Luo Xia thought about his own tribe. There were not many animal skins. The tribe members generally felt that small skins like rabbit skins were useless. Only skins that were large enough were considered useful by the tribe members. Large prey were not so easy to catch. There are hundreds of people in the tribe, so leather skirts are necessary. In addition, they are used as mats for shops. Animal skins are used in many places, and there are few spare ones to make a jacket for everyone to wear. So it was a luxury for Rorschach and his 2 companions to each wear a coat in the eyes of the big fish tribe. Luo Xia thought about this and smiled bitterly. Our tribe originally didn't even have enough animal skins. This is not. Sigh. She hesitated, looking as if she was at a loss for words. The old woman opposite asked anxiously, "Why? This winter you are also dash." Rorschach knew that the situation in this tribe had indeed occurred this winter, but he still needed to find out what exactly happened. She nodded. "Yes, that's why we have a lot of extra animal skins. We have nothing to do, so we made some clothes out of them." She was hinting that her tribe had lost many people this winter, hoping to resonate with the old woman and induce her to talk more about her tribe. Unfortunately, the old woman did understand what she said and it did resonate with her, but she didn't say much. She sighed deeply and then sat in a daze with a melancholy look on her face. Rorschach continued, "To tell you the truth, we were bullied by the shameless tribe this winter. Old man, looking at you, could it be that you suffered the same fate as us?" "Yes, alas." When Rorschach asked this, the old woman admitted it, and her whole state became depressed when the old matter was brought up again. The conversation stopped again. Primitive people did not have such a strong desire to share with outsiders. After all, outsiders were potential enemies. Luo Xia turned his head slightly to look at the two people beside him. Ahe and Baidahu had a grudge against the Diu tribe, so their faces were always unhappy. When the three of them met his eyes, they all understood the current situation of the Diu tribe. What we saw last night were all the current members of the Big Fish tribe. Knowing this is enough for them, the three of them sat for a while, then stood up and said they would come back to get the fish in the evening, and then left. The man who had brought them in sent them out again and finally asked a question that he didn't understand. He looked at Baidao. "Why do you all listen to her?" This, she, obviously refers to Rorschach. Among the three, Rorschach looked the smallest, but she spoke the most from beginning to end. This seems incredible to men because the weak have no right to speak. Baidahu said coldly, "Don't worry about our tribe's affairs." After leaving the Diu tribe, the three people slowly walked towards the Song tribe. Ahe finally sighed and said, "Our tribe is fine, but they are in big trouble." The unlucky ones were the Big Fish tribe, but she was also in a heavy mood because they were destined to be bullied and could not even laugh at others. Baidahu also spoke up. Half of their people died in just one winter. I think they will eventually seek refuge in other tribes. Chapter 77, Because of Faith. Speaking of seeking refuge, Ahe suddenly became energetic. Rorschach, you mean? Compared to the two tribes they had observed before, the Big Fish tribe was obviously more promising. Luo Xia was indeed thinking about this matter, and she was still a little conflicted. After all, the Big Fish tribe wanted to attack their people in the winter, and this knot in her heart had not been resolved yet. "Mom, what do you think?" Ahe was a little confused. "How do I see it? What does this mean? Are you willing to let them join our tribe? After all, our tribe has a feud with them. Is there a way we can get them to join our tribe?" Ahe was a little surprised. "Rorschach, it seems that my mother doesn't mind." Baidahu said, "Every foreign tribe is an enemy, but if they become members of our Song tribe, they will be our family. The problem now is how to get them to join our tribe." Luo Xia heard that the invasion of his own tribe by the Big Fish tribe in the winter did not become a factor that made his mother and Baidahu exclude them from joining their tribe. She thought about it again and realized that Baidahu was right. Not only the Diu tribe, but all the other tribes were enemies. It was just that the Diu tribe took action in the winter, and the other tribes did not have time or did not feel the need to do so. In essence, the Wolf tribe, the Snake tribe, and the Big Fish tribe are all the same. Survival is a cruel thing. The most important thing now is to make your tribe stronger. Baidahu pondered and said, although their tribe has suffered a great loss, there are still dozens of people. Even if they want to seek refuge, they will not look for our tribe of 10 or so people. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what to do. Ahe stared at Rorschach. What are we going to do, Rorschach? Rorschach now has the Big Fish tribe as his goal, but he has not yet formed a plan in his mind. Let me think about it first. They left the tribe for 5 days, and when they returned, there were more prey in the pen, including a pig and a sheep. It was lying in a pen with its hooves tied up, and there was a lot of green grass thrown in the pen. The two children happily pulled Rorschach to see it. Sister, we have so many prey. Will we never go hungry again? Rorschach smiled and patted their heads. We will have more in the future. They won't be called prey, but livestock. They are raised by us, unlike the wild beasts outside. The men also gathered around, and Song Gang excitedly described how to catch the two new prey in the trap. Although his language organization was not very good, he could speak a long paragraph in one breath compared to before. Changsho Aba looked a little conflicted, happy but worried at the same time. Rorschach asked, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why don't you look happy? Changsho's father said, I'm happy, but I dare not be too happy. If someone comes again like last time. After he said this, the excited children and young people began to get nervous. With so many preys, if the people from the deer tribe from last time or other large tribes came, they might see them and snatch them all away. Last time we agreed to exchange the baskets, but now the people from the deer tribe haven't brought them over. It can be seen that they really are robbing. This is indeed a worrying issue. Everyone looked at Rorschach. The three of them went out this time to make their tribe more populous, but when they came back, there were only 3 of them, which made the tribe members speculate. Sure enough, it is very difficult to bring more people back. In any case, the safe return of Rorschach and the other 2 was the tribe's top priority, and the campfire became lively and joyful in the evening. After eating, I didn't rush to sleep. Everyone reported to Rorschach that the mud had completely dried up and asked if they could build a house tomorrow. The answer is yes. Baidahu held the wooden stake. In 5 days, half of it had been taken away by other people in the tribe. He saw that he was getting closer and closer to success. With this thing, it would be so convenient to go to the river to fetch water. During the days he was away, the other men in the tribe found a little trick. They would burn the middle of the wood with fire until it turned black, and then they would use stones to dig, which made it easier. While digging, Baidahu glanced at Luo Xia from time to time. Suddenly, he picked up the wooden stake, stood up, walked to Luo Xia, and sat down. Then he pushed the wooden stake to her and stuffed the stone into her hand. Rorschach was inexplicably stuffed with a stone and was confused. What? She saw Baidahu staring at her arm, and she looked in the same direction. I understand what Baidahu means. There was no strength in her arms and no visible muscle definition. That's right. The original owner couldn't do heavy work. Then Rorschach traveled through time and became the messenger of God in everyone's hearts. She was not allowed to do any heavy work. Compared with other people, her arms and legs seemed weak. This guy Baidahu is asking me to do the work. Ahei frowned. Baidahu, what are you doing? Rorschach said, it's okay. I really need to exercise more. She picked up a stone and began to scrape the wood. Baidahu instructed her, use more force. Rorschach, this job is really laborious. If you don't use force, you won't be able to scrape off the wood chips at all. She glanced at Baidahu. This guy probably still remembered what the man asked him when he left the Dayu tribe, asking him why he had to listen to him, so he wanted to become stronger. Luo Xia completely agreed with Baidahu in his heart. Indeed, he needed to be stronger. She recalled that scene and looked at Baidahu again. Baidahu had changed a lot from before. Maybe no one in the tribe wanted to bring them together anymore, so the 2 of them no longer spoke or acted in a confrontational manner. Although he is proud, he acknowledges his position in the tribe. Luo Xia looked down at her wrist. She had a relatively small frame. It was hard to believe that she was the child of Ahei, who had a large frame. What's on your mind? Baidahu sat next to her and had nothing to do, so he started to monitor Luo Xia while she was working. Seeing that she was distracted, he asked her. Rorschach raised his eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight. Let me ask you, under what circumstances would outsiders be willing to join our tribe? Baidahu couldn't answer. Isn't this the problem that has always been giving them a headache? Then let me ask you again, why are you willing to listen to me? Baidahu. He gave Rorschach a deep look. Of course, it's because of her identity as a messenger of God. She is the daughter of the tribal god. Baidahu. Outsiders won't care what our gods are like, and they won't care whose daughter you are. They would first observe whether a tribe was strong, then join the tribe, and then follow the people of the original tribe to worship the tribal gods. Rorschach nodded heavily. Yes, faith. Chapter 78 We fish. Making one person submit to another, or making one tribe defect to another, is essentially a simple matter of the weak submitting to the strong. Luo Xia thought about killing the strongest person in the Big Fish tribe, that is, their chief, in order to force the Big Fish tribe to submit to the Song tribe, but after thinking about it, it seemed inappropriate to do so. The patriarch is not irreplaceable. If their own tribe kills their patriarch, their tribe will definitely select another strong person to take the position of patriarch, and the hatred towards the Song tribe will become more irreconcilable. If their tribe was strong enough, it wouldn't matter. They could rely on brute force to force the other party to obey, but they only had a dozen people. Besides, if the tribe leader was killed by his own tribe, even if they really wanted to defect, they would not defect to the enemy tribe. They would definitely turn to other tribes, and even instigate the tribe they defected to turn their spearhead against themselves. So this method is absolutely not advisable. At this weak juncture, it is best to let the other party join your tribe willingly, so as to avoid the tribe members living in fear day and night. What do you want to do? Baidahu asked, and judging from Luo Xia's expression, she had a new idea. When we were fishing on the river in winter, Grandma Haofu once said that our ancestors saw the gods of the big fish tribe in that river. Haofu's mother nodded and said, "Yes, I heard my parents mention it." At that time, they wanted to take a bath by the river and saw the god of the big fish tribe, an extremely huge black fish that could swallow a person in one bite. This rumor is not uncommon to the tribesmen. The gods of the big fish tribe are not uncommon to many tribes. It is said that people from many tribes have seen them, and there are also humans who have been eaten by big fish. Baidahu was still puzzled. So what? Let's go fishing. What? Rorschach clenched his fists excitedly and spoke word by word. Let's go capture the god of the big fish tribe. Everyone gasped and stared at Rorschach without daring to breathe. They don't care about the gods of other tribes, but it is still a terrifying thing for them to deal with a god. Rorschach said again, "Let's go catch that big fish in the river." She knew very well that it was not a god, but an extremely huge fish, which was revered as a god by the big fish tribe who wanted to gain power and protection. She also knew very well that humans do not believe for the sake of belief, but for the sake of living. Just like when those so-called gods cannot protect their people will turn to the arms of other gods. In fact, it is a kind of spiritual sustenance. Killing their patriarch would only make them angry, but killing their god would make them extremely terrified. Destroy their beliefs and re-implant them. This was Rorschach's plan. Rorschach's words were truly shocking. Baidahu was deeply shocked and surprisingly calmed down. I once heard from the elders of the tribe that a deity of the great fish tribe lives in the river. If you encounter it, you must run for your life. No one can survive its mouth. No one can tell how big it is, but it is huge compared to any other beast we have seen. As Baidahu spoke, he could still recall the awe on the old man's face when he talked about the big fish, just like the expression he had when he was in front of the statue of his own tribe. He had never seen the big fish, but he knew from the older generation that the power of the big fish was absolutely incomparable to that of humans. It is the power of the gods. How are we going to catch that big fish? He asked. Catch it. I don't know how big the fish is yet. I want to see it with my own eyes first. How to fish for it will depend on its size. How big could a river fish get? Rorschach thought. In modern times, large sharks and whales in the sea can still be caught by humans. So she still had confidence in catching the huge fish in the river. It might be difficult, but she had to catch it, as it was related to the growth of their tribe. Luo Xia went to the space to count the food reserves. Since there was no need to hunt in the next few days, he arranged for the men in the tribe to go to the river to observe, waiting for the big fish to appear and determine the location of the big fish. The tribesmen did not raise any objections. Rorschach's words were beyond their understanding, but because of her special identity, everyone became more obedient. This is more like a war between gods. If their own god says it is okay, his people will not back down. The next morning, Baidahu took several young and strong men from the tribe to the river. The women stayed behind because Luo Xia said he wanted to build a house. Mud bricks are readily available, so building a house becomes a simple task. In addition, the house is designed to be low, so there is no mud at all. First, simply level the ground. Use a straw rope to draw a straight line. Then mix a pile of mud and add some grass. Then lay a layer of mud and bricks. Make the mud bricks wide and thick, and one layer is enough. The 3 rooms were not particularly large and were all built in one day. The men didn't get much. That big fish was not something you could see easily. A person would be very proud to see it once in his lifetime. Baidahu meant that they should go down the river tomorrow to a place with wider water. The fish was huge, and the chances of encountering it would be greater if they stayed in a place with wider water. Because I have to go to a farther place, I don't plan to come back every day. I will waste too much time on the way, and I am afraid of missing the opportunity when the fish appears. However, doing so is somewhat dangerous. There are only 5 or 6 people in total, and if they sleep outdoors for a long time, they may easily lose their lives if they are targeted by prey animals. Rorschach thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you. We won't need many people just to observe, so we can leave more people in the tribe. This is the best way. There are old people and children in the tribe. Everyone will feel at ease if more people stay. Luo Xia has that magical space, and everyone can feel at ease if she has 2 people around her. So Rorschach, who had just returned from outside and rested for a day, set out again. The next day, they found a place with wide water. Luo Xia, Ahe and Song Gang stayed, while Baidahu and the others went back. Baidahu and his crew have a heavy task ahead of them this time. They need to check the trap every 2 days to see if there is any new prey. If they really want to catch that big fish, they need bait, and the prey is the bait. In addition, if you want to make more straw ropes, it is best to use those soft and strong rattans to make a few strong ropes, which will definitely be useful later. If there is still some spare time, then put the finishing touches on the houses in the tribe. Although the walls have been built, there is no roof yet. Chapter 79. Not only can it hold water. Although I didn't go particularly far away from my tribe this time, I didn't expect that I would be away for much longer than last time. They lived by the river for more than half a month. During this period, Ahe, Song Gang, and other tribesmen came to replace them, but Luo Xia lived by the river all the time and never returned to the tribe. She found that her space could not be too far away from herself. Once it exceeded a certain distance, the space would disappear and could not be used by her tribesmen. I waited for more than half a month and spent most of the day staring at the water, but unfortunately I found nothing. Rorschach was inevitably anxious, but when he thought about how he had heard of fishermen in modern times who stayed by the river fishing all day and all night without catching a single fish, he felt a little comforted. Those professional anglers can't even catch an ordinary fish. What you want to catch is an extremely huge and strange fish called a god. It's normal that you can't see it for half a month, right? Fortunately, no time was wasted in the past half month. Rorschach went through great pains to burn 2 clay pots. First, filter the clay you found, soak it in water to remove the scum on it, then make it into thin mud, and pour the thin mud from the inside of the bark. The fine part will flow down first, and the rough sand and gravel will remain on the bark. After simple processing, it comes shaping. Luo Xia's goal has always been to make a pot, and she has a strong desire to eat a cooked meal. It's a pity that the pot is not easy to make, so in the end it can only be made into a clay pot. But these are not the most troublesome things for her. The firing process is the most difficult. She knew that pottery needed to be fired, but she didn't know exactly how. At first, she wanted to be lazy and put it directly on the fire, hoping that it would be cooked by accident. Facts have proved that we cannot rely on luck. Pottery products baked over fire will definitely crack. Temperature reasons. What was gratifying was that although the cracks did appear, the texture of the baked discarded product was very similar to that of a pottery jar, which gave her hope. So Rorschach, who grew up in the city and had only seen a clay stove a few times, started to build a stove. She had seen the pottery furnace in videos several times. If she had known it could be used now, she would have taken a closer look at it. Now it was only a vague memory left, so she could only try it herself. So the tribesmen observed the water, and Rorschach focused all her attention on the mud and stones, making a stove over and over again for nearly 10 days. When she finally finished it, she felt that she was almost an expert in making stoves. The next step is firing. The process is not smooth. Some pieces are cracked and some exploded, but fortunately, some are finally intact. The tribesmen with her didn't dare to speak. Rorschach concentrated on doing one thing, like a demon. I burned a bunch of weird things, but in the end, only 2 were successful. Rorschach held the 2 extremely ugly but crack-free pottery jars in his arms and looked at them again and again, as if he had never seen such beautiful things. What's this? When the pottery jar was finished, Song Kong and Song Duozi were with her. Seeing that Luo Xia finally stopped, the 2 dared to ask questions. Rorschach handed them the jar, very proudly saying, "Clay jar." Song Duozi was surprised when she held this thing in her arms. She knew it was made of mud, but the feeling was very different from mud, as if it had turned into stone. "This can hold water?" Rorschach, "Of course." After saying that, she stood up, holding the 2 ears on the pottery jar, and went to the river to fill a large jar with water. While showing it to the 2 tribesmen, she nervously observed whether the jar was leaking. If it was leaked, it would be terrible. Fortunately, it was only the water on the surface of the jar that was dripping. This won't turn into muddy water in a while." Song Kong took a breath. "This is really good stuff." Rorschach, "No, this can be used forever." Song Kong thought again. "It really is a good thing. Let's cook meat tonight." "No, cook it now." Rorschach couldn't wait any longer, and his stomach began to growl. Although it was still mid-afternoon and still early for the last meal of the day, Song Kong and Song Duozi still listened very closely to Rorschach's instructions and immediately lit a fire. Rorschach placed a few rocks in the middle of the fire, just enough to place her clay pot on top. The pottery jar was mixed with water from the space, and 2 salty rocks were thrown into it. Rorschach used a sharp stone to try to cut the meat into smaller pieces and threw them into the clay pot. Song Kong and Song Duozi sat upright. They were nervous and excited, even a little uneasy. Rorschach had spent so many days working on something, but the 2 of them had actually gotten there first. They were so proud of it that they felt a little pressured. Song Kong had not forgotten his duty. He stared at the pot in the fire and then looked at the movement on the water surface. I could already smell a strange fragrance at the tip of my nose, a fragrance I had never smelled before. The one who was more anxious than the other 2 was Rorschach. After all, the tribesmen had never eaten cooked food. Although they were looking forward to it, they were not more excited than she was. She was like a starving ghost who had been hungry for hundreds of years. She kept poking at the jar with a branch and was so anxious that she couldn't sit still. Feeling that it was about time, I withdrew from the fire. He took out the bowl from the space and used a branch as chopsticks. It was a little clumsy because he hadn't used chopsticks for a long time, but in the eyes of Song Kong and Song Duozi, he was extremely dexterous. You can eat now. As Rorschach spoke, he picked up a piece of meat with a branch and put it into his mouth. He hissed because it was so hot that he dared not shut up. The two people who stretched out their hands paused when they saw her like this. How could this be eaten? Looking at Rorschach's expression, he thought he had thrown a piece of burning firewood into his mouth. But the smell is really fragrant, and it is different from the smell of roasted meat. The two of them clumsily picked up a piece each with their pointed fingers. It was very hot, and they hurriedly put it into their mouths. The result was the same as Rorschach's. But soon, as they chewed the meat in their mouths, they smelled a very strange taste, a hint of rock. Yes, it was the salty taste that Rorschach had described. The salty taste mixed with the taste of the meat, forming a new and wonderful taste that they had never tasted before. Tasty. It felt like something exploded inside my head. There was enough meat cooked, and the tribesmen would bring her fresh game every 2 or 3 days because the weather was getting hotter and the meat would rot if left outside. There is already too much meat piled up in the space. Eat. Rorschach happily pushed the bowl in front of the two of them and took another bowl for herself. This bowl was filled with mud and seeds not long ago, but she didn't care now. She picked up half a bowl of meat for herself and began to devour it comfortably. To say that the meat is delicious, it is not. I just added a little salt, but the fishy smell is still strong. It tastes much better than eating raw meat or barbecued meat before. Song Kong grabbed a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth, his eyes habitually glancing towards the water surface. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he stood up on the spot. Look over there. Is there something? Chapter 80 still here. Song Kang's shout scared Luo Xia so much that he swallowed the meat in his mouth without chewing it twice, and swallowed it hard. He quickly got up and looked at the water surface. Sure enough, the water in the middle of the river was surging, and there seemed to be something huge under the water. And judging from the direction of the water ripples, that thing was swimming towards the river. The three men didn't dare to breathe and took a few steps back to the shore at the same time. Soon we saw the thing in the river, a huge black shadow. A huge fish. Rorschach was stunned. There was actually such a huge creature in the river. Even in the sea, it was definitely not small. It was about 5 meters long, with a huge fish head that was about 2.5 meters wide, and 2 black, round eyes that looked lifeless. For some unknown reason, the fish swam back and forth in the water in front of them, splashing water high up, and after a long time it slowly sank back into the water. This is the fish. Rorschach's voice trembled a little. This was simply a fish monster, the kind that could be written into a movie, exuding a terrifying aura. No one responded to her. When she turned around, she saw Song Kong and Song Duozi behind her with pale faces, staring blankly at the water. Luo Xia came back to his senses. The first thing he did was to move his pottery jar into the space. He didn't dare to stay by the river. Several people sat in the space and guarded the door. Although they knew it was a fish, they were always afraid that it would crawl ashore and swallow them in one bite. Rorschach continued to eat the unfinished meat, and his trembling heart was finally soothed. You guys should eat more too. There's still plenty of meat in the can, Rorschach advised. However, Song Kong and Song Duozi looked like they had lost their souls, and even after such a long time, they still looked dazed and terrified. Song Duozi murmured, "The big fish god is angry." Song Kong nodded dumbly. It knew what we were going to do, and it was very angry. It just came to warn us. Otherwise, why would it swim towards us in such a big river? The two people were fine before they saw the fish, but now they clearly feel that there is a difference between humans and gods, so much so that the fear has not dissipated. Rorschach swallowed the meat and analyzed it carefully. You're overthinking it. It might have hurt us at the riverbank, so it swam over here. Didn't they say it ate a lot of people? Maybe it just likes this one. Song Kong and Duozi's mother's expressions became even worse. Are we really going to capture the great fish god? Yeah, maybe it would be easier to just ask the big fish tribe to let them join us, since they've become like that anyway. That's a god, the god that the Dayu tribe believed in when there were only 100 or 200 people. How could he be caught by just a dozen of them? Luo Xia drank a mouthful of soup and smiled. Don't worry, we will act according to the situation. No matter what it is, I won't let it harm our clan. The two looked at Rorschach's smiling face. Their cold bodies gradually warmed up, and their hearts felt at ease. Rorschach was worthy of being Rorschach. She was the daughter of the god of Pine, who came to the world. She was not afraid of that god, so there would definitely be no problem. Good. The two of them said as their stomachs growled, and they suddenly felt extremely hungry. He picked up the wooden bowl and, imitating Rorschach, used 2 branches to pick up the meat from the jar. Rorschach put down the bowl and walked outside to look at the calm river. She was not as calm as she appeared. She couldn't laugh in her heart, but she couldn't show it. Once she showed fear, the tribesmen would feel even more terrified. That fish was much bigger than she had imagined. If she had not received an atheist education and had not seen all kinds of strange creatures in the world on various media channels, she would have kneeled down and worshipped that creature as a god. There were only 2 children and 2 old men in the tribe who could be of use. The remaining 12 people were not sure if they could pull the rope together to pull the fish out of the water. There was no doubt that the huge size of the fish made it the overlord of the water. Putting aside the question of whether or not the fish can be pulled out of the water, the first difficult problem is what to use as a hook. In any case, although there seems to be a huge disparity in power, since we have made this plan, we have to give it a try before deciding whether to give up. Mom, go back tomorrow and ask Dahu and the others to come over. We need to act quickly while the fish are still in this area. To be honest, Rorschach didn't know why the fish suddenly appeared today. Maybe it was because the pottery jar he made was so successful and the noise it made was too loud, so the guy heard the sound of food and swam over. But my group hasn't been particularly quiet in the past half month, so it shouldn't have heard any noise today. Could it be that it was not in this area some time ago and just happened to pass by today? I hope not. If yes, I hope to stay in this area for a few more days. Otherwise, I don't know when I will meet you again. We have to let them try it out. Song Kong and Duozi's mother set out very early the next day. They were very eager and walked very fast. Before sunset, all the people in the tribe came in a hurry, including 2 old people and 2 children. When they heard that Rorschach and his companions had seen the god of the big fish tribe, they became extremely anxious. Dahu brought them along. This time, they didn't know when they would return to the tribe, and he was worried about leaving the elderly and children behind. As for the few prey raised by the tribe, enough food has been left for them. We just hope that they can stay in the tribe safely during the time when the tribe members are away. A dozen people stood by the river, not daring to speak loudly, their eyes fixed on the water. The slightest movement would make their pupils dilate. They longed to see the gods, but are also afraid of seeing them. Rorschach stayed alone by the river for the entire day, and if he hadn't had the shelter of space, he would have felt his scalp tingling. Dahu asked, "Is it still here?" Rorschach nodded affirmatively. Yes. She was sure of that. Because she had nothing to do, she kept thinking about how to lure the fish monster out when she was alone during the day. The meat was thrown into the water, and a large piece of meat sank into the water without any movement. So she tried the sound lure method again and shouted towards the river, but there was no response. I have tried other methods, but they don't work. Rorschach was disappointed, thinking that he would have to wait for 10 days or half a month like before he could encounter the fish again. After a long time of hard work, he felt hungry, so he started a fire and cooked some meat for himself. Then, the water surface began to make a rumbling sound. It was the smell of meat that attracted the fish. Chapter 81 Fishing. It was completely dark, and the fire by the river was particularly dazzling. An irregularly shaped pottery jar was placed in the middle of the fire, half filled with meat. As time passed, a strong aroma of meat gradually emerged. The aroma is no less than that of barbecue, and it is even more layered. Since I have never eaten it before, this taste is particularly fascinating. Everyone was conflicted. On the one hand, they were terrified by the appearance of the big fish god, and on the other hand, they were intoxicated by the aroma of the food. Dahu stared at the strange container, which was made of the mud they found last time. It's incredible that water can be boiled and bubbling in the mud. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. The cooked meat and the meat soaked in water have different tastes. Rorschach was right. The cooked meat was indeed delicious, although he hadn't put it in his mouth yet. Every time he came here before, he saw Rorschach circling around the pile of mud, and there was also a hollow mound of mud called a stove. This woman failed many times, but unexpectedly she succeeded. This thing called a pot. Oh no, Rorschach doesn't call it a pot. Now he calls it a clay pot. She is so amazing. She can come up with a name at random. He always has to remember carefully so that he won't forget what the new things are called after a while. But Rorschach always seemed to remember the name of everything. Dahu had no doubt that she could hear God's voice. Rorschach wasn't staring at the pot. She was staring at the dark water. After a while, the sound of water flowing normally could be heard from the surface of the water. It was very loud, especially on a quiet night. The sound was like exploding in the ears. The tribesmen who were drooling at the pottery jar just a moment ago instantly entered hunting mode, suddenly turned their heads towards the water and arched their bodies. Even in the dark of night, You can still see the splashes on the water and the fish swimming towards the shore at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, the fish couldn't get ashore. When it reached a few meters away from the shore, it was so anxious that it kept spinning in circles. Luo Xia exhaled, looked at Bai Dahu and the others, and said with a smile, "See what I said? This big fish is a greedy eater. If I don't attract him, I will be embarrassed." Bai Dahu looked at her, then at the splashes on the water. Based on the splashes, he could understand why Song Kong and Song Duozi were talking incoherently when they returned to the tribe, as well as their panicked movements. Gods are extraordinary beings and are rarely seen. Such a huge existence made him feel nervous. A splash of water could knock him into the river and disappear without a trace. He admired Rorschach's ability to laugh. Perhaps what the daughters of God see and think are indeed different from those of us mortals. He pursed his lips. How are we going to do this? How to salvage this god of the water? When the Song people were eating meat on the shore, the big fish god became angry in the water and refused to leave for a long time. The tribesmen did not dare to make any extra noise, and their appetites became very small. They finished their meals quickly, hoping that the person in the water would leave quickly. Once everyone entered the space, the water surface calmed down. Only Changsho Aba dared to speak in a low voice. "This god is scary. This man is even a disaster to his own people," said Grandma Haofu. "It is said that every year in the Dayu tribe, someone falls into the river and is never seen again." Changsho Aba sneered. "Every year they sacrifice the lives of their people as tribute, but in the end they still don't bless them. I'm afraid this big fish god doesn't recognize them. The space is small and the big fish god makes everyone feel uneasy, so it's better not to sleep outside, even if it's just to sit in the space and take a nap." No one slept very soundly. The two children did fall asleep, but they were scared by the big fish and had nightmares. Rorschach was fine, except that his neck was a little stiff because he didn't sleep lying down. Although everyone didn't sleep well, they were particularly energetic. In the morning, when Luo Xia wanted to cook meat, he was stopped pitifully by his tribesmen. "It's better not to lure out that big fish. It makes my heart tremble just by looking at it." So I simply ate raw meat. The men moved the long, straight pieces of wood out of the space and made a boat, according to Rorschach's requirements. It is to take 4 pieces of wood, 2 on top and 2 on the bottom, and tie the joints together to make a square frame. Then tie a few more pieces of wood inside the box. Such a simple boat is made. It can float on the river and can also hold some large items without sinking to the bottom of the water. "What do we do next?" Bai Dahu asked. He still hadn't figured out what Rorschach meant by fishing. They fished by themselves by standing in shallow water and catching fish with a stick when they saw them swimming underwater. But this great god in the river. He thought for a moment and said, "If we have more people on this boat, when the big fish swims under us, we can attack together. Maybe it will be possible." But he also knew, just maybe, that after seeing the splash last night, even if 10 people were standing on the boat together, they would be overturned in an instant. Rorschach shook his head. "It's too dangerous. If you fall into the water, you'll definitely die. Even if you don't fall into the water, you won't be safe either." She circled around the boat. She had never fished before, but she knew that fishing required a fishhook. When the fish swallowed the bait into its stomach, it also swallowed the hook. When the hook got caught on the fish's gills, there was almost no way for it to escape. What size hook is needed for a fish that big? The key is that she can't even make a hook out of iron. So she had wild ideas. "Do you think that big fish can swallow this boat in one gulp?" Bai Dahu estimated that the small boat was not big, and he did not see the true appearance of the big fish, but it was undoubtedly huge. "Why is it swallowing a pile of wood?" "Because I want to put the cooked meat on it and tie it up. It has no hands, so it can only swallow it directly. We will tie the rope to the wood, and it will swallow the meat and the wood as well. Then, we will pull the rope. If the wood can be stuck in the belly of a fish, can it be used as a fishhook?" Unbelievable idea. You must try it for sure. Everyone tied ropes to each piece of wood, and under Rorschach's command, tied the ropes to different big trees. I cooked the meat in several pots, all in large chunks, and stopped when the flavor started to build up. Sure enough, the fish was very sensitive to the smell of meat, which it had never smelled before, and soon appeared in the river again. In broad daylight, the tribesmen could vaguely see its appearance, black, huge, terrifying, and with a pungent stench. This was even more shocking than last night. Everyone stared blankly for a long time. Rorschach urged the meat to be tied to the boat. Bai Dahu came back to his senses first, squatted down, pierced a hole in the flesh, and tied it tightly to a wooden stick with a rope. He began to doubt the strength of the sticks. Then the 3 men carefully lowered the boat into the river. The river was flowing, and the boat was drifting downstream. The big fish swung its tail, and hit the shallow water, splashing the water onto the faces of the tribesmen like rain. Chapter 82 Failure. The waves created by the big fish made the boat sway left and right in the shallow water. The big fish was anxious, and Rorschach and others were also anxious. Dahu turned around and took a long piece of wood and pushed the boat to the center of the water. The big fish had no intelligence and did not cooperate at all. After struggling for a long time, by coincidence, the small boat reached the big fish's mouth. Sure enough, it opened its mouth wide, and its mouth was like a black hole, with its upper jaw densely packed with teeth. The boat flowed along the river into its mouth. Rorschach, Dahu growled and clenched a vine in his fist. Wait, it hasn't been swallowed yet. After all, it was wood, so the Dayu monster knew whether it could eat it, but it was greedy for the meat on it, so it swallowed the boat and spit it out several times. Rorschach encouraged it in his heart, urging it to swallow it into its stomach. But he also wondered if he had made the boat too big to swallow. But if it is too small, it won't stay in the body after being swallowed. As my imagination was running wild, I saw the boat gradually falling apart, from a hole, back to pieces of wood one by one. Rorschach's pent-up energy dissipated along with the wooden boat. Suddenly I saw the big fish swallow a piece of wood. She quickly cheered up and shouted, "Now!" Dahu also responded immediately, "Pull." At the same time, he ran towards the rope connected to the swallowed wood, and several others who reacted quickly followed closely behind. Just as they exerted force, the big fish spat out the piece of wood again. To be precise, it was pulled out of its belly by several people. Now the big fish became angry and swung its tail and hit the rope. The rope, which was usually very strong and durable, was broken in an instant, and the people holding the rope all fell to the ground. Then, the big fish went crazy in the water again, as if there was a torpedo buried in the river, crackling and exploding for a long time. Finally, probably because it had no more strength left, the river returned to its normal state. When the big fish went crazy, the tiny humans on the shore didn't dare to move or make a sound, as if they would be targeted by the big fish if they made any sound. This monster has a really bad temper. Rorschach spoke up to break the silence. Dahu looked at her. She was so calm. Everyone thought it was really scary, but she thought it was just that this guy had a bad temper. Regardless, the plan failed. Rorschach was also frustrated. There may be many ways to solve the problem, but the number of ways a person can think of is limited. Especially when the solution I finally came up with failed, it felt like all the strength in my body was drained away. For the next period of time, no one did anything. Everyone collected the wood and ropes, and then observed that Rorschach was in a daze. No one knew what to do, so they had to sit by the river as well, but they didn't dare to be in a daze. They were afraid that the great fish would emerge from the river and devour the entire tribe. The gods were omnipotent, and the great fish god might not have come out yet, perhaps waiting for the dead of night. This time it was really angry, and it stirred up the entire river. At night, the tribesmen begged Luo Xia not to light the fire to cook the meat, so Luo Xia did not cook it. It was nothing. Her brain was tired, and it would be better if the big fish did not show up and upset her. While eating, Rorschach discovered that everyone had a poor appetite. He had never seen them eat so little. Even when their tribe was invaded, simple primitive people would eat more because they believed that food could bring strength and allow them to resist danger. Don't worry, if one method doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, the two children's mouths pouted and they burst into tears. He crawled towards her while crying. "Sister, are we going to die?" Rorschach, what are you talking about?" Grandma Haofu stood up and tried to pull the two children who were pestering Rorschach away, forcing an ungainly smile as she explained. These two children saw God for the first time and were terrified. What's more, he was a god angered by his own people. Luo Xia stopped Haofu's mother from taking the children away. He let them nestle beside him, rubbed their furry heads, and comforted them softly. "Don't be afraid. That big fish can't hurt us at all. It will eat us in our sleep." When Huanqi said this, the two children screamed in fear again and burrowed into Rorschach's arms. Rorschach was speechless and distressed. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about? That fish can't get ashore at all because fish can only live in water. So don't be afraid. But it's God, and God can do anything." Luo Xia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he understood completely. His tribesmen, and he had different feelings towards the big fish. He really regarded it as a fish, while his tribesmen really regarded it as a god. The pressure they endured was much greater than his. When facing humans and other beasts, one can still fight back, but facing God is completely different. God is an extremely powerful and invincible existence within the human heart. It was because of the primitive people's belief and reverence for the gods that he wanted to catch this big fish, so that the big fish tribe would willingly submit to the pine god, a god more powerful than their own. Although it's all fictional, the truth is, we know that many times it is still very difficult to fully empathize and understand other people's feelings. Rorschach looked at everyone and found that adults knew how to be patient and endure better than children, but the pressure made them lose their vitality. She laughed and said, "I was wondering what was wrong with you. It turns out you were worried about this. I promise you, nothing will happen. Everyone will sleep in my space tonight. Not even a mouse can get in." Bai Dao nodded. "If it had any ability, would we still be sitting here? I think it can only splash in the river." Luo Xia quickly gave Bai Dao a thumbs up and said, "That's right, it's not a god at all. It's just a big fish. Everyone, eat more meat, then have a good sleep and get up early tomorrow." Once this matter was revealed, the fear that everyone had been holding in their hearts was alleviated. Yes, that thing is no god at all. It couldn't protect the big fish tribe. Song Gang spoke angrily, but only after he finished speaking did he realize that what he said was not quite right. Speaking of which, their own tribe was even worse off than the big fish tribe, and they were almost wiped out. But Rorschach showed up. Song Gang stuttered and was in a panic. Luo Xia said, "Song Gang is right. Even God is not omnipotent. If God can't do something, humans can only find a way to do it themselves." Rorschach seized the opportunity. She didn't dare admit that she was a god, nor did she dare admit that she was not a god. Anyway, her identity was quite embarrassing. Tell everyone that God is not omnipotent, so you don't have to worry about your tribesmen expecting you to be omnipotent in the future. It is also reasonable that you cannot do many things. There is no God in the world. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. Chapter 83, I Must Try. Everyone didn't know what Rorschach was thinking. They accepted her statement not only because she was Rorschach, but also because her statement explained a lot, such as how her tribe, which was so devout in worshipping the pine god, was almost wiped out. It turns out that God is not omnipotent. But this truth made them depressed, even a little desperate. Don't they believe in gods because they hope that gods can save them from despair? It turns out that it can't. Rorschach, what she felt from her tribesmen now was not fear, but powerlessness. Well, there are strong and weak gods, but for humans, gods are of course omnipotent. We humans should not discuss matters concerning gods. Gods still need to exist. They are people's spiritual sustenance. The death of the spiritual sustenance is more terrifying than the death of the physical body, especially for humans who are so weak now. We should not break their illusions. Bai Dao looked at her and asked, "Are you human?" Rorschach. Instead, Zhuang jumped out and shouted, "Rorschach is not a human. She is a god." Rorschach pretended to cough to avoid facing the question. Ahei said, "Rorschach is the daughter of God and can hear God's words, but she also has a human body, so we must protect her at all times." Just a few more words interrupted everyone's original mood and made them lively again. Don't be afraid. Although the big fish god is scary, Rorschach is also very powerful. I don't know how other people slept, but Rorschach slept very well at night, because he didn't sleep well last night and was tired after a whole day of worrying. When I woke up, I found myself leaning against the wall, wrapped in a blanket, with 2 children playing quietly beside me, and the others had already gone out. Rorschach held his head and twisted his neck. His stiff neck didn't get better, but it didn't get worse either. She smiled at the 2 children and said, "Are you still scared today?" "I'm not afraid anymore." When they woke up in the morning and found that they were not dead, the 2 children knew that what everyone said was true, and that the big fish god was not particularly powerful. Besides, the sun is so nice that I am not afraid when I see it. The tribesmen were outside observing the river. There was nothing unusual on the surface of the river, but knowing the existence of the big fish, they felt that there were dangers everywhere underwater and did not dare to stand too close. Bai Dao threw a stone into the river, which made a small splash before being completely swallowed up. As soon as Rorschach came out, the 2 children followed. Had breakfast. Everyone waited for Rorschach to speak and decide what to do next. Rorschach had no new viable options in mind. She said, "Everyone, look around to see if there are any fresh wild vegetables or fruits." Bai Dao, does the fish also eat those? Rorschach, I want to eat. Just to get everyone away and find something for them to do to change their minds. She will also feel pressured when being watched. The tribesmen were also obedient and did whatever they were told. Rorschach turned and entered the space, giving himself a break and some time to do something else. But she suddenly stared at her space door and stopped moving. Then he circled around the door that stood strangely in front of him. He even stretched out his leg and kicked him. I didn't move at all. My feet were hurting so much. "Sister, what are you doing?" Rorschach touched his space door and found it more and more interesting. The two children stood aside, feeling nervous. The elder sister looked strange, as if she didn't recognize this door. There was a gleam in Rorschach's eyes. Sometimes people are just blind, and the closer something is to them, the less they can see. Yesterday's fish hook didn't work. I'll definitely give it a new one. I've got an idea. Mom, call everyone back. So the tribesmen who had just walked a short distance returned to the river. Everyone gathered around this strange door. When this door first appeared, everyone was extremely surprised and thought it was the strangest thing they had ever seen in their lives. I got used to it after seeing it so many times and felt that it was supposed to be that way and not strange at all. Now Rorschach led them to reacquaint themselves with the door, and the strange feeling that first appeared in their hearts returned. This is indeed a magical door. It listens to Rorschach. It disappears when he tells it to disappear and appears when he tells it to appear. Even if Rorschach stands on a tree to make it appear, it will still appear. It floated in midair, motionless and unsupported. You mean you? Baidahu pointed at the door, his words unable to express what Rorschach wanted to do. Rorschach nodded. Yes, I want to open the door directly in the mouth of that big fish. This is definitely an innovative idea. The tribesmen had no objection, and they had no idea about the matters between the gods. But after Rorschach finalized the plan, he discovered a serious problem. Just like she can make the door appear in everyone's sight all the time, but once she moves too far away, the door will disappear. Similarly, the distance at which she can summon the door cannot be too far. After testing, it was confirmed that the space door she summoned would not exceed an arm's length away. In other words, if she wanted to open the door in the big fish's mouth, she would have to get in close contact with the big fish. To achieve the result she wanted, she would almost have to enter the big fish's mouth. The tribesmen now protested strongly. This was absolutely unacceptable. Rorschach had cold sweat on his forehead. When all the plans were planned in detail, there always seemed to be surprising and even unbearable details. No, I might eat you in one bite. Your mouth is full of teeth. How can you still look like a human being if you bite down on me? Yes, let's ignore it and go back to our own lives. I can go instead, but Rorschach, you can't go. Before Luo Xia could make up her mind, the tribesmen were already arguing fiercely and squeezed between her and the river to form a human wall. Everyone, don't be nervous. Let me think about it. Rorschach spoke up to stop him. The tribesmen kept silent, but followed her with their eyes. When Rorschach turned left, they turned left. When Rorschach turned right, they turned right, always keeping them between her and the river. Luo Xia smiled bitterly in his heart. She was not a fool who would jump into the river directly. But I was still moved. Seeing Baidahu standing alone, not forming a human wall with everyone else, he asked, "What do you think?" Baidahu hesitated, and finally said, "That door is not mine. I don't have any ideas." Rorschach despised him. How could he not have any ideas? But then I thought, he wasn't wrong either. In this kind of relationship, of course I have to make my own decisions, and I can't expect others to take responsibility for me. If I really die? Impossible. She took a breath and summoned the space gate again, circling it again and again to make sure it was sturdy and would not malfunction. At the same time, she struggled in her heart and finally made the most courageous decision of her life. I have to give it a try. She is afraid of death, but being in this position, she must take responsibility for the fate of her people. Then I'll go with you. Baidahu said. Chapter 84. You can't swim? Baidahu is a competitive person. He is willing to take risks if he thinks there is hope. Rorschach's plan seemed feasible to him, and he certainly hoped to defeat that huge and ugly creature. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. But the dangers are also huge. Letting Rorschach take risks made the tribe more uneasy than the big fish itself. But since Rorschach chose to take the risk himself, he would of course cooperate fully. Others in the tribe tried to stop him, but once Rorschach made a decision, it was difficult for others to influence him. She took the risk. It is also a necessary adventure. Use the simplest method to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Once successful, your tribe will take a big step forward. And, from a personal perspective, she felt she needed to take the risk. She couldn't always hide behind her people and command them to go through life and death. She could choose not to stand in front, but she needed to have the courage to face danger, as she would most likely face situations alone in the future. Just thinking about it in your mind and talking about it with your mouth are all empty talk and delusion. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know what it feels like. Seeing Rorschach's determination, the tribesmen had no choice but to follow him and made a new boat. Baidahu sat aside, stroking his weapon. His eyes had begun to become fierce, and that beast-like aura emanated from him again. No one dared to provoke him. Rorschach was worried about whether his swimming skills had regressed, and he couldn't remember when he last went to the swimming pool. Maybe because she was nervous, she felt like she had forgotten how to swim. Baidahu, how good are you at swimming? She turned and asked her adventurous partner. Good. Sharp. Rorschach praised sincerely. After all, he had spent a lot of time, energy, and money to learn to swim. He never thought that a primitive man would be able to swim under such difficult conditions. You all can swim, right? It is said that the fetus can swim inside the belly. From a certain perspective, primitive people are just human fetuses. Baidahu looked up and asked in shock. You? Is there anyone in the Song tribe who can't swim? Rorschach was also shocked. How come, judging from his attitude, all the primitive ancestors could swim? Her mind was quick, and she understood it immediately. Primitive people did not have as many civilized technologies as modern people, and they relied on their bodies to make a living. Climbing and swimming were indeed essential for survival, which was very reasonable. Baidahu also noticed the fleeting shock on her face and said, just stay in the water a few more times, and you'll get it. When he was in the Eagle tribe, there was no child in the tribe who couldn't learn, and those who really couldn't learn would have drowned early. Rorschach. Ahe heard the conversation here, and her anxiety overflowed from her eyes. She didn't remember her daughter finally learning how to swim. Rorschach comforted his mother. Don't worry, Mom. I can swim. Does it really have to be this way? Ahe said softly, with a pleading tone. Rorschach nodded. It must be done. Then he turned his head away, determined not to let the courage he had mustered up with such great difficulty be shaken. The meat was cooked inside the space to prevent the smell from wafting out and driving the big guy crazy early on. When a small boat is placed in the river, half of the body of the person sitting on it will get wet, but the good thing is that it will not sink. A rope is tied to the boat. If you want to turn around and go ashore, people on the shore just need to pull the rope. Baidahu took a short rope and asked Luo Xia to put it around her waist. Although Luo Xia said that she could swim just now, he was very skeptical. Why did she make that expression if she could swim? Most likely not. The tribesmen pushed the boat into the river, and then Luo Xia and Baidahu each paddled on one side and headed towards the middle of the river. Into deep water. Luo Xia held the piece of meat wrapped in leaves in her arms. Her heartbeat began to become irregular again, beating loudly and nervously. Hey, either you go back. I'm enough here by myself. You can swim back by yourself. Rorschach thought that if his plan really failed, it would be disastrous. One more person would mean one more life, which was not worth it. Although having someone around gives me a little more courage, it's not necessary. Baidahu said, give me the meat. He snatched the leaf bag away and looked at her. I opened it. This person was impatient. As he spoke, he tore open the leaves, and the trapped fragrance inside suddenly wafted out. Luo Xia didn't bother to think about asking Baidahu to go back to the shore to reduce the losses. He held on to the side of the boat that was submerged in the river with both hands and paid close attention to the movements on the water. Time passed minute by minute. The cooked meat continued to emit a fragrant aroma, and the tribesmen on the shore stood motionless as if they were under a spell. Suddenly, I felt my body swaying violently from side to side, and then I heard Baidahu shout in a low voice, "Here it comes." Just as he saw a dark shadow appear under his feet, a huge force overturned the entire boat along with the two people on it. Rorschach suddenly fell into the muddy water. Before he could figure out the direction up and down, he was hit hard by a huge monster that came out of nowhere and immediately drank 2 mouthfuls of river water. Then he was pulled to the surface by the rope around his waist. Contrary to what they had expected at the beginning, the big fish did not give them any time to react, so they could only act according to circumstances. Rorschach spat out a mouthful of river water and turned his head to look at the river surface. The ups and downs of the river water were full of dangers, but he didn't know where the real crisis would come from. This tense feeling made people dizzy, and their visual range became narrow. The big fish did not emerge from the water. Get underwater, Luo Xia said, holding his breath and sinking into the water again. Baidahu also sank down. The river is very deep, the water quality is not very good, and the visibility in the water is not high. But the figure of the big fish is very clear, swimming quickly towards this side from downstream in the distance. It seemed that they were not swallowed up immediately because the big fish was chasing the piece of meat that fascinated it, and now it hurried back to deal with the two of them. In the water, the big fish seemed even bigger, and I was like a mantis blocking a car in front of it. Rorschach suppressed the urge to turn around and run away, and pulled the rope hard, trying to get Baidahu closer to him. Then I found him right next to me. She stared at the big fish's mouth, and just as it opened, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth of all sizes. It's time. The big fish's mouth was wide and flat, and when it was open it looked like a swallowing hole. But suddenly the hole became incredibly large, and a brown wooden door appeared in its mouth in the blink of an eye, forcing its mouth open to the maximum, tearing the corners of its mouth, and embedding the upper and lower ends into the flesh. The big fish struggled frantically, its tail slapping the river water, splashing amazing water, but its strangely open mouth did not move at all, and its entire head was fixed. Chapter 85 Success. Rorschach used his hands and feet to resist being carried away by the current. It's done. It's successful. The fish can't escape anymore. After quietly watching the fish struggle for a while, she made a very sure judgment. A string in her heart loosened, and she could hear her own heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, I felt that I had lost control of my body, my breathing became loose, and I swallowed down the river water in big gulps. Baidahu was looking at the god in front of him. It was so huge, and he was face to face with it. He could even reach out and touch the crooked teeth on its upper jaw. It was hard to describe the emotions in my heart. Suddenly, I felt a tightness around my waist and saw Rorschach being washed away by the water. I hurriedly swam forward, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the water. Above the water surface, the waves raised by the big fish's tail are more obvious. The tribesmen stared in shock. They couldn't imagine how fierce the battle under the water must be to cause such a big noise. Then, someone exclaimed, "Rorschach." Everyone saw Baidahu and Luo Xia's heads appear on the water, and they were still alive. Rorschach was not in a good condition. After coming out of the water, he spat out a few mouthfuls of water intermittently and coughed weakly a few times. His face looked very bad. His hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably, and even his lips began to tremble. "It's okay, we caught it." Baidahu was shocked. "Water, give me water." Rorschach knew he was having a heart attack. His voice was trembling, and he could hardly speak. Baidahu hurriedly scooped up a handful of river water and brought it to her mouth. Luo Xia turned her head and pushed it away with difficulty. "No, it's..." Her finger pointed underwater. Ordinary water could not save her life. Baidahu immediately understood that the water the tribesmen drank came from the pond in the space, and that water tasted better than the water outside. "Maybe it's a little unusual. Don't take it out on me," Baidahu said, and suddenly pulled the man down. Rorschach drank a mouthful of water. But at least Baidahu understood what she meant, and his forced consciousness suddenly dissipated. When she woke up again, she was lying on the ground in her own space. The lighting in the space is still very good, which means it is still broad daylight outside. She raised her hand and patted her chest, and her heart calmed down. Apart from being a little tired, she didn't feel any discomfort. She even felt great inside. It turned out that there was a sense of peaceful happiness after death. All right, a head popped out of nowhere. Rorschach's heart began to beat wildly again, and his hands suddenly clutched his clothes. After seeing that it was Baidahu, she sat up and glared at him fiercely. "Don't speak out of the blue." Baidahu sat cross-legged beside her, looked at her for a few times, and considered his words. "What did Songshin tell you?" Why did you suddenly mention Songshin?" Baidahu frowned and said, "I wonder if Songshin is sick." Most of the people in the Song tribe died because of illness, and then, your health isn't very good either." Rorschach understood. This guy thought that the pine god had sent down a messenger to land on her, a sick person. Combined with the previous plague incident, this primitive man had a strange and reasonable association. That is, the pine god was sick. She gave Baidahu a thumbs up. "Your logic is excellent." "What is this for?" Baidahu stared at her thumb. "This is a compliment to your excellence." Baidahu nodded, a little worried. Songshin is indeed sick. That's not the case. Rorschach went to the pool to drink some water and then walked towards the door. She wanted to confirm that what happened before she fell into a coma was not a dream. I reached out to push the door, but it was stuck from the outside. However, a large amount of river water immediately poured in from the gap. "Pull it back." Baidahu said that the door was stuck in the flesh of the big fish, but it would be fine if it was pulled back, as there was no place inside the house where it could get stuck. "Was there water in it when we came in?" "It all flowed into that pool." Baidahu replied with some shock in his eyes. The small pool absorbed a large amount of river water in a short moment, and in the end it remained as small as before. He didn't know where the water went. Rorschach was relieved, as long as her space wouldn't be flooded. She held her breath and pulled the door towards her. Water immediately poured into the space. She grabbed the door frame and swam out. Miraculously, the water pressure did not make it difficult to close the door, and it closed easily. She and Baidahu could be said to have swum out of the mouth of a big fish. The big fish was motionless, its head still stuck in the door frame. This scene is extremely strange. A figure sank from the water. It was Bigfoot Ababa. He was extremely excited when he saw them. He went forward to catch them and opened his mouth to speak, but only spit out a few big bubbles. 3 people surfaced. The tribesmen on the shore, who were like wooden stakes, were stunned for 2 seconds, then let out a crazy roar, and some even fell directly into the water. Luo Xia was surprised for a moment and looked at Bai Dao. You didn't tell them that we are fine? Looking at the tribesmen, they seemed to be crazy. Bai Dao, I can't leave. He couldn't open the space door by himself. Only Rorschach could. He could use Rorschach's hand to open the space door, go to the shore to inform his tribe, and then he couldn't go in again. But he couldn't leave Rorschach alone in the space, because who knew what would happen? Nor can he take Rorschach out of the space and to the shore. If Rorschach moves too far away from the door, he will disappear, and the big fish he has caught with great difficulty will probably be washed away by the river. So he stayed in the space and guarded it. The tribesmen on the shore went into the water and swam over to see what was going on. It turned out that the big fish god was really caught by Rorschach using that door. But they only saw the door, but not the 2 people, thinking that they must be in the space. What worried them was that they didn't know what had happened. Rorschach was actually not unconscious for a long time, about an hour, but this period of time was like a year for the tribesmen, who took turns going into the water to check on the situation. Finally saw them appear again. Everyone pulled Rorschach back to the shore, but he couldn't. This big fish cannot be lost. She asked Song Gang to take a few people to the Dayu tribe immediately and asked their tribe leader to bring their people over. She wanted them to see with their own eyes that their god had fallen. After confirming that the big fish was completely dead, Rorschach asked his tribesmen to bring a rope, pierce through the gills of the big fish, and tie it up, so that he could make the door disappear and pull the fish to the shore. But before the big fish tribe arrived, Rorschach didn't want to pull the fish ashore, and the remaining people didn't have enough strength. Chapter 86. What they did. Song Gang and his friends didn't come back in the evening. Rorschach lives alone in the space, and she can't leave. Ahei originally wanted to come and accompany her, but she refused. There were not many tribesmen left on the shore, and Ahei, as the second strongest person in the tribe, needed to be with the majority of people. Rorschach also wanted to be alone. She was soaked, and her sweater, leather skirt, and other clothes were heavy and cold on her body. She kept pretending not to care, but in fact she had wanted to take them off and hang them aside for a long time. She crawled into the space and felt sleepy. She hadn't slept well for several days. Now her big plan was finally realized, and she could sleep well. Before falling asleep, she discovered that her stiff neck seemed to have healed, probably thanks to her tossing and turning in the water today. The sleep was deep but short. She woke up feeling refreshed, and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. She wanted to go to the surface to see if her tribesmen had survived the night before, but when she opened the door, she saw Ahei tumbling in through the open door. Mom, you! Rorschach hurried forward and helped Ahei up from the rapidly disappearing puddle. I'm fine, everyone's fine. Ahei wiped the water off his face and seemed to be in a good mood. She had not been in such a happy mood before dawn today. Everyone did not sleep well all night because they no longer had the protection of the Rorschach space, and because everyone was still worried. They killed the gods, fearing that terrible punishment would be visited upon them. But last night went very smoothly and nothing happened. Everyone had been tense for too long, so after everything went smoothly again and again, they gradually relaxed. Nothing happened, and nothing will happen. I see fish already eating it. In the river, just like on land, when one creature dies, it becomes nutrients that nourish other creatures, and the same goes for this big fish. It was because of seeing that scene that Ahei felt particularly happy, as if at this moment she finally understood that this big fish seemed to be no different from other creatures in the river, and those small fish the size of a palm dared to tear its flesh. It was a really pleasant start to the morning. Rorschach cooked the meat and, when it was done, threw in a handful of wild vegetables. After boiling them for a few seconds, he removed the clay pot from the fire. She served a large bowl for her mother and herself. My mother got up and carefully selected 2 pairs of chopsticks from the firewood pile. Although she was not used to using them, they were necessary for eating meat, and they were hot. The meat tastes completely different when cooked with a little bit of salt. But the best thing to taste is the soup, which has a light taste of meat, vegetables, and salt. Ahei took a sip and sighed. Let's keep eating like this when winter comes. This water is so warm that it makes me sweat all over. The heat radiating from the inside of the body would be so comfortable in winter. Rorschach agreed completely. Good. Thinking of the hard times he had endured that winter not long ago, Rorschach felt a surge of strength in his heart. He must make more preparations when the weather is good. No matter what, this winter must be more comfortable. Ahei ate very quickly, and before he was full he hurried back to the shore to look after his people. Rorschach added buttonholes and strings to his leather coat so that he could close it. The reason why this leather jacket is so light and thin is that she chose the thinnest stone knife and cut a piece of leather into 2 layers. This way there is more material to make clothes. There are only these people left in the tribe, and she would feel guilty if she didn't give it to anyone else. So everyone in their tribe has one. This is good. Although it is a bit too thin for winter, it is just right for wearing in spring and autumn. The tribesmen all like it very much. The sweater Rorschach was wearing underneath was soaked and was still damp, and it wouldn't dry for a while. Moreover, she felt that the sweater was not long enough to wear recently, especially at noon, when she would sweat all over. Even after taking off the leather jacket, she still felt a little hot. After a while, these clothes made of leather and animal fur may no longer be wearable. She thought that she had to find other materials to make clothes, such as linen. She put on her clothes and tied the wet and heavy leather skirt around her waist. She didn't know when Song Gang and the others would come back, so she had to go up and check on them from time to time. It's hard to imagine that I was wearing such heavy clothes and swimming in the water yesterday without noticing it at all, thanks to the adrenaline. Song Gang and the others came back very quickly. When they arrived at the Dayu tribe, it was already late. The Dayu tribe was shocked, thinking that there was another foreign invasion. After hearing the purpose of these people's visit, they did not sleep all night and sat by the campfire all night. The fact that these people were from the Song tribe made them very nervous. In winter, his tribe went to the Song tribe to hunt, but he didn't catch any prey and lost 2 people. This is not the scariest thing. According to the people who went there, the Song tribe is full of evil. You can clearly see someone, but they will disappear in the blink of an eye. My tribe thought about it for a while and decided not to believe in evil and go again. But it was this second time that something went wrong. Most of the young and strong men and women in the tribe were gone. Unexpectedly, this time they didn't even see the shadow of the Song people, but they were very sure that the Song people were still living there. The tribesmen walked back in fear, but they met another tribe. They wanted to avoid fighting, but the other party did not think so. In the end, only a small part of the Big Fish tribe escaped. The Dayu tribe became more vulnerable after losing a large number of young people. In the cold winter, they lost more people due to hunger, cold, and disease, and ended up in what they are today. The Big Fish tribe has complicated feelings towards the Song tribe. They are terrified and angry. However, these few weak members of the Song tribe were sitting next to them, but they did not dare to move at all. These people said that the god of the Big Fish tribe was in their hands. The people of Song tribe were not much more relieved than those of Dayu tribe. This tribe had once wanted to wipe out the Song tribe in the winter. Although they were now in a state of decline, they would not be able to escape if a fight broke out. I didn't sleep and sat all night. When it was getting light in the east, the chief of the Dayu tribe stood up and asked them to lead the way. The Big Fish tribe has a much closer relationship with water than other tribes. Many members of the tribe have seen the Big Fish god, and the current chief is one of them. The Big Fish god is very ferocious, but this is not a problem for the Big Fish tribe. What they care about is its power, its unparalleled power. After their tribe suffered a great winter disaster, the entire tribe would kneel down devoutly every day to worship the Big Fish god and ask for its protection. The Great Fish God is their only hope. They didn't believe that anyone could hurt the Big Fish God in the slightest. However, facing the strange Song tribe, they felt uneasy. I dare not think too much, nor can I imagine much. I just want to see with my own eyes what the Song tribe has done. Chapter 87, Just a Dead Fish. Many people from the Dayu tribe came, including those who could hold weapons, about 20 or 30 people in total. After all, this was related to their god. Although they were terrified of the Song tribe, if they were forced into a corner, they would still take up arms and kill all of them. It depends on the situation. Their minds are in turmoil. The Song tribe waited on the riverbank. The Big Fish tribe was a little confused. They looked at the river's surface, which was calm, but the water flow in the middle of the river was a little strange, with a bulge. There were complex traces of life on the shore, including fires, sticks, vines and ropes, strange mounds of earth, and a pile of strange debris. The Dayu tribe glanced around blankly, and what surprised them most was the number of people in the Song tribe. Including the few people who came to their tribe to deliver the letter, there were only a dozen people in their tribe, which was consistent with the news they knew. I don't know what's going on, but after the Song tribe suffered 2 setbacks, the Dayu tribe always had a feeling that the Song tribe actually had a lot of people hidden and was actually very powerful. But their eyes did not deceive them. The Song tribe only had these people, and they were not strong at all. Among the dozen or so people, there were also old people and children. These dozen people seemed to have good food, and there was no sign of hunger on their bodies or faces. Everyone was wearing strange animal skins. "It's you." A shocked cry came from the crowd of Dayu tribe, and a middle-aged man squeezed out from the back, pointing at Bai Dahu and Ah. The man who was shouting was the one who led Bai Dahu and the others into the tribe at that time. He recognized the two men at once. They were not inconspicuous people to begin with, and with the leather coats on them, he would never forget them. Baidahu threw a handful of ropes to the young man who was standing at the front of the team and looked the strongest. His judgment was correct. This young man was the current chief of the Dayu tribe. The chief of the Dayu tribe hugged the rope thrown to him and looked back at Baidahu coldly. In his opinion, Baidahu should be the current chief of the Song tribe. He was young, strong, and calm, and exuded powerful strength. "Wait," Baidahu said, reaching out to take off his leather jacket and preparing to go into the water. Then a head popped up from the river. It was Rorschach floating to the surface again to see what was going on. Rorschach nodded to Baidahu. Baidahu took a step back to the shore and turned to look at the big fish tribe. "Hold on to the ropes and pull." The big fish tribe leader held the rope in his arms and looked along it. The rope went into the river, and it seemed that something was tied to the other end. A feeling of panic surged in the patriarch's chest. He didn't dare to think about what was tied to the other end of the rope, but he saw the girl emerging from the river. No one in their own tribe dared to go to that place in the river. It was too dangerous there, too dangerous underwater. That was the territory of the big fish god. Before he could react, the rope on his hand suddenly began to move, as if the thing tied at the other end was moving with great force. Baidahu shouted, "Why don't you hurry up?" Out of inertia and deep-seated curiosity, the members of the big fish tribe stepped forward, grabbed the rope, and struggled to pull it toward the shore. While they were trying their best, Rorschach swam back from the middle of the river and climbed ashore with the help of his mother's outstretched hand. The big fish tribe over there was pulling the rope with all their might. Although the big fish was dead, its huge body and the force of the water flow made it seem like there was still a powerful force at the other end of the rope fighting against the people on the shore. Ahe looked anxious and asked, "Should we go forward to help?" Rorschach wiped the water off his leather skirt and said, "Let them poop for a while. They'll know it's not easy." The fish was killed by their own tribe, and the moment of letting the big fish tribe witness it with their own eyes was missed, so that they would not think that killing the big fish was an easy task. They had to experience the hardship themselves. Even though they thought so, Song tribe came forward to help. The big fish tribe already had a psychological burden, and after a period of fighting against the invisible but very powerful force in the water, the fear in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. "What exactly are they pulling? Are you fighting against the god of your own tribe?" "How can I fight against my own gods? My hands are becoming weaker and weaker," Baidahu angrily scolded. "A bunch of useless people. They can't even pull up a dead fish." After saying that, he brought his people forward. The people from the two tribes finally pulled the big fish in the river closer and into the shallow water. The body of the big fish gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was indescribably huge, dark, and ugly. The big fish's eyes were still open, but without any luster. It lay motionless, and 10 ropes were passed through its mouth and out through its gills, tied tightly. "It's dead, no doubt about it." After a moment of hesitation, the big fish tribe member loosened the rope and staggered back. Then he knelt down and kowtowed, muttering in panic, begging the gods for forgiveness. This is indeed their god, the god they worship. Baidahu snorted coldly. "Why are you kneeling down? This is just a dead fish." After saying that, he directed his people to continue pushing hard. Even Zhuang and Huanqi followed suit and pulled the tail of the rope, shouting slogans in baby voices. With nothing to do, Luo Xia walked to the front of the kneeling big fish tribe members and stopped in front of the tribe leader, making it seem as if everyone was kneeling to her. "What are you kneeling for?" Rorschach asked. The patriarch raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. It's just a big fish killed by a few of our tribesmen. You regard it as a god." She acted calmly, as if killing the big fish was effortless and a very simple matter. The big fish tribe suddenly stopped, and everyone looked up with blank eyes. Even the clan leader, whose eyes were red just a second ago, became dazed, his voice weak. "Did you really kill it?" Rorschach raised his lip and smiled. "So what do you think? Get up and help. The god you believe in is now a dead fish. Do you still want to believe in it? Can it still protect you like this?" She turned around and muttered to herself. "It's like it protected you." The Dayu tribe knelt there as if frozen, but they no longer cowed out. At this moment, they felt as if the world had fallen. But it seemed like something else had appeared. After an unknown amount of time, the clan leader stood up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, go help." Maybe they were wrong and believed in an unreliable god from the beginning. Can a god who can be killed by humans still be considered a god? This time, the big fish tribe used all their strength, and the huge black fish embedded in the mud was finally pulled out of the water. Chapter 88. What should it do? The big black fish was completely exposed to everyone. The total length is about 5 or 6 meters, and Rorschach couldn't estimate the weight, maybe several hundred kilograms, or maybe it had to be calculated in tons. It has a wide and flat body, but is almost as tall as an adult. There are 2 long whiskers on its mouth. This appearance is a bit like a catfish. Maybe it really is the ancestor of catfish. Prehistoric giant catfish. Rorschach murmured, thinking it very likely. Baidahu, who was standing next to him, heard this and nodded. Luo Xia then easily named the fish prehistoric giant catfish. It was such a complicated name that it was difficult to remember. Several men from the Song tribe struggled to open the giant catfish's mouth and showed the big fish tribe evidence that the fish was indeed killed by their tribe. The mouth of the big fish was very scary, not only because of the full teeth, but also because of the injuries inflicted by unknown means, as if its mouth was cut off from top to bottom. After a brief demonstration, everyone quickly retreated as the stench from the big fish's mouth was unbearable. The members of the Dayu tribe were silent and dazed. Finally, no one knew who took the lead, and they burst into tears, their hearts torn apart, and they even threw away the weapons that they regarded as their lives without knowing when. The people of the Song tribe looked at each other. Human emotions can be perceived, and they felt extremely suffocated and desperate from the cries of the Dayu tribe. Rorschach said, "Let them cry." She could understand their crying, not for the big fish, but because the faith of their tribe had collapsed. The big fish doesn't know that it carries the beliefs of humans on land. It itself doesn't carry anything, and humans' beliefs are nothing but wishful thinking. The big fish tribe had put their own spirit into this, but their illusions were shattered. The spiritual strength they had previously invested was suddenly drained away, as if there was no hope at all. They cried for a long time, and only stopped when they were tired. The ears of the Song tribe members were finally liberated. Compared to the crying big fish tribe, Baidahu was more concerned about how to deal with this amazing big fish. "We can save it. It will be enough for us to eat for a long time. We can save as much as we can." He looked at Rorschach, because he knew that only Rorschach could store food, while others could only let the big fish rot. Rorschach said seriously, "I don't want to eat this fish." "Why?" "Why? Because this fish ate people." Knowing that a fish may have eaten humans, she can still eat it. Who knows whether it has eaten humans or not? She can just pretend that she hasn't. But she knew that this fish had really eaten people, quite a few people. She couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Because it ate people. She used to hide this because she was weak at that time, and her weak voice had no influence and would be despised, or even forced to be corrected. It's different now. She has changed, and the situation of the tribe has changed too. She can express her opinions and preferences directly. Ahe said, "It's just one fish. The small fish in the river are also eating it." She understood what her daughter meant, but felt that this was completely different from eating people. Rorschach didn't explain much, but simply said, "I won't eat it. I absolutely won't eat it." Ahe closed his mouth, looked at the big fish in front of him, and nodded seriously. "Okay, our tribe will not eat it." Although Baidahu felt a little regretful, he knew very well how he caught the fish. If he didn't want to eat it, then he didn't have to. It was not like there was nothing else to eat. Rorschach added, "We of the Song tribe must never again think of cannibalizing our own kind. Absolutely not." Her expression was extremely serious. What she said was not just a sentence. She knew that to put it into practice, she needed to make more efforts to ensure that her people had enough food. Sufficient food was the prerequisite for ensuring humanity. In response, the tribesmen around him nodded without hesitation. They desire this, and they don't want to go to the point of cannibalism. The people in the Dayu tribe have almost had their rest. Luo Xia stepped forward and said to them without any further ado, "You no longer have the protection of the gods, and you cannot survive on your own. You now have 2 choices, join our tribe or join another tribe. Go back and think carefully. If you want to join our Song tribe, bring all the people and things from the tribe here as soon as possible. We will not pursue what you did this winter. Go back now, your people are waiting for you." After this, she seemed a little tired and wanted to send the big fish tribe back as soon as possible so that she could have a rest. The minds of the big fish tribe were blank. After hearing what Rorschach said, they struggled to get up and return to the tribe and their people. This was what they wanted to do most at that moment. Led by the chief, the members of the Dayu tribe who came in a hurry walked back limply, as if their bones and muscles were pulled out. Rorschach shouted from behind, "You forgot to take your weapons. Let Song Kong and others deliver it to them. Just let them go back like this." Changsho Aba stared at the backs of those people, feeling uneasy. They did these things in order to attract the big fish tribe to join their own tribe. But seeing how heartbroken they were crying just now, it's good that they don't hate their own tribe. Will they really come? Wouldn't it be better to catch all of them and tie them up, just like the wild boars in their tribe, They will behave themselves after being tied up for a few days? Thinking of the wild boars in the tribe, Changsho's father became anxious. He hadn't returned for 2 nights. Was the prey in their circle still there? Those 5 pheasants haven't flown away yet, right? Rorschach said. Well, let them go back and let them think it over. What they want is that they willingly submit to the Song tribe. If they don't want to come, then don't come. Otherwise, the dozen or so people in the Song tribe will not be able to control dozens of people. However, today's scene can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack for them. Although he always said that he was just a dead fish, in the eyes of the Big Fish tribe, that was not the case. Regardless of whether it was a god or not, it was an existence that they were once unable to deal with, but this existence was now dealt with by just a dozen people from the Song tribe. Such ability will surely stir up a huge storm in their hearts. Moreover, Rorschach had calmly threatened them that if they joined his tribe, all past grudges would be settled, but if they didn't join. Of course, Rorschach and his tribe can't do anything given their current situation. But no one knows what the Big Fish tribe is thinking. Their coming proved that they feared and revered the power of the Song tribe. Now all Rorschach and the others can do is wait. When the Big Fish tribe had walked far enough, the tribesmen came to their senses and looked at the prehistoric giant catfish on the shore. What's it going to do? Chapter 89, Just Do It. What to do with such a big fish? The 20 or 30 people in the Dayu tribe seemed to have forgotten about this matter and didn't even ask about it. But maybe they don't even want to ask this question. Rorschach circled the big fish. Underwater creatures were not vegetarians. After only 1 night, deep holes had been eaten in some parts of the big fish's body. I want the fish bones, including the teeth inside the fish's mouth. It seems such a waste to catch such a big fish and then throw it back into the water. The tribesmen also had this idea. Even if the fish bones were useless, keeping them in their hands could prove that they had caught and killed this big fish. Rorschach went to the space and selected new tools for everyone. This big catfish has no scales. Its whole body is soft and feels disgusting. There aren't many fish bones. The most important thing is the spine on the fish's back, which is very large and has joints as big as a fist. Rorschach pulled out an exaggerated fish bone, held it in his hand, and looked at it for a long time. It was half a meter long, and the base of the bone was as thick as his finger. Fish bones are usually soft, but this big fish has lived for who knows how many years, and the bones have become relatively hardened. If it is dried, it will become harder. I have always wanted to find suitable materials to make needles, which are very necessary when making clothes. Currently, I use stone needles to make holes in the leather, and then use small wooden sticks to thread them, which is rough and troublesome. Even if this fish bone cannot penetrate the animal's skin, it will be very useful if I make clothes with cotton and linen in the future. So Rorschach held up the fishbone in his hand and said to his tribe, Dad and Mom, we want this kind of fishbone too. Okay, someone answered loudly. Eventually, the needed fish bones were shaved off and stored in the space, and the remaining parts were thrown back into the river by the tribesmen. By midnight, the members of the Song tribe finally returned to their territory. The first thing to do was to check if the livestock left in the tribe were still there. Fortunately, no outsiders came during the 2 days they were away. The 5 chickens were still in the cage, and the sheep and 2 pigs were still tied in the pen. All still alive. The 3 low earthen houses in the tribe had been roofed and could not be seen clearly at night, but his smallest house had been cleaned up well by the tribesmen and covered with thick hay. Of course, she slept in the new house. After a tiring day, she felt drowsy as soon as she closed her eyelids, but she felt someone gently pushing her, so she had to struggle to open her eyes again. Rorschach, are you asleep? Ahe asked softly. Rorschach, no. I had fallen asleep, but now I am not. Ahe sat cross-legged beside her, smoothed her hair, and said softly, Our tribe is not that kind of tribe. You still remember, when our tribe was still doing well, even if we starved to death, we never robbed people from other tribes to eat. Rorschach suddenly came to her senses. She had always been afraid of this topic. The last time was when we caught the white tiger before winter. That was the first time our tribe had such an idea. We had no other choice. Our tribe was wiped out, so we wanted to leave behind a progeny. Ahe hasn't been able to express himself well yet, and his speech is a bit long-winded. In fact, it was during the day-to-day that she suddenly realized Rorschach's resistance to cannibalism, which made her very concerned, and she had been keeping it in her heart for most of the day. Take this opportunity to come over and explain to your daughter. Cannibalism is shameful and condemned by God, and everyone has a vague understanding of this. But sometimes, you have no choice. Rorschach was unwilling, and he would never think of doing such a thing again in the future. I hope the gods can hear me. I hope the gods bless me. Luoxia couldn't help but feel relieved. Her mother's words really made her feel comfortable somewhere in her heart. Okay, Mom, let's not talk about that kind of thing again. Mom, can you sleep with me tonight? Luo Xia pulled his mother, his tone a little coquettish. Ah-Hei naturally agreed. He was worried about his daughter sleeping alone without anyone watching the door. When they woke up the next day, the Song people felt refreshed. Haofu's mother didn't even have time to eat breakfast. She went to the nearby area to pick a basket of wild grass and threw some into each of the 2 pens where the livestock were kept. The pigs and sheep with their limbs tied could only lie down and stretch their necks to eat. Judging from their impatient look, they must be very hungry. Rorschach watched from the side and asked someone to bring 2 large bowls filled with water and put them in the circle. Now you can try to untie them. Think about it carefully. How long has this been going on? If they keep tying them up, their limbs will become useless. When they heard that the 3 beasts were to be untied, everyone in the tribe gathered around. Ah-Hei deliberately stood in front of his daughter so that he could protect her in time. Bai Dahu and Song Gang jumped over the guardrail and jumped in. They took out stone knives from their waists and scratched the ropes on the 2 pigs' trotters a few times. This time was completely different from what happened more than half a month ago. The 2 pigs did not react much, and even stood up slowly, like staggering old men. He wanted to take a few steps, but suddenly fell to his knees. Then he got up again and staggered towards the large bowl of water. They won't run away, Zhuang said loudly. No one dared to relax or leave, staring at the wild boars competing for water, and then hurriedly eating the fresh grass on the ground after drinking the water. From the beginning to the end, there was no intention of rushing out of here. They've been starving these past 2 days. Aunt Haofu said that usually she and Uncle Changsho were the ones who fed the livestock in the pen. Changsho's father also agreed. They will become obedient after being hungry for a long time. We will tie them up after they finish eating. If I leave it like this, and it breaks through the guardrail and runs away without my knowledge, I would be so angry that I would vomit blood. After all, I have taken good care of it for so many days. Rorschach thought it made sense. They shouldn't be fooled by their current appearance. Their wildness was deep in their bones. It was impossible to tame them in 10 days or half a month. They had to be taken step by step. Okay, let's do as Father Changsho says. Let them go once today. After 2 days, let them go twice a day. Once they become well-behaved, we won't have to tie them up anymore. So how long do we have to keep them? Do we have to keep them until winter? Duozi's mother asked, and from what Luo Xia said, it seemed that she would keep raising the child forever. Keep raising them until they give birth to piglets. Bai Dahu glanced at her and said, both of them are male. Then go catch 2 more females. Bai Dahu. So that's what she thought, so cunning. Fortunately, there was no shortage of food in the tribe, otherwise such a thing would not have been possible. The fish would have been eaten by hungry tribesmen within 2 days. If Rorschach's idea really came true, there might not be a shortage of pork to eat in the future. He was startled and looked at Rorschach deeply, then became excited. Let's go see the trap today. The pigs were untied on this side, and the sheep were untied on that side. These 2 kinds of prey were originally irritable in nature, but after being hungry for 2 days and doing nothing but eating and drinking, they looked docile and pleasant. Rorschach was also full of expectations. As long as he continued to raise the fish, perhaps there would be great results next year. Chapter 90, Keep It Secret. She left the livestock pen and walked around to the 3 houses in the tribe, looking at each one. She had been by the river during this period, so she left the roofing issue to the tribesmen. Everyone followed her instructions and covered the roof with wooden sticks, and then covered the sticks with mud mixed with weeds. The overall structure looked quite decent. It's just that there is no waterproof layer, so it's easy to leak. If it rains as heavily as last time, the mud on the roof might be washed away. It would be better if the mud stuck to the bottom of the wood so that it wouldn't wash away even when it rained. Mother Ah-Hei said that everyone likes this house, but they are all afraid of the rain. Rorschach laughed and said, that's impossible. Starting today, let's collect more weeds and dry them. Then we can bundle them up and spread them on the roof. That should be useful. At least the rain won't wash away the soil. She walked around every room again, and her first impression was that the room was too low, forcing her to bend over to enter. There were no windows in the room, so it seemed a bit depressing. The house is a bit low. You can touch the roof with your hand, which affects your mood. He's not short. We asked Bai Dahu to measure him, and he can just stand up straight. When this house was built, Bai Dahu was used as a benchmark, so the fact that he can stand upright means he is not short. The tribesmen all felt that it was just right, the right height and size. They nestled in this house and felt a complete sense of security, and they felt extremely comfortable. Although it is not as good as a cave, they have lived in the open air outside the cave before. Maybe in the future, when the tribe grows bigger and the cave can no longer accommodate everyone will have to move out again. It was so beautiful to have such a house at that time. After checking the house, I went to check on the vegetable garden. After not seeing it for many days, the wild vegetables were still lush and green, and the seeds I had seen before had sprouted and grown a lot. Those birds and insects love to eat the crops we plant. Zhuang Zhuang and Huanqi have to chase them away several times a day. They come over every day to catch insects and feed them to the chickens. As Ah He spoke, he shook a wild vegetable and shook off a small beetle on it. I had never grown vegetables before, so I didn't care what was on the wild vegetables and weeds all over the ground. But now, this piece of land and these wild vegetables have become the things that the tribe members care about so much that they will pick them up even if a leaf falls on it. These are Rorschach's treasures, so of course they have to be doubly precious. Luo Xia said, "Don't be so nervous. Some insects are not bad, and you don't need to drive away birds and the like. But you still have to catch the insects. Some insects can eat the entire seedling. Ahem. It's impossible to tell the good bugs from the bad ones, so it's safer to just not touch them at all." Finally, everyone gathered together to have breakfast. The reason why I couldn't eat today's breakfast for a long time was because it was cooked. Rorschach's 2 clay pots were taken out and placed in the middle of the fire, filled with meat and bubbling with broth. In order to catch a big fish, the men hunted hard, but they didn't use all the fish, which was just enough for the tribesmen to have a good meal for a few days. I used to think there were too many bowls, but now I suddenly find that there are not enough to share. I even took out the spoon I usually use to scoop water and used it as a bowl. Even so, it was not enough for each person to have a container. Except for Rorschach, everyone else had to share one container. Everyone also has a pair of chopsticks. If you don't know how to use them, you can hold them in your fist and poke them into the meat like stabbing prey. It is better than burning your hands. Even if you are not afraid of burning your hands, you can't dirty the delicious soup. After dividing the meat in the 2 pots into everyone's bowls, throw in the washed wild vegetables and cook 2 large pots. This is probably enough to fill everyone's stomachs. In fact, the tribesmen have never eaten so much every meal every day as they have this year. No one talks while eating because using chopsticks is a bit difficult and requires concentration. Wild vegetables should not be cooked for too long, just blanch them slightly, otherwise they will taste bad. Even if the tribesmen don't know how to use chopsticks, they still eat quickly. This is a key survival skill. If you eat too slowly, the food in your mouth will easily be snatched away. While Rorschach was still chewing his food slowly, everyone was waiting with empty bowls. They wanted to eat the vegetables in the jar. They didn't care about eating wild vegetables before, they just wanted to fill their stomachs, but now it was different. The wild vegetables boiled in water taste great. The original bitterness is gone, and you can taste the sweetness if you taste it carefully. Paired with flavorful soup. Because it tastes so good, you can't just eat it casually. The tribe members should be divided from top to bottom according to their importance. Rorschach had only eaten half of his bowl, so everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Rorschach had no choice but to put down his bowl and reach out to share the vegetable soup with everyone. We don't have enough bowls. Also, we need a smaller spoon. We can't use bowls to scoop food from the pot every time. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Dao. He felt that if he gave this kind of manual work to him, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Bai Dao nodded. Let's start today. She had figured it out without her saying it. Using one bowl with 2 people made her feel uncomfortable, and she had an insecure feeling of giving her food to others. It's not convenient to eat. Rorschach paused, then added, just focus on making the bucket. You don't need to make bowls, just a few soup spoons will do. I'll make some bowls while I'm making the pots. When we scooped the soup to the back, we found that the 2 large clay pots were not enough for everyone. The tribesmen had big appetites, and the soup could not be divided evenly. After dinner, Rorschach asked everyone to stay seated as she had a meeting. After thinking about it, he asked everyone to stand up and go to the Qingsong statue. As soon as they arrived in front of the statue, everyone's expression changed, becoming serious, earnest, and cautious. Rorschach looked up at the abstract rock painting with an unusually serious expression. Our tribe may or may not welcome new members. If the Big Fish tribe doesn't come, there's no need to be disappointed or worried. Everyone nodded. This was indeed something that weighed on everyone's mind, making them anxious and nervous. If the Big Fish tribe wishes to join ours, none of you may reveal our tribe's secrets to any of them, and you may not mention that secret anywhere. Everyone must abide by this. I want you to swear an oath before the Pine God. All the tribesmen knelt down in front of the statue. The secret of the Song tribe was very important, and Rorschach didn't need to tell them. They also had to swear to the Song God. Only after swearing did they feel at ease, as if the Song God really lived in their hearts and was always watching over them so that they would not break their oath. This restraint makes them feel safe. After the tribesmen finished their solemn oath and stood up, the elders were still a little worried about the 2 children and pulled them to repeatedly reiterate the importance of the oath. This made the two children unhappy, and they raised their heads angrily. "We know we will definitely keep our oath to the god of song. Don't tell us." After saying that, he went to pull Luo Xia and said aggrievedly, "Sister, do you believe us?" Rorschach patted their heads and said with a smile, "I believe it." Chapter 91 All Come. The men went to check the traps while the women went to pull weeds nearby. Rorschach took the fish bones out of the space and placed them under the shade of a tree to dry. The fish spine was split into fist-sized joints, each with its own intact spines, and some unclean fish meat still on top. Two elderly people came over to help, tearing off the dirt on the fish bones and then placing them neatly one by one. This is a trophy they can be proud of for the rest of their lives. "Rorschach, what are you going to do with these fish bones? It can't just be piled up in a corner. Let them air out, string them up with a string, and hang them on your door." Father Changsho's face is full of love. Rorschach laughed. "Don't hang it on the door. I'll keep these for future use. Old objects are always valuable, not to mention the remains of the big fish god. At least she can use fish bones to make needles of different sizes, which have many uses. If it really doesn't work, it would be nice to use it to scare other tribes." When the two old men heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up. They liked to hear Rorschach say this. What Rorschach could come up with was definitely more shocking than their idea of stringing fish bones together and hanging them on the door. It's really exciting. 3 days in a row. Silence. The expectations in the hearts of the tribesmen slowly slid from their peak. Should we send a few people to the big fish tribe to take a sneak peek and see if they've gone to another tribe? That way we can feel at ease. Changsho's father couldn't help it. He was so anxious. If Luo Xia hadn't been acting like nothing had happened all day long, the tribesmen would not have been able to wait even for a day. Come or not come. Rorschach was also anxious, but 3 days was not too long, and it was understandable that he would take a few more days to think about such an important matter. But keeping the troops inactive like this was not in line with the character of primitive people, and the tribesmen could no longer hold back. "All right, tomorrow, Dao, take 2 people over to take a look at the situation. Don't do anything, and don't alarm their tribesmen. Just come back after you've checked the situation." Baidahu sat cross-legged with the unfinished bucket in his arms and nodded. Rorschach added, "It's a good idea to bring back some soil. You know what kind of soil I want." In the past 2 days, she rebuilt the pottery kiln. With the experience of repeated failures and repeated optimizations, this time the kiln was beautiful and easy to use. There's just not much clay left. The man in the white coat nodded again and said, "Then I'll take the bucket with me." The tribe had already dug out a bucket, and Rorschach also wrapped the outer wall of the bucket tightly with straw rope, saying it was for reinforcement. There are holes drilled on the top of the bucket and a rope is passed through it, so you don't have to hold it in your arms, and it is more convenient to carry it in your hand. The bucket became an essential tool for the tribe every day. They had to go to the river several times a day to fetch water for the tribe to wash their hands and feed the livestock. Luo Xia also required water to be used to water the wild vegetables planted on the land. There were many places where water was used. So now everyone is rushing to make the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th buckets. It's not just the bucket, it's the sense of accomplishment that's so full it's about to overflow. If there is a place where the bucket can be used, the sense of accomplishment will be even greater, and it is an indescribable satisfaction. This bucket is just right for carrying soil, which is quite convenient. Luo Xia said, "Let's carry the basket." The basket is light and large. 2 baskets put together are strong. 2 people can carry it back. Baidao, yes. He was so focused on the bucket that he forgot about the more useful basket. However, before Baidahu and his companions had time to set off, someone from the Dayu tribe came to their door early the next morning. It was their chief. The man was alone and first stood at the edge of the forest. When he saw that the people of the Song tribe had noticed him, he walked towards the clearing, which was considered polite. All 16 members of the Song tribe have gathered together. They don't say a word, but just stare at the newcomer. The young chief of the Big Fish tribe felt the pressure. In fact, he had already felt the pressure before he was discovered. He saw strange huts appearing on the open space of Song tribe. They were somewhat similar to the huts of his own tribe, but they were definitely not comparable to those simple, short, and narrow huts of his own tribe. The huts of the Song tribe looked tall, sturdy, and beautiful. In his eyes, they were simply perfect. He saw the pigs and sheep kept in pens. He also smelled a faint and strange fragrance, which caused his stomach to twist and make noises. The patriarch walked up to Baidahu and nervously grasped his weapon. After 3 days of intense thinking, the tribesmen decided to join the Song tribe. Because the people of the Song tribe were able to defeat the gods, they were strong enough, and their gods were powerful enough. After making the decision, they packed up and set off yesterday. They walked very slowly because they were very nervous. They knew that there were only a dozen people in the Song tribe, and they didn't know whether this decision was right. Therefore, the tribesmen camped outside for one night and finally decided that the tribe leader would go alone to conduct the final investigation, so that they would have a chance to regret. "What do you mean you came alone?" Baidahu asked in a deep voice. The last struggle and entanglement in the patriarch's heart slowly unraveled at this moment. He really didn't know how just a few people could live such a comfortable life, but after seeing what he saw now, he knew that the Song tribe really did have special abilities. Joining them is indeed an outrageous but hopeful decision. The patriarch said, "Everyone is here. I came here to tell you. Now I will go back and call everyone over." After the patriarch finished speaking, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the fire from which the fragrance wafted, and then he quickly left. When the chief of the Big Fish tribe disappeared into the forest, the people of the Pine tribe finally cheered. The wait has been answered, and from today on, their tribe will no longer consist of just a dozen people. Rorschach greeted everyone who was excited and quickly ate breakfast. After breakfast, wait for a while. A group of figures gradually appeared in the forest, including men, women, old people, and children, carrying weapons and animal skins, and staying at the edge of the forest tremblingly, not daring to take a step forward. Finally, their clan leader gave the order, "Everyone follow me." About 40 or 50 people then stepped onto the open space and gathered towards the small group of people from the Song tribe. They looked around curiously. "I just feel that the Song tribe, which was able to kill the god of its own tribe, is very different. There is a sense of mystery and weirdness everywhere here." The Song tribe led the members of the Dayu tribe to the statue of the Song god and ordered them to put down their weapons and belongings. There is nothing to say to them until they become one of their own people. Chapter 92, A Show of Power. The ceremony of worshipping the gods went smoothly. Primitive people are not good at using their brains. The patriarch, elders, or other important figures are the brains of the entire tribe, and what they decide represents the opinions of everyone in the tribe. The chief of the Dayu tribe led his people to kneel and kowtow in front of the Chingsong statue, without any resistance or hesitation. His tribesmen were the same as him. At this moment, they tried hard to get rid of the great god engraved in their bones, and sincerely acknowledged that the green pine god was the only god in their hearts. People dare not have two hearts or deceive before God, because they believe that God can know their true thoughts. God hates deceiving his people and will bring down punishment. So, when the people of the Dayu tribe completed the ceremony in front of the statue, swore allegiance to the Song god, and stood up again, the way the people of the Song tribe looked at them changed. These people are no longer members of the Dayu tribe, but members of the Song tribe. However, although they are members of the same tribe who believe in the same God, they are still strangers. They have no hostility towards each other, but there is still a gap between them, and they cannot get familiar with each other in a short time. Moreover, the pressure on the original Song people has not decreased. Their original number was small, and they seemed outnumbered by the 40 or 50 new members. There are no major conflicts within the tribe, but minor frictions are always unavoidable. For example, members will compete with each other for food and mates. For example, like by Dahu, there will be competition for the position of patriarch within the tribe, and in the end there will always be casualties. The two sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere was tense and awkward. Rorschach thought that these people must be properly arranged so as not to shoot themselves in the foot. But she was confident. Primitive people were barbaric but simple. All they wanted was survival, and they would trust whoever could help them survive. She smiled and said, "We are all family now, so let's go sit over there and have a drink of water." It can be seen that the new members are not in good condition. Their lips are chapped and their bodies are thin. They must have not had a good time these days. Wait for them to sit down and then explain the rules of their tribe to them. A large group of people were already confused as to why the person who was speaking was not the patriarch or the elders, but a little woman. But they were indeed dizzy with hunger and thirst, and just as they were about to go to the direction the woman pointed, a weapon whizzed and stabbed in front of their chief, who was also at the front of the team. The lazy and decadent expressions of the original Dayu tribe members suddenly became alert because of the sudden danger. They all stared at the person who threw the weapon with terrifying eyes. Baidahu took big strides and walked out slowly. He came in front of the other tribe leader, stared at him condescendingly, and casually drew his weapon. Both teams were still again, silent, and only exchanged glances. "Are you their clan leader?" Baidahu said that at this moment he felt like one person was blocking a group of people. The young man nodded. "I am Deh." Every leader of the original Dayu tribe was named Deh. No matter what they were called before, they were all Deh when they became leaders. But once they lost their position as leader, they also lost the name Dae. Bai Dahu snorted coldly. The Dayu tribe is gone, and you're no longer the tribe leader. Fight me and see who's more capable. With weapons. This sudden challenge surprised both sides, but no one made a sound. For Dae, this was a request that he could not refuse. If he was challenged to a fight in a formal setting, retreating would mean showing weakness and surrender, which would be despised by others. What's more, although he joined the Song tribe, his position remained unshakable for his tribesmen. He stood at the front of his team, guarding his parents, brothers and sisters, and children. He couldn't say no. No need to use weapons. Dae gritted his teeth. The battle between the men began as soon as it began. Bai Dahu threw his weapon to Song Gang, and the two moved to the middle of the two teams. No one said start, and the two started fighting. There are no fancy gestures, it's just a contest of basic strength. Compared to women tearing hair, men just bend their opponent's shoulders and try to knock them down. There was a huge gap in strength. Daha was no match for Bai Dahu at all. He was easily lifted up and thrown down by Bai Dahu, repeatedly. The tribesmen behind Dae began to panic, but there was nothing they could do. The last time, Dae could never get up again. Bai Dahu said, I know you are hungry now. Let's compete again when you are full. Daha sat up from the ground and struggled to stand up, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. No more competition, I admit defeat. He knew he would lose before the competition, and the outcome was obvious at a glance. He accepted the challenge to prove to his people and the other party that he was not a coward and that he would lose honorably if he lost. He refused the next challenge because no matter how hard he tried, the result would be the same. Some people are born strong, and there is no need to endure another insult. Your weapon, Bai Dahu said. There was a hint of pain in Dae's eyes, but he still turned around and took his weapons from his people, handing them over with both hands. Bai Dahu took the weapon, raised his knee, and with a snap, Daha's weapon broke into two pieces. A man's weapon is his lifeblood and dignity. Daha looked extremely dejected and had nothing to say about Bai Dahu's behavior. The weak have always submitted to the strong. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Dahu came to Luo Xia with the broken weapon, knelt down heavily in front of Luo Xia, and handed the broken weapon to him with both hands. The smile on Luo Xia's face was professional and calm, but the corners of her mouth twitched a little. Ever since Bai Dahu jumped out and wanted to fight with someone, she had been guessing what this guy was trying to do. She guessed that he was competitive and didn't want the original dozen people in his tribe to be overwhelmed by the dozens of people who came later, so she took the initiative to show her power and let the other party know who was the boss here. But she never expected that he would actually kneel down in front of her in front of everyone. Although he and Bai Dahu could now live in peace, his pride had not disappeared, nor had his disgust for himself. That's not at all like something he would do. But at the same time, she immediately realized the weight of Bai Dahu's kneeling. Bai Dahu was the strongest man in the tribe, and he had just defeated the strongest of the new members. When he knelt down, more than a dozen of his tribesmen seemed to have some kind of telepathic connection and also came forward and knelt in front of her. Dozens of new members had no idea what was going on and didn't know who this seemingly weak woman was. However, they respected the strong and followed the strong. Now they were members of the Song tribe, so after a moment of confusion, they also bent their knees. Chapter 93, There is a Witch Doctor. Luo Xia didn't know what Bai Dahu was thinking, but she was still moved by his actions. This was tantamount to telling all the newcomers that she was the most important person in the tribe. She took the remains of the weapon from Bai Dahu's hand and said in a steady and calm voice, Since you have joined our tribe, you must obey our arrangements in the future. Get up, you seem hungry. Eat and drink first, and we can deal with the rest later. After she finished speaking, she looked at Ahe and motioned her to follow her. The two of them entered the cave and took out a large amount of meat from their own space. When he came out, Changsho Abba was dragging out his old voice to ask the new members to support Luo Xia as they supported Song Shun. Someone asked who Rorschach was. Changsho Abba said seriously, Rorschach is the daughter of the god of Pine, a god who has descended upon our tribe. Going against her will is going against the will of the god, and hurting her is hurting the god of our tribe. The former members of the Dayu tribe were shocked and looked towards Rorschach. It was obvious who Rorschach was. It is self-evident why the Song people listened to her, and it is also reasonable that the strongest man in the Song tribe needs to kneel before her. All the things that had confused them in the past were suddenly explained. It turns out to be God, no wonder. Feeling those shocked and fearful eyes, Rorschach had to put on a professional smile, even though his scalp was slightly tingling. The pressure is even greater. The new member was indeed starving. They had hardly eaten anything in the past 3 days. Everyone was completely immersed in the fact that their god had been killed. They were desperate and terrified, and were afraid to go out hunting or fishing. In addition, the tribesmen came here with their families for refuge, and they were frightened and exhausted along the way. After he joined the Song tribe and believed in the Song god as his new god, the fear dissipated a little, as if he had found a supporter and hope again. The hunger in my stomach burst out in an instant. Fortunately, Luoxia had enough food stored in her space. Otherwise, the hungry new member would have eaten the 3 pigs and sheep raised in the tribe alive. Eating is such a happy thing. The new members, who had food and drink, swept away the previous depressed atmosphere, wolfed down their food, and unknowingly their voices became louder and they talked more. There were a few children among the new members, and they immediately started playing with Zhuang and Huanqi. It's a good thing that there are so many more people in the tribe, but it's a bit sudden and Rorschach hasn't fully adapted yet. Many things in the tribe also require more planning because of their arrival, such as how to spend the night tonight. Rorschach moved back into the cave, and the women and children also moved back into the cave with him. Her little room was big enough for Baidahu and a few others to squeeze into, and it was no problem if they just wanted to take a nap. The remaining 2 large rooms were left to Daha to distribute. After eating and drinking, Rorschach asked someone to find a few important new members. Except for 2 children who were running around outside, everyone else in his tribe was in the cave. The ones who came were all those who had names from the original Dayu tribe. Like the Song tribe, not everyone in the Dayu tribe had a name. After all, the life of primitive people was simple. They repeated hunting and eating every day and didn't have much time to think about anything else. In addition to the original patriarch Day, an elderly female which doctor named Kai, and a middle-aged man named Bone. Rorschach introduced his people, including the 2 children who were not in the cave, to the 3 people one by one. There seemed to be a layer of mist in the eyes of the 3 people. Everyone in the Song tribe has a name. The children all have names. That is to say, everyone is important, but how can they remember so many names? After a hearty meal, the original members of the Dayu tribe felt a deeper sense of belonging to the Song tribe. From the abundant food and the water that tasted of rocks, they felt that the Song tribe truly regarded them as their own people, and they also felt that the Juesong tribe was truly powerful and could provide so much food at any time. There are so many of them, and they don't have the ability to let everyone in the tribe eat as much as they did today. Therefore, in front of Rorschach, they behaved very obediently and respectfully. Rorschach originally wanted to give them a long speech, but then he thought that if he said too much, they might not understand or remember it. So he decided to just say something simple and practical. Our tribe has its own surname. We are the Song tribe, so our surname is Song. Everyone's name has the character Song in front of it. Since you are also members of our Song tribe, then from now on, you will also have the character Song in front of your name. The 3 of them looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. They had never thought of adding the name of the tribe before their names before. This was really a great idea. They said, then my name is Song Day. Rorschach nodded and looked at the other 2. You are Pine Bitterleaf, and you are Pine Bones. The 3 people silently recited their new names, their emotions changing in their hearts, a little sad, but eventually turning into peace and stability. Go back and tell everyone else to give themselves a name, so I know who is who. The 3 of them looked at each other again. Does God care about everyone? Who is who? Luoxia looked at Baidahu and said, you will worry about the hunting in the future. We have eaten all the food today. It is up to you how to eat tomorrow. No matter what, the livestock raised by the tribe must not be touched. Baidahu looked at Day and said, go back and tell your people clearly that anyone who dares to take those animals will be thrown out to the wolves. Song Day quickly responded, I know, I will tell everyone. I thought to myself, the Song tribe does have too many rules, and those livestock are more important than human lives. Luoxia looked at the elderly Ku Yi and smiled. Auntie Ku Yi, our tribe doesn't have a witch doctor. It's great that you're here. Aunt Kai was a little nervous because the messenger of God named Rorschach was smiling at her. She had seen the big fish god, but she had never seen a god that looked like a human and could talk to her. Medical skills are very important, Mom. Is there anyone else in the tribe who knows how to do it? I also took care of 2 children. 1, that's all. Now there's only 1 child learning from me. Not everyone can learn medical skills. The old grandmother had carefully selected these 2 children from among her own tribe. They were smart, insightful, and calm. Unfortunately, one of the children did not survive the winter, which broke her heart. She herself did not know how long she could live, and she could not rest in peace if she did not leave a witch doctor for her tribe before she died. There are 2 children in our clan. Mom, please see if they have the aptitude to study medicine. If possible, you can take them in as well. Rorschach was happy in his heart. A witch doctor. He thought about how difficult it was for his people to live without the help of a witch doctor. At that time, he was thinking that he would get a witch doctor back in the spring no matter what. Now I finally have a witch doctor belonging to my own tribe. Chapter 94. I'm not sick. Luo Xia gave Song Day and Song Good to a stone each. They were knocked down from her space, and she specially selected 2 pieces that were suitable for making weapons. The 2 men took the stone and immediately knew that it was very different. They were flattered and thanked him. Luo Xia asked everyone else to go out and do their own things, leaving Kai Ma alone, and asked them to find the 2 children. Medicine is a technical job. Unlike other things, it is not something that anyone can do. It is also related to the life and safety of the tribe members. Before the winter, the tribesmen were injured again and again, which made Luo Xia frightened. Although he asked other tribes for some medicine and the effect of his own space water, the injured tribesmen did not die. But this has always been a major hidden danger in Rorschach's mind. She couldn't always use her own space water to treat everyone. What if she died unexpectedly? Even if she didn't die accidentally, she would die of old age one day. You can't let your clan die with you once you're gone. Medical skills must be developed, and one's own space water should not be used to treat people unless necessary. This will affect the medical effect and hinder the improvement of the real medical level. Anyway, this area of development is very difficult, and she is willing to cooperate to the best of her ability. Zhuang and Huanxi are obviously different from the children of Dayu tribe. They are lively and active, have bright eyes, and talk a lot. They were not like this last year. Before, they were just ordinary children in the tribe. Later, when the tribe suffered a disaster, they became stupid and dull children again. It was only in the last 6 months that the 2 children were brought back home. Now that they have enough food to eat and are well protected by everyone, they feel very safe, and they have returned to being what little children should be. The Bitterleaf witch doctor praised the 2 children with his almost impoverished vocabulary, but it would take some time to see whether they were suitable to be witch doctors. Rorschach gave Aunt Kai a stone pestle that could be used to pound medicine. When seeing Kai Ma out of the cave, they found Bai Dahu guarding the entrance. "What's up?" Rorschach asked. Thinking of the great contribution he had made today, because his unexpected move had instantly stabilized her position in everyone's hearts, she felt a little grateful and said, "Come in. By the way, ask him what he is thinking today, whether he is smart or wants to show off and ensure his status in the tribe." Bai Dahu sat down cross-legged opposite her, his eyes fixed on her arm. Luo Xia immediately sensed it and started looking as well. "She has nothing on her arms. What's so good about it?" I couldn't help feeling a little unhappy and hid my arms behind my back. "Let me ask you, what were you thinking when you did that today? Can that witch doctor cure you? Can she?" Rorschach was speechless. Sometimes when he talked to this person, they both spoke at their own pace and communication was difficult. "I'm not sick." She knew that Bai Dahu was talking about the time when she fainted in the river. Thinking of the plague that had plagued the Song tribe before, Bai Dahu seemed to have determined that Luo Xia had a physical defect. His judgment was correct, but Rorschach always felt that heart disease was something he could not explain. "Just pretend you are not sick. Anyway, I keep drinking space water, and the disease will not occur unless there are special circumstances. It is very likely that in a few years, with the blessing of space water, the heart disease will be cured without medical treatment." Therefore, Rorschach was not worried about his illness. "I know a great witch doctor who can hear the voices of spirits just like you. Maybe he can cure you. Someone who can hear the voice of gods like me?" Rorschach suddenly became interested. Could he be a time traveler like me? What's so special about him? What's special? Bai Dahu thought hard, but he didn't quite understand what Rorschach was asking about. He could only say, "When I was in the Eagle tribe, my parents said he could cure diseases that other witch doctors couldn't because he could hear the voices of the gods." Are there any other differences? Like, maybe you speak or act differently from other people, or maybe you're a little weird like me. Bai Dahu glanced at her and realized that this woman also knew that she was a little strange. "I haven't heard of it." Rorschach still held out hope and asked the witch doctor about his condition in detail. The witch doctor belonged to a more distant tribe. The Eagle tribe had once had some interactions with the witch doctor at a tribal gathering. The witch doctor saved the life of the current patriarch, and since then, his mysterious medical skills have been circulating in the Eagle tribe. According to the time calculation, the witch doctor is now a very old man. It is very likely that they are no longer alive. According to Bai Dahu, Luo Xia couldn't tell what was special about the witch doctor, but the thought had crossed his mind, so he had to confirm whether he was a time traveler like himself before he would give up. Bai Dahu said, "After 2 more rains, when we go to the tribal gathering, we can ask them about it." Primitive people had no concept of years and months, and the most memorable time of the year was the winter, which was the most difficult to get through. It is not known from which generation onwards, but the tribes agreed to hold a large tribal gathering. The main purpose of this gathering was to exchange supplies and find spouses. The tribes agreed that every 2 winters, the 4th heavy rain after the 3rd winter would serve as a signal for the young people from each tribe to get ready and set out to attend gatherings of nearby tribes. This is what Baidahu said. Rorschach took great effort to sort out this matter, thinking that he must not forget such an important matter. It happened once every 3 years, and if he missed it, he would have to wait for 3 years. He must not miss the important event for the young men and women of the tribe. She nodded. I understand. I'll ask the witch doctor when the time comes. Thinking of this, she emphasized, actually, I'm not sick. She didn't like being looked at as a patient. Baidahu didn't listen and couldn't help but say what was in his heart. You are too weak. It's obvious that his arms and legs are weak. Baidahu felt a lot of pressure. He knew that Rorschach was different from ordinary women. She could easily summon a door, and when she entered that door, all the dangers outside had nothing to do with her. Despite this, he still worried about the woman. She is too weak. For this reason, he even specifically asked about it. No one could remember Rorschach's past. After all, she was really useless before. But because of Ahe, everyone knows that there is such a person who is in poor health and weak. Baidahu wondered why a person would be in poor health and weak. That must be a disease. She has now become Rorschach, the tribe's messenger of God, but her health does not seem to have improved, and she is still weak. Being weak means you could disappear at any time. This is unbearable for the Song tribe. Baidahu understood how important Luo Xia was to the Song tribe. If she died, everything would be over. So he knew very well that he had to do his best to protect her. Protecting her means protecting this tribe. Chapter 95. Let's exchange something. Luo Xia was despised by Baidahu again, but this made her certain that Baidahu's coming forward today was not just for the sake of showing off. Of course, he didn't just kneel down to himself. Please discuss with me in advance what you are going to do next time. Luo Xia said seriously that if he had not been calm today, it would have been terrible if he had messed up the scene. After Baidahu left, Luo Xia looked at his arms and legs very seriously. To be fair, she is much stronger than when she first arrived. Such muscle lines would be envied by all women in modern times. You can't even develop such beautiful lines in the gym. Rorschach comforted himself and felt better. The next morning, Baidahu arranged all the men in the tribe, and Ahe arranged all the women in the tribe. They were all leaders and did these things easily. Rorschach is not someone who likes to worry, nor is she someone who likes to hold power in her own hands and enjoy giving orders. With these 2 people, she feels that she has it very easy. Early in the morning, strong men and women left the tribe, and there were not many left. Mother Kai cleaned up the corner where the witch doctor of the Song tribe used to be and started to mess with the roots and leaves, muttering to herself. Father Changsho and Mother Haofu led the newly arrived elderly people to the vegetable garden to pick wild vegetables, pull out the extra weeds, and remove all the small insects on the branches and leaves. Because there were many people and few crops, everyone actively touched every leaf. The children were catching insects nearby, while Zhuang and Huanqi assigned everyone a job early in the morning like little adults, feeding the chickens. But now these 2 little adults are following Aunt Kai to learn about various herbs. What surprised Luo Xia was that Baidahu and Ahe also stayed in the tribe. Rorschach thought about it and thought that they might be worried about him, thinking that he was not very reliable, and were afraid that there would be trouble if there were so many people. Rorschach, is there anything else we can do? If everything's fine here, Baidahu will stay here. I'll take a few people to dig up some clay. Ahe walked forward. She remembered that her daughter asked for that clay yesterday. She had talked about that clay with the members of the Dayu tribe for a long time, but they were confused and thought that clay was just clay, wasn't it? So I didn't dare to hand things over to them for fear of making a wasted trip. Luo Xia wanted Baidahu to go with him. After all, it was still quite a long distance to the Dayu tribe, and it was impossible to walk back and forth in a day, which meant they had to stay outside for one night. Later she thought that it would be better to go by herself, because she had successfully fired the pottery jar last time, so she was sure that there was no problem with the clay. She stored enough clay in her space at one time and got it back in one go. It can also save a lot of people who can do other things. Ahe doesn't like anything that makes his daughter suffer, but Baidahu is different. He seems to think that Luo Xia will become stronger if he does more hard work. However, Rorschach's suggestion was of course the best. She only needed to take 1 or 2 people with her, which would be even safer than staying in the tribe. Now the tribe has new members, but people's hearts are unknown, and we don't know whether they can be trusted. Ahe also wanted to go out with his daughter, but one of her and Baidahu had to stay behind. After thinking about it, it would be better for Baidahu to stay with Luo Xia. Rorschach assigned some work to the tribesmen. They were to find some scattered dead branches and insert them in a circle around the vegetable garden. This would be a fence. Before planting the wild vegetable seeds in the ground, the land was turned over. Now that there are many people in the tribe, it is better to separate it out. If everyone steps on it, the fertile soil will sooner or later be trampled into as hard as concrete. Prepare some more stones and let the idle people in the tribe cut down trees. There is too little land to grow much food. The population has increased several times this year. If we don't plan properly, we might starve in the winter. The bucket also continued to be polished. As for the sink, one sink used to be enough for a dozen people, but now it is not enough, and we need to make 2 or 3 more. Leave the matter to Ahe, and she will pass it on to others. When there are more people, there is pressure to feed them, but there are also people working. Generally speaking, there are more benefits to having more people. Luo Xia and Bai Dao set off in a hurry. Luo Xia was in no mood to dawdle on the road. He was afraid that there would be problems in the early running-in among his tribesmen, so he decided to come back as soon as possible. Without Ahe's protection, Bai Dao's urging along the way did work, and the two of them returned in the afternoon of the next day. On the way back, I happened to meet members of the deer tribe. This time, they came here on purpose. As for the reason, of course it was that the basket they brought back last time was very useful, but now it was broken. Their tribesmen also tried to learn weaving, but after studying for so long without personal guidance, they were completely unable to master it. So they came and wanted a few more to take back. However, what surprised them was that this time, the Song tribe had completely changed its appearance. At first glance, they thought it was a powerful and large tribe. At first they thought they had made a mistake. They walked up to a child and asked him questions, confirming that it was the Song tribe they had visited before. The Song tribe, which was empty with few people in sight, suddenly had several more children and elderly people. They were shocked. Before they came, they were wondering whether the Song tribe was empty and no one was left. I didn't expect that not only did they exist, but their population also increased. The arrival of outsiders made the tribesmen who remained in the tribe nervous. Changshuo's father squinted his eyes and grabbed Ahe, saying, "It's them, from the deer tribe." He recognized the men who had robbed their baskets last time. Ahe's face turned dark in an instant. She let out a roar, and the tribesmen naturally gathered around her, and then walked together towards the outsiders. The group of strong men from the deer tribe who came this time were again a group of strong men who came here while hunting. At first, they were surprised by the strange behavior of the Song tribe, but seeing the aggressive attitude of the Song tribe, they immediately put on the arrogant attitude of a large tribe. Ahe asked, "What are you doing here?" The leader of the deer tribe said, "Let's exchange some things. Your tribe has something to hold things, and we want." He gestured. Last time, they had their eyes on the water container in the tribe, but they were afraid of trouble and did not move it. They regretted it after they returned. Every time they were thirsty, they had to go to the river to drink water. If they didn't want to go, they could only endure it. It was too troublesome. That piece of wood that holds water really saves effort. They do know how to make that thing and have tried it, but it takes too much time to make. After such a long time, they only made something that is barely usable and not as good as others. By this time, the hunting was already completed, and they could move all the good things they liked back to their tribe. Chapter 96. I'll give it to you. When Luo Xia and Bai Da who came back, they happened to encounter their mother Ahe and her tribesmen in a stalemate with the deer tribe. There were about 10 young and strong men in the group, carrying 2 wild boars that had just been killed. They wanted a basket, and also the clay pot that Rorschach and his men used to cook meat. They fell in love with this thing at first sight, and it was perfect for holding animal blood. Moreover, they wanted both pots. If there were more, they would probably want to take them all. In addition, they also wanted to take away all the large and small bowls from the Song tribe, thinking that they would be useful in the future. In view of the fact that the Song tribe has grown in number, they are willing to exchange it for a wild boar. How could Ahe agree to that? If she could exchange a wild boar for 10 baskets, she would think about it, and perhaps reluctantly agree. But you want something else? You wish. Especially, this group of people also want clay pots. That's not what they want. These 2 pottery jars were made by Rorschach with great effort and time. He didn't know if he could make them again next time. Even if you gave her 10 wild boars, she would not be willing to exchange them. The deer tribe is not one to give up easily. As a large tribe with reputation and strength, they are accustomed to dominating smaller tribes. If a small tribe has something they want, they will definitely take it away, whether the other party is willing or not. Even if there are gatherings of multiple tribes, the deer tribe has the priority right to exchange, and other small tribes dare not compete with it. If the exchange partner is also a small tribe, the result is often a concession in the exchange. So, when Ahe said no, His firm attitude instantly angered the elites of the deer tribe. The returning Baidahu joined the confrontation. The deer tribe was a little wary of Baidahu. This man stood out a little too much among the group. Even among their own people, he is definitely the most outstanding one. It's a bit strange that such a person can be found in a dying tribe. But overall, the Song tribe is weak. His original tribesmen were fine. They had confidence in their hearts, especially when they saw Rorschach coming back. They felt even more confident. Even if you can't beat them, can't you escape? But the new members are different. Their own tribe is simply unable to defeat a stronger tribe. Their inner fear of the great horde reached its peak. Besides, looking at the current situation, it is obvious that they are more powerful, so how can we compare with them? Even if he is better than these people in front of him, he still has the entire deer tribe as his backing. They were trembling with fear, and even though they followed Ahe, they did not dare to look directly at the group of people opposite them. Rorschach glanced at the situation from the side and wanted to curse in his heart. It's really hard to be happy for 2 more days. There is no point in continuing this confrontation. The strong men in the tribe have not returned yet. If a real fight breaks out, we will suffer great losses. Rorschach walked forward, stood in the middle, and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be angry. If you really want these things that much, we can sit down and discuss it properly. Who do you think you are? Get out of here." The leader of the other side actually raised his weapon and stabbed Rorschach, but the wooden spear was caught by the man behind Rorschach. The Song tribe suddenly became as silent as death, completely different from the previous atmosphere. The two forces confronted each other, but the other side failed to retract its weapon. Rorschach's eyelids drooped for 2 seconds before lifting again, and a perfect but cold smile appeared on his face again. "You don't know the situation in our tribe. My words are still my word in our tribe. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Since you don't intend to sit down and have a good chat, it's okay for us to just stand and talk like this." Her voice was steady, and she looked the other man straight in the eye. The man was shocked and thought that this was a useless woman, but he was wrong. The look in her eyes did not seem like that of a useless woman. There was no anger, but there was no fear either. "The things you want are very precious to our tribe. 1 wild boar is too little. How much more can you give us?" she asked. The man secretly tried to pull his weapon back, but failed. He was not worried. Even if a fight broke out, there were no more than 2 people who could compete with him. He just had to deal with them before all their people came back. He grinned. "It's just 1 wild boar. Do you want so many?" Rorschach nodded. "Our tribe prefers fair exchange, but if you insist, we really can't help it. Mom, give the deer tribe what they want." Ahe didn't dare to delay. The opponent's weapon was facing Luo Xia. Although Baidahu held it with his hand, she was already very panicked. He hurriedly asked someone to bring all the things mentioned above from the deer tribe. There were less than 10 baskets, only 4, because the women had taken the baskets with them when they went out to pick. In addition, there are 8 wooden bowls of different sizes, 2 buckets, and 2 pottery jars. The big basket is used to put the small one inside, and the wooden bowls and pottery jars are placed in the basket. Both buckets have ropes so they can be carried. Rorschach took a look and said, "No, the pot is easily broken and can't be bumped. Go get some grass." A tribesman hurried over and brought over a large bunch of weeds. Rorschach took out the things in the basket one by one, put wild vegetables under them, and put the things he took out back in one by one. He also stuffed the gaps with wild grass to prevent bumps, being very careful and meticulous. He also warned, "These 2 pottery jars are extremely precious. They will break if touched. Be careful when handling them. Take them home and fill them with water. Put the meat in the water and then place it over the fire. The meat will be very delicious when cooked." "You talk too much nonsense. What do you do with us?" the other party said, but still waited for Rorschach to clean up everything. "Cooking meat with this thing? Cook meat? I don't know what's going on, but after hearing what she said, I'll take it back and try it." The people of the deer tribe compared the sizes of the 2 wild boars and threw the smaller one to the ground. When they left, they looked at Baidahu with a smug look. Luo Xia watched their backs as they left and said to himself, "When our tribe becomes a large tribe in the future, I must ensure that my people will make fair exchanges with other tribes." Ahe stepped forward, took her hand, and whispered, "Rorschach, are you okay?" Rorschach shook his head. His heart had probably grown stronger after being frightened a few more times. It was beating violently at that time, but he controlled it. "I'm fine." She turned around and looked at everyone in the tribe and smiled warmly again. "Everyone go do your own thing. We can discuss other matters after everyone comes back." Everyone saw that her expression was complicated. After being yelled at again by Ahe with a dark face, everyone quickly ran off to do their own things. Rorschach turned to look at the direction the deer tribe members had disappeared in. "It's probably too late to go back to your tribe, right?" Chapter 97 Catch Up. There is a saying that goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. I want to have a good discussion with you, but you stab me with weapons? Rorschach's determination to kill was made up at that moment. The deer tribe was not a tribe worth associating with. At least this group of people gave her the feeling that there was no need to interact with them. When the other members of the tribe came back and heard what happened today, they all fell silent. They were not there at that time. But if they are, what can we do? Will we clash with them? Rorschach took back the unbaked food and began to eat anxiously. There are more people in the tribe and more bonfires. Those who share the same bonfire with Rorschach are all important people in the tribe. She made arrangements while eating. We can't let those people go back. They took advantage of our tribe last time, so it's only natural that they would come again this time. Everyone put down the meat in their mouths. Without the clay pot, they had to go back to their previous way of eating. They felt a little empty in their hearts and had no mood to eat. Rorschach's words made them feel moved. What did they mean? The deer tribe is relatively close to ours, but they left us in the evening. They definitely can't return tonight, so they're probably staying overnight on their way back. Let's set out immediately after eating and seize the opportunity to kill them all. If we don't kill them, when they return, the deer tribe will know that we have more good things here, and endless exploitation will await us. It's better for us to take the initiative and kill them first. Young and middle-aged people are the most important resource of a tribe. If we kill all the 12 or 13 people in the group today, it will be a huge loss even for the deer tribe, which is a large tribe. Song Dae and Song Gutu were fidgeting, looking left and right. The people around them were all natives of the Song tribe. After hearing what Rorschach said, they looked serious and seemed to be thinking seriously. The two suppressed their uneasiness and thought about it. It was true. Although that group came from a large tribe, there were only a dozen of them. If they could gather more than 20 people from their own tribe, they would at least outnumber them. No matter what, they can't be allowed to go back. As they were thinking, Rorschach looked over. Dae, Gutu, while we're away, the tribe is in your hands. Protect everyone. We'll be back by noon tomorrow at the latest. Song Dae and Song Guoto's eyes gradually widened. Rorschach, don't we two need to go? Song Dae asked. He and Bonefather are the best among their group. If they don't go, who else should go? Luo Xia said. No, this matter does not require a lot of people. Too many people will cause a lot of noise and may even hurt our own people. We are a small tribe and cannot afford any more losses. Rorschach didn't explain to the two of them, letting those who needed to understand know. He got up and went to find Bitterleaf Annie by another fire, asking her if she had any poison or anything. Song Dae looked at Bai Dao. Then, who is going today? Bai Dao ate the meat in big mouthfuls. Listen to Luo Xia. Whoever he says is the winner. Luo Xia got a packet of snake powder from Aunt Bitterleaf and carefully tucked it into his waist. He also called several young men and women from his original tribe, including Bai Dao, Ahe, Song Gang, Song Kong, Yuan Xiu's father, and himself, 6 people in total. Just these few, leave a few reliable people in the tribe. In case of any unexpected situation, someone has to calm everyone down and delay some time. This matter will be left to Changshu ABA, Dajiao ABA, and others. The 6 men prepared their weapons and set off immediately. Song Dae and the strong men in the tribe sent them to the edge of the forest. Luo Xia asked them to go back and protect everyone. Seeing Luo Xia and his companions about to leave, Song Dae called out to them and took a step forward. I'll go with you. He didn't know what the 6 of them could do, but according to his own experience, it would be a bloody battle of life and death. He couldn't even think of a possibility that the 6 of them could come back alive. He is not a coward and does not want to hide behind. Since he has joined the Song tribe, he should share life and death with them. Luo Xia saw the desire in the eyes of the former tribe leader, walked back, raised his palm and placed it on his shoulder, and said with a smile, Not this time. I will leave the tribe to you. We will be back soon. The group watched the 6 figures quickly disappear in the forest and felt very uneasy. Many people wondered, what if he didn't come back? Song Dae took a deep breath and whispered, Let's go back. Everyone, keep your eyes open tonight. Absolutely nothing can happen. Rorschach handed the tribe over to him, and he had to do a good job. 6 people were still a bit too big a target, so Rorschach asked 3 of them to go into the space to rest. He and Bai Dao and Song Gang were traveling together. Bai Dao and Song Gang are very familiar with the road to the deer tribe. Although there are no proper roads in the forest, after walking there many times, they have agreed on the best route. They avoided the conventional routes, but always stayed near the road, taking more remote routes to observe in case the other party was also on guard. Sure enough, they also found the pedestrian near the agreed road. They were closer to the Song tribe than they had expected. Perhaps it was because Rorschach treasured the two pottery jars so much at that time that he was afraid of breaking them, which inadvertently slowed down their speed. Dahu saw the fire on a big tree a few hundred meters away and determined their location. Then he sneaked closer, found a big tree a few dozen meters away from their camp, and climbed up secretly. Sitting on a big tree, you can be sheltered by the dense canopy and see the deer people's every move through the gaps, and even hear their words. The deer tribe people took out the pottery jar and used it. As Rorschach said, they filled it with water, put the meat in, and then built a pile of firewood around the pottery jar and roasted it. They didn't know the trick and didn't know what cooking meant. They were used to eating raw meat and drinking blood, so they started eating meat without even heating the water. Despite this, these deer people still seemed to have discovered a new world. Rorschach opened the space and felt that it was not stable to stand on the tree. It would be better to stand on the flat ground, especially in his own space. What do we do now? Yuanxio's father asked. According to observation, the deer tribe people are not completely defenseless, otherwise they would not have chosen such a remote place. There were also people guarding nearby, getting up and checking around every once in a while. They must also be afraid that the Song tribe will gather people and catch up. But they never expected that the Song tribe had indeed caught up with them. But there were only 6 people, 3 of whom they could not see yet. Chapter 98, The Best Bait. Yuanxio's father had a keen nose. He sat on the tree and sniffed for a long time. Then he returned to the space with disdain. Those people took such a good thing and completely ruined it. I couldn't smell anything at all after such a long time. I remember that the aroma of meat really caught the big fish. It definitely won't work if we let these deer people do it. Ahei turned his head and asked, "Have they gone to bed?" Yuanxio's father sat down cross-legged. "Half of us will sleep, and the other half will keep watch." It can be seen that the other party is not as confident as when he was robbing, and still feels a little guilty. Ahei said, "Let's dig a trap. When they get up tomorrow and start their journey, they'll fall into it. Just like the giant deer at that time." Song Gang quickly shook his head. "We have no prey. If we had known earlier, we should have taken the wild boar they left behind and put it in the trap. Maybe it would have worked. But it's not possible now. It's not convenient to go out hunting in the middle of the night." Song Kong was injured while catching the giant deer at the time and was not very clear about the situation. He wondered, how long will it take to dig the trap? What if they don't go this way next time? They started discussing it seriously. Rorschach said hurriedly, "We won't be setting traps this time. Let's use other methods." As for what method to use, she was thinking about it. Basically, it is a trick of defeating the enemy with fewer troops and taking them by surprise. She took out the snake venom powder given to her by Kai Andy from her waist. This thing was wrapped in the skin of some unknown beast. It was quite heavy and a black ball. She carefully opened it, took a look, and then carefully wrapped it up again. The powder is very fine, so don't get it everywhere. She doesn't want to get poisoned. Aunt Kai said that these were made from the venom of poisonous snakes. If they were put into people's mouths, noses, and eyes, they would be fatal if the amount was large enough. Ahei said, "I heard that the Big Fish tribe, the old Big Fish tribe, liked to smear snake venom on their weapons. The weapons would injure the prey, and even if the prey tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to run far. The men of the Big Fish tribe were not as strong as those of other tribes, so they had to find another way." When Ahei said this, everyone's expressions brightened. Yes, poison. Poison them to death. But how to apply the poison? Each of them will deal with one, and there are still many left. If one escapes and goes back to inform the Lu tribe that it was the Song tribe who killed them, the Lu tribe will probably bring their entire tribe to kill the Song tribe tomorrow. Dahu said slowly, "If we can put it in their food." Song Gang, how to put it in their food? Yes, how to put it in their food. Rorschach was also thinking about this question. After thinking for a while without any result, she felt that she couldn't just focus on poisoning, so she changed direction. If we can separate them and defeat them one by one, how can we lure them away from the fire without making them suspicious and nervous? Rorschach decided to let everyone come up with an idea together. Song Gang immediately said, "Pray." But Song Kong immediately refuted him. "How can I not be nervous when there are wild animals around in the middle of the night? I don't even know where the dead are." That's right. There are not many beasts in the forest that are weaker than humans. You never know when a few tigers or a pack of wolves will come, and anyone would be scared. I really hope a group of jackals, tigers, and leopards will come and bite these bastards to death. After another round of deep thought, Ahei glanced at everyone and said, "If we want to lead them away from the fire, there is another way." Rorschach asked hurriedly, "What's the solution?" Ahei, a woman who is left alone. Everyone sat up straight, as if they had been kicked. This was indeed a solution. Although the main way to find a spouse is through intertribal marriage, There are also unusual ways, such as knocking out women from other tribes and carrying them back. The reason why it is unusual is not that this method is rejected and despised by the tribes. On the contrary, if possible, each tribe would like to take back more women. After all, no tribe would dislike having too many women. More women means more population. What's more, the women taken back do not need to be exchanged with women or food from their own tribe. There is also a certain unwritten understanding between the tribes. If a lone woman is picked up by another tribe, she belongs to them and they will not be asked to come back. It's a blessing from heaven. Unfortunately, it is also because of this that women in each tribe are extra careful and go out in groups. Generally, there will never be a woman left alone. Picking up a woman and bringing her back is rarer than bringing back a tiger. So, Ahe was right. If one wanted to lure that group of people away from the fire willingly, a lone woman would be the best bait. Now there are 2 women among the 6 people. The men's eyes fell on Ahe. Ahe's age is not the best, but she is also a middle-aged woman. She looks stronger than most women and seems to be good at giving birth. She is the type that men will fight for. She can definitely go as bait. Rorschach said, "No, I'll lead them away, and then you can seize the opportunity to put the poison into the pottery jar. There is water in the clay pot. It would be best if they chased each other for a while and then felt thirsty when they returned, so they could drink the water directly. Once the drug takes effect, we can start our own work." Everyone looked nervous. It would definitely not work to let Rorschach be the bait. Rorschach said, "I have a space. I am the most suitable person to do this. I can enter the space at any time. If it was my mother Ahe, she would have been caught by them sooner or later. So many men could even catch a tiger, let alone a woman. So it must be yourself." After hearing what she said, everyone's nervousness was relieved. Indeed, as long as Rorschach entered the space, she would be safe and no one could catch her. But the men looked at her embarrassedly, finding it difficult to speak. Baidahu said, "You don't look like you're alone, but rather like you've been abandoned by the tribe. I'm afraid they won't take you that seriously." Without considering her identity as a messenger of God, this is the case based solely on her appearance. When someone takes a woman away, the main purpose is to have children, and the second is to work. All of these require a strong body. After all, there are many cases where women die during childbirth or the fetus is too weak to die in the womb. It might be a loss to snatch back a weak woman like Rorschach, so the other party might consider whether it is worthwhile to chase her in the dangerous dark night. Baidahu's words immediately angered Ahe. She angrily said, "Luo Xia is very beautiful. She will never be abandoned by our tribe." Baidahu remained calm and said, "I'm talking about the bait now." Rorschach rubbed his brow. Damn it, he got hurt again for no reason. But we can't say that Baidahu is wrong. "Don't worry, I have my own way," she said. Chapter 99, Lead Away. Rorschach's method is to hide his face and disguise his voice. Her original voice is more feminine, giving people a soft feeling. Since primitive people like women who are as strong as men, she might as well install one for them. She cleared her throat and rubbed it. "What do you think of this?" The voice coming out of the petite girl turned out to be a man's. The tribesmen jumped up from the ground and retreated one after another. Their frightened looks were very funny. Rorschach laughed. "Don't be afraid. I'm pretending to be that voice." The sound is normal again. Everyone was skeptical and took hesitant steps back to their original place on the ground to sit down. Baidahu spoke in a low voice, his eyes alert, as if ready to attack at any moment. "Are you a man or a woman?" He couldn't help but glance at her chest, but Rorschach was wearing clothes and couldn't see anything. "Female. There's a man inside you?" Song Gang was very cautious. Although Rorschach was a god who was sometimes male and sometimes female, was also very scary. Rorschach was somewhat pleased with herself. It seemed that her voice change was very successful and everyone was completely fooled by her. "I'm a woman, and there's no man living inside me." The sound of a person's voice can be changed. As long as you control your vocal organs and master certain techniques, you can produce different sounds. The tribesmen only understood half of what Rorschach said, but they didn't care much about their half understanding. After all, they just couldn't understand what Rorschach said sometimes, but they were used to it. As long as she is still Rorschach and her body hasn't been taken away by someone else, that's enough. Yuanchio's father sighed softly. "I've heard people talk about birds before." Rorschach: "Yeah, pretty much the same technique." Everyone thought, "You might as well speak bird language, it doesn't sound so scary." Rorschach said, "How about I stay silent and use the sound I made just now to lure them away?" Baidahu: "They won't risk their lives for a man this late. They're more likely to defend themselves and wait for the other side to attack first. Because they don't know the other party's background, most people will not act rashly in dangerous situations." Rorschach: Didn't I sound like a strong woman just now? Although the voice is masculine, if you listen carefully you can still tell it's a woman who sounds very much like a man. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. If that's the case, it's a stretch. But there's something indescribably strange about it. Dahu spoke again. Why do you have to pretend to be a man? Can you make a normal sound? I'm not pretending to be a man. Don't men like women who are as strong as men? Everyone. There was some misunderstanding involved, but it was a little difficult for the primitive to explain to Rorschach. They like strong women, but not women who look like men, because men cannot have children. Everyone looked at Ahe again. Well, she was indeed somewhat manly. This is even more difficult to explain. Dahu changed to a woman's voice. Rorschach was also a little speechless. It turned out that men have had a lot of things to do since primitive times, wanting women to do this and that. She didn't really understand what men were thinking, but after analyzing the overall situation, she realized that a soft and gentle voice was very useful to modern men, but not to primitive people, who didn't want love, only reproduction. When it comes to reproduction, strong women are definitely the most popular. If you don't want to use a man's voice, then a female voice with strong energy that sounds very energetic can be chosen. She took a deep breath and spoke again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Dahu made the decision. That's it. After saying that, he looked at Rorschach deeply, and no one knew what that look meant. Several people came down from the trees again and moved towards the deer tribe camp as quietly as possible. Luo Xia and the others split into two groups, which made Ahe very nervous. She originally wanted to act with Luo Xia, but Luo Xia was afraid that some people from the deer tribe would stay behind. There were not many people on their side, so it would be safer to gather their strength. Her own danger might not be greater than theirs. Everyone except Ahe was also nervous, but they were not as obvious as Ahe. Dahu thought for a moment and whispered, "If you can't escape, just pretend to obey, and we will definitely come to rescue you." Rorschach nodded. Submission was impossible, and there was absolutely no way she could not escape. She would be scared to death if she fell into the hands of a group of male savages. She found a place to hide and waited for a while, thinking that her mother was ready. Then he stood up and took a deep breath. "Dad." A loud and tentative female voice came from the dark forest. Of the 12 people in the deer tribe, 6 were lying on the ground and sleeping, while the other 6 were holding their weapons with their backs to the fire, protecting their sleeping tribesmen and today's harvest behind them. When they heard the sound, everyone's ears moved suddenly, and the men on the ground sat up suddenly. "Dad, is that you?" The young woman's voice came again, bright but timid. A group of men listened with their ears tilted and looked at each other, with uncontrollable excitement in their eyes, but did not take immediate action. They were trying to judge whether the other party was a single person or a group of people. "Dad," the voice sounded again, this time much weaker, and seemed a little frightened and hesitant. After a while, there was a rustling sound of bushes over there. The sound was fading away, and the voice was single. It was a person. "Chase after them." The men jumped up, grabbed their weapons, and ran in the direction of the sound. But after chasing for a while, 3 more of them retreated. They had to guard the things so that they could send information to the tribe members in time, if anything happened. The 5 people hiding in the darkness on the other side exchanged glances. There was worry and guilt in everyone's eyes. Although they had no choice, they deserved to let the god of their tribe take risks. Dahu whispered, "Let's move." By sprinkling the medicine into the clay pot, everyone's goal is achieved. But there are still 3 people left, and they can't make any noise, otherwise the rest will notice. Several people slowly moved closer, the closer the better, so that they could kill the enemy with one blow. They shook their weapons. The 3 people from the deer tribe were still looking in the direction where the woman in front of them made her voice, and had no idea that several black figures were approaching little by little behind them. Then suddenly, they heard a sound behind them, and before they could turn around, something pierced their bodies. One was stabbed directly in the neck, and the other 2 were hit in the chest. The one stabbed in the neck couldn't make any sound. The other 2 wanted to shout, but 2 pairs of arms grabbed their necks from behind and twisted them violently. 3 men grabbed the shoulders of the 3 dead deer tribe members and dragged their bodies away, while the remaining 2 hurried forward and poured all the poison given by Rorschach into the pottery jar. After doing this, they immediately left as if nothing had happened. Chapter 100 Don't Mind. Dahu and others retreated to the place where they separated from Luo Xia. They agreed to meet here after finishing their work. They waited for a long time and almost couldn't wait any longer, so they left to look for someone. Then the deer people came back one after another. They became more and more disappointed because none of them could catch the woman, and they couldn't help but curse out loud with gnashing teeth. Ahe had been counting the number of people from the deer tribe. When she counted to 9, Her shoulders slumped and her whole body felt exhausted, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. The more fiercely the group of deer tribe members cursed, the higher the corners of her mouth rose. They didn't catch their daughter. From their mumblings, it was clear that they hadn't even seen the shadow of their daughter. After cursing for a while, the deer tribe members picked up the pottery jar and drank the water. Each of them took a sip, and everyone drank it. After finishing the drink and putting down the pottery jar, the leader remembered to count the number of people. He didn't seem to be very good at counting. He just pointed at a few people here and there, and became more and more confused. At the end, they realized that there were indeed 3 people missing. Did the 3 of them capture that woman? She won't come back now. One of them said angrily, and the others took it seriously. They cursed, and then sat down. They didn't plan to look for it, and they would come back eventually. Luo Xia came back very late. After entering the space, she didn't dare to go out easily. Those male savages were really scary. They rushed towards her like wild beasts. She didn't even have time to run a little further before she hurried back into the space. After circling the space for a few times, he finally counted from 1 to 5,000, thinking that it should be about time, and then he reluctantly came out of the space. When they returned to the meeting place, all the deer tribe members were finished. When the anxious tribe members saw them start to hold their stomachs and cry out in pain, they immediately jumped out to finish them off. At this moment, I am dragging these bodies away and then going to find Rorschach. Rorschach's failure to return made them wonder, what if she sprained her ankle somewhere, or got lost somewhere? Can't delay any longer. Then Rorschach returned. She gave a thumbs up in admiration for her tribesmen's efficiency. Everyone put the things they had looted from their own tribe and the remaining wild boar into the space, extinguished the fire, destroyed the ashes, and covered it with a layer of dead leaves. No one could tell what had happened here. As for the corpses, they don't need to worry about them. There are many scavengers in the forest. Let's go. There's a smell of blood nearby. I'm afraid it will attract wild animals. After everything was done, everyone had a faint smile on their face. They had done it without getting hurt at all. Luo Xia nodded slowly. She did not see the process of the deer tribe people being killed, and she didn't even have time to take a look at the corpses. So many lives were gone now. There was a feeling that it wasn't real, and my heart was a little tight. She took a deep breath and said, I didn't mean to be so ruthless, but you're going too far. If you let us do this, you'll eventually drive us into despair. Remember to trade fairly next time you're reincarnated. By Dao, what are you talking about? Rorschach shook his head. Nothing. I'll go back and tell everyone in the tribe what happened today and pretend it never happened. Let the deer tribe make all kinds of guesses. No matter what, they can't guess that it was the Song tribe that got rid of these people. The Song tribe is now too weak to be suspected by them. Let's go. She was about to leave, but she didn't want to be caught by the wild beasts that came to look for food. What if the deer tribe comes to ask us for things again in the future? Song Kong asked. Are you going to do this every time from now on? If they are willing to exchange with us, then we can exchange what we have with each other peacefully. If they rely on their large numbers and tribe to rob us, I don't mind gradually reducing their large tribe back to a small one. They were a long distance away from the deer tribe's camp, and the night was still dark, so they slept in the space until dawn. When they rushed back to the tribe, it was still a long way from the before noon that Rorschach had promised. The tribesmen had spotted them early and rushed forward to greet them. They saw that they were carrying wild boars, baskets, buckets, etc. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the 6 people for a long time, but couldn't see any injuries. Immediately, the tribesmen burst into astonishing cheers. They won. They took back all the things that were stolen, and even carried back the wild boars of the deer tribe. Everyone rushed to carry their things back, and then rushed to the river to fetch water with buckets. Halfu Amma quickly made the fire burn brighter. She saw that the clay pot had been brought back. Rorschach liked to eat cooked food. Everyone was in the tribe and hadn't gone out yet. The noise was so loud that it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Bai Dahu and Ah followed the order and did what they were supposed to do, just like before. After a while, the tribe gradually quieted down, and the tribesmen swept away the haze in front of them and went out with smiles on their faces. Although I don't know how they did it, but considering that a dozen of them were able to kill the big fish god, it seems that getting rid of those 12 people should not be impossible. Yes, Rorschach is a god. She must have supernatural powers that ordinary people don't have. Song Dae did not go out hunting with the others. Instead, he sat with Luo Xia and the others and reported his work nervously and seriously, but ended up speaking in a somewhat confusing manner. The tribe was calm last night and nothing happened, but the tribesmen were very worried about Rorschach and no one slept well. Luo Xia nodded and said, That's good. Gather everyone together tonight. When the deer tribe came yesterday, everyone should pretend that nothing happened. If anyone asks, don't tell them. Songdae nodded and thought to himself, those people are indeed gone. A trace of strength seemed to emerge from the bottom of her heart, and Rorschach also felt that she was indeed different from others. This tribe is truly protected by gods. Luoxia had already eaten in the space and was not hungry at this time. The meat was already cooked in the pot, so she asked Songdae and others to share it. She went back to the cave to sleep. She would get irritable if she didn't get enough sleep. Songdae had never eaten cooked meat before. He had only smelled it on the day he joined the Song tribe. At this time, the thing with the strange fragrance was right in front of him. He stared at the clay pot and drooled, but he also felt a little uneasy, feeling that he was not worthy of eating such delicious food. What else can I do? He asked. There are many things to do in the tribe. When Rorschach got up, he saw a busy scene. The women who stayed in the tribe were squatting in front of a big mud pit making mud bricks, but the sizes and shapes were a bit different. Rorschach was a little helpless. It was not impossible to use them if you didn't pursue perfection, but you should make a mold later. After all, mud bricks of the same size are more useful. Several older men were sawing trees. The children ran around helping. Rorschach walked to the livestock pen. 2 pigs and a sheep had been completely untied. There was some grass in the pen, and they were eating it leisurely. There were still the same 3 animals, not a single one more. There was no way. Suddenly, there were so many more people in the tribe, and food was not as abundant as before. Of course, there was no way to keep livestock alive. It will be fine after a while of adjustment. Sister, you slept well. Zhuang ran over and said happily, are the wild vegetables we planted ready to eat? Chapter 101. It's a pity to have a long mouth. Following Zhuang were 3 children from the Diyu tribe, who were about the same age as Zhuang and looked at her timidly. Ah, sister. They didn't dare to shout loudly. Zhuang immediately refused and shouted, you should call her Luoxia. This is my sister. Luoxia laughed and raised his hand to give Zhuang a slap on the head. What are you talking about? We are all from the same tribe, brothers and sisters. You call me sister, so of course they can call me sister too. Unity is very important for a tribe. When people first come here, they feel like they are living under someone else's roof. We need to let them integrate into the tribe and truly regard this place as their own home. Zhuang pouted in grievance and went forward to hug her legs. Sister. He just wanted his sister to like him more and was afraid that someone else would compete with him for his sister's favor. She took Zhuang's hand, then took the hand of another child and led them to the vegetable garden, saying, Zhuang is already a little man. The other brothers and sisters have just arrived. You should take better care of them. Zhuang became happy again when he heard that his sister said he was a man now. He broke away from Rorschach's hand and walked in front to lead the way, talking nonstop as he walked. Sister, our wild vegetables are ready to eat. They're delicious. I picked some leaves and tasted them. How about we cook them in a pot? Put a few stones in the pot and cook them like that. He loved eating it that way. The 3 new children looked cautious, but envy could not be hidden in their eyes. Zhuang has a name. Zhuang is so talkative. He is so awesome. Huanqi also has a name, and she can talk a lot once she opens her mouth. They are all so amazing. Rorschach never thought that activating the language system of his tribesmen would become a point of envy for others. The vegetable garden has been surrounded by a fence, leaving a half-meter space as a gate. Looking at it this way, it has a very civilized feel. Some wild vegetables are already mature when picked, and there is no change when they are planted in the same space. However, when they are transplanted outside, the changes are visible to the naked eye, and some have already begun to produce seeds. As for the grain seeds taken out of the rat's mouth, they are still just small seedlings. Sister, you eat. Zhuang very skillfully plucked a leaf from the rhizome of a wild vegetable to give to Luoxia to taste, and considerately wiped it on his leather skirt. Rorschach. But the little guy did a lot of things like picking leaves and eating them. She didn't hesitate and took the leaf and put it in her mouth to savor it carefully. Before last winter, I ate a lot of wild vegetables, including this kind of wild vegetable. It was considered the most delicious among most varieties. But when I eat it now, there is an obvious difference. The leaf fibers have become tender and the bitter taste has become less. Those that have been raised in space water are indeed different. It's delicious. Zhuang was very proud, as if all this was his credit. Rorschach smiled and said, Zhuang, what do you think? Delicious. So delicious. Don't underestimate it because it's small. You can still tell whether it tastes good or not. Then you can't eat them secretly. Sister is saving these wild vegetables for the seeds. Aren't they planted to be eaten? Not this year. I'm going to collect seeds this year. When we have more seeds, we can grow more wild vegetables next year. Then we can eat as much as we want. The 3 new kids pursed their lips. Zhuang had let them taste this wild vegetable before, but they didn't notice how delicious it was at that time. Now they wanted to eat it, but they didn't dare tell Rorschach. Rorschach also said that it cannot be eaten and the seeds must be collected. Sister, I've seen this kind of wild vegetable elsewhere. Although I don't know why they call these wild grasses and vegetables, it's better to call them that. Seeing how precious Rorschach was to her, he thought this thing was very rare in her eyes. But in fact, it was not rare at all, it was everywhere. Rorschach patted the child's head and said, "Yes, there are a lot of wild vegetables like this out there, but the ones we grow ourselves are different. We want to make them taste better. Do you have a name for them?" When the child heard about the question of his name, he looked at her blankly and shook his head longingly. Rorschach intended that everyone have a name, not only adults, but also all children. Everyone must have a name, and everyone is important. She thought about naming her 3 children, but then gave up. After naming the children, she still had to choose dozens of names herself. Choose a name for yourselves. Remember to tell sister when you've chosen one, okay? The 3 children were left alone. Should we let them do such an important and difficult task on their own? Rorschach thought this was a good idea and would be very helpful in encouraging everyone to have a name of their own. She had already told Song Dae and the others to choose their own names, but she hasn't heard anything yet, so she doesn't know whether they have chosen one. Tell them tonight that they should tell me their name when they see me next time. In this way, everyone will be more motivated to give names, and it will also be easier to recognize people. After looking at the vegetable garden, Rorschach let the children play by themselves. I went to the cave and moved some clay out. 2 pottery jars were enough for a dozen people before, but now it is not enough at all. While the clay was being filtered, Dahu appeared from nowhere and inserted a short weapon into the pile of clay. What? Rorschach pulled it out and took a look. This weapon was small and exquisitely made. The handle was slightly longer than the palm of his hand. The front end was more complicated to process. A part of the middle of the wooden stick was hollowed out and the diamond-shaped stone was embedded most of the way in, leaving the sharp end outside. The place where the stone end would meet has been polished to make the arc as smooth as possible, which makes it easier to penetrate the prey. It was tied with the tendons of some unknown wild animal, and the wrapping was tight and strong. The wood was also carefully selected, neither too light nor too heavy, and the weight balance between the head and the tail was just right. She began to like it as soon as she held it in her hand. Carry it with you at all times. If a foreigner approaches, you can stab him in the throat. Rorschach was delighted and was about to be moved when the man said, "You can only use weapons like this. You can't lift anything else." There was a hint of disdain in his tone. It's a shame this man has such a big mouth. Chapter 102. This distribution is not acceptable. The Song tribe also became busy at night. It was no longer the same as before where people would just sit and wait to go to bed after coming back from hunting and gathering. After returning, the tribe still has a lot of things waiting for it. For example, felling trees and making various utensils are tasks that take time and effort. But everyone is happy to do it. It is much more interesting to do it yourself than to sit and wait for bed. What's interesting is that even though they still have to work after returning, they feel much stronger than before, their mood is much better, and they even look forward to the next day's life starting soon. After a busy period, it's time to eat. After arriving at Song tribe, the distribution of food has also changed. It is still distributed according to work. Those who work more will get more, but they will not get more than they can finish. The most important thing is that the Song tribe will try their best to ensure that the elderly and weak in the tribe are well fed. These groups were not seen in the tribe before. If there is extra food, they will be given some, and if there is none, they will starve. After all, they are no longer of much use to the tribe. After finishing work in the evening, Rorschach gathered everyone together for a clan meeting, and everyone listened. Rorschach told everyone to give themselves a name they liked and was easy to remember, and to tell her their name when they met her in the future so that she could remember everyone. Everyone was stunned, and many people felt that they might not have understood what was said. Was that true for everyone? Do you want people like them who are old, useless, and even forgotten by everyone? They dare not speak. The weak have no right to speak. Finally, Rorschach said that everyone should pretend that the deer tribe had never come to the tribe and not mention it to anyone in the future. Everyone understands this. Rorschach and his men did something to take back things that belonged to the tribe. That would definitely be bad for the deer tribe, so this matter must never be told to anyone. At night, the tribesmen fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow. Rorschach couldn't sleep, so he settled accounts in his own space. Of course, what counts is not money, but food. There was not a piece of meat or a single vegetable in the space. Balance, none. There was another pile of fish bones. There is also a pile of firewood. There has been no food left in recent days. She also noticed during dinner that there was enough food at her own fire, enough for everyone to have a full meal, but this was not the case at the other fires. There are still a large number of people in the tribe who do not have enough to eat. This made Rorschach a little anxious because primitive people were simple and food was the most important thing to them. The Big Fish tribe has just surrendered, but a sense of belonging has not yet been established. It is better not to doubt the original choice just because you are not full. Nowadays, more people go hunting and more people go gathering, but correspondingly, there are also more people waiting to eat. My tribe and the original Big Fish tribe do not have a large proportion of young and middle-aged people. Planting cannot be developed in a short period of time. If she can receive enough seeds this year, she will be very satisfied. Next year will be the time to vigorously develop planting. So what else could she do to get more food for the tribe? Her small branch drew circles in front of her face, and her eyes looked around in the space, finally landing on the fish bones. I have always wanted to make a few needles, but I have been too busy these days and have not had time to do it. I can make 2 and send them out tomorrow to see who has time to help me make them. The new arrivals were all shirtless, both men and women. Some of them, seeing how the Song people dressed, wanted to imitate them and tied animal skins around their upper bodies. But it didn't look good, and it was hot and heavy. But no matter what, it can be seen that they are still willing to put on clothes. I took the time to find 2 skilled people in the tribe and teach them the skills of making clothes. People in the tribe, especially women and girls, still have to wear clothes. Rorschach's thoughts drifted, and then he remembered the time when he went to look for herbs, and when he came back he was surrounded by women from the snake tribe, who exchanged his sweater for a piece of rabbit skin. Therefore, humans have a natural preference and pursuit for wearing clothes or for beautiful things. So she can swap, make clothes, and then exchange them for food with other tribes. Yeah, that's it. Once you have an idea, you don't have to worry about it. Rorschach came out of the space and wanted to take a walk outside. The cave outside was full of women and children, not only Zhuang and Huanxi, but also the new children. The 2 rooms outside could not accommodate so many people. Luo wanted the members of the 2 tribes to communicate with each other as soon as possible, so he let their children sleep together in the cave. She was careful not to step on anyone or wake anyone who was sleeping. When I came out of the cave, I found it was raining, but the rain was light. She remembered the agreement between the tribes that a big gathering would be held after the 5th rain. Big gathering, what a great opportunity. Rorschach, why are you up? Ahe also got up and came to her side. Mom, shoo, don't make a scene. Ahe laughed and said, it's not that easy to start a quarrel. It's raining. She stretched out her hand to catch the raindrops outside the cave and said, it's too small to count. What doesn't count? This rain is too light to be considered rain. Oh, do other tribes usually have food left over? Rorschach asked. She knew almost nothing about other tribes. She only saw her own tribe, which currently had nothing left. Of course, the strong people in each tribe will get more, so there will definitely be more than they can eat. Having said that, Ahe couldn't help but look at his daughter a few more times, hesitating whether to say something. What's wrong? Rorschach, should we change the food distribution in our tribe? At least your food. The tribesmen regarded what Luo Xia did as the will of God, and no one except Bai Dahu dared to question her words. However, since the new members joined, Ahe discovered that Luo Xia no longer stored food. Moreover, Rorschach also tried his best to ensure that the elderly and weak new members had something to eat and did not go hungry. Ahe felt that this was done to make the new members' hearts turn to the Song tribe more quickly and let them know that Rorschach accepted them. But, isn't this a good idea? There were only a dozen people in the tribe before, and everyone could understand why we had to let everyone survive. But the situation is different now. If we take care of everyone, especially the elderly, then there will not be enough food for others, especially those who have made great contributions to the tribe. They could have received more food, but now their food is distributed to the weak. In the short term, no one will be affected, but over time, the strong may feel uncomfortable. The tribe does not have food every day. The strong often have their own food reserves, which ensures that they can survive longer than others in harsh conditions. But Rorschach's current way of distributing food broke his original habits. In Rorschach's eyes, it is fair and humane, but in the eyes of primitive people, it is nothing but a waste. Chapter 103, Take It for Exchange. Ahe didn't dare to object to Luo Xia's meaning, but at least she had to store more food for herself, and Luo Xia's food must be enough. As Rorschach listened to his mother's words, he gained a better understanding of the tribe's survival. Even if it is a tribe where people address each other as father, mother, brothers, and sisters, it is still cruel. There is competition between tribes and also within tribes. In the same tribe, the strong ones have more food than they can eat, and can even use the food to please women and give alms to any poor person in their tribe. Some people don't even have food. Therefore, no matter how weak the tribe is, there will always be people with surplus food. In the Pine tribe, Rorschach should be the one with more food than he can eat. But now that she has given away all the food, everyone feels uneasy. Luo Xia pondered for a moment and did not accuse his mother of the wrong idea, because there was no way to accuse her. He smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I will work hard to ensure that everyone in the tribe survives." But some elderly people can no longer do anything, and it is time for them to give up their resources so that young people can survive. They are willing to do so, as this is tradition. Rorschach shook his head and said, "That won't do. I'm counting on the old man to help me." Ahe was stunned. "Let them help you?" "Yes, they can be of great help." Ahe stopped talking and said that useful people have the right to live. After talking with his mother, Rorschach returned even more determined to change. The primitive people's way of survival was too cruel. She needed food, and plenty of it. The next day, after those who had gone out had left, she gathered the remaining people together. Those who stayed in the tribe were all old people and children. Of course, she and Ahe were exceptions. Ahe needs to protect her, but her strength is not going out to collect. She counted and found that there were 8 children and 12 elderly people. Except for the 2 old men from their own tribe, the other old men seemed a little panicked and rubbed the mud on their hands nervously. In fact, they were not without things to do. These days they were digging holes and making mud bricks according to Rorschach's requirements. But these things cannot bring food to everyone, so they are not of much significance in the eyes of primitive people. Changshoaba asked, "Rorschach, why did you ask everyone to come here?" Rorschach asked an elderly woman holding a child to come out and ask, "Mom, have you chosen a name for yourself?" The old woman was so scared. This was the god of the tribe. It was the first time she got so close to it and looked at, what a delicate little girl. I don't deserve a name, so I don't want one. She has only had her name for a few days, and she is already counting the days. Every extra bite is a profit. Luo Xia smiled and said, "Look at what you said. I should have a name for you when I see you in the future. Otherwise, if I call you from far away, the other ants will think I am calling them. Just call me Grandma Ci." Looking at his kind face, this name is very appropriate. Grandma Ci? The old man was muttering. Rorschach nodded and looked at everyone. In fact, everyone is in good health, much better than modern elderly people. Those with poor health have long been eliminated, but it is not easy for them to go hunting when they are old. At this age, people should not call their parents dad or mom, but grandpa and grandma. However, there is no such term in the tribe because the elderly will be eliminated and most people will not live long. Everyone hurry up and give themselves a name. Everyone wants one. Then he turned to Grandma Ci and said, "Grandma Ci, the children in the tribe are now in your care. You have to take care of the children in your arms and the children running around on the ground. Count the number of people every day and don't let them get lost." Zhuang Zhuang shouted loudly, "Sister, we won't get lost." Luo Xia smiled and said, "Yes, Zhuang Zhuang, you also have a mission. You were born and raised here. You have to help Grandma Ci and take care of your younger brothers and sisters." Zhuang Zhuang was still a tiny kid, but he thought he was an adult. He nodded seriously and said, "I understand. But I didn't grow out of mud. He was born by his mother, although he no longer remembers his mother." Luo Xia couldn't help laughing and said, "Yes, you didn't grow out of the soil. Take everyone to play nearby." Rorschach then asked everyone if anyone was good with their hands. 2 people responded, a man and a woman. The old man said that he used to love making weapons and was better at it than anyone else. Even the best hunter in the tribe asked him for help in making weapons. Even though it happened a long time ago, it can still be considered as being dexterous, right? The old lady is also very skillful. When she was young, she could twist grass ropes quickly and well. The grass skirts she made for herself when the weather was hot were also the strongest and most beautiful in the tribe. Rorschach was very satisfied and asked the others to continue with their work. He kept the 2 people and gave them names. The old father is called Grandpa Mu and the old mother is called Grandma Chiao. Rorschach took out 2 animal skins and 2 thin pieces of stone from the space and gave them to them. "Be careful, this stone knife is very sharp. Don't cut yourself," Rorschach warned. The 2 men held the stone pieces and were amazed in their hearts. Such stones are very rare. Rorschach said, "What I want you to do is delicate work. Look at the hide on me. Isn't it very light and thin? I actually used this stone knife to slice the hide into 2 layers like this." She shook the hide, spread it out, then pinched the edge with her fingers and cut it open bit by bit with a blade-thin stone. The 2 old men looked at each other. This was indeed a difficult and delicate job, and they were a little doubtful whether they could do it. Rorschach said, "This thing looks difficult, but you just need to try more. You just need to be patient and not impatient. I think you can do it. Whether it is weaving straw ropes or making straw skirts, not to mention making weapons, it is something that requires thought. People who are willing to put in the effort will not be impatient." She gave the leather to the two and asked them to try it themselves. "We'll cut these skins and make clothes for our own people. I'll take the rest and exchange them for food with other tribes." The two of them are still together, changing food? I suddenly felt excited. Okay, let's try, but if we damage it, how can you learn it all at once? Isn't it normal to make mistakes while learning? Go ahead and cut it. If you make any mistakes, you can just make clothes for our own people. The two of them felt at ease and threw themselves into the task with full concentration. After Rorschach finished his arrangements, he hurried to burn his pottery. The children gathered around to watch. They were very curious about this thing with fire in its belly. Rorschach asked them to light a fire for him and passed on to them the little experience he had finally acquired. Chapter 104 should be edible. Luo Xia had failed countless times in pottery making before, but now those failed experiences had become her treasures, allowing her to accumulate experience. Especially today, there were a few apprentices following her, and when she explained to them, she went over what she had learned again in her mind and sorted out the details that she had not noticed before, making her mind clearer. Yesterday, I made a lot of pottery embryos, pottery jars and bowls. After leaving them for a day and a night, the moisture inside has basically dried up today. However, you can't bake them on a high fire all at once. You have to use the lowest fire to bake them slowly. During the drying process, you can pick out many cracked ones. After eliminating these, the success rate of firing the remaining ceramic embryos on a high fire will be much higher. This is a time-consuming job. The first step, shaping the pottery blank, is the least time-consuming. The latter steps, such as drying, baking, and firing, all take a lot of time, and not all of them will be successful. Today they just went about drying. When the tribesmen who had gone out came back with today's harvest, Rorschach felt that it was almost dried. Only then was the second batch of ceramic embryos replaced and continued to be dried. Because there were tribesmen on guard at night, she was not worried that the fire would go out. However, she had to repeatedly remind the tribesmen not to put too much firewood in at one time, and just a small flame would be enough. Today the men were divided into two groups, one to hunt and the other to fish. The fishing skills of the new members are far superior to those of the original Song tribe. Especially today, they caught two big fish as long as Rorschach's arms. In the past, they would release such big fish. Not only did they release them, they also asked the big fish god not to be offended. They believed that any large fish were descendants of the fish god and therefore could not be eaten. But now the big fish god himself is dead, and his own people no longer believe in him. This big fish is a huge harvest, so there is no reason to release it. The men on the other side also had a good harvest. They captured a deer and checked the traps, but there was nothing. Many times, the prey that fell into the trap would escape. The women's goal was to collect fruits, and of course they also picked some edible wild vegetables along the way. There were not many fruits, but they brought back 2 large baskets of wild vegetables. All in all, today's harvest was generally rich. Rorschach was also very happy. She watched with the children while the men processed the meat. The tribesmen don't eat internal organs. They think they are poisonous, so they just dig out such a big lump and throw it away. Luo Xia used to think it was a waste when she saw it, but she also felt that her tribesmen were right. The internal organs were where toxins gathered. It was said that it was best not to eat the internal organs of domestic chickens that lived for a few more years because they were poisonous. Of course, it is best not to eat it when you are eating raw meat and drinking blood. Later, I made my own clay pots. At that time, I had enough meat to eat and never thought about eating offal. Now, with more people and clay pots, would boiling animal organs make them less poisonous? Aren't there many things that are less poisonous when cooked, like pufferfish and poisonous mushrooms? Thinking of this, she stood up and dug out the heart, liver and lungs from the discarded internal organs, then pulled out her dagger from her waist and cut off the excess. "Sister, what are you doing?" The children immediately surrounded her. "These, maybe you can eat them." "No, you'll get sick if you eat it. Being sick is a terrible thing, almost equivalent to death. Maybe it's okay to cook it and eat it later. I'll give it a try." The man handling the entrails was stunned. The other man said hurriedly, "The fish." "Rorschach, fish don't have any edible guts. The internal organs need to be cleaned thoroughly. There are many water containers in the tribe now, but not so many that we can waste water casually. The wild beasts that have been processed in the tribe are generally not cleaned because everyone thinks that blood is a tonic." Rorschach put the internal organs in a basket and was about to go to the river. He looked around and saw that there was no one idle except a few children. He thought he would go alone. After all, the river was not far away and he would be back soon. The children wanted to follow her, but she asked them to keep an eye on the kiln and not let them follow because it was a bit dangerous. After walking a few steps, I heard heavy footsteps coming quickly behind me. I turned around and saw it was Baidahu. Baidahu frowned and looked unhappy, but he didn't say anything. He snatched her basket, paused for 2 seconds, and then stuffed the basket back into her hands. Carry it yourself. Rorschach, you don't have to follow me, it's okay. She is weak, but she has space. Besides, if there is something that cannot be solved, she can shout by the river and people here can probably hear her. Baidahu said, let's go, it's getting dark. By the river, Rorschach struggled to sort through the pile of offal. The giant deer was huge, and its offal was also huge. There was no problem in eating these offal for 5 people for a whole day. As long as the toxins are removed, all that remains are nutrients. The internal organs are rich in minerals, such as iron, which can replenish blood. Baidahu sat nearby and watched Luo Xia standing in the water, squeezing and pressing these internal organs, busy and having a lot of fun. Tell me where you're going next time, in case someone from another tribe sees you and takes you away. Rorschach chuckled. Don't worry, they saw I was skinny and weak and just turned and left. Didn't you say that I look like someone abandoned by the tribe? Although it sounds ugly, it has its advantages when you think about it. It's safe. Baidahu's face darkened again, and he said in a deep voice, you're such an idiot. If you don't give birth to a child, can't I just pick it up and eat its meat? The daughter of the god of song is such a fool. She doesn't even know that men not only want to reproduce, but also have the most basic animal desires. Besides, if people knew you were a goddess, that is even more unimaginable. I know. Rorschach carried the basket ashore and squeezed out the blood and water from the internal organs. That should be enough. This Baidahu has a gloomy face all day long and is quite nagging. She glanced at Baidahu's cold and hard expression and couldn't help laughing. It was actually quite cute. On the way back, Baidahu was annoyed that Luo Xia walked too slowly, so he took the basket reluctantly. The two of them returned to the tribe as quickly as possible. Luo Xia entered the space and took out her 2 pottery jars. After the new members came, she basically didn't use this jar to cook meat, for fear that the strong smell would make the tribe members uneasy. The jar was filled with space water and placed on the stone in the middle of the fire to start boiling. Rorschach used a stone knife to cut the internal organs into as few pieces as possible so that everyone could get a piece. Even if the internal organs are poisonous, the toxins can be ignored after being shared among dozens of people. Put 3 stones in each clay pot to add a light salty flavor. The aroma of the cooking was indeed rich and wafted far away, so that everyone in the tribe could vaguely smell it. Chapter 105. It might be different. When distributing food, Rorschach specifically emphasized to several small leaders that everyone must have food, as each person was of great use to her. After chatting with her mother Ahe last night, she realized that her mother might not be the only one who had such thoughts. Her mother was just worried that her daughter would not have enough food. Others might feel that they had paid too much and received too little, and felt unbalanced. The most likely people who have such thoughts are the small leaders who share the same camp with me. The reason why they can share the same fire with me is that they are more capable than others, and they are the best in the tribe. After the food was distributed, everyone sat by the fire and started eating their food. Under Rorschach's nose, everyone's food was similar. While eating, they stared at the clay pot with their eyes wide open. It smelled so good. How could it smell so good? Rorschach said, almost done. Ahe and Baidahu stood up, pinned the pottery jar's ears with wooden sticks, and placed it aside. The new members stretched their necks and leaned their bodies towards the pottery jar. The people from the Yuansong tribe were calm. They continued to eat the meat in their mouths without looking around, but they were actually so proud that they were flying with joy. Haven't you eaten it before? But we already ate. Look at you guys, you've never seen anything like this. Rorschach said, let the meat in this jar cool down a bit and give some to everyone. Children can just take a small piece to taste. Eating too much offal is poisonous, so it's completely fine for everyone to eat a little. It's good for the body. Yes, there are benefits. Kai's mother said excitedly. The power of living things is hidden in their internal organs, but you can't eat too much. The human body can't bear it and will be devoured. Eating less will allow you to absorb the power of other beasts. Everyone said, oh, and believed it very much. Rorschach swallowed the last bite of wild vegetables and looked at everyone. The current conditions in our tribe are still very difficult. The others around the fire were shocked. How could this be called hardship? It wasn't hard at all. This kind of life would be considered quite good in any large tribe. However, Rorschach asked for the food to be distributed fairly, so some people felt a little stretched. Rorschach added, but this is only temporary. Our tribe will gradually become stronger. We will have endless food, and everyone will have their own spacious, comfortable, and warm house. Everyone forgot about eating and looked up at her, their eyes full of longing. At this moment, Rorschach deeply understood why his boss in modern times liked to make big promises so much. It helped to unite people and consolidate strength. It's a pity that my boss is just good at making promises. I started to support him like crazy at the beginning, but later I became disappointed. In the end, I just learned the pattern of you talking yours and I smiling, but not listening. She couldn't be like her former boss. She had to get things done. She smiled and said, "It's not easy to realize a dream like that. I need the strength of everyone in the tribe, whether you, the elderly, or children. For a small tribe like ours, losing any one person would be a huge loss. Our lives are a little harder now, but as long as we are here, there will be hope." Everyone nodded solemnly. The goddess was right. Rorschach then began to share his thoughts. The men hunted as much as possible to provide enough food and animal skins for the tribe. The women did the same, collecting as many fruits and wild grasses as possible. The extra wild vegetables could be dried and cooked in jars in winter to use as food. The old people who stayed in the tribe were responsible for building houses and processing animal skins. Rorschach would teach them how to make clothes. The clothes they made could be taken to gatherings to exchange with other tribes for more animal skins, and then they could ensure that all the members of their tribe had clothes to wear. The task of feeding the livestock is left to the children. The wild boars and sheep are now quite docile, and all we need to do is add water and grass to them every day. And those pheasants are now half grown and can no longer be kept in cages. We have to build a covered shed for them to prevent them from flying away. The day of eating eggs is just around the corner, and it's something to look forward to. After all the arrangements were made, everyone felt a little painful to listen to. Songshin's daughter was really talkative. She talked for a long time without saying a word, but they themselves felt as if they didn't remember anything. Rorschach stopped and looked at everyone. "Do you all know what you are going to do?" Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unsure. "Got it." Seeing them like this, Rorschach told each little leader what they should do one by one. Everyone only needed to remember what they should do, which was simple and clear. After saying this, Rorschach pointed at the 2 pottery jars and said, "It's almost done. Give everyone a piece to try." She also picked a piece to try. The offal had been cooked for a long time and was extremely tough. It choked her throat when she took a bite and was not as fragrant as it smelled. But the tribesmen enjoyed the meal very much. It was the first time for most of them to eat cooked food. The taste was beyond their expectations. It couldn't be said to be very much to their taste, but the aroma was really tempting, and the light salty taste was very fascinating. Before going to bed, Rorschach specifically instructed the tribesmen who were on night watch to keep the fire in the kiln burning, neither extinguishing it nor letting it burn. The ones keeping watch were the new members. They were flattered by the tribal gods and vowed to keep the fire. Before going to bed at night, Rorschach carefully observed his condition. He was relieved to find that there was no bad reaction after eating those internal organs. Ahe knocked on the grass door, which was what Rorschach called knocking on the door. "Mom? What's wrong?" Rorschach let his mother in. Ahe's face was kind in the darkness, but Rorschach couldn't see it. "Nothing much. I just want to tell you that everyone is particularly happy tonight." "I can see that." Ahe was also very happy, so he came in and talked to his daughter. Rorschach smiled and said, "I will work hard to make sure everyone lives a good life, including my elderly parents. They've worked hard all their lives, and now that they're old, they deserve to enjoy themselves. Can't they? Letting someone die when they are old is cruel and sad." Ahe's heart moved, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch his daughter's face. She was getting older, and one day she would be too old to leave the tribe. She had never thought about how she would die in the future, but now, she felt that she might die differently from her ancestors. "Rorschach, my daughter, I'll pick out a few more men for you at the tribal gathering." Ahe was a little excited and spoke. Chapter 106 Salt Refining. In the following days, the clan was busy. Originally, there were only 3 houses, but gradually, they became 10. The tribesmen could finally stretch out their bodies and sleep comfortably, sheltered from the sun, wind, and rain. Luo Xiao's pottery making was also very fruitful. He not only made pottery jars, but also many pottery bowls. The tribe members unknowingly began to use pottery jars to cook food. In particular, the wild vegetables that they used to hate were very delicious after being boiled in boiling water. As long as the timing was right, the vegetables tasted good and less astringent. As a result, the tribe's diet expanded, and wild vegetables, which were rarely eaten before, became one of the main foods, greatly reducing food pressure. Rorschach made needles out of fish bones. One fish bone was very long, So she used a stone knife to cut off the thinnest part of each bone, bit by bit, to the length of a finger. The needles were just the right thickness and the hardness was just what Rorschach wanted. The most troublesome thing was the eye of the needle. Rorschach picked out the stones in the space, picked out small stones with sharp edges, and ground out the eye of the needle bit by bit. She originally wanted to assign this job to another member of the tribe, but in the end she found that only she could do it because her hands were the most flexible and the calluses on them were the thinnest. Unfortunately, it was still difficult to sew animal skins with fish bones, and they would break easily if not carefully. There was no other choice but to use the old method, which was to poke holes in the skin with sharp stones or wood, and then connect them with ropes. Because these were clothes to be exchanged, Rorschach had stricter requirements on the workmanship and the stitches were finer. Comparing the sizes of Baidahu and Ahe, it is very simple. Those who have more resources to exchange clothes must be powerful people in the tribe, and their bodies cannot be thin and weak. After the houses were built, everyone devoted themselves to making clothes and pottery, hoping to exchange these things for other things from other tribes, or even get more women. After Rorschach taught his tribe members everything, he was still busy and moved the rocks out of the space. He had already used up one basket, and there were still 2 baskets left. Because salt is very precious, Rorschach always keeps it in the space. Every time he uses a clay pot to cook something, he only puts 2 or 3 pieces in. The salt content is not high, and the water boiled with 2 or 3 pieces of rock has an almost imperceptible saltiness, but it is this almost imperceptible saltiness that makes the water in the clay pot taste different. This salt rock is excellent, but it takes up too much space. Since his own space was not large, Rorschach planned to extract the salt from the rock. The extraction method is also simple. Just put the rocks into a clay pot, add water, and boil it. Boil out all the salt in the rock and dissolve it in water. There will definitely be some salt left on the rock. Leave it, and you can still use it. He continued adding rocks to the clay pot until the water in the pot was saturated with salt. However, the clay pot was not a glass container, so it was difficult to tell whether it was saturated or not. Rorschach would dip a branch in the salt water to taste it, and would stop when it felt too salty. Remove the rocks from the clay pot. The bottom of the water is full of rock debris. Let it settle for a while until the debris settles to the bottom. Then carefully pour the water on top into another clay pot. Repeat twice. When there is almost no residue under the water, you can put it on the fire again and continue to boil. As for the 2 clay pots with residual brine, they were placed there and could be used when cooking meat and vegetables in the evening. In such difficult times, people were reluctant to waste even a little bit of salt. Cooking is a time-consuming task, but the children are happy to do it. They find everything Rorschach does extremely strange and interesting. So she left the task of watching the fire to the child, and she started another pot and continued to put the remaining rocks into the water. Sister, what are you doing? Are we going to cook this for dinner? Zhuang was drooling with greed, so he picked up a piece of boiled rock and put it in his mouth. Unfortunately, the taste was very light, and there was no taste at all after he inhaled it for a while. This isn't what we're going to eat tonight. I'm making salt right now, which means extracting the salt from the rocks. Extract. The children were puzzled, but they felt very sad when they saw the water in the jar getting less and less. Sister, there's no more salt left. What should I do? No, there's no water. You'll know when you cook it to the end. Sure enough, as the water evaporated, the liquid in the jar began to become sticky. The children didn't know why this happened and shouted in surprise. They all know that when water dries up there is nothing left, but it turns out there is still something inside the water when it dries up, just like meat becomes small and hard when it dries. Rorschach took a wooden stick and stirred the clay pot, then turned down the fire a little. He cooked it for a while, but could not continue. Remove the clay pot from the heat and set aside to cool. Sister, what's in here? It's salt. After the water evaporates completely, the white substance left behind is salt. That substance is extracted from these rocks. The children looked at her with innocence and ignorance in their eyes. Although they saw what their elder sister did, what she said was still too difficult for them to understand. Rorschach, just remember that this is how it's done. When she was asked to explain the principle, the children didn't understand, and she couldn't explain it clearly. In the end, only the bottoms of 3 pottery jars were left after boiling 2 large baskets of rocks. Rorschach dug out the crystals, placed them on large, clean leaves, spread them out, and placed them in the sun to dry. It was a thin layer and didn't need to be exposed to the sun for a long time. Rorschach didn't dare to walk far away for fear that the wind would blow it away. Soon, fine white salt appeared. She took the leaves into the space. There was no wind in the space, so she could safely use a small broom made of thin grass stems to sweep the salt into the ceramic bowl. The salt on the 3 leaves makes a bowl of salt in total. Luo Xia held the bowl of salt and marveled at it for a long time. This bowl of salt was as white as snow and more precious than silver. And it doesn't take up any space, you can put it anywhere. But I also lamented that it was not easy to produce such a small amount of salt from 2 large baskets of rocks. And when there were 2 big baskets of rocks, it seemed like a lot, but when it became just 1 bowl, it seemed too little. There was too little salt, and she wanted to store more. Moreover, if it were to be exchanged, the exchange value of salt would be much higher than that of clothes, and it would even be more popular than pottery jars. After all, everyone is used to eating raw meat. Pottery jars are practical, but not a necessity. But salt is something that can be eaten, and it is also a fascinating luxury. That night, Rorschach suggested that she go to the rock source and live there for a while. Chapter 107, I Feel I Will Suffer a Great Loss. By Dahu and the men from the tribe who went out hunting took Luo Xia and Ah He to the location of the rock. Song Dae and others couldn't understand why Rorschach could be left in such a remote place. Aren't they afraid of something happening? Not only will various wild animals appear in this place at any time, but members of other tribes may also appear. After all, this salty rock has an extremely strong attraction to both humans and animals. Dahu was also worried, but Luo Xia said that he would only come out when collecting rocks and would stay in space at other times. He asked Baidu how to bring people to pick them up in 5 days. Now, in order to prepare for the tribal gathering in the near future, everyone in the tribe is very busy, so this arrangement is the only one. As Song Dae and others left the cliff, they kept looking back. Dahu, is this really okay? I still couldn't help but ask. Rorschach is indeed a god, but she is also a god in flesh, and if she is not careful, Dahu said, you don't need to think too much. Luo Xia is the daughter of the god of pine. The god of pine will protect her. Although Song Dae and others are believers in God, they are still full of doubts about Dahu's words. Although God will protect mankind, it doesn't mean that humans can do nothing. But facing Dahu's momentum, no one dared to ask too much, as they could see that he wouldn't say much. But the people in the tribe who were closest to Rorschach believed that there was no problem, and they were still worried about the mess, which seemed a bit troublesome. That's it. I hope Rorschach and the others are okay. After the tribesmen had gone far away, Luo Xia and Ah He immediately took action. They chose a place with the most rocks, pulled away the rocks on the top, and took the ones at the bottom, because the rocks at the top would often be licked by wild beasts, and when it rained, the rocks on the top would be washed away first, and the salt content would definitely not be as high as the ones at the bottom. Once the rocks are moved into the space, we can focus on extracting salt. 5 days later, Dahu led his tribesmen to pick up the 2 men. The whole tribe breathed a sigh of relief, as the 2 men were fine. When everyone saw Rorschach bring back a bowl of white salt, they couldn't help but cheer. They already knew that this thing came from rocks, and it took a lot of rocks to get a little bit out. But if they put a little bit with their fingers into the jar, the whole jar of water would have a taste, which was much more useful than putting a few large pieces of rocks. The bowl that Rorschach brought back was a huge fortune in their eyes. They didn't know that there was another jar in Rorschach's space, and there were also several baskets of rocks filled in the space to be brought back, so that they could continue refining when they were free. It was a rare opportunity to go there, so they couldn't waste anything. After the 3rd rain, the tribesmen became even more nervous. Rorschach had no experience in gatherings, but the elders in the tribe had experienced them many times and urged them to prepare quickly. The finished clothes and pottery were either tied with ropes or wrapped with wild grass and finally put into baskets. Rorschach took inventory and found 12 pottery jars, 25 pottery bowls, and 15 sewn leather garments. She thought about it carefully and took out half of the things from the basket. She decided not to exchange these because they were too many. Taking out too many treasures for exchange will give people the impression that these things are easy to obtain and not worth much. Besides, their tribe is small, and even after merging the Dayu tribe, it is still the smallest tribe. They cannot be too reckless. Too many treasures will easily attract the attention of large tribes. Just 2 days after the 3rd rain, the 4th heavy rain suddenly arrived, pouring down on us. It rained for a whole day and night, making it dark and gloomy. The tribesmen felt extremely satisfied, comfortable, warm and safe when they stayed in the house. Although the roof was leaking a little and rainwater from the ground flowed in through the door, the house was damp. But these can be ignored in their eyes. In the past, it was common to be unable to find shelter from such heavy rain and to be left in the rain until it stopped. I am so happy to have a house now. Rorschach was a little upset by the damp feeling in the house. He had to find a way to improve the roof, and as for the ground, he could build a slope after the rain stopped to let the rainwater flow out instead of flowing back into the house. It's better to be in a clean and refreshing space. She rinsed her muddy feet and wiped them dry with a piece of leather. Since the weather got hot, she stopped wearing leather shoes on her feet. It was hot and inconvenient. She felt more secure walking in the forest often because her feet were firmly on the ground. Moreover, her feet are very adapted to going barefoot and have thick calluses, so she doesn't feel any pain on her feet and feels free and comfortable, so she doesn't really care about shoes. But today she wanted to get herself a pair of straw sandals because she really hated getting her feet covered in mud on rainy days. So while it was pouring rain outside, she fiddled with the hay in the space and actually made herself a pair of rough straw sandals. After wearing them and walking around, she actually felt a little uncomfortable with the feeling of wearing shoes. I had some free time later, and I couldn't help but feel excited when I thought about setting off to attend the tribal gathering after the rain stopped. It was like the feeling of going on a long journey when I was a child. My heart was filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a little nervousness and timidity, which created a very fresh feeling. The goal of this trip was simple: to send out the women of the tribe who were of the right age, and then bring back women of the same age. This was a major event for the continuation and expansion of the tribe. Then comes the exchange of goods. The tribe will not exchange food, but will exchange things for more food, which can be stored in their own space. A large area is left empty for this purpose. Only with sufficient food reserves can we have the energy to develop breeding. After breeding and planting develop, a virtuous circle can be formed, achieving self-sufficiency, and then continuing to expand our tribe. When the number of people in the tribe reaches a certain level, they will leave the forest and go to a wider area, raise more livestock, plant more land, and build more houses. Her eyes fell on the baskets and pots in the corner. The basket was filled with salty stones, and the clay pot was full of salt. The purpose of this gathering was also to exchange salt. But those rocks could be taken out and exchanged, but they were very heavy and it would take a lot of effort for people to carry them. It would be very troublesome if there was any emergency. I don't want all the tribesmen to know about the space. If too many people know the secret, there will always be some uncontrollable developments, which is unsafe. So, she wanted to carry the pottery jar directly to trade, as it was light and easy to carry. But the more she looked at the clay pot, the smaller it seemed, and the less salt there was in it. I know that this salt is pure and concentrated, but can I guarantee that people in other tribes know the value of this salt? Perhaps in their eyes, the jar of salt was not as good as the basket of rocks, because the basket of rocks did seem to be a lot. No, she couldn't take the pottery jar to exchange, as she felt she would suffer a great loss. Chapter 108 Rally. Primitive people probably think that more is better and bigger is more advantageous. Don't talk about them. I am the same in many aspects in modern times. I just want bigger and more expensive things. I think they are better. So, I exchanged a jar of salt for. If someone were to exchange a wild boar with you, you might even suspect you were at a loss. Moreover, packaging is also a problem. There are no suitable containers nowadays. Primitive people mostly use leaves and grass leaves. Important things are probably wrapped in animal skins, but these are still too dangerous for tiny particles like salt, which can be spilled accidentally. It would be troublesome to sell so much salt to different tribes or even different individuals. She picked up a rock and tossed it in her hand. Sure enough, it was still heavy. Most people who don't know the truth would really feel relieved and would habitually think that it has more weight. So she still asked her tribesmen to carry several large baskets of rocks to exchange? No, change your mindset. Rocks are just containers for salt. If you find it too heavy and inconvenient, then just change the container. Lighter containers. Rorschach looked at the firewood piled nearby. Completely dry firewood is very light and has strong water absorption, which allows salt to be absorbed on it. Right. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Now time is running out. Rorschach hurried out of the space. Ahe and Haofu Ma were drowsy in the cave outside the grass and wood gate. Since they had built enough houses, they sent the children away to prevent them from discovering Rorschach's secret. Rorschach woke up the two men, entered the space, rummaged through the dry firewood pile in the space, and dragged out the wood of suitable size and loose wood. He picked up the stone axe and chopped it randomly, cutting the big wood into small pieces. Rorschach lit a fire in the cave. Pottery jars were scarce, so they would be placed in the cave after each use. Rorschach had just taken out water from the space, filled the pottery jars with water, placed them on the fire, and then took out a pottery bowl filled with salt, sprinkled a handful of it into each pottery jar, and then put the broken wood in. Ahe and Haofu's mother watched helplessly as Rorschach threw the salt he had extracted with great difficulty back into the water. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed that the wood was inedible. Heartbroken. What are we doing? Rorschach, boil the salt into the wood, and we'll carry the wood to trade. Something always feels wrong, but since Rorschach said to do it, it must be right. The commotion here attracted the attention of Baidao, who came over in the rain to ask what was going on. After learning that Rorschach was going to boil the salt into the wood, Baidahu was silent for a moment and said, "Why didn't you boil it directly into the wood from the beginning? Boil it in the stone, boil it to make salt, dry it. Then throw the dried salt into water and boil it in the wood. Actually, can't we just boil the stones and wood together at the beginning?" Rorschach couldn't help but glare at him. Okay, you're smart. How can your linear thinking understand the twists and turns in my mind? But after thinking about it, he explained his thoughts again. Although they were primitive people, they could understand each other if they communicated more. Sure enough, after Rorschach's explanation, everyone understood. Rorschach was right. If they were presented with the same thing, they would definitely choose the bigger one. They even felt bad for boiling so much rock into such a small thing. Before the rain stopped, 3 baskets of wood with salt were cooked, the water was carefully drained, and when the weather cleared up, they were quickly put under the sun to dry. Fortunately, the sun is always exceptionally bright after a heavy rain. After a day of sun exposure, the moisture has almost evaporated, and the old people are urging to hurry up. You have to know that such a grand gathering is held once every 3 years, but there will always be tribes that miss it for one reason or another, and if they miss it, they will have to wait another 3 years. So the young people carried the things they had prepared in advance and started heading towards the destination of the gathering under the leadership of Changsho Aba. The only people left in the tribe were the elderly and children. Rorschach left them enough fruits and wild vegetables, as well as some meat. There wasn't much meat because it would spoil easily in the hot weather. Rorschach meant that if he and his companions came back too late and didn't have enough food, they could just slaughter an animal and eat it, so they could get through this period. The other issue is safety. However, there are more than 10 elders in the tribe. As long as there is no human invasion, they can still withstand the attacks of ordinary animals. I guess the humans from the nearby tribes won't come either, as their minds are all on the grand event. A group of 30 or 40 people set off carrying food and goods. The gathering place is fixed and is there every year. Some tribes can get there in 1 day, while others take 5 or 6 days. Song tribe is a moderate distance from the gathering destination, but it still takes 2 or 3 days to walk. This trip is different from previous ones. This time it is full of anticipation and joy. There were not many women of marriageable age in the tribe, and they were all girls from the original Dayu tribe, only 5 of them. The elders such as Ahe kept giving instructions to the 5 girls along the way, and rubbed some plant juice mixed with mud they had found on their bodies and faces, trying to create an image of them being strong and powerful. Ahe also wanted to decorate Rorschach as well, which scared Rorschach so much that he kept waving his hands. Ahe thought about it and gave up. Luo Xia is different from other girls. Luo Xia is absolutely not allowed to leave the Song tribe. She doesn't need to attract men. She just needs to point out the man she likes to her tribesmen, and then the tribesmen will find a way to get that man back. Generally speaking, girls go to other tribes, and men rarely leave their own tribes. Primitive people also began to have the concept of blood relationship, and they had to marry people from different tribes. If men and women ran around, it would be impossible to tell them apart. But there are always exceptions. As long as the exchange items are sufficient, anything can be exchanged. Although there are not many people in the Song tribe, only about 30 or 40, and only half of them are young and middle-aged, the rest are middle-aged, but they are still confident because they have enough good things. 3 days later, they came out of the forest and came to an open area. They were not the first to arrive. When they arrived, the place was already full of human voices and chatter. Bonfires were piled up here and there, and it was very lively. Other birds and animals nearby quietly stayed away from here, not daring to approach and disturb them. It was indeed a grand event. There were no less than 10 tribes that came, and who knew how many were still on the way. Each tribe had at least dozens of people, and at most hundreds of people. If you look closely, you can find that although they are all primitive people, the clothing of each tribe is slightly different, and each has its own characteristics. For example, in their Song tribe, everyone wears a leather jacket. Rorschach hadn't seen so many humans gathered together for a long time, and his blood boiled. Chapter 109. This woman. The Song tribe was very conscious of being a small tribe, and chose a remote place to set up camp. The tribesmen put their things down, and Rorschach looked around curiously. It turns out that this is what primitive people's gatherings were like. Savagery and raw energy. All the primitive people who came here were different from usual. Some were more cautious, some were more active, but overall, the energy emanating from everyone seemed to have become stronger, giving people a feeling that they could become friends instantly and start a fight right away. In any case, Rorschach likes this kind of hustle and bustle. She is the type of person who is used to being in the city and among crowds. She is happy when there are many people, even if she will not interact with any of them. Why can't such a gathering be held every year? Rorschach couldn't help but feel regretful. With more contact and interaction, the connection between human beings would be deeper and development would be faster, which would all be beneficial. The tribesman looked at her with smiles, especially Ahe. He remembered that when he first brought his daughter here, she didn't have this expression on her face. Thinking about it now, Ahe felt a little uncomfortable and ashamed. Thank you, god of song. Ahe thought to himself. She looked around and saw that most of the people gathered there were young people, both men and women, which felt really good. She leaned her head close to her daughter's ear and said, "Look at the men you like and choose a few more. Choose a few and you'll always get one." Rorschach was suddenly embarrassed. There was fur all over the floor. How could she choose? What a mother. Her mind is always thinking about choosing a man for her. Father Changsho sat down on the ground. The old man was really tired from walking all the way, but he was in a good mood, and he smiled and said, "You young people can go for a walk on your own. Remember not to go outside the venue. Stay in crowded areas and don't get into conflict with others. It's okay." Because there were too many tribes gathered together, everyone was wary, so unwritten rules were formed. A young woman would be killed in minutes if she were alone in other places, but not at this gathering, unless she really met a fearless bastard from an unreasonable big tribe. Everyone was afraid that if they stood out to show off, someone more powerful from a more powerful tribe would jump out and take their life. Anyway, it is smart not to conflict with others. As soon as Rorschach heard this, she wanted to go and take a look. Although primitive people's houses were scarce, they still had some rare things. She just saw a man holding a bamboo tube-like object and drinking from it in big gulps. She was curious whether the man was drinking wine. There are also many fruits that I have never seen before, which look and taste good, not to mention prey and animal skins. She called her mother and carried the largest basket she could. Seeing that she wanted to exchange things, Ahe looked back at the items brought by his tribesmen, took 3 pieces of clothing and followed. Baidahu immediately stood up and followed. Rorschach said, "You don't have to follow us, just follow them." Rorschach was referring to the 5 young girls in his tribe. Aren't they plump little lambs in the eyes of those young men? I am different. I am not within the aesthetic range of primitive people, especially in this place where young girls are walking all over the place. It is so safe. I have my mother with me, so what could go wrong? Even if there is a small conflict, she can solve it by herself. Baidahu said, "They don't need it." Ahe nodded. "It's good for Dahu to follow us." Baidahu looks quite intimidating, and it's obvious that he's not someone to be trifled with. Having someone like him around can save you a lot of trouble. Rorschach's goal was not to find an object, but to go after what others put out. The things that everyone wants to exchange are placed openly in front of the tribal camp, and the things that are exchanged are put away and covered with fur coats or wild grass. Generally, people in the tribe will go to the front of each tribe to take a look. If they see something they want, they will go back to get it and exchange it. It's first come, first served. Rorschach was curious about many things, but her goal was clear, to get more food. So her eyes were fixed on large prey, especially deer and bears, which were best eaten after just one look. After going around in circles, I felt a little frustrated. Most of the tribes that offered large prey for exchange were a bit arrogant. Perhaps they were indeed very good at hunting, but what they wanted to exchange were other prey of the same size. In the eyes of primitive people, food has always been the most important thing for the tribe. As for the clothes in Rorschach's hands, they are also interested in them, but they are only willing to exchange them for animal skins. Anything that cannot fill their stomachs is secondary. Fortunately, small prey, such as bird eggs, pheasants, hares, fish, snakes, big frogs, etc., are very cheap. Luo Xia didn't dislike them at all. Although these things were small, they had a delicate taste. To her personally, they were much more delicious than deer, bears, etc. 1 piece of clothing can be exchanged for 2 rabbits, or 2 pheasants, or 10 large bird eggs, or a small pile of fruit. Exchange as much as you can. They took the exchanged items back to their own camp. The older fathers had already set up a small tent with animal skins. This was prepared for Rorschach. As the person with the highest status in the tribe, he certainly had his own privileges. Rorschach walked into the tent and gestured around. It was too small and the door to his space could not be opened from inside. The food he exchanged for was not to be eaten immediately and had to be stored. Luo Xia could only come out of the space, look around, and let Baidahu carry the spoils he had exchanged and follow him. The 2 of them left the party, found a deserted spot, and threw the food in with the fastest tools available. Rorschach clapped his hands like a thief. Baidahu said, "I can't even finish 2 bites of that." Luo Xia nodded. "Yes, but our tribe rarely eats these. Besides, mosquito legs are also meat. Don't despise them. They can help you survive for 2 more days in a critical moment." Baidahu didn't know why she was talking about mosquito legs out of the blue. Had she eaten them before? But he still agreed with the rest of her words. The two men emerged from the dense forest and met an extremely large team that emerged from the forest in a mighty manner. The two men hurriedly retreated to the side and stood still. This tribe is not ordinary, and it gives people a different aura. Rorschach lowered his head, but secretly looked up. The men in this tribe seemed to be stronger and therefore more arrogant than the men in other tribes. There was actually a stretcher chair in the middle. It was a simple design, with a place for people to sit in the middle of 4 wooden sticks. For particularly strong men were carrying it heroically and proudly, and there was a woman sitting on the stretcher chair. The woman was a little different from the women Rorschach had seen before. Her skin was whiter, her body was fit and a little fat, as if she never worked. Her appearance and attitude are even more arrogant, and she really has an attitude of, I am the best in the world. Rorschach wondered what was wrong with this woman. Turning my head slightly, I saw Baidahu also staring at the woman, his eyes almost wide open. Rorschach sighed inwardly, so that's how primitive people's aesthetic taste was. Chapter 110 The important task is entrusted to you. They waited by the roadside for a long time before the tribe had completely passed by. Rorschach breathed a sigh of relief. She felt pressured. Compared with other really big tribes, my own tribe is simply disgraceful. That tribe is this, and that woman is their chief. What a grand style. Rorschach was very surprised. Baidahu finally came back to his senses and took a breath. That's their goddess. Rorschach became a little sensitive when he heard about a person related to God and asked hurriedly, what's different about her? Seeing that Baidahu was a little confused, he explained, just like I have space. Is there something different about her? No. Then how did she become the mother of God? Baidahu took a breath and asked, did you notice the men and women wearing bracelets on their hands? Rorschach shook her head. Her attention was all on the woman, and she didn't pay attention to the man. Baidahu continued, she gave birth to all of them. Rorschach. Luoxia did not notice the details that Baidahu said, and he couldn't help but feel curious about how many children that woman had given birth to. She knew that women who could give birth had a very high status in the tribe. How fertile could she be if she declared herself a goddess? Back at the camp, the tribesmen seemed a little excited about the arrival of the new tribe. Not only the Song tribe, but other tribes as well. Luoxia recounted the supplies of his tribe. She had exchanged all the clothes for various small prey, and now there was nothing left. But there were still 8 pottery jars, 10 pottery bowls, and 3 large baskets of wooden salt. In the afternoon, other tribes were curious about these jars and bowls and wanted to exchange them, but the conditions offered were not to their liking. Changsho Aba did not take any action as Luoxia instructed, but kept everything in his hands. And this, Changsho's father picked up a piece of wooden salt with a bit of worry. They didn't really want it either, saying it's useless. Rorschach asked, did you say it tastes like the rock? I told you. They tasted it and said it's different. If you want it, you can take it. But if you want a whole basket from us, then you have to exchange 2 pieces of leather for it. How can that be okay? Everyone is worried that they won't be able to exchange their items, and that they won't be able to exchange them for good things. Rorschach smiled and said, don't worry, the time has not come yet. Good things are always scarce, but the prerequisite is that people know that they are good things. Ahe was concentrating on fiddling with those pottery jars, looking like he was worried about something. Rorschach sat cross-legged beside her, picked up the bowl, and took a big sip of water. Mom, what are you thinking about? Ahe asked. Rorschach, do you have a man you like? Which tribe is he from? Rorschach hurriedly wanted to get up and leave, but the cross-legged sitting position made it difficult to stand up, so he could only smile awkwardly. No. Ahe was disappointed and touched the pottery jar again. The 5 women in the tribe have also taken a fancy to men. The other tribes are all good. We can go and pick women from their tribes or bring back some things as compensation. Anyway, it's stronger than our own tribe. Rorschach said, this is great. Why aren't you happy, Mom? Ahe looked up at Rorschach and said, I'm not unhappy. I'm just thinking that we can exchange 2 jars for a man, right? Or maybe we don't exchange women with them. We can exchange men. She was worried because she didn't have much stuff and the 5 women were not particularly outstanding. It would be difficult to exchange them for decent men from other tribes. My daughter is not an ordinary person, and an ordinary man can't do that. Luoxia helplessly held his chin with his hands. Mom, don't bother with my affairs. The important thing is to exchange enough things this time so that the 5 women in our tribe can have a good place to go, and then bring back a few women for the tribe. What about you? I'm still young. Ahe sighed again. Rorschach, have you seen the goddess of the Mother Goddess tribe? You will be like her one day. The Mother Goddess tribe. Has this tribe abandoned the use of powerful animals and plants as totems and now worships humans as objects of worship? She said smoothly. Like her what? Give birth to many, many children, and they will be the true descendants of the pine god. Rorschach's mind buzzed, and he quickly changed from a cross-legged position to a kneeling position, shouting, Make a fire! Make a fire! I'm hungry. She was so scared, she couldn't do it. Immediately, a tribesman came over and lit the fire in front of them. He poured water from the bucket into the pot and put it on the fire. Then the tribe did the usual thing, cutting the meat into small pieces and putting it into the pot to cook, and not forgetting to throw in 2 pieces of wood. Rorschach asked someone to bring another jar of water and boil it nearby, then put the meat in, but did not add any salt. Their behavior was a bit abnormal and was immediately noticed by the people around them, who turned their heads to look. Seeing Luo Xia finished his work, Ahe continued the previous topic. Luo Xia, what do you think of the men of the Mother Goddess tribe? Especially the children born by their goddess, who have the blood of the Mother Goddess. After thinking about it, I think only they are worthy of you. Hearing Ahe say this, all the tribesmen nearby turned around and stared at Luo Xia. From their eyes, it could be seen that they completely agreed with Ahe's words that only God was worthy of being called God. Rorschach, let's choose 2 girls from their tribe and take them back. Let's choose the children born by the goddess. I can't give birth anyway. Can I choose a woman with the blood of the Mother Goddess to go back and let you give birth? No, we must bring a man back from their tribe. Ahe said, with a frown on his face, looking like he was lost in thought. Baidahu suddenly threw a piece of wood into the fire rudely. This reminded Luo Xia, and she pointed at Baidahu in surprise. You can. Go and pick a daughter of the goddess and bring her back, and I'll give you an extra jar. I guess it's not so easy to bring back the goddess daughter, but with enough bargaining chips, everything can be negotiated. Besides, Baidahu is good-looking. When the 3 of them were strolling around the tribes before, Luo Xia noticed that Baidahu was indeed a rare handsome man in the eyes of primitive women. It seemed as if every pair of eyes was glued to him. Everyone also looked at Baidahu and nodded as they watched, saying that he was really good. Luo Xia felt a sense of relief on his shoulders and said with a smile, Baidahu, the important task of carrying on the Song tribe's lineage is now entrusted to you. Baidahu has good genes, so his children must have good genes as well. They are obviously good seedlings for reproducing offspring. Baidahu slowly turned his head to look at Luo Xia, which made Luo Xia unable to laugh. He put away his smile and put on a serious look. Baidahu didn't say anything. He turned his head back and pulled a branch from the firewood pile and stirred it in the jar. Rorschach, what's wrong? Shouldn't we be excited about finding him a wife? Chapter 111 Goddess. Although Baidahu remained calm, Luo Xia's attention was focused on him and he couldn't move it away. Primitive society can be considered to have true equality between men and women, with polygamy and polyandry. It would be a shame if Baidahu didn't take advantage of such good conditions and recruit more outstanding girls for his tribe. Just as he was thinking about it, a lot of people gathered in front of his tribe because the aroma of meat in the jar was wafting out. The conversation among the tribe members came to a temporary halt. Luo Xia took the wooden stick from Baidahu's hand, broke it into 2 pieces, and picked up the meat in the jar with a bowl. The meat was not cooked too hard, and there was still blood in the middle. This made the meat appear more tender and not too tough. She served the meat to the people around her and started eating the meat without caring how many people were watching. Is your meat delicious? Someone asked, slurping as he asked. Luo Xia looked up and saw that it was the man she saw in front of her who was drinking from a bamboo tube. She wanted to look for him, but couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, she was attracted by the smell of meat. She asked, What's in your bamboo tube? Is it delicious? The man was a middle-aged man, and he was not happy that a delicate girl like Rorschach was chatting him up. He looked at the other people in the Song tribe, but no one answered him. He thought for a moment and then pushed his bamboo tube forward. I'll trade with you. Rorschach also pushed his bowl forward and said, It's hot, go slowly. She took the bamboo tube and brought it to her nose and smelled it. The pungent smell almost made her cry. This isn't wine. But it's not a bad smell. It's more like the smell of some plant. The man laughed heartily, still chewing the meat in his mouth. This is good stuff, but you can't get used to it. Luo Xia also felt uncomfortable drinking it, but that didn't stop her from taking a light sip. The taste of the water was quite strong, but it made people feel a chill all over their body, all the way to the top of their heads. Like mint or something. It's really a good thing. Rorschach handed the bamboo tube back. The man hurriedly grabbed the last bite of meat in the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. He returned the bowl to Rorschach, wrapped in the food, and said, I gave it to you. It was you who didn't want to drink it. You can't blame me. He swallowed the meat and took a big sip of water, looking as if he was enjoying it, as if he had drunk fine wine. Others didn't ask whether it tasted good or not. They could tell by looking at the man's appearance. One person said, "I'll exchange something with you guys, is that okay?" Rorschach nodded. "Okay, it depends on what you bring in exchange." She turned to the man holding the bamboo tube and asked, "Are you still going to change?" "Change." The man only ate 2 bites and was far from full, so of course he had to change. Rorschach, "Then exchange the contents of your bamboo tube for mine." Although Rorschach was not used to drinking that thing, she was also not used to drinking most modern condiments soaked in water. The man was stunned, nodded and squeezed out of the crowd. Others brought animal skins, bird eggs, pieces of meat, or other items in exchange for the meat cooked in the pot. The meat Rorschach had cut into small pieces and put into the pot to cook, and the bird eggs had eggshells that he had put in as well. After adding water and materials, 2 more pieces of wood were thrown in. Everyone stared at it curiously. Their tribes mainly ate raw food, and the processing was just roasting it over the fire. It was rare to process food in this way. It takes a while to cook the meat, and someone couldn't help but point to the pot next to it and ask, "Why don't you take out the meat that's been cooking for so long?" Rorschach took a bowl and picked out the meat from the unsalted jar. "There's no salt in this one, so I can give it to you at a lower price. The one with salt is 1 bowl of meat for 1 bird egg, and this one has 6 bird eggs in 1 bowl." "What is salt?" Rorschach pointed to the wood in the basket and said, "There's salt in this wood." Everyone looked at it and didn't think there was anything special about these pieces of wood. One person said, "Give me this one without salt." "If you want to exchange the same thing for more, you must be a fool, right?" Rorschach handed him a bowl of unsalted meat. The man ate with big mouthfuls, feeling somewhat disappointed. It smelled delicious, but tasted a little strange, and he couldn't tell what was wrong. Someone asked, "How is it? Is it the same?" A man who has never eaten salted meat has no idea what the difference is. Rorschach stirred the pot with a wooden spoon. His lips curled up. "Have some soup." The man took a sip and it burned his mouth. "Rorschach, I'll give you some soup from this pot." I took a wooden spoon and scooped a spoonful for him. The man drank again. His eyes lit up. He took a deep look at the other pot and regretted it. In fact, there were only 4 bird eggs. He should have asked for the ones in the other jar. Although he didn't speak, primitive people seemed to be very good at observing changes in people's expressions. Perhaps this was also their survival instinct. They immediately knew that the one with salt was indeed different. The man grabbed the wood from the basket, licked it, and nodded, saying, "So this is it. This taste is familiar to everyone, but rarely eaten. It turns out that it can make meat taste even better when used to cook it." Rorschach, "This wood can also be exchanged. 1 piece of wood can be exchanged for 1 bird egg. And this pottery pot for cooking meat can also be exchanged. 1 pig can be exchanged for 1. If you don't have a pig, anything else will do." Pottery jars cannot be exchanged by individuals. It depends on the opinion of the tribal leader. Everyone was struggling internally, considering whether to go and discuss this with the clan leader, when they heard a male voice from the back of the crowd shout, "Those in front, get out of the way." Everyone subconsciously looked back, and then couldn't help but move to the side. When the people of Song tribe saw the crowd clearly, they couldn't help but get nervous. Rorschach was also surprised. It was the woman from the Mother Goddess tribe. She had already gotten down from the chair and was walking in front of the team, with young and strong men guarding her on both sides, not allowing anyone to get close to her. The woman walked to Rorschach's fire, and someone immediately brought her a mat made of animal skin and placed it under her. Women also bare their chests and backs like other primitive people, but there are differences. They have many decorations on their bodies, and necklaces and bracelets made of bones on their necks and wrists, which give them a sense of elegance and luxury. Rorschach paid special attention to the bracelet on her wrist, then glanced at the wrists of other people around her. Some of them had no other decorations on their bodies, but they wore bone bracelets on their wrists. After a quick count, there were actually 10 of them, and their ages were different. The youngest was over 10 years old, and the oldest was about the same age as Baidahu. Thinking of what Baidahu said, that anyone wearing the same bracelet as the woman was born by her, Luo Xia felt so shocked that his scalp tingled. This woman has a face that feels both old and young. I wonder if she is 40 years old. Rorschach looked at the people around him and found that everyone was staring at the woman. Regardless of gender, there was longing and admiration in their eyes. Even in the eyes of his mother Ahe, Rorschach saw more inferiority and shame. When Rorschach looked back at the woman again, he seemed to notice that she was shrouded in a different aura. Chapter 112. You have more time. In Rorschach's aesthetic, this woman was ugly, uglier than any primitive person she had ever seen. But after learning of her identity as the goddess mother and being influenced by everyone around her, her view of the goddess mother changed. She seems to be jumping back and forth between extreme ugliness and extreme beauty, extreme fragility, and extreme strength. There is a weirdness that is extremely discordant but real. But Rorschach admired her. Being able to give birth to children, and to give birth to as many as 10 children, how could it not be considered a skill? The mother goddess leaned into the jar and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What is this?" Knowing that a big customer had arrived, Rorschach immediately put on a professional smile and said enthusiastically, "This thing is called a clay pot. It's made of mud. It can hold things and cook food." The woman raised her eyelids haughtily. A strong man wearing a bone bracelet beside her immediately shouted, "Let your clan leader talk to the goddess." Rorschach's behavior was seen as an overstepping of authority by the other party. She frowned slightly. This situation had happened before, but each time the other party did not dare to be so direct. This tribe relied on its absolute power and had no scruples at all. This arrogance made Rorschach very uncomfortable. The Song tribe was silent, and no one responded. This seemed more like a provocation to the other tribe. At this time, the goddess discovered that there was something wrong with Rorschach's sitting position. Although she was thin, she sat in the middle of the tribe, and the others were obviously sitting around her. Her eyelids rose a little higher. Rorschach smiled and said, "We don't have a tribe leader, but my words are very effective in our tribe." Oh, the goddess's eyebrows were raised. She had never heard of such a thing. Rorschach pointed to the bubbling clay pot in front of him and said, "Because I can make this." Anyway, she couldn't reveal the fact that she had space. The goddess stared at the pottery jar, still surprised and confused. "Just because you can make this thing, you are so great in your tribe?" But the aroma that was wafting out of her made her unable to think about anything else. "Let me taste it," the mother goddess said. The man next to her immediately threw out a skinned hind leg. "I want everything in here." He pointed to a clay pot with more contents. Rorschach readily agreed and immediately took out the meat and cooked poached bird eggs from the jar for the mother goddess, and also served her half a bowl of soup. "It's very hot. You need to wait a while before eating," Luo Xia said, while taking out a new pottery bowl from the side and breaking off a pair of branches and handing it over. "You can use your chopsticks to pick it up in this bowl and eat it slowly." The goddess took the chopsticks and the bowl and looked at them carefully. 2 straight branches could be found everywhere, but this thing called a bowl was the first time she had touched it, and it felt heavy in her hand. She didn't know how to use chopsticks, so she glanced at Rorschach and wanted to imitate her, but when she spread out her fingers, she couldn't tell which finger was which, and she felt a little annoyed. Rorschach hastily changed the position of his chopsticks, holding them in his fist, and used them like a fork to poke a piece of meat out of the jar. This time the Mother of God understood it at a glance. One of her sons brought her a bowl full of meat, but she awkwardly used chopsticks to put a piece of meat into the empty bowl. Before the Mother of God arrived, several people were waiting to eat meat. At this time, they seemed to have forgotten everything and just stood there stupidly, not caring at all about being cut in line. The temperature inside the cooked meat was very high. The Mother Goddess did not seem to be a good-tempered person. She got burned when she took a bite, and her expression became very bad. Someone immediately came over and puffed out her cheeks to blow cold air on her. But after all, the power of food was so great that the temperamental goddess did not lose her temper. After waiting for a while, she tried again, and this time she was successful. The Mother of God ate very quickly, devouring everything in her mouth. She was also a big eater and could even finish an entire jar of meat. Rorschach silently brewed another pot for her. The Mother of God wiped her mouth, looking very pleased. He said to the people around him, "Try it too. The food made this way is the best I've ever eaten." After she said this, the men in the tribe threw out another leg. After another meal, the hungry men surrounded the goddess and left. Rorschach hurriedly shouted, "A pig can be exchanged for a clay pot." The man who had spoken harshly to Rorschach turned around and gruffly replied, "Leave one for us." Rorschach couldn't help but make a victory gesture. If 8 clay pots could be exchanged for 8 pigs, that would be a good deal. Compared to her joy at selling the pottery jars, everyone else's mind was still on the goddess, staring at the departing team in a daze. It seems that primitive people were really obsessed with women who were strong in fertility, and they also had an immense desire to reproduce. A pair of hands reached over and placed a small pile of meat into the now empty jar. "There's no water," Baidahu said, stood up, picked up the bucket and poured some water in, then imitated Rorschach and took 3 pieces of wood from the basket and threw them in casually. Rorschach stirred the food with a spoon and looked at the people in front of him who were still distracted, as if the aroma of the food could not arouse their interest. She nudged Baidahu with her elbow and asked, "How many children did that goddess give birth to?" She had just counted 10, but then she thought about it and realized there were probably more. She only saw children over 10 years old. What about those under 10? It was impossible for such a strong woman like her to not have any other children in the past 10 years, right? I don't know. Baidahu shook his head. Now, among the younger children who remain in the tribe, those who have died from illness or injury, and the daughters who have left for other tribes, who knows how many there are in total, and she will continue to give birth. Rorschach was stunned, counting on his fingers and shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. Even if they give birth to one child a year, that wouldn't be enough. Baidahu said, the goddess is certainly different from ordinary people. Other women give birth to one child at a time, but the goddess will give birth to 2 or 3. Oh, multiple babies. She is so fertile, and she always gives birth to multiple babies. She is still in such good condition after giving birth to so many children. There is no problem for her people to treat her as a god. Isn't this a talent that is 1 in a million? Luo Xia stood there in shock, while Ahei beside her gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of earnestness. Rorschach thought something was wrong. Sure enough, I heard my mother say very gently, don't worry, you are younger than her, you have more time, and you will give birth to more children. Ahei seemed to believe it without a doubt. She even felt that seeing the mother goddess's condition was like seeing her daughter's future. They were all gods, so their outcomes would surely be the same. Even though her daughter didn't look very strong now, she would change. Chapter 113, too confusing. Rorschach was in great pain. The primitive obsession with having children suffocated her. She gave her mother a faint smile and refused to continue the topic. We harvested a lot of odds and ends in the evening, but apart from the pottery jars reserved for the mother goddess tribe, none of the others were sold. Many people were interested, but it was obviously not enough. Rorschach was still satisfied. He sorted and counted the things he had harvested one by one, making a small calculation in his mind to divide at least half of them and put them into the space. It saves effort to put it in the space, and we don't have to carry it back by ourselves. Besides, if we really encounter a shameless tribe that wants to rob us, we should let go of the things we should let go. There is no need to lose the lives of our tribesmen for things. Now that the tribe is small, we have to be cautious, because these primitive people will really take people's lives. There is no need to worry about things disappearing inexplicably. Just collect the things and throw them into your own small tent. Others will have no idea how much stuff you have. Besides, who could have imagined that things would disappear? She looked up at the top of the tent. It was too low. It needed to be raised, at least as high as the door of her space. Turning around, she saw her mother, Ahei, still holding the pottery jar. She comforted her. Don't worry, Mom. If we can't sell it, we can lower the price and replace it. It's okay if we make a small loss. Ahei placed the pottery jar in front of him and looked at his daughter seriously. Actually, we don't have to exchange it for food. We can use it to trade for people from the mother goddess tribe. They have a lot of people, so they don't mind just 1 or 2. Rorschach. Well, we'll see later. She grabbed a basket at random and went out of the tent. Her mother seemed to be crazy. In addition, the first purpose of this occasion was intertribal marriage. Influenced by the atmosphere, her mother really couldn't stop talking about finding a man for her. Go out and have some quiet time. When they went out, the tribesmen were staggering around the camp. After being excited for the whole day, everyone was a little tired, and some had already fallen asleep. Baidahu stood up from the ground. What are you doing? Come with me, Rorschach said, and handed the basket to him, then went back to take out the other things that had been separated and put into the space. Ahei asked, do you need me to go with you? Rorschach said hurriedly, no need. He took Baidahu and left. The two walked into the woods. Baidahu frowned and asked, what are you going to do? Put your things down. It's not safe to leave them outside. She thought that everywhere should be quiet at this time, but it was beyond her expectations. In the hidden part of the woods, well, there are a lot of young people. Rorschach was so frightened that he ran away in panic. He didn't even bother to put the things into the space and came back dejectedly. Pointing to the low tent, he said, it's too low. Let's make it higher tomorrow. You know how high I want it to be, right? It doesn't matter if it's big or not, as long as it's high. Baidahu nodded. I understand. Rorschach rushed into the tent and got under the covers. Ahei was surprised. What's wrong? No, I'm sleepy. Mom, go to bed. Ahei patted her and lay down beside her, and soon she started snoring. Rorschach was still asleep. She was shocked. In fact, I have always known that the relationships of primitive people are chaotic. Perhaps it is only chaotic from the perspective of a modern person like her, but it is normal for primitive people and other animals. Anyway, the child can only tell who his mother is, but it is difficult to know who his father is. This situation made Rorschach feel very scared. It was even more terrifying to think that my mother wanted to choose a man for me. I slept in a daze until dawn. Outside the tent, things became lively again. After a good night's sleep, Rorschach digested the shock he felt last night and came out yawning. The tribesmen had already gotten up, fetched water from the river, started the fire, and added the pots. Luo Xia took a look at the muddy river water and immediately remembered the tent. He explained it to Bai Dahu in front of everyone. Before their people had had breakfast, the mother goddess and her tribesmen sat in front of their own fire again. This time, a whole sheep was brought directly. This time, Rorschach vaguely understood that in this tribe, the goddess is the goddess and the tribe leader is the tribe leader, but it is obvious that the goddess status is higher than the tribe leader. Only after the goddess is full can it be the tribe leader's turn to eat, and the others can only watch. This time, Rorschach also boiled some wild vegetables for them to eat, which the mother goddess liked very much. Rorschach took the opportunity to confirm with them how many jars they wanted. These jars cannot be knocked or damaged, so it would be best to have a spare one. The goddess opened her golden mouth and said, "Then we need two." Their clan leader immediately responded, "Then two. We'll come over and get them later." He calculated carefully and decided that he would need the food anyway, so it would be a bit of a loss to have someone else cook it for him. While the mother goddess tribe went back to get the exchange items, Rorschach took out 2 new clay pots, tested the water in them to make sure they were leak-proof, then carefully wrapped the pots with wild grass and stuffed the inside of the pots with wild grass as well. Remember not to bump into it. It will break easily. Put some salt in your food every time you cook it. This is the... Rorschach pointed to the wood in the basket. The other tribe leader took a piece, licked it, and nodded. He probably knew what it was, and threw the wood back. The mother goddess pointed to the basket and said, "I want these too." The chief was slightly stunned. They had overpaid in exchange with this small tribe. Luo Xia said sincerely, "There are few women in our tribe. Can I fill your basket and add 3 bowls?" The chief thought about it and nodded. The daughters of the tribe would leave anyway. Rorschach pointed and said, "Can she?" The patriarch frowned. This woman was referring to the daughter of the goddess. The daughter of the goddess was different from other people's daughters. Moreover, she pointed at the best one, which was also very bold. "No," Luo Xia said. "We will definitely not treat her badly when we take her back. Her food, clothing, and shelter will definitely not be worse than those in other tribes. How many people are there in your tribe?" As soon as the chief opened his mouth and asked about the pain points of the Song tribe, the people of the Song tribe were holding their breath and hoping that Rorschach would bring down the goddess daughter. When they heard this, they immediately became timid and their eyes became vague. But the girl stood up and said, "Mom, I want to go." The girl had a simple mind and the food captivated her, but unfortunately, she couldn't eat a single bite. Although the tribe was not big, everyone was in good spirits. The leather coats they wore were also rare, as everyone had one. It seemed that the food was cooked in this pot. The girl thought this tribe was not bad, and she would be able to eat such food every day with her own ability. Just thinking about it made her feel impatient. Seeing that the girl had this intention, the tribe leader changed his mind. "In addition to these, we will also take one of your girls." The 5 girls from the Song tribe stood up. Compared to the men and tribes they had their eyes on yesterday, they naturally wanted to go to the larger mother goddess tribe. Chapter 114 Picky. The daughter of the goddess has the aura of the goddess. In the eyes of the chief of the mother goddess tribe, no other woman can compare to her, not to mention that the 5 women of the Song tribe are mediocre and have nothing particularly outstanding. "I picked one reluctantly," he said contemptuously. "You are lucky. If the other tribes had offered at least 3 women in exchange, she would have become the daughter of your tribe's goddess." He gave a very high evaluation of this woman from his tribe, who was also his sister. However, when they heard him say that his sister would become the goddess of the Song tribe rarely showed any enthusiasm and remained silent. Because there is already a supreme god in the tribe, Rorschach. Rorschach smiled and said, "Thank you." The 2 tribal leaders met and the marriage was officially agreed upon. The goddess daughter immediately stayed and officially became a member of the Song tribe. The woman from his own tribe and the things promised to the mother goddess tribe were also taken away by the other party. Things happened quickly, and the 2 girls who were exchanged adapted quickly, but Rorschach was the only one who couldn't adapt. She looked at the girl who left in a daze. It was such a rough and barbaric primitive marriage. There was not even a decent ceremony, not even a formal farewell. "Can I eat it?" The girl who stayed behind pointed at the jar. She had stayed behind for this reason, and her stomach was rumbling at this moment. Ahe stepped forward and filled a large bowl with soup and meat, and pulled out a wooden stick for her to use as a fork. "Slow down, it's hot," Ahe reminded. The girl couldn't wait to put the meat on the stick and blew air into it with her cheeks puffed out. Rorschach withdrew his gaze, unable to describe his feelings. Looking at the girl who had become so familiar with him, didn't she feel uncomfortable? "Do you have a name?" The new girl ate her meat and replied, "Seventh brother." Rorschach. Apparently, This girl was the seventh child born to the goddess. Or was it the seventh girl? Who knew? Then from now on you will be called Shun Laoqi. Luo Xia almost said her name was Song Laoqi, but suddenly realized that it was not possible. People with the same surname are brothers and sisters. His parents did not think of this when they named them. They just thought they were a family, so they all had the same surname. Shen Laoqi, a good uncle's name. Or you can call me Shen Xiaoqi. Laoqi heard this and shook his head. I'll still call you Laoqi. I can't remember what you said. Rorschach thought about it and gave up. It's their business if their tribe doesn't have a surname, and it's their parents' business what their name is. Why do you meddle in their business? The seventh brother is a bit arrogant and not very willing to talk. Rorschach stopped talking to her and pulled his mother aside to chat. How often can the girls from our tribe who leave come back? Go back to my parents' home. Ahei laughed. Girls who leave their own tribe and go to another tribe will never come back. They will forget their original tribe and only have their current tribe in their hearts. Luo Xia felt even more upset when he looked at his mother. She was originally the daughter of another tribe, but was chosen by the chief of the Song tribe and became the mother of this tribe. She had never heard her mother mention her original tribe. It's like I really forgot. Her mother seemed to sense her thoughts. She touched her head and smiled, saying, once you go to someone else's tribe, you belong to that tribe. How can you still think about the past? Just live your present life well. If you think about running back, won't everything be in chaos? Rorschach thought about it and found it understandable. In primitive society, people had very shallow ties with their families. There were many fathers and mothers in the tribe, but it seemed that the relationships between them were similar and indifferent. The most important thing was food, and nothing else mattered. Ahei was also thinking about something at this time, and felt that it was a good thing that he fainted during the last tribal meeting. This way, she could stay in the Song tribe, and he would never let her leave. In other words, wherever she goes, the Song tribe goes. For the remaining 4 girls, Rorschach also contacted other tribes one by one, brought the girls back from the other side, and sent the girls from his own tribe over. This series of actions was completed, and another day passed. Now that the most important thing was done, Rorschach felt much more relaxed. The new girls have brought new vitality to the tribe. They are eyeing Baidahu covetously. The 7th girl from the Mother Goddess tribe is particularly proactive and determined to win him over. Rorschach doesn't care about these things. They have nothing to do with her. The tribesmen raised Rorschach's tent so that it could just fit Rorschach's space door. After lowering the door latch, Ahei sat outside to guard the place, not allowing anyone to enter the tent or even take a look. Rorschach took the opportunity to put the replaced items into the space, and took the time to appreciate it. Finally, his eyes fell on the fish bones again. He looked at them for a long time. These things were piled in the corner. Except for the fish bones, the others were useless. How about stringing the fish spine into a necklace and see if the goddess likes it? No, it feels a bit wasteful. The value of the bones of the former big fish god should not be like this. She came out and sat with her mother, continuing to think about the big fish bones. She had to find a good home for them. Then I found that there were fewer young people in the tribe, and I understood. But Baidahu and Laoqi were still there. They were separated by the fire. Laoqi looked at Baidahu with sparks in his eyes and looked a little angry. Baidahu, on the other hand, fiddled with the fire with an expressionless face and occasionally picked up the bowl to drink a sip of the water in it. Luo Xia added a magical grass that she got from someone else to the water, and she named it mint. Of course, it wasn't the mint she was familiar with, but so what? She was a historical figure, so she could call her whatever she wanted. It was always clearer than calling her this or that. Luo Xia couldn't get used to it, and Baidahu vomited after taking a sip, but he didn't know when he started to like it. Luo Xia leaned close to Ahei's ear and asked, what happened to them? Ahei leaned back and whispered in her ear, Baidahu doesn't like Laoqi. Laoqi is also a stubborn girl. While the two were whispering to each other, Baidahu looked over, and his gaze met Luo Xia's. Luo Xia rolled his eyes at him viciously. What's wrong? You look down on the daughter of the goddess. Are you going to send a fairy down from the sky for you? Picky. Ahei frowned and sighed. He looked at Baidahu, and then at his daughter. Even Baidahu looked down on her daughter for being so picky. She had looked around these past 2 days and saw so many people gathered here that the number of men who could compare to Baidahu could be counted on one hand. After all, he is one of the best in the tribe who dares to compete for the position of the chief. He is the top figure no matter where he is. What a pity. She was confused about what kind of man her daughter would like. Chapter 115 Don't Fight. Ahei said, Rorschach, we still have 6 pottery jars. You've fallen for that man. I don't believe 6 clay pots can't get him back. Luo Xia got up and said, I have to go and match them up. Laoqi has the gene for having multiple children, and Dahu has good genes too. The 2 of them will definitely give birth to excellent children. Ahei, hey Rorschach, Rorschach. Baidahu, come with me for a moment. Baidahu drank all the water in the bowl and followed. It is definitely not possible to go into the forest at this time, but fortunately the campfires in each camp are still burning brightly, and there are savages wandering around everywhere. The two walked side by side, and Rorschach tilted his head to glance at the person next to him. What's wrong with old Seven? Why don't you like her? Baidahu didn't say anything. Luo Xiao wondered if his own aesthetics didn't match those of primitive people. Wasn't the seventh sister the most outstanding girl in the goddess tribe? Are you interested in another girl? Which one? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Baidahu still didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear her. Luo Xia was a little annoyed, but then he calmed down and tried to convince the other party with reason. Even if the seventh child is not a great beauty, she comes from a noble family. Most importantly, her mother has the gene for multiple births, and this gene is likely passed on to her. This means that there is a high probability that she will also have multiples. The human clan leader may be right. The seventh child may really become the goddess of our tribe. By giving birth to children. Baidahu then turned around and looked Luo Xia carefully, then turned back and said, he is not bad looking, better looking than you. Rorschach. Are you sick? Just talk about Lao Qi, why involve me? But it doesn't matter. She has gotten used to it, and has completely accepted the fact that she is not a great beauty in the eyes of primitive people. This is a good thing. Forget it. If you really don't like her, then tell me which girl you like. We still have 6 jars. We can exchange her for it. Rorschach is not a stubborn person. The strong have their own privileges. They can choose the woman or man they like. Most men are not sure whether they have children or not, but the strong men in a tribe can be confirmed, because women admire strong men and will only care about this one man for a long time. Luo Xiao's mother Ahe is one of them. She was chosen by the chief of the Song tribe and gave birth to the original owner. It's just that there was a problem when 2 powerful genes combined, or maybe the luck was really bad, and the original owner of the child was sickly. As the most powerful man in the Song tribe, Baidahu certainly has the privilege to choose the girl he likes. But Baidahu stopped talking again, as if he was lost in some kind of thought. Luo Xia was about to interrupt his thoughts and ask for clarification when someone called her from behind. Hey, do you want to come to our tribe? Rorschach turned around and saw a thin man. She pointed at her nose. Was he talking to her? I have a younger sister. Baidahu said, get lost. The man shuddered, not daring to continue speaking, and quickly turned around and left. Rorschach smacked his lips. So, that skinny, furry guy just now was attracted to him? She shuddered and moved closer to Baidahu. Fortunately, I have a status in the Song tribe, so I don't have to go there, and my own people will never let me go to other tribes. It's great. Big tiger. Someone called out from behind again, in a deep voice. Rorschach turned back to her original direction, and this time saw a very strong man. Although she was not particularly good at primitive people's aesthetics, from the aura emanating from the other person, she could be sure that he was definitely a strong man. Baidahu and the man looked at each other. The air was a little frozen, and it seemed like sparks were crackling. They were about to fight. Then Baidahu said, brother. Rorschach was startled. It turned out that they were from the Eagle tribe. You're still alive. It's just a minor injury. I won't die. Where have you been? Pine tribe. Who is she? The goddess of the Song tribe. Baidahu's brother was surprised. How many children did she give birth to? No. How many children did her mother give birth to? Baidahu looked at her. She's the only one. Rorschach saw speechlessness on the face of Baidahu's brother, the primitive man. The Song tribe hasn't perished yet. Baidahu's brother thought about this important issue. The Song tribe had once gone to the Eagle tribe for refuge. Our tribe is good and will never perish. Baidahu said. Luo Xiao looked up at Baidahu. It turned out that a man who went to another tribe would only think about his current tribe. This seems to be a good idea. She originally wanted to leave her 2 brothers chatting and go back by herself, but suddenly changed her mind. Does your tribe have any good things? Rorschach asked. Talon lowered his head to look at Rorschach. He couldn't see anything special about this woman. She was too unremarkable. However, he was still interested in the tribe his brother was going to. Rorschach hurried back to his tribe, brought out pottery jars, bowls, wood and salt, and asked people to cook the meat. Since the Mother Goddess tribe, a large tribe, bought 2 pottery jars, the Eagle tribe, also a large tribe, felt it might as well try to sell them. When everyone heard that the Eagle tribe was coming, they all became interested. Baidahu's face looked unhappy, and he said nothing. Luo Xia suddenly remembered something and approached Baidahu and asked, who did you compete with for the position of clan leader back then? Eagle Claw. Who was that just now? Right. Rorschach was embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. This would indeed make Baidahu feel uncomfortable. as he almost lost his life in that battle for the clan leader. But Rorschach didn't expect that she was only thinking about doing business. Baidahu seemed even more annoyed, staring at her and emphasizing, "Last time was an accident. If we fight again now, I won't lose." Luo Xia said, "That won't work. If you win, you have to go back and be the chief of the tribe. Don't fight." Baidahu stared at her for a long time, then nodded slowly. "Okay." Eagle Claw directly dragged a deer over, and several other people from the tribe came with him. They were obviously the backbone of the tribe. When they came over, they first looked at Baidahu, and then looked at the Song tribe. Rorschach was a little angry. It seemed like these people came here to make fun of Baidahu. "Your tribe is so remote, I almost didn't find it." One person said, "Everyone knows that only large tribes dare to occupy the most conspicuous positions, while small tribes always hide themselves, and they have to hide." Rorschach laughed and said, "It's a bit off, but the goddess is a frequent visitor to our tribe. Since it's small, let's use it as a lever." As expected, after the goddess was brought out, the expressions of the people from the Eagle tribe became much more serious. Chapter 116, All Wanted. "What are they doing here?" Talon asked. Rorschach pointed to the clay pot in front of him where meat was cooking. "Come and eat some meat. And by the way, exchange 2 clay pots with us." After saying that, he took out a bowl and put the meat beside him. There is meat and eggs in the bowl, and the aroma is everywhere. The man next to Eagle Claw asked unhappily, "Why are you keeping it with you if you don't give it to us? Are you afraid we can't afford it?" Rorschach, "No, I just want the Mother Goddess tribe to exchange for 2. Your tribe is so big, it shouldn't be much worse than theirs, so you should be able to afford one, so I invite you to come." Eagle Claw snorted, "We want 3. Luo Xia almost couldn't suppress his smile. Every tribe has its own temperament. The Eagle tribe is indeed the same as Baidahu's, that is, competitive. However, judging from their unyielding attitude towards the Mother Goddess tribe, they are indeed a comparable large tribe. It's good to have a big tribe with abundant supplies. A clay pot and a pig, your words must count." Baidahu interrupted coldly. Several people from the Eagle tribe were secretly surprised. This thing looked a bit strange, but it was so small that they didn't expect it to be so rare. However, it is difficult to take back what has been said, and the face of the tribe cannot be lost. Someone sitting in the back asked, "Did the Mother Goddess tribe also exchange with you in this way? Are you trying to take advantage of them?" Rorschach said calmly, "The Mother Goddess also left her most outstanding daughter to us." She looked at Old Seven. As a woman from a large tribe, Old Seven was indeed different. She looked at the man from the Eagle tribe opposite with an arrogant attitude and said, "It's me." The Eagle tribe was shocked again. Eagle Claw was a little confused. A clay pot in exchange for the goddess's daughter? Rorschach, "That's not the case. It's a basket of salt, 3 bowls, and a daughter from our tribe." I wanted to cheat him a little, but then I thought, forget it. Sincerity is the most powerful weapon. There is no need to lie to the people of the Eagle tribe. They are full of hot-bloodedness and competitive. Just mentioning the Mother Goddess tribe will make them fall into the trap. This was something Rorschach had not expected. When she first saw how much everyone admired the Mother Goddess tribe, she thought the Eagle tribe was probably similar. Other small tribes didn't have that kind of strength, but the Eagle tribe should at least have the strength to follow suit and buy a jar, right? I have underestimated the strength of the Eagle tribe. They don't just worship the strength of the Mother Goddess tribe. They want to compete with the Mother Goddess tribe. Eagle Claw took a piece of wood from the basket and licked it. The smell of dry wood was mixed with other smells. He nodded. So this was it. But their tribe has no shortage of this thing. "Give me the meat." He stretched out his hand. Rorschach brought the meat over this time and warned him it was hot. But the man didn't bother to be reminded. He reached out and grabbed the food in the bowl, then obediently retracted his hand and picked up the branches like the people in the Song tribe. The taste of the meat was different from what he had eaten before, with less flavor and more flavor, and the feeling of chewing between his teeth was also different. He pointed to the poached egg and asked, "What is this?" "Bird eggs." He poked it with a branch, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. He held the egg in front of his eyes and looked at it again and again. "Is this a bird's egg?" He only knew the feeling of breaking the eggshell and sucking it in his mouth. It was sticky and smooth, like water but not water. He liked that taste very much, but this one in front of him was a completely new feeling, a bit surprising, especially the taste, a completely new taste that stimulated his taste buds all the time. He finished the whole bowl and drank up the soup. He had never tasted such water before. It had a rich and indescribable taste. After drinking it, he felt lazy and in a very good mood. Eagle Claw looked at the inconspicuous jar again and seemed to understand why the Mother Goddess tribe wanted this jar. They were indeed not stupid. "We want 3 of these. Go back and drag 2 pigs." The men responded and left. Rorschach was impressed by the generosity of the Eagle tribe and wanted to sell them the wood and salt. But Eagle Claw wasn't particularly interested in this. He was more concerned about the clothes on by Dahu. When he wore this thing, it was half covered and flickering, which made people feel itchy, as if the person also became stronger and more handsome. Rorschach immediately started doing animal skin business with Eagle Claw. The Eagle tribe had a lot of animal skins and was worried that they would not be able to exchange them. After all, every tribe had to hunt and would have some, so the animal skins seemed too ordinary and not of much value. Rorschach wanted to take it all, as much as he could get. The other tribe and his own people were silent. Dahu moved closer to her and whispered in her ear, "Their tribe has too many animal skins. We only need a few, not all." He thought Rorschach probably thought the Eagle tribe was like the Pine tribe, with tight hides. Rorschach nodded and looked directly at Talon. "I'll take whatever you have." It's not that she is greedy. She calculated that even if she bought all the animal skins in the Eagle tribe, it might not be enough. The animal skins in my tribe were originally in short supply, but after I made clothes from them, they were no longer enough. In addition, the original Big Fish tribe was not particularly good at catching large prey, and the tribe was already in short supply of animal skins. After arriving in the Song tribe, this shortage did not improve much. It is hot now, so people don't need to cover themselves with blankets when they sleep at night, but when it gets colder, animal skins will be a necessity. The Song tribe is obviously in great shortage of animal skins now, and Rorschach also wanted to put clothes on everyone, including the children. So, not too much at all, not greedy at all. Eagle Claw laughed out loud. The more he looked at this woman, the more interesting she became. The way she spoke and acted was completely different from what she looked like. She was quite courageous. "We do have animal skins. What can you give us in exchange?" "These pots. But we don't need so many pots. We don't want these woods either. That thing can be exchanged." He pointed to the bucket. Rorschach immediately said, "I won't exchange that. I can give you the basket." It was too difficult to make a bucket. Maybe her method was wrong, but she couldn't change it now. Usually, the tribesmen had to rely on those buckets to fetch water from the river. Eagle Claw was a little disappointed and looked down at the ceramic bowl in his hand. This thing seemed to be of some use, but not much. "Does your tribe have anything else to offer in exchange?" The Song people looked at each other. Everything that could be used for exchange was placed outside, and everything inside the tent was what they had exchanged for. Rorschach asked, "Don't you want clothes? How many pieces do you want?" Eagle Claw glanced at the people in this tribe. Everyone was wearing something called clothes. This small tribe was so luxurious. 10. I can give you 5 deerskins in exchange. Chapter 117, you can call it money. Rorschach spread his hands. "But our clothes have all been changed out. There is nothing ready." As soon as these words came out, Eagle Claw's face suddenly darkened. "If you don't have it, why do you want to exchange it with us? Are you kidding us?" Rorschach: "No. Just think of it as you pre-ordering 10 pieces of clothing from our tribe. We'll deliver them to you when they're ready. Animal skins and clothing are 2 different things. You can exchange what we have here. If we don't have what you want, I'll buy it from you." As she spoke, she took out a piece of the spine of a large fish from her waist. "I'll buy this from you." Eagle Claw turned to White Tiger. "What is she talking about?" Dahu was also trying hard to understand what Rorschach meant. Some of the words appeared for the first time, so he didn't quite understand them. He glanced at Eagle Claw. "Didn't you hear it just now?" Luo Xia said, "Don't underestimate this bone. It is the bone of the great fish god. It is very rare. I will use this thing to exchange for animal skins with you. You can also say it is buying it." Eagle Claw: "Buying means exchanging. Why use 2 different words when they mean the same thing?" He took the bone and tossed it. It was very light, white, and smooth. He scoffed. "What use do I have for this? There are bones like this everywhere." After saying that, he threw the thing back without hesitation. Ahe was a little angry and said in a low voice, "This is the bone of the great fish god." The people on the opposite side laughed loudly. After laughing, they said, "If you say it is, then it is. Even if it is true, what use is it to me? It's useless, but you can use it as a token of trust. I'll exchange it with you today. A piece of bone is a piece of animal skin. Later, you can bring this bone to us to exchange for other things. We can call this thing something else. We can call it money." But the primitive people still couldn't understand, and their eyes were blank. This is not their fault. Rorschach believes that her explanation is not sufficient, but no matter how much she explains, it is difficult for her to continue. Everyone's language system is imperfect. After speaking a long paragraph, they can only ask, like Eagle Claw before, "What is she talking about?" Perhaps this new model can only be explained through practice. The members of the Eagle tribe on the opposite side were obviously confused by what Rorschach said. After a brief moment of confusion, they became a little annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? Exchanging things for things is the same in every tribe. Do you still want to cheat? Rorschach glanced at the sick deer and 2 wild boars that the other party had dragged over, which were used to exchange for the pottery jars. He turned around and asked someone to wrap the clay pot tightly with wild grass. This thing is called a clay pot. It can hold water or blood and can be placed on fire to cook things. But be careful not to bump it, and don't dry burn it. Dry burning means putting the pot on fire without water inside, which will ruin it. She pushed her things across the room and pointed at the 3 prey. These are ours. His own people stepped forward and dragged the prey over. Rorschach pointed at the bowl in Eagle Claw's hand and said, "But the food you eat here is not free." Eagle Claw nodded, having forgotten about this matter. "What do you want?" "Please bring me 2 animal skins." Eagle Claw gave a look, and someone behind him stood up and left. Soon he came back with 2 deerskins. "1 skin for 2 jars of meat, and I'll buy the remaining 1 with this." After saying this, Rorschach threw the fish bone over again. Eagle Claw caught it and said unhappily, "I don't need this thing. Don't you understand? You can come back to us tomorrow with that bone and have 2 more cans of meat. If you don't want meat, you can buy anything else you like with this bone." Rorschach's actions were a bit unreasonable and against other people's wishes, but there was no other way. Primitive people had their own behavior patterns, and it would be difficult to change suddenly, so he had to put in some effort to break the situation. She pointed at Baidahu and said, "It's just a deerskin, not a rare thing. Baidahu is in our tribe. I swear on his reputation that I won't cheat you." Baidahu was speechless. He seemed to have become some kind of bargaining chip, but he couldn't figure it out. Eagle Claw on the opposite side seemed to be thinking about something. It seemed that what the woman said was right. It was just a deerskin, not a rare thing. He was so stingy for a deerskin, which was a bit embarrassing in the eyes of Baidahu, his defeated opponent. "We'll come back tomorrow morning." Eagle Claw's tone was angry. They ate up the 2 cans of meat and soup and turned to leave. Rorschach exhaled. That was a lot of work. Ahe also breathed a sigh of relief. The Eagle tribe came to exchange goods, but she didn't know why the atmosphere was a little off. She also felt very tired. "Rorschach, what do we do now?" Ahe looked at the deerskin that she had exchanged for a piece of bone with great effort. She was confused about the whole process and didn't know why Rorschach did this. It seemed like he was deliberately trying to make the other party unhappy. "Drag the stuff inside." Rorschach stood up. Ahe also stood up. "Are we leaving tonight?" Rorschach, "Why?" Ahe pointed at the deerskin. It was obviously inappropriate to exchange a thumb-sized bone for a piece of deerskin. This was just taking advantage of others, although he didn't know what was so good about the deerskin that made them do so. "But now that we have done this, the next step, of course, is to leave quickly." Baidahu, "No, at worst I can just return the deerskin to them." His defeat at the hands of Eagle Claw was a hurdle he couldn't get over, and now he was running away overnight just for a deerskin? How could he still have the face-to-face when he met people from the Eagle tribe again? Rorschach laughed. "Why are you so nervous? I told you that if they return the bones to us tomorrow morning, we can have 2 more cans of meat. That means we ended up with nothing and still had to let others eat our meat?" Lao Chi interrupted. Everyone nodded, and tomorrow morning they could just pick up a bone and eat their meat. Rorschach pointed at the deerskin on the ground and said, "How can there be nothing? Isn't this deerskin the harvest?" Everyone fell into deep thought, a little confused. Rorschach let them slowly think about the logic. It was simple, but if the brain didn't understand such logic, it would be very confusing. She lowered the door latch, opened the door to the space, and dragged a deerskin, a deer, and a pig into the space. The rest are left outside to confuse everyone's eyes. Glancing around the space, she dragged out a pile of large baskets from the corner. This thing was very useful. At that time, the deer tribe came to their tribe to steal the baskets. Chapter 118. Do you understand? When going to bed at night, Rorschach, contrary to his usual behavior, hugged his mother's arm and took the initiative to bring up the topic of men and children. "Mom, I don't like any of the men here, so I won't look for one anymore." But it doesn't matter. Old 7 can have my share of children too. In the future, our tribe will have many, many children. I can't have many children with my body. I won't have any more children. Are you stupid? Alas, Ahe was very anxious, especially when the 7th brother came to the tribe. She became even more anxious. She was worried that her daughter's status would be lost. The 7th daughter was obviously fertile. If she was really as fertile as her mother, she would definitely become the highest-ranking woman in the Song tribe. Who knows? She might really become a goddess. But it is impossible for 2 women of equal status in a tribe, just like there cannot be 2 patriarchs. If such a situation occurs, a fight will definitely break out. No matter how she looked at it, her daughter was no match for the 7th brother. Ahe was worried, but Luo Xia didn't care. He smiled and said, "Mom, I'm not stupid. Anyway, all the children in the tribe will call me Mom in the future. I have many children without feeling any pain. How could that be? From now on, except for you, everyone else will only call you sister. Because Luo Xia is the daughter of her own tribe, calling her Ama would be confusing. That doesn't matter. We're all family anyway. I'll leave the childbearing to them. I'll think about how to expand our tribe so that everyone can have enough to eat. Wouldn't that be great? Ahe was silent for a long time. Rorschach was right. She was not cut out to have children, and her daughter looked even worse than she was. Although she was protected by a god, it seemed that the god did not intend for her daughter to have many children and did not give her a strong body. Besides, his daughter became a god not by giving birth to a child, but because she was originally a child of God. Ahe sighed and seemed relieved. After a while, he said, "Forget it then. Take your time to choose. You don't need to have many children. 4 or 5 will be enough." Rorschach. But my mother finally stopped thinking about choosing one of the men to take home. The next morning, the tribesmen hurriedly had breakfast, and some of them picked a bunch of wild vegetables from nearby. I don't know when this wild vegetable became a must-have for every meal. If I eat meat without vegetables, I always feel like something is missing. The eagle tribe came at a time that was neither too early nor too late, and the same people were there from last night. Seeing them in broad daylight, they looked even stronger and more sturdy. After arriving, he sat cross-legged opposite, and eagle claw threw the bone over. Rorschach set the bone, looked at it with great care, and felt it in his hand. "You just want 2 cans of meat? Are you going to go back on your word last night?" "No, you can choose. You can buy 2 cans of meat with this bone, or 6 bowls, or 1 can of meat and 3 bowls, or 1 can of meat and 3 baskets, or even 3 baskets and 3 bowls." Wait, don't say so much at once. It makes me dizzy." The other side hurriedly called a halt. Rorschach stopped and waited. Eagle Claw sorted out what the woman had just said, feeling incredibly surprised and certain he must have made a mistake. "You mean we can take all these things away, right?" He pointed to the jars, baskets, and bowls. "That shouldn't be the case. If you can take everything away, why not just say you can take everything away?" Rorschach, "No." Then he slowed down his speech and repeated what he had just said, making some gestures. "If you don't explain it clearly twice, explain it again." Finally, the other party understood. Eagle Claw stood up to check the basket. It was a very complicated thing. He didn't know how the Song tribe made it. If he took it back, it would be very convenient for the women in his tribe to pick the fruits. He picked up the ceramic bowl again. "This one is also good. It can be used when eating meat or drinking water. It is much better than drinking with your hands. Maybe it has other great uses." Finally, I returned to the jar, and the meat inside began to emit fragrance again. However, the meat in the jar seemed not as important as the basket and bowl. After all, after they took the pottery jar back, they immediately used it in the same way. It was then that they realized the importance of bowls. Without bowls, everyone had to put their heads together to dig out the jar. Because it was hot, they poured out the whole jar of meat and lost the soup, but fortunately the jar was fine. He could cook the meat himself when he got home. Although it wasn't as delicious as other people's, he could guess the reason. Nothing was added to it. He could just add it when he got back to the tribe. "You need several bowls. A basket is also needed. You just said you could give me 3 baskets and 3 bowls. With that bone." "Right. Can." The group left quickly. On the way back, Eagle Claw fell into deep thought. He tried hard to recall what had just happened and what Rorschach said, but he still couldn't figure it out. What's so good about that bone? He looked at his brothers. Everyone shook their heads. They had traded a piece of deerskin for a bone last night and had been feeling uncomfortable all night, feeling as if they had been fooled and felt very wronged. Now I have exchanged that bone for 3 bowls and 3 large baskets. What good is that bone? A brother stepped forward and said, "They like bones, so we'll just give them bones. They still have baskets, bowls, and meat cooking in pots. Can we exchange them for bones?" The people of Song tribe were passing the bone around. After looking around, the bone returned to Rorschach's hand. The 7th elder asked, "What can be done with this bone?" He exchanged something useful from his tribe for a small piece of bone. Although the bone originally belonged to his tribe, he still felt uncomfortable. Is it edible? Can it save lives? Or is it useful in some other way? Rorschach pointed the bone towards the sun. Well, because he often touched it with his hands, the bone was very beautiful, and it was even more beautiful in the sun. "This bone is useless, but it's money, and the purpose of money is to buy things." Old 7, I don't understand. Do you understand? She looked at the other Song tribe members, and they avoided looking at her because they were embarrassed. They had never understood what Rorschach said from the beginning, but they couldn't say it. Lao Chi looked at Baidahu, and Baidahu looked at the ground. She looked back at Rorschach. "Can't we exchange it for something useful? Now that I am a member of the Song tribe, I will feel distressed. Rorschach laughed and said, the purpose of meat is to eat, the purpose of water is to drink, and the purpose of money is to buy things. Bones are useless, but when they become money, they can be used to buy things, and that's their only purpose. If these bones had any other major purpose, they wouldn't be money. Lao Chi felt a headache and looked at the others. Do you understand this time? Naturally, no one understands. Chapter 119. A freak. There was nothing to do at this time. Everyone stayed in the tribe, waiting to sell the remaining items. Rorschach had just successfully completed a transaction, not an exchange, and was in a good mood, so he began to promote the benefits of money to everyone. Money is small and very convenient to carry around. Sometimes I would go to other tribes to exchange for some animal skins. I would carry a deer on my back, but when I got there, the deer would stink. They would say they had enough venison, and it would be better if they had carried a pig instead. The result was that neither side got what they wanted, and even the smelly venison had to be thrown away if it was not eaten in time. If you need money at this time, don't worry about it being damaged. Just go and buy a few animal skins from someone. After receiving the money, the other party can go to the neighboring tribe to buy pork. In short, if you have money, you don't have to worry that the things you carry with great difficulty are not what the other party wants, making the other party unwilling to exchange even if they have extra things. But money is useless. Its only use is for buying and selling. But the value of this transaction needs to be given by people. Everyone thought that this was not a bone but money, and that it could be used to exchange for something else, so the money had value. Everyone, please remain silent after listening. Old Seven hunched his back, a little listless. I don't understand. But she began to understand why Luo Xia was the goddess of the Song tribe. No one else could say such a bunch of incomprehensible but reasonable words. Baidahu was deflated and said frankly that he didn't understand. He tried very hard to understand what Rorschach said, but still didn't understand what money was. Why should a piece of bone be renamed money? So in the future, when they have finished eating the meat, should they call the bones left over or the money? He was going crazy thinking about these questions. Rorschach found it funny and cute to see everyone was confused by him. What a simple and innocent primitive man. It may not be easy to get them to accept the concept of money, and it may not be easy to get the money to circulate. However, this task should be left to an influential large tribe, such as the Eagle tribe. An acquaintance sat down opposite, holding the bamboo tube in his hand, as usual. Hey, this time he didn't look at anyone else, but directly at Rorschach, his face full of smiles. Do you need any more grass? I'll trade it with you for some meat. Rorschach agreed immediately. Sure. The man was a little surprised. He looked at Rorschach twice more and asked, do you really want it? Bring whatever you can. The man stopped smiling and just looked at Rorschach with a strange look in his eyes. Then wait, I'll get it. The man stood up and left in a hurry. The seventh brother curled his lips. What do you need those for? Rorschach, then mint is good. He might have something else that can be used as a seasoning. It would be delicious with meat and vegetables. Lao Chi immediately shut her mouth. If that was the case, she thought it was great and began to look forward to it. The man came back quickly, carrying a large bundle of messy grass, which he spread out in front of Rorschach and looked at him nervously. You want these? Rorschach was very interested and squatted on the ground, rummaging through the grass. Is this edible? Aren't these poisonous? Impossible. I have nothing to do all day, so I eat these for fun. I think the witch doctor in your tribe might be able to use them when I take them back. Is it a herbal medicine? I guess so. That's probably not the case. The answer is so forced. However, the man was eager to sell these things to Rorschach, and he squatted down to eat them in front of Rorschach. Look, it's not poisonous. I've tried them all one by one, and they're all good. He stuffed something in his mouth and chewed it, looking very happy, whether he was pretending or real. Then he spat something aside and continued chewing something else. Baidahu came over, picked something up at random, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it. However, this person's emotions were really not obvious. Rorschach could see that he had a clear expression on his face no matter what he ate. How's it going? Yeah, that's what it is. It was useless to ask this question, so Rorschach had to speak up himself. These grasses do have their own flavors, and the flavors are strong, different from ordinary wild vegetables. Rorschach asked, does your tribe like these things? It's all right. The man felt guilty. Baidahu's expression immediately changed. What kind of mess did you give us? The man was embarrassed. Some people like it. Rorschach understood that this man was an outlier among primitive people. He liked different things from others. He liked these stimulating tastes. But in Baidahu's eyes, he is a liar. Perhaps only things that have been recognized and tested by a tribe can be considered good things. But if it is an individual, then this person is just a liar who deceives others. Luo Xia held the unhappy Baidahu and said, I think it's good. Baidahu looked at her. Question mark. The man was overjoyed. You like it? If you like it, I'll trade it with you. These are the treasures he collected and dried. He brought them to this gathering hoping that there would be people who like them as much as he does, and that he could exchange them for something useful. But he kept hitting a wall, and Rorschach's biggest gain was getting a bowl of meat. I didn't expect that this girl liked them so much and seemed to want them all. Rorschach nodded. I want them all. Okay. How much meat can you give me in exchange? The man was overjoyed and sat down in front of the jar. His stomach began to rumble as expected. Rorschach smiled. As long as you are full. Rorschach collected this pile of strange grass and discovered in the process that these things were carefully dried and placed together in categories. This man is very concerned about this. But to most primitive people he was probably just a freak. It's a pity for Rorschach. Why isn't he from his own tribe? Maybe he would become a good cook. Then they put the things into the tent. When they came out, the man who ate the meat was pushed aside and shrank his head. The group from the Eagle tribe came back again. As soon as Luo Xia came out, the opponent threw something over. It bounced off his hand and he missed it, but it was caught by Baidahu next to him. Baidahu took a look with a complicated expression and looked at the Eagle tribe with a vicious look. Rorschach stretched out his hand. What is it? Let me see. He leaned over to take a look, smiled, and took the thing from Baidahu's hand. It was a bone and also a spine. It's a bone. It's money. The other party said, somewhat proudly and provocatively. We bring money to buy things from you. Do you want to buy? Rorschach corrected him. You should ask us if we want to sell it, not if we want to buy it. Now it's you who buys it and we who sell it. But it's just an ordinary bone. Chapter 120. This method doesn't work. Your bones are precious, and so are our bones. Don't be so rude. Are you going to exchange them or not? Eagle Claw didn't say anything, but the men behind him were shouting loudly. In this situation, a small tribe like the Song tribe could not refuse at all, otherwise it would bring disaster. Rorschach looked straight at Talon. If you want to exchange, then we will. But you can take our money back and exchange it with us, and we can also take your money back and exchange it with you, right, Chief? Eagle Claw was stunned, and for some reason he was a little unable to agree. The bone was picked out from the leftover bones by them. If their own people could find it, others could find it as well. He felt proud and clever when he brought this thing to exchange with the Song tribe. But let others take this thing and exchange it with you? That's absolutely not possible. But the Song tribe can replace their bones and replace them again. What's the difference between your bones and mine? Show them to me. Rorschach tossed their own back. This is yours. Eagle Claw took it and took a look. It looked very ordinary, with the meat residue still on it. Rorschach tossed another piece over. This is ours. The two bones put together immediately created a sharp contrast. Rorschach's bones were very beautiful, smooth, and lustrous. The man behind Eagle Claw came over to take a look and had to admit that the two bones were different, but he was still dissatisfied. You, the Song tribe, are so proud of finding different bones. But after all, they are just bones and can't be eaten. Rorschach, my bone is rare, but the most rare thing is that I love it very much. I caress it every day, so it has become so smooth, just like your weapons, which become smooth after being touched many times. This is why it is different from ordinary bones. Because it has been processed, time and effort have been invested in it. Whether it is the bone of the great fish god is not so important at this time. The Eagle tribe looked at their weapons and found that they had indeed been polished to a smooth finish by themselves. One of them snorted. Then wouldn't it be that we can just fiddle with this bone every day until it becomes slippery and then trade it with you? Rorschach nodded. Of course, as long as you promise to exchange the bone with your tribe. Eagle Claw snorted coldly, threw the bone he brought into the fire, and returned Rorschach's bone to her. Why not exchange it for something useful? The group went back in anger. The tense Song people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why should we trade our bones with others? Don't we have anything else to trade with them? The seventh one said. The man eating the meat coughed. He thought he was going to be involved in a fight. He finished the meat in the bowl as quickly as possible and was sweating all over from the burn. Could you give me some water? He pointed inside the pot. Rorschach said, This can't be called water, this is called soup. The man drank a bowl of soup and said he was leaving. He was full and felt comfortable all over. It would be wonderful for him to go back and find a place to sleep. Rorschach called him and said, You brought a lot of things. Besides filling your stomach, you can also choose something else. See if we have anything else you need. The man picked out a large basket, which was extremely useful to him. Now only my own people are left. Baidahu said, Bones are useless. Rorschach, bones are useless, but money is. Baidahu. Anyway, this method won't work. Lao Chi, let's just exchange things honestly. The bone is useless. Only a fool would exchange it for something useless. Rorschach smiled and said, Well, maybe. It doesn't matter. Money is bound to come. She is just planting a seed. It depends on when it sprouts. As for what money actually is, it is a concept. To explain, she needed to organize her words carefully and give a long speech, which was tiring just thinking about it. Her own people wouldn't understand her, so she didn't bother to explain. After the incident with the Eagle tribe, Song Dae raised an important point. They had exchanged too much food, too much for their own people to eat. If this continued, the food would go bad. Should we ask some people to quickly deliver the food back to the tribe? However, in Song Dae's opinion, they should exchange the food for more women, because their tribes simply cannot eat so much food at once. But Rorschach didn't seem to mean that. She was eager to get more food in return. Luo Xia comforted Song Dae and said it was okay and the food would not go bad. However, Rorschach also felt that he should go back early. The elderly and children in the tribe were worrying. After being out for so long, the meat left for them should have been eaten up. There are only 3 clay pots and a few bowls left, and this thing is harder to sell than she thought. The reason is that people are still used to eating it raw, and although they think the cooked food is good, it is not necessary. Their tribe has already obtained 5 prey, a bunch of small prey, and other small things. Although it's not much, you can't be greedy. After today, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. I haven't been idle today either. Although most tribes were unwilling to exchange a pig for a pottery jar, they could not resist the temptation of individuals from the tribe to exchange their belongings for a bowl of meat from the Song tribe. A large piece of meat for a small piece, a large armful of wild vegetables for a bowl of wild vegetables. Adhering to the principle that even mosquito meat is meat, Rorschach cooked meat and vegetables for a day in the camp the day before yesterday. During this period, the Eagle tribe came once and exchanged a piece of animal skin for some wood blocks. Rorschach found it a little unbelievable. Salt was very attractive to humans and animals. A powerful tribe like the Eagle tribe should have asked for a basketful of it at a time, just like the Mother Goddess tribe. It was abnormal for them to be so stingy. Is the Eagle tribe as big as the Mother Goddess tribe? Rorschach asked. Baidahu wasn't very interested and replied calmly, maybe. Does the Eagle tribe have a shortage of salt? Luo Xia said that from beginning to end, she did not see that the Eagle tribe was interested in the wood in the basket, which was very wrong. Baidahu shook his head. They don't have clay pots, so they can't boil stones. But they don't lick stones like the Song tribe does. There's a bitter lake over there. The water there isn't drinkable, but it's okay to drink a little. It tastes very similar to this. Rorschach stared. Baidahu, what's wrong? That's a saltwater lake. No wonder they don't want it. It's easier for them to get salt than it is for you. She suddenly understood why the Eagle tribe had developed into a large tribe. It was because they had environmental advantages. Chapter 121 Return to the Tribe. Baidahu didn't know much about the saltwater lake. He only knew that the water in the lake could not quench thirst and tasted bitter, but they liked to wash their prey in the lake because it had a different taste. So the Eagle tribe hates that the lake water cannot be drunk directly, but they cannot live without it. In Rorschach's opinion, this is why the Eagle tribe is so powerful. They are able to consume enough salt to make their body stronger. Later, another tribe exchanged a bison for a clay pot and 3 bowls. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Rorschach put all the extra supplies into the space and reminded his mother to wake him up early the next morning and set off early. The next morning, before dawn, Ahe woke Rorschach up and told him it was time to go. For a small tribe like theirs, with enough supplies, it would be best to leave quietly to avoid arousing envy. There wasn't much to pack, just the tent and the supplies inside. The tribesmen easily carried all the things on their backs. Song Dae was a little confused. He always felt that things didn't seem to match. He had exchanged for several prey, but there was only one on his back. He came close to Baidahu and asked in a low voice. Baidahu said, "Just do your own thing and don't worry about other things." We walked quickly all the way until the sun was at its highest point halfway through the day, then we stopped to rest. The 7th elder said, "Are these the only people in our tribe?" When we were in the camp, everyone was moving around and I couldn't see clearly, but now that there was only one tribe, it was clear at a glance. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Rorschach smiled and said, "Yeah." The 7th brother muttered to himself. It turns out our tribe is really a small tribe. After she said this, the 4 women who came from other tribes like her also seemed a little nervous. Rorschach laughed again and said, "Yes, our tribe is not big, but we can eat our fill." At this time, they were already quite a distance away from the gathering destination, so they were not so worried about being robbed by other tribes. Luo Xia asked Baidahu to take some young people to move the things back to the tribe quickly. The meat was already a little spoiled, so he asked the people in the tribe to share it quickly. As for herself and others who walked slower, such as Changsho Aba, who were a little behind, she just walked with the rest, and it didn't matter if she was a little slower. Since there was no need to rush back, Rorschach became slow again, searching in the bushes as he walked. Song Gang asked what he was looking for. Rorschach said to find a kind of grass that could be used to make clothes. That is numbness. Rorschach had no idea what this plant looked like. She only knew that clothes made from hemp were very comfortable to wear, but she had never seen what the raw material looked like. And it is hard to say whether the hemp would be the same 10,000 years ago as it is 10,000 years later. She had wanted to find this plant some time ago and had even prepared needles for making clothes, but she had no time. I might as well look for it on the way back. She had no choice but to describe to everyone that the turf fibers of this grass were very long, like hair. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Although they were confused, they followed her to look for it. However, most of their time was spent picking wild vegetables because they knew better about the edible wild vegetables. The seventh sister was a little unhappy. When she was in the Mother Goddess tribe, her status was quite high, but when she arrived at the Song tribe, she found that she had to listen to a woman who was much weaker than herself, and she was very dissatisfied. But she found that everyone in the Song tribe listened to Luo Xia, so she had to hold her anger and cooperate reluctantly. They searched along the way and picked a lot of wild vegetables, which everyone carried on their backs. Rorschach found several plants with very long roots, but he didn't know if they were real. Anyway, he pulled up some of each and brought them back for verification. Before they reached the tribe, Baidahu brought people to look for them. You're too slow. Baidahu glared at Luo Xia, somewhat unhappy. This procrastination is very worrying. Lao Chi seemed to have found a soulmate and took a few quick steps to Baidahu's side. In this tribe, the person she values most is this man, and she thinks he is good in every aspect. Baidahu walked over to Luo Xia and took a bundle of strange weeds from her. You can't eat these, right? It's not for eating, it's for making clothes. Baidahu opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't know how to discuss these strange things with Rorschach. He used to say that Rorschach was weird and only made useless things. But later on it's hard to say, because often those weird things can come in handy. Nothing major has happened in Song tribe during this period. After the young people left, the elders and children of the tribe stayed in the tribe, at most walking around and picking some wild vegetables. Rorschach and his companions left some meat for them when they left, but it was not enough, and they had eaten it all after 5 days. They remembered what Rorschach had said before he left, that if there was not enough meat, they could slaughter a pig to eat. Everyone stood around the pig pen and looked at it for a long time. There are 2 wild boars in the pigsty, and they have become fat now. Finally, Haofu Alma stood up. Let's be patient for a while. If we don't have anything to eat, we can just eat some wild vegetables. It's not easy to catch this wild boar. Rorschach said he wants to wait for it to give birth. Let's be patient for 2 more days. Everyone agreed that they had experienced days of hunger and starvation before, and Rorschach and the others would be back soon. Besides, eating wild vegetables is not something particularly unpleasant. Rinse the wild vegetables in the hot water in the ceramic pot. Oh, by the way, don't forget to put 2 rocks in the water, then the taste will be very good. After eating wild vegetables, I drink half a bowl of soup. My stomach feels warm, and I'm not so hungry anymore. So everyone, please be patient for 2 days, and then for 2 more days. Baidahu and his men returned with the prey on their backs. Then Rorschach and the others came back, bringing their new mother with them. The 5 new ants looked at the tribe in surprise. There were fewer people in the tribe than they thought, and there were quite a few elderly people, which was very strange. But this doesn't seem to be a poor tribe. They saw strange huts in the tribe, as well as pigs and sheep raised in pens. There was also a patch of weeds surrounded by branches. They said these were wild vegetables they planted themselves. In short, this is a strange tribe, and their own tribe is not quite the same. Everyone in the tribe also had a strange attitude towards Rorschach, with great respect. All this was incredible in the eyes of the new women. As soon as this strange woman, Rorschach, came back, she asked everyone to boil water in clay pots, and then blanch the wild vegetables that everyone brought back in the boiling water. Then they put the blanched and wilted wild vegetables in the sun, saying that they would make them into dried vegetables to eat in winter. Chapter 122, they started fighting. After returning from the gathering, life in the tribe returned to normal, but with the arrival of 5 new young women, this normality was mixed with a different kind of excitement. The men were like crazy, and when they were busy, they would circle around the women, hoping to win their hearts. Such a situation where several men surrounded a woman, or a woman was surrounded by several men, was normal for that period, but it was a bit unacceptable to Rorschach. But this is just her personal matter. She doesn't interfere with how the relationships between men and women in the tribe develop. There are still a lot of things to do every day, but because the tribe has some food reserves, eating is not as worrying as before. In addition, everyone has gradually accepted eating wild vegetables, and the demand for meat has relatively decreased. The men brought live prey back from the traps, even a tiger. Rorschach was not greedy in livestock domestication and did not want to make any innovations. He just kept the pigs, cattle, and sheep and ate all the others. Wild vegetables for winter are also being prepared. It is much easier to obtain wild vegetables than wild fruits. These grass-like plants grow everywhere, and they will grow again in the same place after being pulled out. Therefore, women can always bring back a lot of wild vegetables every time they go out. Some of it is left for consumption on the same day, and the rest is dried and piled in the cave. The old people who stay in the tribe every day are also busy processing animal skins to make clothes. Lao Chi was delighted. She had indeed chosen the right tribe. Although the tribe was small, the food was really good. Judging from the situation, they would be able to live well even in winter. The only thing that made her unhappy was that the man she liked always ignored her, which was very infuriating. That evening, while it was still early, the men and women returned. Rorschach was fiddling with her wild vegetables and weeds in the open space designated for drying vegetables. When she came back from the rally a few days ago, she found some wild grass that should not be used as hemp for waterproofing. After drying, it broke when bent. Yesterday, she went to the nearby area to find a few more kinds, and they were almost dry now after being dried. Unfortunately, this new plant was no good either. It broke with a snap as soon as she bent it, and pieces fell off. It seems I have to keep looking. She raised her hand to fan her face. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and she couldn't find hemp to make clothes. She had to get some leaves and grass to make clothes for herself. Many people in the tribe have taken off their leather jackets and even changed their leather skirts into grass skirts, which makes them feel much cooler. But Rorschach still covered herself tightly with her leather jacket and skirt. After all, if she wasn't careful, her underwear might be exposed. She couldn't care less what others did, but she would still feel embarrassed. She clapped her hands and stood up. Suddenly, she heard shouting from the other side. It sounded like a fight, but she couldn't see clearly because of the house blocking her view. Zhuang came running from behind the house, shouting, "Sister, come quickly, they are fighting." Rorschach was shocked. Since he woke up in this tribe, he had never encountered people from his tribe fighting. What happened? She hurried in that direction, and Zhuang ran ahead of her, out of breath. The beating was so fierce, Lao Chi's mother and the others said that they must pin down Brother Dahu today. Rorschach stopped quickly. Who's fighting with whom? Seventh brother's mother and the others beat up Big Tiger alone. The little guy was filled with indignation. Luo Xia coughed twice, vaguely knowing what was going on. He said, "Since my parents didn't care about the rest, let's not worry about it. I'm going back to work." After saying that, he turned around and left. Fortunately, he ran slowly. Otherwise, he almost got involved in their embarrassing situation. She doesn't care about the affairs of these men and women. Sister. Zhuang couldn't get anyone to come, so he had to go back and watch the fun by himself. Rorschach threw away the useless weeds, carried the dried vegetables to the cave, and put them away, then hid inside and didn't go out. Outside, everyone was fighting fiercely, and it seemed that no one was trying to stop the fight. Not only did no one try to stop, but they were also cheering. I can't show up in that situation, for fear of bringing trouble upon myself and being forced by my mother to find a man. After things calmed down outside, Rorschach came out of the cave and started to make a fire. It was time for dinner. Soon someone came over to take over her work, and those responsible for distributing food went to distribute the food. Rorschach glanced around but didn't see Bai Dao. I suddenly felt a little weird. There was still some excitement on everyone's face, but primitive people were indeed not as talkative as modern people, and no one gossiped when they gathered together. Or maybe they've had enough of gossip. Rorschach was so curious that he couldn't help asking, "Where's Bai Dao?" Could it be that he was really held down by those women? Song Dae shook his head. Dahu went to the river to take a bath. After all, he had just fought fiercely and was covered in dirt, which was even worse than hunting. Then he stopped talking. Everyone is waiting for the meal with full concentration, their eyes sparkling. I am in the best mood every day when I eat, and I never get enough or get tired of eating. Luo Xia's curiosity was aroused, but he didn't dare to ask, especially since his mother Ahe was sitting next to him. As an older woman who did not contribute to the reproduction of the tribe, how could he have the nerve to interfere in other people's affairs between men and women? I had to keep it in my heart. When cooking the meat, Rorschach added a little bit of the seasoning he brought back from the gathering, but very little. Although primitive people can accept strong fishy smells, they may not be able to accept other flavors because their sense of taste is very keen. It smells different today than it did yesterday. Ahe sniffed, feeling a little expectant. Ever since she exchanged a bunch of weird plants with that strange man at the rally, her daughter has been keen on cooking meat and desserts in them every time. And he always comes up with a serious name for it. One day it's cinnamon, another day it's star anise, and another day it's coriander. These things will change the taste of the cooked meat, change the taste of the soup, and the taste of the meat will also be slightly different. Sometimes people think it tastes good, and sometimes they think it's not so good. But maybe because there is enough food now, or maybe because she is Rorschach, everyone is not at all opposed to her adding ingredients to the jar, and they even look forward to it. It seems that eating is not just about filling the stomach, but also about chewing slowly and looking for the unusual flavors in it. I added this in today. Rorschach took out the things he had added today and showed them to everyone. Who knows? His own people might come across them in the future and pick some back. Tiny fruits hang on the dry branches. This is Sichuan pepper. Rorschach said casually that although this thing tasted different from Sichuan pepper, it looked a bit similar. They were both small fruits, and even the numbing taste was a bit similar. Chapter 123, Staying Overnight. Baidahu came back when everyone was about to finish eating. He was full of anger and had scratches all over his face. He sat down by the fire, picked up his bowl, and started eating without saying a word. Rorschach didn't know what was wrong with him. He originally wanted to pretend that he knew nothing, but his bruised face was really funny. When he lowered his head to drink the soup, he burst out laughing and the soup sprayed out. Ha ha. There was silence by the fire. Luo Xia also knew that he shouldn't laugh, but when he thought of Baidahu's embarrassed look, it was really rare to see him in such an embarrassed state. I couldn't stop laughing. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Baidahu staring at him sinisterly. What's so funny? Rorschach shut up instantly and coughed in a fake manner. After laughing, he couldn't help but want to ask whether Baidahu was held down by those women, but in the end he didn't have the courage to ask. When it was time to go to bed at night, Rorschach took the initiative to sleep with Ah for the first time. By the way, I asked about the fight in the evening. Just as Luo Xia thought, Lao Chi couldn't do anything to Baidahu by himself. After communicating with the women who entered the tribe with him, he found that this man was indifferent to them. After discussing it, they decided to attack him together, regardless of whether he was willing or not. As a result, when they came back in the afternoon, a fight broke out over the incident of pulling Baidahu in the open space. At first, the women were flirting with each other, but later they became really angry. Baidahu's competitive nature was probably aroused, and 5 women and 1 man started fighting. In the end, no one won, and everyone was left with bruises. Rorschach, did they manage to pin down Baidahu? How can I hold him back? He's already mad with anger. Is there something wrong with this Baidahu? The other young people are so envious of him. What's he thinking? Rorschach's curiosity was finally satisfied. It turned out he wasn't being held down. But my mother was right. This Baidahu seemed to be sick. Why did he reject the pursuit of 5 women? He turned over and looked up into the darkness. This guy is so stubborn. He didn't say which girl he liked. If he had, I would have brought her back to him. He didn't like Lao Chi during the rally, and he didn't expect that he still didn't like her even after he came back. Rorschach was puzzled as to whether primitive people liked this concept. She always felt that all their energy was used in survival and reproduction, so the relationship between primitive men and women was chaotic. Neither men nor women had the concept of loyalty, and there was no love. So what is going on with Baidahu? Rorschach originally thought that the 5 women had a fight with Baidahu and would never have any contact with each other again, but she underestimated the tolerance of the primitive people. The 5 women became more and more courageous after each setback. Baidahu didn't fight with them. Every day when he came back, he would run to Luo Xia and squat there, doing some work. After all, Luo Xia had the highest status in the tribe, so those people didn't dare to fight in front of her. Even the 7th brother looked at Rorschach with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Rorschach was busy. Because she had various seasonings, she started to burn a kiln and made several containers with lids to store the seasonings. With these seasonings, daily meals become much more fun, so the status of seasonings is definitely worthy of several dedicated containers with lids. In addition, she would pick out the fresh wild vegetables that tasted good and had a good texture from the ones she picked every day, secretly take them to her own space for improvement, and then take them out and plant them in the vegetable garden after 2 days. The tribe's livestock is under the care of Changsho Aba. They are growing well and have started mating. Who knows, they might get pregnant with a bunch of little wild boars someday. These guys are living comfortably in the tribe and are no longer as irritable as they were at the beginning. They probably find that life in that circle is much easier than the worries and fears they had in the past when they were outside. The tribesmen were also happy and treated these livestock as treasures. They would go over to check on them whenever they had nothing to do, throw a few handfuls of grass to feed them, and planned to raise these livestock until winter so that they could easily survive the winter. That day, Luo Xia was weaving new straw sandals for herself. The front part was worn out by her. As a person who never left the tribe, it was okay for her to wear straw sandals every day. Seeing Bai Dahu touching his weapon, he threw the fishbone string in his hand to him. This is a fish spine strung together with deer trotter tendons. She usually wears it on her wrist and takes it off and wraps it in her hand when she has nothing to do. Help me to coil it. Bai Dahu imitated Rorschach and touched each vertebra one by one, feeling very disdainful of this matter. Are you still thinking about your money? Regarding the money transaction with the Eagle tribe at the rally, Bai Dahu thought about it many times and came to the conclusion that Rorschach just made a simple matter complicated. It is obvious that if someone brings a deerskin, they can just exchange it for 3 bowls and 3 baskets. Why put a bone in the middle? It is so troublesome. Rorschach hummed. I didn't think about it. I was just preparing it. Even if I don't use it, it'll look nice on my wrist later. Money will definitely appear, but it is hard to say what will be used as money. Maybe it will be bones, maybe stones, or maybe something else. She hoped it was bones, a spine, because she has it in her space. Bai Dahu continued, Dad and Mom have made a lot of clothes. What are they going to do with them? Rorschach. Then we'll trade them with other tribes for animal skins. There is still profit in exchanging less for more. When the weather turns cooler in autumn, they go to nearby tribes to sell their wares. The animal skins they get in return are just enough for their people to survive the winter. As he was speaking, someone came running over and said, There are foreigners coming. Rorschach's heart tightened, and he stood up. Now that our tribe is developing well, what we fear most is the involvement of outsiders. The ones who came happened to be the Deer tribe, whom the Song tribe regarded as their enemy. This time, there was also a team of more than a dozen people, all of whom were young and strong men. It was already evening at this time, and the men and women of the Song tribe had all returned. Although the Song tribe was a large tribe, there were only a dozen people who came, and they did not dare to act too arrogantly. Rorschach could still see the arrogance of the strong in their eyes. They were out hunting, and it was too late to go back, so they needed to find a safe place to stay. The area near the tribe was the safest, so they came here to spend the night on the edge of the tribe. The members of the Song tribe seemed a little nervous, not only because the small tribe was afraid of the big tribe, but also because although no one in the tribe talked about some things, many people knew about them. The last member of the Deer tribe who came had died at the hands of their own people. These people from the Deer tribe look harmless. Do they know that a group of their brothers have already died here? Chapter 124, Ran Away with Our Jar. Luo Xia had the people of the Deer tribe arranged on the outskirts of the open space, about 10 meters away from the people of the Pine tribe, and also lent them fire. The Deer tribe is very interested in the Pine tribe. This was obviously no longer the dying Song tribe in their memory and imagination. They didn't know how the tribe had grown from a dozen people to dozens. They came here not only to stay overnight, but also to take a few baskets back with them since it was on the way. The women in the tribe were still obsessed with the baskets they took back last time. Although they had tried hard to copy a few of them, they were not the same at all. In fact, the Deer tribe noticed the movements of the Song tribe during the gathering. After all, it was a neighboring tribe, but this small neighboring tribe made much more of a splash at the gathering than their Deer tribe. Even people from the Deer tribe went to the Pine tribe to exchange food for theirs, which was said to be extremely delicious. The Deer tribe, who know the Pine tribe inside and out, will definitely not exchange anything with the Pine tribe at the gathering. Even if they want to exchange, it will be more convenient to do so privately. For example, now, on the way back from hunting, I stopped by their tribe. The Song tribe has now built houses on the open land, with thick straw on the roofs and mud walls. It looked warm and safe, and the smiles on the faces of the Song people coming in and out made them want to go into the house and see what it was like inside. Could they just sleep peacefully without worrying about anything once they got in? Moreover, from their position, they could see the livestock kept in captivity. Those living livestock can also allow the Deer tribe to eat a full meal once or twice, and can also eat for a longer time when food is scarce. The Deer tribe was surprised to find that they knew nothing about the current Pine tribe, a small but wealthy tribe. This makes them jealous. Especially the aroma of food that wafted from time to time made them feel extremely hungry while gnawing on raw meat. Here, Rorschach and his companions gathered around the fire, not daring to relax. This time, the Deer tribe members did not ask them for anything directly, but took them away directly. Perhaps it was because all the tribesmen had returned that they did not dare to act rashly. Song Dae asked in a low voice, Rorschach, do they know what happened last time? Song Dae didn't know what happened last time, but he could guess the result. For the Deer tribe, there was no reason for them not to come and seek revenge. Rorschach shook his head. They don't know. Bai Dao, are you so sure? Rorschach nodded. I'm sure they don't know. She carefully observed the other party's expressions. There was no worry or fear on their faces. If they knew that their people were killed by the Song tribe, they would not have that expression. During this time, she discovered that primitive people were very good at observing the expressions of other people and even animals, but they found it difficult to control their own expressions, especially subtle expressions and movements, as well as body language. Ultimately, observation is a survival instinct that helps them survive thrilling hunts. But their innocence and simplicity prevent them from cleverly hiding their emotions and deceiving others. Besides, the deer people would not be stupid enough to fall into a trap. If they really knew, they would not have waited until now to take revenge. The pride of the big tribe would not allow them to wait until now. So they have no idea. Everyone felt more at ease. This time, should we just go ahead and... Ahe looked at his daughter with a fierce look in his eyes. This time there is no need to go through so much trouble. The tribesmen can come together and kill them right here. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone's muscles tensed, ready to take action as soon as Rorschach said yes. Rorschach quickly shook his head. Not for now. Remember, just pretend that what happened before never happened. She stood up and said, we have several clay pots left. Let's go over and see if we can trade them for some food. Everyone was surprised, and Songdae said in a lost voice, we still need to exchange food? The main reason is that there is enough food recently. If it were a living thing, he could understand it. Everyone knows that those captive living things should be saved for winter. But the prey they brought and killed was not a big one. But when he looked at the others, they didn't seem to think anything was wrong. Rorschach went to get a new clay pot, filled it with water, and after thinking for a moment, sprinkled some salt into it. The deer tribe members stood up from a distance. It was impossible not to be nervous when staying in someone else's tribe. We'd like to make a deal with you. We'll trade my jar for a wild boar, or some prey of similar size. Rorschach enthusiastically placed the canister on their fire. This pot is used like this. You can put the meat in and cook it until it smells fragrant. Then you can eat it. You can try it first. The young man in the lead said, we don't have any wild boars, but we do have 2 wild rabbits. Baidahu had no good impression of them and glanced at them. A wild boar. I won't exchange it for anything less. Rorschach, that's a shame. But I can trade a rabbit for a basket, can I? She knew that the baskets were attractive to the deer tribe. They had used them before and knew they were useful. The people from the deer tribe looked at each other. It's not worth it. The baskets you're talking about are just made from stuff you can find anywhere. It's much easier than catching a rabbit. We'll only consider it if you can exchange 1 rabbit for 3 baskets. He's quite good at bargaining. Rorschach stood up and said, then there's no need for that. Although the basket is woven from branches and leaves, it takes time and effort. A basket can be used for a long time if it is used with care. She pointed to the pottery jar and said, you are guests. I'm lending this pot to you tonight. Be careful not to bump it, and don't let it dry out without water. When you're done, take it off the fire immediately and return it to us tomorrow morning. She left with her people. Baidahu asked, what are you thinking about? Give them the pottery jar. Are you stupid? Such a valuable thing. What if they don't take care of it and break it? Songdae said, what if they steal it? Rorschach, I have shown them the friendship of our tribe. If they are willing to be good neighbors, I would be happy to do so. Baidahu, what's the point of being friendly? If you are nice to others, they will be nice to you. Rorschach, what about you? If you were to stay in another tribe and they were trusting and friendly towards you, would you steal their things? Baidahu snorted, don't compare them with me. He looked down upon the actions of the deer tribe. Others also shook their heads. Rorschach said, let's wait and see tomorrow morning. The next morning, Rorschach was woken up by his mother Ahe. Ahe suppressed his anger and whispered, they took our jars and ran away, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 125. Get rid of the deer tribe. Most people in the Song tribe didn't know what had happened. They still set out early to do their work as usual. However, Rorschach kept all the small bosses. The fact that the deer tribe members left with the pottery jar seemed to be just a matter of a jar or a wild boar, and did not seem to be a big deal. But Rorschach knew this was a big deal. It was the same reason why she had to kill the dozen or so people from the deer tribe last time. Songdae sighed. He was deeply saddened by the loss of the jar. Although he knew who had taken it, it was impossible for their small tribe to bring people to ask for it back. They could only swallow their anger in silence. Very frustrating. Everyone had the same idea in their minds. But since it was Rorschach who insisted on doing it, no one could say anything. Baidahu looked at Luo Xia and said, I told you not to think that if you treat others well, they will treat you well. If we were to say who was most heartbroken about the loss of the jar, it would of course be Rorschach, as she had made it with so much effort. Rorschach sighed, but not because of the jar. I just feel helpless. The deer tribe is a very dangerous existence to us. By Dao, you only know this now. Rorschach, well, it's confirmed now. Last night she was still hoping for a lucky break, thinking that the deer tribe's behavior last time was just a problem of individuals in that small tribe, and perhaps the deer tribe itself was not that despicable. That clay pot was a test for her. The test failed. This team looks the same as the previous one. Rorschach couldn't believe it was such a coincidence that the two teams had the same character and happened to meet their own tribe. Although primitive people are barbaric, they also have their own set of rules, but the rules of each tribe are not very similar. If all the people in the deer tribe behave in this way, it is easy to infer that the people in power in their tribe have such moral character. The influence is from top to bottom, and whatever is happening at the top, the people below will become even worse. One's own tribe needs development, and this development cannot be hidden, such as houses, livestock, cultivated land, and manufactured products. Originally, the connection between tribes was not close. Unless necessary, one tribe would not have any contact with other tribes throughout the year. But now the deer tribe has learned about the situation of the pine tribe. Given their personalities, 1 or 2 plunders are just the beginning. Rorschach said from the beginning that if they were willing to make a good deal, she wouldn't mind developing together. Humans were a vulnerable group during this period and needed to help each other. But the deer tribe was obviously not the one she thought she could cooperate with for development. Previously, only a dozen people were killed to bring temporary peace to the Song tribe. But this time, those 10 people returned to their own tribe, and they might come again soon. This time, it will definitely not be just a dozen people, but half of the deer tribe. Their purpose of coming is probably to empty the pine tribe. So, this matter is very important. We need to solve the problem of the deer tribe. Rorschach said. Everyone's head was buzzing, and they looked at her silently without saying a word. This is completely different from the last time when I took care of more than a dozen people. It's more like talking in my sleep. By Dao. You mean, to kill their entire tribe? The deer tribe is not a small tribe, with hundreds of people. Even the eagle tribe would not dare to say that they would eliminate the deer tribe. Rorschach pinched the root of his nose. Not all of them will be killed, but some will definitely die. She really didn't want to kill anyone, but she had no choice. We can't delay this. I estimate that after those dozen people return, the deer tribe will come back soon. After all, it's easy to get things in our tribe, and that pottery jar is not enough for them. And if they start looting openly, they won't just take away items and food. They will probably take some people as well. Everyone was shocked. They were coming again, and coming soon? Bai Dahu lowered his voice, his eyes deep. If we had known earlier, we shouldn't have let them live last night. What should we do now? Rorschach said. We certainly can engage in direct conflict with them. We just need to disrupt their state of mind. Under what circumstances do you think the tribe will fall into chaos? That's too much. Everyone gave examples, such as lack of food, encountering plague, and fighting for the leadership of the tribe, etc. But what does it matter? Rorschach. It would be better if they had no patriarch. Humans are social animals and are very dependent on the leadership of their leaders. Most people do not have their own sense of autonomy. Once the leader they trust is gone, they will definitely panic. Rorschach's goal was clear, to assassinate the leader of the deer tribe. As long as their chief dies, at least they will have no intention of robbing the Song tribe, and the Song tribe will be safe for the time being. He and Bai Dahu would definitely have to leave the tribe temporarily. His own space would be of great use, and Bai Dahu's one-hit technique was also indispensable. Both he and Bai Dahu are core figures in the tribe. If they are absent for a period of time, there will definitely be some unrest in the tribe. So Ah He had to stay, and Song Dae stood up and wanted to go with Luo Xia and the others. Rorschach, last time you said you would take me with you next time? He also wanted to act together with the goddess of the tribe. He always felt that he was now a member of the Song tribe, but there seemed to be something separating them. No, you must stay in the tribe. Luo Xia refused bluntly. Song Dae used to be the chief of the tribe. Although he is not now, his former tribesmen are more willing to listen to his orders than himself. His staying can also comfort people. Songdao River is rushing. Luo Xia also selected Song Gang and Song Duozi. For people were enough. They would not weaken the power of his tribe too much, nor would they be too conspicuous. The three of them stood up and were ready to go at any time. Luo Xia looked at Song Dae, who was a little dejected. He didn't know the impact of his legacy on the tribe. He just felt that he was once again excluded by Luo Xia and the original Song people. He felt very uncomfortable. He had just begun to integrate into the tribe, but now he had a strong feeling of being an outsider. Luo Xia stood up and said, Dae, Bai Dahu, come with me to the cave. The three of them walked into the cave and reached the end, where there was a door made of hay and branches. Rorschach lifted the rope curtain to let them in. This was Song Dae's first time in the cave. He only knew that there should be a lot of food in the cave. At this time, he looked around. Bai Dahu suddenly stopped and said, Song Dae, do you dare to swear to dedicate your life to Luo Xia? Chapter 126, If Our Tribe Was This Big. Luo Xia looked at Bai Dahu. This man was really reassuring sometimes. Then he looked towards Songdao River. In fact, she also wanted Song Dae to swear that he would not tell anyone what he saw next. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Dahu was faster, more direct, and more ruthless than him, and was about to make Song Dae give her his life. But if that were the case, she would indeed feel more at ease. Song Dae's expression grew serious. After a brief pause, he knelt down and said, I am willing to dedicate my life to the goddess of the tribe. May the goddess lead us further. Bai Dahu said, remember what you said. Song Shun will not let anyone who deceives his daughter go. Song Dae, I swear to Song Shun. Rorschach nodded. I believe you, get up. As Song Dae stood up, a strange wooden board appeared next to Luo Xia, and he stood frozen in place. This, he stammered. When he came in, there was nothing here except piles of dried vegetables. How could this wooden board stand in the air? Rorschach pushed the door open. Come in. Bai Dahu also glanced at him and said, This is the secret of our tribe, come in. Song Dae was a little drowsy and staggered into the room. As he entered, the door disappeared behind him. His heart was beating fast, and he was sweating all over. This is the secret of the Song tribe, hidden deep in the cave where no one else can see. He always felt strange, as if the prey that had been missing for some unknown reason was actually here, piled up like a mountain in the corner. There were also finished leather clothes, a pile of bones of unknown animals, and a water trough filled with mud and overgrown with weeds. A small pile of firewood, a pile of pottery, and other scattered items. This small place is filled up with things. I know you've always wanted to know the secret of our tribe, and now you know it. This place is called space, but remember, you are not allowed to mention the existence of this place anywhere or to anyone outside of here. Luo Xia was serious, and she was also nervous. Song Dae was different from the dozen or so human beings who had experienced life and death with her. Although he also swore to believe in Song Shun, they had not spent enough time together. But it is still necessary to tell the secret to this person. He is the spiritual pillar of the new members. Although the other members will not leave if he leaves, if he is absolutely loyal to the Song tribe, the others will be more united. Song tribe needs everyone's cohesion. Song Dae wandered around in a circle, and when he looked at Luo Xia again, his expression was different. It turned out that she was a real goddess with incredible power. The shock in his heart was indescribable, so he knelt down again and swore once more. I swear to the god of song that I am willing to dedicate my life to Rorschach. I will not say a word about anything here. Luo Xia smiled slightly and bent down to pull him up. Get up. Our tribe needs you. This time when we go out, the safety of the tribe will be left to you and my mother Ahe. Good. After coming out of the cave, Song Dae's steps were still a little shaky. He looked back at the dark cave and began to doubt whether he was just dreaming. How could there be another cave at the end of the cave? When he turned around, he saw Bai Dahu staring at him. He quickly came to his senses and nodded heavily. He will guard the tribe's secrets, which are the key to their survival. After explaining the tribal affairs, the four people hurried to leave. Although the Deer tribe is the closest tribe to the Pine tribe, it still takes most of the day to travel there without stopping. Generally speaking, the two tribes would not meet each other at such a long distance, but the Deer tribe is large, and there will be a certain degree of competition between the hunting teams. In order to catch enough prey, some teams will set out to farther places. The Song tribe was weak and was not taken seriously by the other side. Otherwise, the development of the Song tribe should not have been discovered by other tribes. Song Gang recalled. I remember they didn't appear so frequently before. Although there were not many people in the tribe at that time, it was still a little stronger than it is now. The Deer tribe would still be a little cautious and would not go too far. In fact, a small tribe like theirs is very inconspicuous. They found something here that they didn't have in their tribe. Bai Dahu said, the Deer tribe is too dangerous for us. Killing one or two of their leaders won't be of much use. I think, as long as this tribe is not dead, the Song tribe will not be safe. Maybe besides the Deer tribe, there are tribes farther away that are also eyeing the Pine tribe. It is not easy to take action during a rally, but you can act recklessly in private. Rorschach suddenly showed a remorseful expression, which scared everyone. What's wrong? I forgot one important thing. We should make a bow and arrows soon. Bai Dahu was right. The tribe would definitely not kill only one chief. When a chief died, the tribe would immediately elect a new chief, and then they would feel at ease. Therefore, they had to kill a few more people to shock the Deer tribe. Luoxian knew by Dahe's abilities. The wooden spear in his hand almost never missed a target, but what if he couldn't get that precious weapon back after throwing it away? It's a pity on the one hand. If the deer tribe finds any clues pointing to the pine tribe, it will be a big deal. She explained the situation to everyone, and by Dahu said, "It's okay, we can just make a few now." Rorschach sighed. "Why didn't I think of the bow and arrow earlier? The main reason was that I didn't hunt, and the men were very good at using wooden spears, so I couldn't remember them at all. It would be very convenient to have a bow and arrow at this time." Suddenly, Baidahu asked them to be quiet. After they shut their mouths, they gradually heard human voices. The men and women who had gone out of the deer tribe returned one after another. They were hiding in the dense treetops and didn't speak anymore. If they were discovered, they would probably be killed on the spot as they were so close to the deer tribe. When Rorschach was looking for medicine before, he directly skipped the deer tribe. Now squatting on the tree, he felt for the first time the hugeness of his neighbor's tribe. The camps of the deer tribe and the pine tribe are very similar. There is also a larger open space in front of a huge vertical mountain wall. They do not have caves, but they have piled up caves with huge stones. But not everyone has their own stone cave, and quite a few still use the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. The fire in the camp gradually grew brighter, and when it was completely dark, the entire deer tribe could be seen. The large tribe of 400 to 500 people had many strong men and women. The 12 people they had killed last time might not have been that important in their eyes. Maybe they thought they were just eaten by wild beasts. Song Duozi was filled with envy and whispered, "If our tribe were this big, we wouldn't be bullied all the time." Chapter 127 Morning Action. The deer tribe is very lively at night because there are so many people. The few of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the tribe, and the chief they wanted to assassinate was surrounded by the tribesmen in the middle. Judging from the size of the houses made of stones, the patriarch's house is also at the innermost part. They would have to go around the deer tribe and reach the center of the tribe. Taking advantage of this time, the two men went to look for suitable wood nearby to make weapons, while the two women continued to stay where they were and observe. Later, the man came back dragging branches. The deer tribe gradually quieted down, and except for the people who were on night watch, everyone else went to bed. Rorschach and his friends closed the space and ate their dinner with peace of mind. Baidahu rummaged through the pile of rocks to find suitable tools, and then he and Song Gang began working overtime to make weapons. Rorschach was worried about how to get close to the patriarch. It's a bit unrealistic to pretend to be a member of the deer tribe and sneak in. Although there are only dozens of people in my tribe, I will have an impression of them as long as I have seen them twice and know that they are my own people. Although there are only a few hundred people in this deer tribe, it is not a lot. Everyone usually eats and lives together, so it is impossible for a stranger to come in and not be noticed. Baidahu used a stone knife to cut off the extra branches and asked, "What is that bow and arrow you mentioned?" Rorschach walked over, took a half-burned stick, and drew in front of him while explaining. "This bow and arrow is very useful, but it takes time to master the skills, so at least tonight Rorschach does not intend to let them spend time on it. The current chief will be dealt with tonight. Who knows if they are discussing going to Song Tribe tomorrow when they are so excited. This weapon you mentioned is quite interesting." Baidahu made his comment. The thing Rorschach was talking about was using the bending force of wood to launch thin weapons called arrows. It should be worth a try. But there is no rush for this matter. We cannot fail tonight. Wait a while, Song Gang and I will sneak in and kill the man. Then we'll come out right away. No. Rorschach shook his head. The risk is too great. If we wake even one person, the entire deer tribe will be up in arms. Even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms, we won't be able to escape. Besides, the tribe leader's house looks quite large, and he lives with at least one woman. If we can't kill them all simultaneously and silently, then everything will be in vain. Song Duozi said, "Yes, it's impossible to fool those people who are on night watch. What should we do then?" Rorschach, "We'll do it tomorrow. The chief will go out hunting like everyone else. Wait until he leaves the tribe. So what we have to do tonight is choose a tree they must pass by when leaving the tribe, hide under it, make it a success in one go, and then immediately enter the space and hide." Everyone stopped what they were doing and thought seriously for a moment. This is indeed the safest method, but it places extremely high demands on the person doing it, and he must hit the target in one go. Of course, this person is Fei Baidahu. Baidahu put aside the weapon he was making and took out the weapon he had always treasured. Familiar weapons are like his own hands and feet. If Rorschach is to be believed, he can only use his own weapons to guarantee success. "Dahu, you can use mine," Song Gang said, handing over his weapon. Every man loves his weapon very much, and it is as painful to see the weapon damaged as to see himself injured. But obviously, he felt that Baidahu's weapon was more precious, and once it was thrown out, he could not think of getting it back. Baidahu shook his head. I'm used to using my own. I'll use my own. He looked at the stone in front and immediately picked up a stone knife to start dismantling it. He would not give this stone to the deer tribe, as it was the easiest evidence to identify as coming from the pine tribe. Rorschach was worried. Can it be done without the stone? Baidahu. Humans don't have the tough skin and flesh of wild animals, so they can be used even without stones. After Baidahu removed the stone, he sharpened the front end of the wood. Finally, adapt to the space repeatedly until you feel familiar with it. The tree that Rorschach mentioned was in a good location and was easy to find. The deer tribe had already trampled out a well-marked path, which was definitely the path they walked frequently and most favored. Baidahu climbed several trees before he found the most suitable one where he could hide his body and stretch his arms. The four of them could finally sit down and rest. In order not to oversleep, Song Duozi took on the responsibility of keeping watch. Early the next morning, Rorschach was woken up, and the others were also woken up one by Matsudoku. As the sky grew light outside, the deer tribe immediately got up and made a lot of noise. Rorschach stood on the tree trunk and took a look. They would be going out soon, and his heart began to get nervous. You stay inside, and none of you stand next to me when the time comes, Baidahu said. Several people understood that when it comes to such a focused matter, even the slightest movement would be distracting. The three of them hid in the innermost part of the space, sitting quietly, not daring to make any other movements. After sitting there for who knows how long, Rorschach suddenly thought of a very important question. Did Baidahu know who the chief was? He had probably never met the chief of the deer tribe, had he? Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard the sound outside getting closer and closer. I didn't dare to think too much and held my breath. After a while, Baidahu came in empty-handed and glanced at Luoxia. Rorschach understood and immediately made the space gate disappear. Everyone looked at each other, and Rorschach asked carefully, "What's going on?" Baidahu sat down. Okay. Everyone's eyes were filled with ecstasy, but no one dared to make too much noise, for fear of being heard outside. Rorschach asked carefully again, "Can you recognize which one is the patriarch?" Baidahu glanced at her with dissatisfaction. "How could you not recognize her? The clan leader is different from the other clan members, and he doesn't look special, but he is definitely the strong one surrounded by everyone. Once a person becomes the clan leader, it seems that every move he makes will reveal a feeling of, I am great." So Baidahu felt that the patriarch of a tribe was very easy to recognize. Unless it's someone like Rorschach. The space was isolated from the outside world, and even the sounds from outside could not be heard. Although Baidahu was very sure that he had stabbed the other party's leader in one blow, everyone was still uneasy. Especially when you have to wait quietly without getting any news, it makes people have wild thoughts. Rorschach counted to calculate the time and estimated that it had been an hour. The panic in the deer tribe should have passed, and all the nearby places that needed to be checked should have been checked. She stood up and planned to open the door to check what was going on outside. Chapter 128 Chaos in the Deer Tribe. Rorschach opened the space with trepidation, and outside was still a dense canopy of branches and leaves. You stay here. Baidahu used his arm to push her back and took a step forward. After a few seconds, Baidahu nodded to indicate that it was safe outside. Rorschach then stepped onto the tree trunk and stretched his head through the gaps between the leaves to look towards the tribe. The deer tribe had begun to fall into chaos. The men and women who had been planning to go out hunting and gathering gave up their original plans and all stayed in the tribe. They gathered together, making a lot of noise and arguing fiercely, and the number of people patrolling near the tribe increased several times. Baidahu said, "They will choose the next clan leader today, or tomorrow at the latest." A tribe without a patriarch is like losing its head. The small leaders in the tribe will not submit to each other, and there may even be a series of internal struggles until a new patriarch appears. The process of a new patriarch appearing will be very quick. A tribe this large will be in chaos if it is without a patriarch for a day. The longer it drags on, the greater the loss to the tribe. Rorschach nodded. "We will take action after they have a new leader." The new chief of the deer tribe appeared and was just as savage as the other tribes. Whoever is the strongest will be the patriarch. This requires confirmation through fighting. Taking advantage of this time, Baidahu disassembled Song Gang's weapon, sharpened the front end, and practiced repeatedly to become familiar with it. Song Gang took advantage of this time to study archery with Luoxia. After taking a nap, Song Duozi got up and sat on a tree to keep watch for everyone. The materials Rorschach used were the fresh branches they had picked back last night, and he also called Song to pull out a whole deer tendon from the pile of meat in the corner. Select a suitable branch, bend it into a bow shape, connect the two ends with tendons, and fix this shape until the branch is completely dry. After the bow was made, the next step was to make arrows. Song Gang was very excited. He followed Rorschach's instructions and went to find straight branches, cut them into the same length according to the size of the bow, and then polish them. Rorschach squatted in front of the finished bow and stared at it for a long time. This ugly thing can't really be considered a bow. It would be strange if it could be used. Is this the weapon you mentioned? After Baidahu finished his own practice, he walked over and stared at it curiously, then reached out and picked it up. The simple combination of wood and tendons is extremely crude. He pulled the tendon, and it was very elastic. Can this really hit the enemy? Song Gang excitedly said, "Use this." As he spoke, he handed over a long and thin arrow, the front end of which was sharpened, while the back end was still flat. Baidahu held the bow and arrow but didn't know how to use it. Rorschach took it from him, pressed the end of the arrow against his hamstring, and pulled hard, then let go. The arrow shot out at an angle and fell limply to the ground. That's pretty much the principle. It's something like this. Baidahu and Song Gang were silent. The arrow they shot out didn't seem to have any power at all. Baidahu took the weapon and shot an arrow in the same way as Rorschach did. The force was stronger and the range was longer, but that was all. It was difficult to kill a person, let alone a wild beast. Rorschach was embarrassed. There are serious problems with the manufacturing of this bow and arrow. How could a weapon be so crude? It needs further improvement. Baidahu agreed with this statement. He also became proficient in using his own weapon after repeated polishing and practice. Thinking of the weapons he had lost, his heart ached. He looked at the space and asked, "Can we store more weapons here in the future?" Rorschach nodded. "I think so." The dispute over the chieftainship of the deer tribe ended quickly. Before noon, a new chieftain appeared. After a ceremony, the deer tribe returned to normal and went out hunting. This time, the new patriarch was much more cautious when he walked past the place where the previous patriarch died, and Baidahu did not take action. After they walked away, I followed their trail. As expected, because they set out too late, the deer tribe people had no way to return to the tribe that day, so they lit a bonfire outside at night. Baidahu had been lurking nearby for a long time and took advantage of the opponent's carelessness to attack, but this time the target was offset and only hit the opponent's shoulder. It doesn't matter. We just need to disrupt their minds and distract them from the Song tribe for a while. Rorschach comforted. Later, Baidahu made a second move and completely killed the new patriarch. While everyone was eating dinner, Song Duozi said worriedly, "I saw two teams heading towards our tribe. Will they?" Rorschach threw a piece of wood into the fire. "It's possible." She told Song Dae that if any members of the deer tribe went to the Song tribe again during this period, they should not be polite and should not be allowed to stay. "How many more do we need to kill?" "Kill all their clan leaders," Baidahu asked. Song Gang was also puzzled. There are so many people in their tribe. If one dies, a new leader will appear immediately. How can we kill them all? Rorschach, they can't kill that many, but if their leader dies every day, it will definitely make them fearful, and their fear won't be as rampant as before. But Rorschach also knew that this was only a temporary measure. They could not stay outside the deer tribe forever. Their own tribe was still waiting for them. Besides, a desperate dog will jump over the wall, and a desperate rabbit will bite. If the people of the deer tribe are in panic because of the successive deaths of their leaders, it will inevitably affect their daily hunting and gathering. If they are pushed too hard, they may mindlessly invade nearby tribes, and the pine tribe will be the first to bear the brunt. Only by destroying the deer tribe or breaking them up into smaller tribes can their threat to the pine tribe disappear. Rorschach didn't want to think about their destruction. That was hundreds of lives. So how do we break it down? Baidahu said, "Our tribe is too small. Even with the addition of the big fish tribe, it's still too small. If we merge two more small tribes." Rorschach, "How can we break the deer tribe into several smaller tribes?" Everyone was stunned. Song Duozi said, "This is unlikely, right?" Baidahu, "If half of the people die, it will become a small tribe." Rorschach, savage. Before dawn, they returned to the outside of the deer tribe. The women who went out to pick had also returned, as well as the young people who stayed behind, a small number of elderly people and young children. Almost none of the men who went out today returned. After all, hunting is not that easy. Not long after, the young people who were traveling with the chief returned to the tribe in panic and placed the chief's body in the open space. This is the second patriarch to die in one day. 3 days later, all the young men who went out hunting returned, and the deer tribe fell into chaos again. There was no new competition this time. According to the previous results, They postponed the selection of a new patriarch. But this time the appearance of the new patriarch did not make them happy. Chapter 129, It's already a mess. How can a group be broken apart? Perhaps there are irreconcilable conflicts within the group, or someone has become disloyal. Simple primitive people would not easily become disloyal. Even if they fought with each other, if one side won, the other would obey unconditionally. It was barbaric and simple. After all, they believed in the same God, and all conflicts in the face of faith were minor disputes. Well, faith. Rorschach woke up and found that he was still thinking about these questions while he was asleep. Song Duozi was sleeping on the other side of him, Song Gang was guarding outside, and Baidahu was still thinking about his weapon. The fire in the space is about to go out. Rorschach crawled out of the hide, sweating profusely and smelling a strange smell. After this matter is resolved, be sure to take a shower. She first went to the door and put her head in. Song Gang came in from outside and said, they have more people on guard tonight, so it might be difficult to take action tomorrow. Baidahu was very confident in himself. It's okay. You rest, I'll keep an eye on it. Luo Xia was about to talk to Baidahu about something, so he followed him out. The two men squatted on the tree. The deer tribe was not completely dark because there were night watchmen, so there were 3 dim bonfires burning. Baidahu was worried about Luo Xia, but he didn't tell her to go in. He whispered, hold on to the tree, don't fall down. Rorschach moved closer to the main trunk, reached out to hold on to it, and immediately felt at ease. Come closer, I want to talk to you. The Jello tribe was still a long way off, but the darkness amplified the sounds, so they didn't dare speak loudly. Baidahu's face was filled with impatience, but he moved his body over. Now is not the time to talk. How do you think we can get them to change their faith? Baidahu. He thought about it carefully and realized that there were examples, such as the Big Fish tribe. Are you trying to kill the god they believe in again? No. I have never heard of the deer god appearing. All the deer you can see look the same and cannot be called a god. The deer god only exists in their hearts. So what are you thinking about? Rorschach. If she knew, she wouldn't come and ask. The two stopped talking and looked at the deer tribe quietly. It would be better if they just lived their own lives well. If they push the Song tribe into a corner, it will be difficult for them too. Perhaps, it can make them feel abandoned by the deer god. Can you talk to the deer god? Baidahu couldn't help but say happily that sometimes he often forgot that Rorschach was also a god and could communicate with gods. Rorschach replied perfunctorily, it's not that easy. The next day, it became very difficult to assassinate the leader of the deer tribe. The leader did not go out, and neither did half of the young men. Luo Xia and others had to wait for an opportunity. On the 3rd day, the deer tribe was safe and sound. They thought nothing would happen again, so the tribe leader led everyone out hunting in a heroic and high-spirited manner. They were obviously starving in the past 2 days. As a result, he died as soon as he left the tribe. After 3 clan leaders died in a row, the nerves of the deer clan were on the verge of collapse. They carefully checked the situation nearby and could not see any foreigners. Even when the incident happened, even if they could see clearly which direction the weapons came from, they could not find any trace when they went forward to check. They were terrified and didn't know why their tribe was cursed. That night, when the tribe's bonfire was burning brightly, someone suddenly screamed. Everyone was puzzled and looked in the direction of his hand towards the mountain wall behind him. They saw a huge black stag on the mountain wall. Everyone was surprised and delighted, and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, but the stag quickly disappeared from the cliff. The deer tribe members didn't know whether to be happy or terrified. What was the meaning of the deer god's sudden appearance? Why did he leave without saying a word? Finally, the tribe elders said, the deer god must have seen our tribe leaders die one after another and appeared to protect us. Everyone believed it. Just when they were sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, they suddenly heard the sound of cracking rocks. Everyone hurriedly got up and looked around, and finally found that it was the rocks on the mountain wall that had slipped, right at the place where the deer god was carved. Luo Xia and Baidahu stayed in the space for a whole day. When it was completely dark, they quietly opened the space and took a look. It was quiet outside, and even the burning bonfire was weak. At the same time, a rope was sent down from above. The 2 men pulled the rope and climbed up quickly. We'll go back now, Rorschach said. Baidahu looked down the mountain and asked, is this all right? Rorschach nodded. Okay. The clan leaders died one after another inexplicably. The sacred deer suddenly appeared and disappeared, and the statues of the gods were inexplicably damaged. Although primitive people had simple minds, these things should be enough for them to associate. Rorschach felt that what he did was despicable enough. Baidahu was still worried. Their tribe is still that big. Only 3 people died. Rorschach, but my heart is in turmoil. This is not just a mess caused by the death of 3 clan leaders. Because they were worried about their own tribe, the 4 people rushed back overnight. When I returned to the tribe, the Song people were still the same as usual. Men and women had gone out to do their own things, and the elderly were taking care of the children and the land and livestock in the tribe. Although the return of Rorschach and others surprised everyone, that was all. No one knew what they had been doing, and they didn't even know they had been away for many days, because the tribal leaders had kept it a secret from the people below. When everyone came back in the evening, Song Dae and Ah Hae were trembling with excitement. But since everyone was there, they pretended nothing had happened. Finally, I sat around the fire, which was a little too hot, with my fellow tribesmen again, cooking meat and eating vegetables. Ah Hae looked around and saw no one was paying attention to this side, so he lowered his voice and asked, "The deer tribe is gone?" Luo Xia spat out a mouthful of soup. His mother really believed in herself. That was a large tribe of 400 or 500 people. Even if they were poisoned to death, they couldn't gather enough poison. How could they be wiped out just like that? Song Gang's face flushed with excitement. No, but we killed their 3 chiefs, destroyed their idols, and made their deer god leave. Let their deer god leave. I made a deer out of branches and weeds. When the fire shone, a big deer appeared on the cliff. If I moved the small deer, the big deer would move away. Everyone was confused. What did this have to do with the deer god's departure? Luo Xia said, "Tomorrow, Baidahu will take people to their tribe and ask them for the wild boar." For example, according to the rumors spread by the elders of the tribe, the deer god is an upright and noble deity who keeps his promises and disdains to bully the weak. His people must be the same as him, otherwise they would not be protected by the deer god. Chapter 130. Do you dare? Rorschach didn't really care about the wild boar. He just wanted to step on the fragile nerves of the deer people again. At this time, when they heard the name of the deer god, they would tremble in their hearts and think carefully about what had angered the tribal god. But how could they know what God was thinking? They were chatting here, and suddenly Dae fell silent and looked behind Rorschach. Rorschach turned around and saw that it was Lao Chi. Lao Chi has been in Song tribe for less than a month, but he already feels as comfortable as if he were at home. She and Rorschach stared at each other for a few seconds, then she casually squeezed into the gap and sat down. "Can I sit here from now on?" After saying that, she looked at Ah Hae arrogantly. Ah Hae pursed his lips and said nothing. Rorschach felt that something had happened in the tribe while he was away, but it was not convenient to ask at this time. But from all aspects, Lao Chi is indeed qualified to sit here. She nodded. "Okay, you will sit with us from now on." Lao Chi was very satisfied and stared at Luo Xia again. "You haven't been seen for a few days. I was looking for a fight with you." Rorschach was surprised, and the others were even more surprised. Ah Hae angrily shouted, "You are making trouble. Luo Xia is our tribe's divine messenger. What do you want to do?" The 7th brother curled his lips and said, "You don't believe you are a messenger of God. I can't tell. I will only admit it if you can beat me." As if to prevent Rorschach from flinching, her eyes clawed at Rorschach's like claws. "Do you dare?" Rorschach understood that this outstanding woman from the Mother Goddess tribe was finally dissatisfied with her position in the Song tribe and wanted to challenge him. Most likely, she had already fought her own mother, and she had clearly won. There is even less comparison between her and Old 7. You can tell the result at a glance, without any suspense. Baidahu said, "Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. We believe it. Either you sit here quietly or go sit somewhere else." "I like this seat. I'll sit here from now on." "Rorschach, let me ask you, do you dare to accept my challenge? If you lose, you're not a goddess." All the people sitting in this circle knew Rorschach's secret, and what Old 7 said immediately angered them. "What do you know? A goddess is a goddess. She doesn't need your recognition, right? Yes, you just came to our tribe and don't know much about our situation yet. Don't say such things again in the future, or you will anger the Song god." Rorschach raised his hand to shush everyone. Although she could solve it, Lao Chi had already said this much, and refusing would be more like a sign of weakness. This woman is extremely stubborn. If she is not convinced, she might cause trouble for herself in the future. "I can compete with you, but not without fighting. Fighting hurts the relationship. The main thing is that if she fights, she will definitely lose miserably and ugly." The 7th brother snorted. "If not fighting, what else can we compete for? Who has more children? How long will that competition last?" "Rorschach, let's have a stone-moving competition. Tomorrow we'll find a big stone. Whoever can move it wins. If both of us can, then we'll compete to see who can move the stone the farthest." "Can." Lao Chi agreed immediately. Although it was not a fight, moving stones and fighting were the same thing. That is, who was stronger? In her eyes, they were the same. All of a sudden, Lao Chi was full of confidence. The others looked worried, and only Luo Xia continued to eat meat and vegetables. At night, Ahe came in again and fell asleep with Rorschach. She blamed herself. It's all my fault that I can't beat that girl. Even though she's not tall, she's surprisingly strong. Earlier, Lao Chi had a fight with Ahe. Ahe's strength was outstanding among women, but she was no match for Lao Chi. Ahe felt that if he won, he would be able to guard the threshold, and the seventh brother would not dare to cause trouble for his daughter. Rorschach said, "It's okay, don't worry, I know what's going on." The eldest daughter of a big tribe came to such a small tribe and was forced to be inferior to others. It is certain that she would feel dissatisfied. Lao Chi has a strong and upright personality, but she is actually not annoying. If you can completely win her respect and trust, she will be a reassuring partner and a reliable leader. The news that Luo Xia and Lao Chi were going to compete spread throughout the tribe overnight. When Luo Xia came out of the cave in the morning, he saw that the tribesmen who were supposed to go out were still staying in the tribe. Bai Dahu came over and said, "That woman Lao Chi spread the news, and everyone wants to see the result." Originally, he could have asked everyone to leave, but when he thought about how Rorschach had agreed to it, he realized that he might really have an idea. Besides, such things have always been watched by the tribe. If they are not allowed to watch, there must be a problem. I am afraid that everyone has some thoughts about Rorschach. Rorschach, yeah, it's okay. Bai Dahu, are you okay? Even 10 of you can't compare to her strength. Rorschach glanced at him and said, "You've learned to exaggerate. 3 of me can almost compete with her. What are you going to do now?" "First, find a big rock." The location of the big rock was provided by Changsho Abba. There is a big rock under the old pine tree on the mountain that their tribe is leaning against. Everyone went up the mountain to take a look. They found that the stone was too big. It was a blue stone half a person's height and round. Such a stone may not seem very big, but it is so heavy that even the strongest man would have to consider whether he has the strength to lift it. Father Changsho hid behind the crowd and smiled. As long as no one can move it, then there is no winner or loser, right? The ambitious old seven looked troubled when he saw the stone. He couldn't even hold such a big stone with just his arms, let alone move it. She was about to speak when Rorschach said, "That's it." Lao Chi could only swallow the suggestion of changing a stone, feeling unwilling to accept it. He thought that if Rorschach could move it, there was no reason why he couldn't. Rorschach said, "You have to rely on yourself. You can't ask others for help. No matter what method you use, whoever can move and whoever moves farther will win." As she spoke, she shifted the wooden stick in her arms to the other shoulder. She carried it up by herself and was panting with exhaustion. Lao Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." She just didn't believe she would lose to such a woman. "Who goes first?" Rorschach asked. "You." Lao Chi said that if Rorschach could move half a step, she would move 2 steps and would never lose to her. Rorschach, then turn your back. I'm afraid you'll learn my tricks. The 7th one was disdainful. "Who cares?" Then he said to his tribesmen, "You can't help her." Then he turned around and shouted, "You can start now." Lao Chi looked into the distance, feeling nervous. The tribesmen were also crowded together. He didn't hear any sound and had no idea what was going on. Suddenly a child screamed, "It's moving! It's moving!" Chapter 131 I win. When Lao Chi turned around, he saw that the big rock had indeed moved. A dark, damp, shallow pit was left in its place, and the big rock had moved 1 step away. "Okay, it's your turn." Rorschach was still holding her stick, her face flushed, as if she had just used a lot of strength. The tribesmen's expressions were also strange, as if they weren't as excited as they should be. Lao Chi really started to get nervous. Maybe the stone just looked hard to move, but it was actually very light. She gathered herself together, stepped forward, assumed a stance, lowered her body, and lifted. The big rock didn't move at all. "It's heavier than it looks." The 7th brother was not convinced and changed his posture, pushing and carrying the stone, and the stone also moved on the spot. The tribesmen's reactions at this time were much more normal, and they sighed, wondering why the stone was so heavy. After a long time, Lao Chi was panting heavily. She really had no strength left. But he still felt unwilling to give up. How could Rorschach, with his small body, move such a heavy stone without anyone's help? "I still refuse to accept it. I want to see you move it with my own eyes." Who knows, when she turns around, there might be a few more people helping her. "So your result is that you didn't move at all, right?" "So what? I just don't believe you can move it." Lao Chi is still very confident in his strength. Rorschach walked forward holding her wooden stick, inserting each section under the stone, and placing a small stone under the stick. She stood at the end of the raised stick, pressed down with both arms, and the stone was lifted up a little. She turned the stick left and right, and the big stone moved a little with her rotation. After repeating this many times, the stone was moved away from its original position. "You're cheating." Lao Chi yelled in anger, feeling like he had been tricked. Rorschach used the simplest lever principle, which is actually often seen in life. However, although primitive people had seen this usage and sometimes even used it themselves, they did not summarize the rules from it. When this happened, they felt that it should be so, but they would not consciously use it. They rely more on and trust the power of their own abilities. In Lao Chi's eyes, Rorschach's behavior was simply shameless, and he didn't use his own strength at all. Rorschach shrugged. I didn't rely on anyone's help. I even carried the stick up here by myself. Just tell me if the stone has moved. But you're like this. I said from the beginning that we can move this stone without help. I didn't say we had to compete in strength. If we were to compete in strength, everyone would know who is stronger at a glance. There's no need for comparison. We're competing to see who can move this stone. Lao Chi was choked and couldn't speak. At this time, Changsho Abba stood up and said, Seventh brother, just admit it. Luo Xia is the messenger of God, who came to our tribe in times of crisis. You can't deny her just because you say she is not her. She can hear the language of God, so she can keep us alive and make our tribe grow bigger and bigger. She is our God. The seventh elder frowned and glanced at his own people. There were only a few dozen of them, and the number was growing? How many people were there in our tribe before? She asked someone next to her. The Song tribe was hit by a plague last year, and only a dozen people were left. Lao Chi was stunned, and the resentment and anger in his heart slowly subsided. I knew nothing about the Song tribe and had no idea it was almost destroyed. I don't know whether I am lucky or unlucky. But, apart from the fact that the tribe was a little small, there seemed to be nothing else to complain about, especially the food. She was very satisfied with it. After the competition, the tribesmen quickly got back on track and did what they had to do. Bai Dahu took the young men of the tribe to the deer tribe, as Luo Xia said, and the women collected nearby. The men did not come back at night, but no one felt particularly scared. There were enough people in the tribe, and the firelight was bright enough. Lao Chi is a straightforward person. After losing in the morning, when he sat with Rorschach again in the evening, his attitude changed a lot. He was no longer provocative, but was full of curiosity about Rorschach. Rorschach changed his clothes, replacing his leather jacket with a small rabbit fur coat. This coat exposed more skin and was relatively cooler. Lao Chi looked down at herself. When she came to the tribe, she asked the tribe for a leather jacket and wore it for a few days. Now she doesn't wear it anymore because it's hot. Rorschach's clothes look cool and good-looking. I like them. She took a sip of the soup. It turned out that the soup Rorschach and his friends drank at this campfire was different from that at other campfires. It had an indescribable flavor, which was quite interesting. Lao Chi looked at the tribe again. It was indeed small, too small. But she didn't seem to regret making the decision so quickly. This tribe had a completely different feeling from her own mother tribe. I just feel that waking up every day is something to look forward to. Everyone in the tribe looks happy, and there seems to be new things happening in the tribe every day. Thinking of this, Lao Chi squinted his eyes comfortably and drank all the soup in the bowl. Then put the ceramic bowl in front of you. Looking at Rorschach. Okay, I admit that you are the goddess. I will listen to you from now on. Although the woman's victory today was not impressive, it was still shocking that the tribe had grown from a dozen people to what it is today. Luo Xia was thinking about going up the mountain again tomorrow. When she was going up the mountain today, she seemed to have seen some hemp plants on the mountain. At that time, her mind was all focused on competing with Lao Chi, so she didn't care about anything else. When she heard Lao Chi talking to her, she came back to her senses and nodded. But, the clothes you're wearing are really nice. Can I have one too? Lao Chi said expectantly. Ahei said angrily with a dark face. That's enough. You are not allowed to want Rorschach's things anymore. This is disrespectful to the gods. Old Seven pouted. I was just saying that. I understand. I've already said I'll listen to Rorschach from now on. Luo Xia couldn't help but smile. Lao Chi's personality was very simple. If he was an enemy, he would be very annoying, but if he was a friend, he would be quite cute. I made this dress out of rabbit fur. When you collect enough rabbit fur, I'll consider making one for you. Okay. When Lao Chi saw Luo Xia talking to her, he immediately felt that the two of them had become closer. He moved his butt closer, stretched out his fingers to twist her sweater, and kept exclaiming in surprise. How can rabbit fur be made into clothes and worn? If she applied a little pressure with her fingers, she could see the neat hollow texture, as if there was only fur and no skin. This is amazing. How did the short rabbit hair turn into this soft whole piece? That's because Rorschach is God's daughter, and God will tell her what to do. Ahei couldn't help but feel proud. Back then, when they were fighting, this girl was so arrogant and domineering, but now she finally knew how to submit. Chapter 132. Why isn't his last name Song? The next day, Rorschach went up the mountain and collected some plants that she thought were hemp and brought them back to dry in the sun. Haofu's mother came over to help her spread it out. Rorschach, we made clothes out of those hides. Nothing was wasted. We used ropes to piece together the leftover scraps, and we can use them as bedding for ourselves. Then we'll make them based on our own body types. Adults and children, one for each person. Haofu's mother said, that's useless. Everyone feels hot and would rather not wear anything. That's now. It's very cold in winter. Make it ready for winter wear. Haofuama thought about it and realized that it was not a small amount of money. It would require piles of animal skins to make it. She said, if we make all the clothes, we won't be able to survive the winter without a blanket. Now that there are many people in the tribe, I asked them to prepare a blanket for the men who go out, and the others don't need one. Rorschach nodded. Okay. Since materials are insufficient, it is better to be safe. You must prepare enough animal skins for the winter. It would be too tragic to freeze to death in the winter. The old woman brushed the grass in front of her and said with longing, it would be great if this grass could really be made into clothes. We can't catch wild animals, but we can still find wild grass. Who knows? Maybe we can each make a piece of clothing. She really wanted to see how to make clothes with grass. Seeing how Rorschach was struggling, it seemed that he couldn't just tie the grass to his body. Rorschach hoped so too. The men returned in the evening. After going to the deer tribe, they hunted some prey on the way back. They had asked the deer tribe for wild boars, but to no avail. A series of bizarre events had disrupted their normal routine, and hunting was no longer as smooth as before. When Baidahu and others went there, it was the time to go out hunting and gathering, but the deer tribe seemed a little too lively. After hearing about the purpose of the Song tribe's visit, the deer tribe members looked strange. He didn't get the wild boar and was even rudely driven away by the deer people, but Rorschach achieved his goal. I made fish soup in the evening. The small fish freshly caught from the river were gurgling in the pot. Rorschach said to cook it until the soup turned white. Everyone was quite curious about the new thing that Rorschach mentioned, and they chewed it slowly, waiting to see how the soup would turn white. Songgudu asked, are we just going to leave the deer tribe alone like this? When he arrived this morning, he happened to see that most of the deer tribe members were in the tribe. With so many people gathered there, his heart was pounding. It was at that time that he could more clearly compare how small his tribe was compared to other tribes. It is indeed too dangerous. If they really attack the Song tribe will be like the previous Dayu tribe, or even worse off. After all, there are still some people left in the Dayu tribe. Songdae said, Dad, if Rorschach says it's okay, then it must be okay. Songgutu was stunned. This kid seemed to have changed a lot in recent days. He didn't know why he was so wholeheartedly protecting Rorschach. Rorschach, we still have to be careful and secretly observe the situation of the deer tribe every once in a while. She was betting on the influence of the tribal god on a tribe. The loss of the spiritual pillar would most likely lead to the demoralization of the tribe. After losing faith, the next step is to regain it, just like the Song tribe was forced to lose the qualification to believe in the tiger god and had to turn to believe in the Song god. Such a large tribe has many small leaders, and they actually have ambitions, otherwise they would not fight to the death for the position of the chief. Without the constraints of the deer god, the hastily elected new chief had almost no appeal to the tribe members. Under such circumstances, the original deer tribe is likely to be divided into small tribes. Of course, this is the ideal outcome. So watch closely. No one thought as complicated as Rorschach did. They just knew that there were still many people in the deer tribe, and it was very dangerous. But what could a mere few dozen people in their tribe do to them? All they could do at this time was listen to Rorschach and do whatever God said. Laochi didn't know about the actions of the Song tribe against the deer tribe. He was confused and didn't understand the reason for the sudden silence. He simply picked up a spoon to stir the fish in the pottery jar. Is this soup cube going to turn white? She was full of anticipation. Luo Xia stuck his head out to take a look. The fish soup had been cooking for a long time. The fish meat was cooked until it was rotten, but there was no sign of it turning white. She thought to herself, it really needs to be fried on both sides. What? Put a little oil in the pan, put the fish in and deep fry it until the skin is golden brown, then stew it. Laochi didn't understand, so he looked at the others. Although they didn't quite understand either, they were already used to it. Will that taste good? A childish voice came out. Zhuang, who was standing a few steps away, happened to hear Rorschach talking about how to eat fish. He didn't dare to go closer. Ever since the tribe grew in size, Haofu's mother no longer allowed them and Luo Xia to sit together to eat. She always felt that the food didn't taste good anymore. Luo Xia moved a little and waved to Zhuang. The little guy jumped over and sat happily next to his sister. Sister, what about me? Another voice came out. Huanqi saw Zhuang sitting next to her sister, so she came over without wanting to be left behind. Rorschach quickly made some room for the little girl. The two little guys hugged Rorschach's arms, one on each side, and their expressions were full of pride. The fish soup couldn't be boiled white, so some green vegetables were sprinkled into it. Everyone took half a bowl to taste. Only a little salt was added to the soup, which had a fishy smell, but the fishy smell was no problem for primitive people. The soup was delicious. Lao Chi was delighted. I knew I came to the right place. Ah-Hei snorted lightly, still feeling a bit upset about the fact that this woman had defeated him last time. When are you planning on having a baby? This old seven, when he arrived at the Song tribe, he started to keep an eye on Baidahu, but Baidahu was unwilling to do so. How long will this last? When the topic was brought up, old seven was not embarrassed at all. He looked straight at Baidahu and said, if I want to give birth, I want to give birth to the strongest child. Baidahu, when do you want to have a child? Rorschach suddenly felt a headache and stood up to run away. Baidahu said, go find someone else. Lao Chi was not unfamiliar with this answer. She chuckled and didn't believe that she couldn't get it. Rorschach, I went into the cave to rest. Baidahu, I'm going to rest too. Lao Chi looked at the two people leaving and suddenly thought of something. Why doesn't Baidahu's name have a song in front of it? Doesn't everyone in the Song tribe have a song in their name? When she mentioned this, Song Day and the others realized that after they came to the Song tribe, the word song appeared in front of their names, but Baidahu didn't seem to have it. Chapter 133 is also a furry. Song Gang laughed and said, you don't know, Baidahu only came to our tribe last year. He was originally from the Eagle tribe, and now he believes in Song Shun with us. Lao Chi, then why isn't he called Song Dahu? Song Day also asked, why? The Song tribe members were a little embarrassed and looked at Ah-Hei. Baidahu almost became Song Dahu, but Ah-Hei tried his best to stop him because Ah-Hei raised his eyebrows slightly. I told him to call Baidahu, what's wrong? Old seven, why? As a result, he was coldly ignored by Ah-Hei. At night, Rorschach took inventory of his space. Actually, there was nothing much to inventory. There were only a few things in total, and he could see them at a glance. She tied up 20 or so leather jackets with ropes and placed them in her space. She was going to exchange them with the Eagle tribe. She also wanted to see the salt lake over there. It was still a bit difficult to get salt here. If the salt content of the salt lake over there was high, she could get more salt there at one time. The most abundant thing is meat. The prey has been processed and piled in the corner. When food is scarce, this pile is their life-saving straw. The other miscellaneous items were not big, but spread out on the ground, looking very messy. Rorschach wanted to tidy up the space so that he could fit more things in it. This requires making use of the space vertically and building shelves. She thought about it, and it was easy to do. The next morning, she asked Changsho ABA to help her make mud bricks. Mud bricks are used as supports, and straight wooden boards are laid on top to form a storage rack. It was hot today, and Rorschach was sweating again. She planned to go to the river to take a bath today, no matter what. Since arriving in ancient times, she has really lived a life of taking only one bath a year. It's not that water resources are scarce, but that everyone's living environment determines that they don't have very high demands for their own hygiene. They sleep on the ground every day without wearing clothes, so it doesn't seem to be a very important matter whether they are dirty or not. However, the body's self-cleaning ability seems to be super strong during this period, and her hair did not become tangled due to not taking a bath for a long time. But now I really can't do without washing. I feel smelly as soon as I sweat. Taking a bath is not an easy thing. Luo Xia walked around the tribe and found that only a few old ladies were willing to go to the river with him. Ah-Hei now trusted the new members and would not always stay by his side like he did at the beginning. There was no other way. Rorschach had to wait for the women who were out to come back. After all, bathing by the river was a dangerous thing. There was a possibility of being attacked by wild beasts or being peeped at by male savages. The latter is not a big deal to other people, but Rorschach cares about it very much. Ah-Hei and his friends come back relatively early, and they always have a good harvest every time, because they now list wild vegetables as one of their main collection items. When the women heard that Rorschach was going to take a bath in the river, they all became interested and wanted to go. It was too hot now, and it would be great if they could play in the water. So the men stayed in the tribe, and all the women in the tribe went to the river, making a lot of noise. The tribesmen have their own area for playing in the water, which is a shallow river beach with shallow water and slow current. When we got there, everyone rushed into the river. Rorschach. She also wanted to let some people stay on the shore and take turns. Ah-Hei said, don't worry, this place is close to our tribe. There are no wild beasts nearby. Even if there are one or two, they won't dare to come near after hearing so many noises. Rorschach laughed awkwardly. She was not only afraid of wild beasts, but also perverts. But I must have been overthinking it. Normally, we didn't cover ourselves up, and we were all free in the river, not worried at all. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into the water secretly. The river water is still warm and very comfortable. She soaked in the water and looked up at the sky. The sun was setting and the red glow on the horizon was beautiful. Calculating the time, she has been here for almost a year. In the beginning, she prayed several times a day, hoping that time and space would vibrate and fold again so that she could return to her original era. But later on, she became an indispensable member of the tribe, thinking every day about how to keep the tribe alive, and the idea of returning to her own era was squeezed out and appeared less and less. It's been so long, and the hope of going back is becoming increasingly slim. In fact, once you have adapted to life here, it is not impossible to stay. She was reluctant to leave the tribe that she had worked so hard to build up, and she was reluctant to leave everyone calling her Rorschach, which contained too many emotions and expectations. As if she had made up her mind, she slowly lowered her head to look at her reflection in the water. A person who doesn't want to wake up cannot be awakened. Similarly, a person who doesn't want to face her own appearance cannot see it even if a mirror is placed in front of her. What's more, there were no mirrors in ancient times. If you want to know what you look like, just look at your reflection in the water. Rorschach never once looked closely at his reflection in the water. One of the big reasons is that she can't accept that she looks like other furries. So, no matter how she looks in the eyes of others, in her heart, she will always be the fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs in her memory. The blurry, swaying shadow on the water told her that she was, of course, as furry as everyone else. In fact, all of this was within her expectations. When she was thinking about something, she usually liked to pull the hair on her arms with her hands. Facing her current appearance, she was not as sad as she thought. I'm even a little glad that I'm not fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs. That kind of appearance would probably look ugly and delicious at that time. But there is still a faint sense of loss. Ah-Hae waited over and asked, "Don't you want to play?" She was staring at him over there, and Rorschach had no idea what she was thinking. Rorschach looked at his own reflection, then at his mother Ah-Hae, and was surprised to find that he seemed to have acquired the aesthetic taste of a primitive man. His mother should be considered a beauty, with a large frame, a well-proportioned figure, tight muscles, and beautiful lines. As for her face, it's hard to describe, but it's not bad. Rorschach thought to himself, humans are really double standard. As soon as they see their own appearance, they immediately have aesthetic standards. I don't want to play. I just need to wash it. After hearing this, Ah-Hae started pouring water on Rorschach's head. Just rinse it with water, and it will cool down immediately. The women played until the last ray of light disappeared. Then they came out of the river, counted each other's heads, counted the number of children, and returned to the tribe in groups. The men had already lit a bonfire and were waiting for them to come back and start eating. Rorschach had just taken a bath, or rather, rinsed with water. Not wanting to get dirty again, he went into the cave and took a small piece of animal skin to put under him. As soon as she sat down, she noticed that Baidahu opposite her was glancing at her again, probably because she thought she had too much to do. Chapter 134, From the Primitive Perspective. Luoxia looked across, and Baidahu's eyes met hers briefly. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Her heart trembled, and she slowly scanned the faces of everyone in the circle of fire. In the past, she always looked at everyone from a cross-species perspective. After all, in her heart, she always assumed that she was an evolved modern human. Now that the barrier has been broken, everyone's image in her eyes has undergone a subtle change. For example, from a modern perspective, Baidahu, an outstanding male furry. The seventh one is an outstanding female furry girl. From the perspective of primitive people, Baidahu, a handsome guy. The seventh one is a great beauty. This is probably the result of racial identity. Rorschach was thoughtful. After seeing his own appearance, he found everyone much more friendly. He didn't have to guess whether a person was good-looking or not. He could make a judgment subconsciously. It was amazing. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. There are relatively rich activities in the Song tribe in the evening. Needless to say, young men and women have already hidden themselves in some corner. The elders also had their own things to do, and they would weave a few more straw ropes or a few more baskets by the gradually dimming firelight. There were also some remaining young people who were working hard to dig wood with stones. There were many people in the tribe, so they needed many containers to store water. Buckets for drawing water were particularly practical, and the stones obtained from Rorschach were particularly easy to use. As for the children, they chased and played among the fires, and when they were tired, their elderly parents took them to bed. Luoxia was not in a hurry to go back to her own space. Her hair was still a little wet, so she wanted to sit by the fire and warm it for a while. Soon she was the only one left by the fire. She felt it was a good time to daydream, so she slowly coiled her spine string in her hands and stared at the scarlet flames. There is an indescribable sense of loss, as if a big piece of my heart has been lost. Today she took the initiative to abandon her identity as a person from the future and prepared herself mentally to live in ancient times forever. Obviously, I haven't really lost anything, and even if I did lose something, it wasn't lost today. But maybe giving up an idea is also a kind of loss. It's like a person has lost his spiritual support. However, she did not lose her spiritual support. She faced her real situation directly without being negative, and even felt like she had discovered a new world. It's understandable that there's just a hint of sadness. Dahu returned to the fire, holding a piece of wood more than 1 meter long in his hand, looking at it over and over again. Rorschach continued to stare at the fire in a daze. Then Lao Chi also came over and sat down next to Dahu. What are you doing? Bow and arrow. Rorschach came back to his senses when he heard the word bow and arrow. Earlier, they had made a rough bow and arrow in the space, but had stopped because they lacked suitable materials. She had forgotten about this matter in the past 2 days, but she didn't expect Dahu to still remember it. She was just about to go forward and learn more. Although she had never touched a real bow and arrow, she had seen many of them in TV animations. She felt that she was qualified to give guidance and could at least tell him what a bow and arrow looked like. However, seeing that Dahu was immersed in his own research, it seemed that he didn't want to discuss it with others. After thinking about it, it was fine. He had already told himself what the bow and arrow looked like, and even made a rough model. Now Dahu was very clear about the operating principles of the bow and arrow. It seems that she can't help much with the production. Old 7, what is it? Dahu, weapons. After looking around, Dahu pulled the 2 ends of the wooden stick again, and then started to work. Old 7 had other thoughts on his mind, so he didn't care what weapon he was talking about. He said impatiently, "Do you want to have a baby with me?" Rorschach choked, so direct. Dahu, no. Lao Chi, say it again. Dahu, go find someone else and don't bother me. The 7th brother was furious. Even if you beg me in the future, I will not give birth to your child. After saying that, he got up and left. Suddenly, there were only 2 people left by the fire. Rorschach was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground. It felt like a group of problem kids were gathered together. While coaxing his mother not to find a man for him, Dahu pushed away the women who came to his door one by one. If you don't contribute to the reproduction of the tribe, aren't you a problem child? Fortunately, Dahu was unaware of Luo Xia's embarrassment and was busy using his stone knife to shave off the bumps on the wooden stick. Luo Xia thought to himself, I didn't say a word just now. Maybe Dahu and Lao Chi didn't even notice me. Seeing that he was concentrating, he tiptoed up, picked up the animal skin under him, and was about to leave. Dahu said, "This stone knife is dull. We need to change it." Rorschach. It turns out that he saw himself. "Then you wait here, tomorrow. I'll give it to you when I find it. It's dark in the space now, and it's not easy to find it even with a torch. Then you can study it on your own first. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Although she didn't know much, she was the only one in the tribe who could discuss the matter of making bows and arrows and offer opinions and suggestions. Dahu nodded, his mind completely focused on the weapon. Rorschach felt relieved. This man was probably a fool, obsessed with something and didn't care about anything else. She walked into the cave while shaking her hair. Primitive people also had hair, but perhaps due to natural selection, hair did not grow continuously and stopped growing at the shoulders. It was still quite smooth, and she could just comb it with her hands. Because of her mood, she didn't go into the space to find something to do. She just lay down on the animal skin, thought about random things, and fell asleep. The next day was a brand new day. It felt like watching the tribesmen go from blurry to high definition. Each one was vivid and tangible. Luo Xia took a deep breath, facing the rising sun. The air was indeed fresh. He jumped over happily, stuffed a fruit into her hand, and ran away. Rorschach laughed. This little guy? The food in the tribe was distributed, and the children would not get much food, so Huanchi took out some of her own food and gave it to her. She reached out and wiped it, then took a bite. Now that wild vegetables are the main food, fruits have taken a back seat, and sometimes I can't even eat one in the whole day. I don't know what kind of fruit this is that I ate today, but it's very juicy and sweet and sour. She took it in her hand and examined it carefully, then named it pear. I also specially collected the seeds. This fruit is definitely worth cultivating. He turned around and put the seeds into the space. After most of the tribe members had left, Luo Xia dug out the wild vegetables grown in the space and transplanted them into the vegetable garden. Chapter 135. Do you know the pulse? The addition of new members brought more labor to the Song tribe. The vegetable fields doubled in size, and there was still a piece of vacant land waiting to be used. The felled trees were piled up around the tribe and became a place for children to play. With so much wood, there was no need to look for it everywhere in winter. The vegetable garden is watered every few days, and various crops are growing well. Some are still in the tender sprout stage, while others have already blossomed and borne fruit. Rorschach's fingers brushed across a withered flower, reminding himself to pay attention to collecting seeds recently. When she was in the vegetable garden, the children playing there would come over and follow her like a tail, staring with their round eyes, watching her every move. "Sister, don't you want to eat these wild vegetables?" A child mustered up the courage to ask. Another person replied, "Isn't that what we've already said? We have to wait for the livestock to produce seeds, and then we have to plant them in the ground." Another said, "Just like when people have children, the more they have, the more they have." Rorschach smiled. That was the truth, but why was the man's metaphor so strange? He reached out and touched the heads of several children. "Do you help your parents in the tribe pull weeds and catch insects every day?" "Have. We catch bugs and feed them to the chickens." "You did a great job. Now go have some fun." When the children heard what Rorschach said, they ran away screaming. Changsho Abba and several other Abba dug a mud pit not far away. Luoxia asked them to make mud bricks, but did not specify the quantity. They just made as many as they could. After all, these things could be used, and at worst they could build a house. "Rorschach, do these mud bricks look like what you want?" This time was different from the previous mud bricks used to build the house. When Rorschach gave instructions, he had measured the width, thickness, and other details of the mud bricks. Everyone was very careful when making them, and even broke a few wooden sticks to compare with them. Therefore, although the mud bricks produced are not absolutely consistent, they tend to be consistent and look very pleasing to the eye. Rorschach was very satisfied. "Very good, this is enough." She thought for a moment and said, "I can do more. I can also build a shed for the livestock so they can get through the winter." The fathers quickly agreed. She walked towards the cave to see how the grass pulled from the mountain was drying. Aunt Bitterleaf usually fiddles with her herbs in the corner of the mountain wall, and no one is around at this time. I saw Grandma Ci hurriedly walking into a room with a bowl of water. Rorschach felt a little strange and changed direction and followed. The group of little guys gathered outside the house. All of them stretched their heads to look into the doorway. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, you're blocking my light," Kayama shouted. Grandma Ci raised her eyebrows and scolded. "You all go play somewhere else. You have nothing to do here." The children scattered and ran away. Luoxia lowered his head and walked into the house, and saw that Grandma Kai Ci, Kai's little apprentice, and Huanqi were all surrounding a lying child. Everyone was a little surprised to see Rorschach come in. "What's wrong?" Rorschach asked. "This little girl went to play in the water yesterday and got sick," Grandma Ci whispered, while Kai was busy muttering to himself, holding a bowl in his hand with half a bowl of dark green water in it. At the beginning, Luoxia pulled Zhuang and Huanqi to Kai to learn medical skills. Now only Huanqi stayed and became Kai's other little apprentice. The two little apprentices were as serious as their master, and they seemed to make sounds when they opened and closed their mouths. Luoxia couldn't hear clearly what Yi Ama was muttering, but he felt that it was somewhat similar to the muttering of the charlatans in the old TV dramas. Not only did she recite it, she also matched it with her expressions and movements. At this moment, Rorschach suddenly understood why the word, which was placed in front of the name of the witch doctor in the tribe. Primitive people believed in gods, and saving lives and curing illnesses seemed incredible to them, equivalent to snatching lives from the god of death. They don't believe that humans can save lives or cure diseases, so witch doctors also believe in some kind of god. After Kai finished muttering, he nodded to Grandma Ci. Grandma Ci hurriedly helped the child up, pinched his mouth open, and roughly poured half a bowl of medicine into his mouth. The child coughed a few times, twitched a bit, and then stopped moving. "Well, it depends on fate whether she can survive." Kai stretched his old legs and stood up, sighing somewhat pessimistically. Rorschach then stepped forward. The child's face was red. He touched the child's forehead and found that the child had a fever. He caught a cold from playing in the water last night. "Mom, was that medicine for reducing fever that you just gave her?" When she asked the snake tribe for medicinal herbs, they gave her a packet of fever-reducing medicine, so primitive people knew what medicine could reduce fever. But the witch doctor seemed to have said that it might not be effective. Kai's mother said, "Yes, but the child is too ill. It depends on whether the medicine god can save her." Grandma Ci wiped the clean water in the bowl on the child. "All right, don't bother her. Feed her some water every once in a while and sprinkle some water on her body. There's nothing else we can do. Just wait." Rorschach was also pulled out by Grandma Ci. "Rorschach, don't come to this patient's place too often, or you'll get infected too." Luoxia answered absent-mindedly and hurried back to the space to fetch a bucket of water and give it to Grandma Ci. Let her put the bucket of water in that room and keep watch over it at all times, feeding the child some water from time to time and wiping the water on his body. She forgot everything else she had to do today. The only important thing was to save the child. Compared to her, others were sad but calm. This kind of symptoms is not the first time I have seen them. There are also coughs, runny noses, screaming, headaches, and general weakness. Those who survive will live, and those who don't will die. Kai pounded the medicine while saying, Rorschach, don't overthink it. I've already begged the god of medicine to bring the child back to life. If the child doesn't survive, that's God's will, and we have no say in it. Rorschach looked at the various herbs here, and then at the 3 solemn masters and apprentices. I asked, Auntie, do you have any medical skills? For example, you can judge a person's physical condition by looking at their face color, lip color, voice volume, or other aspects. Kai's mother was a little confused, but she still tried her best to answer. If a person is bitten by a snake, I can tell what kind of snake it is. She is better at treating visible injuries than treating inexplicable diseases that don't even cause wounds. Rorschach pondered for a moment. She knew that even animals knew some very basic knowledge about herbs and would pass it on to their offspring, and the same was true for humans. However, it is obvious that the ancient people had very limited medical knowledge. They were good at treating injuries, but had almost no experience in treating diseases, and relied more on coincidence and faith. This won't work. Looking back, I realized that my Song tribe was almost wiped out because of a plague. Auntie, do you know the pulse? She pulled Kai's wrist and placed her fingers on her pulse. Chapter 136, Getting Better. Kai was a little surprised. She felt something beating where Rorschach pressed. Do you feel the beating? Rorschach asked. Bitterleaf nodded, beating like a heart. Right. Rorschach released his grip. We can't see what's going on inside our bodies, but that doesn't mean we can't observe it. If an internal organ is sick, it will manifest itself in our body, like a fever, cough, runny nose, etc. It's the same way you can tell it's a snake bite by the appearance of the wound. If a snake bite can be treated, then fever, colds, and other illnesses can also be treated. Kai was a little shocked. It was like someone pushed a door open. In the past, they were almost helpless in dealing with those invisible and intangible diseases and could only pray for God's mercy. Some even believe that inexplicable illnesses are punishment from God, that surviving means being forgiven by God, and that dying is a deserved punishment. Rorschach continued. Of course, simply observing what illness it is isn't enough. We also need to know how to treat it. The world is vast, and there are countless herbs. Each herb has its own properties and can treat different symptoms. If one herb doesn't work, then combine several, and you'll always find a cure. These aren't things that can be accomplished overnight, but with our gradual accumulation, one day, our medical skills will improve greatly and become as simple and natural as treating snake venom. She paused after she finished speaking, and Kai looked at her blankly, as if he had heard something incredible. Rorschach thought that primitive people believed in gods, and if he taught her this, she might feel that it was beyond the rules. Then he continued, I know you believe in the god of medicine, but the god of medicine has already brought us all the medicine we can. We still need to find it ourselves. The gods are also very busy. Not everyone's prayers can be heard or heard in time. Besides, they also like hard-working and motivated children. They hate those who do nothing all day and just beg the gods to solve problems. Let's do what we can and leave the rest to the gods. Kai nodded. Rorschach, she murmured, wanting to say something. On the first day she came to Song tribe, she knew that Luo Xia was the tribe's goddess, but she didn't take it to heart. She just had to do her best. But at this moment, she knew in her heart that Rorschach must be the daughter of God, and what she said was what God wanted to say. Mom, I can't give you any more things to do, but I'll leave the matter of curing illnesses and saving lives to you. Kai nodded again. Seeing Rorschach about to leave, he quickly raised his wrist and said, Rorschach, can you also tell me why you did this? Rorschach said, this is called a pulse. It's closely related to the human body and will undergo subtle changes as the body changes. It can even reveal where a person is feeling unwell, allowing you to prescribe the right medicine. Kai exclaimed. She thought Rorschach had touched her soul from here, because the beating was the same as the beating of the heart, and the human soul resides in the heart. However, Rorschach's statement was enough to shock her. Can one tell where a person is sick just by the pulsation on the wrist? After saying goodbye to Rorschach, she pressed her wrist again and again, but failed to do so. The 2 young disciples nearby called out cautiously, Mom? Kai finally came back to his senses and pulled over the wrists of his 2 little disciples and pressed them repeatedly. Finally, he found a slight beating on the little arms. The feeling came through the calluses on his hands, as if he could really touch the heartbeat. It's true. It's true. Kai laughed loudly, scaring the two children so much that they trembled. This was not the usual Kai mother. After Ku Yi finished laughing, he suddenly felt that although he was an old man, he was full of strength and there were still many things waiting for him to do. All she could do now was to stay with the child and take a good look at what happened to the child. You guys continue chasing the medicine here. After saying that, she left her two apprentices and went into the house, asking Grandma Ci to rest while she looked after the child. Is this child still salvageable? Grandma Ci was delighted. Rorschach had named her Grandma Ci and assigned her the task of taking good care of the child. She had not dared to forget it. Now that the child was sick, she was very worried. Looking at Kai's actions, it seems that he is saved. Kai examined the child's body inch by inch, looking for any differences between now and usual, and said, Rorschach said that all diseases in the world can be cured. You have to find the medicine yourself. Grandma Ci, did you find it? Looking for it. Rorschach brought some water every once in a while. Since there was no cloth, he could only use a piece of leather to wipe the child's body. He kept wiping, and the child, who had a high fever, felt much better by the afternoon, and his breathing returned to normal. But I started coughing from time to time. There is no medicine available at the moment, so we can only feed the child water as Rorschach instructed. Kai was extremely anxious. She only knew that this disease could not be cured before, but now she knew it could be cured. However, she had no medicine and didn't know how to treat it, so she was very anxious. Rorschach knew that a cold could be serious or minor. She heard that many people in ancient times died from colds, which she understood as a cold. So let other people stay away from this room to avoid being infected. This action made the tribesmen nervous, especially the original members of the Song tribe, who witnessed with their own eyes how their fellow tribesmen died one after another. They also had fever, kept coughing, could not stand up, and could not speak. She looks similar to this little girl. Changshuo's father secretly pulled Luo Xiao away and said, Luo Xiao, don't go into that room. That disease is fatal. If you get close to it, you will get infected. He found it difficult to speak, but thinking of the tragic situation of the Song tribe, he said, Rorschach, let's not have that child, otherwise overnight. Looking back, I still feel scared. Almost overnight, all the tribesmen started coughing and having fever. Now that we have finally caught our breath, we are not going to make the same mistake again, are we? Thinking of this possibility, the old man felt desperate. Could it be that his Song tribe was really abandoned by God, so God didn't want them to live? Luo Xia smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. This time is different from the last time we had this child. The child just caught a cold and will be fine in 2 days. After Luo Xia said this, Changshuo Aba said nothing more. He thought this time was indeed different, with Rorschach in his tribe. By the evening, the child could sit up, speak a few words in a hoarse voice, and pick up the bowl to drink water by himself. But the cough and runny nose are severe. Kai was very happy. From lying motionless to being able to speak and move, this was a sign of improvement. Rorschach even made some fish soup and gave the child a bowl. Chapter 137. That's it. The tribe's water used to be drawn from the river, but now that there are so many people, it is impossible to draw water from the space every day. But the situation is a bit special now. Although it is the youngest one with a cold, she dare not be careless. Later, she asked all the water in the tribe's drinking troughs to be used to irrigate the fields. He also asked a few people who knew his secret to fetch water from the space and fill the sink. The effect of this water is extraordinary. I hope it can increase everyone's resistance. Baidahu walked to the back, carrying a bucket of water. When Luo Xia saw his expression, he remembered that this person had asked him for a new stone knife last night, but he had completely forgotten about it. Don't worry, I understand. I'll give it to you later. Baidahu was stunned and asked, What are you talking about? Isn't it about the stone knife? Yeah, that one too. I heard you were going to that kid's house all day, so don't go. Changshuo Aba himself didn't dare to say the opposite to Luo Xia, but Baidahu dared, so as soon as Baidahu came back, the old father told Baidahu, Although I firmly believe that Rorschach will be fine, it is still better to be on guard. Rorschach said, I'm fine. She has been drinking water from the space, so her resistance is very good. Baidahu twisted her arm, and Luo Xia screamed in pain. What you do? The man's hands were so heavy that he almost tore her flesh off. If it hurts, and if it hurts, it makes you sick. If I hadn't caught you last time, you would have been washed away by the river. Don't go, let someone else go. His tone was unpleasant and harsh, and he was complaining in his heart that the goddess was nothing special and was injured just because she said she was injured. The tribe can do without anyone, but not her. After saying that, he went out with the bucket. Rorschach knew he was worried about him, but his attitude was really irritating. After Baidahu left, she angrily rummaged through the pile of stones and found 2 usable stone knives. In the evening, after everyone had finished eating and left, she took out the stone knife and threw it to him. Just throw it away and leave. She was still a little worried about the sick child, but she still listened to what Baidahu said. What if something happened? What if I really get infected? And what if the water in my space doesn't work? It's better to be cautious. She waited until Kai came out of the room before she went up to him and asked him what happened. Much better. This child is lucky. He drank up the bowl of fish soup, ate some vegetables, and was given some fruit. I think he will be almost well by tomorrow. Luo Xia was worried that there would be some changes at night, so he asked Kui not to sleep too deeply at night and to check on him every once in a while. Kai agreed to all of them. When she woke up the next day, the first thing she did after coming out of the cave was to go to the house where the child lived. On the way, she met Baidahu, who asked her where she was going. Luo Xia was still angry with Baidahu. He rolled his eyes at him and turned to the corner to wait for news from Kai Ama. After a while, Kai's mother came back, and from her face, she could tell that the child was fine. This is strange. This child recovered so quickly this time. This is the first time I've seen it. Kai said happily. Rorschach speculated that the water in his space was effective. In addition, in the past, when someone in the tribe was sick, they might not have received good care. The witch doctor would just give them medicine and leave them alone, unlike this time, when he kept watching over them and constantly wiped them to cool them down. After all, the child was fine, and Rorschach felt relieved. Any other symptoms? Cough, runny nose, slight fever, not very energetic, but completely different from yesterday. I don't think there's anything wrong. Rorschach told her not to be careless and not to wipe the child's body, but to make sure the child drank more water. Rorschach, why did this disease heal so quickly? She didn't understand. She didn't seem to do anything during this period. Apart from giving the child water, she didn't give her any medicine. Luo Xia said, maybe it's just luck, but luck won't always be this good. Mother, I'll leave the medical skills to you. Kai felt the burden on his shoulders was very heavy and hurriedly said, Rorschach, please teach me a little more. Luo Xia smiled and said, Mom, I can't compare to you in terms of medical skills. I can only show you the way. The rest depends on you and the children who are studying medicine. But this is not an easy thing to do. Take your time and don't rush. She was not a doctor to begin with and only knew a little bit of theoretical knowledge. The rest of the exploration still had to be done by the primitive people themselves. Bitterleaf was thoughtful. Knowing that the child was fine, Rorschach was in a good mood and shared the good news with everyone while sitting around eating. The tribesmen also breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, May the pine god bless you. Before the men went out hunting, Baidahu came over and told her not to think that she could go to that house just because the child got better. Rorschach rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. After they all left, she suddenly realized that she was angry with Baidahu, and this anger had been lingering from last night to today. This kind of thing has never happened before. No matter how rude Baidahu treated her in the past, she just smiled and forgot about it. After all, how can an adult be angry with a child for a whole day? Their cognitive levels are not on the same level. She was shocked. Could it be that because she admitted that she was now a primitive man, her brain had become less smart? Thinking about it this way, there is really no need to be angry. It's not the first or second time that Baidahu has lacked emotional intelligence. Besides, how can I expect a primitive man to have emotional intelligence? His intentions are always good. Once you figure it out, you'll feel better. She then remembered the grass she had pulled back from the mountain, which should be almost dry by the time it was dry. She went over to take a look and found that it was indeed dry. She twisted it with her hands, and the fibers wrapped under the fragile skin burst out all of a sudden. Slender, soft, and not broken into pieces by the sun. That's it. Rorschach was so surprised that he could hardly control himself. After searching for so long, he finally found her in the nearest place. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The children gathered around immediately. Sister, why are you laughing? When my sister smiles, it means good things are coming. You guys, follow me up the mountain and pull weeds. Of course the children were willing to do so. They followed Rorschach up the mountain and carried back a bunch of weeds to dry with him. My sister said that these grasses can be used to make clothes, and this time it is real, not fake. Luo Xia also planted a few plants in the space, and would plant them in the vegetable garden in a few days, waiting to harvest the seeds. These hemp plants are not yet truly mature. Perhaps the fibers will reach their best condition only after they mature, but she can't wait and wants to make one for herself to wear first. Chapter 138. How did I provoke you again? After the hemp is picked and dried, the fibers inside are carefully peeled out. At this time, there are still many impurities on it, and the texture is not soft and tough enough. Rorschach soaked the hemp fibers in a bucket of water for a day. The impurities softened and separated from the fibers. He just needed to rinse it a few more times. The soaked fibers also became much softer. This is not enough. Put it in a ceramic pot and heat it to soak. The children gathered around and followed, extremely curious. Can I eat it after it's cooked? They asked. Rorschach stirred the fibers in the jar with a stick and said, "It looks like it's inedible. Are you hungry?" "No, I just want to try it." Rorschach laughed. Children are so funny. They like to try everything. She took out the boiled hemp fibers and controlled the water. She took out a few and tried to twist them into thread. It was totally fine. He called over the free aunties and gave each of them a ball of hemp and a piece of animal skin. Then he sat down and demonstrated to everyone. The hemp ball is loose, and a few strands of fiber are pulled out from it. Use one hand to pull them, and use the other hand to pinch a few thin strands on the animal skin on the leg, and it will become a thicker rope. Everyone watched with trepidation. Such delicate work was not like weaving straw ropes. Their hands were not that nimble. Rorschach was forced to do something, and she didn't have high expectations for how well everyone did. As long as they could make a rope, she would be satisfied. Besides, practice makes perfect. If it doesn't work once, will it work after 10 attempts? So the ants began the careful work of twisting the yarn. Rorschach asked the children to find a few wooden sticks of suitable thickness and smooth surface and tie a knot on the wooden sticks with the thread ends. If there was too much thread, they could wrap it around the wooden sticks. It took the grandmothers 2 days to twist all the hemp fibers into threads. As for the quality, if you look closely, you will find that the threads are uneven in thickness and have some lumps. Fortunately, the thread was very soft, which surprised everyone. Rorschach also used the knitting sticks to knit himself a camisole with the twine. This hemp yarn is different from wool yarn. It is thinner and less elastic, so the weaving process is much more laborious and time-consuming. Fortunately, the finished product turned out well. Because it lacked elasticity, she also ground a few short wooden sticks to serve as buttons and made it into a front-row button style. Her own fishbone needle also came in handy. I changed from a rabbit fur coat to a linen coat, and I felt cool and comfortable all of a sudden. I made myself another pair of linen shorts. The belly-bearing suspenders and shorts are also very fashionable. Such an appearance naturally made the tribesmen marvel. I have never seen such a style of clothes before. It looks really light and cool. Lao Chi immediately rushed over and touched it left and right. She couldn't believe that the clothes were really made of grass. It felt so comfortable to touch. So he begged, "Rorschach, how can I get a piece of clothing like this?" Rorschach shifted his gaze from Old Seven's exposed torso and said, "I really want to make it available to everyone as soon as possible, but this takes a lot of time, and we don't have enough raw materials. Please wait a moment." She didn't have the ability to continue weaving with the same knitting technique, and she felt her eyes were going to get damaged. So, she wanted to study how to weave cloth. Another good news is that the child who had a cold in the past few days has completely recovered. He has walked out of the house again and is playing with other children happily. The tribesmen's vaguely uneasy hearts were finally calmed. The tribesmen who went to the deer tribe to observe secretly came back and said that the morale of the deer tribe was low. Some people still knelt down and worshipped the residual image on the mountain wall every day, while other people watched coldly. Moreover, it seemed that some members of the tribe were missing. Rorschach deduced that the deaths of the 3 patriarchs and the falling of the idol did play a role. Primitive people without the protection of gods were uneasy in their hearts. Let's continue to see the situation. Rorschach named the hemp he found flax because the word was more familiar. The flax plants in the space were also transplanted outside. Now is the time for flowering and waiting for fruiting. Although hemp fiber can be used now, Rorschach feels that it may be more resilient and softer after it matures, so he stopped everyone from going up the mountain to continue picking flax. It is better to wait for a while until the fruits are ripe before picking them on a large scale. The bricks made by Changsho ABA and the others had been dried in the sun. Luosha picked out straight and even branches from the pile of wood, asked someone to chop them down with a stone axe, then measured them, cut them into the same length, and carried them into the cave himself. It was too difficult for her to carry the mud bricks in by herself, so when everyone came back in the evening, she asked a few people who knew the secret of her space to help, and she finished it quickly. Mud bricks were piled up in the space. She had already made a basic plan and was just waiting to mix some mud tomorrow to build her own storage rack. When they were sitting by the fire again in the evening, Lao Chi suddenly asked, "What's in that cave?" At that time, she saw someone moving mud bricks inside and wanted to go in to take a look, but was stopped by Ahei who was guarding the door. No one said anything. Most of the people in this circle knew Rorschach's secret, while a minority didn't. However, they wouldn't be as foolish as Lao Chi and asked directly. That's where Rorschach lives. That's where God lives. What right do they have to ask? Dahu said, "Don't meddle in the affairs of God." Luo Xia just thought it was good to have a sharp-tongued person around, so that she couldn't tell the innocent and simple old seventh anything. But she didn't plan to tell her secret yet. A secret is a secret, and the fewer people who know it, the better. So she looked at Bai Dahu with gratitude, but Bai Dahu looked at her with a somewhat cold look. Rorschach thought, how did I provoke you? In order not to delay your work, I didn't ask you to do it. Bai Dahu has been very busy lately, fiddling with his bow and arrow to the point of being obsessed with it. He made several bows, but in the end he threw them all into the fire as firewood. Luo Xia secretly observed that each of his bows was getting better and better, so she did not go forward to disturb him, as he had his own ideas. After finishing his meal, Bai Dahu continued to work as usual, holding the branch he had gotten from somewhere in his arms. Rorschach had nothing to do, so he stared for a while. Lao Chi was not in a hurry to leave. Although she had said before that she would not find this man to have a child again, she broke her promise 2 days later. However, she was rejected every time. She looked at him for a while, then lost her patience and said, just go have a baby with Moo Moo. He left angrily. As soon as Lao Chi left, Rorschach also wanted to leave. Bai Dahu looked up and asked, what do you want those mud bricks for? Rorschach was a little surprised that he was suddenly talking to him, and replied, make a shelf to put things on. When it's done, you can put more things in it. You, Bai Dahu frowned, seemed to think about what he was going to say, and the word, oh, came out of his mouth. Chapter 139, Let Me Do It Next Time. Luo Xia noticed that Bai Dahu was emotional, but he didn't know what he was emotional about, so he didn't dare to provoke him. Seeing that he had no intention of talking, he left. I asked my mother about it that night, and Ahe said, maybe women don't bother him anymore. Rorschach, like this. Then what else could you be angry about? I don't know whether Rorschach's judgment of his mother is correct. I asked Song Gang the next morning, but he didn't know either. Since you don't know, just forget it. During the day, Luo Xia asked Hao Fu's mother to guard outside the cave, and he stayed in the space for a long time and finally built her storage rack roughly. There are 3 layers in total. Large pottery is placed on the bottom shelf, small pottery is placed on the second layer, and clothes, baskets, and other things that are not breakable are placed on the top layer. After everything was arranged, there was still a lot of space left, and a lot of things could be put in. The space was a little tidier overall, but not too much, because there was still piled up firewood, meat, stones, and a sink for growing plants. A big hole has been smashed in one of the walls of her space, and some stones that are not used for the time being are piled there. At present, the space is still solid and there is no sign of collapse. The stone layer is very thick and it will take 1 or 2 years to break it all, maybe even forever. At night, Bai Dahu was using a stone knife to thin the ends of the branches bit by bit. Suddenly, he asked, when will you finish that rack? Rorschach, the shelf? It's already made. Bai Dahu frowned again when he heard this. Who made this for you? I made it myself. It's not complicated. I just got covered in mud. Bai Dahu was a little surprised, and then he stopped talking and continued to shave wood chips one by one. Rorschach asked, have you been unhappy these past 2 days? Bai Dahu glanced at her and said, let me take a look at the shelf you made. Although Rorschach found it strange that this man had the mind to look at the rack in his busy schedule, he thought that primitive people probably had never seen what a rack looked like, so he might as well take him to see it and broaden his horizons. But it's so late now, and the space is pitch black, how can I see? Tomorrow morning, it's dark. I'll bring a fire. Bai Dahu actually moved the pile of things from his arms and picked up a well-burned stick from the fire. Since this person is already angry, don't ruin his mood. Rorschach had no choice but to get up and walk towards the cave, muttering to himself. There's nothing to see here, it's just a shelf. It will be the same tomorrow morning. After entering the cave, he opened the space and stood at the door. Look quickly, I'm watching outside from here. Bai Dahu entered the space and found that it was indeed a little different from before. There was something built with mud bricks and wooden sticks, and various things were placed on it. It was quite practical. The flame of the wooden stick in his hand was dim, and it slowly went out as he walked and moved. Rorschach gloated, I'll show you this morning. Bai Dahu came out of the space, and the two walked outside. Next time you let someone else do something like this, they'll be under pressure. Bai Dahu seems to be worrying a little too much. Then I heard him say, next time you have something to do, let me do it for you. Aren't you busy? Not busy. Rorschach had a flash of inspiration and wondered if he was angry yesterday because he didn't ask him for help. Not really. If other people in the tribe help them, they will be very happy because Luo Xia is in the name of the goddess, and doing things for her is a sacred and honorable thing. But Bai Dahu is different from others. But after hearing Bai Dahu's voice, his mood obviously improved. After coming back, they continued to sit by the fire. Bai Dahu continued to cut his wood, while Luo Xia took a branch and scratched the ground in front of him. She was thinking of getting a loom. A basic one would do. The loom was invented by our ancestors, so even though I have never used one, I believe it is not too complicated. Plus, the texture of the fabric is actually very simple, just this, that. I thought it would be simple, but when I started drawing on the ground, I had to think hard about the details. She missed Baidu. When Baidu was around, all she had to do to get all the knowledge was memorize a few key search terms, and then everything would appear before her. The last time I racked my brain like this was when I was in school. However, because she didn't have the help of Baidu, she found that her brain was also working well. After drawing for a long time, she suddenly swept the complicated picture in front of her with her foot. In fact, she didn't need to rush to copy the vague loom in her memory. As long as she could weave the cloth, even if it was not well woven, it would be fine to spend some effort. She didn't have to do her best from the beginning. That way, it's much simpler. She suddenly had a very clear idea in her mind. No need to draw pictures. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Baidu suddenly said, "Why do you want to wipe it off?" What a pity. He had never seen anyone draw such a complicated pattern. Although he didn't know what it was, it should not be a human pattern. He didn't dare to disturb her and wanted to wait for her to stop so he could go over and take a closer look, but that was gone. Rorschach said, "That's not necessary." Looking back, the shape of Baida's bow is almost done. It is even better than I expected, with both curves and practicality. There's no need to throw this one into the fire. She was sure. Baidu did not throw away the bow. He strung it the next day, and it worked perfectly. Baidu tried it many times in his hand, but he was still not satisfied. 2 days later, he found new materials and continued working on it. Rorschach didn't understand. She tried the bow, and even though she had never touched a real bow and arrow, the feeling of pulling the string was great. Baidu said, "It's too soft. I don't dare to use any strength." "What about this one? Don't you want it anymore? I'll give it to someone else." Luo Xia really wanted to ask Baidu for the bow, but he held back and didn't ask. She knew she didn't need the bow the most, at least not urgently. It is better to leave it to the men in the tribe who go out hunting or the women who go out gathering, as they need it more than you do. He quietly put the bow back. In the next few days, Rorschach rummaged through the woodpile again. She needed 3 suitable straight logs. After finding the wood, she went to find Grandpa Qiao. Grandpa Qiao was an expert at sharpening weapons, so he was the most suitable person to take on this task. Rorschach described a step and asked Grandpa Qiao to make a step. The first step is to peel off the bark, remove the bumps, and flatten one side of the stick. Rorschach pulled a hemp rope coated with charcoal ash across the flat surface of the wood, stretched it straight, flicked it, moved it, and flicked it again, leaving 2 very faint black lines on it. She painted the half-finger width area in the middle of the black line black, and then asked Grandpa Qiao to shave off some of the parts outside the black area, so that there was a row of bumps on the wooden stick. Then, just drill holes densely on this bulge. Chapter 140, I guess I have to try it myself. Punching holes takes more effort. A length of about 1.2 meters needs to be punched. Considering the density of the cloth and the tolerance of the wood, the number of holes is roughly set at 1 hole per centimeter, which means about 120 holes. But after drilling the second hole, Rorschach realized that it wouldn't work. Because of the tools, it was impossible to drill such precise holes. When drilling the second hole, I used a little force and ruined the first hole as well. She had no choice but to think of other ways. The purpose of punching holes is to arrange the cables. Well, I am such a fool. I chose the far way instead of the near one. If you want to fix it, you can just tie the thread ends neatly on the stick. The disadvantage is that it is troublesome and the density is not so easy to control. Then you can imitate the rings on the curtain rod. So Rorschach twisted the remaining thin twine into thicker twine. Then tie the rope loops and put them on the wooden stick. The size of the rope loops should be appropriate, not too tight, nor too loose that they can be interchanged. Wait until all the rope loops are closed and the length is more than 1 meter. Repeat the same process on the other 2 sticks. When weaving, 2 threads can be tied to each rope loop in front of the wooden stick, which serves as the fixed end to ensure the density of the cloth. The other end of the rope is arranged in 12-12, with 1 tied to the rope loop on 1 wooden stick and 2 tied to the rope loop on another wooden stick. After tying it, you still need a shuttle. Relax the number 1 wooden stick and tighten the number 2 wooden stick. In this way, the line tied to the number 1 wooden stick will sag, forming a space for the shuttle to pass through. Then the number 1 wood is tightened, the number 2 wood is relaxed, and the shuttle passes through it. Just repeat this cycle. It's that simple. She finished something in just 2 days, which I thought would take a lot of time to do. He held 3 wooden sticks covered with rope loops and practiced repeatedly in his mind. There was no problem. Just wait until the time comes to harvest flax, spin yarn, and weave cloth. Grandpa Chow was a little confused. He was waiting for Rorschach to continue giving him instructions. He was still racking his brains over how to make those densely packed holes that Rorschach had mentioned. Then Rorschach said the thing was done. No more drilling. No more fighting. Rorschach said that sometimes people can really be misled by known knowledge and seek the far away instead of the near. She touched the surface of the wooden stick, and it was not very smooth. Then he slid off the rope loops on the wooden stick and handed the stick to Grandpa Chow. Grandpa Chow, this is still a little rough. Can you help me polish it smoother? Grandpa Chow laughed so hard that his eyes were nowhere to be seen and nodded repeatedly. Although he was not good at drilling holes, he was very good at grinding a wooden stick until it was smooth. Just take a piece of stone and rub it repeatedly. When it is almost rubbed, find a piece of fresh animal skin, use the nails inside, and continue to rub it repeatedly. After a few days, it will become slippery. Grandpa Chow happily left with the 3 wooden sticks. Rorschach carefully put the pile of rope loops into the space, and after coming out, he stretched towards the sun. Suddenly, I seemed to have some free time. Then he walked to look at the plants in the garden and went to the livestock pen to pick some green grass. There are now 4 wild boars, 3 males and 1 female. The female is pregnant and is kept in a pen alone. She is living a good life, lazily basking in the sun. Rorschach secretly wondered how many pigs a sow could give birth to in one litter. If it gives birth to many babies at a time, the tribe will be rich. If it keeps up the good work, the day of pork freedom will be just around the corner. There are also 2 rams that fight and butt heads in the pen every day, hoping to bring a ewe back soon. As for the pheasants, they are almost grown up. There are 2 roosters with bright feathers and 3 gray hens that are smaller in size. As soon as Rorschach saw the chickens, he wanted to eat eggs. They did get some bird eggs at the tribal gathering earlier, but she was asked to cook them all to entertain the guests. She only ate 2 of them herself, which were the size of quail eggs and were very delicious. I don't know when these 3 little hens will start laying eggs. After a walk around, we arrived at Kai Ama's territory. Aunt Kai is a little busy. Various herbs were spread everywhere, but she seemed to have no idea how to start. The master was confused, and the 2 little apprentices were also confused. The 3 of them gathered together and stared at each other. Rorschach, Rorschach. When he saw Rorschach, surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, as if he had seen the direction. He stood up and pulled Rorschach over to sit down. Rorschach, what should I do? Mother Kai was extremely distressed. Bitterleaf remembered Rorschach's words. Rorschach said that God gave herbs to the world to heal diseases, but people need to find them themselves. This sentence shocked her so much that now she finds all herbs mysterious. In the past, she knew very well what herbs to use to treat snake venom, bites, and stings. For other injuries that she was unsure about, she left the decision to the gods. She ground different herbs into powder and then prayed to the gods, asking them to tell her what medicine she needed to treat the patients. After praying, she would randomly pick up a herb, which she believed was the will of the gods. Now she wants to change this practice. She wants to know what disease each herb can cure, but she doesn't know how to find out. So she had to ask the medicine god for help again, hoping that he could tell her the functions of all the herbs. But like every time before, the medicine god did not respond to her, and this time she could no longer rely on random grabbing to guess what the god meant. Faced with these herbs that she was very familiar with but seemed to know nothing about, she naturally fell into confusion. Luo Xia carefully understood Kai Ama's distress and felt a little distressed himself. At that time, Chinese medicine had reached a very high level, and the effects of various herbs could be found on the internet. She had never really thought about how her ancestors knew the effects of these herbs in the first place. You said each herb can treat different diseases, but I really don't know how to know. Aunt Kai felt a little helpless. Everything she knew was taught to her by the witch doctors of the previous generation. Who should she ask for new knowledge? Rorschach reached out and picked a leaf, put it in her mouth, and chewed it a little bit. It was extremely bitter, so she swallowed it. The bitter leaf stared at her, as if thinking that if she ate the leaf, she would know what the herb could be used for. Rorschach said, "Mom, I don't know anything about medicine, but if I want to know what effect a certain herb has on people, I need to try it and feel it." Kai suddenly realized. Luo Xia said hurriedly, "Mom, this method is somewhat dangerous, so you can't be impatient. If you really want to try it yourself, you can only try it little by little. No matter what, life is the most important thing." Chapter 141, Getting Weird. Rorschach was worried that Bitterleaf would take cruel action on him, so he accidentally ate too many strange herbs. Primitive people faced too many external threats and were less sensitive to threats inside their bodies. They did not take minor illnesses or pain seriously. If the same thing happens to Bitterleaf Mother, If she doesn't feel any effect after eating a little bit of the herb, then she will eat a few more handfuls, and sooner or later, she will end up hurting herself. Besides, you can't just keep trying without knowing which part of your body is sending the message. It just so happened that the men had a good hunt, so Rorschach dragged Kai to watch the men process the prey. After peeling off the fur, the next step was to deal with the internal organs. Rorschach asked the person who was processing it to take his time, and then slowly explained it to Kai starting from the mouth. This is the throat, this is the stomach, this is the heart, that is the liver, and so on. Sweating profusely, he tried hard to recall the biology knowledge he had learned many years ago and told Kai one by one. Humans are also animals. Although their external appearance is somewhat different, internally, humans have what other animals have, and vice versa. It is feasible to learn about the internal structure of humans by using the internal structure of animals. Part of the food that enters the body will be absorbed to provide energy for people to continue living. The same is true for herbs that are eaten. They will be absorbed by the body and then produce different reactions on the various internal organs of the body. Most of a person's internal reactions can be noticed, but of course weak reactions require more keen perception. What Rorschach wanted Bitterleaf to do was to try to be aware of the tiny changes in his body as much as possible while trying. These changes could sometimes be felt just by feeling, such as pain, fever, coldness, etc. in the body, and sometimes they would cause reactions, such as frequent urination, dizziness, diarrhea, etc. Perhaps by relying on this method, over time, you can truly understand those herbs, understand their effects on the human body, and maybe know how to use them to eliminate diseases for the human body. After Kai saw the internal structure of the hair, the feeling of helplessness and confusion he had felt before gradually faded away. After repeatedly assuring herself that she would not try any herbs recklessly, she left satisfied. Rorschach went to wash his hands. The blood on his hands was a little difficult to clean. The tribe's practice was that when the blood couldn't be washed off, they would grab whatever was around and rub it on their hands before washing. Sometimes it is grass leaves, sometimes it is soil, and sometimes it is wood ash. The wood ash method was indeed very effective, so much so that it was spread far and wide. But Rorschach still felt that it would be much more convenient if he could make soap. It's just that something like oil is very rare and rarely seen on prey. Even if you do see it, it is a treasure. Its smooth and soft texture and the sizzling, oily taste when you bite it are addictive. Sometimes when there was no meat and he had to cook wild grass, Rorschach especially wanted to put some oil in it. She placed this hope on the livestock in captivity. When they grew fat and white, they would definitely have a lot of fat on their bodies. At that time, well, I had already prepared the clay pots for storing oil. She went to find Baidahu, because Baidahu's bow seemed to be completed in the next 2 days. Previously, when she and Kai were distinguishing the hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs of animals, Baidahu was pulling deer tendons beside them. It is said that they specifically hunted the giant deer just to get the hamstring on the giant deer's hind leg, which is long and tough enough. When we found Baidahu, he had indeed strung the bowstring. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his work this time. He looked left and right, and even made the gesture of drawing the bow and shooting an arrow. There were several men around him, following him closely, their greedy eyes visible to the naked eye. Dahu, then, how do you hunt with this weapon? Yes, is this thing better than our previous weapons? Everyone found it strange. They had never seen such a weapon before and didn't know how to use it. But everyone could see the effort Baidahu had put into it. Because of their trust in Baidahu, they believed without reason that this was definitely a powerful weapon. Baidahu looked at her approaching, his face full of pride, and said, "Catch it." He threw the bow in his hand towards himself. Luoxia hurriedly opened his arms and hugged him tightly. If Baidahu's darling was thrown to the ground, who knows how ugly his face would be. It was a very heavy bow, about 1 meter high, with perfect curves and polishing in every part, even comparable to the bows he had seen in modern pictures and on TV. She tried to pull the strings, but couldn't get them to move much. It must be that the new strings were too slippery. Baidahu strode over, took the bow back from her arms, and pulled the bow again in a simulated archery posture, his face still full of satisfaction. It's normal that you can't pull this bow. It's very strong. Rorschach, look at Baidahu. He is fascinated by his new weapon and seems to have no time to bother mocking himself. But he is used to being mocked by him and always feels that there is something else behind his words. She said, "Congratulations. Now we have to make the arrows." The weapon is complete only with the arrows, and the bow and arrow cannot be separated. Everyone gathered around Rorschach again and asked about the bow and arrow. It was said that the idea of this weapon was proposed by Rorschach. Rorschach smiled and said, "Whether this weapon is effective or not is beyond my control. It all depends on Baidahu. However, all weapons require repeated practice. I believe that with enough practice, this new weapon can achieve a 100% hit rate. Crack shot. Even the arrows shot out can hit the target. Everyone sighed and yearned for that. If that were the case, hunting would be much easier. So, the man who had been fiddling with the bow started making arrows as soon as he finished his meal. Rorschach sat by the fire and watched for a while, wanting him to make a bow and arrow for him in the future, but he felt that it was a bit too early to make such a request. Let's wait and see. When he has built his own weapon and can use it skillfully, then we will know that this weapon can indeed be used. Then I'll ask him to make one for me. If I had a bow and arrow, I might become a sharpshooter with more training. The next day, when Rorschach came out of the cave, he saw Lao Chi at first sight because she was holding a bow in her hand. That bow was the one that Baidahu had said was too soft and wanted to give to someone else, but he never gave it away because when he made a new bow, he had to compare it with the old one from time to time. Unexpectedly, after he finished making the new bow last night, the old bow appeared in Lao Chi's hands. At this moment, Rorschach's mood suddenly became very strange. Chapter 142, Are You Uncomfortable? Luo Xian never expected that Baidahu would give the bow to Lao Chi. I couldn't help but wonder if Lao Chi had already captured Baidahu, and when did it happen? She had indeed not seen Lao Chi hanging around Baidahu in the past 2 days, and she thought that she had already had the idea of giving up. Is it because she is not enthusiastic enough, so Baidahu goes back to coax her? I wanted that bow so badly. Rorschach only felt that the emotions in his chest were very complicated, stuffy and blocked, angry and aggrieved, just like two people who grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and suddenly one day the other one had a boyfriend or girlfriend, and there was a feeling that the person who belonged to him or her was taken away. She and Baidahu are certainly not childhood sweethearts, but rather seem like enemies who dislike each other. Even in normal times, she didn't realize that she treated him differently from how she treated others. It was only at this moment that I suddenly realized that this person could have such a strong influence on my emotions. Perhaps because she was the only young woman in the tribe, and because of her special status, Baidahu took extra care of her, and she had become accustomed to it, to the point that she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Human nature is really selfish. There is no problem for Baidahu to give the bow to any woman. After all, he is a man of this era. Sooner or later, he will have many children with many women. This is the normal reality. Even though she thought so, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She looked away and moved her feet to find something to do so as not to be immersed in this embarrassing mood. But Lao Chi saw her, holding the bow and running towards him with a smile. Rorschach. Luo Xia didn't want to talk to her at this time, but Lao Chi's smile was so pure and simple that she couldn't refuse, so she hurriedly forced out a smile. Rorschach, you taught me to do that. Lao Chi brought the bow in front of him and pretended to shoot an arrow with his hands. You mean arrows? Well, anyway, it's that thing that flew out. It's useless without that thing, right? Yes, the bow and arrow are a complete set, but I haven't made the arrows yet. You can just ask Baidahu to make them for you. Isn't he making them right now? When talking about Baidahu, Luo Xia felt an abnormal pain in his heart, and his expression became a little stiff. Fortunately, Old Seven didn't notice anything and said to himself, Yeah, I'll just watch what he does. After saying that, he turned around and left. While having breakfast in the morning, Rorschach couldn't help but look at Baidahu. This man was still the same, as if nothing had happened. Indeed, is this a big deal for them? That's why Rorschach was afraid of the relationship between men and women among primitive people. It was emotionless and was only for animal desires and reproduction. Although I admit that I now look like a primitive man, the education I received was from a long time ago, and some things are not so easy to change. She had no plans to have children in this era. Thinking about it this way, my complicated emotions are really pretentious. After preparing herself mentally for the entire morning, Luo Xia decided to have less personal contact with Baidahu in the future because she had to admit that this primitive man Baidahu did have some personal charm. It's better for her to stay away. In the evening, Luo Xia sat quietly by the fire as usual. Baidahu came over again with his things. This time, Song Day and Lao Chi came with him, staring at his hand movements from the left and right. Rorschach silently stood up and returned to the cave. The apparent peace on the deer tribe side finally could not continue. The tribesmen came back and reported that half of them had left the deer tribe and seemed to be going to create a new tribe and worship a new god. Luo Xiao's heart finally settled down. The deer tribe was divided into 2 tribes. Although the deer tribe still had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers compared to the Song tribe, the threat to the Song tribe was reduced by more than half, making it much easier for the Song tribe to deal with it. In particular, Baidahu's bow and arrow production has taken shape. If a group of archers are trained in the future, the lethality will be much greater than that of primitive people throwing wooden spears at each other. Moreover, the wooden spears will disappear after being thrown, but once the bow and arrow are shot, there are still arrows around, and they can be shot again. However, after not seeing each other for a few days, Baidahu had made some progress in making arrows, and finally took the initiative to find Luo Xia. He originally thought that arrows were much easier to make than bows, but after trying many times, he was completely at a loss. There are several kinds of arrows made, thick and thin, with a big head and a thin tail, and with a thin head and a thick tail. He shot them one by one for Rorschach to see. Needless to say, those strange-shaped ones were completely unrecognizable. Only the straight and even ones looked somewhat like something. However, no matter how hard Baidahu tried, the arrows he shot could not achieve the desired effect. After the arrow was shot, it began to wobble after flying a certain distance, and then its speed dropped, making it completely unable to move towards the target. In this way, it seems to be similar to throwing with the arms, which means it saves some effort. If this was the only effect, Baidahu couldn't accept it. It was nothing like what he had expected. All the effort and time he had spent seemed to be in vain. He shot another arrow with all his might. The greater the force he used, the uglier the arrow landed on the ground. Then he looked at Rorschach. Rorschach stood a little distance away, his arms folded across his chest, his expression a little unnaturally serious. Although the two of them sat together for meals these days, she deliberately avoided Baidahu at other times. She understood all the reasons and felt it was ridiculous for her to have different feelings for a primitive man. But what could she do if such a ridiculous thing happened? It may take some time to get rid of this feeling. I felt okay when we weren't seeing each other, but when we met, my emotions started to fluctuate a bit. I couldn't help but feel angry at this person. She knew there was no reason for it, so she had to keep it all in her heart. She saw the problem with the arrow at a glance. It had no feathers, and therefore lost its balance. Is this the final outcome? Baidahu asked, hoping for a different answer. Rorschach said, go to the chicken coop, pluck a thick feather from a chicken wing, and put it on the tail of the arrow. Oh, only the front half of the feather will do. After Rorschach finished speaking, he felt that he had no other suggestions, so he turned and left. Baidahu went to collect his arrows and followed closely. Rorschach took a step to the side and frowned. Why are you following me? I'm not going to the chicken coop. Baidahu grabbed her arm and looked her up and down. Are you feeling unwell? Rorschach pulled his arm back. What are you doing? Don't let old Seven see it. As soon as he said this, he realized that he was thinking like a modern person. He thought that Lao Chi wouldn't mind at this time, and their relationship was not fixed. It's me who feels jealous here. Chapter 143. This weapon is great. 7th, what happened to her? Baidahu really couldn't understand. Rorschach sighed and said, it's okay, I'm going back. Baidahu continued to follow closely behind. What did Lao Chi do? Did she bully you? How could Lao Chi bully me? She is a good girl. Then what happened to you? Are you sick? Luo Xia didn't want to pay attention to him anymore and quickened her pace, but she forgot that Baidahu had long legs. She had only taken 2 steps when Baidahu grabbed her arm and dragged her towards Kai. It's better to go see a witch doctor, he said. Rorschach was so furious that he struggled hard. Let go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Luo Xia was shocked. Isn't this Lao Chi's voice? He suddenly felt like he was caught with a stolen property and felt guilty. Lao Chi was still holding the bow, looking very fond of it. Baidahu finally stopped and said, Luo Xia is not feeling well. I will take her to see a witch doctor. Rorschach immediately retorted loudly, I'm not feeling unwell. Baidahu, you were holding your stomach just now. Rorschach, that's hugging your chest. Lao Chi looked at the two of them in confusion. Luo Xia quickly pulled his arm back from Baidahu's hand and moved a step away to prove his innocence. But old Seven, like Baidahu, didn't care at all. He fixed his eyes on the arrows in Baidahu's hand and asked excitedly, is it done? Is it like this? Baidahu, no. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled Luo Xia towards Kuyi. No matter how hard Luo Xia tried to break free, he couldn't. He could only smile apologetically at Lao Chi. Lao Chi looked worried. Are you really sick? It seems that I haven't seen you much in the past few days. Rorschach was silent. Everyone else was being frank, but she was the only one being pretentious. In the end, he was pressed in front of Kai Ama, which scared Kai Ama. Kai's mother used to be able to pray to the gods, but now she doesn't dare to leave everything to the gods easily. The gods hate lazy and ignorant children, and there is no guarantee that they will respond even if she prays. The problem is that she doesn't have that ability now. Rorschach said helplessly, I have no problem at all. Baidahu insisted that Kai be shown to her. Bitterleaf had to observe Rorschach carefully, and then cautiously asked Rorschach about his feelings. Rorschach had to smile wryly and answer again. I'm really fine, don't listen to his nonsense. Kaisong said in a low voice. If Rorschach says it's okay, then it must be okay. Bai Dahu frowned and suddenly looked at Lao Chi. What did you do? Old Seven's eyes widened. What? Luo Xia said hurriedly. Seventh brother has been waiting for you to finish the arrow. Old Seven nodded. Yeah, it's been a long time. Bai Dahu looked at Lao Chi and then at Luo Xia, feeling doubtful, but it seemed that there was no problem. Then he turned and left. The seventh brother asked, why did he suddenly leave again? Rorschach, I should go to the chicken coop and catch some chickens. I need chicken feathers to make those arrows. After hearing this, Lao Chi hurriedly ran to catch up. Luo Xia let out a breath and thought to himself, why should I feel bad for such a man? He just ignores me as soon as he puts on his pants. What kind of attitude is that towards Lao Chi? Oh, and he doesn't even have pants. Oh, primitive man. Huanqi came over and pulled her. Sister, are you really not sick? Rorschach squatted down and pinched Huanqi's little face. Sister, you're not angry. Did Huanqi study hard? Study hard, but I didn't ask if you were angry. I asked if you were sick. Huanqi said, then tilted his head and stared at her face. Sister, so you are angry? Rorschach, I spoke the truth subconsciously. Kai interrupted the two of them and couldn't wait to introduce to Luo Xia a kind of herb she had been trying in the past 2 days. This herb was also strange. Once eaten, the stomach would churn and it would take a long time to empty the stomach. After 2 days of exhaustion, I was completely fine. Bitter leaves don't seem to be a good thing, but they also think that if someone can't defecate, eating some would be good. When Rorschach heard about something that causes diarrhea, he thought of a plant. Croton? Kai was stunned and looked down at the herb. So this is its name. Rorschach. That's not impossible. Although I have never seen croton, the name suggests it is a kind of legume, but the grass in front of me doesn't look like it can grow beans. Well, it seems that history has been messed up by ourselves. It doesn't matter. As I said, it's all history. Why bother about it so much? This herb is croton grass. Mom, could you dry some and grind it into powder for me? The snake venom powder that Aunt Kai gave me last time was very useful. I have been keeping it in my space. I feel that it may come in handy at any time. This croton grass seems to be a useful thing as well, so I have kept some in my space as well. Kai was overjoyed, thinking that his research had yielded results, and said that he would dry them out to dry tomorrow. Luo Xia also instructed Huanqi and Kai's other male apprentice, a boy named Xia, to follow Kai's mother and study herbal medicine seriously. The progress of medical technology depends on them. The two children, who were placed with great expectations by the goddess, had extremely fiery eyes and nodded vigorously. Then, like little adults, they turned around and continued to pound the medicine in an orderly manner. After dinner, more people gathered around Bai Dahu to watch him make arrows. Luo Xia left the fire and took a walk around the vegetable garden. She had been keeping an eye on a few wild vegetables for the past 2 days. The seeds were about to mature, and she had to harvest them as soon as possible. She named these wild vegetables Zaya Kai, small cabbage, as they have white stems and green leaves, and look a bit like Chinese cabbage. The next day, as soon as he came out of the cave, he was caught by Bai Dahu, who dragged him to the edge of the open space without saying a word. Then he put an arrow with feathers on the tail on the string, slowly pulled the bow, and with a whoosh sound, the arrow shot out quickly. This time the arrow did not start shaking not long after flying out like the last time. It flew a long way and hit a tree trunk. Success. The estimated distance is 300 to 400 meters. If there were no tree trunks blocking it, it could fly even farther. Bai Dahu looked over and said nothing, but his eyes showed his inner excitement. Then he quickly went to pick up the arrow. At such a long distance, even if he threw the wooden spear with all his strength, even if it could reach such a long distance, it would be impossible to hit the target. He handed the arrow to Rorschach, showing her the broken tip. Only enough force could have caused the arrow to become like this, enough force to pierce a person's body. This bow and arrow can kill a person from such a long distance. This weapon you mentioned is really great. It was rare for Bai Dahu to get so emotional. In order to control himself from yelling like a fool, he almost gritted his teeth. Chapter 144. We do it ourselves. Rorschach carefully examined the arrow. It was well made, and the chicken feathers used to make the fletching had been carefully trimmed to achieve balance, which once again made her admire the abilities of primitive people. But the broken arrowhead made her feel sad. In this case, there was no need to retrieve the arrow. It was basically scrapped after being shot once. However, it took a lot of time and effort to make such an arrow. Isn't that so? Seeing that Luo Xia was slow to speak, Bai Dahu became nervous. He was very satisfied with the result. What was wrong? Rorschach smiled and said, "That's right, you succeeded." She had never expected that the task of making the bow and arrow would be completely handed over to Baidahu. She had only spoken a few words, and all the difficulties encountered were solved by Baidahu alone. Such patience and meticulousness. She looked at Baidahu. In modern times, he would definitely be the most reliable person in the boss's eyes, which made her a lot less worried. Any other questions? This reliable person can actually feel whether he has said something or not. Rorschach said, "Logically, this arrow needs a tip in front to prevent damage when it's shot, so that one arrow can be used repeatedly." She knew that all the arrows were made of metal, so she didn't want to tell it at first. Where can she find metal now? Baidahu looked at Luoxia deeply and thought that the goddess had thought more than he did. He had never thought that there could be an arrowhead that could be used repeatedly. He should have thought that, like the wooden spears they commonly use now, everyone tends to install a stone in front, which not only makes it sharper, but also protects the main body of the wooden spear. So he nodded. "I understand. I will find some suitable stones." Speaking of stones, Baidahu stared at Luoxia. He looked down upon the stones outside Luoxia's space except those inside. Rorschach intuitively thought that stone might not be a good choice, because if used as an arrowhead, it must at least have a regular and symmetrical shape to maintain the balance of the arrow body. Stone is not so symmetrical unless it is polished. But is it really that easy to polish a piece of stone into the shape you want? It would be better not to have an arrow. But Baidahu was very interested, and as a person who did not do any work at all, Luoxia certainly had no reason to refuse. If it succeeded, it would be related to the revitalization of the entire tribe. Baidahu was so focused on his weapons that he had no intention of hunting. He gave some instructions to Songde and the others and stayed. It was indeed difficult to find stones that could be used to make arrowheads. Baidahu searched the small pile of stones for a long time, but couldn't find any. Luoxia couldn't wait any longer, so he asked him to look for it himself in the space, and he would come in to check every once in a while. After going in for the third time, he finally released the person. He selected a small pile of small stones of similar size and planned to make a bunch of arrowheads. Rorschach remained silent, but felt that the feasibility was almost zero. Is this stone so easy to polish? She went to the vegetable garden and collected the vegetable seeds she had been watching for several days, put them in a ceramic bowl, and found a safe place to dry them in the sun. Then I began to think about weaving a cushion for myself using grass leaves. Although she has never done it before, she is good at handicrafts and now has unprecedented confidence in handicrafts. She doesn't feel annoyed even if she has to try many times. Maybe it was because the tribesmen were watching her secretly. Compared with her tribesmen who had to start from scratch, she seemed to be standing on the shoulders of giants. What did it matter if she failed a few times? Her tribesmen did not complain even if they failed dozens of times. They still kept working hard. The materials for making the futons were found in the pile of materials used to feed livestock. She had seen videos before. This kind of handicraft is mostly made of cattail stalks, but corn husks can also be used. The characteristics of these materials are that they become tough after drying and will not break easily no matter how you twist them. Rorschach looked for it according to this criterion. She wanted something long and tough. She actually found it, a kind of grass with slender leaves. Although it was not completely dry, its toughness was obvious. She casually named it cattail. Since there was not enough material in the haystack, she took out samples and asked the women who were out collecting to collect some for her when they saw them. Last night, after a walk around the tribe, I came to the corner where the tribesmen were sharpening their weapons. Baidahu was bending over and working hard on a huge stone, and the sound of friction continued. "Can you do it?" Rorschach walked over and asked. Baidahu picked up the stone in his hand, looked at it, and continued to polish it. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, it was clear that there was no effect at the moment. Rorschach stopped disturbing them and left after watching for a while. She left the weapons to the men. She remembered that the seasonings in her space had not been completely ground into powder, so she went back to do her own thing. Walking past her kiln, I thought to myself that I would go get some clay in a few days. The last time I got a lot, I used it all up. More than half of it was scrapped, and only a small part was successful. There were enough clay pots for cooking food, but not enough for holding things. Only in the Rorschach circle did everyone have a bowl. For the other fires, everyone had to find wide leaves to use as bowls. This time I got some clay and made a batch of pottery bowls of the same size, so that every member of the tribe can have his or her own bowl. Same size. Rorschach was stunned when he thought of the bowl. It is impossible to find stones of the same size, but it is completely possible to make identical pottery. Thinking of this, she hurriedly squatted down and took out a piece of pottery fragment from the side of the kiln to test its hardness. Pottery breaks easily when bumped, but these fragments are surprisingly hard, like stone. She was overjoyed, picked up the things and turned around to run towards Baidahu. Before she even reached the place, she shouted, Baidahu. Baidahu was being tortured by the stone and was extremely depressed. Asked what? Rorschach tossed him the pottery shard. Do you think this can be used? Baidahu took one look at it and threw it aside. No. It's too thin and can't be polished out. Besides, it can't be compared with the stone in Rorschach's space. Rorschach was neither annoyed nor anxious. He walked over, picked up the fragment, and threw it over again. Take a good look at this material. Can it be used to make arrows? Baidahu was about to work hard again, but when he saw Luo Xiao insisting, he looked up at her and picked up the fragment again. It can be thicker, but it's not as good as these stones. This guy has gone crazy and only thinks about the stones in the space. Rorschach laughed and said, Okay, don't waste your time grinding these stones. You won't be able to grind out 2 by next year. Go get some clay tomorrow, and we'll make it ourselves. Chapter 145 Many People. Baidahu's eyes suddenly lit up. Clay, make it yourself. I see. The gloom on his face suddenly dissipated. I understand. He took a look at the stone that had made no progress, and the pressure in his heart suddenly disappeared. This stone was indeed difficult to polish, and the large stone used for polishing was obviously concave. Rorschach said, but it requires a mold. What is a mold? Rorschach explained the meaning of a mold. It is an auxiliary tool used to make something. You can carve out a shape on the wood, pour mud into it, and squeeze it into shape, and then pour it out to get the same thing. Baidahu's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he asked, Do you have a mold for the bow and arrow? No, I can't think of one. In today's technologically advanced world, these things can be mass-produced, but now, they can only be polished by hand. The light in Baidahu's eyes dimmed a little, but not completely. The question he raised was too ridiculous in the first place. The fire in his heart kept burning when he thought that he could make the same arrowhead without the hard work of polishing it. Then I will make what you said, the mold. After saying that, he turned around and went to look for wood. Rorschach said hurriedly, It's not necessary to use wood to make the mold. It's more convenient to use clay. She quickly thought about the mold-making process and found that it was not that easy to do. It is easier and more precise to work with clay. But now, Baidahu needs to make a standard arrow out of wood, and the rest will depend on getting the clay. Baidahu immediately threw himself into his new job. When Rorschach mentioned molds, he thought of brick molds. Those mud bricks have always been of different sizes and have never been uniform. Rorschach once thought about making a mold, but because the houses in the tribe were built very short, the size of the mud bricks affected the appearance but had little impact on other aspects. So she was lazy and put this matter behind her. Since it's mentioned today, why not make the mold for the mud bricks as well? The molds for making mud bricks are not used for firing pottery. Wooden ones are more suitable. They are lighter than clay and are not afraid of being broken by being dropped or hit. First, I went to Changshu ABA and chose a mud brick of suitable size as a standard. Then I took this mud brick to find Grandpa Xiao and explained it to him in detail. It's simple. Just find a thick piece of wood, carve out a flat surface, and then dig out a rectangle from the flat surface that is just big enough to put the mud brick in. When making mud bricks, fill the mud in, spread it on the top with a straight piece of wood, and pour it out to get a standard mud brick. After repeating it 3 times, Grandpa Xiao finally understood everything. He took the brick and immediately got to work. Rorschach put his hands on his hips and thought about what he was going to do in the first place. Oh, by the way, I need to grind the seasonings in my space into powder. As I was walking towards the cave, I suddenly heard a long signal. Yo-oh-oh. Rorschach stopped dead in his tracks. The young people of the tribe go out every day, but there are also a few who stay outside the tribe. This signal was sent by the tribesmen who stayed behind. This signal is not simple. Because the place is so large, outsiders may come from all directions, and there are not many guards, so it is normal to miss some outsiders sometimes. In many cases, they will first ask questions to find out the purpose of the outsider's visit and then decide whether to let them approach their tribe. In this case, no signal will generally be sent. The signal is sent out, which means there is a big situation. The other people in the tribe reacted the same way as Rorschach. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stood up with serious expressions on their faces. Even the children who were playing stopped running and stared blankly in the direction of the sound. Luo Xia had a bad feeling in her heart and walked towards the direction of the sound. Everyone saw her and rushed to her side. Soon, a member of the tribe emerged from the forest and ran towards this side. Rorschach. The man ran to Rorschach in one breath, sweat all over his body and forehead, controlling his breathing, and said, Someone is coming. A lot of people. Many people. How many are there? The tribesman who reported the news recalled with some difficulty, and after calculating the number, he said, There are as many as 3 in our tribe. Luo Xia took a breath. His own tribe now had less than 100 people, and there were 3 of them. The number of the other side was probably between 200 and 300. The messenger added, "They are all young men, and all of them are armed." Hiss! At this moment, there was a gasp from around Rorschach. "They are all young people. What good can happen when they come to our tribe?" At this time, the young people of the Song tribe didn't know where to hunt and gather. Rorschach pinched his fingers hard to stay calm and looked back. "Changsho, father, take the children into the cave." Changsho's father took a step forward and said anxiously, "Rorschach, go to the cave. It's no joke to have so many people coming here. If a conflict breaks out, I'm afraid none of the tribesmen will survive." Fortunately, they were just old people. Luo Xia took the children into the cave to hide, and they would definitely be able to escape this disaster. She and the children would survive. Rorschach's expression became more serious. "Dad, you take the children to the cave. Leave the rest to us." After saying that, she turned around and stopped looking at him. When she turned back, the front was half blocked by a figure. Bai Dahu had stood in front of her without her knowing. Changsho Abba was stunned by Rorschach's serious and uncompromising attitude. He hesitated for a second and shouted, "All of you little ones, come with me." Luo Xia took a step forward. Although it was safe for Bai Dahu to stand in front of her, he blocked her view a little. Bai Dahu asked the tribesman who reported the news, "Have you informed the others?" The tribesman nodded and said, "Let's go." Bai Dahu nodded, stopped asking questions, and squinted his eyes to look into the depths of the forest. Luo Xia took a deep breath and said in a voice that was not loud but audible to everyone, "Everyone, don't be nervous and don't act rashly. Follow the instructions from me and Bai Dahu." The old fathers and mothers responded in a low voice. Rorschach looked around his tribe and thought about what important things had not been put into the space. Livestock, clay pots that the tribesmen usually used to cook meat and vegetables, and wild vegetables stored in the caves. These houses may also have some small items. Fortunately, she usually has the habit of putting things in space, so these outside are not all. Let's leave the rest as it is. If we go to search for them at this time, it will cause panic among the tribe members. Bai Dahu, don't be impulsive. Consider the situation. If they want something, give it to them. People are more important. Luo Xia whispered a reminder to Bai Dahu. After a while, strange figures emerged from the forest one after another. Chapter 146. We did it all ourselves. The outsiders came out of the forest and finally stood in the open space. Rorschach roughly counted the number of people. It was not as many as the people who reported the news thought, but it was about the same. Nearly 200 people. They were all young people, young men and women. This is strange, as men and women usually do not act together because they have their own division of labor, men hunting and women gathering. But these people are mixed with men and women. Rorschach thought of the deer tribe. Several days ago, we learned that some members of the deer tribe had left. During the first 2 days, Rorschach was worried that the group that had left would attack the Song tribe. But as time went by and the situation became calm, she gradually relaxed. Unexpectedly, they still came. It should be them. These 100 or 200 people were also very cautious. They approached the tribesmen at a very slow pace, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, as if any movement by the Song people would bring about their own death. The air is exceptionally quiet, and the scorching sun is no longer as harsh as before. As the other side approached, they gradually surrounded the remaining dozen or so elders of the tribe in a fan-shaped distribution, and then moved closer until they were more than 10 meters away and stopped. The strong sense of oppression made the Song people subconsciously move closer. The two sides looked at each other for a few seconds. Bai Dahu said, "What do you want to do?" The other party did not answer, but after surrounding all the Song people, they seemed less nervous. The leading man looked at the group, then left the team, and together with several other people, they wandered around the Song tribe. Houses, vegetable plots, and livestock pens. Rorschach watched them go deeper inside. There was a cave, and the children of the tribe were there too. He said, "There's nothing inside, just a cave, and there are only children in the cave." She walked out while talking. "If you want to see it, I will take you there." A wooden spear was pointed at her chest, and Bai Dahu quickly stretched out a hand to block it. The foreigner shouted, "Don't move." Luo Xia pressed down Bai Dahu's hand and said, "I'll go alone. I'm familiar with our tribe, and I'll show them around. You can take whatever you want, but just don't kill us." The outsider glanced at her with contempt, then looked back at the leader, who did not comment. Rorschach said, "What can I do? I just want to show them the way." Bai Dahu's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "Rorschach." Rorschach moved towards the man who looked like the foreign leader. This time no one stopped her. What threat could a weak little woman pose? In their eyes, she was like a rabbit, and any defense against her was an insult. Rorschach trotted after the leader, keeping a proper distance. Our tribe is small, but we have a lot of things. As long as you don't kill our people, we can give you anything. Luo Xia was very sincere and pointed to his kiln. This thing is used to make fire. The stones that my people use to make weapons are burned in this thing. You can't find such good stones outside. The tall and strong man was not interested in Rorschach at first, but when he heard her talking about stones, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are the stones used by this tribe different from their own? Wait and see what's different." Rorschach led the way and continued to introduce in a very flattering and servile manner. "These are baskets woven by our tribe. They are very convenient for women to carry things when they go out to pick. We can pick more things than before. However, these baskets are very difficult to weave. It takes many days to learn one. It took our tribesmen a long time to learn it. Even the people of the deer tribe like it very much." As Luo Xia spoke, he glanced at the leader and saw that his expression was indeed very strange, with a feeling of embarrassment and bitterness. It seemed that they were indeed from the deer tribe. When they reached the outside of the cave, Rorschach shouted, "Dad, I'll take some people to the cave to take a look. You and the children don't have to be afraid." Walking into the cave, you will see the pottery jars that the tribesmen usually use placed near the entrance. Further inside are piles of dried wild vegetables and a trough filled with water. Rorschach pointed and said, "This thing is called a clay pot. It's delicious when used to cook meat, but it's very troublesome to make." She gave a very brief introduction and led the leader deeper into the cave. When they reached the innermost grass and wood door, she lifted the rope curtain and stepped aside to show the leader. "Look, it's just an old man and a few children, nothing else." The children huddled inside looked confused. They only saw the elder sister smiling, as if nothing had happened, but the strange man had a terrifying look on his face. Changshuo's father was very nervous. The man looked into the innermost part of the cave without saying a word. Rorschach was still worried that he couldn't see clearly, so he said, "All of you come out." The children obediently came out of the cave and hid behind Rorschach one by one. The innermost space was suddenly completely empty. Although the light was a little dim, it was still clear at a glance, and there was nothing inside. The man reached out and shook the grass door, wondering what the purpose of adding such a thing here was. However, he was very satisfied with the cave. The man walked in and looked around, then patted the stone wall and found it very solid. This place could shelter him from rain in summer and wind and snow in winter, and it was very comfortable. Then he walked out and headed towards the cave entrance. Rorschach said to the children, "Okay, you guys can play here." She was about to follow the man when Changshuo Aba grabbed her arm. Changshuo Aba was very anxious, his face twisted with anxiety. Rorschach knew what he meant. He wanted her to stay with the children and hide in the space when necessary. Rorschach pulled his arm out of Abba's hand, smiled, shook his head slightly, and quickly followed the man. The man did not rush out. He stopped at the entrance of the cave where the pottery jars were placed. He squatted down and picked up the jars one by one to look at them like picking watermelons. "This thing is great. It can hold things in water. It would also be great to put the leftover food in it. It can also be used to cook meat." He has never eaten cooked meat, but he has smelled the smell during tribal gatherings. Thinking of the smell, he felt hungry and stood up with a jar in his arms. There were still living animals outside, so he could just kill them and eat them. "We have livestock. If you are hungry, we can let them kill them and cook the meat for you now." The man glanced at the woman who was fawning and desperate to survive. "What did you call this?" "Clay pot. You said you did it yourselves?" "Yes, it's made by our tribe. It takes a month to make a single jar. We have to go out and find a very rare kind of mud and then shape it bit by bit. Then it has to be repeatedly exposed to the wind and sun. If it breaks accidentally, it has to be redone. It's very troublesome." Rorschach said seriously. Chapter 147, Keep it for now. The man had no doubts. After hearing what Rorschach said, the jar in his hand seemed even more strange. "How long do you think it would take to make something like this?" 30 sunrises and sunsets. The man was secretly surprised. The children deep in the cave were confused. "Although they really don't know how these jars are made, it seems a little different from what my sister said." Sister was wrong, but how could she be wrong? She was the person who knew the most in the tribe. Rorschach followed the man out of the cave and secretly observed the man's expression. He was still looking at the pottery jar in his hand repeatedly, and the murderous look on his face was replaced by a clear stupidity. She continued, "What else do you need when you come to our tribe? We can make clothes. If you wear clothes in winter, you won't freeze to death." The man looked back at her, the complexity in his eyes becoming more obvious. Returning to the front, the man ordered his men to drag a pig out of the pen and kill it, and handed them a clay pot so that they could collect the blood in it. Rorschach immediately said, One pottery jar isn't enough. I'll get you 2 more. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, he ran towards the cave like a servile person. The chief didn't take it seriously. Apart from the old men in front of him and the children in the cave behind, there was no threat in the tribe. The biggest threat was probably those who went out hunting, but they wouldn't be back for a while, and even if they did, they would not be their match. Rorschach quickly returned with a clay pot in one hand, handed it to the foreigners, and then returned to his own people. At this time, the leader was confronting Baidahu, but it was obvious that he did not take Baidahu seriously. He was indeed strong, but he was only strong alone. Facing more than 100 strong men and women, he posed no threat at all. The leader was very proud, and finally his eyes fell on the bow held tightly in Baidahu's hand. A small Song tribe actually has so many new things. Even though they have a strong sense of superiority in their bones, they are still very curious about these new things. And all these new things have obvious uses. So he also had great expectations for the thing in Baidahu's hand. What's this? He reached out to take it, but Baidahu was not the kind of person who would let others snatch his weapon from his hand, so he held the bow tightly and refused to let go. Luo Xia stepped forward, grabbed the bow, and exerted force. Baidahu hesitated and let go. Rorschach turned and handed the bow to the chief. This thing is used to help weave baskets. It has no other use. After she said that, the man lost a lot of interest in the bow. He took a casual look at it, but couldn't imagine how this thing could be used in the design of those baskets. But this also explains why the people in his own tribe wanted to weave the same basket, but couldn't at that time. It turned out that they lacked this thing. Rorschach naturally reached out and took the thing. The man didn't care. He glanced at the short and thin wooden spear in Baidahu's other hand without any interest. He didn't know what that thing could be used for. Luo Xia returned the bow to Baidahu. What can he do? The man stared at Baidahu. Rorschach, he's a stone forger in our tribe. Baidahu turned his head slightly to look at her. Forging stone? Luo Xia had already handed the dagger that Baidahu had made for her from her waist to the leader. It's this kind of stone. He's the only one in the tribe who can burn it. You can't find it outside. The chief showed great interest in this weapon. Although it was small, it was very sharp. He had never encountered such a stone before. It was actually burnt. He looked at Baidahu deeply again, then turned and strode towards the place where pigs and sheep were being slaughtered, probably to verify whether the weapon was as sharp as it looked. You fool, Baidahu whispered angrily. What was this woman thinking, actually handing her weapon to the enemy with a smile? Rorschach looked at him and said, I'm not stupid. When these foreigners lit a bonfire, Rorschach ran over and asked his lackeys to take out more pottery jars and wild vegetables from the cave, as well as some salt rocks, and taught them how to cook meat and vegetables deliciously. Maybe she talked too much, and when she finished teaching what she needed to teach, these people rudely told her to get out. Luo Xia returned to sit next to his tribesmen. The tribesmen were asked to sit where they were. However, most of the people who were guarding them at the beginning dispersed. Only a few stared at them anxiously, and most of them were attracted by the aroma of meat and vegetables. What now? Baidahu's thumb kept stroking the arrows. His hands were itching so much that he wanted to pick up the bow and arrow right now and kill as many people as he could. These people were so arrogant in their own tribe that it was like trampling on his face, which was more unbearable than killing him. Rorschach moved closer to him and said, Wait a moment. She felt extremely distressed. These people simply slaughtered 2 pigs and a sheep. Did they know how much their tribe treasured the livestock in the pen? The foreigners ate and drank heartily. The meat and vegetables cooked in this strange pot were indeed delicious. No wonder even the mother goddess liked the taste at that time. Many people tasted this for the first time, and there was nothing wrong with it except that it was hot. When did you kill them? One of them, while gnawing on the meat, asked nonchalantly that they came here to occupy this territory, so of course none of these people could be left alive. The leader said, We can't kill him now. He used the dagger he got from Rorschach to easily cut through large pieces of flesh and bones, and he became even more fond of the weapon. Why can't you kill? They know a lot of things. When they make enough for us and let the tribe learn, it won't be too late to kill them. As for those who go out hunting, when they come back, don't leave any alive. Kill them all. The biggest threat to this tribe is the young people. If all the young people die, there will be no threat at all. Now this man has become the leader of this group. His words are the most effective. Others have no objection to what he says. They also think that many things in this tribe are good, and the more they have, the better. All the people in this tribe combined are less than half of us, and even fewer if we exclude the elderly and children. Killing them is easy. Another man said that he was the man who had come to this tribe last time. It was he who brought the pottery jar back, and it was he who proposed to occupy this place. He licked his lips and picked up the branch to dig into the clay pot. But his stomach churned and a stream of air rushed around in his stomach uncontrollably, causing his intestines to twist in pain. Chapter 148. My stomach hurts after eating. The man pressed his stomach hard with one hand, thinking that the sudden pain would pass soon, while his other hand did not stop until he scooped up the meat in his hand. The pain in his stomach did not subside, but showed signs of getting out of control, which made the man feel very unwilling. He was afraid that if he left, he would have nothing to eat. He endured the severe pain in his stomach and ate voraciously. Suddenly, someone stood up by the fire next door, covered his stomach, and ran into the woods. The new patriarch took a look and said, "Does your stomach still hurt after eating this?" When the man heard that he had a stomachache, the man who was in unbearable pain could no longer bear it, got up and ran into the woods. It was as if a switch had been pressed, and more foreigners ran towards the woods, holding their stomachs. The new clan leader frowned and looked at the others around him. "It seems that we can't always eat like this. My stomach will hurt. I'll go too." He stood up, his stomach growling. He had been trying to remain calm, but suddenly he couldn't, so he bent down, picked up his weapon, and ran. The others looked at each other and stood up one after another. What happened to them? It was so strange that groups of foreigners were running towards the woods over there that Baidahu couldn't understand it. Kayama, who was at the back, pushed aside the tribesmen and squeezed forward, saying in surprise, "I saw that those people seemed to have diarrhea. This stomach is moving, it seems like." Rorschach looked at the men in front of him who were still guarding their own people and nodded slightly. "Well, I added some croton grass and snake venom powder to them. The first time I went back to get the pottery jar for them, I took out the croton powder and snake venom powder from the space. At first, I was struggling with whether to give them croton powder or snake venom powder. Croton powder can cause diarrhea and weakness, while snake venom powder can kill people. But when she saw the amount of snake venom powder, she stopped worrying about it. She didn't have much left, and this amount was enough to kill a few people. But at most, the more than 100 people would just feel uncomfortable. Croton powder is different. I asked Aunt Kai for it fresh. Aunt Kai prepared a jar for her. She added a little to the sink, but found that it would cause the water to change color, so she stopped and turned around to sprinkle croton powder on the pile of dried vegetables. They ran around, stuffing dried vegetables into clay pots and boiling water and meat for them. These primitive people had no suspicion and thought that the green water in the jar was boiled from the dark green weeds. In short, seeing this result, Rorschach could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Baidahu asked again, "What's going on?" "Rorschach, don't ask what happened. They just had diarrhea. Kill these guys first." She looked at the people in front of her. They were responsible for guarding their own people, so they had not eaten or drunk water yet. They were still in danger now. Baidahu followed her gaze and saw 5 guards, holding wooden spears in their hands. They were also a little surprised by the strange behavior of their own people at this time. They looked around and did not feel that there was any danger at all from these sitting song people. Baidahu moved his legs, changing from a sitting position to a squatting position, and then adjusted his bow-holding posture. Suddenly, a foreigner turned around and shouted, "What's wrong with them?" He finally began to suspect that something was wrong with the food. Rorschach said loudly, "It's okay. Some people are not used to eating cooked food. They will have diarrhea when they first eat it, but it will be fine after that." When the foreigners heard this, their eyes widened and they cursed. What a piece of crap. But how could the song people be blamed for this? They wanted to eat it themselves, and they slaughtered the livestock themselves. The man said to his companions, "You guys watch here. I'll go over and take a look." After saying that, he walked towards the main group. His own tribesmen over there were in a mess. Those who had just come out of the woods turned around and ran back before they even sat down. However, those weak and inconspicuous people in the tribe who were not qualified to eat much did not react much. As soon as the man left, Baidahu turned back slightly and winked at several fathers in the crowd. They understood and slowly squeezed to the front. Although the fathers are old, they were all hunters when they were young. After a brief communication, they stopped making any sound and looked ahead intently. Now they had no more weapons in their hands, only the bow and 5 arrows in Baidahu's hands. There were 4 enemies in front of him, and he could kill them with 1 arrow each. However, they were very close, and if Baidahu didn't put the string on his second arrow, the enemy's wooden spear might have shot over. Baidahu suddenly seemed to think of something and glanced at Luoxia. "You go to the back." Rorschach said, "No, I." Although she was pushed to the position of goddess, but since she has acquiesced to this position, she must shoulder her responsibilities. What's the point of using the elders of the tribe as her shields in such a crisis? But before she could finish her words, she was dragged in by a pair of hands reaching out from behind, and her parents protected her in the middle. Grandma Haofu held her hand and said earnestly, "Rorschach, you must live." Rorschach's nose suddenly felt sore, and he stopped doing anything else and looked out through the gap. Baidahu and his men acted quickly. The three of them crouched down and quickly rushed towards the guards. The strange behavior of other people in the tribe distracted the attention of the four guards, and they did not react immediately. However, they were men who had been fighting with sensitive beasts for a long time, and they soon felt a chill on their backs. The first man who turned around was hit by an arrow in the chest. He roared and threw the weapon in his hand with all his strength, but unfortunately the aim was off, and he didn't hit anyone at a distance of less than 10 meters. The other three people were fighting with the three Abba. Baidahu quickly put on the second arrow, raised it in front of his eyes, hesitated for half a second, and then gave up. The man he had just shot was the first time he had hit a target with an arrow. His skills were simply not enough to accurately hit the enemy between the two fighting people. He immediately rushed forward, and with the Abhas holding him back, he shot an arrow into the neck of each of the remaining three men with almost no effort. Roar! Such a big noise naturally attracted the attention of others at the first time. They quickly picked up the weapons around them and wanted to rush over, but the severe abdominal pain and the urge to defecate slowed down their movements. Baidahu pulled his arrow out of the first man's chest and stabbed him in the neck. He turned around and shouted to his tribesmen, "Go to the cave." Rorschach was pulled by the ants to run towards the cave. Several soft wooden spears flew from behind him and grazed an ant behind him. Everyone quickly entered the cave. One of the fathers who was holding the guard in front was seriously injured. He was carried by the other two and entered the cave as well. Baidahu followed behind. Chapter 149, This Cunning Tribe. After entering the cave, Rorschach felt much more relaxed. At least the three sides of the cave were absolutely safe, completely different from when he was in the open space just now. The sudden resistance of the Song people made the outsiders nervous. For a while, they overcame the extreme discomfort in their stomachs and gathered around the cave entrance with weapons in hand and strange steps. With the protection of the cave, the wooden spears thrown over did not hurt anyone. Instead, they were all picked up by Baidahu and put into a pile. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while, and the people outside the cave gradually felt discomfort in their stomachs, with waves of abdominal pain that were unbearable. Someone said, "They can't escape in the cave, we just need to block them from the outside." This sentence quickly dissipated their tension. Some people couldn't hold back any longer and turned around and ran, even the slow runners. The father was seriously injured. When he rushed forward, he was pierced through the abdomen by the opponent. After another struggle, he was now covered in blood and breathing weakly. Luo Xia fetched some water from the space, and Kai Ma tried hard to stop his bleeding, but his injuries were different from those suffered by previous members of the tribe. He obviously had internal injuries, and the bleeding could not be stopped. He quickly fell into confusion. Rorschach tried to seal his wound with his hands, but warm blood still seeped out from between his fingers. She kept saying that everything would be fine, but tears still welled up in her eyes. She knew this father. There were only a few people in the tribe, and she often stayed in the tribe, so she saw these people every day. At the beginning, everyone was a little embarrassed, but as they got to know each other better, they couldn't wait to greet Rorschach and would even tell her their names as she asked. This father's name is Lao Tong. Every time I see him, he is weaving baskets and basket ropes, and then holding up a piece of vine and announcing his name. Rorschach blinked and tears fell. Old Tung Abo woke up from his daze and looked at the goddess in front of him with some surprise. He had done nothing remarkable in his life, so he didn't even have a name. He lived among his clansmen and didn't think about being remembered by anyone. But then he had a name, and the greatest goddess in the tribe always greeted him with a smile. He didn't know what was so great about himself, but he felt very satisfied. "Rorschach, my name is Old Tung, Dad." Old Ting's father was stunned again. It turned out that the goddess had already remembered his name. He suddenly felt no pain. He was old and had already prepared for death, but he never expected that he would die like this, die for the tribe, and the goddess remembered his name and shed tears for him. He could die with pride. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Finally, he closed his eyes calmly. Rorschach sniffed and controlled his emotions. Now was not the time to cry. Bitterleaf leaned over to listen to Old Tang's breathing, then stood up and looked at Rorschach, shaking his head. "Dead." Kai looked at Luo Xia in surprise, just like Lao Tong. She couldn't understand why Luo Xia was crying. She had seen too many dead people in her life. There were always people dying every now and then, and she was used to it. Baidahu retreated from the cave entrance, and the people outside stopped attacking. All they could do now was wait for their own people to come back and then launch a counterattack. He looked at Abba on the ground, then at Rorschach, and he was as shocked as everyone else. After a moment of silence, Baidahu broke the quiet atmosphere. "The diarrhea will eventually stop if they keep doing this. We have to think of a way. Kai's mother shook her head. It's not that easy to stop. We have to pull them until they lie on the ground. She has a say. She's been through it. And at that time she thought she was going to die. Baidahu was stunned. Kai added, but maybe they don't eat much and they're young, so they'll be fine in a short while. It's better to think of a solution sooner rather than later. Rorschach turned slightly and wiped away his tears. He said, I gave them all the croton grass to eat. Judging from their appearance, their fighting power has been reduced by at least half. Taking this opportunity, she looked at Baidahu. Do you remember the group of people led by the leader just now? Kill as many of them as you can, especially the leader. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. It's not that everyone except the leader is a coward, but no matter how capable a person is, he cannot make a group of people suddenly obey his orders in a short period of time. A team without a leader is like a pile of loose sand, not to mention that they have uncontrollable diarrhea, which is simply a disaster. Once the young people from his tribe come back, there will be basically no obstacles in dealing with most of the people. Baidahu nodded, picked up his bow and arrow again, counted the 5 arrows repeatedly, and couldn't help but feel angry that he had not seized every opportunity to practice his archery skills. If the distance is very close, he is confident, but he has no confidence in himself at a distance of 10 meters because he is not familiar with it. However, when he saw the wooden spear at his feet, he felt relieved. He was unfamiliar with the bow and arrow, but the wooden spear felt like his own hand. Killing the enemy leader requires patience and waiting. If you fail once, it will be difficult to find an opportunity next time. The new chief appeared in front of the crowd late with a very ugly look on his face. As the chief, he could eat and drink as much as he wanted, but it also hurt him badly. He squatted there, and even if he heard the noise over here, he couldn't get up. I have had diarrhea occasionally in my life, but it has never been like this. Not only diarrhea, but also pain. He realized that there was something wrong with the food he ate. He thought of the weak woman who wanted to live and tried hard to please him. If someone had done something wrong, it would be her, but he couldn't figure out when that woman had done it. Are those grasses inedible? What do they do with the inedible grass they collect in piles and store it in their caves? Just for the sake of. He suddenly realized what a cunning tribe. When he was squatting there and unable to get up, he made up his mind not to leave any of these people alive, no matter how much stuff they had, not to leave any of them alive. He looked towards the cave gloomily and raised his weapon. Go. Kill them. The embarrassing thing was that as soon as he finished shouting, his stomach started to churn again. He wanted to hold it in, but he couldn't bear it. He could only grit his teeth and run towards the woods. The tribesmen, who were trying hard to suppress their discomfort, were about to follow his orders and rush forward, but when they saw their leader turn around and run away, they put down their raised wooden spears. It's uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. No one with a bit of common sense would want to move forward when they are not feeling well, unless the leader takes the lead. The new chief returned to his people, looking like a different person. He looked more exhausted, and the anger in his eyes was even stronger. He raised the wooden spear again, but this time he didn't have time to make a sound. A wooden spear suddenly flew out from the quiet cave and pierced his chest. The new patriarch didn't react, looked down, and fell backwards. Chapter 150. We can't stop it. The new patriarch died quickly. The wooden spear hit his vitals, and he died almost instantly. It happened so fast that the first reaction of this group of foreigners who were still struggling with their physical discomfort was to step back after looking at each other. Then a man stepped forward and raised his weapon. They killed our chief. There were ghosts and wolves howling outside, as if they would swarm in and tear the group in the cave to pieces in the next second. The Song people were tense, and the old men clenched their fists, ready to fight with the outsiders at any time. But after a few seconds, they realized that there was only thunder but no rain outside, and occasionally a few wooden spears flew over. Baidahu picked up the wooden spear in his hand and pushed the scattered wooden spears not far away to his side, and at the same time stuck his head out to see what was happening outside. No one rushed forward. Even those who rushed forward a few steps at the beginning after hearing the command retreated after they realized what was happening. Rorschach asked, "What's the situation outside?" "They don't dare come forward." Rorschach nodded. "Then we'll drag it along, and you," Baidahu said, "I will eliminate the leader among them." Rorschach hummed. The Song tribe still had some luck, as they eliminated the other tribe's leader in one fell swoop. He was the strongest person in their tribe, and because of his strength, he carried the trust of his fellow tribesmen. Now their confidence has gone by at least 1/3. Humans of this period valued physical strength. The leaders of the tribe did not hide in the back and give orders, but rushed to the front and led the charge. So the best way to undermine their morale is to get rid of their leader. Now their biggest leader is gone, and there are only a few small leaders left. If they can be eliminated one by one, Even if they don't have stomachaches, they will become a mess and even run away in panic. In Rorschach's opinion, if they used their brains more, the best thing to do now would be to leave the Song tribe as soon as possible. Because the young people of their tribe will come back, and at that time they may not be able to gain much advantage with their current physical condition. But primitive people didn't have much brains, and they put their brains on the leader. To be precise, humans have always given their brains to the leader, whether now or in the future. Kai was extremely upset. If I had known that they would be so useful, I should have prepared more so that they could lie on the ground and not be able to get up. Baidahu couldn't help but look at Kayama and said sincerely, "It's more than enough." He had never imagined that things would develop in this direction. When those 100 or 200 people appeared in front of him, he was already prepared to die. And now, at least 150 of these 100 or 200 people are suffering from diarrhea. This is simply, he didn't know the word absurd, so he didn't know how to describe his feelings. "It's just incredible," he said. "The sun has already passed its zenith. Our tribesmen should have received the news and are on their way back. If their abdominal pain can last until then. If the Song people work together internally and externally, they can probably defeat this group of foreigners on equal terms, and both sides will suffer losses." Kayama came out from the crowd, walked along the mountain wall to the entrance of the cave, observed for a while, and made some judgment based on her own personal experience. "I don't think it's serious yet. They have to keep running until there's no water left in their stomachs. By that time, they won't be able to stand up even if their stomachs don't hurt." At that time, Rorschach specifically reminded himself to be cautious when trying herbs and to pay attention to the dosage. Kai also cherishes her life. She is the only witch doctor in the tribe, and she has not yet taught any decent disciples. Even when she was old, she realized that she knew too little about medical skills, so she did not dare to take any action on her body and wanted to live longer. She didn't dare eat too much croton grass, as it broke her old bones, and it took her several days to recover. Even if these young people are strong, they will have to suffer for a day or two. At least they will not recover within today. It will take a while before they feel uncomfortable. Baidahu felt emotional, as he had never fought such a fight before. After a while, several small leaders of the foreign tribes gathered outside, seemingly discussing new countermeasures. Baidahu reported their actions. Luo Xia was a little worried and also looked out from the cliff. The crowd outside was sparse and looked disorganized, and some people could still be seen leaving the group and heading into the woods. She was glad that she had added all the croton grass powder and snake venom powder to them. These foreigners, who would not cry until they saw the coffin, did not even think of leaving in their current state, but were determined to kill all the people in the cave. Rorschach could understand their anger and unwillingness. If it happens to you, you will get revenge sooner or later. They didn't know that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. They only knew that the 100 or 200 of them could completely suppress the dozen or so old, weak, and sick people in the cave. They're probably going to break in. Baidahu stood behind Rorschach, observing from above his head. Rorschach said, "They probably also realized that their physical condition would only get worse if it continued, so they took the risk." Several small leaders exchanged their opinions and led their people to charge forward together. These sickly foreigners would still follow them and rush forward. "We can't stop it," Baidahu said in a deep voice, looking at Luo Xia helplessly. At this time, they only had two choices: fight the opponent head-on and die. Or, Rorschach could open up space for everyone to hide, and hold out until the aliens become even weaker and the young men of the Song tribe return in time. But this means that the secret that Rorschach insists on will be exposed to more people, which may bring unknown dangers to the Song tribe or Rorschach in the future. Rorschach understood, and in her eyes, she only had one choice at this time, which was to let everyone enter the space, because she was different from the primitive people. She valued life very much, and she wanted everyone to be alive. She turned to Changsho Ababa and gave him an order. "Ababa, take everyone to the innermost part." Everyone immediately entered Rorschach's own little territory. Baidahu pulled Luo Xia behind him and said, "You go too. I'll be there soon." He wanted to wait a little longer, hoping to see a signal from his own people. He also wanted to kill 2 more leaders to vent his dissatisfaction. Luo Xia believed in Baidahu and believed that he knew when to retreat, so he ran back without hesitation. She had one foot inside the door and the other outside, also waiting for news from her tribesmen. She was more worried than anyone else about the risk of her secret being exposed. This wasn't the first time his tribe had been invaded. If his secret got out, it would probably bring him more trouble. Chapter 151 Surrender. But most of the time, just expecting won't make your wishes come true. Rorschach looked at his people. Except for a few people from his original tribe, everyone else was confused and didn't know what to do. Rorschach asked everyone to close their eyes. "Don't open your eyes, or God will be angry," she said. Changsho Aba immediately understood what she meant and acted like a clan elder, threatening everyone. "If you open your eyes, you will die. Children, cover your eyes with your own hands." At this moment, no one had time to think about anything else and just did as they were told. Luo Xia and Changsho Aba Hao Fu Ma took everyone's hands and let them enter the space. Once you enter, I emphasize again, do not open your eyes. Although this cannot be guaranteed to be 100% useful, after all, people are always very curious. Maybe someone will accidentally open their eyes and take a look because the more they say not to look, the more beautiful it will be. But she still believed that most people did not dare to open their eyes because they were in awe of the gods. Changsho Aba and Haofu Ama diligently helped Rorschach to keep an eye on it. Rorschach didn't want them to know the secret of this space because God didn't want them to know. This was a very serious order. Rorschach walked out of the space and looked at the situation outside. During this period of time, Baidahu threw out 2 more wooden spears. One hit the target, and the other hit something insignificant. The other leaders roared and ordered everyone to charge forward. The group of people then tried to cheer themselves up and rushed towards the cave with their heads heavy and their feet dizzy. Baidahu didn't dare to delay, and quickly stepped back and flashed into the space. The sound suddenly stopped, and there was no sound at all. The tribesmen who had their eyes closed were surprised and couldn't help twisting their necks, almost unable to control the urge to open their eyes. Rorschach raised his voice, "Don't open your eyes. We are safe now. If you open your eyes, you will not be safe." After hearing her words, the agitated tribesmen quieted down again. The sudden silence made them nervous, but Rorschach's voice calmed their panic. Baidahu looked at everyone, and then continued talking to Rorschach. "When are we going out?" Luo Xia was also unsure and was anxious. There were so many things outside, the house, the livestock, the pile of wild vegetables, and the well-growing vegetable patch. The thought that those bastards might destroy everything without leaving anything behind made her feel angry. "Count to 100 and go out, and take a look." Rorschach thought that the time it took them to count 100 times was enough to touch every inch of stone in the cave. In addition, since they were not feeling well, they certainly did not have much time to spend in this strange and empty cave. Baidahu said, "You count." He is not very good at counting and cannot do it. Rorschach silently counted to 100 and winked at Baidahu. Baidahu picked up the bow and arrow, thought about it, and put it down again. If it was a close combat, the bow and arrow would not be suitable, and the wooden spear would be more convenient. Luo Xia summoned them out, and the two looked at each other again. Changsho Aba again sternly told everyone not to open their eyes. Luo Xia suddenly opened the door, and Baidahu looked outside. There was no one there. But he heard more sounds of fighting outside, and he was startled, knowing that his tribesmen had returned. Luo Xia also heard it, and before he could say anything, Baidahu rushed out. Luo Xia looked at Changsho Aba and said, "Abba, wait here for me to come back." After saying that, he followed him out. It's a mess outside. People were running around, screaming and howling. Rorschach yelled, "Kill the leader! Kill the leader! Make the others surrender! We have too few people, and we are like headless flies, killing everyone we see. Something bad is bound to happen." Baidahu roared, "Go back!" Then he rushed into the crowd without looking back. Luo Xia did not return to the space. The cave was safe at this time. She stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the mess outside, feeling very worried. The chaos lasted for about half an hour, or maybe less, and order was soon restored. Baidahu did listen to Luo Xia's words. He looked for the leaders who had a say in the crowd and shouted at them to surrender. These people did not have much desire to fight. Although a small number of them did not feel too uncomfortable physically, the reason they did not feel too uncomfortable was because they ate little, or even just drank a few sips of water, but they were weak to begin with. The stronger you are, the weaker you become, and your legs become weak after walking a few more steps. Song Day and nearly 30 people from the Song tribe had rushed back in anger. When they came back, they happened to see this large group of people falling down, so they rushed up and started fighting without thinking. Unexpectedly, the 30 people were not at all inferior to these more than 100 people. Not only that, they became more and more courageous and more skilled in killing as the game went on. I didn't know what was wrong with these people. They were so weak that not only could they not lift their weapons, but some of them couldn't even find their own weapons. It also smells disgusting. If Baidahu hadn't stopped them, they would have continued fighting. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Rorschach hurried back to release everyone from the space. When everyone came out, the old family members were still closing their eyes tightly, and the children were covering their eyes with their hands. "You can open your eyes now," Rorschach said. Everyone then opened their eyes cautiously and looked around. They only knew that when they closed their eyes, they were pulled for a distance and seemed to have come to a bright place, and then they were pulled back. This is the innermost part of the cave. The light is very dim, and the brightness that can penetrate the eyelids is gone. Everyone was confused and couldn't imagine what they had just experienced. But at the same time, my heart was filled with infinite power. No matter what I had just experienced, it was something that humans could not touch. It was something related to God. Luo Xia didn't care what everyone thought and pulled Ku Yi away. "Mom, many people are injured. Go and take a look." Upon hearing this, the tribesmen followed him out of the cave. It was a mess outside. The majestic young men of the Song tribe, the foreigners lying on the ground, the knocked-down houses, and the broken weapons. The Song tribe is small in number, and everyone is injured to varying degrees. Luo Xia felt nervous, fearing that someone else would become like that old Ting Aba. "Don't worry about anything else for now. Let Kai check everyone's injuries first. After the injuries are not serious, we can deal with the foreigners and let them drop their weapons and come closer." This group of defeated foreigners offered almost no resistance because they had lost their leader. More importantly, they had not yet found a new god to believe in and had not formed a new cohesive tribe. Because they have no spiritual core, they care more about their own lives, so surrendering to other tribes is not important to them. Chapter 152. It was originally about fighting for territory. The tribe was in ruins. The tribesmen originally wanted to tie up these invading foreigners to ensure that they would not cause any more trouble. But it soon became apparent that this was a bit difficult to execute, as these guys were so disgusting that I didn't want to get close to them. Song Dae was in great pain. He didn't know why these people smelled so bad before. He just thought they were stinky. Now he knew it was because of diarrhea, and he felt unwell. However, when he saw so many foreigners surrendering without any resistance to just a few dozen of his people, he felt a very unreal feeling in his heart. They actually beat such a huge team. This time, only old Ting Aba died for the tribe, and several young men were seriously injured in the fight, but they could still speak and cry out in pain, so perhaps they could still survive. Many of the outsiders were seriously injured, and some even died. The Song tribe killed them out of anger at the invasion of their own tribe, so this result was not surprising at all. Luo Xia asked them to pick out the injured from outsiders and arrange them in a separate place. After Ku Yima had treated the injuries of her own people, he asked her to help heal these outsiders. Aunt Kai was not very willing. "These are all enemies. Mom, please do your best to save them. Our tribe is short of people," Rorschach said. Kai's mother was slightly startled, nodded, turned around, and called her two little disciples to move all her herbs out. Rorschach added, "Just do your best, and don't feel any burden." Her tone was cold. She was only soft-hearted and sad for her own people. These outsiders, if they survived, were lucky. If they didn't, it had nothing to do with the Song tribe. After arranging these things, Luo Xia returned to the cave. Old Tung Aba's body was still there, and she felt uncomfortable again. This made her understand even more clearly that the Song tribe needed people, more people. Although the current population is enough for everyone in the tribe to have enough food and water and live a comfortable and leisurely life, what happened today is unavoidable. Only with enough people and a strong enough tribe can one prevent his own tribe from being too passive. Today, the Song tribe managed to win by using dirty means, but such methods are never acceptable, and it is impossible to do so every time. Although old Teng's father is dead, his expression is peaceful, as if he was content and happy in his heart before his death. Rorschach squatted down, shook his hand, and said goodbye to him silently. "I'll have two young men come over and carry Lao Teng's body up the mountain." I don't know when Changshou's father stood behind him and spoke in a low voice. Rorschach nodded slowly. According to the customs of the Song tribe, the dead are carried up the mountain and placed under the big pine tree. The soul of the deceased will be led to another world by the gods, and his body will nourish other creatures in the world. "I'm coming too." Afterwards, Luo Xia and several young people from the tribe went up the mountain under the leadership of Changshou Aba. People were not very sad about the old man's death, but showed more respect. After the old man's body was placed under the pine tree, several people stared at it silently for a while, and finally kowtowed to the old pine tree. "Let's go," Changshou Aba said slowly, and gave Luo Xia a light support. When he left, he turned back to look at the old friend under the pine tree. He felt a little sad, but also a little envious of the old friend. If one day he could leave with such pride, he would probably die with a smile on his face. "The Song God will always protect our people and our Rorschach," the old man murmured. Back at the foot of the mountain, order in the tribe had almost been restored. Someone was reorganizing the livestock pen, and 3 of the tribesmen's livestock were eaten. The remaining wild sheep took the opportunity to escape during the fight, and now only a boar and the pregnant sow were left. Oh, the 5 pheasants are still in the pen. A house collapsed, but it was not serious. 3 or 2 men took a short time to stack the mud bricks and put up the roof. The most busy one was Kai. There were too many people with injuries of various sizes, and the severe diarrhea made these injuries even more serious. Dahu questioned him carefully. As Rorschach had thought, they were indeed members of the original deer tribe. After the deer statue miraculously fell from the mountain wall, the deer tribe fell into confrontation and entanglement. Some members of the tribe believed that the gods would come back and insisted on staying in the tribe. Another part of the tribesmen began to waver, as they did not think that the departed gods would still favor them. But their faith was so deep in their bones that they could not make up their minds. They stayed in the tribe for a long time, hoping to see a miracle. But how could a miracle happen? The fallen statue turned into a pile of rubble, and the figure of the deer god was never seen on the mountain wall again. The tribe's days seemed to be getting worse and worse, and the prey they caught was getting less and less. So those who were shaken at the beginning finally couldn't stand the emptiness in their hearts. They needed gods and guidance. Since the tribal gods had left, they began to worship other gods. After the dispute, the tribe split into 2 factions, those who firmly believed that the deer god would return and those who decided to find a new god. Most of those who are willing to look for new gods are young people. They have strength, courage, and more time, so they leave their original tribes. Because enough people left, they gave up on joining other tribes and decided to find a place to establish a new tribe. But the process was not so smooth. It was not easy to find a place that could be used as a camp and live. Then someone mentioned the Song tribe. The Song tribe is very small. Last year, there were only a dozen people left. Although there are some more people this year for unknown reasons, it is still small and cannot compete with a tribe as large as his own. More importantly, the Pine tribe occupies a good location, also backed by a mountain wall and with a wide open space, which is very similar to the original deer tribe. More importantly, the Song tribe members are very interesting. They built houses that can shelter from wind and rain. They raised several livestock and other strange things. It is not difficult to seize the territory of the Song tribe, but they can obtain many things that they cannot find even if they look for them everywhere. So here they come. He decided to kill all the people of the Song tribe and then decide which god to worship after he took possession of the territory. When they came, they were determined to win. Now they are disheartened and panic-stricken, believing that this result is due to the loss of the protection of the gods. Otherwise, how could we have suffered such an embarrassing defeat? Chapter 153, Everyone is back. Rorschach now knew that the amount of drug he had given was not small. Even when the women of the tribe returned at their usual time, some of the deer tribe members could not help but want to go into the woods to relieve themselves. At first, the Song people wanted to impose some restrictions, fearing that these foreigners who invaded their territory would have some bad intentions. Later, they became numb and let them do whatever they wanted. They were just afraid that they would not be able to climb back on their own and would yell in the woods for help. The women only then realized that the tribe had suffered a thrilling and false alarm disaster. Although they found some parts of it unbelievable, the first thing they did was to kick those foreigners to vent their anger. Then stay away. These people, although they were primitive people, they had already begun to have some sense of shame. Otherwise, why would they wear leather skirts and grass skirts? The ugly behavior of these deer people today will make them ashamed for at least 3 years. I don't want to eat at night. It's really disgusting. The cave's troughs were flushed repeatedly before being refilled with water. Even so, seeing the miserable plight of the deer tribe people, no one dared to drink. In the end, all the water in the first tank was used to feed the deer people. They were severely dehydrated and really needed to drink some. The tribesmen hardly slept all night, as they were always worried about the group of foreigners lying there. Rorschach was not in a hurry and was full of disgust towards them. For 3 days, no food was given to the deer people, only light salt water. They weren't even tied up, they were too lazy to do it. They had collapsed 3 days ago and hadn't eaten for 3 days. They didn't even have the strength to speak. And they didn't seem to have any intention of running away. Because of this group of foreigners, the Song tribe had to eat only bland meals for the past 3 days, as the men stayed behind to look after the 100 or 200 people and did not dare to go out hunting. Only the women still go out to pick. Fortunately, there is a reserve of meat in the Rorschach space, so it is not a problem to take out some every day for the tribesmen to have some meat to keep their strength. Dahu has been very busy these days, either making arrows or practicing archery. Rorschach was afraid that he would shoot away all the good arrows, so he made a thick straw target for him and hung it on a tree trunk dozens of meters away so that he could shoot arrows at the target. This man has a high talent in using weapons, Or maybe even though they are not the same weapons, they are all weapons and can be used in the same way. He was very accurate in throwing his wooden spear, and after 3 days of practice, his archery became more and more accurate. This proves the fact that this bow and arrow can indeed be used as a reliable weapon. So the men in the tribe started making their own bows and arrows. How long will these people be starved? Baidahu was not sure what Luo Xia was thinking, so he couldn't help but come over to ask. These people lay on the open ground, occupying a large area. They were really an eyesore and seriously hindered the normal life of the tribe. Rorschach thought for a moment and said, "Let them take a bath in the river first, and then come back and talk." She didn't dare get too close to them, as the thought of it made her feel sick. So, Baidahu went over and asked the Lu people to go to the river to take a bath. These deer people climbed up from the ground tremblingly, their legs shaking like noodles, and they couldn't even walk straight. He was about to ask the men of the tribe to go with him when he heard Rorschach standing not far away, calling his name and waving at him. He walked over and asked, "What else?" Luo Xia squinted his eyes in the sunlight and looked at the group of people. Their number was still too large for the Song people. The only thing that made the Song people feel at ease was their weak physical condition. Let them go on their own. Tell them that those who want to join our Song tribe can come back, and those who don't want to join can leave on their own. Baidahu did not agree immediately. He was hesitant, wondering if this was too easy for them. If they had simply wanted to join the Song tribe at the beginning, then letting them leave would have been barely acceptable, but they originally wanted to wipe out the Song tribe and occupy their territory. Letting them go is undoubtedly letting a group of enemies go. Luo Xia said in a soft voice, "You take the others and follow behind. Don't let them find you. Kill those who try to escape." She is only soft-hearted towards her own people and must be ruthless towards her enemies. Those who wanted to escape were enemies, and she didn't want to let them escape and give them another chance to harm her own people. The small hill between Baidahu's brows slowly dissipated, and he nodded gently. "I understand." Baidahu returned to the front of the deer tribe. "Our tribe is willing to accept you as a member. If you are willing to dedicate everything to the Song god, you can return here after taking a bath. If you want to go to another tribe and worship another god, you don't have to come back after leaving here." After he finished speaking, he stepped back and made way. The 100 or 200 people looked at each other blankly, then moved their feet with difficulty, following the direction pointed by Baidahu, like zombies. "Big tiger." Then they walked away for a while, and Songday immediately jumped over in a hurry. "Are you serious? How is this any different from just letting them go? They want to take over our tribe." If Rorschach hadn't found the opportunity to poison them that day, and if the men in the tribe hadn't returned in time, who knows who their tribe would belong to now? Everyone was hostile to these deer people. If it weren't for Rorschach's order, they would have killed them all without leaving a single one alive. Of course, if they sincerely surrender to the Song tribe and kneel down in submission before the statue, that is another matter, and they can be regarded as members of the tribe. But now, they have not yet kneeled down to worship the tribal god, and they still do not believe in the pine god in their hearts. They are still outsiders and enemies. How can we just let them go like this? Songday was dissatisfied, and neither was anyone else in the tribe. Baidahu glanced in the direction of Luo Xia and gave orders to Songday in a low voice. "Tell everyone to grab their weapons and follow me. Don't let the deer tribe find you. Kill anyone who tries to escape. There are too few people in their own tribe, so they can only accommodate those who sincerely come to them. Those who have ulterior motives will become trouble sooner or later, whether they stay or let go. Letting them choose for themselves is a great opportunity for screening." But to Rorschach's surprise, not a single deer tribe member who was taking a bath took the opportunity to escape. They followed the instructions and went to the river to wash themselves clean. Some of them were too weak and were almost washed away by the river. After climbing ashore with great difficulty, they dragged their exhausted bodies back to the Song tribe. Maybe they have really lost their brains now, and there is no one to give them orders to follow, so they choose to obey. It may also be that he knew that his body was too weak and that no matter where he escaped, the end result would be death. Anyway, they all want to seek refuge with the new gods, and it seems that this small Song tribe is not weak either. Anyway, all the deer tribe members who were tortured to exhaustion came back one by one. Chapter 154. I say you can, then you can. The deer tribe also went through the same process that the big fish tribe had gone through before. The difference this time was that Rorschach took the initiative to stand under the mountain wall, holding up the torch high, and the light of the torch illuminated the statue of the pine god. She used to dislike being worshipped by others. When her own people knelt down to worship her, she always felt uncomfortable and embarrassed. She felt that she was a liar and had deceived her people by making them think that she was a goddess. When the Dayu tribe knelt down to worship the statue, she quietly hid aside. But this time, she still didn't like the feeling of being worshipped. But she chose to accept it and endure it. She is not a person who likes power or likes to boss others around or shout orders at them. However, the Song tribe has become larger and larger, and she has been pushed to the position of goddess, and she must shoulder her own responsibilities. She wants to make the Song tribe better and better, and she wants to protect her people. When the kneeling ceremony ended and the invading deer tribe members stood up from the ground, no matter what bad things they had done before, they became part of the Song tribe. Therefore, they were also accepted by the Song people. Before, they could only drink light salt water, but now they can drink light salt water with the aroma of meat and vegetables. The feeling in the tribe seems to have changed a lot. The group of outsiders crowded in the open space became tribesmen sitting around the fire, enjoying the firelight and food with their own people. Rorschach still felt a little uneasy. As a modern person, her mind is not as primitive as that of primitive people. She wondered in her heart whether these dear people were submitting on the surface but waiting for an opportunity to resist in their hearts. Mother Ahe, by Dahu, and Changsho Dad firmly believe in the power of gods and the power of gods over people's hearts. In their view, a person's oath to the gods is the highest bondage. However, Rorschach has been an atheist since childhood, and she has always held the attitude of not believing, but respecting gods. People always judge others by themselves and find it difficult to empathize with others. It is difficult for her to personally feel the primitive people's complete trust, awe, and fear of gods. In short, even though the deer tribe had worshipped the gods, she still felt uneasy. From another perspective, there are also conflicts within the tribe. These new tribesmen believed in the Song god, but they did not necessarily show enough respect to the original Song people. After all, they were more numerous, and they were originally their own people. Rorschach glanced at the people around his fire. Half of them were from the original Song tribe, and half were from the former Deer tribe. After spending these days together, especially after the invasion of the Deer tribe, they seemed to have integrated more closely and become true Song tribe members, their own people. What's wrong? Baidahu asked. Rorschach asked, have you counted the number of people? There are 155 people in total. 120 of them went to the river to bathe today, and 35 of them were receiving treatment at Kayama's and were unable to go. Of course, there are also some people who died and are not counted in this number. Kai said, those who didn't take a bath don't know whether they want to stay or run away. Do you want to? As she spoke, her eyes became gloomy, as if she wanted to kill someone. Rorschach shook his head. No need. Let them live. Mother, you can use your medical skills to the fullest on them, aiming to restore them to their former state. This will be beneficial for treating our own people in the future. For a doctor, it is too easy to kill someone, but it is not so easy to keep someone alive. Kai thought for a moment and said, I can't try all those herbs by myself, so I'll ask them to help me try them too. If they only recuperate and don't go out hunting, shouldn't we find something for them to do? Rorschach agreed. Mom, don't go too far. After all, we have worshipped the gods. They are our own people. Kai said happily. Okay, I'll feed them a little bit. It won't kill anyone. The remaining 120 men are not seriously injured. Give them some extra food tomorrow. After 2 days of nourishment, they can go hunting with our own people. We starved them too much before, so it will take some time for them to recover. Then she had to hurry up to hunt. In just 3 or 2 days, a large amount of meat reserves in her space were reduced, and this was when the main food was replaced with wild vegetables. If this continues, everyone will starve. As the tribe grew in number, the number of livestock had to keep pace so that everyone would have enough food to eat during the winter. After finishing his dinner, Rorschach went to visit his new tribe members. Among the 120 people, there are 29 women and the rest are young and middle-aged men. If we forget what they did a few days ago, this would be a great and pleasant thing. Luo Xia returned to his own side and asked by Dahu and Song Dae to select 5 people from their own people. These 5 people had to be good enough. Then he divided the men in the new tribe into 5 groups, each with 15 or 16 people, which was exactly the right size for a hunting team. The 5 people then became the leaders of the 5 groups. After the groups are formed, everyone will stand up immediately and each group will sit separately. By Dahu and Song Dae each led a group. Other small leaders included Song Gang, Song Gutu, and a young man named Song Dashi. By Dahu, Song Dae, and Song Gutu all have experience as team leaders, but Song Gang and Song Dashi seem a little nervous. Father Bones said, I'm already old. I'm afraid they won't accept it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Song Gang hurriedly said, Can I do this? I see some of those people are stronger than me, and I'm afraid. Afraid that others will not accept it. The pressure brought by these new arrivals is already very strong. There are many of them, and many of them look strong and healthy. In 2 days, they will recover. How can I suppress them like this? It's not just one person, but 15 or 16 people. Maybe some irreparable mistake will occur, which will disappoint Rorschach. Luo Xia didn't care much about Song Gang's worries. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother, what are you afraid of? No matter how weak you are, can you be weaker than me? Why don't I see you arguing with me? How can it be the same? You are a goddess. No one can compete with you. If I say you can, then you can." Can. Song Gang was still nervous, and Bai Dahu interrupted him, giving him a disdainful look. "Don't worry, if one day you become as cowardly as that, I will help you kill everyone in your group." Song Gang was speechless and closed his open mouth. Bai Dahu's words were really annoying, but they also made him feel at ease. Rorschach said, "You guys should keep an eye on your own people. Don't have too much contact between groups, especially now." Chapter 155. They are all young people. Humans are emotional animals, and if we don't keep in touch for a long time, the feelings will fade. What's more, the feelings between primitive people were not that close. Their close ties were based on survival interests. Just in case, break them up. Even though there is only one outsider among the 15 or 16 people, if this person dares to stand up, the other people in the group will not dare to touch him easily. This is the reason why it is good to lean against a big tree for shade. Although the tree is not very big, if more than 100 people are divided into 5 groups and not allowed to contact each other, who knows what the situation is like in other groups? They feel like they are in a relationship between 15 or 16 people and more than 100 other people, or even just one person and more than 100 other people. Luo Xia looked at the others and said, "Dahu is right. You don't have to worry. Even if someone in your group has bad intentions, Dahu and Dahi are there to support them. Nothing will go wrong. Also, don't worry about your age or that you're not as strong as them. It doesn't matter. No matter how strong you are, how can you be stronger than a tiger or a lion? I need you to keep an eye on them and bring them out alive every day." Lao Chi coughed and said, "Where are those women? Let them follow me." Rorschach was not very worried about those women. There were about 10 people in his tribe who went out to pick fruits every day. There were 29 women in his tribe. Although there were more women than his own people, the proportion was not as great as that of men. Luo Xia nodded. "I'll leave those women to my mother and you. Let them get familiar with our tribe's affairs as soon as possible. With more people, we can gather more. This winter, we need more food." The next day, Rorschach asked the men in the tribe to go out hunting. The new members of the tribe still stayed in the tribe. They were weak and would become food for other wild animals if they left the tribe. Bai Dahu was worried and didn't go out either. With so many more people, the house, which was just big enough, seemed too small. So under the command of Bai Dahu, each group of the new tribesmen dug a mud pit and made mud bricks. Making mud bricks requires a lot of water, and it would be a waste to use the water in one's own space. So a few people who were a little stronger were arranged to carry buckets to the river to fetch water. Rorschach found that the buckets were not enough. The previous large water tank is no longer enough. In the past, a full tank of water was enough for the tribe to drink for a day, but now each person only needs 2 sips of water and it's gone. So you also need to make a sink and then make more buckets. Bai Dahu unceremoniously assigned all the work to the newcomers. These jobs required sufficient time and patience and could only be done by slowly digging out the solid wood with stones. He used to love this job. He liked watching a whole piece of wood slowly become useful in his hands. But now he had something he liked better. He focused on the bow and arrow, which required more patience and care. Rorschach said that the arrowheads should be made of clay, but it is not easy to let other people in the tribe do the clay work. The tribe has not yet stabilized, and Rorschach wants to leave the tribe after some time. Bai Dahu made arrows whenever he had time. He had only prepared 5 arrows before, and he found that they were seriously not enough when facing more than 100 people from the deer tribe. So a bunch of them were made in just a few days. But there were only 5 chickens in the tribe, and not all the feathers on their bodies could be used to make arrow feathers. All the feathers that could be used to make arrow feathers had been plucked by Bai Dahu. So there are not too many finished arrows. After Luo Xia finished patrolling the tribe, he would sit next to Bai Dahu and watch him sharpen his weapons or practice archery, thinking silently in his heart. When everyone came back in the evening, the men started making bows and arrows. Lao Chi also asked Bai Dahu for 5 arrows, and whenever he had time, he would stand in the position where Bai Dahu was shooting arrows to practice. She was very interested in this weapon. Interest is the best teacher. It made her more and more courageous in archery. The more times she failed, the more experience she gained. Naturally, she became the second person in the tribe who could shoot arrows. Rorschach was envious. "My arms aren't strong enough to throw a wooden spear, but I can still try archery." She saw that Song Dae's bow was almost finished and asked him to make one for her. When Song Dae heard Luo Xia's request, he was stunned for half a second and immediately nodded in agreement. His hands moved faster, and he couldn't wait to finish his task. Rorschach paused, then interrupted Song Dae again and gestured his request. She had some understanding of her body and knew that the bow couldn't be too big or too heavy, otherwise it would just be a decoration. Song Dae listened very seriously and nodded. After finishing the explanation, Luo Xia was satisfied and waited for his bow to appear. When he turned around to leave, he found that Bai Dahu was staring at him with the eyes of a wild beast. Rorschach smiled at him politely and walked away quickly. In fact, emotionally speaking, she also hopes that Bai Dahu will do it for her. But it was precisely because she realized her feelings that she deliberately found someone else to do it. Her delicate and redundant feelings were inappropriate in this era, and she had to strangle them immediately. She found her mother Ahe, who was plucking rabbit fur with several other mothers. The rabbit skins that they used to look down upon were now very popular in the tribe. The fur could be plucked and twisted into yarn, which could then be turned into beautiful and warm clothes for Rorschach. The remaining rabbit skin can be patched up into a large piece. It cannot be used to make a leather skirt, but it is very good for padding or covering when the weather is cold, so there is no waste at all. Rorschach, are those people honest? Ahe saw her coming and moved to make room for her, then turned his head and saw a piece of animal skin placed under her. Rorschach knelt down on the hide and replied, "They are all very cooperative and work very hard." Ahe couldn't suppress the smile on his face and said, "That's good." Haofu Ama also laughed and said, "It seems like we've returned to the past. Back then, our tribe had about the same number of people. That was before the tribe was struck by the plague. That seemed like a long time ago, but when you think about it, it was only the winter before last. Yes, that's all the people." Ahe couldn't help but agree. This was why she couldn't help but be happy. Suddenly, it was like the lost tribe was back. How could she not be happy? Rorschach smiled and said, "You are all young people. If you have more children, our tribe will grow bigger and bigger." For a long time, the Song tribe was populated by the elderly, and then overnight, 100 or 200 young people poured in. That's right. Our tribe will soon have a new child. Rorschach, huh? Someone's pregnant. Come to think of it, the tribal gathering has been over for a long time. Don't you know? You already have a child. Luo Xia was delighted and was about to ask who it was when Bai Dahe's voice sounded sinisterly from behind him. Is Song Dae doing better than me? Chapter 156, really primitive. Bai Dahe's sudden voice startled Luo Xia, who was concentrating on hearing which woman was pregnant. Does Song Dae make better bows than I do? Bai Dahe asked again. No matter how I think about it, Song Dae can never do better than me. I am already a very experienced veteran, and Song Dae can only see that I have done more. He couldn't understand. Or did Rorschach see something different in the bow made by Song Dae? Ahe and the others stared at Bai Dahe in confusion, and they found his bad face even more strange. Although Bai Dahe usually has a sour face, that is just his habit. He is not someone who loses his temper easily. Now, this expression shows anger, right? Rorschach wondered, is this important? He said, not really. I just saw that you have a lot of things to do, so I won't bother you. I told you last time, I'm not busy. Bai Dahe was tall to begin with, and Luo Xia was sitting on the ground at this time. He stood 2 steps away and had no intention of sitting down. He just lowered his head and stared at her. It was such a terrible feeling of oppression. Rorschach said, sit down and talk. Ahe also asked, what happened? Bai Dahe didn't come over to sit down and continued to repeat his question. Song Dae is better than me? Why did you ask him to do it? The last few words sounded like they were about to break my teeth. Ahe was startled and immediately became furious. Why are you so mean to Rorschach? He got up from the ground and stared at Bai Dahe, as if he was about to rush up and start a fight with him. The other mothers quickly stood up, ready to stop the fight at any time. Rorschach was speechless. How could primitive people be so angry? They would fight at the slightest disagreement. Besides, why does this matter require a fight? Did anything happen? No. She also quickly stood up and tried to comfort her mother Ahe first, and wanted to force her to sit down by the fire again, but Ahe refused. She had no choice but to turn around and push Bai Dahe. You do better than him, really. This competitive person needs to be coaxed like a child. But Bai Dahe didn't seem very happy either, and asked, then why did you ask Song Dae to do it for you? Rorschach rubbed his head. How to explain this? Especially with everyone staring at him. He felt he couldn't explain himself, so he hurriedly pulled Bai Dahe away. Ahe was worried and followed him. Rorschach, where are you going? Mom, it's okay, just go do your thing. Bai Dahe was obedient and did not resist when Luo Xia pulled him away. Luo Xia only let go of him when they reached a remote corner. Suddenly, I felt that I was still impulsive. Why did I drag people into these corners and corners? It seemed as if there were things that I couldn't say in front of everyone. There was no other sound around, but I was still a little nervous. It's just a bow. It doesn't matter who I asked to make it. Why are you so angry? After Rorschach asked this question unhappily, he was suddenly stunned and took a small step back. Baidahu didn't say anything for a long time, but he seemed to be even angrier, and his eyes were about to spark. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Baidahu said stiffly, "Don't let Songdae do it for you. I'll do it for you." Rorschach curled his lips secretly. "No need. I've already told him. Besides, if you have the time, you should teach old Seven how to use a bow and arrow. That way she'll learn faster. Let Songdae teach her." "Why let Songdae teach her? You gave the bow to someone else, so you have to take responsibility." Rorschach wanted to slap herself. She knew she was losing her temper again. Baidahu snorted. "Then let Songdae teach her." The bow was given to her by Songdae. Rorschach didn't react and was stunned for a second. Did Songdae give her that bow? When she asked this, Baidahu rolled his eyes. After he made his new bow, he gave the old one to Songdae. Songdae was the most capable person under him, so he thought that giving him the bow would be of great use. Unexpectedly, Songdae turned around and gave the bow to Lao Chi to please her. Baidahu was a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything, especially since Songdae really pleased Lao Chi with this bow, so there was no reason to say anything to him. Rorschach inquired about the situation and felt complicated. She always thought that the bow was given to Lao Chi by Baidahu and never thought of any other possibilities. She felt uncomfortable about it for a long time. When I learned the truth, I felt like a sense of resentment was dissipated. Go tell Songdae to stop being so busy and teach old Seven archery when he has time. Baidahu said. I see. Luo Xia made a big mistake, and his momentum seemed a little unreasonable. It seems that he should not let Songdae make a bow for him. He is actually with Lao Chi, so he should not disturb them. Well, this is just his own statement. From their point of view, it should be said that he actually obtained the priority reproductive rights of the seventh child. Just because of a bow. She couldn't help but glance at Baidahu a few times. Her memory was still stuck on the moment when Lao Chi pestered Baidahu to have a baby, and it didn't look like he would give up easily. Daiha used a bow to make Lao Chi change his mind? This is indeed very primitive. Baidahu said, I don't know. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and the problem had been solved. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. The tribesmen were making noises far away, making the place seem particularly quiet. Luo Xiao wanted to ask Baidahu why he didn't accept Lao Chi, but she seemed to have asked this question before. How did he answer? I don't remember clearly. She coughed twice and said, Okay, I'll go tell Dae. Seize this excuse and walk away. I first went to find Songdae and asked him to stop making weapons for me, and if I had time, to learn more archery skills from Lao Chi. Songdae was a little disappointed. After all, making weapons for the goddess was a very honorable thing. Since it's no longer needed, forget it. Luo Xiao was right. He had to hurry up to make his own bow and arrow, and then learn archery quickly so that he wouldn't be left too far behind by Baidahu and Lao Chi. Then he borrowed Rorschach to return to Ahe. Ahe nervously asked Baidahu if he bullied her. Upon learning that the two had only exchanged a few words before parting, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Haofu Amma smiled and said, Baidahu is not the kind of man who bullies women. Ahe snorted. Even towards Baidahu, she was somewhat dissatisfied. That man was the one who disrespected Luo Xia the most in the tribe. He disliked his own daughter to death from the very beginning. It's still the same now. Rorschach rested his chin on his hand and stared at the dancing flames. Suddenly he asked, Why did Lao Chi give up on Baidahu? Ahe snorted again and said, What's so great about him? He doesn't even like the best girls old Seven has, and he still wants them to chase him for their whole lives. Another mother laughed and said, A woman in the tribe is pregnant, and Dahu is reluctant to agree to have a child with Lao Chi. Lao Chi won't wait for him. Isn't Dahi doing well? The seventh child was anxious because her mother was a goddess and she had always been confident in her ability to give birth. However, she didn't expect that other women from the tribe who came with her would get there first, so she gave up on Baidahu. Having a baby was more important. Rorschach sorted out Lao Chi's train of thought and was stunned for a moment. Very primitive indeed. They have no concept of love. Everything is based on instinct. They think that finding a strong partner will allow them to have many strong children, and it doesn't matter who the partner is. Chapter 157 You are not in a hurry, and neither am I. Early the next morning, Baidahu really started making weapons for Rorschach. Rorschach ran over to show him the size, but was given a disdainful look. You don't have to tell me, I know. Rorschach, you know the weapon I was given? But never mind. Let him use it as he pleases. If it's not suitable for him, just give it to someone else. Primitive people did not give any special treatment to pregnant women. As long as they were not about to give birth, pregnant women would go out to gather with others. However, since Rorschach knew about this, he left the woman in the tribe. There were many dangers and accidents outside. In the past, pregnant women had to go out because food was extremely precious. Now food is still precious, but it is much easier to obtain than before, and there are many things to do in the tribe. After asking, I found out that the woman's pregnancy was not a secret in the tribe, and it had been going on for some time. It's just that Rorschach has always deliberately avoided getting involved in matters of reproduction and never joined in on such topics, so he didn't know. After Luo Xia finished arranging the trivial matters, she went to check her own space again. She felt a little uneasy because a large piece of meat was missing. She originally thought it was a lot, but in fact it could not be eaten for a few days. There are more than 200 people in my tribe now, and this space is probably not enough to hold enough food for a winter. This shows the importance of grains, which will expand and become more when boiled in water. When I turned around, I saw that only half of the salt jar was left. This was originally a luxury item and was not eaten every day. A long time ago, it would take several days for the tribesmen to collect some rocks. Now it's eaten with every meal, because Rorschach knows that consuming salt makes people strong. Walked out of the space and stayed in the vegetable garden for a while. The mature seeds from several plants were carefully picked, and each seed seemed very precious. The seeds that were dug out from the rat burrows at that time have now grown into green crops, and may bear seeds next month. When the time comes, collect the seeds and grow them in space. Next year, you can plant them in the soil in large areas. Who knows, you may be able to eat delicious rice porridge. Just thinking about it makes me eager. I entered this space specifically for this handful of seeds. Then I came out and took a look around at Kaiama's place. There are still a lot of injured people here. Luo Xia used the water from the space to clean the wounds of those with serious injuries and ignored those with simple abrasions, letting Kuyi treat them in his own way. Everyone was very reserved and cautious towards everyone in the Song tribe, not even daring to provoke the children. After asking about the situation, I found out it was nothing serious. Aunt Kai was enjoying trying the medicine. Luo Xia did not disturb him. He turned around and came back to Baidahu. Since he had nothing to do, he sat down cross-legged beside him, supporting his chin with his hand and watching the stone knife in Baidahu's hand moving quickly on the tree stick. He did it very seriously, and you could tell from his movements and expressions that he was concentrating and not doing it perfunctorily. Rorschach thought about it carefully. This person had always been by his side and was very reliable, so much so that he had gotten used to him without realizing it. So emotionally, it's a little different. But it wasn't the strong feeling she thought it was, so she didn't realize something was different until recently. Then what about Baidahu? He despised me, but tried his best to take care of me. Maybe it was just because I was a goddess and very important to the tribe? She felt that this was very likely, but occasionally she couldn't help but think too much about it. Hey, Baidahu. Baidahu raised his eyelids to look at her, then dropped them again, looking as if he was too busy to take his eyes off her. When are you going to have a baby? Baidahu's stone knife scraped against the wood. After a while, he slowly said, When are you going to find a man? Rorschach was shocked. His mind went blank, but he said, Don't worry about this. Baidahu stopped what he was doing and stared at Luo Xia. I want to see what kind of man you are looking for to bear your child. Rorschach, something feels wrong. You look down on me, don't you? I want to see what the man you like looks like. My first woman will not be worse than him. Rorschach. Sure enough, she was looking forward to seeing what pink bubbles could come out of this man's mouth. Rorschach took a while to collect his thoughts and couldn't help laughing. Why are you laughing? Baidahu frowned unhappily. When Rorschach saw his serious expression, he couldn't stop laughing. This guy's competitive personality is really hopeless. I thought he was thinking about something, but it turns out he was still competing with me just because I said before that I didn't like him. I've always thought too much of him. How could a primitive man have such complicated thoughts? Baidahu simply stopped what he was doing and just stared at her and smiled. Rorschach laughed for a while, then stopped, feeling a little lost, but also as if something had been relieved. Baidahu was still staring at her, waiting for her to explain why she was laughing so inexplicably. Luo Xia looked at Baidahu seriously. Well, now she thought Baidahu was no longer the same as he was at the beginning. No wonder the tribesmen had such strange expressions when she told them that Baidahu was not good-looking. Baidahu is undoubtedly handsome from the perspective of this era. However, the two people have different thoughts. In her eyes, Baidahu is like a childish boy. Baidahu is a simple primitive man. It turned out that I was inexplicably angry just now. What are you thinking about? Baidahu asked. Rorschach said, I don't plan to have children, so don't even think about competing with me. Be careful. She wanted to say that he would have no descendants, but this was too vicious for a primitive person, even though she meant it as a joke. He changed the way he said it. Don't waste your good conditions. Look, Lao Chi doesn't want you anymore. Although she was a little reluctant to part with Baidahu, there was actually no real feeling between her and him. It was just like the relationship between brothers and sisters or good friends, with some strange possessiveness. But just think positively. Baidahu glanced at her, picked up the wood, and continued. If you're not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry either. When he thought about the fact that Rorschach, as the goddess of the tribe, had not yet found a man to have children, he did not feel anxious at all. He wanted to wait and see what kind of man would catch Rorschach's eye. If it was a man worse than him, that wouldn't work. Chapter 158 by Dahu is the worrying one. The new people adapted well to the Song tribe. They did not come here with an upright attitude, so they felt indebted to the people of the Song tribe, and even showed fear towards the Song people who were not as good as them. This enabled the work of several team leaders to proceed smoothly. Although there are some minor bumps and bruises, they are not major conflicts. After a long time, they become harmonious. Of course, these more than 100 people were able to lower their status to integrate into the Song tribe because the weapons, tools, and other things of the Song tribe were beyond their knowledge. Moreover, the Song tribe showed them enough kindness, treating the injured and building houses for them. After about 10 days, all the new tribesmen moved into the low mud houses, a treatment that most of them did not enjoy in their original tribes. In terms of food, with the new tribesmen able to go out hunting, more food is obtained every day, and each person gets more food. The days of sleeping in the open air are now a thing of the past, and daily life has become regular. The gods of the Song tribe gradually settled deeply in their hearts. Rorschach could finally leave the tribe and collect clay without worry. They were already familiar with where clay would appear, usually downstream from where the river was flowing. I'll be out for a day or two and then back. After returning, Rorschach started her kiln again. More vessels are needed now. In his spare time, he would practice his archery. The bow and arrow that Baidahu made for her was indeed very suitable. The size, weight, and the strength required to fully draw the bow were all just right. There was nothing to fault in its appearance, which made her love it so much that she, like Lao Chi, carried the bow on her back every day. Because bows and arrows are popular in the tribe, birds have become more common in meat consumption recently, as people need bird feathers to make arrow tails. Because of the emergence of bows and arrows, their chances of catching birds increased. At the same time, this also greatly prompted everyone to improve their archery skills. The ceramic arrowheads that Rorschach mentioned earlier were also made. Baidahu made a standard arrowhead out of wood, and then Rorschach pressed the arrowhead into the clay, 2 pieces, one above and one below, leaving half a mark in each piece of clay. Then put the 2 pieces of clay into the pottery furnace and burn them, and what comes out is a mold. By putting the clay into a mold and squeezing it, ceramic arrowheads of exactly the same size and shape can be produced. After being fired at high temperatures, these arrowheads become as hard as stone and can be placed directly in front of the wood. This small change made hunting more convenient. The arrows had enough power and were hard enough to penetrate the tough fur, so the daily harvest was now more than before. This allowed Rorschach to put a little bit of his daily harvest into his own space reserves. The pottery firing work continued until all the clay was used up. Except for pottery pots and bowls, the rest were all fired into arrowheads. Rorschach's space gradually stored some prepared arrows, a few spare bows, and a few wooden spears. In short, Rorschach would store some of the things in the tribe in his own space, and they would always be useful. After a while, the flax on the mountain were ripe. Luo Xia led the old mothers and fathers of the tribe to the mountain to harvest all the flax without leaving a single plant. After the flax plants are dried, the seeds on them fall to the ground with the slightest movement. Rorschach collected all these seeds. Flax seeds are good things with many benefits, but they are also very expensive to buy. The flax seeds in front of me are the flax seeds that I named myself. I don't know if they are the same flax seeds, but when I put the dried seeds in my mouth and chewed them, the aroma is real, with a light nutty taste. The only drawback is that the seeds are very small. From such a large number of plants, the collected seeds cannot even fill up a ceramic jar. Are these to be planted as well? Haofu's mother also put a handful of flax seeds into her mouth and chewed them with a smile. The flax seeds had a smell of sunshine and were very fragrant. Rorschach nodded. Plant it next year, plant a large area. That would require harvesting a lot of seeds. Another grandmother said, looking up at the sky, but she was not really looking at the sky. She was thinking about how much flax could be grown from so many seeds. Maybe there would be more seeds than she could eat. Although this thing cannot be eaten as a meal, it is still enjoyable to eat. The most important thing is that the things on these poles can be used to make clothes, just like the ones on Rorschach. This is so exciting. What they fear most when they get older is winter, the cold, and the fear of falling asleep as soon as they close their eyes. If I had these warm things, I might be able to survive the winter easily. After harvesting the seeds, we will get busy with the next more important thing. All the fibers on the grass stalks are pulled off, and then taken to the river to soak and rinse, washing away the impurities and leaving behind clean, thin, and long silk threads. The next step is the more important thread twisting. My parents are no strangers to the thread twisting work and have learned it before. The seventh child was the happiest. Every day after picking and practicing his archery skills, he would come and spin the thread with his parents before it got completely dark. He also repeatedly emphasized to Rorschach that the cloth he made this time should first be used to make himself a set of clothes identical to the ones Rorschach was wearing. How could Luo Xia dampen the enthusiasm of the seventh sister? So he promised to give her a set of cloth first after it was made. The new women were also interested in these things, but they only looked for a while and then disappeared. These wonderful days are a good time for reproduction and growth. The new men are also very interested in the original women in the tribe, especially those like Lao Chi who stand out among the women. As long as she is willing, she will receive a lot of gifts. But Lao Chi is not very willing at the moment, and even feels a little annoyed. Song Dae kept a close eye on her and gave her all the good things he had. In addition, Song Dae was a very good man. So Lao Chi also wanted to have 2 children of their own, and they must be strong and good children. The old ladies smiled and were quite envious of Lao Chi's distress. Ahe was so envious that he turned his gaze to Rorschach. Rorschach quickly retracted her neck, trying to make herself invisible. She really had no idea about having children. That by Dahu is really worrying. Fortunately, an old man changed the subject. When talking about Baidahu, everyone became indignant. Chapter 159, still have to go to the Eagle tribe. Having children has always been a big deal in the tribe, especially for the older generation of parents. The more children are born, the happier they feel. At present, the most troublesome thing in the tribe is the matter of the goddess Luo Xia and Baidahu. But how dare they point fingers at Rorschach and urge the goddess to give birth to a child? It's different for Baidahu. Baidahu is the most eye-catching man in the tribe. Both men and women hope that he will give birth to their children as soon as possible. Even the new women have discovered this high-quality target and send him gifts every day. But Baidahu didn't know what was wrong with him and remained unmoved. His negative attitude naturally made him the target of criticism from his parents. But the crusade was limited to behind the scenes, because under the goddess Luo Xia, Baidahu was the most powerful person in the tribe. These 2 people are really worrying. Luo Xia shrank his neck and pretended to be deaf and dumb as the parents scolded Baidahu. After the accusation was finished, everyone looked at her at the same time. Rorschach couldn't even shrink his neck to pretend to be invisible, so he cleared his throat and said, "We're out of salt for cooking. I need to go out for a couple of days." Everyone said, "Oh," but their interest was not high. Old Seven rubbed the hemp rope quickly and said, "Is Baidahu not capable?" As soon as she opened her mouth, she attracted the attention of the other parents. Everyone looked shocked, as if they had found the answer to the question in an instant. Luo Xia immediately began to sympathize with Baidahu. This man was probably finished and could not hold his head up in the tribe. I didn't expect primitive people could be so gossipy. Ahem, don't make blind guesses. Baidahu is very picky. He was not able to bring back the woman he liked at the gathering, and he is still unwilling to accept it. After all, he was an important partner, so Rorschach quickly made up an excuse. This reason is still very convincing. Baidahu doesn't look like a useless man at all. His stubbornness can be seen at a glance. This is probably the case. Ahe was confused and thought about it carefully. However, at the meeting, she was only paying attention to her daughter and had never paid attention to Baidahu, who knew what kind of extraordinary woman he had fallen in love with. The 7th brother gritted his teeth and said, "What does that woman look like? Is she better than me?" Rorschach said, "I don't think I'm as good as you, but I'm taller and stronger." The 7th elder chuckled, "I also think she's not as good as me. Otherwise, why wouldn't she come to our tribe? She might not even have enough to eat in the tribe she's in right now." Rorschach laughed twice, said a few perfunctory words, and then withdrew from the yarn-twisting team. She returned to her own space and looked through the salt shaker. Every day, she took out some salt from the space and let the little leaders take it and sprinkle it into the pottery jars of their own teams. The amount each time was very small. Primitive people have a keen sense of taste, so a little bit of salt is enough. The main problem is that salt is scarce. But no matter how little you use it, it can't withstand a little bit of erosion. The jar that was originally full of salt is now only a finger deep. Judging from the time, It should be past midsummer now, and the weather will gradually turn cooler. It is almost time to shift our focus to stockpiling supplies for the winter. She took a look at the pile of meat that had grown bigger again. There was not only meat, but also bones in it. The bones really took up some space. Next time, she would ask Dahu and the others to remove the bones and store the meat here. There wasn't much change on her shelf. She hadn't made any clothes recently, and apart from some weapons, there wasn't much else. The animal skins that were harvested recently were not piled up in the space. There were more people in the tribe, and they came empty-handed, so they were left to keep the animal skins themselves. From this perspective, the space reserves are too small. She shook the salt shaker and thought to herself, it's time to go to the Eagle tribe. The next day, she proposed the idea of going to the Eagle tribe, and everyone was a little surprised. Although Rorschach had been asking the elders in the tribe to make clothes, seemingly in preparation for going to the Eagle tribe, it was still a little unexpected that he actually said he was going to exchange for a few animal skins. The Eagle tribe is far away, and it is not worth it for a few animal skins. Besides, there are many people in our tribe now, and if we have time, we can get back a few animal skins. Of course, Rorschach was not just after a few animal skins. If she wanted a few animal skins, she could go to the neighboring tribe and exchange them for them. What she wanted most was to see the salt lake. Although her tribe has rock salt, it still takes a lot of time to refine it. She thinks it would be easier to extract table salt directly from the salt lake. If enough salt is extracted, it can be exchanged for food or other items from other tribes on the way back. Although the hunting technology of his tribe has improved, hunting has never been an easy task. Even now, most people in the tribe are still in a state of hunger. But this kind of hunger has improved a lot compared to their previous days. In short, this long journey must be made. Dahu calculated that it would take about 5 days to get from here to the Eagle tribe, and at least 10 days for the visit. If there were other things to do along the way, it would take even longer. Rorschach calculated that he would be away for 20 days. He couldn't help but look at Dahu. How did you get here at that time? The white tiger was injured and fell within the hunting range of the Song people after walking in the forest for a few days. He was picked up by the Song people. The original Song tribe members also looked at Dahu with admiration. This man's body was really strong and hard to kill. Dahu had no idea how he got here. He only remembered that he thought he was going to die, so he kept walking in one direction, drinking stream water and eating snakes and insects on the way, and finally got here in a daze. It seems incredible now. Are you really determined to go? How many people are you going to take with you? He asked. Luo Xiao was also worried about this problem. Logically, since there were more people in his tribe, he should be more at ease. But the fact is, she has not yet been completely reassured by the new tribesmen, and the people she must take out must be those she trusts the most, because those people know the existence of her own space. Only in this way can she use her own space with confidence, and the use of space will definitely make this trip more effective. As for the rest, most of them were members of the Yuanlu tribe, whom she was not familiar with enough and did not fully trust. Can these people protect this tribe well? But no matter what, since we are members of the same tribe, we cannot always treat others as outsiders. After thinking about it, she asked the 5 team leaders to select the men with outstanding performance in their respective teams, and then let these 5 new members sit around the same campfire with the tribe's top leaders. Chapter 160 Tell the Neighbors. After the new little leader appeared at Rorschach's campfire, Rorschach subconsciously became active. His purpose was simple, to let the new leader know his position in the tribe. The purpose of doing this is to consolidate the deterrent power of the small leaders of their own tribe, such as Song Gangsong Gutu and others, in the tribe, and tell the new tribesmen that this tribe is somewhat different from their previous tribes. People who do not look strong at all can also be the leaders of the tribe. On the other hand, it is to allow new members of the tribe to gain power, win over the hearts of the people, and make them have a sense of ownership. The effect is still very significant. The moment these people joined the central tribe, they did not think about overthrowing the tribe. Their main purpose was to obtain the protection of the new gods and live a good life. Giving them power also gives them hope of seeking higher status and a better life. As time went by, everyone got along more and more harmoniously, and most of the previous hidden conflicts were smoothed out. Although it is not foolproof, it is much better than before. It is not impossible for Luo Xia to take a few people away from the tribe and go on a long journey at this time. The people we planned to bring were still the same ones, Dahu, Ahe, Haofuama, and Song Duozi. Dahu's fighting power is at full capacity, and she can detect and respond to danger in the first time. Ahe is very protective of his son. If Dahu doesn't listen to him and bullies others, Ahe will be there for him to rely on. Haofuama and Song Duozi are not the main productive forces in the tribe. so taking them away will cause less loss to the tribe. The main purpose of this trip is to refine salt, which they can do. The only thing is that if they were to exchange with other tribes, only a few of them would be looked down upon by the other tribe. After much thought, I decided to deal with the exchange when the time comes. The tribe can no longer take more people out. If we take all the confidants away, who knows what will happen to the tribe? Songdae was extremely envious of this. He had always longed to go on a long journey with the goddess, but he never had the chance. For example, this time, after Baidaho left the tribe, he became the boss of the tribe and had to manage more than 200 people in the tribe. It is not appropriate to entrust such a big task to the newcomers of the tribe. He must take it on. He himself was actually a newcomer, but he had gained Rorschach's trust and even knew Rorschach's biggest secret. Every time he thought of this, he felt filled with tremendous power. Even though he had never commanded such a large team before, he did not feel afraid. There is God behind him. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the tribe. Songdae patted his chest. Before leaving, he called together all the leaders of the tribe for a meeting. The meeting was very casual. He just made some simple arrangements for the tribe's future affairs and mentioned that he and Baidahu would be away from the tribe for a period of time, at least 5 days and at most 20 days, and asked everyone to cooperate with each other and take good care of the tribe members. The new tribesmen didn't react much to this. In their eyes, it was just 2 people going on a long journey. They didn't realize how important these 2 people were and just thought it was a very normal thing. The other tribesmen were nervous, but no one showed it. Since Rorschach said it so lightly, it was probably not a big deal. The 7th brother said, I want to go too. It would be great to be able to travel far away. It is much more interesting than doing the same thing every day. Ahei glanced at her and said, just stay in the tribe and take care of the women. In the past, the women in the tribe were all under the control of Ahei, but now with the arrival of Laochi, a young and powerful woman, and the fact that Laochi had won the fight with Ahei before, the women are psychologically more inclined to submit to Laochi. Ahei was unwilling at first, but later he had to accept it. With the addition of 29 new women, they could tell at a glance who was strong and who was weak in the group, and naturally followed Laochi, and Ahei's power became even weaker. This was the fact, and she had to accept it. But what made her feel better was that because of Rorschach's intimacy with her, other people in the tribe also showed her enough respect, including the 7th brother. After she said that, Laochi immediately gave up the idea of going out with them. Ahei was right. She had to take care of the group of women under her. The responsibility was on her shoulders, and she couldn't leave. It is a heavy and proud burden. As usual, everything was explained, and everyone went about their business. Rorschach was still a little uneasy. He had grown up in the tribe he had watched, and he couldn't feel at ease even for a single day away from it. The next morning, the 4 people left quietly, and there was no big reaction in the tribe. This was what Rorschach hoped to see, so that everyone could live their lives as usual. After walking a distance, Luo Xia asked Hao Fu's mother to stay in the space. She was old, and it was not convenient for her to walk such a long distance like them. Luo Xia suddenly said, let's go to the deer tribe first. Ahei asked curiously, what are you going there for? The largest tribe near our tribe is still the deer tribe. They don't know yet that our tribe has grown stronger. Rorschach replied, I think we need to inform the neighboring tribes that our Song tribe is no longer the small tribe it once was. Baidaho nodded. We should go and tell them. Because the tribe is so big, other tribes dare not approach it and dare not even think of invading it. Everyone knows that the Song tribe has few people. This is the reason why the deer tribe frequently harassed the Song tribe. Now that the tribe has grown, it should inform the nearby tribes in advance to prevent them from thinking that the Song tribe is still the same as before and coming to harass without saying hello. Although the Song tribe may not be unable to defeat the enemy now, some losses are inevitable. Then, if the Song tribe fights back, it will inevitably cause huge losses to both sides. The tribes have their own invisible rules. Everyone wants to avoid unnecessary losses. Except in extreme cases, there is no intersection between tribes. Every tribe is equally poor. Harassing and invading others will not only bring no benefits, but will also bring enemies to your own tribe, causing casualties and even the destruction of the tribe. No one wants to see such an outcome. The reason why the deer tribe harassed the pine tribe many times before was because the pine tribe had a very small population but abundant resources, which undoubtedly created a perfect reason for other tribes to harass the pine tribe. It's time to let everyone know that the Song tribe is no longer to be messed with. The 3 of them reached a consensus and decided to visit their neighbors in the tribe. The first place to go is of course the deer tribe. Although the deer tribe's power has been reduced by half, its scale cannot be underestimated. This time they did not sneak into the deer tribe camp, but approached it openly, and were discovered by the guards of the deer tribe. Chapter 161, It's Better to Merge. The three guards of the deer tribe, Lazy Pig, found out that they were from the pine tribe and then drove them away in a fierce manner. However, this time the attitude of these three members of the song tribe was different from before. It was a bit abnormal that just three of them did not seem to be afraid or careless at all. Rorschach smiled, not at all intimidated by the other party's ferocity. We already know the situation of your tribe. Those of you who left went to our tribe and worshipped the pine god with us. If you are willing, you can also come to our tribe. Think about it. Going to our tribe is better than your current situation. The other party stared at them and didn't say anything for a long time. When Rorschach and the others were about to leave, he uttered two words, liar. When those young people were so arrogant and wanted to seek the protection of the new god, and the momentum they showed when they left the tribe, it seemed that they would definitely seek a powerful god, not the loose god. The pine god has never been a powerful deity in the eyes of the tribes. How powerful can a plant that can only stand quietly be? Moreover, facts have proved that Song Shun is not a powerful god. He failed to protect his tribe, leading to the imminent destruction of his people. How could such a deity be the one those young people were looking for? They must be lying. Baidahu turned around and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. After saying that, he didn't linger any longer and walked straight forward. His next destination was the snake tribe. Ahe was uneasy and asked, what if they really go to see it? Rorschach said, that's perfect. They'll find that the Song tribe has indeed grown stronger. Is that so? Ahe still felt uneasy. She was always afraid that outsiders would come to the Song tribe. No matter what the reason, she would feel nervous. This might be because her tribe had always been weak. Luo Xia said, don't worry. It's much better for them to go with the intention of finding out whether the Song tribe has become strong than to go with the intention of robbing the Zhong tribe. We have already taken the initiative psychologically. Once the other party finds out that they are not lying, they will acknowledge the strength of the Song tribe. Moreover, according to the original deer tribe members who have become members of their own tribe, most of those who left the deer tribe are young people. Children and the elderly refused to take risks and stayed in their original tribes. There are also relatively few young people left in the deer tribe. Therefore, although the number of people in the current deer tribe is almost the same as that of the pine tribe, they are no longer as strong. When the deer tribe realized this, it became difficult for them to take the initiative to attack the pine tribe. Baidahu was walking in front and suddenly said, if they are unwilling to join our tribe, we will destroy their tribe when we come back. Rorschach was caught off guard by these words and choked on his own saliva, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Baidahu turned around and gave her a strange look. Didn't you say that you wanted them to join us? Rorschach, that's just a statement, a way to convey that your tribe has become stronger. Baidahu continued, as long as all the people from the deer tribe join our tribe, we won't have to worry about other nearby tribes harassing us. That's how the eagle tribe grew strong. It is said that the original eagle tribe was not a big tribe. It grew bigger and bigger by annexing nearby small tribes, and eventually became the largest tribe in that area, and no one dared to mess with it. The Song tribe did not have the conditions before, but with the addition of new members, annexing other tribes is not an impossible task. Ahe didn't have any ideas and looked at Rorschach. Rorschach walked forward with his head down, thinking in his mind. Baidahu is right. Although I am a pacifist, there are some things I have to do in order to maintain peace in my tribe. It is safest to make your tribe the largest in the surrounding area. We'll discuss this matter when we get back. It would be best if they would take the initiative to join us. We can't rush this matter. I have just swallowed up half of their tribe. If I continue to swallow up more people at this time, it would seem greedy. What if all the people of the deer tribe reunite and the blood ties or other relationships connecting them are reawakened, causing them to initiate internal tribal fighting and replace the original people of the pine tribe? That would be a disaster. If the snake tribe could be integrated into his own tribe, it would be the safest. The original deer tribe and snake tribe members could check and control each other. Currently, the pine tribe and the snake tribe are equally powerful, but they are too far away from each other and usually do not interfere with each other. If they come from afar to invade each other and force them to surrender, both sides will probably suffer losses and there will be no winner. Rorschach felt a bit of a headache thinking about it and decided not to think about it for the time being. Afterwards, he went to the more distant snake tribe and found an excuse to subtly convey the message that the pine tribe was now growing stronger. We didn't go to other tribes farther away, as they were too far away from the Song tribe and basically posed no threat. Then we headed non-stop to the eagle tribe. A few days later they finally arrived at the eagle tribe. Baidahu was very familiar with this area. Luo Xia did not plan to meet with the eagle tribe members to trade right away, So Baidahu led them around the Eagle tribe camp and arrived at Bitter Lake. When Rorschach saw the lake from afar, he knew it must be a salt lake. When he arrived, the sun was shining brightly, and he could see white reflections on the lakeside from a long distance away. When you get closer, you can see white crystals precipitated at the edge of the lake. Baidahu squatted by the water and picked up a handful of white crystallized soil from the lake and brought it to her. Is this what you're looking for? Rorschach nodded in surprise. The condition of the salt lake was better than she had thought. In this saturated state, it would be extremely easy to extract salt. Baidahu clapped his hands and looked at the shimmering water. Don't look at the vast expanse of water. There's not a single fish. The Eagle tribe has a strange feeling about this place. They are very afraid of it because it is so lifeless. They feel that the lake is cursed, and they always associate it with death. But at the same time, they rely on this place and are proud that their people are not afraid of this cursed lake. Baidahu looked at Luo Xia and said, "Aren't you afraid?" Rorschach was squatting by the lake, stirring the water. She knew that this kind of water had great buoyancy and that people would float if they entered the lake, so she was not worried about drowning at all. But she only learned this information from books. She had never been to the salt lake herself. So he seems a little excited now, but this excitement seems abnormal to Baidahu. What a strange person. This is a big treasure. Rorschach said. Chapter 162. Meet up alone. The method of extracting salt is the same as before, except that there is one less step. Dissolving the salt in the rock into water. Pour clean lake water directly into a ceramic pot, heat it on the fire, and when the water becomes thick, put it in the sun to dry. In order to complete the salt refining in a short time, all the pottery jars in the space were taken out and used. Several fires were lit in the space and cooked nonstop. The reason for doing it in the space was that the salt lake was not far from the Eagle tribe, and the Eagle tribe members often appeared by the lake. There are also woven linen cloths and balls of linen yarn waiting to be woven in the space. The linen fibers that have not yet been twisted into threads are also taken out, soaked in salt water, and exposed to the sun. After drying, they are covered with salt crystals, which can be directly rubbed and shaken into the jar. The four women took turns watching the fire and stirring the pot. When they had free time, they would sit aside and twist the thread. Baidahu practiced his archery skills on the side. They were also responsible for taking the cooked salt porridge out and pouring it on a carpet covered with large leaves, and rolling it out with a wooden stick so that the water could evaporate faster. By the way, observe the situation on the other side of the lake to avoid being discovered by the Eagle tribe. Baidahu came in from outside and brought in half a jar of salt water, which he put on the fire to boil again. The temperature in the space was originally maintained in a comfortable range. Now, with several fires burning together, the temperature has risen a lot, but it still remains within an acceptable range. At first, Rorschach was worried that the meat piled in the corner would spoil due to the temperature, but after a night, this worry disappeared and had no effect. How much salt do we need? Baidahu asked. They had been there for 2 days, and in order not to waste time, several people burned the fires from day to night, and those fires had never been extinguished. So, in just 2 days they produced an astonishing 2 large jars of salt. You know, when Rorschach and his friends used rocks to extract salt, it took them many days to make a jar, and that jar has been used by the tribe until now. These 2 full jars are enough for all their tribesmen to eat through this winter and wait until the weather warms up next year. Rorschach replied, "The more the better. The salt lake is too far away from our tribe, so we have to make sure we get enough money back once we come here. On the way back, I plan to use the salt to exchange for food to prepare for the winter. So no matter how much, it's not too much." The only concern was that salt was not attractive enough to the tribe, which had been verified during the gathering. Try again later, and there will be nothing left to exchange except salt. Or it may not be suitable for exchange. For example, there are a lot of stones in space, but these things can be used to make weapons and tools to improve the productivity of the tribe. If they flow to other tribes, it will be very disadvantageous to the tribe itself. There are other storage items in the space. Weapons cannot be taken out for exchange, but pottery jars and bowls can be taken out for exchange, but the quantity is small and they are not attractive enough. As for those clothes, they were reserved by the Eagle tribe and could be exchanged for more animal skins to cope with the cold winter. Baidahu added, "How can we exchange food with the Eagle tribe? They don't need our salt. We are mainly here to trade with them for animal skins. As for food, we can try using clay pots." Luo Xia glanced at the pile of dried vegetables in the corner, and her eyes lit up. She knew how to make other tribes more interested in the pottery jars. The solution had been right in front of her all along. She counted the pottery jars in the space. Actually, these were the ones being used to boil salt. There were 6 in total. The other small jars were used by Rorschach to store various seasonings, but they were not of much use to other tribes. So these are the pottery jars that can be used for exchange. She turned her gaze to the pile of meat and said, Dahu, pick out all the bones. We need to store more meat here. Dahu twitched his eyebrows and said, It's not difficult to pick out the bones. Where do you get more meat to store? Then Rorschach said, This time, we'll have to trade our clay pot for 2 wild boars. Halfu's mother couldn't help but exclaim, Can we exchange this jar for 2 pigs? Rorschach nodded. I can definitely get it. At first, there was no plan to exchange food with the Eagle tribe because they had no shortage of salt and already had pottery jars. They could only exchange clothes for animal skins. But Rorschach now changed his mind and wanted to exchange more pots for them. However, it was not easy for any tribe to find 2 pigs for exchange. So, at the gathering, it seemed that every tribe had enough food, but it was just an illusion. It was still spring at that time, a season with abundant prey. In addition, each tribe would stock up on food in advance in order to attend the gathering. It seemed that there were abundant supplies, but in fact, it was the same as usual, and every tribe did not have enough food. We need to make an agreement with the Eagle tribe in advance and ask them to prepare 2 wild boars or prey of equal weight to 2 wild boars. If they need more pots, more will need to be set aside. There are only 5 of them in total. How can they negotiate with the Eagle tribe? Luoxia looked at Dahu. Can you ask your brother out alone? Dahu's elder brother, the clan leader, has the final say in the Eagle tribe, so his agreement alone is enough. When Dahu was mentioned, he became unhappy and muttered, I have countless brothers. Which one do you want to see? But he seemed unwilling to listen to Rorschach's answer. After complaining, he immediately said, Okay, I get it. Rorschach confirmed again. Can we meet alone? Dahu was too lazy to pay attention to her. Luoxia figured out something and moved a little closer to Dahu. Hey, were you and Talon good friends before? Pretty good, right? Although there was tension between the two when they met at the last gathering, if you think about it carefully, they have already been defeated and reduced to a small tribe, yet they still dare to be rude to Eagle Claw. In fact, there must be some personal feelings involved. Dahu frowned slightly and said, It's okay. In other words, the two of them had lived and died together many times before and were the biggest competitors as well as the most reliable partners. Because of this, Dahu felt that he could call out Eagle Claw alone. He briefly explained to Rorschach the relationship between the two. Rorschach sighed. Reality is so cruel. The most reliable partners fought each other for status and eventually parted ways. In fact, there is no need to make an appointment. As long as Eagle Claw agrees to the exchange, the first step is done. What follows is a matter of handing the pottery jar to the other party and then taking the prey back. A few people discussed the next steps again, and it would be best if the two sides did not meet each other. Chapter 163, Just the two of you? The next day, Dahu went to the Eagle tribe to inform them first. When he went there again in the evening, Eagle Claw was also waiting for him. The tribe was still the one Dahu was familiar with, but when she returned, she was an outsider, and the way those brothers who once supported him looked at him had changed. Everyone is realistic, and everything is based on survival. No matter how much you trusted your partner before, if their stance changes, they become enemies. Eagle Claw laughed loudly, still a little surprised that Dahu actually returned to the Eagle tribe alone. Is your little tribe gone? Are you thinking of coming back? Eagle Claw sat on a huge stone in the tribe. This was a tradition of the tribe. Only the chief could sit on this big stone so that he could appear taller and look down on other people in the tribe from above. Dahu said expressionlessly, I have something to ask you. He looked at the people crowded around him. Everyone was very curious about Dahu's return, and those looks were annoying. Eagle Claw asked, What's the matter? Dahu threw a leather jacket in his hand up and said, This is the clothes you asked for at that time. I'm sending it to you. So you haven't left that small tribe yet? Eagle Claw picked up the clothes and took a look at them. They were very light, thin and small, and comfortable to the touch, so he put them on. The weather was already hot, and the leather jacket started to get hot as soon as it touched his body. It would be great if winter was this warm. How much did your tribe take? 3 pieces of clothing for 1 deerskin. That was the deal. How many skins can you offer? Dahu's tone was a bit too rude, and someone beside him shouted, How dare you? There are only a few people in your tribe. How much do you have to trade with us? Dahu turned his head to look at him, then said, We brought 30 pieces of clothing this time. We want to exchange them for 10 deerskins. It doesn't have to be deerskin, but it has to be the same size as deerskins. He paused and added, 10 rabbit skins are worth 1 deerskin. Rabbits can reproduce more than other wild animals and give birth several times a year, so there are many rabbits and the tribe can catch many rabbits. But rabbit skins are too small and are generally disliked by the tribe. Even if you piece together a dozen rabbit skins, you still can't make a warm place. But the Song tribe is different. They now like rabbit skins very much. They pluck the rabbit hair and twist it into thread. The remaining rabbit skins can also be sewn together with thread, which is very useful. When the Eagle tribe heard this, they were secretly delighted. If that were the case, they could collect all the useless rabbit skins in the tribe to make 2 deerskins. Eagle Claw continued to touch the clothes on his body. This thing was very practical. The tribesmen who went out hunting in winter could wear it. It was much better than being naked. He nodded. Okay, where are the other clothes? Where are the people from your tribe? Prepare the hides, and we'll bring the clothes. Also, do you want any clay pots? 1 for each of the 2 wild boars. As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly fell silent. Wow, you dare to say that, 2 wild boars? You know, many times dozens of people cannot catch a wild boar. Eagle Claw felt a little insulted, and his expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? During the rally, you were trading 1 wild boar for 1 clay pot, but now it's 2 pigs for 1 clay pot. Do you think the Eagle tribe is easy to bully, so you dare to speak like that? Baidahu said. At that time, we didn't expect the pottery jar to be so useful. We didn't think carefully when we exchanged it with you, so we gave you less. Eagle Claw. You even said that the change was too little? Tell me, what else can that clay pot be used for besides cooking meat over the fire? Eagle Claw said contemptuously. He admitted that the clay pot was very useful. Since he got it back, he couldn't do without it at every meal. He would not eat raw meat or grass unless he had to. Those sour fruits would not be so sour after being cooked. This clay pot is a good thing. But you can't exchange 2 pigs. Baidahu asked. Have you ever eaten wild grass in winter? Eagle Claw was stunned for a moment. Who hasn't eaten wild grass in winter? Even the clan leader had to eat wild grass to help digestion in winter. But the taste is very bad. Most of the time, it is just wild grass collected in other seasons and piled up. In winter, they often become moldy and rotten. Those that are not moldy and rotten are also burnt and dry. Some of them are okay if they are crushed with a pinch and can be barely swallowed. Those with rich meridians will still remain a lump even if you chew them in your mouth for a long time. You have to tilt your head back, stick out your neck, and swallow hard to swallow them. In the minds of primitive people, that is not food. Winter is the most fearful time in everyone's heart, more frightening than facing ferocious beasts. Even though he had become the patriarch, he still felt pain when he thought of winter. Baidahu said, you should have figured it out. If we put those weeds into a clay pot and cook them, they will become delicious. Eagle Claw. That's right. Baidahu, I'll teach you another trick. From now on, hurry up and gather edible weeds and dry them in the sun. This way, they won't spoil until winter, and you can cook them in clay pots. Having clay pots can help prevent the death of some people in your tribe during the winter. Eagle Claw couldn't help but feel happy. He really hadn't expected this. Prey was hard to catch, but edible wild grass was easy to get. According to Baidahu, if he dried the wild grass now and cooked it in winter, it would indeed fill his stomach. He glanced at Baidahu and became more curious about the small tribe. He also understood why Baidahu wanted to join such a small tribe. It seemed that he had some skills to survive. Forget it if you don't want it. Just send your clothes over when the time comes, and prepare the animal skins. What? Eagle Claw quickly compared the 2 wild boars in his mind. Although the 2 wild boars were precious, the pottery jar could provide more food for his tribe, so this deal was a good deal. Besides, we got 2 clay pots from the previous gathering, and now one of them is broken. 1 clay pot is really not enough. What if this only one is also broken? You have to prepare 1 more. Baidahu was delighted and actually persuaded Eagle Claw. Baidahu asked Ingzhua to leave the tribe with him and go to the trading location. Eagle Claw and his tribesmen followed for a long way. When they were almost there, Baidahu let Eagle Claw go alone. Eagle Claw did not shirk his responsibilities. He was not afraid of falling into a trap. It was no secret that the Song tribe had few people, and if anything happened to him, his tribesmen could go and flatten the Song tribe. Besides, he also has some trust in Baidahu. Rorschach waited for them at the agreed place. Eagle Claw was slightly stunned when he saw her. Are you the only 2 here? There was no trace of other people here. She actually dared to wait alone in this deserted place. She was lucky not to be attacked by wild beasts. Moreover, he was impressed by this woman because Baidahu said that she was the goddess of their tribe. Chapter 164, What if they are brothers? Luo Xia lied calmly, saying that his people were far away from here and he didn't let them follow because he didn't want to cause conflict. Eagle Claw snorted nonchalantly. Do you think you guys can pose a threat to our tribe? Luo Xia said sincerely. Of course not. I am afraid that our people will be wiped out by you. This made Eagle Claw feel more comfortable, so he said generously, our tribe is not so unreasonable. We will not kill those who do not compete with us for prey or territory and exchange things with us according to the rules. Both parties decided to set the transaction location here, and both parties will bring their items here at this time tomorrow. Before they left, Eagle Claw looked at Rorschach. Although Baidahu said she was a goddess during the meeting, he didn't take it to heart. Now seeing her appear in front of him again, he couldn't help but feel magical and began to wonder what was different about her as a goddess. Your tribe is a little different from other tribes. Eagle Claw wrote. Is there any difference? Rorschach asked back. It's different. Eagle Claw stared at Rorschach. It felt very strange that this woman was standing here and talking to him. She looks weak, but not so easy to mess with. She looks like a weak woman, but I don't know what kind of feeling is behind her. Unlike other tribes would let strong men and women like Baidahu stand up and talk to them. But the woman in front of him was not big, but her eyes were not timid. You came up with that pottery jar? And the clothes? The Eagle tribe is a big tribe, and big tribes always think they can do anything. After returning from the gathering, they tried to make pottery jars. The woman said that this kind of pottery jar was made of a kind of clay, so they also found clay to try. A few times they really made the same shape. After carefully drying it, the jars were full of cracks, but they still filled them with water with great anticipation and quickly put them on the fire to bake, thinking that if they were fast enough, they could ignore the places where water had already started to seep. The result, of course, was that after the clay pot was placed on the fire, it suddenly cracked and the water inside extinguished the fire. They then made clothes from memory, which seemed much simpler than making pottery pots, but they had to spend a lot of effort to cut off the excess parts of the animal skins. I didn't know where to get the holes for the neck and arms out of the remaining part. I tried many times, but failed every time. Even if I could barely put it on, it was still bloated. I had to pad something under my armpits, and my arms could only hang down, which made me angry. In the end, I threw it aside and never wanted to look at it again. After trying it ourselves, we realized that the things made by the small Song tribe still require technical skills and cannot be made easily. Rorschach said seriously, it's all the guidance of the gods. Eagle Claw said, the gods will guide you. At this moment, he seemed to understand the value of this inconspicuous goddess. He thought for a moment and said, if your tribe wants to join us, we can accept it. Baidahu snorted and was about to speak when Luo Xia pulled him back. He looked at Luo Xia and closed his mouth reluctantly. Eagle Claw saw this action clearly. He knew his brother's character very well. This man who refused to submit to anyone was actually tamed by a woman. She was indeed a goddess. Now he completely believed it. Rorschach said, okay, come over when we have thought it through. You must keep your word. Talon nodded. Both sides said goodbye and walked away in different directions. Eagle Claw returned to his people and looked back at the two people's receding backs. He didn't know whether he should admire them for not fearing death in the middle of the night, or envy them for having the protection of the gods. He is so brave. It must be because of the protection of the gods, right? He thought back to his own tribe. Although the tribesmen had always believed in the tribal god, they had never heard of the eagle god actually appearing to give instructions to the tribesmen. Thinking of this, he felt a little uncomfortable and had a feeling of losing. On Rorschach's side, the two men walked a distance and made sure that there was no one around before Rorschach opened the space. Baidahu was very unhappy. He sat there and angrily threw firewood into the fire. Ahe scolded, you are so angry. Baidahu looked at Luo Xia sideways and said, I absolutely do not agree to join the Eagle tribe. Ahe, huh? We're going to join the Eagle tribe. Baidahu said, we have enough people in our tribe now. There's no need to join other tribes. Joining other tribes won't make our life any better than it is now, especially the Eagle tribe. Rorschach looked at him amusedly. He actually took his words seriously. I was just saying that, just to be polite. Polite. It's about making them think they're powerful and that we're not. You don't want to tell them that our tribe has grown to over 200 people in such a short time, do you? Baidahu. He really wanted to say that at that time, but he felt uncomfortable looking at Eagle Claw's smug look. Rorschach said, that won't work. What if the Eagle tribe feels that our tribe is growing too fast and poses a threat to them? Will they let us go for your sake? Baidahu was stunned and felt a chill down his spine. Of course, Eagle Claw will not let go of any threat to his tribe. So what if they are brothers in front of the tribe? And Rorschach was right. He wanted to say that his tribe had grown so big in such a short time because he thought it was a great thing, but it was a threat to others. Although the Eagle tribe would not go so far to cause trouble for the Pine tribe, they alone would be in great danger. The other party might kill them if they got angry. Ahe asked, then we also went to look for the Deer tribe and the Snake tribe before? Rorschach. That's because we are already stronger than them. They are no match for us. Baidahu looked at Luo Xia leisurely. You are really good at lying. After a short rest, they returned to the lake and continued to work on refining salt. The next day, they were waiting at that place early, bringing clothes and pottery jars. Eagle Claw arrived shortly thereafter, but he only brought a goat and a pile of animal skins. Are you two the only ones here today? Eagle Claw wasn't surprised. This woman had said yesterday that she was afraid that all her people would die here. It was understandable. Rorschach remained sincere. After the exchange is completed, our people can come back and take the things back. Eagle Claw chuckled. Baidahu, your new tribe is really timid. Baidahu didn't argue with him this time, but just gave him a displeased look. Rorschach stepped forward to count the animal skins. There were 11 rabbit skins of varying ages, and 6 pig skins, deer skins, and the like. Is that enough? The big man next to him hugged his elbows and looked arrogant. Chapter 165, Anything else is okay. Rorschach knew that primitive people were not good at math, and they didn't know anything about math, but they still knew the most basic counting. They knew very well whether there were enough animal skins here, and they just wanted to take advantage of it. It is normal for large tribes to bully and suppress small tribes. The weak will be beaten. Rorschach hesitated, looked at Eagle Claw, and smiled. If Chief Eagle Claw says enough is enough, then there will definitely be no problem. Eagle Claw felt a little strange. It was obviously not him who was talking to her, but she was looking at him while talking, which made him feel uncomfortable. I feel a strange sense of dishonor. He stepped forward and counted the number himself. In fact, he knew the number clearly in his heart, but he felt that only by pretending like this could he maintain his image as the powerful patriarch of a large tribe. After counting, he angrily scolded his own people. The number is wrong. 10 skins are counted as 1 deer skin, which adds up to 7. How did you count them? The Eagle tribe members are feeling aggrieved. Isn't this something you yourself know, Chief? But he didn't dare to argue and just agreed silently. Baidahu snorted. The Eagle tribe is so poor now. The Eagle tribe members were furious and said, You loser, how dare you say that? Another said, So what if we just rob it? After 2 seconds, Eagle Claw said slowly, Don't worry, a tribe as big as ours wouldn't be so cowardly as to rob a woman. He pointed to a tribesman to count the pile of clothes, while he himself looked at the 2 pottery jars. His original intention was to ask for just 1 more jar, but when he saw 2 jars placed in front of him, he immediately became greedy and wanted both. Winter was long, and who knew if he would break 1 jar or both. If he had known that the goddess of the Xiaoxiesong tribe would ask for an extra wild boar, he would have exchanged for 2 more during the gathering. A jar for 2 wild boars. He asked knowingly, wanting to confirm whether Rorschach would change his mind. Rorschach nodded. Yes, it can't be any cheaper. Then 2 pottery jars are equivalent to 4 wild boars or prey of the same size as wild boars, which is really too expensive. A group of strong members of the Eagle tribe all stared at Eagle Claw, waiting for his decision. Eagle Claw pondered for a moment, then looked around, as if he was looking for something, perhaps wanting to know where the tribesmen brought by the Little Pine tribe were. Finally, his gaze fell on Rorschach, and a cunning smile suddenly appeared in his sharp little eyes. If we don't have that many wild boars and want to exchange them for deerskins, how many deerskins would it take for 1 pig? Replace wild boar with deerskin. Rorschach thought about it and realized that her original intention was to get food, but if the food was not so easy to exchange, there was no need to confront the other party. Animal skins can prevent the tribe from freezing to death in winter and are also very important supplies. Then he held out a palm. 5. Can. Unexpectedly, this time Eagle Claw didn't hesitate at all. As soon as Rorschach finished speaking, he agreed without hesitation. Rorschach was stunned for a moment, because 5 deerskins in exchange for a wild boar seemed a bit expensive to her, and Eagle Claw's reaction was a bit strange. Then Eagle Claw rummaged through his body and took out a bunch of bones. Rorschach, I have a feeling that it's hard to tell whether it is good or bad. Sure enough, Eagle Claw carefully counted his bones, pulled the rope and pulled down a handful of them. Do you still remember what you said at the last meeting? Rorschach, money. Yes, is this the kind of bone you want? He handed it over, and Baidahu stepped forward and took the bone, gritting his teeth. Luo Xia didn't rush to speak. She picked up a piece of bone to look at it. Because the light at night was not good enough, she moved closer to the torch of the Eagle tribe. Seeing this, Eagle Claw snatched the torch of the tribe and brought it closer to show her. The bones were beautifully polished, and Rorschach could feel the greasiness on them when he held them in his hands. He didn't know if it was the sweat from his hands or the oil from the prey. They are also animal spines, of suitable size, and each one is polished to be soft, smooth, and shiny. Rorschach made his judgment. This can be used as money. The smile on Eagle Claw's face was visible to the naked eye, as if he had been holding his breath. He was not only happy, but also proud. I still remember what you said at the last gathering. 1 bone can be exchanged for 1 deerskin. We brought 7 deerskins, and I'll use 3 bones to pay for the remaining ones. That's okay, right? Rorschach nodded. That's right. Eagle Claw seemed even more excited and pointed at the 2 pottery jars on the ground. I can also exchange these for bones, right? Rorschach corrected him. You should say you can buy it with money. Bones are money. When you use money to trade, you have to say buy and sell. You buy and I sell, or you sell and I buy. Eagle Claw didn't like to bite when Jew's words, and said impatiently, whether it's buying or exchanging, anyway, I give you the bones, and you give me the jar. He painstakingly calculated. 1 sheep here is equivalent to 1 wild boar. Take it. These 5 bones are 5 deer hides, and 5 deer hides are 1 wild boar. Take it. And these 10 bones are 10 deer hides, which is 2 wild boars. He found that he did not have enough bones, he still needed 4 more. His brain was stuck for a moment, and he did not speak for a long time. He kept his own train of thought, and it was as if his brain would interrupt if he thought of anything else. The tribesman became anxious. Chief, what happened? Eagle Claw clenched his fist and glared at his tribesman. Now, the thoughts he had just sorted out were gone again. Rorschach said, You don't have enough money to buy so much. Just send me another wild boar tomorrow. You can take these clothes and this pottery jar home today. You have to pay me $8. As Rorschach spoke, he took 5 more bones from Eagle Claw's palm, adding them together with the ones in his own hand to make a total of 8. Then he picked up the extra pottery jar and stepped back a few steps, so that the things on both sides were completely separated. Eagle Claw reviewed the situation again with great effort and found that this division was correct. But he still wanted the extra pottery jar in Rorschach's hand. It was right in front of him and within his reach, so he just left it alone. It was not in the straightforward character of a primitive man. He held a few bones in his hand and thought carefully, but he didn't know how to use the remaining bones to exchange for the pottery jar. His gaze was noticed by Rorschach. The clay pot in his arms was very attractive to Eagle Claw, and his eyes gradually began to look angry. We can't do anything dangerous just by ourselves. We have to calm this primitive man's emotions. I still want to buy $4 worth of meat from your tribe. Talon was about to go crazy about the money issue when Rorschach interrupted him. We don't have extra meat for you today. If there was extra meat to give them, they would have dragged it here directly. But if they took another pig out of the tribesmen's mouths, too many people would go hungry, which would seriously affect tomorrow's hunting. Rorschach paused. Then anything else will do. Chapter 166, Successful Transaction. Although the Eagle tribe is a large tribe, it is also very short of supplies. At least the types of supplies that can be used for exchange are very rare. Rorschach asked if there was anything else that could be traded, and Eagle Claw only thought of animal skins. The $4 offered by Rorschach was very tempting to him. With that $4, plus the $6 he had on hand, he could buy the jar. So he hurriedly asked the tribesmen who followed him to return to the tribe and get 4 more deerskins. After a while, the 4 vertebrae returned to his hands. Then he rubbed the 10 vertebrae reluctantly and gave them all to Rorschach. Rorschach said, Next time I come to your tribe, I can use this money to buy meat and hides from you, right? Eagle Claw successfully made a deal, his face flushed with joy. He patted his chest and assured them, Of course. Don't lose these bones. You can buy things from me next time you come. Baidahu watched the 2 men swapping bones back and forth like they were idiots. He said angrily, Then we'll come back tomorrow and use these bones to trade for meat. Rorschach corrected him. We use this money to buy meat from the Eagle tribe. Baidahu, it's all the same. Eagle Claw said, If you don't sell it, you don't need to come tomorrow. Baidahu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Eagle Claw in front of him as if he was looking at a liar. Eagle Claw said, We have nothing to sell you. Come back when we have something to sell. You. In Baidahu's opinion, this was a robbery. Luoxia held him back and said with a smile, You're right. Buying and selling should be voluntary. If you don't want to sell, I can't buy. So let's end today's transaction here. Eagle Claw waved his hand and asked the tribesmen to pick up the tribe's harvest for the day, then left, leaving behind a burst of laughter. But Rorschach also heard that Eagle Claw's laughter was not entirely mocking, but more out of joy and happiness. Eagle Claw was indeed happy in his heart, and the tribesmen following him could also hear it. One of the tribesmen said, I didn't expect that woman to be so stupid. We just gave her this good thing for a few bones. Another said, I think she is just scared. Eagle Claw angrily said, You know nothing. I bought that with money. The tribesman smiled and said, Yes, yes. Then can we get more bones like that in the future? If this jar breaks again, we can take the bones to the Pine tribe and buy them back. Next time, we can buy 10. Eagle Claw did not agree immediately this time. Instead, He looked at the tribesman who said this with a bit of disgust. The tribesman thought he was playing and taking advantage of the woman. But Eagle Claw had just done a business himself, and he had gone through the entire process in his mind thoroughly. He had a vague idea of what business was all about and what money was all about. That's why he was so happy. But it is not a disguised robbery, as these ignorant people think. If she comes to me with those bones to buy something in the future, I can sell the extra stuff to them. Oh. The tribesmen were puzzled. Eagle Claw was too lazy to explain. Are those ordinary bones? No, those bones can be used as money and can be exchanged for things. During the rally, Eagle Claw was a little irritated. The woman said that the bones he picked up could not be used as money and were just pieces of bones. He was not convinced, but the woman said that if he was willing to use the bone as money, he would have to acknowledge it when she used it to exchange for something else. So even though he was very angry, he threw away the bone he picked up casually. He didn't want the other party to pick up a bone casually to exchange with him. After returning to the tribe, he still remembered this incident clearly. Later, he unknowingly collected some bones of suitable sizes and touched them every day according to what the woman said. He really wanted to see what was different about the bones that could be used as money. It's true, if you touch something for a long time, you will develop feelings for it. At first, I just touched those bones casually, and finally put ropes on them and touched them whenever I had nothing to do. There really are changes. The more I touch it, the more beautiful and smoother it becomes. The more I look at it, the more I like it. I want it to look better every day, and I feel a great sense of accomplishment. If this woman hadn't appeared again, he wouldn't have thought of giving his treasures to anyone. However, thinking that those treasures would miraculously return to his hands one day, he felt that the deal that the woman mentioned was not a bad thing. Eagle Claw said, "If I say that thing can be used to buy something, then it can be used to buy something. If I make a promise, then I must keep it." The people from the Eagle tribe had been gone for a long time, and Baidahu stayed quietly nearby for a long time to make sure they were not being monitored. Rorschach opened the space, and several people moved the things into the space as quickly as possible, and then left the original place, of course returning to a hidden place where it was convenient to get to the salt water. Since there was no ceramic jar to store the salt used to make table salt, Rorschach covered the inside of a basket with linen and put the salt into the basket. After several days and nights of continuous boiling over the fire, the salt now fills 2 large baskets. Compared with the initial time when the baskets were filled with salty stones, there is a world of difference. Everyone's excitement about boiling salt has worn off, and it has become a numb, repetitive task. Ahe went over and grabbed a handful of salt, letting it fall through his fingers back into the basket. She was in a good mood, but looking at so much salt she doubted she would be able to finish it before she died. It's strange to say, but I used to be very fond of rocks with salt in them. Whenever I got a piece, I would put it in my mouth and suck on it for a long time. When it had no taste, I would break it apart, bite it into pieces, and hold it in my mouth until there was really no taste at all. Now that there are more of these things, I feel that they are just SOSO. Putting a pinch of salt in your mouth doesn't taste good. It's so salty that it tastes bitter. Magic. Rorschach, how long do we have to cook the salt? Rorschach placed the bones he had obtained from Eagle Claw into a ceramic bowl and replied, "We'll be heading back in 2 days. Can this salt really be exchanged for food?" Ahe was a little unsure. She didn't know how much effect salt had on humans. She only knew that adding some salt to the food she ate every day did make it taste much better, but it would become a habit if she ate it for too long. Once you get used to it, you can no longer judge the original value of this thing. When the white tiger heard Ahe talking about exchanging food, he suddenly shot an arrow. The sound of the arrow piercing the air was so obvious that everyone looked over. Baidahu was in a bad mood, and everyone had noticed it long ago. The reason was also very obvious. Rorschach was bullied by the Eagle tribe this time, and a good jar was only exchanged for 10 bones. Although the others were angry, they couldn't say anything. The Eagle tribe was a large tribe, and it was already quite good that they could seriously exchange things. When they were naughty, they would just rob directly, and often they would lose both the things and the people. Besides, it was Rorschach who first started the trick of exchanging bones for things, so there is nothing much to say. Chapter 167, To Be Stronger. Rorschach looked at him. "Are you still angry? What's there to be angry about?" Baidahu didn't say anything and shot another arrow. He was angry at Talon first, then at Rorschach, and finally at himself. "It was because I was too weak and my tribe was too weak that Eagle Claw bullied me without fear, and I didn't dare to resist. It's really hateful." Rorschach guessed he was still mad about exchanging bones for pottery jars, and said, "That's how business works. You can buy what you want with the money, but if the other party won't sell, there's nothing you can do. It has to be based on mutual consent. Would you like him to take the pot in exchange for his bones?" Baidahu stared at her. From beginning to end, He felt that Luo Xia had no choice but to do so. The pit she had dug before had now trapped herself in it. In such a situation where the strength was completely unbalanced, she had to suffer in silence. Rorschach nodded. Yes. The seeds he had sown before were not without any response. From the bones, it could be seen that Eagle Claw still cared about the money and the things he had traded, so he spent time and energy on the bones. He even spent the money on his own initiative when they met again. What surprised her was that Eagle Claw actually grasped the essence, which is the principle of voluntariness. If you don't want to sell it, don't sell it. If there is nothing to sell, don't sell it. It's a matter of course. This is the confidence of a big tribe. Although he didn't get the food he wanted, Rorschach was still happy. Baidahu didn't understand. When the two people passed the broken bones back and forth, he felt it was very strange. So bones are so interesting? At that time, both Rorschach and Talon were very devoted to exchanging bones, as if they were some good thing. Rorschach said, of course it's fun. It's just like playing a game. To an uninformed bystander, the person playing the game looks like a fool. Only the person playing the game knows the fun and immerses themselves in it. Game. Well, games are actions that people find fun. Baidahu said. You said it's voluntary, but what if they don't want to do it in the future? Is Eagle Claw a man of his word? Baidahu nodded. Yes. But I don't know if he regards this as a promise. I think he means it. The relevant promises entered his heart at the time of the gathering. So when he burned the ordinary bones and spent so much time on polishing those bones, what he said had already entered his deep consciousness and was accepted by him. Of course you're right. Maybe in the future, even if they have extra things, they're willing to exchange them with others, but not with us. Although it's hateful, from the perspective of business, there's nothing wrong with it. Baidahu. So they are just a few useless bones. What I said above is only a small possibility, unless the Eagle tribe has a deep hatred for us and is deliberately targeting us. In any case, the use of money is inevitable. However, our tribe is still too small. Everyone was trying to digest Rorschach's words when she suddenly made a sharp turn, leaving everyone confused. Baidahu understood the meaning of this. That's right. If our tribe was big enough, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Rorschach nodded, having already made a decision in his heart to continue expanding his tribe. Being a large tribe has advantages in every way. For example, during the rally, Rorschach wanted to spread the concept of money and promote the use of money. The Song tribe was too small at the time, and she knew she couldn't push the idea forward on her own, so she set her sights on the Eagle tribe. She conveyed her ideas to the Eagle tribe, hoping they would promote it. It has been proven that it is effective. Although the progress is slow, it will become more and more popular sooner or later. But this time, his tribe faced the Eagle tribe alone, without the protection of the gathering, and he could more truly realize that primitive people are always primitive people, and the barbaric part is far greater than the civilized part. It is always the case that the weak will be bullied, and now it is even more natural and justified. Even the emergence of money and trade was more to serve large tribes. In the past, there were only a few dozen people in my tribe, and there were some things we couldn't do. But now it's different. There are more than 200 people, and the things we can do vary greatly depending on our strength. Make your tribe as big as the Eagle tribe and take the initiative. When the time comes, I can use the few dollars given by Eagle Claw to buy things, and I won't have to worry about whether they keep their promise. Do we really have to use this money? If everyone starts exchanging bones for things, it will be a mess. Ahe sighed. She didn't understand the money issue during the rally, and she still didn't understand it now. She looked at those bones. Although they were a little different, it was not something that could not be found. On the contrary, they were too easy to obtain. Everyone hid a few bones and touched them around, and then came to her own tribe to exchange for things. Then when her own tribe asked them to exchange things, they were unwilling to do so. Isn't this a mess? My own tribe is suffering a lot of losses. Rorschach said, we can also choose not to sell them. But as you said, Mom, it's very likely that everyone will make bones like this to make money. But it doesn't matter. When a problem arises, there must be a solution. Chaos is an inevitable part of development. In the future, gold and silver will be used as currency. These metals are scarce and not easy to obtain. Later, paper money appeared, but at this time there was state control and private coinage was illegal. This also ensured that money would not be misused and abused, and guaranteed its value as a medium of exchange. There is no way to find rare metals such as gold and silver now, nor can we require members of every tribe to not produce them privately. But there is no need to be perfect now. It is unrealistic and useless. After all, it is impossible to teach someone to build an airplane by letting him actually touch a real airplane at the beginning. Our ancestors had to first understand the meaning of buying and selling and get used to the use of money before confusion and conflicts would arise. At that time, we could just deal with the confusion and conflicts. As for what my mother said, does this money have to be used? Of course, although it doesn't seem to have much effect at the moment, and bartering seems to be fine, it will be too late to convey the concept of money when you need money in the future. Everyone seemed to understand, but not quite. Baidahu asked, "Are you going to look for Eagle Claw again tomorrow?" "No, we've already gotten a lot from them. I always feel unsafe if I continue to trade with them. Wait until the tribe becomes strong, then come back." 2 days later, everyone packed up the traces left by the salt lake and set off for home. On the way home, we would visit other tribes. The first goal was to exchange for food, and the second goal was to exchange for warm animal skins. Each tribe only makes one transaction and leaves after that. The same advice applied to the Eagle tribe applies to other tribes as well. They should hurry up and collect edible wild grasses, dry them and store them. In winter, they can be boiled in a pot and swallowed like fresh grass to fill their stomachs. This will ensure that more tribesmen survive and prevent them from suffering from hunger in winter. All 4 pots were sold. Chapter 168, used for brewing. Coincidentally, on the way, they met the man who had exchanged strange plants with their tribe at the gathering. When I met this man, he was not in the tribe, but was searching everywhere around his tribe. When he saw Rorschach, the man seemed particularly excited and ran over without any fear. "You are that woman." Baidahu thought he was standing too close, so he stretched out his arm and pushed him back. "That's perfect. Go back and ask your tribe leader if he wants to trade with us for a clay pot." Baidahu briefly and concisely explained the relationship between the pottery jar, weeds, and winter in a clear and concise manner. The man understood as soon as he heard it, and his eyes were full of surprise. "Wait here for me, I'll be right there." He turned around and was about to run back, but was called back by Baidahu. "Tell your chief that if you want the clay pot, bring 2 wild boars to this place tomorrow. We are going back to our own people now." The man was a little reluctant when he heard this. "Are you going back now? Why don't you stay here for the night?" Rorschach saw the clear look of a foodie in the man's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you looking for here?" "Something to eat." The man shook the grass roots in his hand. After talking, we learned that this man was not considered strong in the tribe and received very little food every day. Fortunately, he was good at finding edible plants to satisfy his hunger. Luo Xia's heart moved, and he asked, "Do you want to come to our tribe?" Now it was the man's turn to be stunned. Then he shook his head. "That won't work. I have my own tribe." The men had to return to their tribes before dark. Baidahu was puzzled. "Why did you ask him to come to our tribe?" The man just now was obviously not a strong man. He himself said that the food he received in the tribe was very little, which showed that his ability was average. Rorschach said, "But he's very good at finding food." She also wanted the man to help her find some bamboo. She had walked so far in the forest and hadn't seen any bamboo growing anywhere. Baidahu was disdainful. How could digging wild vegetables be considered good at finding food? But he still said, "If you really want him to come to our tribe, when you meet with their tribe leader tomorrow, just exchange things with them." A man who was a drag on the tribe could even be exchanged for 2 deerskins. It would have been the same if he had just knocked the woman unconscious and taken her back, but primitive people did not have this habit. They were only used to knocking out lone women and taking them back. Is this okay? What if he doesn't want to? Luo Xia thought that if he brought an outsider back to his tribe and caused trouble, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Baidahu didn't care. As long as his tribe leader agrees to the exchange, he will no longer be a member of this tribe. If he doesn't go back with us, he will have to find another tribe. It's not easy for him to find a new tribe. That's what we'll do. So the next day, Rorschach exchanged the man for a wild boar. Just as Baidahu said, the man who made the exchange willingly went with them. "Since I'm here, I might as well take the bamboo that Rorschach wants back with me." The bamboo forest grew near the men's tribe, under a valley, and it was a very large area. Rorschach selected suitable tools from the space and gave them to everyone, asking them to choose thick bamboos and cut them down from the roots. After cutting them down, they should cut them into lengths of about 1 meter and be careful not to break the bamboo. While everyone was busy, Luo Xia wandered around, using her feet to push away the dead leaves on the ground. She was hoping to find 1 or 2 bamboo shoots, but was disappointed. This season was indeed not the time for bamboo shoots to grow. When she came back, she caught a glimpse of the new member of the tribe still trying hard to cut down the bamboo, but it was obvious that the effect was not very good. The flexible bamboo produced a greater reaction force under his great strength and shook violently. Luo Xia wanted to go up and ask him to adjust his movements, but she saw that Baidahu and the others did it very well, and it didn't seem that difficult. But as soon as she walked over there, the new tribesman immediately exerted greater strength, and the poor bamboo swayed so violently that it almost hit Rorschach. Luo Xia jumped to the side and heard Bai Dahu growl behind him. After hearing this shout, everyone stopped. Bai Dahu looked at the man and said, "Be careful, or I'll kill you." The man shrank his neck and stood there, not daring to move. Luo Xia said, "Bai Dahu, don't be mean to him. Teach him how to do it." Bai Dahu lowered his head and continued, slashing twice before shouting at the man, "What are you still standing there for? Come over here and watch." The man trotted over hurriedly, and Rorschach followed. There was a stone axe in the space, which was given to the new tribesman for use. Bai Dahu himself used a piece of stone with a thin and sharp edge that had not been processed separately, and the place where he held it was padded with animal skin. He hit the same spot on the bamboo root quickly and repeatedly with small amplitudes, and soon a cut appeared. He then continued to chisel around in circles. "Got it. Take this and use it." After Bai Dahu finished demonstrating, he gave the stone chip in his hand to the man and took the stone axe from the other's hand. "Go chop over there." "Well." The man grabbed the stone and walked away quickly. Rorschach looked at his back and thought, this man was not like this before coming to his tribe. He must be too nervous. Moreover, he was extremely obedient, and his fawning behavior was too obvious. Because they didn't want to reveal the existence of the space to him, their hands and feet would be tied and his head covered every time he entered the space. He could lie there motionless all night, and would only dare to speak cautiously when he had to go to the bathroom. The same is true when we do things in our daily lives. Even if we put in 120% of our effort, sometimes we will inevitably overdo it and achieve the opposite effect. At first, Rorschach thought it was normal for him to be so obedient, but then he gradually started to think more about it. Could there be something wrong with him working so hard? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? He feels stupid. Bai Dahu looked up and said, "The most he could get in exchange for was half a pig, but you gave him one." "Rorschach, is it because I gave him too much affection that he overexpressed himself? What are you going to do with these bamboos?" "Winemaking." Bai Dahu was stunned. This was the second time he heard this word. Rorschach had mentioned it once before. Just drinking something that makes people feel happy. Rorschach was surprised. "How did you know?" "You said it yourself." Rorschach no longer remembered what he had said and nodded. "That's right. Take it back and make fruit wine to drink in winter." Bai Dahu nodded. "Okay." Chapter 169 Specialties. The cut bamboos were tied with straw ropes and put into the space. There were less than 100 pieces, which was completely enough for now and could not be used up. We encountered heavy rain on the way back. After the rain, the roads in the forest were difficult to walk on. They were wet and slippery. But those juicy mushrooms all popped out. In the past, Rorschach didn't pick mushrooms for fear of poisoning. These wild mushrooms were really beyond her knowledge. But now she has a clay pot. More importantly, she saw the new tribe members picking these mushrooms, which meant that this freak was very likely to know which ones were edible and which ones were not. Rorschach immediately decided to pick some mushrooms along the way. The man was very happy and pointed out which mushrooms were edible. His information was basically consistent with the little knowledge Rorschach knew. Beautiful mushrooms are almost all poisonous, and those ugly, gray mushrooms are mostly edible. When asked how men know what they can and cannot eat, their answers are quite straightforward. We can taste the things that grow in the soil to see if they are edible. We can also eat the things that animals can eat. If we don't see animals eating them, we can taste them ourselves. How to taste it? Just take a light lick, and if it tastes bitter and numb, there is probably something wrong with it. But you have to wait a while to make a final judgment. If there is no problem after a while, then it is edible. When you are unsure, just lick it a few more times and try a few more times. Because he has tried so many times, the man now has a skill. For most plants, he only needs to lick them to judge whether they are edible or not. He doesn't need to wait for a long time. This was a question about the man's expertise, and he excitedly talked a lot. Rorschach also became excited. He thought that exchanging a wild boar for it was a great deal. This was the talent he was looking for. "Give yourself a name," Rorschach said. The man was embarrassed. "They all called us stupid." The tribesmen looked down on him for digging weeds all day long to fill his stomach. His way of digging wild grass to satisfy hunger is a little different from others. He loves it, not just to fill his stomach. This also made him, who was not very outstanding, well known in the tribe, and gave him this name. "Brother Mu, when you come to our tribe, go out with the women to gather food. Led everyone in gathering the delicious food." Mutu was also a little surprised when he heard this. Holding a large handful of mushrooms, he asked, "Are you not exchanging me for meat?" Bai Dahu said disdainfully, "What delicious food do you have? Hurry up and get back to work." He dropped a handful of mushrooms into the basket Rorschach was carrying. Rorschach laughed. "Our tribe doesn't eat people." Then I'm relieved. The wood became visibly lighter. How could he know why the goddess of the Song tribe wanted to exchange him for a wild boar? After thinking about it, he didn't feel that he was of any special use. Then an idea flashed through my mind. Maybe these people were worried that they would run out of food along the way and leave me waiting. This is not impossible. Looking at the 5 people in this group, there is only one strong man and one strong middle-aged woman, and the others are not capable of hunting. And everything about him was strange. For example, they tied him up at night, which was clearly a strategy to prevent the prey from escaping. There is another strange thing. When they are traveling during the day, the woman named Song Haofu and Song Duozi are almost invisible, but they appear in the morning and evening when they are having dinner. It is very strange, but it scared him a lot. He also thought about escaping, but didn't know where to escape. Moreover, he was greedy for a bite of the meat cooked in the clay pot, so he kept following it with a hopeful hope. Now I finally heard this goddess say that she was not doing it to eat his flesh. Now Mutu no longer had any psychological burden, and he was more motivated to collect materials along the way. They were responsible for collecting, and Luo Xia was responsible for carrying the basket for them. When the basket was full, Bai Dahu blocked Mu's view, and Luo Xia quickly put the collected harvest into the space. The journey back for several people was longer, but also more fulfilling. Before they arrived at the tribal guards discovered them, so when they were still a long way from the tribe, the elders and children of the tribe came out to greet them. Changshuo's father was so excited that he cried and sobbed. They walked for a long time this time. Every day he picked up a wooden stick to save. He had saved more than 20 wooden sticks in total. He hadn't dared to get a full night's sleep for a long time. Rorschach was also relieved, as long as he saw everyone was there. There haven't been any major changes in the tribe. During the days that Rorschach and his companions were away, the tribe was peaceful, and everyone went out hunting and gathering as usual every day. With young people like Song Dai, Song Gang, and Lao Chi taking charge, there has been no internal strife in the tribe. The only thing that surprised everyone was that the deer tribe had come once before, but this time they didn't say anything, just walked around and went back without stealing anything. I don't know what it's for. There were some other small things. Some seeds in the vegetable garden were ripe, and the children carefully picked the seeds and gave them to the old grandmother for safekeeping. The pheasants raised in the tribe started laying eggs, and the eggs made Changshuo's father a little embarrassed. The pheasants in the circle are all from the same family, so laying an egg is no big deal. To them, this is the same as giving birth to a child. So after hesitating for a while, Changshuo Aba decided to put the pheasant eggs away and wait for Rorschach's decision, and not hatch the chicks. This incident also made Changshuo's father realize that he couldn't just keep raising these chickens forever. He had to find roosters and hens for them from outside like humans did. So the women were told that when they went out to collect pheasants, if they came across a pheasant nest, they should not forget to bring back a few eggs. They actually brought back 2 nests, but I don't know if they are the same breed, but they are definitely eggs. Changshuo Aba led everyone to hold the eggs against their stomachs and hatch them. In addition, there were 2 more livestock in the tribe, which had not yet been tamed and were tied up in the pen. From what I heard, everything was fine and there was no trouble. After talking about the tribe, everyone stared at the wood. It doesn't make sense that Rorschach and his friends brought a man back from this trip. Rorschach explained that this man was exchanged from another tribe and would be a member of the Song tribe in the future, named Mutu. As soon as Mutu stepped in his Song tribe, he had an incredible feeling about this place. This feeling comes from those houses, and from the warm eyes and smiles of the elderly and children in the tribe. He felt that this tribe was different from his previous tribe. The old people at the bottom of these tribes are in a very different state. They should be staggering, hunched over, with sad faces and lifeless appearance. But he liked this feeling, as if a useless person like him could hold his head up here with confidence. Chapter 170. Deal with the snake tribe first. In the evening, the tribe dances to celebrate. The leadership team breathed a sigh of relief after knowing the real situation. Rorschach and his companions had originally said that they would be back in 20 days at most, but it took a few days longer. Some people were worried, fearing that something might have happened to them while they were away. Fortunately, most of the tribesmen below were unaware of the situation. They didn't know that the 2 biggest pillars of the tribe were gone, so they just went about their daily routine without any other thoughts. Because I didn't know, I didn't quite understand why we had to celebrate in the evening. After all, we had harvested very little today and had to eat grass again. But this does not mean that they are unwilling to celebrate. They like to dance and roar with joy. The firelight makes them feel dazed and happy, as if all their worries and fears have disappeared at that moment. What's more, the tribe is now full of the original deer tribe members. They have suffered the pain of emptiness and suffering for a period of time without the protection of gods, and are very satisfied with their current life. Even if they still eat grass, it tastes better than before. Because the tribesmen had harvested little prey today, Luo Xia also took out the rabbits, roe deer, pheasants, etc. in the space and shared them with the people below. After all, it was a celebration and everyone wanted to taste some meat. She exchanged these small prey for pottery jars, one pot for 2 wild boars, but many tribes simply could not provide 2 wild boars at once, so they piled up the small prey to offset 1 wild boar. Ahe felt a little reluctant to give up the prey he had finally obtained on this trip, and he had to eat it as soon as he got back. It was originally prepared for the winter. But when she thought of the animals in the pen, she felt relieved. He laughed and said, "I see that pig's belly is getting really big. It's going to give birth soon. This means that they will soon have more livestock." Rorschach was also very happy and curiously guessed how many piglets a pig gave birth to. But everyone is not clear about this. They just know that it is much more numerous than human life. Several small leaders who were promoted from the original deer tribe also became active and could easily and naturally become brothers with the original leaders. One was called Dafeng, one was called Huomiao, and the other was called Lujiao. Some people already had names, and some later came to the Song tribe and learned that the rule of the Song tribe was that everyone must have their own name, so they chose it themselves. Rorschach intentionally or unintentionally asked them about the situation of the deer tribe. Primitive people don't have so many schemes. When they see the goddess in the tribe asking questions, they naturally want to tell her everything they know. Ahe said, "I heard that they came to our tribe a few days ago. Could it be that they wanted to steal our things?" As she spoke, she stared at the new little bosses. Several people felt a little embarrassed. They were not emotionally delicate, but they were not without emotion. After all, the deer tribe was their hometown, and those people were once their most trusted and precious tribesmen. Although they had already left the tribe, the time was too short for them to forget everything. Huomiao said, "They don't dare to come and rob us. We are members of the Song tribe now, and we won't let anyone take our things away." This was exactly what Ahe wanted to hear, and he seemed a little happy. "That's right. You are now members of the Song tribe. If you betray your tribe, the Song god will not forgive you." Baidahu looked at Luo Xia, who was thinking about something with his head down. The 7th brother suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Let's celebrate too." The fire, which had been a little quiet, became lively again, and everyone got up happily. Luo Xia never danced with others, but she was soon pulled up by Lao Qi, who led her to jump and dance without thinking. Luo Xia tried to break free, but Lao Qi was very strong, so she let him go and followed everyone in circles, gradually starting to blend into their dance steps. On a hot evening at the end of summer, with a blazing bonfire and simple dance steps, I was sweating all over in a short while, but the amazing thing was that I felt so good. There is a reason why the tribesmen like to celebrate. I don't know how long they danced, but Baidahu squeezed into the crowd and pulled her out. Rorschach breathed in the cool air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You are very happy today," Baidahu said. "I haven't seen her celebrating with the tribesmen before." "Happy? It would be even better if I had a drink." Her throat was dry from dancing, but she still felt she hadn't had enough. She had never felt such pure and simple joy since she came to ancient times. "We'll go ask the deer tribe tomorrow if they want to join us." Baidahu said that he had noticed her thoughts when Luo Xia asked about the situation of the deer tribe. However, when Luo Xia was dragged to dance later, he was still thinking about this matter. Rorschach fanned himself with his hands, staring at the moon above the dark shadows of the forest and thinking for a moment. "No." Baidahu was stunned. "Not going? Then, does this mean that we should just ignore the deer tribe, or just take people over and destroy the deer tribe directly?" Rorschach added, "Let's go to the snake tribe first." All the people of the deer tribe gathered together. Even though they had changed their beliefs, they still had deeper connections with each other, and they were afraid that some of them had ambitions. So it would be safer to go to the snake tribe first and incorporate the snake tribe into your own tribe. The next morning, Rorschach made his decision to the leadership team by the fire. In order to make the Song tribe stronger, they needed more people. These more people are the snake people. The air was cool in the early morning. After Rorschach finished speaking, everyone around the fire looked at her blankly, obviously confused. Then everyone looked at each other, and Songdae and others decided not to say anything. Whatever Rorschach said was what they believed. Although they didn't know how to do it, they believed that Rorschach knew. The members of the Yuanlu tribe seemed unsure. The snake tribe is a little too far away from the Song tribe. Although it is a small tribe, the Song tribe is not a real big tribe at present. If the two sides fight, the Song tribe probably won't gain much advantage. At this time, Dafeng hesitated and said, "If we want to make our tribe stronger, we don't need to ask the snake tribe. We can ask the deer tribe. Maybe they would be willing." The eyes of the other people lit up, and they also expressed their willingness to go back to the deer tribe and persuade the remaining members to join the pine tribe. They have been here for some time. As long as they abandon the memories of the first few days, the rest are all good. They have a new god, a home, and live a stable life. They are full of confidence in the Song tribe and hope that their original tribesmen can live a better life. Luo Xia smiled and said, "No rush. The Deer tribe is your original tribe. I don't want to force them. Let them think about it themselves. Let's deal with the Snake tribe first." After incorporating the Snake tribe into the Pine tribe, and then incorporating the remaining Deer tribe members, the members from the two tribes can check and balance each other, so there is no need to worry too much about one side wanting to become the leader. Chapter 171, Hawk. As for how to make the Snake tribe live well and join other tribes, Rorschach's strategy is to keep the eagle awake. The Snake tribe now has a population slightly smaller than that of the Pine tribe, but not much smaller. However, the Pine tribe has an advantage in the number of young people. This means that if it were a simple fight, the Song tribe would not lose. But the Song tribe traveled thousands of miles to an unfamiliar environment to fight with the local indigenous people, which involved other factors. The final result was likely to be a lose-lose situation, and it was uncertain who would win or lose. Even if the Song tribe won, the remaining people, minus the casualties, might be as numerous as the original Song tribe, which would go against Rorschach's original intention of increasing the population of the Song tribe. Besides, even if those defeated snake people were brought back, who knows whether they would accumulate resentment in their hearts. Violence won't work anyway. So Rorschach thought about it for a whole night and came up with this dirty trick. Baidahu was very suspicious about this, wondering if Rorschach was being stupid again, but with so many people around the campfire, he wouldn't ask directly. That is, we should go to the Snake tribe every 3 to 5 days and ask them if they are willing to join our tribe. He asked, full of suspicion. Doing this feels really stupid. Wouldn't it be better to just do it if you have the time? Rorschach, don't ask them if they want to join us. Ask them when they will join us. Aren't they all the same? Baidahu frowned. Rorschach, no, the effect is completely different. Language is powerful. A difference of one word can cause completely different psychological pressure on people. Although primitive people did not understand any psychological theories, it did not mean that they did not feel psychological pressure. Of course, the operation is very important. It is difficult for Rorschach to explain psychological pressure to everyone, but the term eagle watching can be explained. The meaning of training an eagle is that a person wants to tame an eagle, so he keeps staring at the eagle. If he can persist until the eagle turns away first because it is afraid of the human gaze, it means that the eagle has shown weakness and surrendered, and the work of taming the eagle is successfully completed. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Someone asked, has anyone really done that? Rorschach confirmed, yes. Everyone sighed. The birds of prey flying in the sky could sometimes carry away children. They were not creatures to be trifled with. Moreover, humans had no way to deal with them. They could throw stones and wooden spears, but most of the time, they couldn't even knock down a feather from them. Baidahu said, why bother taming an eagle? Those birds don't have much meat, unlike pigs and sheep. Rorschach, to aid hunting. Well, that's not the point. What I mean is, we treat the Snake tribe the same way. As long as we keep forcing them, one day they will surrender like the eagle. After saying this, everyone seemed to understand a little bit, but they still felt it was very mysterious and a bit out of touch. Rorschach also didn't want each of them to identify with him or to further strengthen their confidence. She took Baidahu and gave him some special treatment. Every time we go to the Snake tribe, we make sure all the young men from the Pine tribe go with us, so that we can have the momentum and intimidate the other side. Of course, Baidahu must be the leader. The domineering aura he brought from the Eagle tribe is very useful, and he is definitely the best candidate to train the eagles. Rorschach taught him specific methods. First of all, when you go to the Snake tribe, if the other party does not take action, your own tribe should not take action either. Even if you do take action, you must be careful about the degree of the attack and not push the other party into a desperate fight with them. Then, every time they went, they had to go a step further than the last time, breaking down the psychological defenses of the Snake tribe step by step, making them think that their tribe was weaker than the Song tribe. Finally, we also did some ideological construction for the Song tribe to lay a psychological foundation for them to willingly join the Song tribe. That is, there is also a hierarchical and subordinate relationship among the gods. Snakes hide in the grass and seek the shelter of the grass, and the same is true in the world of gods. After listening to all this, Baidahu was lost in thought and muttered to himself, so the god of plants and trees is so powerful. He had always thought that the animal gods were powerful and did not think much of the plant and tree gods. After all, plants and trees did not move or make any noise, and allowed all other things to bully them. After Rorschach said this, he really understood. Rorschach. Yes, that's a god born directly from Mother Earth. Luo Xia didn't expect that Bai Dahu really took her words seriously. She almost laughed, but soon felt that there was nothing funny. These beliefs of primitive people were not funny, but sacred. She answered this question seriously. The next day, Bai Dahu, who was fully prepared, led the men of his tribe to attack the snake tribe for the first time. They would not be able to return for at least one night. That night, the Song tribe still had a bonfire, but it seemed very deserted. Not only was it deserted, but there was also a feeling of insecurity. This sense of insecurity is even stronger than before when there were only a dozen or dozens of people in the tribe. Rorschach thought about it and concluded that this was probably because he was used to the feeling of having many men protecting him in his tribe. Or maybe it was because when there were fewer people in the tribe, she could use the space to ensure everyone's safety. But now that there are more people, she has no way to ensure everyone's safety. She looked at the edge of the clearing, where the dark forest lay, full of unknown dangers and open to the sky. Should we take some protective measures, such as building a wall or something? This idea had appeared in her mind before. She thought that if the tribe could be built into a fortress, it would be so stable. But this thought only flashed through my mind. The idea just seemed great when it suddenly popped up, but it is actually very difficult to implement. After building a protective wall, it is difficult to judge whether it is a fortress to defend against foreign enemies or a cage that is self-defeating, because there is very little food stored in the tribe. Even if all the food in their own space is taken out for food, it will not last long. On the contrary, the enemies outside can move freely. If they persist, they can be caught in the trap, and it will be difficult for the Song people to escape. Besides, building a protective wall, whether it is made of stone, wood, or mud, must be of a certain scale, which will consume a lot of manpower. Not to mention when there were few people in Song tribe in the past, it is still a huge project even now. However, this major project was difficult to start for a simple reason. Food was in short supply. Although the upper echelons of the tribe were well fed and even had some left over, in fact, 80% of the tribesmen were still hungry. They would not spend time on things like building city walls. Even if it could really defend against foreign enemies, the invasion of foreign enemies was just an uncertain event that might come or not. But hunger is different. If you don't go hunting and gathering for one day, someone will definitely starve to death. Chapter 172, I'll look for it next time. In short, when they have no time to take care of other things, humans tend to concentrate their energy on dealing with imminent and life-threatening situations. Now the most urgent and critical issue for primitive people is the problem of having enough food to eat. When there is no way to deal with uncertain dangers, we will just forget about them. For example, in the case of foreign invasion, we will only think about solving the problem immediately when we really encounter it. As for the situation of wild beast invasion, it was not the main consideration of primitive people. Places where humans gather are also places that wild beasts fear, and it is rare for wild beasts to actively attack human tribes. Rorschach had previously tacitly accepted this situation. Indeed, eating was a major problem that everyone faced every day. If anything happened, he could use his own space to provide temporary shelter for his people. But now things have changed. As the number of tribe members increased, the protection of space became insignificant. Moreover, the Song tribe has gained a lot of attention this year, and their name has been heard in many tribes. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and the Song tribe is obviously the one that sticks its head out. Now that food is still plentiful, other tribes may be too busy hunting to think about anything else. But in autumn and winter, hunting and gathering become extremely difficult. When forced to do so, some tribes may have evil intentions and bully the weak. The Song tribe is not weak now, but it is more attractive to more tribes than when it was weak before. Many tribes knew that this tribe produced pottery pots, and the method of cooking grass in pottery pots as the main food was also spread from the Song tribe. This inevitably leads other tribes to have more fantasies about the Song tribe, and they would speculate that the Song tribe would have more food or other ways to survive the harsh winter, or they would think that the Song tribe had more stored food. In the past, we only worried about the nearby tribes, but now we have to be on guard against even the more distant tribes. Rorschach did not regret letting the story of the clay pot spread. After all, he couldn't hide forever. But since this is the case, we must be prepared. Preventive measures must be taken, but how? The project cannot be too large and should consume as little manpower as possible, because the food collection project cannot be stopped for a day, especially now. If everyone is asked to stop hunting or gathering for a day, people will inevitably panic. However, Song tribe now also has a great advantage. Changes in food structure, an increase in population, and the widespread use of bows and arrows have greatly alleviated the pressure on the Song tribe. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard my mother Ahe sigh. Rorschach came back to his senses and asked, "Mom, why are you sighing?" Ahe was filled with worry and confusion. He said, "I can't understand why our group is so crowded now, but it's worse than when we were smaller. Back then, everyone could have enough to eat. Not only did they have enough to eat, but they also had a lot of food left over. For example, last winter, more than a dozen people in the tribe didn't go hungry at all that winter." Xia thought about it and felt a little emotional. It was true, but this is not something difficult to understand. Last winter, I used the space to lead my tribe to hunt, and those bighorn deer helped them get through the entire winter. Later, when the weather got warmer, men were still the main hunters. With fewer people, they had to take greater risks and even risk their lives to hunt. Now that there are more people, there is no need to gamble with your life. We value the safety of our tribe members more. In the past, only a few people were forced to hunt large prey, but now more than a dozen or even dozens of people are going to hunt the same prey. Isn't the harvest small? There is no other way. After all, there are not many men like Baidahu who are strong and have excellent leadership skills. Most tribesmen need a large number of people. Even so, having more people shows a great advantage in tribal battles. In addition, Rorschach's plan is to develop into planting and domestication in the future, so it is still necessary to expand the size of the tribe. Rorschach smiled and said, "When one day we can grow our own food, everyone will have more food to eat." Ahe hummed reluctantly. She knew that Luo Xia wanted to grow those wild vegetables by himself. Everyone listened to her and carried out every task Luo Xia instructed very seriously. However, Ahe still couldn't figure out that besides being easy to pick, how many wild vegetables would he need to grow to feed the entire tribe? If you think about it this way, the forest is bigger, which means you need to walk farther each time you go to pick fruits. But you can pick fruits in one place and then go to another place. Speaking of what he had planted, Rorschach suddenly had an idea and turned his head to look in the direction of the wood. After Mutu arrived at the Pine tribe, he went out to collect with the women as arranged by Rorschach, so the men did not take him with them when they went to the Snake tribe this time. This boy was never a dull one to begin with, and now he is even more outgoing and has become friends with the women in the tribe. Luo Xia came to find him and sat down by the fire. The tribesmen who were chatting and laughing were stunned for a second. Luo Xia was usually very kind in the tribe, but she was the goddess in the highest position after all, and everyone was in awe of her. "Brother Mu, do you know any plants whose roots are edible?" "The roots are edible. I know that too." Zhao Laochi came over and sat next to Luo Xia, saying happily, "It's sweetroot grass. I love it the most. This is indeed a plant whose roots are edible, as everyone knows. The stem of this plant is sweet, and so are the roots, which are even sweeter. However, the roots have many short and thin hairs, which are not very interesting." Rorschach said, "I'm looking for plants with thick roots beneath the soil. They won't taste like that many roots when eaten. They might be soft or crispy." When Mutu heard this, his heart skipped a beat, as if he had found an idea. But he answered honestly, "I haven't really paid attention to this. I can look for it next time. Because there are so many plants in the forest, it is impossible to taste all of them, and I haven't thought about trying those that I can't see." This reminded Rorschach that he could pull out those plants in the future to see what their roots looked like, and maybe he could find some delicious ones. Coming to Song Tribe, he finally came to a place where he didn't have to go hunting under pressure and could do what he was good at. And Rorschach didn't ask him to collect a lot of wild vegetables every day, but asked him to pick the delicious wild vegetables with the roots and give them to her. It is said that Rorschach wants to plant those plants. The Song Tribe also has its own vegetable garden, which is full of various wild vegetables. Mutu likes this vegetable garden very much. Generally speaking, the vegetables planted in this garden are all the wild vegetables that he appreciates. However, none of the new varieties of wild vegetables he collected had appeared in this vegetable garden. Chapter 173 Ask 3 more times. Before going to the Eagle tribe, the tribe was already spinning thread. When Rorschach came back, all the thread had been spun. Each ball of thread was about the same size, and they were just waiting for Rorschach to come back to spin it into cloth. So Rorschach got out her super simple loom made of 3 wooden sticks. The first step is to arrange the lines, which is the most troublesome, but not difficult at all. Tie 2 ropes to each rope ring on the main pole. Pull each rope out to a distance of 3 meters and tie it to the rope rings on the other 2 pieces of wood. When arranging the lines, have someone hold 3 pieces of wood separately and do not move them, so that you can ensure that each rope is the same length as much as possible. After the lines are arranged, it becomes a dense area, which looks quite spectacular. Then comes the next step. Rorschach made a shuttle with a thin wooden stick. He polished the surface of the stick to prevent it from rubbing the silk thread, carved a circle of indentations at the end, and tied the rope into it. Almost there. In order to save manpower, the bamboo pole was fixed in a place, but the two people at the other end were indispensable. They needed to loosen and tighten the ropes in turn to create a gap between the two rows of ropes for the shuttle to pass through, thus weaving the separate lines together. After the shuttle passed through, the gap was too large and uneven, so another thin, smooth wooden stick was prepared. Every time the shuttle passed through, the long wooden stick was inserted into the gap and knocked it. Later, they found that this still seemed not ideal, so Rorschach went into the space again and took out the fishbone. The two of them stood at the two ends of the cloth, passing the shuttle to each other, and then pulled the thread end on this side and used the fishbone to push the thread inward. Although it's a bit labor-intensive, it's still relatively fast if a few people work together. After ensuring that several people were able to operate the cloth skillfully, Rorschach handed the weaving work over to a few elderly people and went to other places. Last night, she wanted to build a project to defend against foreign enemies before winter, but she hadn't figured out what it was or how to build it. So walked to the edge of the clearing to find inspiration right there. Seeing her walking towards this side, an old man followed her with weapons. Changsho Abba asked, "Rorschach, are you worried about those men?" The men didn't come back all night, and no one knew what happened. Changsho Aba comforted himself. Nothing will happen to them. Luoxia nodded. She felt relieved to have Bai Dahu leading the team. He turned around and headed towards the open space. The open space was not big, but it could easily accommodate more than 200 people. It was not too small either. If the edges of the open space were to be enclosed, the length would have to be several hundred meters. Even making the simplest wooden fence is not easy. First of all, the wooden fence on the edge of the tribe cannot be made by just picking up a few dead branches and rotten wood. It must be at least strong and must have a certain height. A hole must be dug for each piece of wood, and then the wood must be planted in it to ensure it is firm. The trivial tasks are very time-consuming and require manpower. In addition, the snake tribe must also be taken into consideration. If this really happens, with the addition of nearly 200 people, the open space will become overcrowded, and the wall will have to be expanded, and the workload will be even more difficult to estimate. Seeing Luoxia looking at the open space, Changsho's father said, "While you were away, a few of us old guys made mud bricks and put them over there to dry. With an extra 100 or 200 people, we need to build houses for them. This will help prevent a few people from freezing to death when winter comes. We've also been gathering some leaves nearby to dry, and we can use them in the house when the time comes. Even without animal skins as cushions, it won't be that cold." The elderly and children who stayed in the tribe were all busy every day. In the past, the tribe did not have so many animal skins to survive the winter, so they all huddled together to keep warm. The old and weak, who were already in poor health and had scarce food, could not withstand the cold and died soon after winter came. Every tribe is like this. When winter comes, useless people will be eliminated. But Changsho Aba and the others knew that their tribe was no longer the same after Luoxia became a goddess. Luoxia wanted everyone to survive, so the people below tried their best to think of every possible solution and no longer waited to die. There are a lot of things these old guys can do, and most of the time they feel they are still useful. It would be great if I could survive this winter. Rorschach nodded. "Okay, Dad, please take care of everyone's winter needs." Luoxia walked around the edge of the clearing for a while. Changsho Aba was worried and stayed with her, so she quickly went back inside. At noon, another wave of tribesmen came back, carrying prey on their shoulders. They were in high spirits, and it was obvious that they had not encountered any setbacks along the way. The prey was brought back from the snake tribe. Bai Dahu asked this group of people to return the prey, and the rest of the people went hunting again. Anyway, they must not come back with a loss after going out. The two animals carried back were not small, a sick deer and a goat. The men who came back at this time did not need to go out anymore, so they left a few to help Changsho Aba. The other three carried the prey to the river to clean it up, and Luoxia followed. She was going to direct the cleaning out of the internal organs. Foods like the heart, liver, and lungs, which were not eaten before, are now boiled in water and eaten with relish by the tribesmen. Now Rorschach didn't even let go of the intestines. He took them to the river and watched his tribesmen clean them, then separated the meat and bones. In order to store more food, the evening food has also been adjusted. It is now mainly composed of wild vegetables, supplemented by the removed meat bones. More meat is cooked the next morning so that more meat can be saved. Saving a little every day will add up to a lot. When it was dark, Bai Dahu and the others also arrived. According to Luoxia's request, they peeled off the skin, removed the meat, and cleaned out the internal organs. Wash them clean in the river, carry them back, cook the bones and eat them, move the meat into the cave, and store the fur in the cave for the time being. It is hot now, and the animal skins are not needed at night. Only when we sat around the fire in the evening did we talk about the details of the trip. There's basically nothing to be nervous about. Baidahu led his men hunting as they went along. It was already very late when they arrived at the snake tribe. They directly forced their way to the edge of the snake tribe. The other side was so scared that they looked like they were going to fight to the death. When the Song tribe just came over to ask them questions, Baidahu told them the set of words that Rorschach taught him. The snake tribe was confused after hearing it. After Song tribe conveyed his message, he turned around and left without staying for only 10 minutes. Baidahu asked, "How many times do we have to go there before they act like you said?" Rorschach said, "Next time you go, tell them you will only come back to ask them 3 more times." "What about after 3 times?" "Don't answer if they ask you anything, just leave." Chapter 174, Has the Wine Been Brewed? After dinner, Baidahu was not busy with his own affairs, but moved closer to Luoxia. Rorschach happened to be looking for him. She thought about it and realized that the best defense is offense. Just thinking about building a city wall or something is time-consuming and laborious. It is better to be both defensive and offensive. Don't build a city wall, build a sentry post. There are plenty of big trees on the edge, and you can have as many as you want. Rorschach planned to set up 2 circles of outposts on the edge of the tribe, distributed in an orderly manner within the optimal range of bows and arrows. The selected tree needs to be slightly processed so that people can sit on it comfortably and steadily, making it easier to shoot arrows, and small branches that hinder the arrows from being shot should also be removed. In addition to these 2 circles, sentry boxes should be set up further out. They do not need to attack invaders, but they should have a wide field of view, eliminate blind spots as much as possible, and send signals to the tribe in a timely manner so that the tribe can prepare for response. If they are invaders, you can kill some of them within the range first, and use wooden spears to resist those who step into the open space. The men all make their own bows and arrows. Now we need more arrows in reserve, so let the men in the tribe prepare more. As for where to set up sentry posts and archery locations, it depends on the experience of Baidahu and other men in the tribe. Baidahu was a little surprised after hearing this. "Why is that? We have a lot of people this year." Luoxia said, "If the snake tribe doesn't join us, then 200 or so people wouldn't be that many. If the snake tribe does join us, we'd better be more cautious and try to avoid any losses. This winter is crucial." "The key? What?" "We have accumulated enough energy this winter so that we can go to bigger places in the spring." Baidahu was even more surprised, but after a few seconds, he looked around the crowded open space and realized that it was indeed a bit too small. But he quite likes it here. When there are more people, we can cut down some of those trees, and that'll be it. This place is not suitable for farming. Baidahu pondered for a moment and decided to shut up. Let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, it is difficult for him to know what she is thinking. After Luoxia settled everything, he asked, "Do you have something to talk to me about?" "This action of following behind me is too obvious." "Is the wine ready?" "Wine? It hasn't been brewed yet." "So that's why?" Rorschach wanted to laugh. Baidahu was a little disappointed. He thought that he would be able to drink that thing called wine after returning from the snake tribe. Rorschach explained, "Wine isn't easy to make. It requires a lot of ripe fruit, preferably sweet. I've thought about it and decided not to make wine this year. I'll save some fruit for the winter." Baidahu nodded in agreement, but he couldn't hide his disappointment. It was the first time Rorschach had seen Baidahu so excited about something, only to see him look so pitifully disappointed. He couldn't bear it and said, "It's okay to make some to try, but it's actually not that tasty." She herself is not very good at drinking alcohol, but she likes the feeling of being slightly tipsy after drinking. She now understood that it was all a process of development. Dishes that would seem delicious in the future might not be something a primitive person could get used to. The same went for wine. She had to lower his expectations first to avoid disappointment when he actually drank it. "You said it was delicious." "I said drinking it will make you happy. It's different." "Well, you'll know once you try it yourself." Baidahu was worried and stressed. "Give it to me first when you make it." He was very interested in this wine, probably because he had cut the bamboo used to make the wine himself, and the wine was something he had never imagined. Recently, the fruit in the forest is in great harvest season. Even the fruit in the orchard near Song tribe has started to turn red. The women did not travel far for the time being and decided to collect the fruits at their doorstep first. The children of the tribe also joined in the fun. They carried baskets and some climbed trees, some hit the trees with sticks, and even the fruits that fell from the trees were not spared, and they carried them all into the tribe. The fruits that were brought back were placed in the cave, and later on, Rorschach had them moved into his own space. There were 4 large baskets. The tribesmen were only concerned about quantity and didn't care whether the fruits were green or sour. They were satisfied as long as they picked them all and brought them back. Rorschach picked a bright red one and took a bite. Sure enough, it wasn't that tasty. The core was too big and the flesh was noticeably fibrous. However, because it was a fully ripe fruit, it was quite juicy and the sweetness overshadowed the sourness. She peeled out the tiny seeds from the leftover fruit cores and buried them in the big sink, sprinkling some water into it. Then he picked out a few fully ripe large fruits, washed them, and hung them aside. She didn't know if she could succeed. In the future, she would need at least rock sugar to make fruit wine, but she couldn't find rock sugar now. She used a thin stick to break off the dried bamboo, except for the bamboo nodes at the bottom. After the apples have dried, use a stone knife to cut the fruit into thin slices and stuff them into the bamboo tube. While stuffing, use a stick to gently poke it and stop when it is 1/3 full. Cover the opening at the top with a layer of leaves and then seal it with yellow mud. After it is done, the bamboo tube is placed at the innermost part of the cave to ferment. She began to worry about food again. Although there was more and more food piled up in the space and the cave was full of dried vegetables, she still felt uneasy. So he went to count the livestock in the tribe. The 2 wild boars that were caught again had been untied and looked a little thinner than the original wild boar. The sow is in another pen, and her belly is indeed very big. She may give birth today, tomorrow, or even in 3 days. It is exciting. Then there's the chicken coop. Pheasants can fly, so a roof was added to the fence. Rorschach squatted by the fence and saw that both the rooster and the hen looked miserable, with all their feathers plucked out. This reminded Rorschach that feathers were needed to make arrows, but birds flying in the sky were not easy to catch, and there were few feathers to pick up on the ground. Well, when I send Moo out tonight to collect feathers, I'll see if there's anything I can use to make arrow fletching instead of feathers. Sister, are you going to pick up eggs? Zhuang popped out from nowhere and said anxiously, "Let me go in and pick it up." After the little guy finished speaking, he opened the wooden door and went in. After a while, he actually picked up 2 eggs. "Sister, they lay eggs every day. It's amazing." "Yeah, that's amazing." Rorschach took the egg, which was still slightly warm. She looked through the gap in the fence and saw that these chickens, apart from looking a little disheveled, were actually living a pretty leisurely life and had all grown fat. She didn't know how often a bird laid a clutch of eggs, but a hen could lay eggs every day as long as she got enough nutrition. That's great. If we save these eggs, they can help a few more people live a few more days. Chapter 175. I'm high. 3 days later, Baidahu led his men to the snake tribe again. This time, he not only hunted openly from the snake tribe, but also took away a portion of the snake tribe's prey of the day. The snake tribe seemed more nervous than the first time, while the pine tribe seemed stronger than the first time. Baidahu was very strict with his own people. Although he asked the snake tribe for food, he also showed some courtesy. He had no idea what consequences these actions would have, so he followed Rorschach's instructions for every step. Maybe that so-called psychological pressure really made the people of the snake tribe obey obediently, without hurting anyone. While the tribe continued to prepare weapons, they also selected tribesmen with excellent archery skills according to Rorschach's requirements, and listed them as archers. They also intensified their training so that they could climb trees quickly and concentrate on hitting the target while in the trees. In autumn, there are abundant fruits, and women make it their daily goal to collect wild fruits, bringing back a lot of wild fruits and berries every day. Houses and livestock sheds were also built in the tribe, livestock fodder was piled in the open air, and wild vegetables for people to eat filled half of the cave. The space is mainly used to store meat and fresh fruits. Such a large amount of food satisfied the tribesmen. Although they had never seen the food in the Rorschach space, these wild vegetables and a few living livestock were more abundant than they had experienced in any previous winter. Rorschach still felt it was not enough. Anyway, the more the better. One day when she was knitting a sweater, she remembered that there were traps on the ground, and she could also make traps in the river. In the past, the big fish tribe was very good at fishing, but the fish they caught were still far from enough. If they made a trap, they could catch fish at night without people. She knows this. So she threw away her sweater and went to look for a vine. She had watched videos before and saw that the fish were very stupid. They would squeeze into the bamboo basket and couldn't find the exit. She wanted to weave a basket with a big belly and a small mouth, like a pottery pot. There are a lot of ready-made vines in the tribe, and they can be used by soaking them in water. Everyone is busy at night, including Rorschach. Baidahu came over to make arrows and said, "The wood he got from the wild boar is quite useful. The leaves he found are fragile, but they can also be used as arrow feathers." "What are you making?" Rorschach said, "A fishing basket." Baidahu thought about it, and felt that it should be a basket for fish. Not caring much, he asked, "Is the wine ready?" "Ah." Rorschach looked up and thought for a moment. Because there were no years, months, or days here. Only days. She was a little confused about how many days had passed. It should be ready. I'll take it and uncover it. It usually takes a few days to make fruit wine. Although there is no rock sugar enzyme, many days have passed. If it can be made into wine, it should be almost done. Rorschach was also a little excited at the thought that the answer would be revealed soon. She took the bamboo out of the cave and brought a bowl with her. When the others heard the word wine, they also moved over, excited to see what treasures could come out of the bamboo tube. Luo Xia handed the pottery bowl to Baidahu and carefully removed the yellow mud sealing it. A stream of air suddenly came out, along with a rich and peculiar fruity aroma. Smelling this smell, Rorschach couldn't help but say, "It's done. It smells so good." Lao Chi leaned forward, but Baidahu pushed him away. "This is mine." Rorschach said, "This is a test product. Let's see if it works first." She tilted the bamboo pole carefully, but soon found that she was too cautious. There was not much juice in the bamboo tube, so she poured out the pulp and wine when the bamboo tube was almost facing up. The fragrance became stronger, accompanied by the unique aroma of bamboo. "It pours out like a bowl of porridge." Baidahu came closer to smell it, then took a small sip. The water is sweet, sour, and stings the nose and mouth. Not as sweet as it smells. Is it delicious? Everyone was still staring at him. Baidahu was silent, not knowing how to describe it. Lao Chi reached out again to grab it. "Let me have a taste." Baidahu moved sideways and dodged it easily. "This is mine." If she hadn't told Rorschach, she wouldn't have wanted to do it this year, so these are all hers. He tilted his head back and poured the soup, fruit, and meat into his mouth in big gulps, then swallowed it as soon as he closed his mouth. Rorschach yelled, "This is wine. That's not how you drink it." Lao Chi glared at Baidahu fiercely, then moved closer to Luo Xia. "Luo Xia, let me have a taste too. Is there anything else in here?" She snatched the bamboo tube from Rorschach's hand and drank directly from it. Rorschach hurriedly snatched it back and said helplessly, "This is wine. You'll get drunk if you drink too much." She took the bowl from Baidahu's hand, poured some for Lao Chi, and asked her to lick it. After tasting it, Lao Chi lost his curiosity. "It doesn't taste good either." Rorschach also tasted a little himself. It was a low-proof fruit wine with an average taste. But it is indeed wine. Since it was already opened, it was poured out, and everyone around the fire took a sip. No one reacted much. Like Lao Chi, they were a little disappointed. It smelled good, but tasted too ordinary. The seventh brother asked, "Can we make wine by stuffing meat in there? Would it taste better?" "No," Rorschach said quickly, feeling horrified just thinking about it. There wasn't much wine in the bamboo tube, and it was all divided up in no time. She took the bamboo tube and the ceramic bowl back and put them away. I came back and continued weaving the big basket that looked like a pottery jar and explained to everyone how to use it. Put some meat in the basket as bait, and then put it into the river. The mouth of the basket is positioned low, so the fish will swim in when they smell the fragrance, but it is not easy to get out. If you go back and check after a while, there might be a lot of fish in the basket. Song Dae said, "After the heavy rain, there are also many fish in the shallow pools near the lake." Baidahu asked, "What does this have to do with the basket?" Song Dae chuckled, "It doesn't seem to matter." Luo Xia wove it very quickly. The basket didn't need to be woven particularly tightly, as long as it could hold the fish. She was eager to see the result, so she wanted to finish it tonight. Everyone went to sleep one after another. Only Ahei and Baidahu were still guarding the fire. Luo Xia advised, "Baidahu, you should go and rest quickly. We have hunting tomorrow." When I glanced over, I found that there was something wrong with Baidahu, and his face was a little red. Luo Xia didn't know if it was the firelight, so he stood up and moved closer to take a look. Baidahu tilted his head back and asked, "What are you doing? You're feeling a little blushing. Are you drunk? Are you dizzy?" Baidahu didn't say anything. He felt good and a little light. Ahei was surprised. What happened to him? Rorschach. "I was drunk, so I said I didn't drink like that." She sighed. She didn't know how to drink, so it would be strange if she didn't get drunk after drinking so much. Chapter 176, Is This Wine Poisonous? Baidahu is obviously drunk, but I don't know if he is actually drunk. Rorschach urged him to go and rest quickly, but he was reluctant to get up, so he asked Song Dae to come and take him back. Just as he was about to turn around and call for help, Baidahu stood up by himself. "I'm fine." Baidahu swayed a bit and looked down at his feet, feeling that he was stepping on something soft. This was a very unsettling feeling for primitive people. Rorschach, "What? This wine is poisonous." "Ah, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Rorschach was startled and ready to call Kai. Baidahu felt it for another 2 seconds and shook his head. "It's not uncomfortable, but it's not right. It's not just not uncomfortable, it feels great." But his reason was still struggling. The unsteady feeling on the ground and the shaking vision made him feel that he could do anything, but at the same time he doubted whether he could dodge if a wild beast pounced on him. This state is just like being poisoned. Once poisoned, the body stops functioning properly, but this poison is very strange. It makes people happy and want to roar loudly. I even want to have a bowl. Rorschach guessed that the primitive man had never drunk alcohol, and the feeling of being drunk made him very uneasy. Well, the fact that he still felt uneasy at this time showed that the alcohol wasn't too strong and hadn't completely taken over his brain. He could still think independently and knew what he should do. Then there is no need to worry too much. It's okay. That's what alcohol does. You'll be fine tomorrow morning after a good night's sleep. Let's go to bed. Luo Xia pushed him towards his residence, but Bai Dahu was obviously slow, so she had to grab his arm and lead him there. It's still early. You can go to bed later. Bai Dahu cooperated and followed her, but he didn't want to go to sleep just like that. He was still very energetic and wanted to go out hunting right now. But he really liked Rorschach holding him. Her hands were small and soft, and it felt strange against his skin, but not at all offensive. As he thought this, he twisted his arm, twisted Rorschach's hand away, and grabbed it. You have no bones in your hands. He was curious and rubbed it hard. It really seemed like it had no bones. It was magical. Rorschach cried out, pulled his hand free and shook it vigorously. It hurts. Bai Dahu looked innocent and argued. I didn't even use any strength. Rorschach stared at him for a few seconds and confirmed one thing. People who drink, whether men or women, primitive or modern, will do stupid things. Not only will you act stupidly, but your personality will also change. She turned and shouted, Songdae. Songdae quickly emerged from a room and ran over. Rorschach, what's going on? You don't feel uncomfortable after drinking, do you? Songdae felt it carefully and shook his head. Nothing happened. Of course, he just added a little to the drink. What could go wrong? Then take Dahu back to sleep. He's drunk and a little tipsy. Oh, Songdae was confused. What did it mean to be drunk? What did it mean to be drunk? However, Bai Dahu looked a little strange. Songdae didn't know what to do, so he asked tentatively, Dahu, are you going back to sleep now? Rorschach said, hold him a little. Be careful he doesn't fall. Songdae's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Dahu frowned, strode forward, and angrily said, no need. When Luo Xia returned to the campfire, Ahe was already yawning, but she always wanted to stay with her daughter and would not feel at ease until she went to sleep. It seems I should brew less wine in the future. This stuff is really harmful. Ahe didn't understand. Harming people? She had no idea what was happening. Rorschach nodded. Alcohol has never been a good thing. Having a small drink is fine, but the problem is alcoholism. For someone like Bai Dahu, it would be abnormal if he just drank a bowl. She packed her things. Ahe said, are you not going to do it anymore? No more, Mom. You should go to bed soon. The primitive people's daily routine is to get up before dawn to prepare for hunting, and feel sleepy, and want to rest when it gets dark. It doesn't matter if I stay up late, but I can't let Ahe stay up late with me, because she also has to go out to collect tomorrow. She took the things into the space, started a fire in the space, and put the finishing touches on the basket before stopping. I went out to sleep outside so that any sounds outside could reach my ears. The next day, she woke up when she heard the noise and took out her newly made basket. Today she was going out with the fishing team. Although Bai Dahu drank a little too much last night, he got up with everyone in the morning as if nothing had happened. Luo Xia asked him if he had a headache, and Bai Dahu was puzzled. Why should I have a headache? Is that wine really poisonous? It's not poisonous, but don't drink too much of that stuff. If you drink too much, it's really poisonous and you'll have a terrible headache the next day. Bai Dahu said, then drink less from now on. Songdae asked, Dahu, do you think that tastes good? Bai Dahu, it doesn't taste good. Songdae, then you. Suddenly I looked at Rorschach and said nothing more. That thing was made by Rorschach. How could I say that something made by Rorschach was not good? Rorschach chuckled. The wine doesn't taste good. Anyway, she didn't think it tasted good, and she couldn't understand why those people who were obsessed with alcohol thought it tasted good. Bai Dahu, but it's okay to drink a little occasionally. Now thinking back on how I felt after drinking last night, it's a bit strange. He grabbed Rorschach's strange basket and said, this basket is really good for holding fish. Those fish can't jump out. Small mouth and big belly, good. It's not for holding fish, it's for catching fish. Rorschach explained the usage again, and everyone seemed to understand, but they were not sure whether what they understood was what Rorschach meant, and they were not very confident. Rorschach said, it doesn't matter. I'll go today too. You'll understand once I do it. If the effect is good, no, as long as it is effective, she will make a few more and gain a lot more every day. Bai Dahu asked, just put the basket down? Yeah. but the place where you put the basket has to be a little bit particular. The water flow must be slow, and it's best if there are more fish nearby. Dahu took his team and the fishing team to set a trap with her and tied a piece of internal organs inside the trap. We'll know the situation tomorrow. After setting the trap, Dahu sent Rorschach back. Rorschach. She got up early in the morning because she didn't want to trouble everyone. She just wanted to go with them. If hunting wasn't possible, couldn't she just stay by the river? The result is still complicated. Fortunately, the place where they were fishing was not far from the tribe, so it didn't take much time. So after I came back, I practiced archery there for most of the day. She felt unhappy. In the past, Dahu always looked down on her for being useless. Although he no longer looked down on her, he still thought she was too weak. Chapter 177 Piglet's Birth. The new fish trap works, even better than expected. So Rorschach continued to work hard and weaved several baskets and put them in the river. The traps on the ground have also been changed. In the past, the goal was to capture living things from the traps and then bring them back to race. Now the goal has changed and the main focus is on storing food, so pointed spears with upwards are inserted into those traps. If the prey falls in this way, it will either die or be injured, and it will be difficult to escape. We went to the snake tribe again. This time, the Song people went even further. They spent the night in their camp as if they were back home. But this time there was no robbery. Rorschach used a rubber band as an analogy. If you suddenly pull a rubber band with very strong elasticity, the resulting tension will bounce the person back. However, if you pull the rubber band apart little by little, the end result is that the rubber band will not bounce back, but will lose its elasticity or even break. Dahu asked the chief and small leaders of the snake tribe to eat meat with him, and once again asked them whether they had decided when to join the Song tribe. The snake people were miserable because they knew that a large group of young people would arrive in a few days, so they had not dared to relax for a long time. Moreover, the other party gave them a time limit. If it happens again, they won't know what to do. The snake people also discussed privately what to do. Their tribe had never thought about joining other tribes before. After all, they had their own gods to believe in. But these Song people, they were also wondering, weren't all the Song people dead? How come so many people suddenly appeared? They also sent clever tribesmen to sneak over to the Song tribe to take a look. They were shocked by the beautiful houses and came back to report that the young man who came to their tribe was definitely from the Song tribe. They didn't know what they had done, but the tribe had become completely different from what they had imagined. At night, you can faintly hear voices coming from far away. The snake people were trembling with fear, but they were also a little relieved in their hearts. The Song tribe was so powerful now. If they attacked directly, their tribe would probably be destroyed. But they didn't. They just asked their own tribe to join them. Although they didn't say what would happen next time, at least they gave them a chance. Besides, what they said makes sense. Snakes hide in plants and trees, and the snake god is subordinate to the pine god. This is the rule among their gods. Everything seems to indicate so. They have wavered, but have not yet made up their minds. Why haven't you thought about it yet? Dahu casually glanced at the chief of the snake tribe who was trying hard to keep going, but was obviously unable to do so, and took another big bite of meat. They didn't bring the pottery jar with them, so the raw meat didn't taste very good. The chief of the snake tribe stammered and didn't say a complete sentence. They hadn't reached an agreement yet, but he really couldn't hold on any longer. These people are all strong and healthy, and their own tribe members seem much weaker in comparison. Although they are the strongest in the tribe, they are still no match for them. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, so he decided to just agree. He couldn't win anyway. Besides, if the snake god really became inferior to the pine god, wouldn't his own tribal god vent his anger on them if they fought like this? After they leave, I will discuss it with the elders and small leaders of the tribe. We can't delay any longer. These people already seem a little angry. The next morning, Dahu and others warned the snake tribe again and left quickly to make up for the time they had wasted on the snake tribe. When the men came back this time, they found that the sow raised by the tribe had given birth to 7 puppies. This is the most important thing that has happened to the clan recently. So everyone celebrated around the bonfire again in the evening. 7 healthy little wild boars. What is the concept of this? It's a concept that needs to be celebrated. If the tribe can bring back 5 wild boars in a day, it's a great harvest. If it can bring back 7, it's an astonishing harvest. Next year, we'll catch more livestock and raise them. Songdae was excited. In the past, his tribe would occasionally keep the prey alive for a few days, but it would never last more than 10 days, and they would have to kill it quickly to feed the hungry tribesmen. How could it be like now, where a wild boar was raised from never getting pregnant to giving birth to a litter of piglets? It was incredible. He wouldn't have believed it if it hadn't happened right before his eyes. Suddenly, winter doesn't seem so scary anymore. Rorschach said, We have to raise these pigs until next spring, so they need a lot of fodder. Ahe said, this is easy. We can prepare more. Pigs can eat much more grass than we can. The seventh brother sighed. These beasts are so fertile. They are much more fertile than my mother. Rorschach, isn't it impolite to bring up your own mother at this time to compare your ability to give birth? However, when it comes to the goddess of the mother goddess tribe, everyone becomes curious. Ahe asked, seventh brother, how many children did your mother give birth to at most? 7. Everyone was shocked, and Ahe was the most shocked. She was a woman, and the women she had seen gave birth to 2 children at most, and most only 1. 7. The seventh brother sighed. Not as good as that wild boar. Although it gave birth to 7 puppies, 3 died soon after they were born. Unlike that pig, all 7 puppies are still healthy. Rorschach, ahem. So rude. However, she knew that primitive people had no feelings or malice towards this. They did not think that being able to give birth like a pig was a derogatory term, but rather the highest compliment. She was just a little embarrassed herself. Ahe stopped asking questions in dismay. For her, who had only given birth to 1 child in her life, this was simply an insult to herself. While everyone was talking about the mother of God and her child, Ahe quietly moved to his daughter's side, grabbed her hand, and patted it gently. I don't know whether he was comforting himself that at least he had a daughter who became a goddess, or urging Rorschach to have a baby quickly. Then everyone began to calculate the delivery date for the pregnant woman with great anticipation. This made Lao Chi shut up again, and he suddenly took Song Dae and ran away. It was finally concluded that the woman gave birth before the weather got warmer. Everyone was worried for a moment, but then they relaxed. Children born in winter suffer. If their mothers eat less, the children will have nothing to eat. But the situation in the tribe is different now. Life is better than before. With a mother and a baby, they can live well. The birth of the little wild boar made everyone happy for a while, and then it was time for the last trip to the snake tribe. Not to mention the snake tribe, even the men of the pine tribe felt a certain degree of pressure. This time, I don't know how the snake tribe will respond. Should my tribe prepare for a tough battle? Chapter 178 Join. This time, the Song tribe made more adequate preparations. They brought more weapons. He also made arrangements for the tribesmen, telling them not to be careless this time, as the other party might have already prepared to deal with him and others. So before reaching their camp, you must be extremely careful, be prepared for a surprise attack, and be prepared for active attack and defense. The women waited for the men to leave before going about their own business, feeling a little flustered. Rorschach was also panicked, but he didn't show it. This was the first time that their Song tribe had confronted another tribe head-on, so they hoped there wouldn't be any problems. However, her worries did not last long. When the sun was at its highest point, she faintly heard a sound, but it was blocked by the overlapping trees. Then, the guard came back to report. Everyone's back. So many people. Rorschach's heart skipped a beat, and he came to the conclusion. The snake tribe had come to surrender on their own. Her guess was correct. Dahu and others rushed to the snake tribe without stopping. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces. Before they had gone far, the tribesmen who were exploring the way ahead discovered that there was a large group of foreigners ahead, including old and young women and their families. Dahu asked some people to lie in ambush, and he led his men to check what was going on. He was amused when he saw what was going on. Aren't these the members of the snake tribe? The people of the snake tribe looked dejected and moved slowly towards the pine tribe. They finally made a decision. Since the Song tribe was so powerful and their tribal god was subservient to them, then they would just do what they wanted. I don't dare to fight, and I can't win. Since this decision had been made, the patriarch and the elders of the tribe asked the tribesmen to pack up their things immediately and go to the Song tribe on their own initiative to show their sincerity, so as to avoid being attacked and forced to submit, which would be too embarrassing. But it was still a matter of concern for them. They didn't know what kind of life they would have in the Song tribe. Would they be ostracized? Would they? The two teams met on the street and understood the situation. Dahu shouted loudly, calling out the hidden tribesmen. Everyone had a ferocious look on their faces and held their weapons tightly. The snake people were trembling with fear. They really wanted to attack. Looking at their appearance, they were cold all over. Dahu raised his weapon high. They are coming to surrender to us. Everyone put away your weapons. Upon hearing this, the tribesmen put away the ferocity and hostility on their faces, and their expressions became friendly. So I came back at noon. More than 300 people appeared in the open space. As the highest-ranking person in the tribe, Luo Xia welcomed their arrival with a smile. A small number of people in the snake tribe knew of this woman's existence, and they also learned about it during the gathering because she sat at the front of the pine tribe and traded with other tribes. But the snake tribe didn't take it seriously. At that time, The pine tribe was too small, so small that it could almost be ignored. The snake tribe, a tribe not too far away from the pine tribe, thought they knew them inside and out and disdained to do anything with them. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a while, the two tribes would meet in this way. The pine tribe showed great respect to Rorschach, and although the snake tribe didn't understand why, they followed suit and showed respect to her. After the two sides met formally, Dahu was eager to go out hunting. Especially today, if I don't go out hunting, what will I eat in the evening? However, he did not dare to let the men and middle-aged women of the snake tribe stay. He only asked them to leave the elderly and children behind. Some of them handed the women to Ah-He and Lao Chi, and the others took their weapons and did what they had to do. Dahu came closer to Luo Xia and asked, "Are you okay with the rest of the group?" Luo Xia took a look and saw that there were very few old people in the snake tribe. There were only 5 old people left in total. There were more children left, about 10 or so, but they were all as young as Zhuang and the others. The older ones were sent to follow the women to collect. "It's okay. Just be careful." So the confused snake people were ordered to work before they could even see the appearance of the Song tribe clearly. The remaining elderly people and children were in a panic. Zhuang and other naughty children in the tribe were very interested in these newcomers. They circled around them and shouted. Father Changsho scolded the children and told them to go help other fathers and mothers, then came to ask Luo Xia how to accommodate these people. Luo Xia pointed at the things that the snake people brought back and said, "These things belong to the Song tribe." Several old men were elders of the Song tribe. They had no objections. Since they had decided to join the Song tribe, they had already bowed to them. So when they heard what Luo Xia said, they pulled the children of the tribe away from those things with a humble attitude. Luo Xia smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Our tribe treats its own people very well." This sentence is quite meaningful. The elder immediately said, "We are here to seek refuge." This has been said before. He is emphasizing that they are indeed members of the Song tribe now. Rorschach nodded. "Yes, from now on we are all family. Dad, bring some water for everyone." After saying that, he began to untie the straw ropes that bound the package, and the snake elders hurried forward to help. They were all animal skins, and once the ropes were loosened, the smell was really overpowering. The old man said, "We have brought everything our tribe has. Do you think these can be used?" The elders heard that the Song tribe had many beautiful houses, but they did not expect them to be such beautiful houses. They suddenly felt that the houses they brought from their original tribe were a bit shabby. Of course they're useful. These are things to keep warm, and winter is coming soon. Although I have always planned to join the snake tribe, now that they have really arrived, I still feel a lot of pressure. I have to consider the issues of food, accommodation, and unity. Changsho's father had already used a bucket to draw half a bucket of water from the trough at the entrance of the cave, and also took out a ceramic bowl for them to drink water. They were indeed thirsty, and one after another scooped water from their clay bowls and drank it. For some reason, the water in Song tribe seems to taste particularly good. Luo Xia did not take care of the allocation of accommodation. Changsho's father arranged the 5 elderly people to live in the room where they lived, and Haofu's mother arranged it for the children. As for the other men and women, Dahu and Ah-He will take care of them. After distributing the things brought from the snake tribe to each room, Luo Xia called Zhuang over and asked him to lead the new friends of the snake tribe to visit the tribe and then go to help their parents. Zhuang put his hands on his hips, looking like a little boss, and said in a very impressive manner, "Okay, from now on you have to listen to me. Let's go." The children ran away noisily. The remaining 5 elderly people were handed over to Changsho Aba. Rorschach suddenly remembered something and stopped the old man and asked, "Where's the witch doctor of your tribe?" Several elders looked at each other, and one said, "I didn't notice. Maybe he just went hunting with your leader." They had always thought that the man was the chief of the Song tribe, but he never introduced himself. Chapter 179 New Varieties of Food. The witch doctor of the snake tribe was called Agan. At that time, Dahu shouted at all the young men to go hunting. He was pushed by someone and did not dare to resist, so he followed. Agan had been following a witch doctor since he was a child and had almost no experience in hunting. He suffered a lot this time and returned with the team covered in dust and dirt after dark. As soon as he came back, Rorschach pulled him out and asked him to study medicine with Kai in the future. Agan was very excited, thinking that since the tribe had a witch doctor, there would be no place for him. However, there was a bit of hostility when colleagues met. Kai thought his nose was not a nose and his mouth was not a mouth. Fortunately, Rorschach added that Kai was the main person in charge of treating people and illnesses. This means that Kai has to take care of Agan. Kai finally felt relieved and turned around to ask Luo Xia for the person. "I found that Mu Tu is a good kid. He is not very useful to go gathering with women. It is better to let him learn medicine from me. The main reason is that the boy likes to try various herbs, which is very much to Kai's liking. She really needs someone to test medicine for her. As he was speaking, Mutu came over and handed a plant to Rorschach like he was presenting a treasure. Rorschach, is this what you're talking about? This plant looks like an ordinary plant on the top, but its roots are like sweet potatoes, with several roots crowded together and plump. Rorschach was overjoyed and put it to his nose to smell it. Of course, he smelled the scent of earth and wood. Can I eat it? It's edible. Mutu nodded and answered with certainty. Rorschach turned around and prepared to try this latest variety of food. If it was edible and the taste was acceptable, she had already thought of a name for it. Suddenly, she remembered Kai asking her for someone and asked Mutu, "Brother Mutu, do you want to study medicine?" Mutu shook his head repeatedly. Kui had asked him about this before. He understood that although they were both messing with plants and trees, what Kui did was different from what he did, and he didn't want to do it. Luoxia looked at the bitter leaves and said, "I can't force myself to do this, but you can still cooperate with each other. I can also show you what Mutu found and see if it can be used as medicine." Seeing Luoxia say this, Kui just said, "Okay." Rorschach broke off a piece of the plant he found from the wood. The inside was white and the texture was a bit hard, but if it could be broken by hand, it could be chewed by teeth. The skin was a bit thick, but it was easy to peel off, leaving the snow-white rhizome inside. I cut it into small pieces with a stone knife and put it into the pot to cook. Baidahu has already settled the members of the snake tribe. Those who have no houses to live in are temporarily living outside. The snake tribe members have no resistance and cooperated completely. The chief of the snake tribe also came with Baidahu. He was still as tense, frustrated, and listless as when he first arrived at the Song tribe today. Rorschach asked them to sit down, and everyone was chatting and laughing. Only the chief of the snake tribe felt uneasy and finally lowered his head in silence. "I went out late today and didn't gain much. I'll work harder tomorrow." There was not much gain, but it was enough for tonight, because the Song tribe had a light meal at night, mainly consisting of wild vegetables and fruits, and a fish soup, so everyone was very satisfied. Tomorrow morning, Rorschach would need to take out some meat from his reserves to replenish his energy from hunting and gathering. Rorschach nodded, looked at the frustrated tribe leader, and said, "You are joining us today. We should have given you a proper welcome, but your arrival was so sudden that we were not prepared. We will celebrate properly in a few days. You are welcome to join us." The patriarch then looked up, confirmed that he was being addressed, and nodded hurriedly. "Okay. From now on, you can call me Rorschach. We are all family now, and we must share the joys and sorrows together." The patriarch nodded quickly again. "Okay." He was very nervous coming here, not knowing what kind of situation would be waiting for him. Although it was incredible to see this woman as the one who spoke in such a large tribe, she looked very friendly, made people feel relaxed, and seemed much easier to get along with. "What should I call you?" "Call." Baidahu said, "His name is Snake Fong." Rorschach was stunned. "Our tribe already has a Snake Fong." Then he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. From now on, you can call you Big Snake Fong, and he can call him Little Snake Fong." Big Snake Fong nodded again. "Okay." Next was the distribution of food. Each person was given a piece of fish cooked in a clay pot, and also a new piece of food. Baidahu took a bite and said, "This thing has no taste at all." Rorschach also took a bite. It really didn't have any taste, but it was indeed edible. It was a bit hard when raw, but it felt a bit powdery when cooked. There's a lot of starch in this. Rorschach was very happy to give this new food a name, but at first she planned to call it sweet potato. Unfortunately, it was not sweet and did not deserve the name of sweet potato. "This is called cassava." Baidahu added, "There's no taste at all. It means it tastes bad." Rorschach, "It fills my stomach." She has decided to ask Mu to collect more wood tomorrow so that she can plan it later. The first night after arriving at the snake tribe was spent in great silence, just like any other day. However, this silence made the new tribesmen feel much more at ease. At least what the Song tribe said was true. They really just wanted them to come and join them and become their members. No harsh treatment, no discrimination. There was no big celebration, at least not tonight. If they had celebrated, they would have felt very sad. After all, to put it nicely, it was surrender, but in fact, they were defeated by the Song tribe. At night, Luoxia didn't do anything else. He pulled Baidahu into the space and asked her to smash the wall. There are so many more tribesmen, and their weapons are too backward. Since they are our own people, we must do what we say and divide the resources owned by our own people into their hands. In order to break down the wall, Baidahu specially made a big hammer. It was much easier to break down the wall with this big hammer. One hammer could knock down a piece of wall. In the past, Rorschach was worried about whether the space would collapse, but now he is numb to it. After all, even if an entire wall is demolished, there is still a thick layer of stone inside. Dahu smashed for a while, then stopped and suddenly turned around and asked, "Where's the deer tribe?" Previously, Rorschach said that the deer tribe would have to wait until the snake tribe joined, but now the snake tribe has arrived. Today, Huomiao and the others asked whether they should go and asked the deer tribe if they were willing to come as well. If I go and ask now, it will probably be much easier than going to the snake tribe, and I won't have to run there several times. Rorschach said, "Don't worry about them. We've already told them. Just wait until they volunteer." It's not that she doesn't want to expand her tribe, but it would be difficult to accommodate so many people at once. Chapter 180. Our own people are the most important. As early as when they went to the eagle tribe, Rorschach and his companions had invited the deer tribe, expressing their willingness to accept them into the pine tribe. The deer tribe even sneaked into the pine tribe. I wonder what they were thinking. The situation in Song tribe seems to be very good now, but it is actually not that good. In this era of food scarcity, it is not easy for everyone to get through the winter safely. There are more elderly people and children left in the deer tribe now. Although from a kind point of view, we should help them, the current conditions do not allow Rorschach to be overly kind. Our own people always come first. However, she will also try her best to prepare to accommodate the remaining members of the deer tribe. If they willingly come to surrender, they will be her own people, and they will work together to find a way to survive. Since they don't have this idea, I won't provoke them. I will let my people eat more of the extra food. After listening to Luo Xia's explanation, Dahu agreed. The arrival of the snake people today and the sudden increase in population also brought him pressure. It was not the pressure of management, but the pressure of keeping as many members of the tribe as possible alive. The next day, the new tribesmen who had spent their first night safely in the Song tribe seemed much more energetic. Rorschach gave Snake Fong 10 carefully selected stones that could be used in weapons. Let the great snake teeth be distributed to those he brings. Although Rorschach has no shortage of such good things, he should give them to new talents bit by bit. Sure enough, the new tribesmen who got the treasure seemed more excited. Luo Xia went out with the women who were collecting today. She was very interested in the cassava that Mu Tu found last night. After trying it, as Dahu said, it didn't have any special taste, but it was indeed edible. Starch is a very important component of human food and is perfect for filling the stomach. Mu Tu said that peas had grown a lot, so Rorschach followed. Sure enough, a lot of them had grown, and their sizes were different. The big ones grew like small trees. When they dug underneath, the roots were even more amazing. They were thicker than a man's arm and were densely packed together. Ahe stared, thinking that he had never collected such big fruits in his life. Could these be eaten? Lao Chi bent down and pulled hard, and the thick root broke with a snap. Along with this crisp and pleasant sound, the white cross-section was revealed. Rorschach also looked at the expert, Mu Tu. Is it really edible? This is a bit nonsense. I ate it all last night, but I just wanted to feel at ease. Suddenly finding so many things to eat seems a bit unreal. This question made Mu Tu lose confidence. Then, should I try it again? He licked it before, so this time he should eat more and wait a little longer. Then he will know if he can eat it or not, right? Rorschach waved his hand and said, "Let's dig them all back first. If you can eat it, keep it for yourself. If you can't eat it well, you can give it to someone else." Because of these cassavas, the women had a good harvest today and came back in high spirits. The men's gains remained lukewarm. Dahu and the little leader discussed it, and he took half of the people to the grassland where the giant deer gathered to ambush and capture them. The giant deer is the largest prey and produces the most meat. One giant deer is equivalent to 3 wild boars. However, that place is far from the tribe, and the giant deer are huge and powerful, so it takes enough time and patience. If you want to harvest them, you won't be able to come back for a few days. This is also common for tribal hunting. However, the current composition of the Song tribe is somewhat unusual. It looks like a large tribe of 300 or 400 people, but in fact only a dozen or so are natives of the Song tribe, and the rest are newcomers. Except for the original Big Fish tribe who have completely integrated into this tribe and are wholeheartedly loyal to Rorschach, the others have been here too recently and still need time. So Dahu was not very reassured about this. Luo Xia told him to go without worry. There was nothing to worry about. The last time they joined the deer tribe, they ran away and were not seen for more than half a month. It's the same as before. Isn't there nothing wrong in the tribe? That's true. Why is Song Day still in the tribe? However, when Dahu looked at Luo Xia, he couldn't help but worry, and he didn't know what to worry about. But speaking of catching giant deer, Dahu remembered that last winter, This woman brought back a few weak tribesmen and dragged back one giant deer after another. At that time he was puzzled, but now he suddenly understood, but he got stuck halfway. If he had gone there at that time, he would have known how Rorschach operated specifically. A bit regrettable. Now that there are so many people in the tribe, it is certainly not easy for Luoxia to use her space to go out hunting. It is not safe if more tribesmen discover the secret of the space. So the next day, half of the strong men in the tribe followed by Dahu and left. Songdae was responsible for leading the remaining half of the people. By Dahu taking away half of the people did cause psychological pressure, so Songdae reduced the original hunting circle so that he could rush back as soon as possible if anything happened to the tribe. Rorschach had nothing to worry about, but he was also wondering whether the deer tribe would come over. After triple identification of the wood, bitter leaves and agon, the dug cassava was confirmed to be edible. It needs to be cooked so that you can easily feel full and it is easy to digest. Aside from the lack of flavor, there's nothing wrong with this stuff. Rorschach immediately treated this thing as a treasure and decided to plant it next year. This is different from wild vegetables. It can be used as a staple food. The fruits are abundant, and it doesn't seem difficult to grow. That root must be its seed. Just like sweet potatoes and potatoes, you can cut it into pieces and bury it in the soil, and it will grow. So she picked out some seeds and buried them in the trough. The cultivation tank has been filled with various seeds and plants. This is almost the end of the plan for this year. Rorschach no longer thinks about anything else and just checks the progress of various things in the tribe every day. Changsho's father was still busy with the work of keeping warm in winter. Now that the snake tribe had arrived, they had to add more houses. Fortunately, everyone was crowded together in winter, so it was no problem for more than 10 or 20 people to sleep in one room. My mother was getting more and more adept at spinning, and the hemp yarn she had collected was about to be spun out. Rorschach looked at the fabric. It wasn't dense enough and wasn't very even, but for primitive people, it was incredibly exquisite. Rorschach planned not to use the spun cloth to make clothes. It happened that the tribesmen were keen on catching birds to make arrows, and Rorschach urged them to collect the remaining feathers. He would use the cloth to sew a quilt cover, stuff the feathers in it, and make a feather quilt to keep warm. However, there will definitely be the problem of the Mauza people running away, but I believe the tribesmen will not mind. Chapter 181 Meatballs. A few days later, Dahu and his tribesmen dragged back 3 giant deer. The harvest was bountiful, so the tribesmen celebrated as usual in the evening. Since it is a celebration, there will be more meat in the evening than usual. When everyone sang and danced, the night came alive. The men sitting around the fire were showing off to each other the wonderful experience of catching the giant deer. The hooves of the giant deer are very powerful. It is impossible to catch up with it when it runs. It can also kick people, and the person will be killed with just one kick of the hoof. The skin is also very thick, so you don't need to use all your strength to not even hurt the person's fur. The bow and arrow were really good. They found a place to ambush, and when the bighorn deer came close, they pulled the bow and shot it. Then they kept their eyes on the shot deer and chased it all the way. Finally, the deer stopped because of tiredness and pain, and they rushed forward with their wooden spears. This time not a single person was hurt. Luoxia was also happy. After processing the 3 deer, there was a lot of meat and internal organs, which she had already put into the space. If primitive people had not regarded meat as their staple food, the meat in this cave would be enough for the tribe to eat until next year. But at the moment, all we can say is that no amount is enough. Dahu took a sip of the soup and suddenly remembered the wine he drank that night. He thought he would be so happy if he could drink a bowl of it now. Well, Rorschach was right. That wine does make people happy when they drink it. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Rorschach. Rorschach's face was red in the mixed light, and his eyes were bright, but no one knew what he was thinking, and the corners of his mouth were raised because of his thinking. Feeling his gaze, Rorschach looked back. What's wrong? Isn't that enough? Rorschach hummed, not enough. When others heard their conversation, some understood what was going on, while others were completely confused. The sweaty Huyen sat down by the fire again and said, "That big-headed, bighorn deer is enough for us to eat for 3 days. No, several days." The diet structure of the Song tribe is different from that of other tribes. They like to eat grass. The taste is not bad, and most importantly, this way there is more food, and the food that would have been eaten in 3 days can be eaten for a longer time. Huo Miao said excitedly, "Then we don't have to go hunting for 3 days. Dahu glanced at him, and Huo Miao was embarrassed. He said, "I'm just saying that. I don't really mean to stay here. But if you don't finish eating that meat quickly, it will soon be infested with worms." The food tonight was mostly bones, not much meat. He knew that the meat was cleaned and carried into the cave in baskets, where the goddess lived. Not only meat, but all food was sent to the cave. It seemed as if the cave was a bottomless pit that could hold many, many things. Huo Miao actually went in there once, but he still doesn't understand what happened. He went in and couldn't find anyone, but he never dared to mention this matter again. At that time, he was not a member of the Song tribe and did not know much. Rorschach glanced at him, smiled, and said, "Don't worry about that. As long as it's edible, it's fine." Bai Dahu thought for a moment and said, "Let's go hunting for the giant deer again in a couple of days. It's getting cold in the mornings and evenings now, and some of the trees have yellow leaves. It means winter is getting closer. Since the meat is still not enough, then prepare more, while there is still time and Rorschach's space can prevent the food from being infested with insects." Rorschach, "That's what I think. Try to go twice before it gets cold. Once it starts to get cold, don't go far." The Song tribe is harmonious. New members are scattered among each other, so there is no phenomenon of sticking together. Everyone is actively adapting to and integrating into the new tribe. Hunting and gathering also went smoothly. Luo Xia had promised to make clothes for Lao Qi, but the linen had now been decided to be used to make quilts, so she picked out a vest for her made of rabbit fur. Lao Qi was very happy and wanted to wear the clothes out the next day after receiving them. Luo Xia couldn't stop her and let her go. As a result, when she came back in the evening, the girl still took off the clothes. In this autumn heat, it's not cool enough to wear a sweater yet. Days passed, but the deer tribe never came to them. Luo Xia simply stopped paying attention to this matter. They could come or not. Her Song tribe had already made all the preparations. As the weather gets colder, hunting becomes difficult. There are almost no prey that are not afraid of the cold, and everyone hides in their dens when it gets cold. The Song tribe also responded accordingly. Every day, at most half of the men went out hunting, and the others stayed in the tribe, nestling in animal skins. When food is hard to find, some carnivores will take risks and attack what they would not dare to attack in other seasons, human camps. So it is safer to have enough young people in the tribe. There is another reason. Food is hard to find anyway, and it would be a waste of energy for so many people to go out. It would be better to stay in a warm place and not move. If you don't move, you won't get hungry so quickly. Even if you are hungry, you can try to endure it because there is nothing to do that requires any effort. One meal a day is enough. In short, this saves a lot of food. The saved food is used for hunting. Who knows if they will come across good prey this time? Luo Xian naturally hid in her own space. It was like spring here all year round. Although it was a bit crowded, after further making full use of the space, some space could still be freed up for her to move freely. In my spare time, I would ask my mother Ahe to help me make some fresh and delicious food. The best choice, meatballs. She made two kinds, pork meatballs and fish meatballs. Ahe felt extremely happy when he entered the space. It was so cold outside that he felt the wind was blowing even when he raised his hands while hiding in the animal skins. It was so good in here. He didn't need to wrap himself in animal skins, and he didn't feel cold when he stretched his hands and feet. Especially piles of food can make people more relaxed physically and mentally. Ahe slowly cut the meat into as small pieces as possible for his daughter, and his daughter put the chopped meat into a large ceramic bowl, adding various seasonings while tasting it, and finally grabbed 2 handfuls of cassava flour and stirred it in. She stirred it until it made a sticky sound. Then she reached out, grabbed a handful of meat paste, and with a little force, squeezed out meatballs the size of bird eggs from her tiger's mouth. The whole process was like flowing clouds and water, which was interesting to watch. Make a bowl of each and cook it tonight when you have dinner. Don't make too much for fear that it will taste weird. The bonfire was burning brightly at night, and the tribesmen became energetic all of a sudden. This was the moment that everyone had been looking forward to for a whole night and a whole day. The warm fire and the bubbling pottery pots on the fire gave off an enticing aroma. Luo Xia and his mother distributed today's food to the small leaders of the tribe, then returned to the cave and brought out 2 bowls of meatballs. Chapter 182, There Are 2 Living. Rorschach poured both bowls of meatballs into the ceramic pot, and everyone followed her lead and stuck their heads out. Old Seven asked in surprise, "What did you pour in there? Was it eggs?" "Ball." After cooking for a while, the meatballs floated up from the bottom of the pot. Rorschach used a wooden spoon to scoop a pork meatball and a fish meatball into each person's bowl. He didn't dare to scoop more for them, fearing that they would not be used to the food and would force them to eat it just for his sake. That would be so boring. She scooped the rest into her own bowl. She had tasted the meatballs beforehand, and they were pretty good, at least to her taste. Everyone clumsily used chopsticks to poke into the meatballs and put them to their mouths like stringing candied haws. Delicious. The 7th brother was the first to shout. Luo Xia couldn't help laughing at the shout. She really liked Lao Qi's straightforward personality. "Is it really delicious?" She couldn't help but ask. She put a lot of seasonings in these meatballs, which would probably taste rather strange to primitive people. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. Lao Chi opened his mouth and exhaled, and when he bit into the meatball, it was very hot inside. The others nodded as well. It's really delicious. Rorschach looked at Baidahu. Everyone else might lie to him, but Baidahu, this straight man, didn't speak very nicely, but he always told the truth. Baidahu swallowed the meatball first, then nodded. It's really delicious. It bites my tongue a little, but it warms my whole body. Biting the tongue, an interesting description. However, Luo Xia was still happy to get Baidahu's affirmation, which meant that they could really accept the taste. As for biting the tongue, it was probably because she added pepper powder, so it didn't bite the tongue, but felt numb. Pepper was also added, which might be why Baidahu felt warm all over. Lao Chi came over again with a pitiful look on his face, staring at Rorschach's bowl. In fact, 2 big bowls of meatballs were not too many at all, 2 for each person, so Rorschach's bowl only had 3 or 2 more than others. Hey, Rorschach! Rorschach was delighted. He never expected that his new food would be liked by the primitive people. Of course, he met the 7th child's request and gave her 2 more. The 7th brother was overjoyed. Rorschach, I love you the most. She had long since given up on competing with Rorschach for status in the tribe. She simply felt that Rorschach was a good person. She seemed to have done nothing, but the tribe felt like it was missing a lot without her. Baidahu snorted loudly in displeasure. He didn't like how Lao Chi was being disrespectful to Luo Xia. How dare he even ask for food from Luo Xia's bowl? The same thing goes for Rorschach. She gives things to people when they ask for them, which makes people think she is easy to bully. Rorschach didn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and bit the meatball. It tasted just the way he liked, with a complex flavor of seasoning that even covered up the fishy smell of meat. This taste was very modern. She looked at her fellow tribesmen who were savoring the meatballs. They were not pretending to like them. I still remember that when I added seasonings into the clay pot before, people were not so easy to accept. So, their tastes are rarely in sync with mine. Could it be that I have finally tamed their taste buds? Maybe, it's not that they have improved, but that their tastes have regressed and their requirements have been lowered, so they think these meatballs are delicious. No matter what, everyone's likes made Rorschach feel very accomplished. After dinner, everyone quickly returned to their own nests before the heat of the campfire gradually disappeared. They huddled together and stayed warm. Baidahu followed Luo Xia into the cave and asked, "Why did you give the meatballs to Lao Chi?" 7th brother likes it. There is nothing more pleasing than flattery. Although Lao Chi asked her for food, she was happy to do it. Ahe coughed and said, "That woman is too bold. No one else dares to ask the goddess for anything. Who does she think she is?" In fact, she also liked the meatballs, but she didn't want them, and she was unhappy about it. That girl was so disrespectful. Luo Xia laughed. The 7th sister's confidence was of course due to the strength of her mother's family. Although the strength of her mother's family had nothing to do with her now, she enjoyed a status of being supported by others in the powerful tribe. Isn't that confidence? My temperament has been formed a long time ago, and I am not the kind of person who would suppress others. She's not cunning, and I actually like her personality. Luo Xia's legs were cold, and he was anxious to send Baidahu back to the space. He asked, "Is there anything else? If not, then I'll go back." Baidahu said, "That meatball is indeed delicious." "Yeah, you said it then. I'll do it next time." Baidahu's brows relaxed a little. "Next time, if you have extra, give it to me." After Baidahu left, the mother and daughter entered the space and immediately felt warm. Ahe was indignant again. Baidahu is even bolder than Lao Chi. Why should we give him all the extra food? You can keep the extra food for yourself. At night, Rorschach and his mother slept in the space. Although he felt a little sorry for the tribesmen who had to endure the cold outside, it would not be right to endure without suffering. When I woke up the next day, there was a lot of noise outside. The mother and daughter were frightened and rushed out to see what was going on. No tribesmen went out hunting today, and the campfire in the morning burned as brightly as last night, so naturally the tribesmen gathered around. Someone saw Rorschach and shouted happily, "Rorschach, there's a wolf." "Rorschach, is the existence of wolves something to be happy about?" She squeezed into the crowd. Baidahu was peeling a wolf's skin. He looked up at her with a hint of pride in his eyes. "What's going on?" Rorschach was a little dumbfounded. It wasn't just one wolf, it was several. Dead wolves. Rorschach shuddered. Last night, when she and her mother were sleeping soundly in the space, something extraordinary seemed to have happened outside. A pack of wolves came last night, but none of our people died, and we even hunted these and brought them back to eat. Baidahu's voice was steady, but one could still vaguely sense his pride. Hearing that none of his people were dead, Luo Xia's tense heart relaxed, and he asked in detail what happened. The matter was very simple. A pack of wolves came, but they were discovered by the Song people from a distance. So Baidahu gave an order, and the archers of the tribe climbed up the trees and waited. The elders and children of the tribe were driven into the cave, and the remaining men formed a human wall with wooden spears in their hands. The archers performed a great service this time. Although only 7 wolves were left, they completely disrupted the order of the wolf pack and made them flee in panic. No one died. Some tribesmen suffered some scratches, but they were not serious. Baidahu was proud that his previous deployment was perfectly implemented last night, and he alone killed 2 of the 7 wolves. Rorschach counted on his fingers twice. 5 wolves, not 7. There are still 2 alive. I'll keep them for you, but they probably won't last for many days. Chapter 183, You Are Such a Bad Person. Hearing that a live wolf had been caught, Rorschach hurried to see. There were 2 gray wolves lying in an uncovered livestock pen, with arrows stuck in their bodies, looking half dead. Baidahu was peeling a wolf skin there. He grabbed a handful of snow to wipe his hands and followed Luo Xia over. After repelling the wolf attack last night, the tribesmen did not chase after them. They took people to check the nearby areas at dawn this morning. The wolves had already gone away, leaving behind 5 dead wolves and 2 injured ones. Rorschach took a closer look at the 2 wolves and found that they really looked like dogs, or huskies to be more precise, but the wolves' eyes were smarter than those of huskies. Rorschach excitedly said, "We'll keep him." Baidahu said, "Keep it for 2 days first. I'll skin it when it dies. They are all injured and will not live long. When they die, the tribesmen will cook and eat their meat. However, wolf meat is not as delicious as that of herbivorous animals." Luo Xia said anxiously, "That's not what I meant. Go call Aunt Kai and see if she can heal their injuries. We will take care of them." Baidahu finally understood what Luo Xia meant. She didn't mean to let the 2 beasts live a few more days, but to raise them for a long time like she did those pigs and chickens. Wolf meat doesn't taste good. He tried to dissuade her from thinking that. Although pheasants have little meat, they lay eggs. Wild boars are very valuable prey. He could understand raising these 2 species to reproduce and give birth. Wolves, there is no need to do that. It will be hard to eat if there is less meat. The key is that they eat meat. There is not enough meat for their own people to eat, so how can there be extra meat for them? Luo Xia knew that Baidahu had misunderstood and said, "We are not raising them to eat. We can tame them and use them to guard the house and help with hunting. Then we can change their names and call them dogs." Baidahu was stunned and said, "Are you talking nonsense? They are guarding the house and hunting. I can't sleep all night with them guarding the house and hunting. Wolves are ferocious man-eating beasts." Luo Xia didn't have time to explain to him, so he called the tribesmen nearby to call Kai Alma. After a while, Kai, Agan, and 2 children who were studying medicine came. Rorschach asked, "Can they be saved?" Bitterleaf didn't know what Rorschach was trying to accomplish by asking this, but after a quick observation, he squinted his eyes and said, "Nothing vital has been injured. These creatures are easier to keep alive than humans. Giving them some herbs should be enough." Rorschach, "Then heal them." Huanqi asked, "Do you want to cure them and give birth to wolf cubs for us? Just like a sow giving birth to piglets?" Rorschach, "Yes. Cure them and raise them slowly until they can understand human language. Then we can have another litter of wolf cubs." She thought, if the first generation didn't work and the second generation didn't work, she could always call them dogs by the 3rd generation. Baidahu was speechless. "Look carefully. They are males and cannot give birth to cubs. Wouldn't she ask them to catch a female wolf for her then? Although they can resist attacks from wild beasts, they will never take the initiative to hunt them. It is too dangerous and rarely rewarding." Luo Xia was slightly disappointed, but still said optimistically, "Never mind. Let's save him first and take care of him first." So everyone went into the circle and pinned down the 2 dying wolves. Kai pulled out the arrow, but found that the arrowhead was still inside the wolf's body. He had to use a stone knife to cut open the wolf's flesh and dig out the arrowhead, then stop the bleeding and apply a thick ointment. The 2 wolves had already lost half their lives, and after this operation, they were only left with 1 breath. Rorschach said to take them into the cave. Injured creatures are afraid of the cold, and the cave is warmer. Then he made a nest for them with hay. The crowd's objections were in vain, so they could only carry the 2 wolves into the cave, tie up their limbs, and throw them into the grass nest. Baidahu insisted on moving into the cave. The natives in the cave did not object. After all, living with 2 wolves, they felt safe with Baidahu around. Besides, Baidahu also knows Rorschach's secret, so it's okay. Rorschach really wanted to save the 2 wolves and even fed them space water himself. Even though they are still man-eating wolves now, they will be humans' powerful helpers in a few generations. Last night, Rorschach went to the edge of the clearing to check out the situation. From the messy footprints and traces of fighting on the snow, he could tell that last night must have been very thrilling. Unfortunately, he slept so soundly that he didn't hear any sound. 5 wolf skins were distributed among the tribesmen, and wolf meat served as their staple food for the next few days. The first time Rorschach ate wolf meat, it was indeed not as tasty as that of grass-eating animals. It had a strong taste and was hard and woody. But it is difficult to digest, so it is very filling. 3 days later, the 2 injured wolves were in much better spirits and were able to eat and drink, so everyone quickly sent them back to the outer pen. Rorschach was afraid that they would run away, so he made leather ropes and used the method of roping cats and dogs in the future. The ropes passed through the neck and back of the front legs so that the animals could not easily escape from the ropes. The other end of the rope was tied to the thickest wooden stake. After the 2 wolves recovered, they started to act unruly, baring their teeth at their tribesmen and howling in the middle of the night. The white tiger disliked them all day long and felt that keeping them was definitely not the right choice. They howled in the middle of the night to call for friends. The white tiger is not afraid of the wolves calling their friends. When the wolves come, it is a good time for hunting and there is no need to go out. I just feel that it would be the most terrifying if these 2 beasts were among their own people and suddenly attacked them from behind. It would be best to kill him. Rorschach's heart couldn't bear it when he heard 2 wolves howling at night. Seeing that the 2 wolves were in high spirits, able to limp around in the circle, and even dared to stare at their own people when outnumbered, I felt that it was time to let them know who the real master was. Hit them? I won't care if they kill me, Baidahu said as he was going to find tools, wanting to kill them. Rorschach grabbed him. It's not that kind of beating. I worked so hard to save them, not to beat them to death. What do you mean? Wolves are like humans. They also have a leader. The weak will submit to the strong. We just need to let them know that Baidahu is stronger than them. So Rorschach wanted Baidahu to defeat them. As for how to beat him, it certainly doesn't mean beating him half to death with a stick, which is a bit undignified. Didn't you see in the video before that someone slapped a wolf, making its ears stand up like airplane ears, and the wolf didn't dare to bark anymore? Fine. Baidahu glanced at her and said, "You are such a bad person." Rorschach couldn't agree more. However, Baidahu had no intention of blaming her. Instead, he used the word bad, as if he was praising her for being smart. The 2 wolves were held in 2 separate pens. Baidahu was very confident in his own strength. He didn't need any help from others and just flipped into the circle. He felt that the animal skin on his body was in the way, so he shook it off and walked towards the wolf that was obviously getting scared. A single wolf was not considered particularly dangerous by primitive people, just as a single person is not something to be feared by other animals. Baidahu stepped forward and threw the gray wolf over his shoulder. The gray wolf crawled up from the snow and howled softly in grievance. Chapter 184 made a calendar. The gray wolf bared its fangs, trying to scare off its opponent. Baidahu didn't take it seriously. As they fought with the wild animals, they gradually understood their expressions. It was easy to tell at a glance whether a prey was truly fearless or struggling desperately at the end of its strength. This gray wolf is the latter. He stared into the man's eyes and slapped him in the face. The slap was so powerful that it slapped the gray wolf away. Then came the slaps one after another. During this time, he kept staring into the gray wolf's eyes, as if there could be some kind of communication between the 2 of them. Gray wolves are timid by nature. Under those slaps and the strong gaze of humans, they had no choice but to let down all their defenses and beg for mercy. They curled up into a ball, whimpering pitifully in their throats, and their ears drooped obediently. Never dare to look directly into the eyes of the human in front of me again. The white tiger grabbed the gray wolf by the scruff of the neck and lifted it in front of him. He took a few glances at it and threw it into the snow. He turned around, picked up the animal skin on the ground, and easily climbed out of the circle. Luo Xia patted her chest. She was scared to death when Baidahu brought the wolf in front of him. She was really afraid that the beast would suddenly scratch her with its claws. It would be impossible to dodge at such a close distance. It's a bit helpful. Baidahu commented on Luo Xia's method, then stuffed the snow-covered animal skin into her arms, turned around, and went to another circle, and carried out the same method twice. The 2 gray wolves that had been baring their teeth a quarter of an hour ago now dared only to huddle in the snow, not daring to move. From then on, the white tiger went into the enclosure once a day and threw food to them. If they dared to show their teeth, he would slap them in the face until they were completely obedient. Sometimes if he doesn't behave himself and howls like a wolf in the middle of the night, I'll go in and give him a few slaps. As for food, the 2 wolves initially ate raw meat, the size of a fist every day. Later, Rorschach gradually began to feed them cooked meat. I also found a broken pottery jar to use as a bowl for their food. The bowl contained not only meat, but also wild vegetables. After taming wolves to become dogs, guard dogs will eat whatever humans eat. Training must begin now. It is impossible to let them eat better than humans. It is unreasonable. A few days later, the two wolves were locked up together again. There was still no danger when Baidahu went in. In fact, when Baidahu stood at the edge of the circle, the two wolves began to tremble with fear and did not dare to resist at all. Baidahu asked, "That's it. How can we expect them to obey?" Rorschach threw him a bone. "Throw it out and let them pick it up for you." Baidahu was skeptical, but he still threw the bone over and shouted, "Give it back to me." But the two frightened gray wolves were just frightened by the bones thrown at them and stepped back, then looked at him blankly. "They don't understand human language," Baidahu said. "Rorschach, of course they don't understand. We don't understand how they speak either, so we have to teach them slowly. After a few times, they will understand. Then they can go out and bring the rabbit back for you." Baidahu didn't quite believe it. "I'm afraid they'll take the rabbit and run away." Rorschach, "That's not necessarily true." In any case, Baidahu didn't want to kill the two wolves. He wanted them to listen to him obediently. They do add a bit of fun to the boring winter. Rorschach thought of the deer tribe. Although she ignored the deer tribe and let them make their own decisions, she was always prepared to welcome their arrival. Whether they come or not, Rorschach feels that it is more likely that they will seek refuge. After all, they have a heavy burden and a severe shortage of labor, so they are afraid that this winter will be difficult. "I didn't expect that they were still so stubborn, and I haven't heard from them since." The long winter is finally over. There is enough food in the tribe. Although it is not enough to feed everyone, it is enough for everyone to survive. Of course, the two gray wolves were also fed. There was even some space left over, which was reserved for the deer tribe in case they suddenly came to visit, but it was not used. The sun was warm that day, and the snow began to melt. Rorschach was in a good mood and set the day as March 1st. He also moved a simple calendar out of the space and placed it in the cave. The calendar looked very simple, with a long stick supported on 2 pillars and 12 ropes tied to the stick. She carved numbers from 1 to 12 with stones next to each rope. There are 30 leaves tied to each rope. The leaves were fresh leaves she collected from the space. She stacked them together, cut them into neat rectangles with a stone knife, and then used a long stick to poke a small hole through them. Finally, cover it with a piece of leather and place a large stone on top. Press it for a day, then open it to let the moisture out. Then stack it up and continue pressing. After a few days, they will be pressed into flat and dry leaves and can be strung together with a rope. She doesn't care about big months, small months, leap months, etc. All are 30 days, which is easy to remember. Tear off a leaf every day. Baidahu fiddled with the thing with his fingers and said nonchalantly, "What's the point of doing this? You can calculate time." Rorschach was very satisfied with his handiwork, especially the leaves. Although fragile, they were smooth and consistent and looked really beautiful. What's the point of that? This question left Rorschach speechless. Primitive people didn't care much about these things. They looked at the sky and the sun to tell the length of a day, and looked at the trees, wind and snow to tell the length of a year. They just go out at dawn and return home at dusk. When it is hot, they hunt to their heart's content. When it is cold, they nestle in animal skins and wait for spring to come. Those more detailed times don't seem to mean much to them. She thought for a moment and said, "This is very useful. I'll need it in the future. For example, I can find out the day a child is born and how many years old he is, so I can find a woman or a man." In the past, the tribesmen didn't care how old the child was. They would judge based on the child's size and build. For a petite child like Rorschach, they might keep her for 2 more years before realizing that she was time to get married. Baidahu doesn't really care about these things. The child will be born on the day he is supposed to be born. Can making this thing really determine the day a child will be born? But he suddenly became silent, staring at this thing called a calendar, and asked, "Rorschach, when will I die?" Rorschach was startled, and then he was filled with inexplicable anger. "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" Her tone was unfriendly, and her face looked a little dark. Baidahu pointed at her calendar and said, "Didn't you say that this thing knows the day a child is born? So you should also know the day a child dies, right?" He originally didn't believe that this thing could determine the day a child would be born, but when he thought about himself, he began to believe it. Rorschach was a god, so maybe she could really know in advance when she would die and how she would die. Rorschach thought for a long time before he realized that Baidahu's train of thought was different from his own, and they were not talking about the same thing. Everyone will die, but he said it so suddenly, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 185 New Little Life. After Rorschach explained it, Baidahu finally understood that this calendar was like the marks they left on the road when they went out hunting in unfamiliar places. It only recorded the time that passed, but could not predict the future. After the explanation, Dahu openly sneered at this thing. They made marks on the road to find the way back. Could this thing actually turn back time? It's really useless stuff. Rorschach was already feeling uncomfortable because of the sudden mention of death by him earlier, and when he saw that Rorschach didn't understand the purpose of the calendar at all, he drove him away in anger. Later, Rorschach came out of the space to get some fresh air. The weather was not so cold anymore, and it was even a little warm during the day. The tribe became more lively. They would go out hunting and fishing every day, and after coming back they would be busy processing the prey, chopping firewood, or taking care of their weapons. Now everyone has one more thing to enjoy. They like to watch the big white tiger teasing the two wolves. After a winter of training, the two wolves have become quite obedient in front of the white tiger. If you throw a bone to them, they will scramble to pick it up and then raise their heads to wait for rewards, sometimes a small piece of meat, sometimes a pat on the head, which makes them very happy. But it was a ferocious beast after all, and he never dared to take off the leather rope around his neck. Moreover, he had two different faces in front of Dahu and behind Dahu. He tried his best to please Dahu and ignored other people. Dahu also became addicted to training. He treated the two wolves as his own private property and would not allow anyone else to approach them. Everyone was a little afraid of wolves, and because of Dahu's status in the tribe, of course they had no objection. They just liked to see him handle the two wolves, and seeing how well-behaved the two guys were in front of him made them even more in awe of Dahu. Luo Xia, wrapped in animal skins, also squeezed out of the circle to watch. When everyone saw it was her, they all made room for her. Dahu was opposite her and walked over when he saw her coming. A wolf had just picked up a bone and brought it back. It chased him to his legs and wanted to wag its tail, but unfortunately wolves didn't seem to be very good at wagging their tails. Dahu didn't even look at it. He took the bone from the wolf's mouth naturally and patted the wolf's head. Then he came over and gave the bone to Rorschach. This bone was the one that Luo Xia originally gave to Dahu. Now it was not only dirty from being bitten, but also covered with teeth marks. She threw it into the circle, but the two wolves just turned their heads and looked at it without moving. Rorschach was speechless. "You ungrateful bastards, but I kept you here." But the two wolves obviously didn't understand and didn't care, so Dahu shouted, "Go and get it." The two wolves then rushed out, fought over the bone, and brought it back to Dahu. Dahu gave it to Luo Xia again. Luo Xia felt that it was meaningless after throwing it 3 or 2 times. It was not his own wolf, dog. Not playing anymore. Dahu was very interested. He grabbed a wolf by the scruff of its neck and made it stand on its hind legs. Touch it. He had forgotten that he had been thinking about killing them every day at the beginning. Rorschach wanted to touch it. After all, people have no resistance to furry pets, and almost all children dream of having their own pets. Although that desire was controlled when they grew up, it did not completely disappear. But this is a wolf. Although it looks like a husky, it is not stupid or cute at all. There is a hint of ferocity and sharpness in its eyes. She didn't dare to reach out easily. Dahu grabbed the wolf's 2 front paws with his other hand and said confidently, "You can touch it. It can't hurt you." Rorschach then nervously reached out to touch the wolf's head. As soon as he touched it, the wolf bared its teeth, and he quickly retracted his hand. The white tiger slapped it twice with his backhand. The gray wolf didn't know what he had done wrong. He whimpered in grievance and behaved himself obediently. "Touch it again, Rorschach. In fact, it is not necessary to touch it." Someone bumped into her, and a hand came through her arm. "Let me touch it." The girl Lao Chi was really simple-minded. She reached out to touch the wolf. The wolf subconsciously bared its teeth and growled in its throat, but she didn't care. After all, Dahu was holding it and couldn't hurt her. Dahu's face changed, and he threw the wolf behind him. "Let me touch you a few more times. Not to mention, it feels really good and is so furry," Dahu said unhappily. "I didn't let you touch it." "Mean." Lao Chi cursed, pulling Rorschach away. "Let's not talk to him." Luo Xia was dragged away without knowing what was happening. He couldn't help but ask quietly, "Seventh brother, did you offend Dahu in some way? Why would I mess with him?" Luo Xia thought about it and realized that Lao Chi and Song De were busy making babies and really didn't pay much attention to Dahu. "If you don't even let me touch you, you're just stingy." The 7th brother was unhappy, but he also knew that he was not right. After all, that was Dahu, the most powerful person in the tribe. Generally speaking, who would dare to touch his things without his permission? She saw that he took the initiative to let Rorschach touch him, so she wanted to touch him too. How stingy. As they were walking, the woman over there suddenly shouted, "It's time to give birth." At this moment, the entire tribe became agitated, and those who were hiding in the animal skins came out when they heard the noise. The birth of a child has always been a big event in the tribe. It doesn't matter whose children they are. They are children of the tribe, and in the future we will call each of them dad, mom, or brother or sister. Before it got dark, everyone lit a bonfire and waited anxiously and excitedly for the baby to cry. Every cry seemed to carry some mysterious power. The birth of this child also has special significance. He is the first child born in the Song tribe this year. No children have been born in this tribe for a long time. This was the woman's first child, and the birth was not very smooth. Kai and the women from the tribe delivered her baby until midnight, when a cry announced the arrival of a new life. Kai came out holding the child and announced loudly, "They are all alive. This is a complete victory. Mother and child are safe." The bonfire immediately became very high. Everyone had not eaten today's meal yet, so they happily began to prepare, cooking meat and vegetables, and celebrating around the bonfire. Kai used animal skin to wipe the blood off the child and handed it to Rorschach. Rorschach was clumsy as it was his first time holding a newborn baby. The child was too soft and only a little bit big. The child, who had been crying, had a dirty face and looked really ugly. "But I heard that newborn babies are all ugly, but they will be fine when they grow up." But she could suck her thumb as soon as she was born. So cute. "It's a girl." Rorschach was so happy that he named her. "Let's call her Little Star." Just like the stars tonight, bright and lovely. Chapter 186, Leaving the Tribe. The birth of Little Star immersed the tribe in a wonderful atmosphere for several days. They seemed to be endowed with strength, and their hearts were fulfilled. Primitive people were not as delicate as modern people. They would get up the next day after giving birth and had no concept of confinement. Rorschach thought about it and didn't bring up the concept of confinement. There was nothing going on. Isn't it crazy to bring up this when the wall is leaking? He just took out the big deerskin he used from the space and gave it to the woman. Many women who lived in the same room with women were experienced, and Luoxia asked them to take good care of her. The mothers are also given more preferential treatment in terms of food and drink. Although they do not have to cook their own meals, the meals they eat now are actually just a little salty unless they are inspired by their own whims, so it is also suitable. Others just need to eat a little to fill their stomachs, but women who have given birth need to eat more. Only by eating enough can they have milk to feed the baby. Once the snow starts to melt, the weather will warm up quickly. Baidahu came straight to Luoxia after returning from hunting. The deer tribe is gone. Rorschach was practicing archery. He hadn't touched it for the whole winter, so his hands were numb. He was so frightened when he heard Baidahu's words that his face turned pale, and the scene of the deer tribe with corpses piled up in his mind appeared. "Gone." Baidahu nodded calmly. "No, I went over to take a look today. No one is left in their tribe, and all their belongings have been emptied. I don't see any fighting going on, so I wonder if they've gone to other tribes." Rorschach let out a sigh. So this is what it meant by gone. They didn't come to us. When he said this, Baidahu's eyes turned cold. Rorschach said, "Maybe they just don't want to come to our tribe." At that time, when Huamiao Lu Jiao and his companions left the deer tribe, they had a falling out with the remaining tribesmen, and the situation was very ugly. Those tribesmen who still believed in the deer god regarded those who had left as traitors, and the two sides were irreconcilable. Everyone might have said those words in anger at the time. So after Huamiao and the others joined the Song tribe and lived a good life, they still wanted to invite the rest of the tribe members to come over as well. But the psychological burden on the remaining members of the tribe may be even heavier, calling others traitors, but ending up doing the same thing as the traitors. Although joining another tribe is essentially the same, you don't have to face the traitors in front of you, and you don't have to be ridiculed by the other side. Besides, compared to the Song tribe, the tribe next door seems to be more powerful. Rorschach could understand their decision not to choose their own tribe, and he could almost guess which tribe they chose to join, the Tiger tribe. If the Tiger tribe had not rejected them, they would be part of the Tiger tribe now. Baidahu was very angry about the result. The Song tribe could have become bigger, but he didn't expect the Deer tribe to go far away instead of nearby. Although Rorschach was a little disappointed, he also understood that not everything could go according to one's wishes. After all, at that time, his tribe considered its own interests and allowed them to make their own choices. Although his tribe lost the opportunity to become bigger, it also had a good winter without any losses, right? She knocked an arrow and said, "As long as they don't harass us, I'll bless them no matter which tribe they join. It's better than having their corpses filling up the entire deer tribe. After all, we are all human beings." He aimed at the straw target in front of him, let go, and the arrow flew out. A bit too far off. "No, you won't hit the target like this." "What's the problem?" Rorschach's aim had always been way off, and she had been trying to find the reason, but she couldn't find one. "Your hand moved before the arrow was even shot." Baidahu pointed at the hand where Rorschach was holding the bow. Rorschach thought, "Is there?" She drew another quiver from the quiver behind her. This time she paid special attention to her front hand, thinking that she must not move it, but it seemed to have become a habit, and she moved it on her own without any brain control. So this is where the problem lies. Some of people's unconscious little actions can really harm others. When she pulled out another arrow, Baidahu took the initiative to step forward and help her adjust her posture. After making the final adjustments, Baidahu was a little speechless, but Luo Xia felt that this was not something that could be mastered in a short time. Baidahu doesn't think so. He has good motor skills and doesn't care about other people's lives. He seems to be determined to take control of you today. Start teaching step by step. At first, Luo Xia was a little embarrassed by the ambiguous posture of the two. After all, it seemed as if he was completely in Baidahu's arms. But later he was no longer embarrassed. Baidahu is a really annoying person. After all, teachers who are too strict are not liked by students. Fortunately, darkness saved Rorschach's life. The two fingers that were playing the strings were completely numb, and he felt something was wrong when he held the chopsticks at night. For several days afterwards, Baidahu forced Luo Xia to practice archery, and even his two beloved wolfhounds were neglected. This bow was made by Baidahu for Luo Xia. After it was made, Luo Xia practiced occasionally, and it has been quite a while now, but the total practice has not been as much as he has in the past few days, and the results have not been as good. She made rapid progress and was able to hit the target half of her 10 arrows. Such results boosted Rorschach's confidence. From then on, he practiced on his own without Baidahu's supervision, becoming more and more experienced day by day, and gradually felt at ease with it. Rorschach tore off all the leaves for March on the calendar and tore off half of the leaves for April. The weather was already very warm at this time. Some of the tribesmen who were afraid of heat took off their leather jackets, and some had even replaced their leather skirts with grass skirts. The young mother, who had given birth just over a month ago, was already full of energy. She couldn't stay in the house and walked around the tribe every day with her child in her arms to see what everyone was busy with. As for the child, he has grown up and is the cute, soft and tender baby that Rorschach imagined. It's time to leave here and go to wider places. When she told the tribesmen about her plan to leave, they were all stunned. They stared at the goddess stupidly. The goddess said she wanted to leave here? Leaving such a nice place? In everyone's eyes, the steep cliffs, the rare caves, the large open space outside the caves, and of course, the river that can be reached without walking far, are all great. Moreover, they were already familiar with this place, having safely spent a winter here, and the houses that had been built bit by bit. Don't you want any of them? Rorschach looked at everyone and said, I know you are reluctant to leave this place, but this place is no longer suitable for us to stay. We need to find a better place so that we can live a better life. Although everyone was nervous, no one objected, nor did they have any thoughts of objecting. They believed in the gods, and the gods' instructions were all correct. So the tribesmen began to pack up their property. Chapter 187 New Destination. Rorschach didn't have a specific destination in mind, but he had an idea. They were following the direction of the river. The tribe seemed to have a lot of supplies, but not much could be taken away, just animal skins and weapons. Give some to the tribesmen and put the rest into your own space. The remaining houses in the clan are the most reluctant to leave. For the first time, many people of the tribe have a place of their own that can shelter them from the wind and rain and keep them warm. Especially this winter, it is really comfortable to stay in the house. I haven't had enough fun yet, but I'm about to give up. Rorschach comforted everyone, saying that in the new place, they could build bigger, better, and more houses. The house remained, and if someone was lucky enough, they could take shelter from the wind and rain here, but the small kiln was destroyed by Rorschach. They chose a sunny day, and the Song people set off with their families towards an unknown distance. There were old people and children in the tribe, as well as a few pigs and 2 wolves who set out together. In order to take care of everyone, they walked very slowly, hunting as they moved forward. The road was not always flat. Sometimes there were lush forests and sometimes there were high mountains. No matter how you take a detour, the overall direction remains unchanged, which is to move along the river. Rorschach tore off the 8th leaf, which meant they had been walking for 8 days. Because of the season and the fact that there was still food stored in Rorschach's space, there was no problem of running out of food and water along the way. But I haven't been able to find a suitable place to stay, which makes me feel worried. It was getting late, so the tribesmen found a place to spend the night. They collected some firewood and wild vegetables nearby and casually swam in the nearby river. They also found a place to put their fishing baskets down. If they were lucky, they would have some fish to eat the next morning. Then wait for the men who were hunting to come back. Every morning, the men split into 2 groups. One group went hunting. They knew the direction the tribesmen were heading and could find them by following the river. The remaining men stayed behind to explore the way and protect the tribe members and their belongings and supplies. Rorschach was near the two wolves, and several pigs from the tribe were also near the wolves, as well as the chickens in the cages. The wolf and the pig were both tied with ropes, but the ropes were not long, so they could not move freely and were relatively safe. Although these two wolves have been completely tamed by the white tiger, they are still wolves after all, and they still have wild blood in their bones. Although Rorschach placed them with the tribe's livestock, he was cultivating a relationship between the two species so that they could live in peace. But in fact, they can see each other but cannot touch each other. The two wolves didn't dare to act rashly, and the pigs were trembling with fear. They had lost weight in the past few days, and no one knew whether it was because they were tired or scared. Luo Xia was also worried that the two wolves would go crazy, so as soon as they stopped, she sat nearby and kept an eye on the situation. If there was any problem, maybe the bow and arrow in her hand would come in handy. Suddenly, Song Day and others who were exploring the way ahead came back shouting, "Rorschach, we're here. We're getting there." Rorschach stood up, and the others turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Song Day ran and walked to Luo Xia, stretched out his hand, and pointed ahead. "Go over the hill ahead. There is a large, open space ahead." Everyone knows what kind of place Rorschach is looking for. She is looking for a large open space where she can build many houses and grow many wild vegetables. So when Song Day saw that piece of land, he was sure that was where Rorschach wanted to take everyone. This is undoubtedly great news. Everyone is a little tired after this journey, especially the psychological feeling of being homeless, which makes people panic. After a night's rest, everyone got up especially early the next day. Even the men who were supposed to go out hunting changed their plans, wanting to see the place where they would settle down in the future as soon as possible. This is not a big problem. There is meat in the Rorschach space, and I can pick some wild fruits and vegetables along the way. It is okay not to go out hunting for a day. In the afternoon, they walked down the mountain and came to this vast land. Looking up, they saw a flat grassland with trees, but they were not sparse, unlike the dense forests on the mountains. The river that had led them on its way continued to flow calmly. This was indeed the place Rorschach wanted to find. Looking over there, it seemed as if his soul was floating along with it, a feeling of openness in his mind. There were animals ahead. Rorschach squinted and saw them. Then he was immediately delighted. Horse. Deer. Little Zhuang actually shouted with her. The men, who had not gone hunting for a day, immediately became excited and grabbed their weapons to go hunting. Bai Dahu assigned another part of his men, and the rest followed Luo Xia's arrangements, and he led them to hunt. Rorschach grabbed him and said, "If he's not dead, don't kill him." Bai Dahu nodded, and Luo Xia wanted to live again. Rorschach was very excited. That was a horse, a wild horse, right? If she had a horse, transportation would be more convenient. She had been walking so much these past few days that her legs were almost broken, and the calluses on the soles of her feet were getting thicker and thicker. Arrange the tribesmen to put down their things. Those who need to rest can rest. Those who need to collect firewood and dig wild vegetables can go and do their own things. Rorschach walked around the area, wondering where to mark out an area to build a house and where to clear land to grow crops. The bonfire was lit in the evening, and everyone's mood finally calmed down a little, no longer anxious about the journey. The men had no harvest. The deer, running on the flat land, ran very fast. If you didn't wait patiently for the opportunity, it would be difficult to hunt them even with a bow and arrow. But there was no time today. Rorschach also discovered a problem, which was that the space was too vast, making it a hassle for him to enter the space. In the end, he entered the space and took out the meat under the cover of Ahe, Hao Fu, and Ama. "We're going to live here from now on." While eating, Humiao couldn't help but speak. He felt a chill on his back. It was too empty, with no rocks to protect their backs. The cold wind blew from all directions, and danger seemed to be lurking on all sides. A little nervous, Rorschach hummed, "We'll live here from now on. We'll start building the house tomorrow." Of course, she could also feel the invisible pressure brought by the emptiness, so shelter was the top priority. First, build a house to provide shelter from the wind and rain, and then everything can be slowly unfolded. The next day, the busy life of Song tribe began a new chapter. Some young people were left behind, and the rest continued to gather and hunt. Rorschach assigned the remaining people to make mud bricks, pull weeds, level the land, etc. In addition, the calendar that Bai Dahu despised was really useful to Luo Xia, constantly reminding her that the days were passing by. The crops and crop seeds cultivated in her space must also be planted in the soil quickly so that she can get the desired harvest when the time comes. Chapter 188. What do you think? When we first arrived at a new place, everyone, including the children, was busy. First, They cut down some trees on the mountain and made 2 circles, which were connected to each other. One circle was used to keep the wild boars in the tribe, and the other was used to keep the 2 wild wolves. Then came the house, which continued the old method in the forest, first building a frame with wood, then building walls with mud bricks, and finally covering the roof with wood and hay. Although it is simple, it still takes some time to prepare the materials. While waiting for the mud bricks to dry, Rorschach would take the idle tribesmen to the nearby area and use wooden sticks to stick into the ground to simply mark out a large area of land. Then he would pull out all the original weeds in it and distinguish the wild vegetables that were edible for humans. The rest would either be kept for livestock or spread out to dry. In the end, they would be useful whether used to cover the roof or placed in the house as a mat. However, Rorschach's target was no longer the grass, but the land. Her planting project is just beginning. We all work together very quickly, especially since we've just arrived here. Everyone is feeling a bit uneasy, but once we put our whole heart into the work, we feel much better. The land after the weeds were pulled out looked bare compared to the land next to it. The pleasing thing is that this land is fertile, moist, and dark. Just by looking at the dense weeds, you can guess that this is a good place for planting. Rorschach then used a wooden stick to divide a large piece of land into small square plots. At night, each bonfire was particularly bright, but the tribesmen seemed particularly quiet and spoke in low voices. It has been 5 days since they arrived at this new place, but the tribesmen who love to celebrate have not celebrated once. They are outsiders and are afraid that too much noise will disturb some existence here. It's okay during the day, everything is under the sun, and everyone feels at ease when they can see. But the night is hard to bear. Today's dinner is still bubbling in the clay pot. Rorschach turned his head and looked at the tribesmen around the fires. Almost no one spoke, and they stared intently at the pottery jar. The tension also affected Rorschach, making it impossible for any of her muscles to relax. She turned back to face the fire in front of her and rolled her shoulders a little. Everyone is too nervous. She wanted to lighten the mood, but then she thought better of it. It was a new arrival, so it was better to be a little nervous. It was also a kind of self-protection mechanism. Who knew what dangers there might be here? Being nervous would help her to fight back at any time. Once you are really familiar with this place and can control it, relaxing will come naturally. Dahu stood up and took the clay pot off the fire, then began to distribute food to everyone. The meat we are cooking tonight is from the wild horse we captured yesterday. It is a very big horse, which is considered a big harvest. However, such a big harvest did not make the tribe members jump up and celebrate. Dahu handed the pottery bowl to Luoxia. The taste of horse meat was different from what they had eaten together, which made the tribesmen happy. They liked this meat very much. Because the horse's size and shape were so similar to the giant deer they had hunted in the past, they once tried to call the animal the giant deer without horns. Of course, it was immediately replaced by Rorschach's horse. Everyone was shocked and delighted when Rorschach said he wanted to raise this kind of prey for riding. If they could really ride on a horse, they could run as fast as a horse, and hunting would be so convenient. There is also a plan for going to bed at night. Because it was so empty, Rorschach couldn't find a chance to hide inside to sleep, so he just spread out animal skins and clothes to sleep. She, the children, and the elderly sleep in the center of the circle, followed by the women and finally the men. At night, I heard the howling of wolves, but they were not made by the 2 wolves in the tribe. The sound of the howling was far away, which made the 2 wolves in the tribe eager to try, but they did not dare to really howl to respond to their companions in the distance, and only dared to make low roars. Dahu was afraid that they would attract wolves, so he went into the pen in the middle of the night, slapped 2 wolves twice, and told them to be quiet. The current situation is not suitable for fighting the wolves, so it is better to avoid them. After the wolves were defeated, Little Star started crying again, and his crying made everyone's scalps tighten. After coaxing him for a long time, he finally calmed down. Everyone felt a little tired when they woke up in the morning. Alas, a new beginning is never easy. After everyone was busy again, Luoxia pulled Ahe, Haofu Ma, and a few others who knew his secret, and found a hidden place to move all the crops out of his space. Plant them all in the soil. The same goes for seeds. Dig small holes in a regular pattern in the soil, then take out 3 or 5 seeds and put them in the holes, cover them with soil, and pat them down. For those seeds that are the size of sesame seeds, dig long rows of holes, sow the seeds in them, and cover them with soil. After planting the seeds, he picked up the bucket and carefully watered the seeds thoroughly. There was a river not far away, but Rorschach deliberately used the water in his own space, hoping to give the crop seeds more energy. Mutu was very curious about what she did, and finally saw the plants he had collected before and that Rorschach wanted to take away were planted in the soil. Rorschach is really good at hiding things. No, last year's things should have been gone long ago. Rorschach didn't know where or when he collected so many things again. Some of them even sprouted in this season. What Rorschach planted is about to bear fruit. Rorschach was very concerned about this piece of land. At this time, he was still walking around in the field. When he saw Mutu staring at him from outside, an idea came to his mind. When she came out of the field, Wood immediately brought her a handful of new edible crops, which were the harvest he and the women had collected today. Rorschach took a look, then tore off leaves one by one and tasted them. Not bad. After cultivating them in the space for a few days, he would take them out and plant them in the ground. There were still many empty spaces in such a large piece of land. She planned to wait for the seeds to germinate and grow into seedlings, which would definitely be crowded together. Then she would dig out the extra ones and plant them separately. She couldn't do these delicate tasks by herself, and she had no confidence in farming. Since we are all starting from scratch, it is better to bring someone else along to explore together. Wood is very suitable. He likes these plants and is more familiar with the wild vegetables than himself. If he can train him to be a farming expert, then this man who was exchanged for a wild boar will be a huge treasure. Rorschach pointed to the land in front of him and asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" The question is so confusing that even Moo Moo is dumbfounded. "What are your thoughts?" Rorschach changed the question. "When you see this piece of land, what do you think?" Mutu hesitated for a moment and said, "Bear." Chapter 189. He can't. Luo Xiao laughed. Mutu was right. This piece of land was made bare by herself and her tribe. Only a small part of it was filled with crops she transplanted from the space. The rest were mostly seeds that had just been buried. Before they sprouted, this was just a piece of black land, which looked pitiful. It's just bare now. When the seeds sprout, it won't be bare anymore. Come with me, and I'll explain it to you. Rorschach took him to walk along the dividing line between the small squares, explaining what he was going to do and how to do it as they walked. In fact, it is to teach him the concept of planting. Those plants that were originally grown in scattered places and could be used as food are now planted in the tribe itself, so that the tribesmen don't have to travel so far to pick them, saving effort. This is just one of them. More importantly, the tribesmen can cultivate these crops themselves to make them taste better, grow stronger, and bear more fruit. If they planted enough, they might be able to survive on what they planted for a long time even if they couldn't hunt. Mutu listened obediently and just nodded, not daring to ask any questions. What Rorschach said seemed like a dream to him. He also knew that Rorschach had a piece of land specifically for growing wild vegetables in the place where he used to be, but at that time he only knew that Rorschach was planting it and did not dare to think about such a far-reaching and huge thing. "What do you think?" Rorschach asked. Mutu nodded vigorously again. What the goddess said must be right. His mind was blank at this moment. Or maybe there were too many things in his mind, and he couldn't digest it for a while. Luo Xia added, "Then you will follow me to farm from now on. Whether it will succeed or not will depend on you. You are the one in our tribe who knows these plants best." This time, Mutu was so frightened that he cried out, "Me? Yes, it's you. I won't make a mistake about you." Rorschach smiled and patted Moo's shoulder. "No, I can't." The man, who had never been taken seriously, shook his head timidly. Although he didn't know what Rorschach wanted him to do, Rorschach had just said that if the crops were grown well, it would provide enough time for all the tribesmen to not have to go hunting for a while. Provide food for an entire tribe for a while. This sentence alone scared him. He couldn't bear such a responsibility. It was already difficult for him to survive by eating wild vegetables. How could he let everyone follow him and survive by eating wild vegetables? Absolutely not. He was so nervous that he broke out in a sweat and his face turned pale. He could not be responsible for the lives of 300 or 400 people in a tribe. Rorschach said, "Don't be nervous. Just follow me and farm. Think about how to grow better crops on this land. You don't need to worry about anything else." Hearing Rorschach tell him to just follow her, Mutu finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded heavily. "Okay." The two men came out of the field and walked towards where the tribesmen gathered while talking. Mutu had a question, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "Will those wild vegetables grow better too?" Wild vegetables all grow in the soil. What's the difference between here and there? Why should they grow better just because they are planted in the soil? I can't figure it out. Rorschach nodded affirmatively. Of course. Look at those wild boars. Haven't they grown bigger? You rarely see wild boars this fat out there, right? Besides, these wild vegetables also grow from seeds. As long as we pick out the good seeds each time and discard the small, shrunken ones, over time, the ones left will be the good ones, and they will grow better and better. Mutu nodded, not quite understanding. Rorschach added, "Just like people, two strong parents give birth to a child who is also stronger." This is a concise and to-the-point statement, and Mutu understood it immediately. Baidahu walked towards them, looking between the two of them. Rorschach asked, "What's the matter?" Baidahu said, "It's okay." But he took a step forward and knocked the wood to the ground. Mutu got up from the ground in a daze. Although he didn't feel any pain, his mind was dizzy. "Rorschach, what are you doing?" Baidahu clapped his hands nonchalantly. "It's okay." Luo Xia knew Baidahu's character. He would not bully others for no reason. No one knew what was wrong with him. Just move the wood aside. Baidahu looked at Mutu's back and said, "He is still as weak as ever." "Rorschach, my brain is not weak at all." As soon as she finished speaking, Baidahu's eyes fell on her. He frowned, and his eyes seemed to see through her. "He can't." "Why not?" "No, your children won't be very strong." Rorschach choked and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Was this how rumors were spread in primitive society? She had only exchanged a few words with Mumu in broad daylight. So why did they bring up the matter of the child? The breath in my chest feels so suffocating. Seeing Baidahu's scrutinizing look, as if he was judging whether she was telling the truth or a lie, Luo Xia became even more angry. I turned around and walked away, not wanting to bother with him. Luo Xia whispered to Ahe in the middle of the night, asking her if anyone was gossiping about him behind his back. Ahe didn't understand the meaning of gossip. Rorschach then asked, "Has anyone ever said that I'm getting too close to a man?" Ahe thought for a moment and said, "Which man are you close to? I haven't heard of it." Rorschach was relieved and said that he didn't talk much with Mutu usually, and it was only one day. So how could he be slandered by a simple primitive man? Thinking about it this way, she realized that it was Baidahu who was talking nonsense, which made her feel bad. In the next few days, Luo Xia didn't bother to pay attention to Baidahu. Of course, Baidahu is also very busy. Not only does he take his tribe out hunting during the day, but he also helps the tribe cut wood and build houses when he comes back at night. When the first house was built, Rorschach was of course one of the first people to move in. Then houses were built one after another, and the tribesmen who originally slept outdoors gradually had their own sleeping places. As we became more familiar with the new environment and with the appearance of houses, our initial reservations gradually disappeared. However, they are not completely at ease, especially at night. If there is any disturbance, the tribesmen will immediately become nervous. Rorschach planned to add another layer of protection for their tribe, just like the mountain wall before. With that mountain wall, they would know that at least their backs were absolutely safe. As long as your back is safe, just focus your attention on the front, and your anxiety will naturally decrease. So Rorschach decided to at least build a high wall first. Before that, Changsho Aba mentioned the matter of carving the statue of God. The tribe is now stable. Judging from the current situation, they will stay here for a long time, so it's time to find a place to draw the statue. Chapter 190 Building a High Wall. As the elder of the clan, Changsho Aba has always been concerned about this matter. A few days ago, when the tribe was not so busy, he followed the women who were collecting things up the mountain. After choosing and selecting, he finally chose a huge pine tree. After Rorschach was brought in to confirm it, this pine tree became the new home of the god. So one day, the whole tribe put aside all other things and went up the mountain to kneel down and worship the pine god. Then there is the depiction of the statue of the god of pine. In the past, they carved statues of gods on stone walls, but there are no suitable rocks here. Big Snake Fong suggested carving the statue on a tree, which was the practice of their previous snake tribe, and they didn't have a mountain wall to carve on. However, Changsho Aba could not find a tree suitable for painting near the tribal houses. Either the trees were too short or the trunks were not thick enough. How could their statues be carved on these trees? Rorschach said, "Then don't carve it yet. We'll carve it on the wall after we build it." Everyone was very enthusiastic about the wall. They missed the steep cliffs. Rorschach made a simple plan and drew an arc about 20 meters long on the ground, separating the mountains from the tribe's houses. The wall is planned to be 1 meter thick and 3 meters high. The 3-meter height can give the tribe members enough sense of security, and the 1-meter thickness can ensure that the wall will not collapse easily. People can also stand on the wall to see farther, and it is also more suitable for shooting arrows. To ensure the stability of the wall, the ground needs to be compacted, and thick wooden beams need to be driven into the foundation to add balance. In general, it will take some time to build a 20-meter high wall. The old people and children who stayed in the tribe were making mud bricks all day long. These mud bricks were different from those used to build houses. They were bigger and thicker and took 2 or 3 days to dry in the sun. After the men came back from hunting, they quickly selected suitable trees on the mountain before it got dark, cut them down, and dragged them back. The women were responsible for cleaning up the game the men had brought back, preparing food for the evening, and digging deep pits at the spots marked by Rorschach to bury the wood. There is a pit every 2 meters. The tree was dragged back and the extra branches were cut off, leaving only the straightest part in the middle. The whole tribe used all their strength to stand a tree upright and plant it in the cave. Rorschach tied a stone with a hemp rope and hung it next to the wood. He determined whether the wood was perpendicular to the ground by seeing whether the trunk and the rope were parallel. When building walls in the future, use these pieces of wood as a yardstick. If the wood is straight, the wall will be stable. As various projects were carried out, the demand for stones became greater and greater. Rorschach moved all the stones that were originally piled up in his space out of the space and placed them in his own room. She now has her own house, which she specially designed. The house is bigger and taller, and the walls are thicker. The house is divided into 2 rooms. The inner room is her own bedroom, and no one can enter easily. The room outside belongs to my mother Ahe. In order to let in more light, a small window was specially opened. Her own bedroom had no windows. She wanted such a room for the convenience of entering the space. If there were windows, she was afraid that someone would discover her secret. The stones that were moved out were piled up in Ahe's house outside, in the corner of the wall. If anyone in the tribe needs a new stone, they can enter this room and look for the stone they want with the consent of Rorschach or Ahe. After such a long time of getting along with each other, the tribesmen have become completely one of their own, and Rorschach will not restrict them from using the stones in the tribe. The men had some free time tonight as the problem with the pillars had been solved, and all that remained was to wait for the mud bricks to dry. Baidahu untied the rope of a wolf and was playing the bone-throwing game with it. Now the 2 wolves are very well behaved. They will not run away even if the ropes are released. At least they will not dare to run away in front of Baidahu. But just in case, except when Baidahu loosened the ropes to play with them, the wolves were tied up at other times. Even when Baidahu played with them, he would not untie the ropes of the 2 wolves. Luoxia called Baidahu and his mother Ahe into the house. Baidahu looked back, then tied the wolf with the rope again and followed Ahe into Luoxia's house. Rorschach and Baidahu have been acting a little weird lately, but it might be that only Rorschach feels weird. A simple-minded straight man like Baidahu doesn't have those sensitive thoughts. If he had, he should have apologized to Rorschach for his earlier nonsense. Rorschach was waiting for him to apologize at first, but later gave up. What Baidahu said was intolerable rumors in his opinion, but to the primitive man, there was actually nothing wrong with it. So how could I possibly wait for him to apologize? Besides, did he even know what an apology meant? Unable to communicate. So she was too lazy to communicate. Everyone has been busy these days, and even when sitting together for a meal, there is no time to say a few words. Anyway, the 2 of them haven't spoken to each other for several days, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Luoxia asked Baidahu for no other reason than to ask him to help break down the wall. Ahe's job was to guard outside and not let anyone in. If anyone came looking for her, she could just send them away. The space was already very empty. The piles of food had been almost consumed, and there was very little firewood left. The only decent supplies were the baskets of salt in one corner and the weapons on the shelf. Oh, and the bamboo tubes and fish bones in another corner. Another reason why the space seemed empty was that Baidahu had smashed down a lot of the wall, and the stones were taken out of the space, so the area naturally became larger. Rorschach built a fire to illuminate the space and handed the big hammer to Baidahu. Baidahu looked at hammer and then at Rorschach, then went to smash the wall on his own. It is not possible to demolish only one wall now, so the other 2 sides except the one with the shelf have to be demolished as well. Rorschach sat by the fire and watched the man swinging the hammer. He pursed his lips and still felt very unhappy. He simply stood up and said, "Go ahead and smash it. I'm going to leave now. I'll let you out after a while." After saying that, she opened the door and came out without waiting for Baidahu to call her from behind. After coming out, hide the space door and go outside to talk to Ahe. Ahe sat at the door diligently and had already begun to doze off. Rorschach felt distressed and woke his mother up to let her go to sleep. Everyone is tired recently, working during the day and then at night. Rorschach had no choice, but fortunately this situation was only temporary. Once the wall was built, everyone could have a good rest. He's gone. No, he's still working in there. He'll wake up soon after I let him out. Go to sleep. Then I'll just lie over there. Ahe originally wanted to lie down and not fall asleep, but who knew that he would start snoring as soon as he touched the animal skin. Chapter 191 Iron Ore. Luoxia estimated that the time was about right, so he turned and went into the house, opened the space, and went in to release Baidahu. Baidahu was indeed sitting there resting, and he had gathered the fallen stone fragments on the ground and stacked them neatly. When he saw Rorschach come in, a hint of depression flashed across his eyes. "Okay, that's enough. Go out and have a rest. Rorschach was about to send the man away. Baidahu stood up slowly, but did not walk over here. He waved to Rorschach. What? Rorschach asked, moving towards him, and Baidahu pointed his finger at the wall. We're almost done smashing all the good rocks. Baidahu said. What did you say? Rorschach was shocked and walked quickly towards the wall. Could this space really be collapsed? She looked at it carefully, but there didn't seem to be anything different. Baidahu pulled a burning piece of wood from the fire, walked over, and hit a piece of stone wall with his fist. Here, these stones are different. Rorschach leaned over to take a look, but didn't find anything major wrong. It might be because of insufficient light. Baidahu glanced at her and handed her the burning torch. He picked up the hammer on the ground and hit it with it. Stone fragments fell down with a clatter. He bent down and picked up a stone from the ground, then stood up and handed it to Rorschach. You see, this stone is different from the others. Rorschach held the stone in his hand and indeed felt something different. If you look closely, you will see that the color of this stone is different from other stones. It has a little red and is gray overall. The cross-section is not as shiny as other stones. Rorschach tossed the stone and it felt heavy. Is this stone not as good as the previous one? She had an indescribable feeling in her heart, a kind of loss that a good thing was suddenly used up and might never be available again. It seems that the stones in the space are not endless. Baidahu nodded. I have seen this kind of stone outside. The stones that are available outside are ordinary stones. Rorschach took the stone back to the fire and added some firewood to the fire, then turned the stone over and over again. The red color on the stone looks familiar, and you can even rub it on your hands. She was suddenly startled. Why did it look so much like rust? Iron ore. She couldn't help but shout out his name. What? Baidahu asked. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat because of Luo Xia's shouting. Judging from Luo Xia's tone and attitude, it seemed that this stone was not a bad thing. Iron ore, it must be iron ore. With this stone, we can make iron. Rorschach was delighted. She had suffered enough from not having tools these days. Digging the ground was done with wood and hands, and my hands were all barbed with it. Also, his men used stone axes to chop down trees. Although they were called stone axes, they were actually just stones that looked like axes. It was time-consuming and laborious to chop down trees, which was not good at all. Recently, she has been thinking to herself that it would be great if there were better tools, and now here they are. Space really won't give itself useless things. Baidahu listened to Luo Xia talking to herself and had no idea what she meant by iron, but it was definitely related to the so-called iron ore. So this kind of stone can be used? Of course we can. With iron, we can make better weapons, tools, and even iron pots. After all, eating is the most important thing, and the iron pot suddenly popped into her mind. Clay pots are good, but how can they compare to iron pots? Luo Xia was so excited that he forgot that he was still angry with Baidahu. He pulled him aside and lectured him on the uses of iron ore, which made Baidahu dumbfounded. Rorschach said that a piece of stone can be formed into any shape, and judging by the relaxed expression on her face when she spoke, it seemed like it was a very easy thing to do. But Baidahu, who often sharpens tools, knows very well that it is extremely difficult to shape a piece of stone into the shape you want. There is no other way except to grind it bit by bit. What Rorschach said was like a dream. He took the stone from Rorschach and threw it hard on the ground, breaking it into several small pieces. Isn't this just like any other stone? If you use enough force and hit something hard enough, it will break into pieces. Since it is the same as other stones, it cannot be easily changed into any shape. He didn't say anything, but the look and expression he gave Rorschach betrayed what he was thinking. Rorschach laughed happily. Of course it has to be processed, just like mud can be processed into pottery. What he said made sense, and hope rose in Baidahu's heart again. Burn it too. Rorschach nodded seriously. Yes, burn it too. Speaking of this, Rorschach's previous passion has cooled down a bit. Iron making is obviously more complicated than firing pottery. She had never thought about smelting iron herself because she had never done it before, but now she had no choice but to do it. Anyway, if you fail once, you can try 100 times. Luo Xia spoke to Baidahu for a long time, and Baidahu could hardly get a word in. He was so thirsty from talking that he went to scoop some water from the pond next to him to drink. Then he realized that it must be very late, and he didn't know how much rest time he had deprived Baidahu. Then he said, "There's no rush for this. Let's finish the wall first, and then we can deal with the iron. You should go out and sleep." After saying that, he waved his hand and summoned the space door. Baidahu didn't really want to move. Although he felt physically exhausted, he just wanted to stay in the space forever, but not alone, just like now. But Rorschach asked him to go out, so he had no choice but to go out. I had no choice but to stand up reluctantly and walk towards the door reluctantly. Seeing him like this, Luo Xia suddenly remembered that he had spread rumors about her before, but at this time she was too sleepy and tired to be angry. Have you taken a fancy to any man in the tribe? Bai Dao walked to the door and suddenly turned around and asked. Originally, Luo Xia, as a daughter of the tribe, was not allowed to think about these things, but the Song tribe was different from other tribes. Except for the two young men Song Gang and Song Kong, all other middle-aged men in the Song tribe came from outside. In other words, as long as Rorschach wanted, she could fall in love with most of the men in the tribe without any worries. After Bai Dao realized this, he felt uncomfortable all day long. Chapter 192. No one is more suitable than me. Rorschach, always embarrassed by this question, replied bluntly, no. He impatiently urged Bai Dao to leave quickly. If she continued talking about this issue, she would really start to get angry. Bai Dao, on the other hand, had no intention of leaving. He looked at Luo Xia, hesitated for a moment, and said, let's have a baby. Rorschach had to admit that a flash of joy suddenly surged in her heart, but then a large amount of panic and fear overwhelmed her. Bai Dao walked towards her from the direction of the door, scaring Luo Xia so much that she stepped back repeatedly. This place that made her feel extremely safe now became the most dangerous place, with no escape possible. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. How could she have forgotten that Bai Dao was a primitive man? Primitive people are naturally simple, direct, and rough. If they like a girl, they will knock her out and carry her back. It was all because of Bai Dao's constant indifference, which lowered his guard and resulted in the two of them being left alone in this space. In fact, there were times when two people stayed in the space before and nothing ever happened. Who would have thought that Bai Dao would be like this? In Rorschach's opinion, he had misjudged him again. She didn't dare show too much fear. Although primitive people were intelligent, they still had strong animal instincts. What if he pounced on her if she was scared? She stopped and said, don't move. Bai Dao actually stopped, and after seeing Luo Xia's expression, he even took 2 steps back. Don't be afraid. Don't forget my identity. Luo Xia thought that this was the most deterrent reason to Bai Dao. Bai Dao now also believed in Song Shan, and she was Song Shan's daughter. His identity is far more intimidating to him than his strength. A look of hurt flashed across Bai Dao's face, but he still showed no intention of leaving. He just asked, can I? Luo Xia was stunned for a moment. She heard the disappointment in Bai Dao's tone, as if he still had a lot of grievances. She suddenly felt that Bai Dao might not be as simple as she thought, and his emotions were also very delicate. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She really enjoyed the feeling of having Bai Dao by her side, which made her feel safe, reliable, and secure. The first person she thought of and wanted to share important events in the tribe was Bai Dao. Although he couldn't always understand what he meant, he could always back up all his ideas. I always feel a little empty and uneasy without Bai Dao around. Bai Dao stared into her eyes for a while, and as if he realized that Luo Xia was unwilling to answer, his eyes dimmed and he turned to leave. Rorschach was anxious, a little afraid that if he turned around and left, everything would come to an end. I was also a little annoyed. Straight men are straight men. How can you just come up and say you want to have a baby with a girl? How should I respond? Thinking of this, she was stunned. It seemed that when Lao Chi was pursuing Bai Dao before, he was also so direct and asked directly if he wanted to have a baby with her. It turns out that everyone is straight, and I am the only one who doesn't fit in with them. Seeing that Bai Dao was about to push the door open and leave, she cleared her throat loudly. Why would you say that suddenly? You scared me. In order to keep this person first, Rorschach said something casually. Bai Dao turned around and said, it's not sudden at all. Several women in the tribe are already pregnant. It's time for you to give birth too. Rorschach was furious. He had thought that he was actually quite delicate at heart, but it turned out that he was still a straight man, a simple and rough straight man who only thought about having children. Primitive humans. What does it's time for you to have a baby mean? The more I hear this, the more angry I am. Why do you care about my business? She angrily said, you'd better get out of here right away. If you want to have a baby, go find one yourself. Why do you care whether I give birth or not? Or when I give birth? Seeing Bai Dao staring at her stupidly with his eyes, she stepped forward and pushed him. Get out quickly and find someone to give birth to your child. I'm not stopping you. Bai Dao grabbed her wrist. Luo Xia was furious and not afraid of him at all. He raised his head and said fiercely, what do you want to do? Are you stupid? Bai Dao asked. Rorschach was so angry that he laughed. How dare you, a primitive man, question my IQ? You are really stupid and don't know it. However, Bai Dao's breathing seemed to suddenly become rapid. So Rorschach didn't say anything, but stared at him closely, as if testing him. She is not a little girl who knows nothing. She knows that men are always easily controlled by their lower body. If this is the case for modern people, what about a primitive man? Baidahu's eyes were fiery and frightening. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. He took a step back reluctantly, but did not let go of his hand. She confidently lectured Rorschach. Even though you look like this, you are still a woman. If you keep pushing a man like this, people will think you want to have a child with him. What Baidahu said is that skin contact between men and women inherently conveys a willingness for intimate contact. Rorschach thought about it and realized that she had never behaved intimately with a man before. She had been trying her best to prevent the primitive man from receiving the wrong message. Maybe there will be occasional unintentional contact with Baidahu, because this person has shown no interest in himself from the beginning and has always maintained that attitude. Rorschach regarded him as a partner he could absolutely trust. Of course, there are reasons for the current situation. Baidahu was still a little unwilling and said, "Why can't I do it? Although you are a goddess, but dash." He glanced at Rorschach and said, "Your body is only this thick. Among women, I have very little advantage." But he himself, he was also very conflicted. The kind of woman he originally liked was obviously not this kind of woman. Maybe it's because she is a goddess. He thought that the goddess's attraction to men was different, which explained why she looked down on him. She did have the ability to do so. But Baidahu was not convinced. He has always been confident in himself. Now that the tribe has 300 or 400 people, he is still the most powerful man in the tribe. If there is anyone who can make the goddess give birth to a child for him, it must be him. If you can't do it, then no one else can do it either. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened and he suddenly pulled the person to his side and hugged her. Her body was so small, even smaller than he thought. Rorschach's head was buzzing, and he struggled hurriedly. "Let go. You scared me." But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get free. Fortunately, after struggling for a while, she found that the man didn't make any further moves, so she stopped. "Can you please let go?" Rorschach said sullenly. Baidahu then slowly let the man go. "I didn't mean to scare you. The main reason was that she struggled so hard that I was afraid she would run away if I let go. I won't do anything if you don't want me to." Baidahu said in frustration, but he couldn't help but add, "There is no one in the tribe more suitable than me." "You are really confident." Luoxia quickly adjusted her clothes. After being released, she felt much more at ease. Although Baidahu suddenly went crazy just now, he was actually very restrained and did not make any further strange movements. Chapter 193, Why Not Find Me? Baidahu left without saying another word. The next day, Rorschach felt a little embarrassed when he looked at Baidahu, and Baidahu also looked a little listless. A layer of city wall would be laid every day afterwards. The mud bricks were large and thick, and there would be obvious changes after each layer was laid. The mud bricks are also rectangular, and Rorschach asked everyone to lay them out one layer horizontally and one layer vertically to increase the pulling force between each layer of mud bricks. Various seedlings also grew in the field, many of them piled together. Luoxia was busy digging out the extra seedlings every day and finding another place to plant them, so that the whole field became green. That day, Ahe suddenly asked, "Did you have a fight with Baidahu?" Rorschach felt guilty and said, "No." Ahe frowned. Baidahu hasn't been acting right lately. Luoxia couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew that her mother Ahe was the one in the tribe who disliked Baidahu the most because this man had once rejected her daughter. "Because I don't like him, I don't bother to care about him. Now that he suddenly brings it up, it means that something must be wrong with Baidahu. What happened to him?" Ahe said, "I don't know what he's been angry about lately. He doesn't like everyone and often fights with his tribesmen, but who can beat him? Everyone was already tired enough, and now they had to fight with the strongest man in the tribe. No one dared to complain openly, but only grumbled in secret. The reasons for fighting among tribesmen are usually simple: fighting for food, fighting for women, or fighting for space. Baidahu obviously has no shortage of food or space. As for women, he should have no shortage of them either. It's just that he doesn't want them." No one could understand what was wrong with him. Ahe noticed that his daughter and Baidahu hardly spoke to each other recently, so he came over to ask. Rorschach uttered, "I'll talk to him." She originally wanted to wait until the wall was built and the awkwardness between the two of them was lessened before talking to him. When the men came back from hunting that day, Luoxia asked Baidahu to go to the river to see if there were any fish in the fishing basket, and asked him to bring the 2 wolves with him. Baidahu carried a bow and arrow on his back and untied the ropes of the 2 wolves. He was thinking that maybe one day he could really take them hunting. Because of the 2 wolves, Rorschach was a little nervous. These 2 guys didn't recognize her as their master, and sometimes they would bare their teeth at her when she got close. So I subconsciously walked close to Baidahu. The river here is fast and flows quickly. Rorschach found the fishing basket on a big rock by the river, pulled it up, and took a look. He was disappointed to see that there was only a piece of meat inside, but not a single fish. No fish, Rorschach said disappointedly. Baidahu hadn't spoken a word the whole way, but now he said, "They caught some fish today. If you want some, just cook some more." Rorschach said, "I'm not thinking about eating fish today. I'm thinking about digging a big hole here to divert the river water." She pointed to a low spot beside the river. "If you put the basket here, there will almost always be a fish caught, because the water flow here is fast and the fish density in the river is very small. If you build a fish pond yourself and divert river water into it, you can raise fish in it and you don't have to go far to catch fish." Baidahu said, "Oh," knowing that Rorschach was assigning him a task, and said, "Then I'll have them start working tomorrow." Rorschach changed the subject and said, "I heard you've been fighting a lot lately?" Baidahu hummed nonchalantly, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it out, asking his wolf to pick it up. Rorschach asked, "Why? Want to fight?" In fact, he had never fought with most people in the tribe, so he wanted to fight to make sure that he was indeed stronger than them. Rorschach thought that this person must be taking out his unhappiness with him on other members of the tribe. Still has a childish temper. She cleared her throat. Recently, several women in the tribe have become pregnant. Because several women were pregnant, Lao Chi became anxious and began to doubt Song Dae's ability. He wanted to change men, which made Song Dae very anxious. This shows that primitive people really attached great importance to having children. Baidahu hummed dejectedly. Luo Xia said, "If you want to have a child, and you don't like the women in the tribe, you can also go to the nearby tribe to exchange one." Luo Xia thought that Baidahu might also care whether the child a woman was carrying was his own. If he cared so much, he could just go to another tribe and exchange it for a daughter from their tribe. There must be other tribes nearby. Of course, she knew in her heart that what she said was a bit of a duplicity. Baidahu frowned immediately. "Can't you have a child with me?" Rorschach snorted. "It's all about giving birth anyway. It doesn't matter who gives birth to you. Besides, what if the child I give birth to for you is just like me? Don't you despise me the most for being like that?" "That's our child, too." Rorschach's heart moved. This straight guy actually got the answer right by accident. "You don't think the child I give birth to is the son of God, do you? That's impossible. The child I give birth to is no different from other children. Maybe even weaker." She continued to probe. Primitive people would choose strong partners for strong offspring. It was possible that he wanted his child to become the son of God, so she knew she was extremely awkward. She actually wanted to have a relationship with a primitive person. They were the most simple and crude, interest-oriented. "I'm weak, but I'm not weaker than you. I'm strong." Baidahu accepted his fate. In fact, he had considered this problem. He knew better than anyone that Rorschach was weaker. Although she was a goddess, she still had no strength. "I guess the child born won't be very strong. At most he will be as weird as her. But I just want to have a baby with her, and I can't help myself." He was afraid that Rorschach would rely on other men as much as he relied on himself, and he really hoped that Rorschach would think of him first if anything happened. He hoped that he was the most special one in Rorschach's heart. Rorschach was a little confused and didn't know what to say. "But when our child is born, I will teach him archery. Archery doesn't require any strength. As long as he shoots quickly and accurately, he can catch prey just as well, and even catch more prey than others. If one can catch more prey than others, then that person can gain a place in the tribe." Baidahu patiently coaxed her. "I've defeated all the other men in the tribe. No one is my match. If you want to have children with other men, you might as well find me." Rorschach, Oh no, she was actually tricked by him. Chapter 194. The wolf ran away. Rorschach agreed, but she did not agree to have a child with Baidahu. It was too fast, and her modern thinking could not keep up. Although Baidahu didn't know what Rorschach meant by talk first, he felt that he and Rorschach had known each other for long enough. Besides, why did he need to know so much about each other for something like having a child? In their world, one look is enough to determine whether the other person wants to have children. All they need is strength. Of course, Rorschach is a goddess. Whatever she says is what it is, and Baidahu has no way to stop her. He actually felt happy just like this. So the next day, Luo Xia found that the way the entire tribe looked at him and Baidahu had changed. After asking around a little, he found out the reason. His relationship with Baidahu was actually known to everyone. She really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. But it seemed that she was the only one who felt embarrassed. Everyone was just looking forward to the birth of the child of the two most important people in the clan. Even Ah changed his previous dislike for Baidahu and praised Baidahu's strength in front of Luo Xia, saying that he would definitely give birth to a strong and excellent child. Ah thought that her original judgment was correct. The man she chose for her daughter eventually became her man. Although the wall is only half built, everyone has begun to feel the sense of security brought by the wall, and there is more conversation at night. The open area was still dark, but it no longer frightened the tribesmen as it had at the beginning. Someone in the tribe suggested that they should celebrate, and the small leaders looked at Luo Xia and Bai Dahu. They had never had a good time since they came here, and they felt like they were just guests staying here. Rorschach said, "Then let's celebrate. Having some fun here makes you feel like the master of the house. Besides, today's harvest was also very good." So the tribesmen immediately got up and threw more wood into the campfire, letting the flames shoot up into the air. The primitive dance is full of primitive power. Rorschach used to think that the dance was rough and a bit funny, but now he finds it solid and joyful. Every stomping of the feet and raising of the arms conveys the power of humanity. Lao Chi came closer to Luo Xia and reached out to touch her belly. Rorschach quickly pressed down. "No children." The seventh child sighed, touched his belly, and said in frustration, "Why don't I have a child?" Rorschach, Lao Chi, "I'd better change a man. But I feel a little reluctant to let go of Song Dae, and I really want to have a child with him." Rorschach, She did not want to interfere with the reproduction system of primitive people, because seemingly barbaric and uncivilized behavior might be just suitable for the development of current society. When nothing has changed and not enough has changed, it is better to keep your mouth shut. But still said, "Don't worry, you are still young." The two of them had just said a few words when Song Dae came over and dragged Lao Chi away. As soon as Lao Chi left, Bai Dahu sat down in her place. He had just danced with his tribesmen and was radiating heat. He just sat down, and without saying a word, he got up and left. Luo Xia was wondering, but after a while, Bai Dahu led the two wolves over and untied the ropes. Let them lie down beside him, stroke their fur, and let Rorschach stroke it too. They won't dare bite you while I'm here. Bai Dahu is full of confidence. The two wolves were originally wild beasts and were afraid of fire, but after being kept in captivity for a long time and seeing fire more often, they became desensitized. As long as the fire was not put on them, they could lie safely beside the fire. Seeing how well-behaved they were, Rorschach overcame his fear and sat closer, petting the two gray wolves under the guidance of Bai Dahu. Perhaps they understood their master's intention, or perhaps the fire in front of them shook the hearts of the two wolves, so they didn't even show their teeth this time. "I'll let them go hunting with me." Bai Dahu became more and more confident in the two wolves, and he found that they could indeed understand what he meant little by little. Wolves are superior to humans in many aspects, such as speed, sense of smell, and acuity. They can detect prey earlier than humans. Bai Dahu used to be skeptical about Rorschach's claim that trained wolves could help with hunting, but now he is convinced. Seeing one of the wolves even licking his hand with its tongue, he thought that day would not be far away. Unfortunately, Bai Dahu's self-confidence only lasted until the next day. Because he had shown off in front of Rorschach the night before and was too confident in the two wolves, he was careless when he tied the wolves back and did not check the ropes carefully. In the middle of the night, the tribesmen who were on guard shouted that the wolf had run away. The next day, when Rorschach woke up, he saw Bai Dahu's gloomy face. Rorschach was originally very sorry that the wolf he had caught with great difficulty had escaped, but when he saw Bai Dahu like this, he felt both distressed and amused. "I went to check the leather rope that tied the wolf, and found it was broken by its teeth. These leather ropes are not easy to bite through, but they will definitely break if you keep biting them. In the beginning, I had to check it several times a day and replace it frequently. But later, the two wolves were so well-behaved and obedient that Bai Dahu had the illusion that they were in tune with him and would not run away, so the leather rope was not replaced for a long time. Last night, the howling of wolves happened to be heard in the distance. Perhaps the two wolves heard the voices of their own kind, so they bit the rope and ran away. Fortunately, all the people and livestock in the tribe were safe. A wolf is a wolf, you can't trust it." Bai Dahu was so angry holding the broken leather rope. He had put so much effort into the two wolves, but they both ran away at once. He felt like he was being badly betrayed. Rorschach comforted him, "Forget it. If we have the chance in the future, we can capture the wolf cubs and raise them from childhood. They will be family and won't think of running away." Bai Dahu was immersed in the anger of the wolf running away, and he couldn't digest it for a while. Besides, it was not easy to catch a wolf, and it was even harder to catch a wolf cub. Maybe he would never have the chance to raise a wolf in the future. Because of his anger, he took it out on his prey, and his harvest in recent days has been good. The digging of the fish pond was also underway over there. When everyone came back from going out, they asked a few people to stay behind to continue building the wall, while the others took tools to the river. Rorschach drew a circle and asked everyone to dig out the soil in the circle and pile it aside. The work could not progress quickly. After all, it was made of stones and wood, and the buckets used by the tribe to hold water were also used to hold mud. But Rorschach is not one to be in a hurry. As long as something is moving forward, it is okay to do it slowly. She herself was planning to build a larger kiln, not only to make pottery, but also to try smelting iron. Chapter 195 Statue. The wall was built several days later. In order to facilitate going up and down, Rorschach had several mud brick ladders built on the inside, which not only made it easier to climb up the wall, but also helped to further strengthen the wall. The position in the middle is specially reserved for carving statues of gods, which is very important to the tribesmen. Not everyone can carve a statue of a god. It doesn't mean that you have to find someone of high status to carve it, but that anyone who can carve a statue of a god has status. The skill of painting is easy for modern people, but it is different for primitive people. It is a very difficult task that requires them to have the ability to communicate with God, so that they know how to portray the image of God. Everyone naturally turned their attention to Rorschach. In terms of being in tune with God, she must be God's daughter. Of course, Rorschach took on this sacred task without hesitation. But she immediately discovered a new problem. It was indeed much easier to carve on a mud wall than on a mountain wall. But it is not easy to color the earthen walls. It is impossible to rely on plants alone to dye them, and Rorschach could not think of a better way to dye them. If it were not painted, the statue carved on the earthen wall would not be visible at all. Moreover, the earthen walls are prone to falling off and are exposed to wind, sun, and rain. After a long time, the original statues of gods will definitely become unrecognizable, which will greatly affect the image of the gods in the minds of the tribesmen. Rorschach thought about it and came up with a better idea. He didn't need to carve it. Not all the stones in the pile of stones in his space were suitable for making weapons, so he might as well use them to build a statue. Rorschach first used a branch to draw an outline on the wall, and then embedded the stones one by one along the outline. He chose longer stones so that they would not fall off the mud wall unless pulled manually. Finally, he filled the wall with mud to reinforce it appropriately. This is also a job that requires patience. It takes a lot of time to dig small holes in the wall. For convenience, he instructed Grandpa Moo to make the simplest ladder. She first used a pointed stone knife to dig small holes in the wall. Zhuang Zhuang and other children helped her under the wall and handed her the prepared mud. Rorschach filled the small hole with mud, and another child was responsible for handing her a stone. She stuffed the stone into the small hole filled with mud and wiped off the mud that was squeezed out. The statue is very simple, consisting of two overlapping triangles with a rectangle at the bottom as the trunk. After 2 days of hard work, the statue finally appeared before everyone. If you look closely, you can see scattered stones, but if you stand a little further away, you can see the entire statue. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful statue the tribesmen have ever seen. So the tribesmen slaughtered a wild boar that day and held a solemn and grand worship ceremony. Rorschach stood at the front of the tribe and participated in the ceremony seriously. She is different from her tribe members. The pine god is always a symbol to her. She will not really pray to the pine god for anything, but she believes in the power of belief, the power gathered by the tribe members' beliefs, which is invisible but real. With the idol complete, Rorschach turned his attention to the furnace. He still made the same kiln as before. Because of his rich experience and the active help of the elders and children in the tribe, he was able to make it quickly. Within 2 days, I made a kiln that was slightly larger than the previous one. I didn't dare make it too big because I was afraid that the space would be too large and the heat would not be enough. Baidaha's mind also shifted from the incident of Grey Wolf's escape to the stove. The completion of this furnace meant that Rorschach was going to start working on something new. He had already smashed down a pile of rocks called iron ore from the space, waiting to be thrown into the furnace and burned with a high fire to produce other things. It's a kind of stone that can be shaped into anything, Rorschach said. Compared to Baidaha's impatience, Luosia's mood was much more complicated. She was always skeptical and wanted to give it a try, always prepared to fail. The only procedure she knew was high-temperature smelting, but she didn't know how high the temperature was. All she could do was put the wood in, and then put a layer of iron ore on the wood. Big fire, burn. It is better to choose wood that is hard and dense because it is very resistant to burning. Even after all the firewood was burned, the result was not a big surprise. A stone is still a stone. Baidahu picked up 2 pieces of cooled iron ore with great anticipation and knocked them hard. One of the pieces cracked cleanly. He looked at Rorschach. Rorschach was also carefully observing the iron ore that had been burned by the fire. In fact, there were still some changes, but these changes were not very obvious. There is a feeling of being about to exert force but running out of fuel. The temperature is probably not enough. This is a huge problem, and a bit of an unsolvable one. Before dinner in the evening, I went to the river to take a look and walked through the green and neat fields where the wood was still moving around. Although Rorschach asked him to follow her and do things, Rorschach had been busy with other things since transplanting the seedlings, so he had to take care of the field by himself. Of course, there were other people in the tribe who came to help him, and since he was the one who knew a little bit, he was qualified to order others to do things. This made him feel very good, and he finally felt that he was no longer the man who was holding the tribe back. "Brother Mu, is there anything going on today?" Rorschach greeted. Mu too straightened up and replied, "It's okay." He wasn't sure what was something and what was nothing, but he would just pull out the weeds and catch the bugs and take them back to feed the chickens. Looking at the rest, the land was growing very well, and the wild vegetables were growing better than he had ever seen before, especially better. Rorschach continued to move forward. Originally, there were many wild animals walking around in this area, but since they came, it has become human territory. No matter whether it is wolves or horses, they dare not get too close, so it is safe for the tribesmen to walk in this area. The tribesmen over there are still working hard at digging the fish pond. It is said that after this fish pond was dug, a lot of fish were raised in it, just like raising pigs in their tribe, so that there would be more fish than can be eaten in winter. That's so beautiful. But despite everyone's hard work, they only dug a small hole. Rorschach greeted everyone and sat down nearby, originally thinking that once the iron was smelted, he would replace everyone's tools to save time and effort. But maybe when the fish pond is dug out, Tai is still being tried. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Baida's voice sounded from behind. He stood behind Luo Xia, took a look, and then went down into the pit and started working with everyone. When it gets dark, everyone finishes work and goes home to eat. Baidahu washed his hands in the river and walked at the end holding Luo Xia's hand. He couldn't help but look back. Usually at this time, he would be training his 2 gray wolves, but now they were gone. There were faint howls of wolves in the distance, and it was estimated that the 2 that escaped were among them. Chapter 196 Burning Charcoal. The next morning, Rorschach got up very early. When he went out, it was still dark and there were not many tribesmen outside. She went to look at the kiln, then turned to the wall to admire the statue she had made. I went back to sit by the fire and waited for the tribesmen to get up. When everyone got up, I made a fire and started cooking. The tribe still maintains the habit of keeping fire. Although they can make fire by drilling wood together, it is much more troublesome and laborious than keeping fire. He dug out a black piece of wood with half white ash from the ashes. It looked like there was no spark at all, but when he threw a little fire starter on it and blew on it, a fire snake quickly came out. This happens every day. Everyone was used to it, including Rorschach. However, Rorschach failed in iron smelting yesterday, and since then he has become very sensitive to fire and heat. He is now staring at the piece of wood that has been dormant in the ashes for a whole night, and then catches fire as soon as it is blown. The original color of the wood can no longer be seen. Wood charcoal. Is this charcoal? She had never seen charcoal before, but she had heard a lot about it. I have seen coal. It is a black mineral buried under the rock layer. A piece of it can burn for a long time and generate extremely high heat. It is also the main fuel for steel making and iron smelting. She had also thought about whether if she smashed the space deep enough, the coal would be knocked out as well. Maybe let Baidaho try. But we can't put all our hopes on this. If there is no coal in it, we will have to find another way. So is this charcoal? The word carbon should mean that its properties are more similar to coal, right? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked his mother to plane the wood out for him. He got up and went into the house to fetch a bucket of water, then poured it on the burning wood. There was a sizzling sound, and a cloud of white smoke rose up. He fanned himself with his palms and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Rorschach put the bucket aside and took a stone to knock on the black wood. "What are you doing?" Baidaho also came over. When Rorschach smashed the wood open, he found that the inside was also black and had been completely carbonized. So she was 80% sure that it was charcoal. Baidahu squatted beside her, watching her rummaging around in the dark wood in confusion. He didn't know what she was trying to find out, but it seemed like she had found it, so her face was full of joy. Rorschach threw the charcoal into the fire again, and after a while the charcoal turned red. She sighed with both resignation and joy. "I have to light the charcoal again. It's troublesome to think about it, but if it really works, it will be very useful." But before that, she turned her head to look at Baidahu with a malicious look on her face. Baidahu. So at night Baidahu was pulled into the space to do hard labor. Although she knew how to burn charcoal, she couldn't just endure the hardship. What if coal could be created by smashing it out of space? They kept hammering at the same spot for 3 days. Luo Xia didn't dare let Baidahu continue. A deep hole had been hammered in. What if there was a collapse? She didn't want to waste time on this, so she decided to burn charcoal. After 3 days of observation, She vaguely grasped the trick of burning charcoal, that is, slow burning. That way her kiln could be put to use again. First, choose the wood. In order to make the burned wood more durable, you should choose wood with high density. First, fill the entire kiln with wood, light the fire, and let all the wood burn. When the moisture has almost evaporated, the kiln door is blocked, and only the smallest hole is left at the smoke hole to isolate the air as much as possible. After 3 times, Rorschach was able to burn successful charcoal. People don't understand why a large pile of wood should be burned into a small pile of charcoal. However, after testing, it was found that these charcoals had obviously been burned by fire, and only a small amount was left. However, such a black piece could actually burn longer than a large piece of wood and produce a higher temperature. It's very confusing. Rorschach spent a long time making charcoal. When there was enough charcoal in reserve, he started working on iron smelting. Iron smelting is not as easy as burning charcoal, but with the addition of charcoal, it has become possible from impossible. Rorschach's calendar was torn to August. The entire tribe is unusually busy this year, and it seems like everyone has endless things to do. Rorschach did manage to make iron, and although it wasn't as good as he had imagined, it was still usable. This was a huge improvement, especially for primitive humans. However, iron production is very low and cannot be used as freely as stone. The refined iron was forged into 3 axes, 3 shovels, and 3 hoes. These are what the tribe really needs. As for weapons, Rorschach felt that they were not the most urgent issue at the moment. Although the weapons used by the tribesmen were primitive, they could be used. The current iron smelting technology was not developed enough, and the weapons made of iron could not bring about great progress in hunting. So put the weapons aside for now. First, I made 2 large iron pots. This made Rorschach feel comfortable. The small amount of iron that remains is hammered into tools for making tools, such as chisels and awls. But no matter what happened next, Rorschach's attention had been drawn to the big iron pot. The few pigs raised by the tribe were always kept there. Except for one that was slaughtered during the worship of the statue, the others grew stronger and stronger. The last time she slaughtered the pig for the sacrifice, Luo Xia paid special attention to whether there was lard. There was, but very little. After the sacrifice, before distributing it, she carefully cut off the little lard with a stone knife, filled half a jar, and kept it in the space. Now it's finally coming in handy. The day after the iron pot was made, Rorschach prepared to make lard. First, make a simple stove with mud. Then clean the iron pan and lubricate it repeatedly with lard. Finally, throw in the lard used to lubricate the pan and a handful of vegetables and stir fry over high heat. It's time to start cooking. The children of the tribe all gathered around. The tempting aroma made their eyes go straight, and they stared blankly at this strange-looking pot. Because of the crude blacksmithing skills, the shape of this pot is indeed strange. It is not round, and the inside of the pot is not flat. Rorschach didn't mind at all. As long as it was useful, there was no need to be so picky. Dishes that have been stir-fried in a pot cannot be eaten. As for why, it may be because there are some harmful substances in them. Anyway, I have never heard of anyone eating dishes that have been stir-fried in a pot. So Rorschach poured the vegetable and oil directly into the stove. This immediately caused the children to scream in horror. Sister, why pour it into the fire? They want to eat it. But Rorschach was afraid that the children would eat it, so he poured it into the stove. Chapter 197 next year will be better. The children's appetites had been aroused, and some even wanted to reach into the stove, which scared Rorschach so much that he quickly scolded them. Back off! Back off! The old man who heard the noise hurriedly put down his work and ran over to see what was going on. He pulled the children back and scolded them with a stern face. Then he looked over at Rorschach curiously. The fragrance here wafted from far away, and of course the elderly people could smell it, but they didn't have the nerve to go up to Rorschach like the children, as if begging for food. Of course children can be ignorant, but they still have to maintain their dignity when they grow older. Since the kids have provoked them, let's see what Rorschach is doing openly. Rorschach didn't tell them to go away, but instead explained to them what he was going to do. I'm going to make lard now. We can add a little lard to our clay pots in the future. It's very fragrant. Everyone swallowed their saliva and took a look at the white lard in the pottery jar, without doubting Rorschach's words at all. In the past, they didn't call this white stuff oil, but meat. When they caught a prey, they would only get such white meat if they were lucky. This white meat is very precious. When you take a bite, it is soft and smooth, and goes down your throat into your stomach in a flash. The taste is so delicious that you can savor it for months after eating it. However, that taste was just everyone's fantasy. The meat called oil was extremely rare and had long been divided up by the highest-ranking people in the tribe. How could it possibly be in their hands? The oil in the Rorschach pottery jar was the most oil they had ever seen. Just one look at it made them want to eat it. Rorschach poured a whole can of white lard into the pot, added half a bowl of water, and simmered it over low heat. Only when Rorschach covered the pot with a huge leaf did the old man and the children seem to be awakened and hurriedly looked for topics to talk about. Chansho Aba said, "This winter is good. This winter is warm." Halfuani said, "We are spinning more yarn over there. There is more yarn this year, so we can make more quilts." This year, a large field of flax was planted in that field. Now that it is the official season for flax to mature, the flax has been harvested and the seeds have been collected so that more flax can be planted next year. The rest is left to the grandmothers. They have fully mastered all the processes this year, so Rorschach doesn't have to worry about anything, whether it is spinning silk or weaving cloth. But Halfu's mother obviously remembered it wrong. There is not as much flax this year as last year. There was much more wild flax on the hill last year than this year. But I believe that next year there will be more flax than that on the hill. However, it is a bit of a waste to use those cloths as quilts. If you put feathers in them, they will leak, and if you put hay in them, they won't be very warm. There is not much cloth. It is okay for emergencies, but it is too useless to use them as the main means of keeping warm. But she has already thought of a plan for this year, which is to put beds in every room. It's not a real bed. It's not easy to make a proper bed, but it's much easier to flatten one side of a log and lay it in the house. Especially now that the tribe has more iron axes, this task becomes easier to implement. Wood has good insulation effects on heat and cold. With a wooden base and hay on top, there is no need to use animal skins underneath. The saved animal skins can be used as quilts. So we have already started cutting wood, dragging it back and drying it outside to dry it out and keep it warmer in the winter. Because he had charcoal, Rorschach thought about making a brick bed, but he finally gave up the idea. The houses in the clan are numerous and low, and they are crowded with people, so it is not suitable to build earthen kangs. If I build a bigger house in the future and make a big bunk bed, I can think about the earthen kong then. In short, the winter conditions this year will be better than last year. Everyone was chatting about this and that, and time passed quickly. Luoxia lifted up the wilted large leaf. Oil had already come out of the pot, and the lard cut into small pieces was still sizzling, and the rich aroma of oil filled his nose. Everyone sniffed and exclaimed in amazement. Rorschach stirred the pot with a wooden spoon and said, "If we take good care of those pigs, we can produce more oil. There is too little of this, and if you boil it all down, it will probably only make up one bowl." Yeah. Everyone said in unison. They had never thought about feeding the pigs until they were fat. They just wanted to keep them alive so that they could slaughter them when they ran out of food. "There are a lot of weeds by the river. I'll go cut some more tomorrow to feed the pigs." An old woman murmured, "You should be nicer to the pigs in the future. Who knows, maybe you can eat more oil." With Rorschach in the tribe, they didn't worry about not getting a share. As long as there were enough things, they could get more. Before he knew it, the oil residue in the pot began to turn yellow. Rorschach added some salt to the pot, turned off the heat, and let the oil cool down. "Cover it with that big leaf." He said, "This is how to boil the oil. When it cools down a bit, I will pour it into the pottery jars. In the evening, add a little oil to each pot. Now everyone can go and do your own thing." The old man wailed and reluctantly went back to do his own things. The child still refused to leave and was called by Grandma Siai to go to the fields to help Mu to catch insects and pull weeds. Rorschach put the pots and cans into the space. He was not much better than those children. He was also overwhelmed by the smell of oil, but he still restrained himself from cooking for himself. After leaving the space, I went to the river. Go there to relax and see the results. After 2 months of digging, a small fish pond was actually dug out by the river. Due to the limitations of the tools, it was really small. In order to raise the fish in time, they first dug a ditch, diverted river water, and irrigated the area for several days before it was filled with water. After more than half a month, this new puddle has also formed its own ecosystem. Occasionally, you can see very small fish fry. I don't know whether they are eggs laid by big fish thrown in by the tribesmen, or they swim in through the small ditch. We are still digging next to the fish pond because the current fish pond is too small. We will dig another one next to it. Then the 2 fish ponds will be connected, and it will not affect the current fish farming. Digging the second fish pond required a little less effort because the hoe and shovel were still very useful. This fish pond may not be of much use this year, but there will definitely be a lot of fish in it next year. This year's life is actually not any better than last year. We can only say that no one died of hunger. But next year will definitely be much better than this year. She breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to wait for the men to come back by the river. When they came back, they would come to the river to dig the fish pond. But at this moment, she trembled all over and saw 2 wolves standing in the distance, staring at her from afar. Chapter 198, Bringing Back My Wife. Rorschach felt around and realized that he didn't have the bow and arrow that he usually carried with him today. He touched his waist again, but he didn't take out the dagger that he usually wore at his waist today. I was really blinded by the lard. When I smelled the aroma of the oil, my vigilance was lowered. She stared ahead, not daring to turn around and run away. It would be terrifying to leave her back to the beast. He didn't dare shout loudly, for fear that shouting would anger the two wolves and make them rush over immediately, and he would definitely not be able to run away or defeat them. He glanced at the fields not too far away, hoping that the tribesmen in the fields would notice something was wrong here, but Mutu and the others were concentrating on working in the fields. At this time, Rorschach held on to another glimmer of hope, hoping that the two wolves that had escaped had come back. Aren't there just two of them? It's a pity that she couldn't recognize it. Anyway, the wolf was staring at her, and she was staring at the wolf, pretending to be not afraid. One of the wolves walked forward very slowly, with its head lowered. After every few steps, it would look up at her. Rorschach felt that this action seemed to be a test to establish a good relationship. The other one sat down where he was, as if letting his companions explore the way first. The wolf that came to explore the way came to Rorschach reluctantly. Rorschach looked at it, and she really only felt a sense of flattery from the wolf rather than an aggressive feeling. The wolf was testing the waters little by little, and Rorschach became curious about what it was trying to do. He didn't move, but just stared at it. It moved over and rubbed Rorschach's legs with its furry wolf head, then looked up to see Rorschach's reaction, and seeing that she didn't react, it rubbed again. Rorschach thought about it, suppressed his fear, and touched the wolf's head with his hand. At this moment, she was almost 100% sure that this was the wolf that Baidahu had escaped from. A normal wolf would not come to please humans. Normal wolves would attack humans in packs at night, rather than attacking humans' legs alone in broad daylight. Baidahu would probably be very happy to know that they are back. Rorschach thought, and patted the wolf's head again. It can be considered as recognition. Now the cautious and tentative gray wolf began to wag its flattering tail clumsily, and its movements became much lighter. He circled around Rorschach's legs and called out an invitation to the wolf in the distance. Rorschach, don't call it over here. She would be very scared if two wolves surrounded her. The wolf, squatting in the distance, heard the call, stood up, hesitated, turned around on the spot, and at the urging of his companions, walked towards this side uncertainly. It walked a few steps and then stopped to watch for a while. Its behavior was very different from the humble behavior of the wolf in front. Rorschach felt something was wrong, and felt that the wolf behind him was more arrogant and cautious. It's as if he has never interacted with humans, nor has he ever come into contact with himself. Rorschach's mind buzzed. She used to have a cat, but because she felt sorry for it because it had no eggs, she lost it for a while. When she came back, she brought back a little female cat for herself. So, maybe my feeling is right. The wolf behind me is a real wild wolf. Hearing the wolf at his feet still calling the unknown wild wolf over, Rorschach became nervous. What if that wolf suddenly changed its mind and attacked him? Although he was nervous, he didn't dare to act rashly. The wolf behind him was also very nervous. If he didn't stay calm, he might be attacked immediately. When they got closer, Rorschach noticed that the wolf behind had a big belly. There was no doubt that this promising gray wolf had really gone out and brought back a wife. Pregnant females will become more irritable and aggressive in order to protect their children. The gray wolf beside his legs left him, walked forward and circled around the female wolf affectionately. It was obvious that he was trying to eliminate the female wolf's vigilance and continue to lead her towards Rorschach. Rorschach just wanted to say, "Thank you so much." So the she-wolf moved closer, but never let down her guard, staring into Rorschach's eyes. Rorschach adjusted his emotions, trying to convey that he had no ill intentions, hoping the she-wolf could understand. In the end, the she-wolf lay down 3 meters away from Rorschach. Only the stupid male wolf was circling around Rorschach's legs. What could Rorschach do? He would occasionally touch the stupid wolf's head and tell the female wolf opposite that he was indeed not dangerous and would not hurt them. The rest of the thing was to stand there and wait for the people in the tribe to discover their predicament. I heard that wild beasts are afraid of animals taller than themselves, and she was also afraid of facing 2 wolves with her back, so she could only remain in a stalemate like this. She glanced out of the corner of her eye again and found that there was no one in the field. It seemed that the fact that she was surrounded by 2 wolves had been discovered. I just hope that when they come to rescue me, they won't get too excited and anger these 2. After a while, the female wolf lying in front of him pricked up her ears, stood up suddenly, and her lips trembled as if she was about to show her teeth. Rorschach made it even more nervous. With a glance, he saw that the tribesmen had indeed arrived, each holding a weapon, but they did not dare to get close easily. Luo Xia said, "White Tiger, they are back." As soon as she shouted, the she-wolf was frightened and retreated, half crouching and ready to attack at any time. The tribesmen knocked their bows and arrows. Luo Xia had no choice but to wave at the male wolf. Go, find your master. The male wolf was also a little scared at this moment. Although he saw the white tiger, he was standing with a group of humans and looked murderous. However, Baidahu raised his hand and asked everyone to step back. He walked forward and blew a loud whistle. The male wolf immediately shook his ears and ran over reflexively. The male wolf has a much better relationship with the white tiger than with Rorschach. Baidahu recognized it at once, patted its head, and strode towards this side. The female wolf retreated with her teeth bared. But if it is timid, it will probably run away instead of rushing up to attack. Fortunately, the gray wolf immediately went forward to comfort it and rubbed it with its nose. Baidahu walked over and took a closer look at Luo Xia. When he found that she was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the nervous female wolf. This one is wrong, he said. Rorschach said, your male wolf kidnapped a female wolf and she's pregnant. It is probably because the female wolf is pregnant that this guy brought his wife back and wanted humans to help him raise her. The corners of Baidahu's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and his mood instantly improved. He gently pushed Rorschach. Go back. You go ahead. With Baidahu looking after his back, Luo Xia felt much more relaxed. Baidahu shouted to his tribesmen to put away their weapons and put them back. When they turned around and walked back, he whistled for the male wolf to follow. Sure enough, the male wolf led his wife and followed closely. After returning to the tribe, Baidahu threw a large piece of meat into the pen where the two wolves were previously imprisoned. Chapter 199, Dog-like. The next morning, Rorschach successfully spotted the two wolves in the circle. Baidahu had already tied up the male wolf with a rope, but the mother wolf still squatted aside with full vigilance. Although she did not leave, she did not show any trust or affinity towards the people in the tribe. Baidahu also seemed to be in a particularly good mood early in the morning. He saved a piece of his own rations and threw it into the wolf circle. Luo Xia stood outside the circle and watched the interaction between Baidahu and the gray wolf. It was definitely not her illusion. The male gray wolf had become very aggressive after coming back this time. He was trying to please Baidahu in all kinds of ways, and it seemed like he would fall to the ground and let him touch his belly. Rorschach. Turning around, I saw the female wolf squatting elegantly beside me, looking at me with a look of disgust. Maybe he also felt ashamed. In order to ensure the safety of the remaining tribesmen, Baidahu left 2 young and strong men in the tribe to guard the 2 wolves. 3 days later, the 2 young and strong tribesmen went back to do what they were supposed to do. The 2 wolves had no intention of rebelling. Even the female wolf who was not tied with a rope was a little arrogant, but she did not show any attacking posture towards the tribesmen. Baidahu analyzed that wolves have their own tribes, and this wolf seemed to be doing poorly after running out. Some overlapping bite wounds could be seen on its body. However, because it found a wife, Baidahu praised it highly, proving that it still has strength. For several days, the white tiger stretched his neck to look into the distance. Rorschach knew that he must be expecting the other wolf to come back with his wife. Unfortunately, his expectations were not met in the end, and he turned around and treated the returning male wolf and his wife better. A wolf that knows how to return home is a good wolf and deserves to be fed an extra bite of meat. Rorschach asked Baidahu to name the 2 wolves, but naming was a bit difficult for Baidahu. He found it too troublesome and couldn't think of a name, so he wanted to give up. Rorschach said he couldn't whistle and had to call them by their names. So the names Big Gray and Little Gray came into being. Luo Xia's lard was not eaten for long. There were many people in the tribe, and even if he just poked the lard in the bowl with chopsticks and then stirred it in the clay pot, he would have to poke and stir it more than 10 times. In less than a month, even the bowl containing oil was rinsed several times in the ceramic pot. It's really magical. Just dip a little bit of it on chopsticks and put it in the ceramic pot, and the taste will immediately become different. Especially when it is used to cook vegetables, the smell is very tempting. As a result, the tribesmen's eyes changed when they looked at the pigs in the pen, and each one looked like a hungry wolf's. Luo Xia was not much better than her tribesmen. She had always longed to have an iron pot. With an iron pot, she could boil some oil and cook. When she finally had everything, she couldn't bear to eat it alone. The way everyone's eyes lit up every time they ate the oil made her feel a sense of accomplishment. That feeling of joy and anticipation could infect her and make her feel happy. Rorschach planned to slaughter another New Year pig when winter came. In addition, the storage of winter supplies also began early. The main reserves are meat, wild vegetables, and wild fruits. I harvested more seeds from the land I planted, and the remaining edible seeds were dried and collected. Cassava did grow, but it didn't seem to be an annual plant. The roots were too small to be eaten, so Rorschach let them stay in the soil. In addition to the cassava, fruit tree seedlings also grew together. Most of the seeds planted this year have grown, so Rorschach arranged them around the fields. After growing for half a year, they have only grown to the thickness of a finger, and no one knows when they can eat the fruits from these trees. However, the wild fruits picked from outside are still very abundant. Baidahu asked her to make fruit wine. You said last year that you would do it this year. Luo Xia thought to himself, I remember, but I didn't expect that life would not be so affluent this year. I'd better save the fruit for the winter. But seeing that Baidahu really wanted to drink, he picked some fruits with enough juice and made 2 bamboo tubes for him. It is worth mentioning that the grain seeds dug out from the rat hole 2 years ago were cultivated last year, and they actually grew a large field this year. However, these seeds are not so satisfactory. There are not too many seeds on a plant, and they are small. The largest seed was about the same size as the mung beans Rorschach had seen before, or a smaller type of mung beans. However, this bean was yellow, so Rorschach named it yellow soybean without hesitation. There are also crops that look like giant foxtail grass, but the seeds are even smaller. It takes a lot of shaking to gather enough seeds from a piece of land to make up a large bowl of them. Although it looks like a foxtail grass, Rorschach still gave it a name with high hopes: rice. In addition to the seeds, the roots and stems of these cereals are non-toxic, but people cannot eat them, so they are pulled out, dried, and saved for pigs. After harvesting the 2 kinds of grains, Luo Xia naturally wanted to taste them to see how salty they were. He grabbed a small handful of each, but he didn't dare to take more than that, as the extra ones had to be saved as seeds to grow more crops next year. The 2 handfuls I grabbed were thrown into the ceramic pot to cook porridge. 2 small handfuls can't make much porridge, but they prove one thing. The fruits carefully selected by the rat are indeed very good. They are cooked soft and sticky, and if you smell them carefully, you can smell the fragrance of grains. The tribesmen did not take the hairy rats seriously as food, but Rorschach was determined to continue breeding them, as they could definitely become the staple food of humans. Although the harvest of beans and grains was not much, the harvest of wild vegetables was much more than last year. Because most of the vegetables grown in their own fields are wild vegetables, the women of the tribe pick more wild vegetables from the mountains or the grasslands in the wilderness without stopping every day, dry them in the open space in front of the tribe, and then collect them and pile them in a house specially used for storing wild vegetables. Now there is a whole house full of them. The stockpile of meat is naturally still in Rorschach's space. She thought that she couldn't keep hiding the meat in her own space forever, otherwise it would be strange if the tribe members didn't feel strange. She had to try making bacon. This is also a brilliant idea that our ancestors came up with when they had no way to preserve meat. Rorschach felt he had an obligation to hand it over to his people. After a whole year of eating the salt in my space, there is still most of it left, so I can spend it appropriately. So she chose a piece of horse meat and taught the elders and children of the tribe how to make pickled meat. It's not difficult. Just wash the horse meat, drain the water, and apply salt evenly and carefully to every part. In order to enhance the flavor, she also added some other seasonings. After applying, put it in a ceramic jar to marinate, and then take it out and hang it to dry in the shade the next day. After a few days, the moisture in the horse meat will have dried up and can be stored. Even if it is not placed in a safe place, it can still be kept for a long time. Chapter 200, Foreign Visit. This year's life was very dull, perhaps because they moved away from their original place, and no tribe knew where they were going, so no one came to trouble them. Without interference from outsiders, the tribe lived on schedule and developed smoothly. Seeing that the autumn wind was about to blow again, Luo Xia looked at the open space in front of the tribe and began to plan to build a sentry post. Last year when they were still in the cave, they had already thought of defensive measures. Although it was not a big project, it did come in handy once in the winter. But it is no longer practical here. What they see is no longer a dense forest, and there are not so many trees. However, the weeds are taller and denser than those in the forest, and there are many rabbits, snakes, and insects. This open grassland provides a lot of food for the tribe members. Half of the tribe members' main gathering and hunting grounds this year are in this grassland. Large prey include bison and horses, and small prey include rabbits, roe deer, etc. The tribesmen went from being terrified at first to feeling at ease after the wall was built, and they also got used to seeing a wide open space in front of them when they woke up in the morning. Rorschach initially planned to surround the entire tribe with a wall little by little. There was no need to rush like the first wall, and it did not need to be built as high as possible in the shortest time. The tribesmen can build it bit by bit when they have time. But after the 20-meter-long wall was built, Rorschach had no interest in seeing other parts of the wall. He just used fragile branches to build a fence around the tribal houses. It was neither strong nor durable, and its main purpose was to mark the territory. And most of his energy was spent on that fish pond. She found that her mentality was also changing, and she felt a little anxious when she thought that her vision would be blocked by the wall. Primitive people are not prey, they are hunters and attackers. When danger really comes, they prefer to look at the danger and attack rather than hide. Therefore, if the wall is not big enough to surround the entire tribe, it will really make the tribe members feel depressed and prevent the children from going into the grass to catch rabbits and poisonous snakes. Forget it, as long as there is a solid wall to protect my back. Primitive man at this time actually stood at the top of the food chain. A primitive man is indeed weak, without tough fur, sharp teeth, and the swift speed of other beasts. But groups of primitive people are definitely a presence that all powerful beasts fear, so even the most ferocious beasts will stay away from places where primitive people gather. But defensive measures still need to be taken. The howling of wolves could be heard from time to time in the distance. Who knew if another pack of wolves would come and surround us when the winter got tough? Since we smelted iron this year and created some basic production tools, some simple carpentry work is no problem. Building a sentry post is actually just putting up a wooden frame. Just like the wood inside the wall, first dig a hole, then bury the wood in it, forming a square with a piece of wood at each corner. The wood was straight wood cut down from the mountain by the men of the tribe. It was thick, straight, and long, and it took the whole tribe's strength just to stand it up. Then Rorschach made marks on the corresponding positions of the 4 pieces of wood and had the men use tools to chisel out inclined indentations on them. They then inserted thinner pieces of wood into the indentations, laid strong, straight wooden sticks on top, and tied them firmly with leather ropes to form a platform. The pillars are very tall, much taller than the wall. It is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The lower 2 floors are sealed, leaving a small window. Although the floor height is not high, it is no problem for 2 or 3 people to sleep on each floor. At the top is a lookout tower, which is surrounded by a fence made of wooden sticks. You can stand high and see far, and you can see clearly what is happening behind the tribe's wall and in the 1-meter-high grass in front. It is not only convenient for viewing, but also for shooting arrows. As soon as this lookout tower was built, it became the most treasured thing for the tribe members. Old people, children, and anyone who could move would go up there to take a walk and have a look. There are 3 lookout towers in total, which together with the previous curved wall of the tribe can form a circle to encircle the tribe. Rorschach made another batch of arrowheads. Although these ceramic arrowheads were hard, losses were inevitable, so more had to be prepared. Children in the tribe used to only need to swing sticks, but now they are also required to know how to shoot. Children as old as Zhuang, both boys and girls, have started to learn. Luo Xia has not had much to do recently, and many things have been left to other people in the tribe, such as sewing, weaving, drying and preserving vegetables, etc. She took inventory of her supplies and found that even though life was tight this year, she now had more food in stock than last year. In particular, the sows that gave birth last year gave birth to another litter of piglets this year. These animals are very resilient, and not a single one of their piglets has died. As a result, the pen is now full of wild boars, and they often fight in the pen. Rorschach stood on the observation deck and looked around. The view was great from a high place. I was thinking that I could slaughter 2 fat pigs in the next 2 days. There was some space in my space, so I could put the slaughtered pork in it. So many live pigs would consume too much grass, and it would not be cost-effective to continue raising them. She glanced behind the wall and felt a chill on her back. She then slowly turned her gaze back, and this time clearly saw several figures hidden under the trees. That's definitely not one of our own people. Rorschach immediately called Bigfoot Abba to go to the lookout tower and call his people back. Bigfoot Dad climbed up to the platform and saw the foreigners at a glance. The foreigners also realized that they had been discovered, so they no longer hid, walked out from behind the trees, and came down the mountain. Bigfoot Father gave a loud shout towards the plain ahead, and then he saw the heads of his tribesmen popping out from the bushes in the distance, and immediately moving towards this side. Not long after, when the outsiders bypassed the wall and came to the front, some young and strong men from the Song tribe were already waiting for them there. There were about 20 or 30 outsiders. They approached cautiously, holding up their prey to indicate that they had no intention of attacking and that they were there to exchange. Rorschach let them approach and welcome them. Compared to the confidence of the Song people, these outsiders seemed uneasy and kept looking at everything in this strange tribe in panic. They had been watching from the mountain for a long time, and only when they got closer did they realize that this tribe was even more powerful than they had imagined. These densely packed houses prove that the tribe has many strong young men. The pen can still accommodate so many wild boars. I wonder what kind of wonderful life this tribe leads. Not only wild boars, they also raise wolves.